He was once the top scorer in the national college entrance exam. But when he switched jobs, he became the weakest blacksmith. Dumped by his girlfriend in public. Betrayed by a brother. Laughed at by classmates. But when everyone thought he was a waste of space, he activated an unimaginable talent, the 8-trigram furnace. Forging success rate plus 30% attributes plus 300%. 10% chance to enhance quality. When the principal personally witnessed him forging a divine tier attribute with a single strike, he was treated as an honored guest, and commanded a beautiful female teacher to provide close protection. Those who once looked down on him were stunned. Who says blacksmiths are weak? With just one swing of the hammer, nations will line up to beg for your skills. My name is Li Tang, and when I woke up amidst the clamor of animated discussions, a flood of unfamiliar memories exploded in my mind. I traveled through time and arrived in a world where everyone has a profession, becoming a high school student named Li Tang. Today, I switched to the weakest life profession, blacksmith. 3 years. I've actually been suppressed by this useless bastard who turned into a stinking blacksmith for a full 3 years. A familiar voice made me turn my head. It was Suhan, the perennial runner-up whom I had consistently outshined for all 3 years of high school. He awakened the S-rank hidden profession Shadow Saint Marksman and was now gleefully mocking me. Another young man, Li Jian, who had been calling me Big Brother for 3 years, also darkened his expression. He had awakened as a Class A berserker and now wore a savage face. Li Tang, never thought you'd see this day. All your achievements must have been through cheating. From now on, you're not even fit to polish my shoes. Then, my school belle girlfriend Fu Yike walked over and declared expressionlessly, Li Tang, we're breaking up. I've awakened as a primary combat class, Frost Mage, while you're just a damn blacksmith. We're no longer in the same league. Fu Yike had only become one of the school's top students thanks to my dedicated guidance over those 3 years. I even went so far as to take out high-interest loans to buy her tonics. But after successfully changing jobs, she didn't hesitate to publicly propose breaking up, her eyes filled with contempt. Abandoned by friends and betrayed by relatives, what a disastrous start. I sighed in my heart, but my attention was drawn to my attribute panel. Name, Li Tang %% profession, blacksmith %% level, 0% strength, 10% intelligence, 10% agility, 10% constitution, 10. Innate talent, 8 trigrams furnace, trait 1, turn stone into gold. Trait 2, sacrifice treasures to condense spirits. Trait 1, turn stone into gold. Increases base equipment crafting success rate by 30%, with a 10% chance to upgrade equipment by 1 tier. Crafting speed is increased tenfold, and equipment attributes are boosted by 300%. Feature 2, alter treasure, condense spirit. Sacrificing equipment or magic crystals can attach special attributes to gear, unlocking after the first promotion. I rubbed my eyes. This thing is called the Bagua furnace? Isn't this just the little stove I picked up at Panjiayuan? This talent is absolutely heaven-defying. Just feature 1 alone would drive any blacksmith wild. A 30% success rate increase, a 10% tier boost, 10 times the speed, and a 300% attribute bonus. Not to mention trait 2, which guarantees obtaining an affix by sacrificing items with 100% certainty. In this world, only purple epic grade equipment and above have a chance to come with affixed traits, and the probability is extremely low. Yet my talent can permanently attach affixed traits. It's simply unbelievable. Fu Yike, seeing me dazed, impatiently raised his voice. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? I said I want to break up with you. Oh, breaking up? Fine, I agree. I casually replied, pushing her aside and walking straight towards Lu Ruyan, the homeroom teacher standing nearby. Teacher, if I can increase the forging success rate by 30%, with a 10% chance to upgrade equipment by 1 tier, can I apply for direct admission to the 3 Supreme Academies? Lu Ruyan had initially been disheartened by my profession, but upon hearing my words, her eyes widened in astonishment. Li Tang, are you sure you're not joking? Didn't you fail to awaken your professional talent? I opened the properties panel and granted her viewing access. Lu Ruyan stared at the panel, her mouth agape in shock. She reached out her finger in disbelief and pinched my thigh hard. Ouch! I cried out in pain. Lu Ruyan then realized she had pinched the wrong person and quickly apologized, her gaze toward me growing a bit more fervent. This matter must be kept confidential, President Zhao Zihan said sternly. I submitted my talent to the nation, and the principal immediately arranged for us to verify it in the school's forging room. In the forging room, I activated my innate talent. A massive cauldron phantom shimmering with golden light emerged, enveloping the entire forging table. Zhao Zihan and Lu Ruyan were completely stunned. I then began working, melting the iron, shaping, forging. In just over 10 minutes, the rudimentary form of a longsword took shape. Suddenly, the forging table flashed with dazzling green light. Ding, a green fine quality iron sword has been successfully forged. You gained 1 skill proficiency and 3 experience points. I actually won the prize. Not only was it a success, but it also triggered the 10% chance, directly upgrading the equipment's quality by 1 tier. I extended the long sword, which Zhao Zihan and Lu Ruyan eagerly took. Iron sword, green fine attack 72, strength 36, agility 27. Level requirement 3. Zhao Zihan gasped in shock. Generally, a green fine quality longsword has an attack power between 10 to 30. However, this sword's attack power and attribute bonuses are all tripled, nearly equivalent to blue rare quality equipment. Again, Zhao Zihan excitedly commanded. We spent the entire afternoon in the forge. I forged over a dozen pieces of equipment, each with triple the attributes, and my level increased by more than half. Zhao Zihan looked at the statistical data, tears welling up with excitement. This matter must be kept confidential. Teacher Lu, don't do anything else these next few days. Your sole responsibility is to closely protect Li Tang and ensure he doesn't come to any harm. The principal packed all the equipment into his backpack and hurried away. Lu Ruyan reluctantly said, let's go, you'll stay with me directly these few days. I agreed without hesitation. We walked out of the forging room and got into Lu Ruyan's sports car. Look who that is. A female classmate pointed at the sports car and exclaimed. Li Tang. Fu Yike recognized me at a glance, instantly flushing with emotion. Her heart was filled with jealousy and confusion. Why was I, whom she had discarded like worthless trash, receiving such favor from the goddess-like teacher Lu Ruyan? Chapter 4. Deployed the city defense troops immediately for protection. On the way to Lu Ruyan's house, Li Tang sat in the passenger seat, squinting his eyes to enjoy the summer evening breeze, feeling quite at ease. He was increasingly grateful for his decision. The growth of a blacksmith was simply too expensive. He roughly calculated that in just one afternoon, the blueprints alone, along with the mineral materials, had cost over 10,000. Although selling the finished equipment could recoup some costs, upgrading became increasingly difficult as time went on, and many high-tier ore materials could only be obtained from specific secret realms or dungeons. Especially some rare special materials are strictly controlled by the state. Even with money, you can't buy them, just like rare earth minerals in his previous life. If he hadn't voluntarily handed himself over to the state, given his family's circumstances, he'd probably never reach level 30 in his lifetime, even with the experience gained from successfully forging equipment. Lu Ruyan glanced sideways at the handsome young man sitting beside her and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A once promising genius had unexpectedly switched to a life-sustaining blacksmithing profession most people would have given up long ago. Perhaps it was true what they said, when the heavens close a door, they open a window. Li Tang, who had previously shown no signs of any occupational talent, somehow awakened his hidden innate talent. Moreover, his awareness was exceptionally high, and he voluntarily reported it to the state, truly making people look at him with newfound respect. By the way, the people in your class saw you switch careers to become a blacksmith and looked down on you so much that Fu Yike even broke up with you. Aren't you angry? As his teacher, Lu Ruyan was well aware of the situation in the class. Whether it was Su Han, Li Jian, or Fu Yike's behavior, she had all taken note of it. To be honest, even Lu Ruyan herself felt deeply angry on Li Tang's behalf. It doesn't matter. Only the weak rage and impotence. Li Tang said indifferently, once I grow stronger, I can easily suppress them all. Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. With Li Tang's innate talent, he was destined to soar higher and go further. Fu Yike, that shallow-minded girl, is simply unworthy of the young man before her. The sports car sped along, quickly arriving at the Oasis Villa district within the inner city of Kanglan City. It seemed that Lu Ruyan's family was quite well off, as they owned a two-story villa in such a prime location. The open-air balcony, huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and the private swimming pool in the courtyard left Li Tang in awe, and he couldn't help but feel curious about Lu Ruyan's true background and identity. Lu Ruyan led Li Tang to the guest room. Your room is here. I'll be staying next door. If you need anything, just give me a shout. It'll be easier for me to look out for you. The room was well furnished with a large bed, wardrobe, desk, and computer, and the decor was warm and cozy. After taking a shower, Li Tang lay on the bed, feeling thoroughly satisfied. To be honest, living with the beautiful Lu Ruyan made him feel both excited and eager. Meanwhile, Principal Zhao Zihan drove swiftly to the Education and Sports Bureau, bursting into Director Lu Jialan's office with an excited expression on his face and shouted, Director Lu, I have urgent news to report to you. This matter may very well concern the future of the nation. Lu Jialan was startled by Zhao Zihan's sudden outburst, nearly spilling his hot tea onto the documents. He slammed the teacup down on the table and scolded angrily, Principal Zhao, I've told you countless times to stay calm in such situations. You're over 50 years old and the principal of a school. How can you still be so easily startled? What kind of example are you setting? Zhao Zihan didn't bother to defend himself. He pulled out a dozen pieces of equipment from his storage backpack and dumped them all on Lu Jialan's desk. Director Lu, please don't get so worked up. Take a look at this equipment. Lu Jialan glanced at them. They were just some basic gear. What's so special about them? At their level, such junk isn't even worth a second glance. But seeing Zhao Zihan's serious expression, he didn't think he was joking, so he reluctantly began to check the attributes of each piece of equipment one by one. Iron Sword Green Fine, Attack 72, Strength 36, Agility 27. Level Requirement 3. Upon seeing this, Lu Jialan jumped to his feet in shock, pointing at the equipment on the table and stammering. How is this possible? Where did this equipment come from? Zhao Zihan smirked triumphantly. This is a student from our school who just transferred to blacksmithing today. He just forged these. Here's what happened, blah blah blah. A fine iron sword with stats rivaling a blue quality rare item, crafted by a level 0 blacksmith apprentice? This is simply unbelievable. Lu Jialan's eyes widened in disbelief. Old Zhao, are you serious? Zhao Zihan immediately protested, this is the real deal. I watched every piece of this equipment being forged with my own eyes. Not only that, but Li Tang's second innate talent is even more incredible. By sacrificing a certain number of equipment pieces and magic crystals, you can add special traits to forged equipment. However, this trait must be upgraded to level 10 and advance to the next rank before it can be unlocked. What a blessing for the nation. What a blessing for the nation. Lu Jialan was so excited that he paced back and forth in his office, swept the equipment off the desk, grabbed Zhao Zihan's hand, and said, "Come on, let's go see the city lord. This matter is of great importance. I will report it to higher-ups immediately." After hearing Lu Jialan and Zhao Zihan's report, City Lord Su Hui remained silent for a moment before issuing a decisive order. During this period, you must ensure Li Tang's safety at all costs. At the same time, assign personnel to assist him in quickly leveling up, aiming to reach level 10 and complete the advancement task as soon as possible. Additionally, verify your hypothesis and see if Li Tang unlocks his third innate ability after advancing. Su Hui stood up, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. He glared at the two of them, his tone harsher than ever. Furthermore, ensure strict confidentiality. If there is even the slightest mishap, I will hold you two solely responsible. Zhao Zihan immediately stood at attention and assured the city lord, "Rest assured, city lord. Aside from the three of us and Li Tang's homeroom teacher, Lu Ruyan, no one else is aware of this matter. Furthermore, I have already arranged for Ms. Lu to provide close protection for Li Tang. She is a second-tier swordsman at level 27, with a keen mind and attention to detail. She should not make any mistakes." Under Su Hui's overwhelming aura, even as a third-tier expert of the 35th level, Zhao Zihan felt immense pressure. That girl Lu Ruyan is indeed someone worth trusting. Su Hui stood with his hands behind his back, nodding slightly, but relying on her alone might not be enough. Alright, I'll have the city guard send a few skilled soldiers to assist her. Lu Jialan and Zhao Zihan exchanged glances, deeply shocked. Who would have thought that the city lord valued Li Tang so highly that he would go so far as to dispatch the city guard to protect his safety? The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the sheer curtains, streaming into the room. Li Tang yawned as he sat up on the bed, suddenly noticing that a beautiful woman in a black form-fitting outfit had appeared in the room at some point. She was sitting on the sofa across from him, playing with a cold, gleaming dagger, her eyes fixed on him with a hint of amusement. No way, just one day after changing jobs and already an assassin is coming after me? Li Tang jumped in surprise, instinctively wrapping the blanket tighter around himself, stammering, "Who are you? How did you get into my room? I'm telling you, my teacher is right next door, and she's really powerful." This young man, aside from being good-looking, didn't seem to have anything special about him. Why would the higher-ups send her, the infamous cold-blooded assassin from the city guard, to bring someone here for close protection? And they even want to take him out to level up? Damn it, I'd become someone else's nanny. Who is this pretty boy? The son of some prominent family in the city? Or the illegitimate son of the city lord? Nie Xiaoying looked at Li Tang with confusion, unable to make sense of it all. However, this was an order issued directly by the city lord, so she had no choice but to obey. Nie Xiaoying twisted her wrist, forming a graceful sword flower. She sheathed the dagger, stood up, and said, "You must be Li Tang, right? I am a member of the City Defense Army's Special Forces, sent by the city lord to protect your safety and escort you to level 10. Holy crap, it's the City Defense Army. Li Tang's eyes widened in shock, his heart pounding wildly. After all, the City Defense Army only recruits professionals of level 20 or above, and only those who have reached level 30 or above and entered the third-tier Golden Realm are eligible to be selected for the Special Forces. Clearly, this was a special arrangement made by the City Lord after learning of his extraordinary abilities. But he never expected the City Lord to be so generous, sending the elite unit of the City Defense Army directly. What surprised Li Tang even more was that the leader of the squad was such a beautiful and fiery young woman. He immediately jumped to his feet. "That's right, I'm Li Tang. Are you really from the City Defense Army? Why aren't you wearing a uniform? You scared me half to death just now." To his surprise, Nie Xiaoying blushed, lifted her leg, and kicked him. Ruffian. Though she didn't use much force, Li Tang was still sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall and yelping in pain. It turned out he was only wearing underwear, and after being woken up by Qin Bo, his temper was understandably a bit hot, making his appearance rather indecent. "Li Tang, what is wrong with you?" Li Tang's screams immediately alerted Lu Ruyan in the next room, who burst through the door. Seeing Lu Ruyan disheveled, with her nightgown strap slipping down, revealing half of her fair, full breasts, Li Tang, who was pressed against the wall and screaming in pain, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Upon seeing the unfamiliar woman suddenly appear in the room, Lu Ruyan froze, a cold, gleaming long sword instantly appearing in her hand as she pointed it at Nie Xiaoying and demanded in a chilling voice, "Who are you?" Nie Xiaoying flipped her palm, tossing out a gold-embossed ID card. The blue tattoo on the inner side of her wrist flashed briefly. "Third Assault Squad of the City Defense Army, Nie Xiaoying." Chapter 5. Drinking a beverage while watching experience points rise automatically. The walls of Kanglan City were majestic and imposing, standing over 100 meters tall and dozens of meters thick, constructed entirely from premium-grade cement. The surface of the walls was adorned with dark golden array patterns that shimmered in the morning sunlight, indicating that the 5th-tier protective array, the Thorn Holy Wall, was active. Moreover, the outer surface of the walls is densely covered with countless sharp alloy spikes, gleaming coldly in the sunlight, resembling a gigantic hedgehog, completely sealing off Kanglan City. Any magical beasts attempting to approach the walls or launch an attack would be pierced like a sieve by these spikes. City defense troops are stationed on the walls, with guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps, closely monitoring the situation outside the city. Just a few days after the nationwide job change and awakening event, the northern gate of Flying Dragon City was bustling with activity. Many newly job-changed students were chattering excitedly as they formed teams. Everyone is here to level up, and there are certain dangers outside the city walls, so forming an efficient and safe team is crucial. For muscular warriors, plus a berserker, a physical damage team that can take down monsters quickly. A female priest is seeking a group one who knows how to keep things cozy. Our team is missing a well-equipped assassin. We're just one short and we're ready to go. Looking for a fire, lightning, or wind mage trash gear? Get lost. Looking for a B-rank shield warrior, guaranteed to be tough enough to make you scream. Buy a few bottles of mana potions, message me with your price. The students who just switched jobs yesterday are eagerly gathering at the city gates to form teams and prepare to leave the city to fight monsters and level up. Suhan, Li Jian, and Fu Yike, who were already familiar with each other, recruited 2A rank professionals from their school to form a formidable team and also prepared to venture out of the city for training. While waiting in line for the city exit inspection, Suhan pulled out a beautifully crafted longbow and proudly showed it off. This is the green quality shadow longbow my dad spent 180,000 to have someone special order for me, he boasted. It was supposedly forged by a master blacksmith at the peak of his craft, with an attack rating of 21, strength of 7, and agility of 12. Most importantly, this equipment can be worn at level 3. With it, my attack power will increase significantly, giving me a huge advantage in the early stages. As the magic crystals embedded in the bow's body emitted a faint green glow, the others in the group grew envious, and flattery poured in. Su Xiao has transferred to the S-rank hidden profession Shadow Archer, and with this shadow longbow, he is truly unstoppable. That's right. I heard that this year, only 7 people in the entire Kanglan City have transferred to S-rank professions. You're all the chosen ones of heaven, with limitless potential. Calculating the time, there were only about 10 days left until the college entrance exams. With Su Xiao leading us, we could soar to new heights in no time. We could reach level 10 and advance in just a few days. Holy crap, that means we have a good chance of getting into the 3 great supreme academies. Exactly. We might even level up a few more times than expected. Especially Li Jian. Though he secretly envies them, he has already regarded Su Han as his former idol Li Tang and become his loyal follower, flattering him more than anyone else. His family isn't wealthy. Forget about green quality gear, he's only managed to buy 9 pieces of white quality gear, not even enough to fill all 12 equipment slots. Fu Yike didn't say a word, she simply gently tucked the strands of hair that had fallen onto her forehead behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and pink earlobes. This was a classic move from the green tea playbook. The goal was to make a man fall for her without even realizing it. Sure enough, the seemingly unconscious gesture instantly drew the attention of everyone around him, including Su Han, who couldn't help but swallow hard. Fu Yike felt utterly triumphant, thoroughly satisfied with her own charm. Li Tang, who had awakened the blacksmith profession, was now completely useless. Su Han, with his S-rank hidden profession, would be her next target. However, even though the Su family was wealthy and powerful, the rules for leaving the city gates were strict, so they could only queue up obediently and wait for inspection. Just then, the roar of an engine drowned out all the noise. A custom-made military-grade Hummer with military license plates broke through the morning mist and sped toward the city gate, overtaking Su Han and the others before coming to a sudden stop. The tires screeched against the ground, leaving several long, black marks, and the piercing sound of brakes caused the crowd waiting in line to turn their heads. The Hummer's window opened, and the driver pulled out an ID badge and waved it. The city guards saluted upon seeing it and immediately waved them through. Fu Yike impatiently waved away the exhaust fumes as the Hummer passed by, muttering under his breath, "It's just a Hummer. What's there to be so arrogant about?" Li Jian, however, looked envious, his eyes fixed on the Hummer's departing silhouette. They were riding in Su Han's off-road vehicle, which paled in comparison to the specially modified military Hummer. The difference was night and day. Su Han, however, looked puzzled and uneasy. He had switched to the S-rank hidden combat class Shadow Archer and awakened the Eagle Eye talent, giving him vision far superior to that of ordinary people. Through the dark windows of the Hummer, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar face. Li Tang? Su Han's pupils contracted sharply, but he shook his head and laughed. No, it couldn't be him. That good-for-nothing wouldn't be riding in a military vehicle. However, this put an end to his desire to show off. He obediently queued up for security check and drove toward the training grounds outside the city. Your level is too low, and ours is too high. We can't enter those low-level dungeons to help you level up, so we had to come out here. Nie Xiaoying drove the Hummer, with Lu Ruyan sitting in the passenger seat. Li Tang was sandwiched between two burly men with stern expressions, sitting in the spacious back seat. Behind them sat two young, efficient women. Last night, even though Nie Xiaoying showed her city guard credentials, Lu Ruyan still couldn't rest easy and insisted on personally escorting Li Tang to level up. She had also developed a keen interest in Li Tang and wanted to see just how much potential he had. Nie Xiaoying's attempts to dissuade her were in vain, and she couldn't force her, so she had no choice but to seek permission from her superiors. However, her superiors, for some reason, agreed to include Lu Ruyan in the team to protect and guide Li Tang through the leveling process. What's going on here? Nie Xiaoying was deeply frustrated but had no choice but to obey orders. Li Tang, however, didn't care. As long as he could protect himself and grow smoothly, he didn't care who was with him. Anyway, these people were all high-ranking officials. He, a lowly subordinate, had no say in the matter. However, having a familiar beautiful teacher around wasn't so bad either, at least he could speak more freely. After the game invaded reality, the wilderness had become a paradise for monsters, with many plants and animals beginning to mutate. There were 4 suitable areas around Kanglan City for new players to level up: the Silver Pine Forest to the north, the Daya Bay Coast to the east, the Dark Cave to the west, and the Red Rock Hills to the south. Among these, the Silver Pine Forest is vast and teeming with low-level monsters, making it ideal for players below level 10. Nie Xiaoying also chose this location for her leveling. The city walls separate the inner and outer areas, yet they are two entirely different worlds. Within the city walls lies civilization and peace. Beyond the city walls lies danger and barbarism. Li Tang looked out the car window, seeing waist-high weeds, neatly arranged forests, and shrubs all around. Occasionally, a few reckless magical beasts spotted the military Humvee and charged after it, but they were quickly left behind. The military Humvee sped along the barren path at an incredible speed, reaching the training site in just half an hour. Nie Xiaoying parked the Hummer in a valley within the Silver Pine Forest, glanced at Lu Ruyan, and said, "Ms. Lu, although you're not a soldier, since you insist on joining us to protect Li Tang, you must obey my commands." Lu Ruyan agreed readily, "No problem." Seeing Lu Ruyan cooperate, Nie Xiaoying nodded satisfactorily and quickly assigned tasks. "Old Lu, you and I will go out to lure the monsters. AKO and Ms. Lu will handle the damage output. Old Wang and Meijia, you two stay on lookout around the perimeter." Her gaze finally turned to Li Tang. "Stay in the car and don't come out. The rest is up to us." Everyone nodded in agreement and quickly got ready. Judging by their attire, Old Lu was a shield warrior specializing in defense, Old Wang was a renowned high-damage berserker, and the two female members, Ake and Meijia, were dressed in magical gear. Their aura alone suggested they were no pushovers. Lu Ruyan held a long sword, its blade shimmering with a faint glow, clearly no ordinary weapon. Li Tang was more than happy to have some downtime and nodded in agreement. Before long, Nie Xiaoying and Old Lu led over a large group of red-eyed rabbits. Unlike domesticated rabbits, these creatures were nearly half a person's height, with 2 sharp fangs protruding from their mouths. Their hind legs were powerful enough to shatter several ribs of an adult man with a single kick. However, for Nie Xiaoying and her group of level 30+ professionals, these rabbits were no match. A few of them approached and swiftly slaughtered the entire group of rabbits. Especially the fire mage named Ake, who merely tapped his staff, and over a dozen red-eyed rabbits were reduced to ash. The speed was so fast that Lu Ruyan only managed to swing her sword once before the battle was already over. "Ding, your teammate killed a level 1 red-eyed rabbit. You gained 1 experience." "Ding, your teammate killed a level 1 red-eyed rabbit. You gained 1 experience." The constant gingling sounds of notifications filled the air, and before long, Li Tang's experience points had increased significantly. Once the group of red-eyed rabbits was defeated, Nie Xiaoying and Lao Lu lured another group of jungle grey wolves into the forest, and the experience points began to rise again with the sound of ding-dong. "Ding, your teammate killed a level 3 jungle grey wolf. You received an additional 50 level-up bonus, earning 3 experience points." "Ding, your teammate killed a level 3 jungle grey wolf. You have gained an additional 50 level-up bonus and 3 experience points." "Ding, congratulations on reaching level 1. Your 4 primary attributes are now 1 each, and you have 5 free attribute points." Li Tang took a bottle of drink from the car refrigerator, opened it, and took a satisfying sip. He watched the others fight through the window, feeling quite content. Although he wasn't participating in the battle and could only gain 15 base experience points each time, the sheer number of monsters meant his experience points were rising rapidly, and he quickly reached level 1. That's more like it. The blacksmith had almost no combat ability. Instead of working himself to death forging iron to level up, it was better to follow the nation and ride the coattails of others. The best part was that he didn't have to lift a finger. Living off others' efforts was pure bliss. Chapter 6, Beast Tide approaches, leveling up is like flying. This 1T due the leveling efficiency is too low. Nie Xiaoying withdrew the dagger from the neck of a jungle grey wolf, glanced at Li Tang inside the vehicle, and frowned. But this isn't a dungeon. The Silver Pine Forest is too vast, and the monsters aren't concentrated in one area. Old Lu spread his hands helplessly and said, "We can only lure the monsters over one by one." Deep down, he was also extremely frustrated. As a 37th level 3rd tier expert and a member of the City Defense Army's assault team, he was revered wherever he went. Now he was sent here to accompany this inexperienced rookie, playing a childish game. Where was the honor of being an elite member of the city guard? Where does his face go now? Old Lu was speaking the truth. Nie Xiaoying thought for a moment and said, "Notify Old Wang and Meijia. Have them come and help lure the monsters too. With the Humvee's protection, that kid won't be in any danger." There was no other option at the moment. Old Lu nodded and was about to notify his companions. Just then, Lu Ruyan giggled and said, "No need to go through all that trouble. I have a plan." "You?" Nie Xiaoying looked up and down at Lu Ruyan, her eyes filled with suspicion. Lu Ruyan smiled faintly, closed her eyes, and formed a magical seal with her hands, murmuring incantations. In an instant, an invisible, strange energy erupted from her body, spreading outward like ripples into the depths of the forest. Old Lu waited for a moment but saw no movement, muttering under his breath, "Humph, playing tricks, making a show of magic." Before he could finish, a series of deep, ominous roars echoed from within the silver pine forest, growing louder and closer, while the ground began to tremble slightly. "Trouble! It's a beast tide." Old Lu's expression changed drastically. He flickered his left hand, and a massive shield nearly 2 meters tall materialized in his hands. He stepped forward and positioned himself in front of the others, shielding them from behind. The others immediately grew alert, gripping their weapons tightly and preparing for battle. Roar! Pairs of crimson eyes lit up in the forest. A level 4 shadow black panther burst out of the thicket, darting across the clearing like a bolt of lightning, charging straight toward Lu Ruyan. Its crimson eyes were filled with desire, as if there was something on Lu Ruyan's body that held a fatal attraction for it. Ako pointed her staff and a fireball the size of a bowl erupted, engulfing the shadow black panther in flames before it could get close, reducing it to charred remains. But before they could catch their breath, hordes of ferocious beasts surged out of the jungle like a tidal wave, launching an attack on them. Among these demonic beasts were herbivores, carnivores, and even those that were normally in competition or hostile toward one another. Yet at that moment, they all abandoned their past grievances and charged toward them with relentless fury. Nie Xiaoying's expression immediately turned grim as she shouted orders. "Everyone form a battle formation centered around the Hummers and hold the line against the beast tide. Notify Old Wang and Meijia to rush over for reinforcements, just in case." Although these beasts were not very powerful, their numbers were in the hundreds or even thousands, and more were continuously pouring out of the forest. Although Nie Xiaoying and the others had all reached over 30 levels and were unafraid of their attacks, they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the overwhelming tide of beasts. Especially with Li Tang, the liability, still inside the Humvee. Higher-ups have strictly ordered them to ensure his safety at all costs. They dared not employ guerrilla tactics and could only rely on the Hummer for passive defense. Fortunately, the military Hummers had extremely robust armor, and even if a few beasts managed to slip through, they couldn't harm Li Tang in the slightest. However, as he watched the hideous beasts tear at the doors and windows of the Hummers with their claws and fangs, Li Tang, who had never seen such a scene before, lost his composure and turned pale with fear, silently praying that Nie Xiaoying and the others would quickly eliminate them all. Lu Ruyan, however, let out a shrill cry and charged into the monster horde. Her body spun like a whirlwind as she unleashed the skill Whirlwind Slash, instantly reducing over a dozen monsters too. She shook the blood off her long sword, gave Nie Xiaoying a triumphant smile, and then charged back into the thick of the battle. Seeing Lu Ruyan's provocation, the assault team members all looked uneasy. After all, she was just a level 27 civilian. How dare she underestimate the elite of the City Defense Army? Aku's face darkened as he swung his staff, unleashing a ring of flames that engulfed the dozens of monsters around him, turning them into burning torches that collapsed to the ground with agonized screams. Nie Xiaoying snorted coldly, refusing to back down. Her figure flickered, and she appeared before an elite-level moon shadow cat. The cold gleam of her dagger sliced through its throat, sending a trail of blood flying. The others roared wildly, charging into the horde of beasts with their weapons raised. The foul-smelling blood of the demon beast splattered against the bulletproof glass of the Hummer, causing Li Tang to shrink back in fear. However, he suddenly noticed that Lu Ruyan was actually in the mood to wink at him through the blood-stained glass. How had he never noticed before? The goddess-like teacher who always seemed so gentle and composed actually had such a playful side. But right now, I'm just a level 3 rookie. This scene is way too grand and terrifying. Old Wang and Meijia, who had received the signal, were also fighting fiercely on the outskirts to kill the beasts and relieve the pressure on Nie Xiaoying and the others. They were indeed the elite troops of the City Defense Army, working together seamlessly with powerful skills. Once they formed their formation, they stood like an indestructible rock, towering before the surging tide of beasts. No matter how fiercely the monsters charged, it was all in vain, only to end up with their heads shattered and blood flowing. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the monsters' numerical advantage was completely nullified by the massive disparity in power levels. Moreover, with Meijia, a third-tier priest, present, even those who sustained minor injuries were quickly healed and returned to full strength. Under their seamless coordination, the monsters that had emerged from the silver pine forest were swiftly slaughtered, leaving only a field of corpses behind. Ding, your teammate killed a level 3 jungle grey wolf. You have gained an additional 50 level up bonus and 5 experience points. Ding, your teammate killed a level 6 blade horned deer. You receive an additional 50 level up bonus and 25 experience points. Ding, your teammate killed an 8th level thick-skinned wild boar. You receive an additional 50 level up bonus and 60 experience points. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 2. Your 4 primary attributes are now 1 each, and you have 5 free attribute points. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 3. Your 4 primary attributes are each 1, and you have 5 free attribute points. Li Tang, hiding inside the Hummer. Li Tang was hiding in the Hummer, nervously watching the battle outside while listening to the constant beeps of experience points increasing. His emotions were a complex mix of tension and excitement. Finally, no more monsters emerged from the silver pine forest, and everyone sighed in relief. Except for Lu Ruyan, everyone else was above level 30, and their equipment was top-notch. Additionally, thanks to Mei Jia, the priest, who provided timely healing, no one was injured in the battle, though everyone was covered in blood and looked disheveled. Even old Lu, the shield warrior with the strongest endurance, was now panting heavily, barely able to lift his shield. Nie Xiaoying wiped the blood off her dagger, glared at Lu Ruyan, and said, "Using dark magic to summon a beast horde, is that your so-called solution?" As the captain of the 3rd Assault Squad of the City Defense Army, Nie Xiaoying had experienced countless dangerous missions, but this unexpected situation still caught her off guard. Lu Ruyan, however, smiled seductively, unconcerned. "Helping my students level up, after all. As elite troops of the City Defense Army, how could they possibly fear such a small number of low-tier magical beasts? Besides, I'm just a weak woman, didn't I lead the charge myself?" Hearing Lu Ruyan's explanation, the other assault team members still didn't look at her favorably. They were indeed the elite of the City Defense Army, but their numbers were simply too few for this kind of defensive battle. Although no one was injured in this battle, their equipment had suffered significant durability damage, leaving them deeply distressed. The beast tide finally subsided, and among them were elite-level monsters, including a boss-level bloodtooth wild boar, all lying in pools of blood. The experience gained from over 1,000 low-tier magical beasts allowed Li Tang to level up to over level 8 in one go. You must understand that even in a dedicated leveling dungeon, reaching level 8 would take at least 3 or 4 days. This leveling speed, comparable to flying, left Li Tang ecstatic. He leaned out the car window and shouted excitedly, "Wow, Mr. Lu, your taunt skill is way too awesome. It actually attracted so many monsters at once, it's like a godly skill for leveling up." Nie Xiaoying couldn't help but glance at Lu Ruyan. She was equally curious about what kind of technique this seductive beauty had used to attract nearly every monster in the silver pine forest. "It's not provocation, it's summoning spirits." Lu Ruyan's face flushed slightly as she explained, "It's my innate talent. It can attract monsters within a 3-kilometer radius that are 1 rank lower than me, but the cooldown is a bit long, I can only use it once a week." Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this, then fell into silence. Though this talent seemed powerful, it was actually rather useless. Even if it can attract a large number of low-tier monsters at once, what good is that? Under the level-based punishment system, killing these low-level monsters yields very little experience. Once you reach higher tiers, the monster's strength undergoes a drastic transformation, with many of them possessing skills. If you lure too many of them, it's a surefire way to court death. Moreover, this ability has a 7-day cooldown. However, for training new players, the effect is surprisingly good. If you prepare adequately in advance, leveling efficiency will be greatly improved. Lu Ruyan's expression grew complex. "As a girl, I've awakened such a useless talent. So my family, out of concern for my safety, didn't allow me to venture out into the world. After graduating from university, they made me become a teacher at the school. Ah, what a pity." Nie Xiaoying sighed inwardly. Lu Ruyan's talent could only be utilized under specific circumstances. However, after spending so much time with her, she noticed that Lu Ruyan seemed to have some connections, so she abandoned her plan to recruit her into the city defense forces. After resting for a while, Nie Xiaoying noticed that Li Tang had only reached level 8, while nearly all the monsters within a 3-kilometer radius had been killed by them. She decided to take him to the Funishan Mountains to level up. The monsters there were of a higher tier, and there were even level 15 or higher beasts lurking around. It was still early, and with some effort, they might even be able to bring Li Tang to level 10 today. Chapter 7, Who Carried Out the Bloody Massacre? In this world where everyone has undergone a class change, only elite level or higher monsters have an extremely low chance of dropping equipment. Moreover, boss level monsters always have magic crystals crystallized in their brains, and occasionally drop precious skill books. Nie Xiaoying and her group fought fiercely, slaying over 1,000 monsters, yet they only obtained 13 pieces of white quality equipment, and their attributes were quite ordinary. Only the level 8 Bloodtooth Wild Boar boss dropped a green quality pigskin bracers and an earth attribute magic crystal. Nie Xiaoying sneered disdainfully, only picking up the pigskin bracers and the earth type magic crystal, discarding the rest on the ground. As elite soldiers, they naturally look down on such low grade junk. As for those low-tier items like rat teeth, rabbit fur, and wolf claws, they didn't even bother looking at them. They were too much of a hassle to store in their inventory bags. She didn't care, but Li Tang did. Seeing Nia Xiaoying about to leave, Li Tang hurriedly called out, "Xiaoying's sister, wait. There's still a lot of equipment and dropped materials over there that haven't been picked up yet." Nia Xiaoying was completely baffled and frowned, saying, "What use are these scraps? Our mission is to protect you and get you to level 10 as quickly as possible. We don't have time to bother with these trivial matters." "How can you call this trivial?" Li Tang grew impatient. He didn't know how far Principal Zhao Zihan had progressed in his communications with higher-ups, nor did he know how much resources the state would allocate to him. He was about to reach level 10 soon, and after advancing, he could unlock the second trait of the Bagua Furnace talent, Sacrifice Treasure to Condense Spirit. This trait allowed him to charge the Bagua Furnace by sacrificing equipment or magic crystals. Once the energy bar was full, he could imbue equipment with the special trait. At the moment, he desperately needed to accumulate a large quantity of low-tier equipment to use as offerings to test this highly anticipated trait. Besides, these items are all valuable. Even if they're useless later, selling them would be a good deal, right? The military might not care about such a small amount, but I've got a loan of $50,000 to pay off. Lu Rian's eyes flickered, already having discerned Li Tang's thoughts. She smiled faintly and began to gather the loot. "We're soldiers, our job is to protect you and help you level up, not to pick through trash." Nia Xiaoying coldly stared at Li Tang inside the Hummer, unable to comprehend his thoughts. Since the higher-ups had dispatched elite troops from the city defense force to personally escort him on his mission, it was clear that this young man before them was either wealthy or of noble birth. Why would they be so reluctant to part with these worthless trinkets? Li Tang met Nia Xiaoying's gaze without flinching. "Xiaoying, if you can't even fulfill my simple request, I have reason to doubt your professional competence." He sighed and turned to Lu Ruyan. "Ms. Lu, please tell their superiors that I'm not comfortable with their protection. Send someone else over." Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed softly. She knew this was because Nia Xiaoying had spoken disrespectfully to her earlier, and Li Tang was taking the opportunity to vent his frustration on her. "Good boy, your teacher hasn't spoiled you for nothing." She nodded immediately and agreed, "All right." The city defense army held their honor in the highest regard, and Li Tang's words were an outright rejection of their integrity. Nia Xiaoying's usually icy face rare flashed with anger, her full chest rising and falling rapidly. The other team members also looked displeased, especially the hot-tempered warrior Old Wang, who was about to shout in anger but was forced to swallow his words by Nia Xiaoying's piercing gaze. Old Wang sighed in frustration, venting his pent-up anger on the dead beasts. He swung his massive axe down with all his might, severing the 4 blood-red tusks of the blood-tooth wild boar boss. Recalling the mission orders, the higher-ups had strictly instructed them to fulfill Li Tang's requests as much as possible. Nia Xiaoying took 2 deep breaths of the air thick with the smell of blood, and forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "All right, let's pick them up." As the sun set, the silver pine forest was shrouded in an eerie crimson glow. Suhan led his 5-person team through the forest, searching for clues. "Strange, where have all the magical beasts gone?" Li Jian gripped his iron sword tightly, its blade still stained with the blood of a red-eyed rabbit, and muttered in confusion, "Could they have been all taken by other leveling players?" The entire pine forest was eerily quiet. The red-eyed rabbits and groundhogs that should have been everywhere were nowhere to be seen, not even a single hare. They had been wandering through the forest for nearly an entire day, yet had only managed to hunt a few dozen low-tier magical beasts, barely reaching level 3. In fact, it wasn't just them. Other newcomers who had come to the Silver Pine Forest to level up also shared the same suspicion. "In my opinion, it's definitely those aristocratic brats who've claimed the place for themselves." Fu Yike angrily slammed his white, ordinary quality magic staff into the ground. He had heard that last year, a young master had brought several high-ranking bodyguards here to secretly clear the area and level up. Suhan pondered for a moment but shook his head. It didn't seem likely. Although this was just a low-level training ground, it would take 100 people to clear the monsters so thoroughly. He sighed and said, "Let's venture deeper into the forest and investigate further." Perhaps because everyone has recently changed professions and come here to hunt monsters for leveling, the monsters have moved deeper into the forest. Our team consists entirely of a rank or higher professions, and our equipment is also quite decent. As long as we're careful, we should be able to retreat safely. If it doesn't work, we'll head back to town immediately and try another location tomorrow. The others had no better ideas, so they nodded in agreement and continued deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, Fuyike suddenly sniffed the air and asked in confusion, "Hey, do you guys smell something strange?" Suhan's expression changed upon hearing this and warned, "Something's wrong. Everyone, be careful." Everyone remained on high alert as they passed through a dense coniferous forest and arrived at a valley. The sight before them froze them in their tracks. The valley was littered with countless corpses of magical beasts, their torn fur and shattered bones covering the valley floor, emitting a putrid stench of blood. Countless flies buzzed around, feasting on the decaying flesh. Flocks of carrion crows circled above the valley, occasionally diving down to snatch a piece of flesh, triggering a frenzy of feeding among their companions. Ugh! The smell of charred magical beast corpses mingled with the stench of blood, filling the air with a putrid odor. Fu Yike and the priestess Luing could no longer endure it and immediately vomited. The other three didn't vomit, but their faces were equally pale and horrified. Li Jian's voice trembled. Is this a slaughterhouse? How could there be so many magical beast corpses? Suhan forced back the nausea in his stomach, his face filled with horror, muttering, horned deer, moon shadow cat, fire-striped leopard, bloodtooth wild boar. All of them were at least level 5, and judging by their size, many were elite-level monsters or higher. As the top student at 3rd middle school, even though many of the monster corpses were already torn to pieces or burned to charcoal, he recognized these famous monsters from the Silver Pine Forest. But he couldn't fathom who could possibly have the power to drive over 1,000 monsters into this valley and carry out such a brutal massacre. Fu Yike and Lu Ying's vomiting sounds caught the attention of a pack of jungle grey wolves feasting on the monster corpses in the valley. Over 20 pairs of eerie green eyes glowed from behind the pile of corpses, revealing sharp, white fangs. Saliva mixed with blood dripped continuously. A howl. The alpha wolf, with a scar on its forehead, spotted the humans approaching. It let out a low growl, its claws, still covered in flesh, scraping the ground, and immediately led the pack in a charge. The allure of fresh human flesh was far greater than that of these demon beast corpses. Form a defensive formation. Suhan nearly shouted himself hoarse, urgently warning his teammates. He reacted first, quickly drawing his bow and knocking an arrow, which he fired. Suhan had transformed into the S-rank hidden combat class Shadow Archer, equipped with the green quality Shadow Longbow, and activated the skill-piercing arrow. The first jungle grey wolf at the front was hit in the left eye, with the sharp arrowhead protruding from the back of its skull. It let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. It was an instant kill. Fortunately, after a day of coordination, the group had developed some initial teamwork. After the initial panic, they quickly formed a battle formation. The whistling sounds of arrows piercing the air intertwined with the screeching of ice spikes. Several more grey wolves at the front fell to the ground, but even more grey shadows surged forward from all directions. Shield warrior Wang Meng's iron shield burst into white light as he activated the skill Iron Wall, barely managing to block the Wolf King's charge. Li Jian quickly seized the opportunity to swing his sword, but the Wolf King dodged it nimbly. Before he could retrieve his sword, he was bitten on the calf by a jungle grey wolf, which dragged him forcefully toward the edge of the formation. Panicked, Lu Ying quickly cast healing spell on him. Frost Nova. Fu Yai quickly activated his innate skill as an A-rank ice mage, causing his staff to erupt with blue light, instantly freezing the ground into ice crystals. Taking advantage of the wolf's slowed movements, Li Jian thrust his long sword into the right eye of the jungle grey wolf that was biting his calf. Amid the wolf's agonizing screams, the foul-smelling blood sprayed all over his face. However, the iron sword was stuck in the skull and couldn't be pulled out for the time being. These jungle grey wolves were only level 34, and with AK's level 38 fire mage prowess, he could easily dispatch them with a single strike. However, Su Han and his group were only level 3. They could handle 3 or 5 wolves, but being surrounded by such a large pack was no match for them. Fortunately, all of them were a rank or above, with a well-balanced team composition: archers, berserkers, shield warriors, mages, and priests. Moreover, their equipment was generally of good quality, and Su Han had even spent a fortune to purchase a full set of white-quality ordinary equipment, whose 4 stat attributes were significantly higher than those of other players of the same level. Using the Shadow Longbow, his arrows flew like arrows, each strike targeting the wolf's vital points, allowing him to barely stabilize the situation. Retreat! Su Han fired another piercing arrow, but the Wolf King dodged, and the arrow only pierced its shoulder blade. Seeing that Su Han's arrow, which could easily kill an ordinary jungle grey wolf, had only wounded the Wolf King, the others were even more terrified. They relied on the terrain and potions, fighting while retreating toward the exit of the valley. Chapter 8, I must report them. At the same time, 10 kilometers away in the Funishan Mountains. Whoosh! Nie Xiaoying's dagger sliced through the air with a series of cold flashes. After a smooth combo, the level 10 boss iron-backed grey bear crashed to the ground. That was so cool. Li Tang hid inside the Hummer, watching with envy. Unfortunately, as a blacksmith, he had no combat skills and could only keep his envy buried deep within him. Ding, your teammate has killed the level 15 boss Ironback Grey Bear. You have earned an additional 50 level up bonus and 660 experience points. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 10. Your 4 primary attributes are now 1 each, and you have 5 free attribute points. Yay, finally level 10. Hearing the system's notification sound, Li Tang pumped his fists excitedly inside the car. In just a single day, he had skyrocketed from level 0 to level 10, a leveling speed that was simply mind-blowing. Even the young nobles from prominent families, who had dedicated trainers to help them level up, couldn't achieve this. Li Tang had received the fastest possible training, and Lu Ruyan's spirit summoning talent played an indispensable role in this. Nie Xiaoying sheathed her dagger, glanced at the sky growing darker, and coldly said, "Since you've reached level 10, head back to the city first." Lu Ruyan leaned against the carriage, wiping the blood from her long sword, a seductive smile curving her lips. "Right, get a good night's rest. We'll prepare for the next advancement tomorrow." Li Tang smiled and nodded. Alright, Xiaoying, don't forget to collect all the equipment and materials that dropped. Nye Xiaoying's lips twitched slightly. They didn't have any equipment with space attributes. After killing nearly 2,000 magical beasts today, their storage backpacks were already stuffed to the brim with various low-grade junk materials. If it weren't for the fact that materials of the same type could be stacked and stored in groups of 99, Nye Xiaoqing wouldn't have known how to bring them all back. As night fell, the military Humvees sped through the silver pine forest. Lu Ruyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat chatting with Li Tang, suddenly furrowed her brows. There seemed to be combat fluctuations ahead. Li Tang laughed. Ms. Lu, everyone just recently changed their professions. Isn't it normal to come to the silver pine forest to level up? Lu Ruyan's expression turned serious. She shook her head. No, they seem to be under attack by magical beasts and someone is injured. With her exceptional talent, she was highly attuned to such situations. Nye Xiaoying immediately turned the vehicle around. Let's go check it out. At this time of day, the only ones leveling up in the silver pine forest were those newly promoted rookies. Regardless of the situation, these people are the future of the Great Xia Empire. As members of the city defense forces, they must not stand by and do nothing if they encounter danger. When the headlights of the Hummer illuminated the valley, Su Han's team was almost in a desperate situation. Led by the injured Wolf King, a dozen or so jungle grey wolves surrounded them. Wang Meng's iron shield was shattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while Li Jian's long sword was blunted, and the wound on his left leg exposed the bone. Fu Yike and Lu Ying's faces were pale, their magical energy depleted, and the expensive healing potions they had purchased were all gone. Su Han's fingers were bleeding from the bowstring, and his quiver was nearly empty. Wah, I don't want to die. Fu Yike was on the verge of breaking down, bursting into tears and desperately trying to hide in the center of the group. Shut up! Su Han barked coldly, drawing the last arrow from his quiver and firing it straight through the neck of the jungle grey wolf that was tearing at Wang Meng's arm. If you want to live, fight for it. He drew his short sword from his waist, let out a low growl, and charged directly at the jungle grey wolf, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. No, it's all your fault. Fu Yike had completely lost control and began to loudly complain. If you hadn't been so reckless and gone so far in, how could we have been surrounded by this pack of damned wolves? Distracted by her outburst, the others were also affected, their morale plummeting. The Wolf King took advantage of the chaos to command the pack to break through Wang Meng's defenses. Su Han saw that the situation was hopeless and sighed deeply, closing his eyes to await his fate. He had transferred to the S-rank hidden class Shadow Archer, with a bright future ahead. Little did he know that he would meet his end before achieving victory, crashing and burning in this tiny valley before he could even take flight, becoming the prey of a level 3 jungle grey wolf. Suddenly, amid the roar of a powerful engine, a specially modified Velociraptor military Humvee sped toward them, its headlights illuminating the forest like a beacon. The wolf pack was startled and, without hesitation, leaped aside to hide. Save him! Before the Hummer had even come to a complete stop, Lu Ruyan leaped down with a shrill cry, her long sword drawn, and instantly, the head of a jungle grey wolf flew into the air. At the same time, Nye Xiaoying flickered, her dagger slicing through the air with a cold gleam, piercing the throat of the wounded Wolf King. Aku also joined the fray, swinging his staff to unleash several fireballs that roared through the air, striking down the fleeing wolves one by one. Huh, we're actually saved? Su Han slowly opened his eyes, staring at the group of strangers before him, their power overwhelming him. He could no longer hold himself up, collapsing onto the ground with a thud, gasping for breath as his entire body was soaked in cold sweat. Li Jian and Wang Meng were no better off, and Lu Ling was even moved to tears. Ms. Lu, how could it be you? Fu Yike's surprised voice rang out. Su Han turned his head and saw that it was indeed his homeroom teacher, Lu Ruyan. He never expected it to be her who saved him. But who were those two women who looked so fierce? It's you guys. Lu Ruyan also recognized her students. She sheathed her long sword and hurried over, asking with concern, are you all okay? Lu Ying immediately threw herself into her arms and burst into tears. Ms. Lu, I thought I'd never see you again. Li Jian supported Wang Meng's shoulder, limping over, and bowed to Lu Ruyan, saying, Ms. Lu, thank you for saving us. Su Han also forced himself to stand up, walked over to Lu Ruyan's side, and said, that's right. If you had been a moment later, we might have been. Lu Ruyan gently patted Lu Ying's back, her gaze sweeping over the injured crowd, and asked in a solemn voice, what happened? Didn't I teach you in class to always act within your capabilities? You're only at level 3. How dare you challenge such a large group of jungle grey wolves? Su Han sighed bitterly. Ms. Lu, it happened like this. Upon hearing their ordeal, Lu Ruyan was also greatly shocked. After a long pause, she sighed, I never thought it would be me who almost endangered you all. You endangered us? The others heard this and immediately widened their eyes, looking at each other in confusion. After a while, Su Han finally snapped back to reality. He glanced cautiously at Nye Xiaoying and the others, then asked in a low voice, Ms. Lu, are you saying that all the monsters in the valley were killed by you and these few people? Lu Ruyan smiled and explained, that's right. I brought people here to level up, but accidentally attracted a large group of monsters. We didn't expect their corpses to attract a pack of wolves from afar, nearly putting you all in a life-threatening situation. She turned to Nye Xiaoying and said earnestly, Captain Nye, these are my students. Please arrange for them to be treated for their injuries. Nye Xiaoying remained expressionless and nodded toward Meijia in the Hummer. Meijia smiled as she got out of the car. Her staff flashed with white light, and after casting a few healing spells, everyone felt their injuries heal significantly. However, they seemed oblivious to this, staring blankly at the young man inside the vehicle, who was being protected by old Lu and old Wang. Li Teng peered out from between the two burly men, waving enthusiastically at Su Han and the others, and smiled, Hey! Good evening, everyone! Su Han's heart jolted suddenly, and he finally realized what was happening. Earlier, he had felt that the Zunmenglong Hummer looked familiar. It turned out that the figure he had glimpsed through the window that morning was indeed Li Teng. But how could Lu Ruyan, a schoolteacher, be mixed up with these soldiers? And they even said they'd take people to level up. Who has the qualifications to ask these elite soldiers to train them? Furthermore, could the person they're training be Li Teng? Su Han's mind raced with thoughts, but he quickly shook his head in denial. No way. Li Teng had merely switched careers to become a worthless blacksmith with no innate talent. How could he possibly receive such preferential treatment? Fu Yai couldn't believe her eyes and couldn't help but scream out loud, Li Teng, how did you end up here? She then turned angrily toward Lu Ruyan, pointing at Li Teng inside the car and demanded in a trembling voice, Ms. Lu, when you said you were taking someone to level up, did you mean this worthless person? During the previous battle, Fu Yai had also been injured, and the hem of her blood-stained mage robe was still dripping blood. What pained her even more was seeing that familiar face inside the Hummer. That's right, I was bringing Li Teng to level up. However, upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's expression darkened, and she coldly said, But, Fu Yai, watch your words. What do you mean by useless? Even though you've switched to the rank profession Frost Mage, in my eyes, Li Teng is 10,000 times stronger than you. Her tone was laden with meaning, and she added, Don't forget your roots. Fu Yai turned beet red, lowered his head in silence, but in his heart, he secretly harbored a deep hatred for Lu Ruyan. Seeing Su Han and the others covered in blood, especially Fu Yai and Li Jian, who had betrayed him and were seriously injured, Li Teng felt a surge of satisfaction. He couldn't help but laugh mockingly, That's right, it's me. I didn't expect you'd have to level up on your own. Unlike me, I always have someone to guide me. Seeing this worthless person who had mocked him yesterday now sitting arrogantly in a military Humvee, while he himself had nearly been devoured by wolves, Li Jian was filled with jealousy and hatred, his eyes blazing with fury. He shouted loudly, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mr. Lu, we all transferred to a rank or higher professions. Why didn't you take us to level up? Why did you go out of your way to take this good for nothing instead? He couldn't understand why Li Teng, who had transferred to become a blacksmith, was still favored by the homeroom teacher, who even broke the rules to personally take him training. Hearing Li Jian persist on the matter, Lu Ruyan grew angry as well. I've told you, Li Teng isn't a good for nothing. He actually. Ms. Lu, keep this confidential. Nye Xiaoying's eyes flashed with coldness, cutting off Lu Ruyan's words. She coldly swept her gaze over the disheveled students. Who we level up with is none of your business. This place isn't safe. Since you have nothing to do here, you'd better leave immediately. Nye Xiaoying waved her hand, and everyone followed suit, getting into the car. Lu Ruyan cast a complicated glance at her students, sighed, and said, Forget it. Take care of yourselves. With that, she turned and got into the passenger seat of the Hummer. Watching the taillights of the Hummer fade into the distance, Su Han fell into deep thought. What kind of special connections does this Li Teng have that even the teachers and the military are so protective of him? Fu Yai looked up, his eyes filled with hatred. The state explicitly prohibits off-campus tutoring and strictly forbids teachers from privately taking students to level up. Lu Ruyan was breaking the law and defying authority. That was a serious crime. I must report them. Chapter 9. This Li Teng must be the illegitimate son of the city lord. The Great Xia Empire has explicit regulations to cultivate the martial spirit of new job changers and prevent premature advancement. Private tutoring is strictly prohibited. Even the sons of noble families dare only secretly gather a few guards of similar levels to form a group for training, fearing discovery. Fu Yai suddenly declared she would report her own homeroom teacher, leaving Wang Meng and Luing, who had been silent all along, wide-eyed in shock. Su Han and Li Jian were also completely taken aback, never expecting her to pull such a move. Yes, report them. I'll testify for you. Li Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pumped his fists, determined to make Li Teng, that good-for-nothing, pay the price. Fu Yai pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The screen's glow made her face look distorted. Lu Ruyan, you brought this upon yourself. Su Han was horrified and quickly grabbed Fu Yai's hand. Are you crazy? Ms. Lu just saved our lives. Though he also envied Li Teng, he had always harbored a crush on this goddess-like teacher and didn't want to involve her in this. Fu Yai, however, clenched her teeth and said, She's a teacher. Seeing us in danger, saving us is her duty. Besides, she admitted herself that she was the one who caused this mess. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have nearly lost our lives. Li Jian chimed in from the side, That's right. We're all rank professionals, yet why does Ms. Lu favor that good-for-nothing Li Tang? That's not fair. Su Xiao, you've even switched to a hidden profession. There are only a few of you in the entire Kanglan city. Ms. Lu doesn't even take you along to level up, yet he gets to enjoy this special treatment? Exactly, why? Su-han clenched his fists tightly, a flash of resentment in his eyes. But when he thought about how his homeroom teacher, Lu Ruyan, always looked out for Li Tang, and how the military seemed to be protecting him, Su-han couldn't help but hesitate. Let go. Fu Yike, however, had already been completely consumed by jealousy, disregarding everything else. He forcefully shook off Su-han's hand and shouted into the phone. Hello, I want to file a formal complaint. A teacher is secretly helping a newly transferred student level up. Yes, it's Lu Ruyan from 3rd Middle School, taking Li Tang, who transferred to become an ironworker, with his student ID number, and the location is Silver Pine Forest. Evidence? All 5 of us who transferred saw it with our own eyes, and they admitted it themselves. How could it be fake? Will you investigate this thoroughly? Fine, I'll wait for your decision. Fu Yike held the phone, coldly watching the military Humvee drive away. The Great Xia Empire imposes severe penalties on teachers who privately mentor students. Once confirmed, the teacher may even lose their teaching credentials, and the students would have little chance of being admitted to top universities. She knew this was ungrateful, but thinking about her ex-boyfriend Li Tang, whom she had discarded like trash, being looked upon favorably by the top beauty Lu Ruyan and even being personally trained by her, she couldn't help but feel furious. Especially when she recalled the scene from yesterday where Lu Ruyan had affectionately linked her arm with Li Tang's. Fu Yike felt as though she had swallowed a whole lemon, her heart filled with bitterness. Hello, regarding your report about Lu Ruyan and Li Tang taking students to level up, we have verified the situation and found it to be true. However, this practice session has been reported to the Education Bureau and is fully compliant with regulations. Thank you for your report and for supporting the educational work in Kanglan City. Wishing you a pleasant day. Upon hearing the operator's response, the smug smile that had just appeared on Fu Yike's face froze instantly, and he shouted angrily, "What do you mean, legal and compliant? There's something fishy going on here. I demand a reasonable explanation." On the call center agent's computer screen, Li Tang's information was marked as confidential, and she had no authority to view it. She knew what this meant. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she coldly replied, "I'm sorry, I can't disclose that information. If you are dissatisfied with my service, you may file a complaint with the higher authorities." She hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Fu Yike was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged, almost crushing the phone. Go ahead and complain. She was filled with resentment and dialed the phone number of the Kanglan City Education Bureau again. Hello, I want to file a complaint. And your operator. I strongly suspect she's in cahoots with that Lu Ruyan and that good-for-nothing Li Tang. I demand you handle this seriously. There was a moment of silence on the other end. The situation you reported is true, but the training session was authorized by higher-ups. Additionally, your behavior has caused significant disruption to our work. The voice on the phone grew stern. If you make malicious reports again, we will contact your school for severe disciplinary action. How is that possible? Fu Yike stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded, and hung up the phone helplessly. Su-han and Li Jian exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. They had been classmates for 3 years and knew that Li Tang was an orphan with no connections or background. Why was he now able to get official permission for something as private training? Su-han, who had initially felt a bit of schadenfreude, quickly abandoned the thought to his side and said, "Let's go. This place isn't safe. Let's head back to the city before it gets dark." Li Jian hung his head dejectedly, following Su-han slowly. Wang Mang and Luing exchanged glances and hurried to catch up. "Wait for me." Fu Yike's expression fluctuated between anger and frustration. Seeing the others walk away, he finally stomped his foot and chased after them. Sitting in the SUV heading back to the city, Fu Yike grew increasingly furious. "I won't believe this nonsense." She suddenly burst into a nervous laugh, opened her phone, and began writing a sensationalized account of the incident. Fu Yike's fingers, dyed with red nail polish, typed the title on the phone screen, "Teachers' Unwritten Rules with Students, Military Privilege Scandal." She pressed the send button with force. "Humph, I'll post this online and see how you can cover it up now." As night fell, the wilderness became even more dangerous, with some high-level magical beasts emerging to roam. The off-road vehicle sped along, finally arriving at Kanglan City before dark. Seeing the city gates in sight, Su-han and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. They had encountered a pack of wolves earlier that day, and all their medicinal potions had been depleted, with much of their equipment damaged. They urgently needed to return to the city for repairs. However, something seemed amiss. The city entrance checks were far stricter than usual. A squad of soldiers in black uniforms stood nearby, their sharp eyes scanning every passerby. The Gestapo of the National Security Bureau. Su-han's pupils contracted as he recognized their identities. The Gestapo are all-powerful warriors above level 40, serving as the city lord's personal guard. They are responsible for counter-espionage, counter-terrorism, and intelligence gathering, holding immense power and rarely making public appearances. What major incident could have occurred to summon these fearsome figures? Li Jian and the others were also filled with confusion, but Fu Yike felt a lingering unease in his heart. Stop and inspect. The lead Gestapo agent, dressed in a crisp military uniform, glanced at the device in his hand and walked directly towards Su Han's off-road vehicle. Fu Yike's unease intensified. Just as he was about to speak, Su Han lowered the window with a smile and asked, "Sir, what's the matter?" The Gestapo officer didn't even glance at Su Han, instead fixing his gaze on Fu Yike in the back seat and coldly said, "Fu Yike, you've committed a crime. Come with us." Fu Yike's face turned deathly pale, but he dared not resist and obediently got out of the car. Is Fu Yike a foreign spy, or did he set off fireworks and blow up the sewer? Watching Fu Yike being taken away by the National Security Department, Su Han and the others were all stunned. Back at Lu Ruyan's villa, Lu Ruyan spoke softly, "You've been tired all day. Go rest early." The subtle hint of seduction in her voice made even the other women, like Nie Xiaoying, feel a touch of jealousy. Li Tang stretched lazily. "You're telling me I was promoted to level 10 in just one day? I'm completely exhausted." As soon as he said that, Nie Xiaoying and the others nearly rolled their eyes to the sky. Today, they had been fighting monsters with their lives on the line, while this guy had been comfortably hiding in the Hummer, drinking and snacking all day. Where was he tired? However, they were all soldiers and didn't bother arguing with Li Tang over such trivial matters. They simply went about arranging the night watch. The next morning, Lu Ruyan brought Li Tang to the school's forging room, where Principal Zhao Zihan had been waiting for them for some time. Although Li Tang had already reached level 10, he had chosen the life skill profession of blacksmith. To claim the advancement quest, he must first max out the entry-level skill proficiency of forging technique. Other life profession practitioners often had their skill proficiency overflowing long before their level increased, but his situation was exactly the opposite. Is this the perk of being backed by the state? He couldn't help but admit this feeling was damn satisfying. As soon as Li Tang entered the forging room, he noticed it was packed with forging materials. Li Tang's eyes widened. "Old Zhao, with all these minerals, are you trying to kill me?" Zhao Zihan laughed and scolded, "You little brat, it's all to help you meet the promotion requirements sooner. And all of this is free. Be grateful." He pointed to the side, where there were potions to restore stamina and mental energy, as well as plenty of food and water. "You won't be going out for the next few days. Just focus on forging for me." With ample raw materials, Li Tang was full of energy. When he was hungry, he ate some dry rations. When he was tired, he rested for a while on the makeshift bed nearby. With the dual boost of 10x forging speed and a 30% increase in base success rate, Li Tang managed to raise his entry-level proficiency in forging to 100 points in less than 3 days, meeting the requirements for advancement. Zhao Zihan and Lu Ruyan hadn't left either, staying by his side the entire time to take care of him. Only Nie Xiaoying and the others were deeply frustrated. They had been informed from the start that they were to guard the outer perimeter of the forging room, and no one was allowed to approach within a step. "Our mission is to provide 24/7 close protection for Li Tang." Nie Xiaoying initially argued back with a cold expression, but Zhao Zihan merely scoffed and made a phone call. Shortly after, Nie Xiaoying received orders to follow Zhao Zihan's instructions without question, or face military discipline. With no choice, Nie Xiaoying reluctantly complied. This Li Tang must be the Lord's illegitimate son. Nie Xiaoying exchanged glances with Aiken Meija, silently cursing under her breath. Finally, it's over. Li Tang swung his arm, and the iron hammer clanged to the ground. His entire body felt as though his bones had been pulled out, collapsing stiffly onto the ground, his eyes filled with exhaustion. 3 days of intense equipment forging had completely drained him. Meanwhile, Principal Zhao Zihan held a dozen or so pieces of green-quality equipment emitting a soft glow, tears welling up in his eyes. With these items, those children with exceptional talent will definitely level up much faster. All of these items were obtained by Li Tang using his unique talent that increases the chance of upgrading an item by 1 tier by 10%, a gamble he had taken. Not only do they have attributes 3 times higher than normal, but their usage levels are all below 10, making them the ultimate leveling gear for new players. It's important to note that equipment that reduces the required wear level is extremely rare. Apart from certain special bosses dropping them, they can only be crafted by master-level blacksmiths with 100 refinements, and even then, the chance is extremely low. Even if you were to sell just one piece on the market, it would fetch over 300,000 gold. Those newly transferred wealthy students will definitely fight tooth and nail for it. Chapter 10, Equipment with Golden Attributes. The next morning, accompanied by Lu Ruyan, Li Tang headed to the guild hall to claim his advancement quest, while Nie Xiaoying and the others remained in hiding to provide protection. It had only been 4 days since the newcomers had completed their job transitions, and most of them had only reached around level 68. No one had come to claim their advancement quests yet. Additionally, since Li Tang was a lifestyle professional, the receptionist was surprised and couldn't help but take a closer look at him. After inputting his mental energy, the advancement crystal quickly glowed, and a dazzling light point shot into Li Tang's forehead like a meteor. Killing a level 10 boss-level monster, the Fangs of the Wild Boar King, and obtaining a class advancement crystal? Looking at the content of the advancement quest he had received, Li Tang was speechless, unable to help but blurt out a curse. Are you kidding me? He was a lifestyle professional with almost no combat ability. Even killing a monster of the same level was a struggle. Now he was being told to take on the Boar King alone? What was the difference between that and suicide? Don't panic. Don't forget, we've got your back. Lu Ruyan patted Li Tang on the shoulder, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Don't worry, I've got this covered. Exactly, I've got connections now. It's just a simple job change quest. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a level 10 Boar King boss. Li Tang excitedly pulled Lu Ruyan toward the exit, eager to show off his skills. The front desk attendant watched their backs and shook her head. Sigh, I wonder how he leveled up so fast. Turns out he's just a freeloader. At the foot of Funition Mountain, with the combined efforts of Lu Ruyan, Nie Xiaoying, and others, Li Tang's target was captured alive and unharmed. The level 10 Boar King was bound tightly and lay on the ground struggling desperately, letting out angry growls. Lu Ruyan playfully winked. I told you I had a plan. Li Tang nodded in admiration, pulled out his blacksmith's hammer, and walked over. 3, 5, 4, 3. Li Tang's hammer struck the Boar King's hard steel bristles, sending sparks flying, but the damage inflicted was no match for its healing speed. Maybe we should go back and get a new advancement quest? He scratched his head awkwardly and suggested helplessly, maybe we could switch to a slime instead? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but giggle, pulling out a long sword from her backpack and handing it over. I knew you couldn't handle it. The principal gave this to me before we left. Li Tang took the sword and his eyes lit up. It was one of the fine iron swords he had forged himself. Refined iron sword green fine, attack 84, strength 45, constitution 18. Level requirement 10. Principal Lao Dang, you've betrayed me. I'm a blacksmith, after all. I forged so many weapons, yet I didn't keep a single one for myself. I've been going around unarmed all this time. With the refined iron sword's enhancement, the situation turned around instantly. The sharp blade easily sliced through the wild Boar King's defenses. Plus, it was bound tightly, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly as Li Tang kept striking at its neck, eyes, and other vital areas. The blood-red vertical pupils of the Boar King were filled with humiliation and resentment, but in the end, it couldn't escape this fate. Li Tang clutched the advanced crystal that had appeared in his hand, closed his eyes, and focused his mind on absorbing the energy within. A massive, pure force surged into his body like a tidal wave, cleansing his very being and coursing through his veins. Suddenly, Li Tang felt a jolt in his mind, as if breaking through an invisible barrier. The latent power within his body was fully unleashed. He exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly opened his eyes, and a faint gleam of light flashed within them. The advancement crystal in his hand had turned into a pile of powder. Name, Li Tang. Occupation, blacksmith skilled, has mastered basic techniques, beginning to demonstrate personal forging talent. Level, 10 level up progress, 0%. Strength, 70. Intelligence, 25. Agility, 25. Constitution, 43. Free attribute points, 60. Innate talent, Bagua Furnace Trait 1, turn stone into gold. Trait 2, sacrifice treasure to condense spirit. Trait 3, unlocked after second tier advancement. Trait 1, alchemy. Base success rate for crafting equipment increases by 30%, with a 10% chance to upgrade the equipment by 1 tier. Crafting speed increases by 10 times, and the attributes of crafted equipment are boosted by 300. Trait 2, sacrifice and condense spirit. Sacrificing equipment or magic crystals can charge the Bagua Furnace. Once the energy bar reaches 100%, you can add a special trait to equipment. Feature 3, Heaven and Earth Transformation. Through a special forging process, you can synthesize and upgrade equipment, gems, runes, magic crystals, etc., or decompose and convert them into other attributes. You can also fuse and transfer the attributes or traits of one piece of equipment to another. Note, the equipment being transformed will disappear after fusion. Specialization, Hammer Specialization. Skill, Forging Technique Proficient, allows crafting of green quality and below equipment. Proficiency, 0-100, success rate, 1030%. Equipment, Steel Sword. Sure enough, the third trait appeared. Looking at his attribute panel, Li Tang was overjoyed, and the effects were truly game-changing. Compared to before, each of his 4 primary attributes had increased by 5 points, and he was also rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Facing Lu Ruyan's intense gaze, he smiled slightly and sent his attribute panel to her to view. Great! Let's go back and test it out right away. After seeing Li Tang's attributes, Lu Ruyan was also excited, her face flushed red. When the group arrived at the school's forging room, they found not only Zhao Zihan waiting there but also the Education Bureau Chief Lu Jialan. Stay outside the door. No one is to approach. Lu Jialan's expression was stern, and his tone left no room for argument. The elite of the City Defense Army were actually assigned to guard the door again. However, Nie Xiaoying and the others dared not object. In an era of universal job transitions, the Education Bureau Chief was a high-ranking official on par with the City Defense Army commander. They weren't fools, they had already noticed that Li Tang must have something special about him in the past few days, but Lu Jialan's arrival still left them stunned. After activating the shielding array, Zhao Zihan retrieved a camera from his spatial ring, set it up in a suitable position, and prepared to record the entire scene. You're doing well. I've heard of your name and your deeds. The city lord is also very concerned about your growth. Lu Jialan looked at Li Tang with admiration in his eyes. Gold always shines. He handed Li Tang a stack of blueprints and smiled. These are forging blueprints for green quality fine equipment. They're perfect for you right now. Don't worry about the materials, I'll pick out the best set for you later. Is this the perk of being backed by the state? Li Tang took them and counted. There were over 20 sheets, including blueprints for equipment like the blue blade sword, shadow dagger, steel armor, and lion barbarian helmet, and even the rarest necklace, belt, and ring forging blueprints. He was overjoyed and immediately converted the blueprints into white light to study them. With his innate ability to increase the quality of an item by one tier with a 10% chance, he would eventually be able to save up enough to craft a set of top-tier blue quality rare equipment for himself. After all, a full set of blue equipment costs at least several million, and many players who reach level May 30th not even be able to gather all 12 pieces. And he could wear it at just level 10, plus it was a super enhanced version with triple attribute bonuses. Today's main purpose is to test your talent trait too. I've brought various pieces of equipment and magic crystals of different tiers for you to use as offerings. Lu Jialan waved his hand, and the forging room was instantly filled with a pile of items emitting various lights. If there weren't enough, there were more. Li Tang nodded, and a massive golden cauldron shrouded the entire forging table. Looking at the cauldron engraved with countless complex runes, Lu Jialan was so surprised that he opened his mouth wide. He never expected your talent to manifest such an extraordinary phenomenon when activated. Li Tang smirked triumphantly, casually grabbing a white-quality dagger and tossing it into the Under the intense flames inside the furnace, the dagger instantly turned into white particles and dissipated. At the same time, a white energy bar appeared on the surface of the Bagua furnace, displaying 1100. Everyone exchanged glances, understanding the situation. It turned out that sacrificing the lowest quality white grade equipment with no additional attributes could only increase the white energy by 1 point. Li Tang continued to experiment by sacrificing various items, discovering that the amount of energy gained varied. Among them, magic crystals were the highest, with different grades increasing energy by 35 points. Equipment came next, with each piece providing 13 points based on its quality and attributes. Moreover, sacrificing items of different tiers caused the energy bar to display 5 colors: white, green, blue, red, and gold, each representing the color of the attributes that could be added. Lu Jialan pulled out an item and handed it to Li Tang, saying in a serious tone, "Fill the white energy bar first and see if you can add an attribute to it." Wind Guardian Purple Excellence, Intelligence 160, Constitution 136, Agility 128. Level Requirement 36, Intelligence Requirement 250. This was an exceptional purple grade necklace, featuring 3 attributes, the only drawback being that it didn't have any additional attributes. Li Tang nodded and sped up the sacrifice process. The white energy bar quickly filled up, glowing with a soft light. He gripped the Wind Guardian in both hands and tested it, then shook his head and said, "No good. The system says I can only add tags to equipment I craft myself." Lu Jialan sighed, "What a pity." That's true. If Li Tang could add attributes to other equipment, the nation would spare no expense to gather massive resources for him to sacrifice. Then, attaching golden attributes to all those high-tier equipment would allow them to sweep through everything on Blue Star and be invincible. He thought for a moment, then handed Li Tang a long sword. "Try this one." Li Tang recognized it as the first piece of equipment he had crafted himself. With a 10% critical hit rate, it had upgraded from its original white common quality to green fine quality, making it highly commemorative. He gripped the refined iron sword with both hands, and a dazzling white light flashed. Everyone rushed forward eagerly to check the attributes. Critical Strike Steel Sword Green Fine, Attack 72, Strength 36, Agility 27. Critical Strike, Attack 50, Critical Strike 5, deals 200 base attack damage as critical damage. Level Requirement 3. The attributes at the front of the long sword remained unchanged, but a white critical hit tag had been added at the back. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, gasping. This simple yet brutal term, when added, instantly turned the sword into a super-powered weapon in the eyes of newcomers. Not only does it have overwhelming attack power, but the most astonishing part is that it can be used at just level 3. A warrior-class character with the sword talent awakened could even use this sword to take on bosses of level 8 or below alone. Lu Jialan held the long sword aloft and laughed triumphantly, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! Exchanging 100 pieces of the worst generic equipment for this single term, it's worth it. With such a weapon, how could the prodigies of the Great Xia Empire fail to rise swiftly?" Lu Jialan clenched his teeth, gritted his resolve, and pulled out dozens of 5th-tier magic crystals from his spatial ring. He was going all in. "These are all my life savings, use them to get me a golden skill description." Magic crystals have a wide range of uses, including setting up arrays, storing magic power, crafting, upgrading, or enhancing equipment, and their market price has always been sky high. 5th tier magic crystals are intermediate grade crystals, the most versatile and in high demand, with each crystal worth at least 3 million. Alright. Li Tang didn't hesitate, taking the magic crystals and beginning the sacrifice. With each magic crystal disappearing into the Bagua furnace, Lu Jialan's face twitched involuntarily, clearly feeling the pain of parting with them. Finally, the golden energy was fully charged, emitting a dazzling glow. Use the best for the most important tasks. Li Tang didn't rush to add any attributes. Instead, he took a piece of black iron ore and began forging the blue blade sword. After several failed attempts, he finally triggered the trait with a 10% chance to increase the equipment's tier by 1, causing the forging table to flash with dazzling blue light. Ding, blue rare quality glowing sword crafted successfully. You gain 1 skill proficiency and 10 experience points. Li Tang grinned and channeled the power of the Bagua furnace to attach the golden attribute to it. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on him, their hearts pounding in their throats, fearing that a useless attribute might be added. Suddenly, a blinding golden light flashed, and a brand new attribute appeared on the long sword. Chapter 11, Holy Sunset. Flowing light sword blue rare, attack 282, strength 114, agility 81, constitution 96. Critical strike gold, base attack power increased by 300. When the opponent's health is below 30, there is a 10% chance of a one-hit kill. Level requirement, 12. The moment the golden attribute description appeared, the forging room seemed to freeze in time, plunging into an eerie silence. Everyone stared in disbelief, fixated on the glowing sword's attribute description, their faces betraying their astonishment. After a long moment, the crowd erupted into excited cheers. The glowing sword's attack power reached 282, surpassing even purple quality weapons and meeting the standards of orange quality epic weapons. However, that wasn't the most crucial part. The critical hit golden attribute was the real game changer. You see, many dungeon bosses trigger a burst when their health drops below 30%. Some bosses are even more annoying, capable of instantly restoring a large amount of health even when their health drops below 10. Imagine this, a group of players exhaust all their resources and struggle to weaken a boss. Just as victory seems within reach, the boss suddenly goes into overdrive, or even transforms into its full power form. Who wouldn't lose their cool? But with the Fatal Strike Golden trait, which grants a 10% chance for a one-hit kill, all boss-level monsters will be nightmares. The value of this equipment can no longer be measured in mere gold. Continue your experiments. I'll report this to the city lord immediately. Lu Jialan's voice trembled slightly with excitement. He carefully stored the long sword and the recording into his spatial ring, then rushed out the door impatiently. Sigh, all day long you tell me to stay calm when something happens, yet you're the one overreacting. Zhao Zihan watched Lu Jialan's departing figure and laughed, spitting out a curse. What a disgrace. It's just a broken sword. What's there to get so worked up about? Li Tang also dismissed it with disdain. Wait until I'm higher rank, the gear I'll craft will be way better than this. Zhao Zihan gently slapped him on the shoulder and laughed, stop talking so much. Get to work. Alright. Since Lu Jialan had already promised him a set of equipment of his choice, not taking advantage of this opportunity would be a shame. City Lord Su Hui paced back and forth in the City Lord's mansion, feeling irritable. He had reported Li Tang's matter 5 days ago, but there had been no response from above. In the neighboring Flying Dragon City, an SS-ranked Dragon Knight had awakened, and the higher-ups were swarming there like sharks sensing blood, promising to return to Kanglan City in 2 days. Moreover, news arrived yesterday that the Dragon Knight had been officially included in the National Special Talent Cultivation Program for intensive training. What's so special about an SS-ranked class? Without the enhancement of top-tier equipment, even an SSS rank would see a significant drop in combat power. Just then, Lu Jialan burst in excitedly, Lord City Master, great news. Upon seeing the additional attributes in golden text on the flowlight sword, even Su Hui, who had reached the peak of the 60th level, couldn't help but tremble slightly in his palms, his heart racing for a long time. Lu Jialan continued his report, not only that, but Li Tang's innate talent has indeed manifested its third trait, just as we predicted. Although the specific effects cannot be tested yet, based on the description, it is also an incredibly powerful ability. Su Hui's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Excellent. Excellent. Let's see what those above have to say now. He looked down on them with disdain. Those old fossils had no eye for talent at all. In the face of Li Tang's innate talent, the SS-ranked Dragon Knight from Flying Dragon City was nothing. Not even a fraction of his ability. Li Tang is the one who should be included in the national level special talent cultivation program, and at the very top tier. In the past, the Great Xia Empire produced an SSS-ranked top-tier special talent who gained fame 30 years ago. He could transform into a giant dragon and was known as the Dragon King. This wasn't some Western-style flying lizard, but an Eastern divine dragon with immense power and skills. Now at level 90, he is one of the few remaining strongest beings in the world. However, the class change quest for special professions is incredibly difficult. Even with the combined efforts of the entire nation, the Dragon King can only reach the peak of level 90 and cannot break through the threshold of the 9 transformations. Even so, his combat power is no match for other 9 transformations masters. If Li Tang were to grow stronger and the Dragon King were to equip himself with the full set of gear he crafted, could he finally break through the barrier and add a top-tier combatant to the Great Xia Empire? And myself, stuck at level 60 for years, unable to pass the 6th transformation advancement quest. Now there's hope. No, we must provide Li Tang with even greater support and protection. Su Hui paced back and forth in the room, then suddenly stopped and shouted, "Someone come here. Notify the commander of the Imperial Guard, Lu Hong, and have him personally lead a group to protect Li Tang." Lu Jialin hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Lord City Master, too much of a good thing can be bad. This will only put Li Tang in the spotlight, making him a target for everyone, and those who can't rise to the occasion will take advantage of the situation. It would be better to split into 2 teams, one open and one covert. Let Lu Ruyan and Nie Xiaoying continue to accompany Li Tang openly while he levels up, while Captain Lu and his men provide covert protection." Su Hui considered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Alright, have Lu Ruyan, Nie Xiaoying, and the others all sign a confidentiality agreement. Anyone who leaks even a single piece of information will not be spared. As for reporting this matter, let's put it on hold for now. We'll deal with it when those old fools arrive." He was deep in thought when suddenly a subordinate reported that a second-tier low-level bronze dungeon had suddenly appeared on the Red Rock Hill south of Kanglin City. The newly appeared dungeon must be cleared to understand its specifics and assess the risks. Moreover, it was currently the period after new students had completed their class transitions, and some talented students had already finished their first-tier advancement tasks. If they accidentally entered this dungeon, any losses would be troublesome. Lu Jialin's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Lord City Master, this is a great opportunity to test that weapon." "Oh, who should we send?" Su Hui also perked up. "Li Tang." "No way." Su Hui refused without a second thought. Lu Jialin, however, had a different opinion. After all, it was just a low-level bronze dungeon below level 15. The difficulty was limited. He smiled and said, "Lord of the city, you've forgotten about that set of equipment? With that set of gear and his own custom-made full set of blue equipment, Li Tang wouldn't stand a chance." Su Hui considered it for a moment, shook his head, and said, "No way. Li Tang is a blacksmith with no attack skills. He can't possibly make use of that flowing sword. Plus, sending him alone into the dungeon is too dangerous." Seeing Su Hui still hesitating, Lu Jialin considered for a moment. "If that's the case, I'll recommend another person to accompany him inside." "Who?" "Your daughter, Su Jiao." Su Jiao is the pride of First Middle School. She recently transferred to the S-rank profession Gale Sword Saint, possessing extremely high attack speed and movement speed, striking like lightning with astonishing power. Not only that, but she has awakened her innate talent, Lingbo Microstep, which grants her agile movements and enhanced mobility, increasing her movement speed by 50% and evasion rate by 30%, perfectly complementing her profession. Even without a mentor, Su Jiao has already completed her first-tier advancement quest and is currently level 12, perfectly meeting the equipment requirements for the flowing light sword. "Her? No way." Su Hui still disagreed. This matter was of great importance. The more people who knew, the greater the risk of leaks. Lu Jialin stepped forward. "Lord City Master, leveling up in the dungeon is the fastest way. Lu Ruyan, Nie Xiaoying, and Li Tang are too far behind in level, and it's not very convenient. However, Miss Su Jiao is the perfect partner for him. With the young lady protecting her, clearing this low-tier dungeon shouldn't be too difficult." He smiled and continued, "Officer Yu, this is an opportunity to test new weapons. Privately, Miss Su Jiao is not only your daughter but also an S-rank professional. She deserves preferential resource allocation for cultivation." "Lord City Master, you can't let personal feelings override official duties." Su Hui fell silent upon hearing this, but eventually nodded in agreement. "Alright, I will speak with her personally and have her sign a non-disclosure agreement." When Lu Jialin returned with Su Jiao, Li Tang was still busy in the forging room at school. He had already sacrificed all the junk equipment and magic crystals brought by Lu Jialin and was now clanging away, forging new gear. Li Tang planned to use these free minerals to craft a set of top-tier blue gear for himself to enhance his defense. Even with teachers like Lu and Nie Xiaoying guiding him, some leveling locations were inaccessible to off-road vehicles. If he kept leveling up in his bare gear, he wouldn't feel secure. After all, this was just a game invading the real world. It wasn't just a simple game. Once you die, you're dead. There's no such thing as a save point to restart. Unless your body is intact and your party happens to have high-level priests, druids, warlocks, shamans, or paladins who mastered skills like resurrection, raise from the dead, soul return, ancestral spirit, or divine redemption. Only then might they be able to pull your soul back in time and save your life. Even then, the cost of resurrection is enormous. At best, you'll lose your current level, and at worst, you'll become a vegetable. Death ultimately remains under the control of the legendary god of the underworld. Take a break and see what I've brought you? Once Li Tang finished crafting a piece of equipment, Lu Jialin called him over, smiling as he pulled out several items. The holy sun set. Upon seeing the set of equipment emitting a gentle green glow, Zhao Zihan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What kind of equipment is worth such a commotion? Li Tang shot him a disapproving glance, set down his hammer, and looked toward the table, his eyes widening in astonishment. Holy Sun Armor Green Fine, Defense 36, Constitution 15. Level Requirement 10. Holy Sun Leg Guards Green Fine, Defense 21, Strength 12. Level Requirement 10. Holy Sun War Boots Green Fine, Defense 18, Agility 14. Level Requirement 10. Holy Sun Cloak Green Fine, Defense 22, Constitution 11. Level Requirement 10. Holy Sun Ring Green Fine, Constitution 15, Agility 12. Level Requirement 10. Holy Sun Necklace Green Fine, restores 10 HP per second, Intelligence 13. Level Requirement 10. Set effects 6 pieces, Constitution 50, all defense increased by 30, and a 10% chance to absorb the opponent's damage when attacked. It's actually a set. Don't underestimate these green quality items, their attributes may not match those of handcrafted gear. However, they include the necklace, ring, and cloak items that are extremely rare to obtain, and when combined, they significantly enhance the user's attributes and abilities. Especially the 30% increase in all defense and the 10% chance to absorb the opponent's damage when attacked, it's equivalent to 2 blue tier traits. Li Teng's voice trembled slightly. Is this for me? This Holy Sun set is undoubtedly the best gear for a level 10 newbie. Once you have advanced to the second stage, you can upgrade and transform them, which will significantly enhance your defensive capabilities. That's right, this set of equipment is the City Lord's reward for you. Lu Jialan smiled and replied, I'm also assigning you a task, to team up with her and explore the newly appeared second-tier low-grade bronze dungeon in the southern part of the city. After speaking, he stepped aside to reveal the girl standing behind him. Chapter 12, Wilderness Dungeon. Su Jiao from First Middle School. Even though she wasn't a student from their school, Zhao Zihan recognized her identity at a glance. Li Teng tilted his head to look at Su Jiao. The one who had reclassed into an S-rank magic swordsman? This girl was as beautiful as Lu Ruyan, but her demeanor and aura were a bit cold. Su Jiao also looked at Li Teng, her icy eyes flashing with a hint of shock. When she first saw the attributes of the flowing light sword, her shock was beyond words. She had assumed that only a master blacksmith of unparalleled skill could forge such a weapon, but never did she expect it to be a young man of her own age. Lu Jialan laughed, exactly. Lu Ruyan and the others are too far ahead of you in level. For now, she'll team up with you to help you level up. He pulled out several blueprints and a pile of materials and equipment from his spatial ring, sharpening his tools before getting to work. Over the next few days, you should first craft a few pieces of equipment for yourself and Su Jiao, then sacrifice items to imbue them with additional attributes. White or green attributes are fine, these are just low-tier transitional items, so there's no need to over-enhance the stats. Having someone to level up with is enough, it doesn't matter who it is. Once the City Lord sees your value, they'll definitely not send a useless person to guide you. Besides, even though Su Jiao is a bit cold, she is still a stunningly beautiful woman. Li Teng immediately nodded in agreement, while Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered with a hint of loneliness. With a 30% increase in base success rate and 10 times faster crafting speed, Li Teng swung the iron hammer until sparks flew, finally crafting several pieces of equipment tailored for himself and Su Jiao, and adding attributes to them. Rock Hard Helmet Green, Fine, Defense 81, Strength 36. Rock White, reduces critical hit chance by 3. Requires level 11. Cyan Flame Gauntlets Blue Rare, Defense 216, Agility 81. Parry Green, Parry Chance 3, and upon successful parry, 30 damage is negated. Requires level 12. Holy Light Ring Blue Rare, Intelligence 85, Constitution 102. Holy Light Green, when taking damage, has a 10% chance to restore 10 maximum health. Requires level 14. Emerald Wave Belt Green Fine, Strength 33, Constitution 36. Protection White, when attacked, has a 3% chance to trigger, increasing your spell damage reduction by 15 for 5 seconds. Requires level 13. Frost Tower Shield Blue Rare, Strength 111, Constitution 72. Shield Green, when taking damage, has a 5% chance to generate a frost shield that absorbs 300 damage per second for 10 seconds. Requires level 14. Shredding Warhammer Green Fine, Attack 84, Strength 30, Constitution 39. Stun White, has a 3% chance to stun enemies for 5 seconds. Requires level 13. Unfortunately, all of these items have level requirements, and Li Teng currently cannot equip them, leaving him to envy them from afar. It must be said that without a mentor to guide him, relying solely on the experience gained from successfully crafting equipment, the leveling up process is simply too slow. Li Teng worked tirelessly for nearly a day and night, crafting dozens of pieces of equipment but still couldn't reach level 11. As for Su Jiao, the City Lord Su Hui had given her a set of green quality Spirit Wind set, which grants an additional 30 agility and 15 attack speed. Paired with the flowing light sword and the few pieces of equipment Li Teng crafted for her, she was a formidable force. Even though she is only level 12 now, crushing this second-tier low-grade bronze dungeon is no problem at all. On the third day at dawn, Li Teng and Su Jiao arrived at the Red Rock Hill in the southern part of the city. This time, only Nye Xiaoying and 4 others accompanied them. Lu Ruyan had excused herself, claiming to feel unwell. In a valley here, a black fissure dozens of meters wide runs through it, with lightning-like patterns occasionally flashing across, making it terrifying to look at. The surrounding space was torn apart, forming countless tiny cracks. The distant mountains, trees, and even the sky were distorted by the fissures, as if twisted into an abstract painting by an invisible force. A squad of city guards was stationed nearby, preventing unsuspecting students from entering the area. It was said that the newly appeared dungeon, though dangerous, offered extremely generous rewards upon completion. Li Tang had never seen what a dungeon looked like before and was eager to try it out. Let's go in. Su Jiao nodded coldly, drew her sword, and led the way into the spatial crack. Li Tang shrugged and followed her inside. After a strong spatial fluctuation, the two found themselves in a mysterious place. The ground beneath their feet was soft and flat gray soil, dotted with odd, low-lying plants and shrubs that lay there in a dark, lifeless heap. Some were as thick as twisted dragons, others as thin as strands of hair, each with a unique form, yet all exuding a chilling and eerie aura, completely different from the plants on the surface. Li Ting turned around and saw a spatial fissure opening in the stone wall of the valley. They had emerged from there. The wonders of creation were truly astonishing. Due to the dim light, Li Tang strained his eyes to look into the distance but could only see about 30 to 50 meters ahead. Looking further into the distance, it was as if a layer of gray mist had been draped over everything, making the outlines vague and indistinct. However, judging by the outlines, there were endless mountains and low hills in the distance. Rivers of molten lava of varying thickness flowed from the distance, casting a faint glow that illuminated the nearby terrain in a twisted, dark red hue. The air was warm and dry. It was as though he had entered another world. Red Rock Hills. Su-han clutched the advancement crystal he had looted from the level 10 goblin chieftain boss, his heart racing with excitement. Damn it, I finally advanced. Among their team, only Su-han, who had transformed into an S-rank shadow archer, had the most complicated advancement quest. It took them a lot of effort to finally kill the target. On the way back, Su-han remained extremely excited, chatting and laughing with his companions. Look, what's that? Seeing the massive black crack in the valley, Wang Mang was utterly astonished. Su-han's eyes lit up. It was a wild dungeon. He truly lived up to his reputation as the top student at 3rd middle school, recognizing it immediately. Wild dungeons were extremely rare and usually only existed for a short time. Encountering one was pure luck. The first team to successfully clear it not only gains a massive reward but also obtains the first clear treasure chest, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's go check it out. Su-han turned the steering wheel, and the off-road vehicle swiftly headed toward the crack. Huh, the back of that person who just went in looks familiar. Before they could get closer, the priestess Luing spoke up in confusion. I think I saw him a few days ago. Li Tang. Su-han had the best eyesight and immediately recognized the person's identity. Is Teacher Lu taking Li Tang out for another solo leveling session? And it's an outdoor dungeon. Su-han clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh, a flash of anger and resentment flickering in his eyes. Why? Why? I'm clearly the top student in the school, and I'm the one who transferred to an S-rank profession. Why is he only taking Li Tang, that good for nothing, to level up? Lu Ruyan, you're so biased. Stop. City guards on duty. No one is allowed to approach. Nye Xiaoying led a group of city guards to guard the area. Upon seeing someone approaching, they immediately went to stop him. Although the confidentiality agreement did not explicitly reveal Li Tang's identity, she knew this person was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, the city lord wouldn't have personally ordered the city guard to cooperate so closely. What official business? Didn't someone just go in earlier? Li Jian was furious. Why could Li Tang go in, but we couldn't? Fu Yike remained silent. The day before, she had been taken away by the Gestapo and interrogated for an entire night. The videos she had sent out were deleted, and her phone was formatted multiple times. Even the private photos and videos inside were gone. After signing several confidentiality agreements, she finally returned home exhausted at dawn. She still feels uneasy to this day, sensing that Li Tang isn't as despicable as he appears on the surface. But on the day she switched jobs, the array master clearly said he hadn't awakened any occupational talents. He was a complete waste of space. Could there be something else going on? Fu Yike was completely baffled. Su-han also remained silent. That day, he had been worried that Fu Yike might be taken away by the Gestapo, so he used his family connections to investigate the situation. But because of this trivial matter, he was severely reprimanded by his father, who had always doted on him, for meddling in matters that weren't his concern. He also said, a real man has no shortage of women. Why are you so interested in someone like Fu Yike? It's making me very upset. Now that Li Jian, this traitor, had stepped forward, it was a good opportunity to see if they could uncover any secrets. Wang Mang and Luling cowered in the back, dared not utter a word. They were just ordinary students and didn't dare to challenge the authority of the city defense troops. The city guard was carrying out official duties, imposing martial law on the area, and prohibiting anyone unauthorized from entering. Nye Xiaoying's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as she said in a harsh voice, all unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. Ake and the others didn't say a word, but they subtly released a bit of their aura, causing Li Jian to take a few steps back in shock. Seeing Nye Xiaoying being so tough and none of Su-han's men coming to his aid, Li Jian immediately backed down. Alright. You city guards think you can bully people, huh? We'll see about that. Chapter 13, The Demon Camp of Despair. Li Tang surveyed the surroundings, his expression growing somber. The air was thick with demonic energy. There must be a connection to the demon realm. Demons from the demon realm, corrupted by darkness and evil energy, were mostly hideously deformed and had brutal, bloodthirsty natures. Moreover, they often possess extraordinary vitality, defensive capabilities, and regenerative abilities, making them extremely difficult to deal with. I had thought this was just an ordinary second-tier low-level bronze-ranked dungeon, but it turns out it's connected to the demon realm, making the difficulty skyrocket. No problem. No matter who comes, I will slay them with a single sword strike. Su Jiao snorted coldly, lifted her foot, and walked forward. Stay close behind me. I can't protect you if you lag behind. What a cold and arrogant girl. Li Tang smiled and shook his head, following closely behind. Treading on the dust within the dungeon, the two didn't go far before they spotted a small group of fallen demons. These creatures were one of the lowest-ranked demonic races, typically around level 1012. Their weapons were sheep-bone knives, with low attack power but high speed, and they had strong resistance to fire-based spells. Looking at the red, goat-horned, jumping and chattering little creatures in the distance, Li Tang said, "It seems there are no fallen demon wizards among them. As long as we don't get surrounded, they should be manageable." Lacanius. Upon seeing humans approaching, the fallen demons grew excited, shouting slogans Li Tang couldn't understand while wielding short knives and closing in. "They're just a bunch of trash." Su Jiao sneered disdainfully, her figure flickering as she appeared before the group of fallen mages. A flash of swordlight, and the long sword in her hand had already cleaved the first fallen demon in two. Before the blood could even spurt out, Su Jiao gracefully spun around and was already in front of another fallen demon, swinging her sword to sever its head. Instant kill, every single one was an instant kill. Li Tang stood by, speechless with astonishment. Even though he knew that the flowing light sword he had forged had extraordinary attributes, he never imagined it could unleash such power in Su Jiao's hands. Even a fallen demon of the same level as her couldn't block a single ordinary sword strike. Not only was Li Tang astonished, but even Su Jiao, who was currently using the flowing light sword to slaughter enemies left and right, felt a sense of disbelief. After all, a normal player could at most defeat monsters 1 or 2 levels higher than themselves, and those with better equipment could take on 3 or 4 at once. Without this long sword, even if she had reclassed into an S-rank Gale Sword Saint and donned a full set of green tier fine equipment, she wouldn't dare claim to handle so many fallen demons with ease. In just a moment, over 10 fallen demons were slaughtered by Su Jiao as easily as slicing vegetables, and not a single drop of blood touched her body. Ding, your teammate killed a level 10 fallen demon. You gained 80 experience points. Ding, your teammate killed an 11th level fallen demon. You gained 90 experience points. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 11. Your 4 primary attributes are now 1 each, and you have 5 free attribute points. Leveling up in a dungeon is indeed efficient. Killing just a dozen or so minor enemies had already boosted him to level 11. Li Tang was overjoyed and quickly took out the green quality rock helmet and put it on, significantly increasing his attributes in defense. These low-level demons are all penniless. They didn't drop anything at all. Though the eyes and blood of fallen demons are materials for certain potions, selling for hundreds of coins per set in the market. However, the corpses of demons are foul-smelling and repulsive, and neither of them felt inclined to dispose of them. Let's go! After killing the group of fallen demons, Su Jiao's breathing was only slightly labored. She shook the blood droplets off her long sword and continued forward, causing Li Tang to hurry after her in a panic. They moved forward in fits and starts, encountering mostly small groups of fallen demons, all of which were easily disposed of by Su Jiao. The dungeon was indeed a great place for leveling up moderate difficulty, plenty of enemies, and plenty of experience. Before long, Li Tang's experience had increased by a small amount. As they continued deeper into the dungeon, they encountered another group of fallen demons in a valley. However, this group was different from the ones they had encountered before. They had a fully established small camp. The center of the camp was surrounded by a stone circle, with crimson flames burning inside. Large pots were suspended above the flames. Inside the cauldrons, large chunks of unidentifiable bones and meat were constantly rising and falling, steaming and bubbling. A fallen demon wizard wielding a wooden staff danced around the cauldron in an exaggerated manner, muttering incantations non-stop. A crowd of fallen demons surrounded the cauldron in a circle, their eyes fixed on it, pushing and shoving each other, and chattering incessantly. Jiao, there are at least 40 of these fallen demons, and there's even a boss-level wizard among them. Li Tang hesitated at the sight of the large number of fallen demons and suggested to Su Jiao, "Why don't we hide for now? It's too late, they've already spotted us." Su Jiao coldly replied, "Besides, we're not that familiar yet. Just call me by my name." Indeed, the terrain here was flat and open, offering no cover. Moreover, demons are renowned for their keen sense of smell. Just as Li Tang and the others spotted the fallen demons, the demons also detected the two of them. The fallen demon wizard sniffed the air, stopped his eerie dance, and pointed his staff at the two of them, shouting, "Lacanius!" The smaller fallen demons, upon hearing the command, charged forward with their sheep-bone knives, drooling and howling. Human flesh is delicious, and they love it most of all. Alright, Ajiao. Li Tang moved swiftly, shielding Su Jiao with his body. Go, Pikachu. I'll back you up from behind. Su Jiao shot Li Tang a disapproving glance but said nothing, gripping her glowing sword and charging forward. With the wizard's blessings, the fallen demon's attributes had increased slightly, but they still couldn't withstand Su Jiao's sharp sword. Her movements were graceful and agile, and she moved quickly, dodging the smaller fallen demons while leaving behind a trail of dismembered corpses. The fallen demon wizard never expected this seemingly fragile young girl to be so powerful. He quickly began dancing again, chanting obscure incantations. A surge of magical energy enveloped the corpses of the small fallen demons killed by Su Jiao, and they slowly rose again, mindlessly chuckling as they charged toward Li Tang. Holy zombies! Li Tang jumped back in shock, shouting, Jiao, save me. Hold them off. I'll go kill the fallen demon wizard. That guy has the ability to resurrect other fallen demons. Su Jiao didn't go back to save Li Tang. She sliced the small fallen demons blocking her path in half with a single sword strike and accelerated toward the fallen demon wizard. Damn, how could I forget that? Li Tang, who was a renowned genius at his school, immediately recalled the theoretical knowledge he had learned in class. As long as the fallen demon wizard remained alive, the small fallen demons could be resurrected endlessly, and those resurrected fallen demons would not grant experience when killed again. He knew this wasn't the time for sentimentality and immediately took off running. The resurrected small fallen demons had stiff bodies and moved much slower than before. Li Tang, relying on his superior speed, led them in a circle around the camp. With the enhancement of the Lingbo Weibo talent, Su Jiao quickly broke out of the small fallen demon's encirclement and swiftly closed in on the fallen demon wizard. When a mage is surrounded by warriors, even a fool knows what's going to happen. The fallen demon wizard immediately stopped resurrecting his minions, swung his staff, and fired several fireballs at Su Jiao. Su Jiao didn't flinch or dodge, swiftly slicing the fireballs in half with a few swings of her sword. She flickered forward, already in front of the fallen mage, and swung her sword at it. The fallen demon wizard let out an agonizing scream as his staff snapped in half. His body was covered in crisscrossing wounds, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. The most fatal wound was on its abdomen, where the sword nearly sliced it open, exposing its intestines. However, as a boss-level demon, it survived Su Jiao's decisive combo. It survived 7 of my sword strikes and still didn't die. Su Jiao was also surprised and swung another sword, ready to strike again. Chapter 14, facing 3 boss-level monsters at the same time. This time, the fallen mage wasn't so lucky. Already severely wounded, its health dropped below 30. Su Jiao's sword triggered the flowing light sword ability, which has a 10% chance of a one-hit kill. It let out an agonizing scream and collapsed to the ground. The additional effect of the flow light sword is incredibly useful for killing bosses. Su Jiao looked at the long sword in her hand, feeling overjoyed. With the fallen mage wizard dead, the small fallen demons it had resurrected lost their magical support and collapsed once more. This allowed Li Tang, who had been dragging nearly 20 small fallen demons around like a train, to breathe a sigh of relief. The other small fallen demons also lost their will to fight, screaming and scattering in all directions. Su Jiao had no intention of letting them escape. Using her swift movements, she chased after them and killed each one. Ding, your teammate has killed an 11th level fallen demon. You have gained 90 experience points. Ding, your teammate killed a level 12 fallen demon wizard boss level. You gained 1,200 experience points. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 12. Your 4 primary attributes are now at 1 each, and you have 5 free attribute points. It's true that the experience in legendary wild dungeons is 20% higher than in regular dungeons. Li Tang pulled out the blue quality rare item Cyan Flame Gauntlets and equipped them while exclaiming, leveling up here is so fast. Equipping this item immediately increased his agility by 81 points, significantly boosting his speed. As the primary damage dealer, Su Jiao gained more experience and leveled up to 13 after defeating the small boss. Flying Eagle Gauntlets Blue Rare, Defense 204, Agility 96. Quick Attack Green, Attack Speed increased by 10. Requires level 13. She took out the blue rare quality equipment crafted by Li Tang and equipped it, feeling utterly amazed. What kind of freak was this man? The blue rare quality equipment he had crafted not only tripled all attributes but could also be worn at just a few levels. However, Su Jiao had always been a reserved person, and she only said indifferently, the boss dropped some loot. Go loot the body. Li Tang was extremely excited, rubbing his hands together as he hurried over. Back in the day, when I was playing games, I was known as the Red Hand Prince. This was my first time looting a corpse. I wonder what it'll drop. Spit. What a damn poor guy. Li Tang's face turned dark because all he managed to loot from the fallen mage wizard's corpse was a magic crystal and a green quality robe. Moreover, the robe's attributes were terrible. He could craft a better one himself. Li Tang spat on it and threw it into the Bagua furnace as an offering. Su Jiao saw this and, for the first time, a hint of amusement flashed in her cold eyes. After leaving the fallen demon camp, the two continued on their way. This dungeon was quite large, and along the way, they wiped out several groups of carrion demons and hyena-like monsters, as well as numerous other scattered or clustered magical beasts. They encountered 2 level 13 bosses along the way. Thanks to the luminous sword's overwhelming attack power and its golden attribute, Su Jiao dispatched them with the ease of slaughtering dogs and chickens. However, Li Tang's luck was truly terrible today. He didn't manage to loot a single decent item, leaving him so frustrated he kept slapping his own hands. Damn it, from now on, I must wash my hands with soap several times before entering a dungeon. This dungeon's leveling efficiency was truly impressive. After a few hours, Li Tang quickly leveled up again, reaching level 13, while Su Jiao directly jumped to level 14 and a bit more. Li Tang equipped the green quality emerald wave belt and replaced his refined iron sword with the shredding warhammer. With this, his strength attribute alone reached 139 points. Li Tang swung his hammer a few times, feeling very satisfied. Now I feel so strong that I could even crush a ogre with a single blow. You? Su Jiao shot him a disdainful glance and said, I could take on 10 of you. Li Tang's face turned bright red and he was speechless. There was nothing he could do. This woman had switched to the S-rank profession Gale Blade Saint, known for her lightning-fast attacks, capable of swinging her sword 7 times in a single second. He truly wasn't her match. Even now, he had never seen Su Jiao use a skill, not even when killing a boss she just used basic attacks. What's so great about her? In the end, she's just my bodyguard. Li Tang muttered to himself in frustration. Watch out, something's up ahead. After killing a few more groups of monsters, Su Jiao, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and assumed a defensive stance. Anything could happen in a dungeon, so Li Tang immediately grew vigilant. He looked up and saw a black stallion standing tall on a small hill about 100 meters away. Its long mane fluttered in the wind, resembling a black banner. Tall, muscular, and with a look of contempt on its face, its gaze seemed to deem everyone else a fool. The arrogant Dominator. Li Tang whispered in shock. The proud Dominator was a famous horse-like demon beast from the demon realm, known for its agility and high attack power. Extremely formidable demon beast. Judging by its size and presence on the hillside, it was likely a boss-level monster. That's right, it's a boss. As if sensing Li Tang's thoughts, Su Jiao sent him the information she had obtained using scanning technique. Obama, demon realm horse-like boss-level demon beast. Level 15. Attack 550. Defense 270. HP 50,000. Skills, lightning charge, flaming hooves, ambush. Li Tang sighed in relief after reading it. It's just a slightly stronger boss, right? With the shining sword equipped, your basic attacks alone can deal at least 1,000 damage per hit. With your attack speed, 50,000 HP should be a piece of cake. Su Jiao shook her head. It's not that simple. It has companions. As soon as she finished speaking, a massive lava dog appeared on the other side of the hill. This lava dog had thick limbs, its body covered in hardened lava skin, and it emanated a scorching heat. Its eyes betrayed a wild and untamed nature. Most astonishingly, it had a mane of fluffy golden hair, resembling a lion's mane. Trump golden-haired lava dog, demon realm K9 boss level monster. Level 15. Attack 580. Defense 350. HP 56,000. Skills, pass the buck, intimidation, flaming breath. Upon seeing the message sent by Su Jiao, Li Tang froze in place. Another level 15 boss level magical beast. Damn it, I must have forgotten to check the almanac today. How else did I end up facing 2 boss level monsters at the same time? He forced a smile and said, 2 bosses appearing at the same time is indeed tough to handle, but the Flowlight Sword's 300 base attack boost and 10% chance for a one-hit kill aren't something to sneeze at. Just swing your sword a few more times. I think we can take them down in 3 or 5 minutes at most. Su Jiao didn't respond, suddenly turning her body around. There, silently appearing, was a white old fox. It was covered in fur that stood out starkly against its surroundings, with a long, fluffy tail and a face sporting an eerily human-like smile. By Hua white-haired demon fox, demon realm fox-type boss-level demon beast. Level 15. Attack 427. Defense 220. HP 48,000. Skills, diplomacy, illusion mist, wisdom aura. Li Tang looked utterly dejected, his lips trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. What's going on today? Is the boss having a meeting or playing mahjong? He never expected that simply leveling up in a dungeon would lead him to encounter 3 boss-level monsters at the same time. The odds of that happening are lower than winning 5 million in the lottery. Chapter 15. It's okay, I've got this. Li Tang's heart sank to the bottom like a lead weight. 1 boss was easy to handle, and 2 were manageable. But facing 3 boss-level monsters at once? That's better off committing suicide. At least you won't suffer as much when you're devoured. After all, 3 boss-level monsters teaming up don't just have their strength multiplied, it grows exponentially. He couldn't understand why these bosses, which were rarely seen in dungeons, had suddenly gathered in such a small valley. Could they be guarding something? Fortunately, the 3 bosses were alone and hadn't brought any minions with them. If there had been more elite or regular level monsters, they would have been doomed this time. Shilio. Having gone without the taste of human flesh for so long, Aobama felt the hunger pangs in his stomach growing stronger. It let out a loud roar, dug its front legs into the ground, and charged down the hillside first. Aobama didn't even bother to glance at the two small karami, intending to kill them first and use them as a snack to fill his stomach, lest the yellow-haired lion dog snatch them away. The other two demon beast bosses saw this and also slipped down the slope, itching to join the fray. No problem, I've got this. Su Zhao's expression was solemn, but she showed no sign of fear. I'll take out that white-haired old fox first, its abilities are too dangerous for us. She shoved a stack of talismans into Li Tang's hands. Be careful and protect yourself. Wait for me to return. No sooner had the words left her mouth than her figure darted forward like a ghost, her long sword pointing straight at the white-haired demon fox's face. Li Tang caught them and saw that they were over a dozen barrier talismans, instantly calming his heart. Barrier symbol 3rd tier summons 2 barrier beasts to create an independent energy space, blocking all external attacks and interference. Duration, 10 seconds. These talismans were meticulously crafted by 3rd tier spirit talisman masters and were more than sufficient to withstand the full force of a level 20 boss's attack. Although they are single-use items and only last for 10 seconds, there are so many of them that they will definitely hold out until Su Zhao comes to rescue him. I knew it. The city lord only sent one person to accompany me on this upgrade quest. He must have made thorough preparations. Manhwa, the white-haired demon fox, never expected the seemingly weak human before him to take the initiative to attack. He was startled for a moment, then a cold, human-like smile appeared on his face. The negotiation skill activated, but before it could react, Su Zhao's lightning-fast sword already sliced past its body. However, Su Zhao's sword was simply too fast, severing several whiskers from its cheek. Manhwa's white-haired demon fox's expression changed drastically, and it hurriedly retreated to dodge. At the same time, its blue eyes emitted an eerie glow, and a thick fog quickly spread out from behind it. It's illusion mist. Be careful. Li Tang rolled sideways like a lazy donkey, scrambling out from under the hooves of the proud horse, and shouted the warning. Illusion mist is an extremely powerful support skill that can create various illusions within the mist. Not only can it conceal one's own presence and disrupt an opponent's perception, but it also inflicts both fear and confusion debuffs on the target. Whirlwind sword slash. Su Zhao coldly shouted, her body instantly enveloped by a green energy current, her speed suddenly surging. The flowing sword in her hand transformed into a series of sword shadows, accompanied by the whistling sound of cutting through the air, striking the Manhwa white-haired demon fox with the force of a storm. The flowing sword, with its base attack power boosted by 300, left a gushing wound on its body with every strike. How could this human woman be so fierce? The Manhwa white-haired demon fox was momentarily dazed. Before it could react, Su Zhao let out another furious shout, Sword Blade Storm. A dazzling array of sword lights radiated out from her like a whirlwind, forming a massive, rapidly spinning vortex in an instant. The storm blew away the white mist, and countless sword lights darted through the air like silver snakes, wildly slicing everything around them. In such a high-speed sword storm, Manhwa the white-haired demon fox couldn't move an inch, watching helplessly as his health plummeted rapidly. Suddenly, it opened its eyes in shock as its body was torn to shreds by the sword chi, blood spattering through the air, and fragments of flesh and limbs scattering in all directions. The Manhwa white-haired demon fox died without understanding why. Its health had only just dropped below 30%, and the opponent's ultimate move was already nearing its end. If it could just hold on, and wait for its two companions to arrive, there was still a chance to turn the tide. How could it have ended so suddenly? The swirling blades dispersed, revealing Su Zhao's graceful figure. She gasped for breath, her heaving chest rising and falling rapidly, but she was thoroughly satisfied with the weapon in her hands. Fatal Strike Gold, base attack power increased by 300. When the enemy's health drops below 30, there is a 10% chance to deal a fatal blow. The golden trait attached to the Flowlight sword was an unparalleled weapon against bosses. Especially in the hands of a high attack speed class like hers, it unleashed an unimaginable power. It only took 2 moves to take down a level 15 boss-level monster. Li Tang was struggling to defend against the attacks of but thanks to his high agility of 145, he managed to hold his ground. He glanced at Su Zhao and his expression changed drastically. Zhao, watch out behind you. It turned out that the Trump Golden Retriever Lava Dog had silently crept up behind Su Zhao and, taking advantage of her moment of breathlessness, opened its bloodthirsty maw and lunged forward. Whirlwind step. Su Zhao's figure suddenly became blurry and vanished from her original position, leaving behind a trail of afterimages created by her high-speed movement. She reappeared a few steps away. The Trump Golden Retriever Lava Dog's attack passed through her afterimage, striking nothing but air. She let out a sharp cry, spun her long sword, and stabbed toward the Trump Golden Retriever Lava Dog's eye. Su Zhao's attack was too fast for the Trump Golden Retriever to react, and it was instantly blinded in the left eye, letting out an agonizing howl. Su Zhao was about to press her advantage when she suddenly felt an invisible mental force collide with her, as if an invisible mountain were crushing down on her. Her body trembled uncontrollably. It was intimidation. Cold sweat immediately broke out on her forehead. She quickly withdrew her sword and retreated, only feeling slightly better after backing up several meters. The Trump Golden Lava Dog, with its remaining single eye fixed on Su Jiao, drooled from its mouth and let out a furious roar before charging once more. Su Jiao remained unfazed, holding her sword and engaging it in combat. Seeing Su Jiao escape danger, Li Ting finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had no offensive capabilities at all. If Su Jiao were to fall, he would never be able to escape this dungeon. Taking advantage of Li Ting's distraction, the arrogant horse charged forward with a thunderbolt dash, then raised its front legs high, and the two hooves, as wide as bowls, crashed down toward him. Su Jiao was too far away from Li Ting to reach him even with the gale step, and she couldn't help but panic. Li Ting couldn't dodge in time, but he remained calm as he tore open the barrier symbol. Two odd-looking bronze barrier beasts appeared instantly, holding long poles that formed a transparent membrane like an inverted bowl, enveloping Li Ting inside. No matter how hard Aobama's hooves stomped, they couldn't break through. Hit me, hit me. Li Ting, hiding inside the barrier, felt relieved and mocked the frantic Aobama with a contemptuous tone. The arrogant horse was filled with shame and anger, its dark face turning bright red, resembling burning charcoal from a distance. Shiliu Lu. It was completely enraged, its four hooves bursting into flames, relentlessly charging toward the barrier. Under Aobama's fierce attack, the surface of the barrier began to crack open in grotesque fissures. Damn it! Seeing the Aobama use its signature move, Flame Iron Hooves, Li Ting's expression changed, and he dared not continue arguing. He quickly scrambled away. The Aobama broke through the barrier and gave chase relentlessly. Jiao, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Li Ting shouted while constantly changing direction, moving towards Su Jiao. He also occasionally threw out a barrier symbol to barely fend off the Aobama's attacks. Here it comes. Su Jiao flickered out of the way, dodging the massive fire column spewing from the mouth of the golden-haired lava dog. She once again unleashed the Gale Sword Slash, carving out numerous huge, grotesque wounds on its body, with blood spurting out like water. The Trump golden-haired lava dog had witnessed the power of Su Jiao's technique before, and a hint of fear flashed in its soul eye. Its body suddenly emitted a burst of white light. Su Jiao's sword strike was only halfway through when the remaining attack suddenly veered off course, heading toward Li Ting and the proud horse nearby. Li Ting reacted swiftly, tearing open a barrier symbol to shield himself inside. The arrogant horse following closely behind him wasn't so lucky, instantly cut to pieces by silver snake-like sword beams, its body covered in blood. Aobama was completely dumbfounded, screaming in pain as he threw his head back. What a bizarre blame-shifting technique. It actually redirected the attack onto someone else. The Trump Golden Retriever Lava Dog opened its massive jaws, a crimson glow gathering within its mouth, ready to erupt toward Su Jiao's back. Stupid dog, look at the hammer. Seeing that Su Jiao couldn't dodge in time, Li Ting didn't hesitate, leaping high into the air and swinging his shattered armor warhammer with all his might, smashing it into the right cheek of Trump's Golden Retriever Lava Dog. Chapter 16, The Gate to the Demon Realm. The immense force caused the Trump Golden Retriever Lava Dog's head to jerk violently to the side. The flame projectile narrowly missed Su Jiao, exploding into a half-person deep crater on the ground nearby, sending dust and debris flying everywhere, obscuring the sky. It spat twice, spitting out several blood-stained teeth from its mouth. Its right cheek swelled visibly in an instant. The Trump Golden Retriever Lava Dog glared at Li Ting with its blood-red eye, ready to pounce and tear him apart, but suddenly felt a dizzy spell, its body swaying like a drunkard, unable to stand steady. Li Ting rejoiced, laughing, Jiao, it's up to you. He never expected that the white text on the shattered armor warhammer, which had a 3% chance to stun enemies, would actually come into play at this critical moment. Su Jiao, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity. She transformed into a silver whirlwind, sweeping the Trump Golden Retriever Lava Dog into its vortex. Blades danced through the air, emitting piercing whistles and trailing streams of blood. The Trump golden-haired lava dog's eyes had barely regained their clarity when they were sliced into several pieces by the terrifying sword blade storm, leaving only its golden yellow fur dancing in the wind. Seeing two comrades fall one after another, Aobama's heart filled with fear, and he didn't bother to continue fighting the two of them. He turned and tried to flee. Where can you escape? Su Jiao had used several powerful spells, her magic nearly depleted, her face pale. Seeing Aobama trying to escape, she quickly pulled out a bottle of potion and downed it, then, before her magic had fully recovered, she activated Whirlwind Step and gave chase. Wait for me. Li Ting dared not lag too far behind and quickly followed suit. Su Jiao's class change to Gale Sword Saint already emphasized agility, with her innate talent Lingbo Microstep increasing movement speed by 50, and the Spirit Wind set adding an additional 30 agility. Although the proud Dominator horse ran swiftly, it was soon caught up. It had no choice but to grit its teeth and turn to fight Su Jiao. Li Ting rushed over, panting heavily, and stood on the outskirts, shouting encouragement. Occasionally, he would step in to deliver a blow, distracting Aobama's attention. With his current equipment and 4 stat attributes, as long as Aobama didn't use any skills, even taking a kick wouldn't be a big deal. Perhaps as compensation for Li Ting's earlier act of touching the corpse, the 3% stun chance from the shattered armor warhammer activated once again. Taking advantage of the 5-second stun, Su Jiao thrust her flowing sword forward and launched a furious attack. However, her mana hadn't recovered much, leaving her unable to unleash powerful moves like Whirlwind Slash or Blade Storm. Li Tang wasn't about to back down. He took a swift step forward and smashed his hammer into the horse's front knee. Though Li Tang was just a blacksmith, his strength attribute had reached 139 points, surpassing that of warriors of the same level. A crisp cracking sound echoed through the air as the proud warhorse let out an agonizing scream, its front leg snapping in two, causing it to collapse to its knees. Now it couldn't run away even if it wanted to. Li Tang immediately jumped into the air, gathered all his strength, and struck its horse's head with another hammer blow. The black demon horse's head spun, nearly knocking it unconscious on the spot. This wasn't an ability granted by the item, it was pure physical dizziness. Strike while the iron is hot. Li Tang raised his shattered armor warhammer high and swung it down with all his might, striking the boss's body with relentless force. Su Jiao, meanwhile, kept her sword moving, repeatedly striking the vital points on the neck of the arrogant horse. The arrogant warhorse had no strength to fight back, rolling on the ground in agony as its health rapidly depleted. As its health dropped below 30%, the battle was over. Su Jiao delivered the final blow, piercing its throat with her sword, ending its life. Seeing the Aobama fall to the ground, the two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems we're still pretty strong after all, managing to take them all down. Li Tang caught his breath, gathered his strength, and began to collect the loot, putting away the 9 green quality equipment pieces and 3 magic crystals that had dropped. No one would believe it if they told anyone. Their team didn't even have a healer, yet 3 15th level demon realm bosses joined forces and were still defeated by 2 unknown human adventurers. Su Jiao leaned on her long sword, saying nothing, but she too found it hard to believe. Without the flowlight sword, facing 3 bosses, they would have fled without a second thought. The equipment crafted by this young man before them was more than enough to turn the tide of a battle. Now that the bosses are defeated, should we head out? The Aobama didn't disgrace their boss status, they granted high experience, causing Li Tang's experience bar to rise significantly, while Su Jiao directly leveled up to 15. Su Jiao's eyes fixed on the valley where the Aobama had appeared, and she said coldly, "I sense an evil aura in this valley. Let's go check it out." The previous battle had already fully demonstrated Su Jiao's S-rank Gale Sword Saint prowess, and Li Tang was brimming with confidence, fearing no danger. He also found it odd that the Aobama, Trump golden-haired lava dog, and Bai Hua white-haired magic fox were not weak. Any one of them should have been the final boss in this low-level dungeon, yet they all appeared in this valley at the same time. Su Jiao hesitated for a moment before finally nodding and stepping forward first. After leveling up, her health and mana were fully restored to their optimal levels. She replaced her old junk equipment with the blue-quality rare items crafted by Li Tang, the Stellar Blessing Necklace and Frostbloom Shield offhand, significantly boosting her attributes. She was now confident she could protect Li Tang safely. The sky was shrouded in a thick layer of purple-black gloom, plunging the entire valley into a oppressive darkness. The sheer cliffs on either side of the valley were jagged and rugged, with sharp rocks protruding upward like the fangs of demons, emitting an eerie glow. Several massive lizard-like monsters, covered in black scales, crawled slowly among the rocks. Upon sensing the scent of human flesh, they charged forward with blood-red eyes, but were swiftly killed by Su Jiao. They cautiously explored further, reaching the deepest part of the valley, where their expressions suddenly turned pale. There stood a massive white archway, over 3 meters tall, seemingly constructed entirely from intertwined white bones. Countless magical symbols swirled across the door, while molten lava raged inside like a river, occasionally erupting into massive pillars of fire. Low, rumbling roars and sharp, piercing screams echoed from within. On either side of the gate stood 2 enormous demon statues, each holding a massive battle axe, their hollow eyes glowing with a faint red light. The gate to the demon realm. Li Tang sucked in a sharp breath, forcing the words out of his mouth as if he were in excruciating pain. He instantly realized why the Aobama had appeared in this valley at the same time they were guarding this gateway to the demon realm. Let's go. Su Jiao also knew what this portal represented and acted decisively, pulling Li Tang back toward the valley exit. No one knew where this bone-white gate led to in the demon realm or what kind of monsters might emerge. Moreover, demons from the demon realm were notorious for being difficult to deal with. The two of them were outnumbered and outmatched, they had no chance of going in to investigate. Just as they took their first steps, the ground suddenly began to shake, as if a gigantic maggot were writhing beneath them, causing the earth to churn and crack open. Crimson blood began to seep slowly from the massive white bone archway, quickly turning the area into a blood-soaked mess, as if a bloodstorm had just swept through. Evil, bloody, and putrid odors mingled with and the intense smell of sulfur, all surging out from the demonic realm's gate. This was a nauseating stench that would send shivers down the spines of all living creatures, symbolizing death and destruction. With a strange, bloodthirsty roar, a massive, grotesque shadow with curved horns on its head slowly emerged from the bone-white gate. Chapter 17, The Barrier Symbol. Can it be used this way? This was a monstrous creature standing about 2 meters tall, its entire body covered in deep red lava. Its sturdy muscles seemed ready to burst through its skin, bulging wildly and arrogantly. Its head bore the signature curved horns of the demon race, and its two enormous eyes were a blood-red color, emitting a chilling, blood-red glow. 10 curved claws-like sides protruded from its body, and a long whip-like tail covered in backward-facing spikes swayed wildly behind it, leaving terrifying gashes on the hard ground with every swing. Savage, brutal, bloodthirsty, these words were tailor-made for it. Looking behind it, the bone gate was swarming with massive figures, their deafening roars echoing endlessly. Lava Demon. Legendary creatures said to dwell along the molten rivers of the demon realm. They are agile, incredibly strong, and have a temper as fiery as their nature. Their power ranks between levels 15-18. Unlike mindless creatures like the fallen demons or the carrion demons, these are the elite of the lower-tier demons, serving as the vanguard of the demonic realm. Some adventurers who have reclassed as necromancers or summoners can also summon these bloodthirsty creatures from another realm using their eerie death aura to aid in battle. I wonder what forbidden trigger the two of them activated to attract these creatures here. Block the door. The terrain of this valley is like a dead-end alley, straight and narrow. Li Tang made a decisive decision and shouted loudly, "We absolutely cannot let them out, otherwise, we're finished." These lava demons live in packs, like wild wolves roaming the wilderness. Once they lock onto a target, there's almost no chance of escape. Su Jiao said nothing, turning and dashing toward the demonic gate made of piled-up bones like a whirlwind. Li Tang clenched his teeth and followed closely behind. The scent of living beings was as irresistible to these bloodthirsty demonic creatures as the aroma of meat is to dwarves. The lava demon crawled out of the blood-soaked demonic gate, its crimson eyes immediately locking onto Li Tang and Su Jiao as they charged toward it. A feast was within reach. It extended its crimson tongue to lick the drool from its mouth, eager to pounce and tear them to pieces. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light swept toward it. Although the lava demon was of a higher rank than the three bosses like Aobama, its attributes were far inferior. Before it could react, it was sliced into several pieces by Su Jiao's swift sword, and purple black blood splattered the ground. Ding, your teammate has killed a level 16 lava demon elite. You have gained 180 experience points. Inside the demon realm gate, countless lava demons roared wildly with bloodthirsty fury, eager to rush into this new world to hunt. As soon as the lava demon blocking the entrance was killed, its companions grew excited, scrambling to push aside its corpse and jostling each other to squeeze out. However, the doorway formed by the bones was far too narrow. With their massive bodies over 2 meters tall, the demons became stuck in the doorframe during the scramble. Several lava demons trapped at the entrance swung their sharp, foot-long scythe-like claws wildly, but they couldn't reach their enemies. Instead, they blocked the path for their comrades behind them. Su Jiao wouldn't miss this opportunity. She unleashed the full potential of her whirlwind sword same class ability, swinging her sword like a whirlwind. 998, 1024, 1450. One after another, massive damage numbers appeared above the lava demons' heads. With their health below 15,000, they couldn't withstand Su Jiao's few strikes and were instantly killed. Good. Li Tang shouted excitedly. Before his words had even finished, the lava demons behind the demonic gate had already dragged their fallen comrades back, and 3 more lava demons leaped out, glaring malevolently at the two of them. Though not particularly intelligent, they quickly learned their lesson and no longer charged recklessly. Instead, they formed a line and emerged one after another. Su Jiao's face turned pale. She wasn't a heavily armored swordsman, and defense wasn't her strong suit. Though she quickly killed the first lava demon, she was forced back by the scythe claws of the other two. This couldn't continue. If they lost their position, they would soon be overwhelmed by the lava demons pouring out of the demonic gate. I'll help you. Li Tang stepped forward and swiftly tore open a barrier seal. The bronze barrier beast erected a water-like barrier, instantly blocking the path of the two lava demons. One of the lava demons' faces was distorted by the transparent membrane, leaving it completely bewildered. The demon realm gate was located at the bottom of the valley, with sheer rock walls on both sides and only a narrow passage less than 5 meters wide in front. The barrier's coverage area was not large, only 2 meters in diameter, but it blocked the majority of the passageway. Now, those inside couldn't escape, and those outside were blocked by the barrier. A group of lava demons were crammed together inside the demon realm gate, forming a mass of flesh. Su Jiao took a deep breath, and the whirlwind sword slash erupted once more. The swift sword lights instantly engulfed several lava demons in front of the demonic realm gate. The remaining lava demons were blocked from view by their companions and didn't even see where their enemies were coming from before being sliced apart by the sword beams and crashing to the ground with a thud. The greatest advantage of group-dwelling creatures lies in their numerical superiority. As one batch of lava demons fell, another batch of ugly, massive figures emerged from the swirling elemental light barrier of the bone gate. However, within these 10 seconds, the barrier Li Tang had erected was far beyond the capabilities of these demons to breach. Sharp scythe-like claws sliced through the rippling transparent barrier, but no matter how they screamed and roared, they could only scratch out a series of piercing sounds like a cat scratching glass. Su Jiao swung her sword swiftly, dispatching the remaining few lava demons with their health depleted. She never imagined that the barrier symbol, which had always been used for defense, could be used in this way. Taking advantage of the fact that no more lava demons were emerging from the demonic gate, Su Jiao quickly retreated, downed a bottle of mana restoration potion, and pulled out a dozen barrier charms from her storage backpack, stuffing them all into Li Tang's hands. Li Tang was overjoyed. With these barrier charms, none of the lava demons would be able to escape through the demonic gate before they were depleted. He adjusted his angle, covering most of the passageway with the barrier, leaving only a narrow gap less than a meter wide for Su Jiao to attack through. After all, these were demonic creatures with some intelligence. After the initial chaos, the subsequent lava demons quickly organized a counterattack. For the lava demons, known as the demon wolves of the demon realm, their formidable individual combat strength and vast numbers were their keys to victory, as well as the foundation of their widespread dominance and status as rulers of a region within the demon realm. Being blocked by an alien force and slaughtered at will was a scenario that had never before occurred in the long history of the lava demons. They swiftly retrieved their fallen comrades' bodies, tossing them into the lava rivers behind the demonic realm gate, then surged forward once more. The barrier formed by the barrier seal was only a few meters tall. Several lava demons attempted to use their powerful jumping ability to leap over it and tear the two despicable enemies to shreds. Facing the surging lava demons, Su Jiao did not charge forward to engage in close combat this time. Instead, she pulled out a talisman from her bosom and tore it open. In an instant, massive ice spikes tore through the air, whistling toward the lava demons. The clawing lava demons suddenly felt a chill, and their bodies were pierced with several transparent holes. Their blood hadn't even had time to flow out before it froze solid. Not only that, but even their dark red lava skin was covered in ice crystals, leaving them powerless as they collapsed to the ground. Several ice spikes even pierced through the flickering light barrier of the demonic realm, striking an unfortunate creature inside, whose agonized screams echoed faintly. Immediately afterward, several thick rock spikes emerged from the ground, impaling these unfortunate creatures like skewered meat. Li Tang's innovative use of the barrier symbol gave Su Jiao a new idea. Why bother swinging a sword one strike at a time when you can simply overwhelm them with money? As the beloved daughter of the city lord, she wasn't short on low-grade talisman papers. Her storage backpack contained dozens more. 2 third-tier talismans were unleashed, and the few newly emerged lava demons were instantly decimated. Su Jiao lightly tapped her toes, impaling the few remaining lava demons clinging to the rock spikes one by one. The rock spikes altered the terrain in front of the demon realm gate, trapping the lava demons inside and rendering them unable to move an inch. Chapter 18, Kill It. After losing dozens of companions in consecutive battles, the surviving lava demons finally began to fear, retreating like a tide back into the demon realm and no longer emerging. Time seemed to have been frozen by a powerful magic, quietly coming to a standstill. The intense battle had finally come to an end. Before the gate, the dense forest of spiked rocks was covered in purple-black blood, emitting a foul stench, like a farmer freely pouring manure over his vegetable garden. Li Tang and Su Jiao remained vigilant, each holding a talisman in hand, their eyes fixed intently on the demonic gate, which continued to emit an endless stench of blood. After a moment of silence, the elemental light barrier of the demonic gate, which had been rolling with mysterious runes, stirred once more. The lava demons, regaining their senses, erupted in a frenzy of rage, charging forward like mad beasts. Relying on their powerful bodies, they smashed through the rock spikes blocking their path, only to find themselves crushed like sardines against a transparent membrane. With the aid of the barrier rune, Su Jiao began her dazzling and twisted magical performance. First, the third-tier thunderbolt symbol covered the entire area. Triple and quadruple refracted lightning chains danced like joyful spirits, erupting freely from the fingers of this cold-hearted beauty, nearly turning the demonic gate into a workshop of the thunder god. A sky filled with electrical grids and arcs crackled and sizzled, ravaging every lava demon that emerged from the demonic realm's gate. The air was filled with the nauseating stench of burning flesh. Next came the wind blade symbol, as streams of air condensed into razor-sharp blades, slicing through the bodies of the lava demons. Blood spurted out, and irregular chunks of flesh scattered across the ground. Then came the water arrow symbol, carrying immense kinetic energy that pierced the lava demons' foreheads, shattering their hard skulls, and splattering purple-black blood everywhere. Countless vines emerged from the ground, wrapping around the lava demons and binding them tightly with immense force. This was the greenwood symbol at work. The lava demons have high resistance to fire-based magic, so Su Jiao didn't use the fiery flame symbols, otherwise it would have added another climax to this magical spectacle. Su Jiao occasionally charged forward, delivering swift and ruthless sword strikes to finish off the remaining lava demons with their last breaths. Though these talismans are only third tier, they cannot deal fatal damage to these demonic creatures. However, they excel in speed and numbers. All the lava demons emerging from the demonic portal were completely engulfed by the overwhelming magic. Lightning, wind blades, water arrows, and vines formed a dizzying dance of death, extinguishing one vibrant life after another. At such close range and with such intense magical attacks, the lava demons couldn't even attempt to intercept or counterattack. The only thing they could do was rely on their formidable physical strength to withstand the onslaught. Unfortunately, their ranks were too low, and despite their physical strength and magical resistance, they could not withstand the power of these third-tier spells. In the narrow space before the door, the agonizing screams of the lava demons echoed continuously, filling the air. Yes, that's it. Li Tang excitedly clenched his fist. Today's experience was nothing short of magical. Two people stood before the gates of the demon realm, slaughtering freely. After they emerged, they could boast about it for the rest of their lives. Ding, your teammate has killed a level 16 lava demon elite. You have gained 180 experience points. Ding, your teammate killed a level 17 lava demon elite. You gained 200 experience points. Ding, your teammate killed an 18th level lava demon elite. You gained 220 experience points. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 14. Your 4 primary attributes are now 1 each, and you have 5 free attribute points. Li Tang was overjoyed to level up at such a critical moment. He quickly equipped the Holy Light Ring and Frost Tower Shield, then looked at his attribute panel with great satisfaction. Name, Li Tang. Level, 14 level up progress, 2%. Strength, 251. Intelligence, 127. Agility, 136. Constitution, 369. Free attribute points, 80. Innate talent, Bagua Furnace Trait 1, turn stone into gold. Trait 2, sacrifice treasure to condense spirit. Trait 3, heaven and earth transformation unlocked after advancing to the second tier. Specialization, hammer specialization. Skills, forging technique proficient, capable of crafting equipment of green quality or lower, proficiency level 65,300, success rate 1030%. Equipment, Holy Sunset Green Fine, Rock Solid Helmet Green Fine, Azure Flame Gauntlets Blue Rare, Holy Light Ring Blue Rare, Emerald Wave Belt Green Fine, Frost Tower Shield Blue Rare, Shattered Armor Warhammer Green Fine. His current health points alone have reached an astonishing 36,900, and with the Holy Sunset boosting his overall defense by 30, he's practically a mobile iron can. Even when facing off against bosses around level 15, he holds his own without breaking a sweat. Su Jiao is also wearing custom-made gear, with stats that are no weaker than his own. Now, Li Tang is confident he can survive this dungeon. In this straight mountain valley passage, the lava demons are packed tightly together, unable to exploit their numerical advantage. They resembled a pack of caged beasts, brimming with raw power but unable to unleash it, resorting to futile hit-and-run tactics. The last lava demon, covered in vines, was impaled through the throat by Su Jiao's sword, letting out a final scream before collapsing in a pool of blood and twitching a few times before going still. The demon realm gate fell silent once more. The lava demons inside were either completely wiped out by the two or too terrified to emerge, not a single one daring to come out to meet their doom. Li Tang gripped the nearly 2-meter-tall ice-covered shield, still staring intently at the demon realm gate, which continued to emit magical energy. The portal had not yet collapsed, and his instincts told him that the battle was not yet over. Sure enough, moments later, the demon realm gate emitted a series of cracking sounds as it was squeezed, as if being torn apart by an invisible giant hand. The bone-white spikes that formed the portal were flung outward, clattering to the ground. Amidst a violent tremor like sifting flour, a massive, hideous figure burst forth from the warped portal, engulfed in rolling waves of heat. This monster stood over 3 meters tall, with a pair of curved horns on its head measuring over half a meter in length. Its massive body resembled a small mountain, casting a shadow that instantly covered a vast area. Lava Demon King Boss Level, the supreme ruler of the lava demons. Level, 18. Attack, 1250. Defense, 680. HP, 120,000. Skills, Flame Shield, Lava Impact, Flame Stomp, Earth-Splitting Claws, Flame Missiles. It's actually a boss-level monster, the Lava Demon King, and it possesses a whopping 5 powerful skills. As fellow bosses, this guy is way stronger than the 3 trashy ones, the arrogant dominant horse, Trump's golden retriever Lava Dog, and Baihua's white-haired demon fox. However, after it emerged, the demon realm gate seemed to have exhausted all its energy. The massive bone door emitted a dull rumble and collapsed swiftly, turning into a pile of shattered white bones in an instant. Looking at the towering boss before them, the two showed no sign of fear, but instead sighed in relief. As long as they weren't surrounded by a horde of monsters, the flowing light swords in their hands were the perfect weapons to deal with such a boss. Li Tang used his tower shield to protect his body as he took a few steps back, then said to Su Jiao, "Kill it." Chapter 19, The Law Does Not Punish the Many? Arrest them all. For most teams, the Lava Demon King, a boss with 5 powerful skills, was almost a nightmare. But when faced with Su Jiao, who was clad in top-tier gear, it wasn't even a match in a one-on-one fight. Without the annoying minions causing trouble, Su Jiao maximized the speed advantage of the Gale Sword Saint, and the massive Lava Demon King couldn't even touch the hem of her robe. With the powerful attack of the Flowlight Sword, Su Jiao strikes like the wind, quickly bringing the Lava Demon King down. True to its reputation as an 18th level boss, the Lava Demon King dropped 2 blue quality items and a treasure chest emitting a brilliant blue glow upon its defeat. Lava Armor Blue Rare, Defense 81, Strength 32, Constitution 16, Fire Resistance 3. Requires level 22. Demon's Hand Blue Rare, Defense 42, Agility 26, increases critical damage by 2. Requires level 20. While the attributes of these 2 blue rare quality items were decent, they were utterly unimpressive to the 2 players already equipped with triple stat gear. However, the treasure chest gave Li Tang a huge surprise. Lava Demon Heavy Armor Set, Blue Rare Quality Blueprint, can be used to craft the corresponding equipment. Equipment Level, 22. Equipment Effects 6 pieces, Attack 480, Defense 480, Strength 120, Fire Resistance 30. Attached Skill, Flame Shield. Flame Shield, during combat, summons a shield made of lava that absorbs 1000 damage per second for 10 seconds. Required materials, lava crystal, obsidian, red copper ore, lava heart, lava skin, demon horn, and a certain amount of lava demon blood. This is actually the complete set of lava demon heavy armor blueprints. It includes the crafting methods for 6 pieces of equipment: lava gaze helmet, boiling core armor, earthwalker leg guards, earthshaker gauntlets, burning stomp boots, and tyrant's hammer weapon. The design of the heavy armor set on the blueprints is extremely stylish, with dark red lava patterns flowing across the surface of the equipment. When worn, the attributes are also excellent, and it comes with a flame shield skill. Equipment that comes with skills is always top tier, effectively functioning as a class skill. They only have a very small chance of appearing on blue tier or higher sets, or on purple tier exceptional quality equipment, and are often dropped by certain special dungeon bosses. Now I've actually obtained the complete set of blueprints. Once crafted and enhanced with powerful traits, this set's attributes will easily surpass 3 tiers, rivaling red tier exceptional quality sets. It seems that clearing the wild dungeon for the first time truly has hidden super rewards dropping such an amazing item. However, the materials required to forge this set are extremely rare, including large quantities of lava crystals, obsidian, red copper ore, and various items dropped by lava demons. For Li Tang, gathering all the materials needed for crafting is practically impossible, but for the nation, it's no problem at all. High risk indeed comes with high rewards. Although this dungeon run was filled with twists and turns, even encountering an 18th level boss, the rewards were substantial. Not counting other gains, both of them had leveled up 3 times. After collecting the loot, Li Tang followed Su Jiao out of the dungeon and was startled by the scene before him. The valley was swarming with newly transferred students, while Nie Xiaoying led the city defense troops in a standoff against them. The students were filled with passion, shouting slogans loudly. "You city guards are too domineering. Why won't you let us enter the dungeon to level up? Wild dungeons appear for a limited time and offer generous rewards. If we delay any further, what will we do if the dungeon disappears? Exactly. What are your true intentions? I heard they're not letting us in because they're reserving it for the son of an official, so he can level up inside." What? Isn't that illegal? Yes, the military is breaking the law, and they're even reserving the place just for him. That's not fair. We common folk aren't even worthy of talking about fairness. If your father were the city lord, you'd have been let in long ago. Nie Xiaoying was at a loss, unsure who had leaked the information. Hundreds of newly transferred students had gathered here, demanding to go inside to level up. No matter how she tried to persuade them, they refused to leave. She was just a soldier and not skilled at handling such disputes. She couldn't use force to drive the students away, and she was sweating profusely. Su Han and the others stood at the back of the crowd, wearing malicious grins on their faces. These students were precisely the ones they had recruited to cause trouble for the city defense troops. After being driven away by Nie Xiaoying, Li Jian grew increasingly furious and persuaded Su Han to come up with this scheme. As the perennial second-place student at 3rd middle school, Su Han had been suppressed by Li Tang for 3 years, harboring deep resentment. Finally, when he saw Li Tang demoted to a useless blacksmith, he thought his luck had turned, only to find that his homeroom teacher, Lu Ruyan, was now even more protective of him. Moreover, for some reason, even the city guard troops had personally intervened to train Li Tang. Su Han's jealousy nearly reached the heavens, but he remembered his father's warning and managed to maintain a shred of composure. However, now that Li Jian had voluntarily offered to take care of Li Tang, he was more than happy to watch him act. Li Jian, feeling smug, stirred up the crowd, asking, "Why should that official's son get in and we can't? Don't be afraid, they won't dare to do anything to us. Let's all charge in together." At 18 or 19, young people are at the peak of their sense of justice, making them easy to sway. Hearing this, they shouted in unison, "That's right. Why waste time talking to them? Just charge forward. One in, one out." Exactly. I don't believe the city guards dare to harm us. Seeing the crowd growing more and more excited, the students pushed forward in a frenzy. Su Han and the others smirked inwardly. As the saying goes, the law doesn't punish the many. Let's see what you'll do now. Nie Xiaoying ordered the city guard to form a human wall, barely managing to block the emotionally charged students. Upon seeing Li Tang and Su Jiao emerge from the dungeon, her eyes lit up and she hurried forward. "You're finally out. What's the situation inside?" She had been waiting outside the dungeon for an entire day, constantly worried about their safety. Now that she saw them safe and sound, the weight on her heart finally lifted. Li Tang glanced at the crowd surging with emotion and replied, "We're fine." However, this dungeon was not an ordinary low-level bronze dungeon for players below level 15. It was filled with monsters from the demon realm. We even encountered a demonic gate formed from bones and fought a fierce battle against over 100 lava demons that emerged from it, ultimately defeating the 18th level boss, the Lava Demon King. Although the demonic realm gate has been destroyed, it cannot be ruled out that there are still other passages connecting to the demonic realm elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoying was immediately struck with horror. The intelligence was wrong. This was a matter of life and death. Demon realm monsters are ferocious and brutal, notorious for being difficult to deal with. If any unsuspecting students were to venture in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's go. This matter must be reported immediately. Nie Xiaoying acted decisively, intending to take Li Tang and Su Jiao with her to leave, but she discovered that the road had already been completely blocked by the students. Su Han, with his keen eyesight, immediately spotted Li Tang's figure and nodded toward Li Jian. Li Jian understood and immediately stirred up the students even more. Look, it's him. He came out of the dungeon. Someone must have guided him through the dungeon and gained immense benefits from it. Let's all go over there and demand an explanation from the city guards. Under Li Jian's incitement, the students grew even more agitated, advancing step by step and surrounding the valley entrance so tightly that no one could pass. Fu Yike stood among the crowd, noticing another stunningly beautiful young woman with a cold expression standing beside Li Tang. A pang of jealousy welled up in her heart. She gritted her teeth and glared at Su Jiao. Li Tang, you scumbag. We just broke up a few days ago. Flirting with Lu Ruyan wasn't enough, now you're hooking up with another woman. Earlier, when she was taken away by the Gestapo for investigation, she had always assumed it was because of the rumors she spread about Lu Ruyan. Though she had once suspected that Li Tang might be hiding another identity, after dating him for 3 years, Fu Yike believed she knew him well enough to quickly dismiss that notion. Nie Xiaoying's expression darkened instantly. She was already frustrated because of her concerns about Li Tang, and now these students were causing trouble. Her patience had been completely exhausted. She immediately said coldly, "The city guard is on an important mission. Disperse immediately. If you refuse to heed our warnings, don't blame us for being ruthless." Lao Lu and the others heard the order, stepped forward, drew their weapons with a swish, and shouted in unison, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" The city guard troops were all hardened soldiers who had fought their way out of monster hordes, exuding a natural aura of ruthlessness. Seeing them get serious, the newly transferred students felt a chill run down their spines, their faces turning pale with fear, and they couldn't help but take several steps back. "Don't be afraid, they're just trying to scare us." Li Jian hid among the crowd, still trying to stir up trouble. "If we accidentally hurt them, these soldiers would face a military tribunal." Several students who had been bribed by Su Han exchanged glances, clenched their teeth, and charged forward, shouting slogans. The city lord had already issued a strict order. Li Tang's safety was of the utmost priority, and even if it meant sacrificing one's life, his safety must be ensured. Nie Xiaoying wasted no time, swiftly taking down the few students who charged at her. She darted forward, leaping into the crowd, and pulled Li Jian out from where he was hiding, throwing him to the ground with a single toss. Nie Xiaoying's cold voice echoed through the valley, "Capture them all. Contact their schools and cancel their college entrance exam scores." Lao Lu and the others approached, pulled out ropes, and swiftly bound them all. Li Jian tried to resist, muttering obscenities, but old Lu slapped him twice across the face, and he immediately fell silent. "Damn it, I've had my eye on this troublemaker stirring up trouble in the crowd for a while now." Li Tang looked at Li Jian in surprise. How could he keep running into this traitor everywhere he went? When the city defense troops actually showed up, the students finally realized the seriousness of the situation and panicked, retreating backward. Seeing Li Jian being arrested, Fu Yike felt a chill run down her spine and quietly stepped back a few paces. Su Han wasn't stupid either. Seeing the situation was bad, he quickly followed suit, afraid of being noticed by the city guard troops. "Disperse immediately. Since this is your first offense, we will not press charges." Nie Xiaoying glared at everyone with a cold expression and said in a harsh voice, "Otherwise, you will all be arrested and treated as attackers of military personnel. It's not my fault. I was dragged here by someone else." "Me neither." The students had never seen such a scene before and scattered in a panic. The valley soon fell silent. Chapter 20, a single man could withstand 1,000,000 soldiers. Nie Xiaoying sighed in relief, ordered the city defense troops to continue sealing off the area, and boarded the military Humvee with Li Tang and Su Jiao. Lao Lu and the others followed in another vehicle, speeding toward the city center. Back in the city, Li Tang handed the miniature camera pinned to his collar to Nie Xiaoying and headed straight to Lu Ruyan's villa to rest. After a day of intense combat in that perilous wilderness dungeon, his nerves were stretched to the limit and he was truly exhausted. As for the other matters, they were the city lord Su Hui's concern, they had nothing to do with him. Upon seeing Li Tang return, Lu Ruyan said nothing, merely joining Lao Lu and the others in keeping watch through the night. After watching the battle footage from the wilderness dungeon, both City Lord Su Hui and Education Bureau Chief Lu Jialan were left speechless, their hearts pounding with fear. They never imagined the dungeon could be so dangerous. If Li Tang had come to any harm, I would have felt utterly guilty. Lu Jialan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still trembling with fear. After all, it was his idea to have Su Jiao take Li Tang to that dungeon to test the new weapons. And Su Jiao was Su Hui's only daughter. If the two of them had met an accident inside, even if he were to die to atone for his sins, he couldn't escape blame. Fortunately, Su Hui doted on his daughter and had given Su Jiao several third-tier talismans. Li Tang was also very clever and came up with the idea of using the barrier symbol to restrict the enemy's movements, which successfully turned the tide of the battle. Don't blame yourself, I share the responsibility for this. Originally, we thought this was just a low-tier bronze dungeon below level 15. With Ajiao's newly acquired Gale Sword Saint class and the Gleaming Sword's golden attribute, we should have been completely safe. Su Hui knew this was purely an accident and did not harshly blame Lu Jialin for it. He paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back, then issued a decisive order. The city defense troops must immediately reinforce their numbers and keep a tight watch on this dungeon. Under no circumstances must a single demonic creature escape. Additionally, assemble several specialized dungeon clearing teams composed of players below level 20, equip them with the best gear, and conduct a thorough exploration of this secret realm to see if there are any other portals leading to the demon realm. At the same time, elevate the threat level of this outdoor dungeon. Until the situation is clarified, no one is permitted to enter this dungeon under any circumstances. Dungeons and secret realms are spatial fissures connecting to other worlds. The appearance of a bronze-tier dungeon outside Kanglan City should have been a blessing for newly transferred students, as it provided an additional leveling ground. However, demonic creatures are notoriously fierce, cunning, and ruthless, and their power is immense. If this instance harbors other secrets and powerful demonic creatures escape through the demonic gate, or even break free and flee the instance, the consequences could be disastrous. As for the troublesome students, Su Hui paused for a moment before continuing, severely punish the ringleaders, and give the others a light punishment as a warning. Young people are easily impulsive and often unaware when they're being used as pawns. There are a few promising talents among them, there's no need to ruin their futures over this. No sooner had he finished speaking than a subordinate rushed in to report, Lord Su, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, Zhao, the commander of the Provincial Military Region, Wang, and the minister of the Provincial State Security Bureau, Qi, have arrived with their entourage. Upon hearing this, Su Hui's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said, "Quick, follow me out to greet them." In the luxurious reception hall, the provincial officials arrived with varied expressions, remaining silent. Although they had already heard Su Hui's report, seeing the threefold attribute boost and the golden critical hit trait of the flowing light sword with their own eyes left them speechless. After watching the video of Su Jiao wielding the sword and slaughtering enemies in the wilderness dungeon, the entire hall fell into complete silence. After a long pause, Zhao Xiqing, the provincial education commissioner, sighed, "I never imagined that Kanglan City could produce such a prodigious talent. This is truly a great blessing for the nation." The commander of the provincial military region, Wang Lingyue, added, "I had thought that the emergence of an SS-ranked profession, the Dragon Warrior, in Feilong City had already brought us enough surprises. But even if that guy were to grow stronger, the Great Xia Empire would merely gain another top-tier combatant. But Li Tang is different. With him, we can continuously produce various top-tier equipment, and the nation's overall strength will at least increase by 30%. Provincial State Security Bureau Director Qi Siyuan, with his neatly trimmed hair and crisp uniform, exuded an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. He nodded in agreement, "That's right. Even the strongest warriors need top-tier equipment to unleash their full potential. Moreover, the higher a professional's rank, the greater the enhancement equipment provides to their abilities." He turned to Su Hui and said, "Old Su, you must protect Li Tang at all costs, ensure his safe growth, and help him level up as soon as possible. The higher his rank, the more innate abilities he will unlock, and the greater the benefit to our Great Xia." Su Hui nodded in agreement. "I've already arranged for the entire 3rd Assault Squad of the National Defense Army to provide 24/7 close protection for Li Tang, while Lu Hang of the Imperial Guard will lead a team to provide covert protection." Zhao Xiqing, however, was puzzled. "I'm a bit curious. Since Li Tang's talent is so strong, why didn't it show up during his class change?" Lu Jialin, the Education Bureau Director, also attended the meeting. Seeing his superior ask the question, he reported with a wry smile, "We are also very puzzled by this matter. As everyone knows, if one doesn't awaken their talent during the job change, it's impossible to awaken it later. Yet Li Tang not only awakened his talent, but it was an entirely unknown hidden talent. Even now, the profession information displayed on Li Tang's profession panel remains the lowest F rank, and aside from his talent, he's no different from an ordinary blacksmith." Zhao Xiqing nodded. "Regardless, Li Tang is a gift from heaven. I have a feeling this child will one day change the world order." "That's right. He's already this powerful at just level 10. Once he reaches higher ranks, who knows what kind of surprises he'll bring us." The other two also chimed in agreement. Hearing the three elders speak so highly of Li Tang, Su Hui and Lu Jialin exchanged glances, feeling quite proud. After chatting for a while, Zhao Xiqing smiled and said, "Alright, go fetch Li Tang over here. Old Su, don't be stingy. Supply him with as much material as he needs. Let him craft more equipment and add a few more golden attributes. Let us see it with our own eyes. No matter how much he uses, we'll reimburse you double later." Su Hui immediately nodded in agreement, "No problem. Red Flame Staff Blue Rare, Magic Attack 270, Intelligence 90, Constitution 66. Burn Gold increases fire-based magic damage by 100. Each attack applies one layer of burn effect, causing continuous damage equal to 5% of the user's attack power per layer, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Requires level 15 and intelligence 50. Paralysis Ring Blue Rare, intelligence 96, constitution 99. Paralysis Gold has a 5% chance to paralyze the target on attack, lasting 10 seconds. Requires level 15. Thunder War Armor Blue Rare, defense 291, strength 102, constitution 108. Lightning Resistance Gold, 75% resistance to lightning. Level requirement, 16. Gale Boots Blue Rare, defense 216, agility 117. Speed Gold, movement speed 320. Requires level 17 and agility 51. Book of Light Blue Rare, offhand weapon, increases magic resistance by 273 points, and increases healing effects by 5%. Life Saving Gold, heals the target for 5 HP each time, and when the target's HP is below 20, heals the target for 10 HP each time. Requires level 13, requires intelligence 46. The next morning, Li Tang was summoned to the city lord's mansion by Su Hui's men. A spacious room had already been cleared out, with a fireplace set up and various materials and magic crystals scattered everywhere. Having received Su Hui's promise, Li Tang didn't hesitate and immediately got to work forging equipment. Although they had already gained a sufficient understanding of Li Tang's innate abilities and were mentally prepared. But witnessing piece after piece of equipment with triple attribute boosts and various golden traits taking shape in Li Tang's hands left the provincial officials utterly stunned. The young man before them, merely a skilled blacksmith, could forge equipment with such game-breaking attributes and a 10% chance to upgrade the equipment's tier. Equipping these items would allow one to effortlessly defeat monsters of the same level and even take on bosses solo without breaking a sweat. If we could mass-produce such equipment, what would we fear from magical beasts or foreign powers? Qi Si Yuan's expression was filled with excitement. Our nation will undoubtedly stand atop the world. Wang Lingyue and Zhao Xiqing also stared intently at the equipment before them, their eyes sparkling with excitement. This Li Tang is truly a rare treasure bestowed by heaven upon the great Xia Empire, and absolute national treasure. A single man like him could match 1,000,000 soldiers. Chapter 21, What an Expensive Gift. After expressing his admiration, Zhao Xiqing gently placed the Book of Light back into his hands, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and asked, "By the way, Li Tang, do you have any special requests? Feel free to ask. Whatever we can do, we will do our utmost to fulfill your wishes. Even if we can't do it right away, we'll find a way to make it happen." Li Tang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I just want to be admitted to university without taking the entrance exam. In this world, martial arts are valued over academics, and it's commonplace for those who switch to combat professions of a rank or higher to be admitted to university without an exam. However, there are very few examples of those in lifestyle professions being admitted in the same way. Moreover, although the original body was a scholar with both literary and martial arts talents, exams were the most tedious thing for him. He had already endured the agony of the college entrance exam in his previous life and truly did not want to go through that ordeal again. Is that it? The few high-ranking officials from the province exchanged glances, looking utterly stunned. After all, AOU from the neighboring Flying Dragon City, who had transferred to become a Dragon Knight, had demanded exorbitant terms and imposed numerous stringent conditions on them. That's it? Facing the curious glances of the crowd, Li Tang nodded. Zhao Xiqing immediately made the decision, admit him, no questions asked. Technical talent is the future hope of the nation. You can choose any university you want, and I'll personally coordinate it for you. Not only will we secure your admission, but we will also give you a reward. We absolutely won't let you come out on the losing end. Here's what we'll do, we'll award you 1 million cash in the name of the Provincial Department of Education. Additionally, you will be included in the National Special Talent Cultivation Program, and receive a monthly subsidy of 200,000 yuan. Leave me your account details, and I'll arrange for someone to handle it right away. Does that make you a millionaire? And you'll receive another 200,000 every month? Li Tang felt a bit dazed. In his previous life as a 996 office drone, he had spent every day working tirelessly for his boss, only to end up marrying his boss's new wife. This time around, he finally wouldn't have to live such a miserable life. Zhao Xiqing paused for a moment before continuing, as for equipment. You're a blacksmith yourself. As long as you have the blueprints, you can forge them, and the attributes will be better than what we provide. I doubt you'll even be satisfied with them. Here's what we'll do, I came here in a hurry and didn't bring much. This is a token of our meeting. I'll make it up to you next time. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a jade box appeared on the table. Upon opening it, 3 bright red pills were revealed, filling the room with an enticing aroma of elixir. Great Revival Pill 6th grade, can neutralize all poisons and instantly restore 70% of one's health. Li Tang's eyes widened in shock. The Great Restoration Pill was a life-saving elixir. As long as one wasn't already dead, it could practically pull someone back from the brink of death. With this, it was essentially like having an extra life. No, 3 extra lives. This is far too valuable. I can't accept it. Li Tang was still refusing, but Wang Lingyue had already stuffed the 3 great revival pills into his hands, smiling and saying, "The items given by Chi Hall director are meant to be accepted. If you refuse them, wouldn't that be disrespectful to him?" He handed Li Tang a that shimmered with purple light. "Since Chi Hall director has presented a gift, I naturally cannot lag behind. Here, this is for you. Guardian Badge Purple Excellence, special equipment, does not occupy an equipment slot. When in danger, it automatically forms a magical shield to block 3 attacks of up to 10,000 damage each. Requires level 15 to equip." Shi Siyuan also smiled and took out a jade pendant. "Both of these old fellows have given gifts, I can't be stingy either. Teleportation Jade Symbol, special item. Upon use, instantly teleports the user to a preset safe location, can teleport across dungeons. Each jade symbol can only be set to one location, and once set, the location cannot be changed. The symbol disappears upon use." Li Tang looked at the item in his hand, feeling a bit numb. This Guardian Badge was a special item that didn't occupy any equipment slots, and the required level for wearing it was only 15, perfect for his current situation. The Teleportation Jade Amulet, capable of cross-instance teleportation, was an extremely rare and valuable item. With these 2 items, he now had several more ways to survive. Indeed, as a top-tier player, even the slightest thing they let slip was something ordinary people could only dream of. Seeing Li Tang hesitating, Su Hui also urged him from the side, "This is their goodwill. Just accept it." Li Tang finally accepted them, bowing respectfully and saying, "A gift from an elder, I dare not refuse. Since that's the case, I'll take them with gratitude." Wang Lingyue's expression turned serious. "Boy, these items aren't given to you for free. You must work hard to improve your forging technique skill proficiency, advance to the 2nd tier as soon as possible, and unlock the 3rd trait of your talent. You can use any materials you need, free of charge. If we don't have enough, our military district will find a way to provide them." He then made a single request: "Any equipment you craft, especially high-grade gear, must be prioritized for our military district. The military zone is on the front lines of the battle against demonic invaders. Every slight improvement in the attributes of the equipment you provide means fewer casualties for them. Of course, we will purchase every piece of equipment at a high price, we won't take anything for free." Shi Siyuan from the National Security Bureau also spoke solemnly, "The world is not at peace today. The abyss has invaded, monsters are rampaging, and various factions are stirring. Some powerful, unruly professionals have even taken over mountains and are acting recklessly. The equipment you forge can be kept for personal use or given to family and friends, but under no circumstances should it fall into the hands of evildoers." "Li Tang, do you understand what I mean?" Li Tang's expression grew solemn as he nodded solemnly, "I understand. All right, don't scare the poor child." The education system has produced another prodigiously talented genius, and Zhao Xiqing felt immensely proud. His face beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Li Tang, do you have any other ideas or requests? Feel free to speak up." Li Tang shook his head. "The country has been kind enough to me. I have no further requests." With dedicated protection, someone to guide him through leveling up, free materials for crafting equipment, and a reward of 10 million, he really couldn't think of anything else he needed. That's the advantage of being backed by the state. Things that countless people dream of, these bigwigs are rushing to hand over to him. They're even afraid you won't take it. Wang Lingyue joked, "Why don't I introduce you to a few beautiful women? Our military has plenty of young, beautiful women. Once they put on their uniforms, they're a sight to behold. But I have one condition: after graduation, you must join our Northwest military region." Everyone burst into laughter, teasing him, "You old fox," using the beauty tactic to lure Li Tang. Wang Lingyue, however, spoke seriously, "Youthful admiration for beauty is only natural. What's wrong with that?" Li Tang was a bit embarrassed by their words. "The Xiongnu haven't been defeated yet, how can I think about settling down? I'm still young, I haven't considered such matters yet." Seeing how seriously he spoke, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit of respect, except for Su Hui, who harbored unusual thoughts. His daughter, Su Jiao, had always been cold and aloof, but after returning home this time, she had unexpectedly praised Li Tang a few times. Although Li Tang came from a humble background, he possessed such talent that he was sure to have a bright future and would be more than worthy of Xiao Jiao. She and Li Tang were of similar age and had shared the bond of battle. If they could be brought together, it would not be a bad thing. Feelings could be cultivated over time. If they truly became a family, then her own family's future. No, if Li Tang is admitted to any university, Jiao must follow him there. Chapter 22, Securing Admission to the 3 Supreme Academies. Since Li Tang's abilities have already been verified, there's no need to add any more golden attributes to these low-tier equipment. Low-tier equipment has limited base attributes, and even with additional golden attributes, they won't make much of a difference. Zhao Xiqing pondered for a moment and said, "I have an idea. If we have Li Tang craft a batch of low-tier equipment and distribute it to those students with exceptional talent, it will definitely accelerate their growth. Isn't that just a sacrifice? Give him the materials, max them out, and make sure each piece has a term. No need to go too high, just attach white, green, and blue attributes." Wang Lingyue clapped his hands in approval, "Great idea. But he quickly furrowed his brows. However, I'm worried that once these items appear on the market, they'll be monopolized by certain families and never reach the hands of those talented geniuses from humble backgrounds. Shi Siyuan snorted coldly, exuding arrogance. You think that's so clever? Dare to scheme over this matter? Do you think our national security sword is no longer sharp? Li Tang smiled. I have an idea. I wonder if it's feasible? We'll only rent it out. We'll consider factors like the student's talent, grades, and character to assign credits, and they can rent it using those credits. Once they're done, they return it. This way, it won't be monopolized by those high-ranking families, and the equipment can be used to its fullest potential. Everyone perked up at his words, amazed that Li Tang, so young, had such a long-term vision. Zhao Xiqing immediately clapped his hands in approval. What a great idea! Let's go with it. Su Hui glanced around and smiled, suggesting, let's start with our city of Kanglan as a pilot project. Li Tang, you will be responsible for crafting the equipment and I will handle the rest. The college entrance exams are about to begin. Let's finalize the details and implement this immediately. The few bigwigs from the provincial government exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Soon, Zhao Xiqing and the others left satisfied, carrying several pieces of equipment adorned with golden inscriptions. They had to return to their meetings to continue reporting to higher-ups. Such talent must not be wasted in just one city or region. 2 days later, in the classroom of Class 7, Kanglan No. 3 High School, the room was bustling with activity and filled with excitement. With only a few days left before the college entrance exams, the students, who had recently switched professions, were busy leveling up. After being apart for over 10 days, they were reunited, and their excitement was evident. The exam is about to start. Where is Li Tang? Someone looked around the classroom and asked with some confusion. I think he's too ashamed to take the exam. Once a super smart student who excelled in both academics and sports, he's now turned into a blacksmith and not even a skilled one at that. He hasn't awakened any professional talents at all. Zhao Yang wore a mocking smile on his face. If I were him, I wouldn't have the nerve to step foot in this classroom either. Although his academic performance wasn't outstanding, he had recently switched to the B-rank profession sword and shield user. If everything went smoothly, he should be able to get into a decent school. Li Tang used to be so brilliant, always leaving everyone far behind in exams. Now that he has finally stumbled, how could he miss this golden opportunity to kick him while he is down? Don't speak so harshly. After all, awakening is something no one can guarantee. Sun Yu gave a sly wink and said in a sarcastic tone, we're classmates after all. Who knows, maybe we'll need him to craft gear for us in the future. What do you think? Zhao Yang laughed so hard he was bending over, his hands crossed over his chest, looking arrogant. You're right. That's all he's good for. But that all depends on whether he has the ability. I'm heading to the Southeast Province Warrior Academy. My future achievements will definitely start at level 50. A worthless blacksmith like him trying to catch up? It won't be that easy. The surrounding students burst into laughter. Everyone was excitedly discussing the matter, but Su Han, Fu Yike, and Li Jian sat quietly in their seats, saying nothing. Others didn't know, but they were well aware that Li Tang wasn't as simple as everyone imagined. Especially Li Jian, who had been detained by the city guard for 3 days and had just been released. Not only had he missed out on his promotion, but he even heard rumors that it might affect his college entrance exam scores, leaving him anxious and on edge. After a while of laughter, Zhao Yang suddenly said in a mysterious tone, by the way, have you heard about that thing? The school is planning to establish the Outstanding Students Support Committee, which will provide special tutoring for top students and distribute equipment tailored to their future careers. The students immediately widened their eyes. Free equipment? Is that even real? However, Zhao Yang's father works at the city lord's mansion, so he has insider information, and the reliability of this news is quite high. Seeing all the students looking at him, Zhao Yang felt quite proud. I also heard that these pieces of equipment were crafted by master blacksmiths invited by the city lord, and their attributes are far superior to those available on the market. Sun Yu sighed, if only I had such a piece of equipment, my leveling speed would be so much faster. Come on. Didn't you hear it's the top student support program? You don't look like a top student at all. Cut it out. Don't just talk about me. Your grades aren't even as good as mine, and you have no hope either. Zhao Yang crossed his arms and sneered, forget about it. Unlike that good-for-nothing Li Tang, this batch of equipment was crafted by true masters. They're extremely rare, and I bet only a rank or higher professionals can get their hands on them. Upon hearing this, Fu Yike, Li Jian, and the others immediately perked up and joined the discussion. Su Han, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile to himself. He had heard rumors about this as well. To be honest, upon first hearing the basic attributes of these equipment, along with the accompanying descriptions, he couldn't believe his ears. However, having recently transferred to the S-rank profession Shadow Archer, and with his father having already secured a spot through connections, he didn't need to compete with these losers. All he had to do was wait. At that moment, the sound of crisp high heels echoed outside the classroom as Lu Ruyan walked in with a smile on her face. She was in an exceptionally good mood. This year, her class had a lucky student like Su-han who had transferred to an S-rank profession, and the other students' grades were also quite good. The school recruitment process would be a breeze. What made her happiest was having taught Li Tang, a student so talented that even the provincial officials had taken notice. Principal Zhao Zihan had already informed her of the plan. She would be promoted to grade director next semester. Not only that, but the Education Bureau had awarded her the title of Outstanding Teacher, along with a cash prize of 10,000 yuan and a purple quality necklace. Although Lu Ruyan came from a wealthy family and didn't need the money, this was an honor and reward she had earned through her own efforts, and she couldn't contain her excitement. Students, the cultural subject exams are about to begin. These exams are a crucial component of the college entrance exam scores, so everyone must take them seriously. Lu Ruyan stood at the front of the classroom, scanning the faces of her students with a smile and said, "Of course, those who have transitioned to a rank or higher combat professions, as well as those with special talents and lifestyle professions, will be eligible for direct admission and will not need to take the college entrance exam. I will announce the specific list of students eligible for direct admission shortly. You can choose based on your own circumstances and the admission requirements of the schools. If you're not satisfied with the school's direct admission plan, you can still take the entrance exams of some universities. Just come to me to register when the time comes." Lu Ruyan paused briefly, her smile growing broader, and raised her voice to say, "Before that, I have some good news to share with everyone. One of our classmates possesses extraordinary talent and outstanding academic performance. The school has decided to directly admit them to one of the 3 prestigious academies." The moment these words left her mouth, the entire classroom erupted into chaos. Chapter 23, You're Being Biased. I refuse to accept it. Rising Sun, Moonlight, and Starlight, these are the top 3 elite institutions in the entire Great Xia Empire. Due to their strong faculty and abundant educational resources, they are also revered as the 3 supreme academies. Those who are admitted to these 3 academies for further studies are all S-class professionals, at the very least geniuses among geniuses. Kanglin No. 3 Middle School is just a high school in a small city in the northwest, and no one has been admitted to the 3 supreme academies in nearly a decade. Who would have thought that this time, someone actually caught the attention of the 3 supreme academies and was even admitted directly? Such an honor appearing in their own class made everyone feel proud as if it were their own achievement. For a moment, all eyes turned to Su-han. "Su Xiao, congratulations. Su Xiao, once you've made it big, don't forget us old classmates. I always knew Su Xiao was a dragon among men. His future is limitless." The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos again. Though the students couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and admiration, they still congratulated him enthusiastically. After all, Su-han was the only student at 3rd Middle School to have transferred to the S-rank profession Shadow Archer, and both his academic performance and combat skills had previously been second only to Li Tang. Now that Li Tang had transferred to become a useless blacksmith, if there was only one spot for direct admission, it would undoubtedly go to him. Su-han's eyes lit up, and he jumped to his feet in excitement, his heart overflowing with joy. As a renowned genius at 3rd Middle School, Su-han's primary goal was naturally to enroll in one of the 3 supreme academies, but the number of admission spots was extremely limited, and the competition was fierce. He had been a bit worried about whether his talent and grades would be enough to get in. He never expected such good fortune to come so suddenly. He had been recommended for admission. Perhaps he had previously viewed those who had been admitted to the 3 prestigious academies as too extraordinary, but now it seemed they weren't much different from him after all. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Su-han couldn't hide the smile on his face, his mouth stretching wide, as he bowed deeply to Lu Ruyan in gratitude. "I'll cherish this opportunity and work hard." "Why are you thanking me?" Lu Ruyan was puzzled. After all, it wasn't you who secured the spot at the 3 prestigious universities. At that moment, not only Su-han was stunned, but the entire class was speechless. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's response, Su-han's smile froze on his face. But he persisted, asking, "Ms. Lu, I didn't hear clearly just now. Are you sure it's not me who was admitted to the 3 supreme academies?" Lu Ruyan shook her head. "I'm sorry, Su-han. Although you are also very talented and were on the list of recommended students, the one who secured the spot at the 3 supreme academies this time is truly not you." Su-han's heart sank to the bottom, and he stammered, "If it's not me, then is it that good for nothing Li Tang?" Lu Ruyan furrowed her brows and said unhappily, "I told you last time, Li Tang isn't a good for nothing." Originally, she had quite liked this student, but Su-han's behavior after switching majors had made her increasingly annoyed. Lu Ruyan ignored Su-han and announced loudly, "That's right. The student recommended by the school for direct admission to the 3 prestigious academies is Li Tang. He is also the first student from our school in the past decade to be admitted to the 3 supreme academies. Although Li Tang is absent today due to prior commitments, he is present here. Let's give him a round of applause to celebrate his achievement." According to regulations, the list of all recommended students must be posted in the school, so this isn't a breach of confidentiality. The classroom fell into complete silence. Everyone's mouths dropped open in shock, unable to speak, their faces filled with disbelief. "Teacher, are you sure you're talking about Li Tang from our class?" Li Jian stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his ears. That's correct, it's Li Tang. Lu Ruyan nodded and addressed the entire class. I hope everyone will take him as a role model, work hard, and strive to achieve excellent results in the college entrance exam. But Li Tang, isn't he the one who switched careers to become a scrap metal worker? Fu Yike still couldn't believe it and shouted sharply, how could he possibly get recommended for admission to one of the top 3 elite universities? She was filled with resentment. Why should this good-for-nothing get into such a top-tier university? The school administrators must be blind, and does that mean the higher-ups are blind too? Or does Li Tang have connections that reach the heavens, allowing such a top-tier university to make an exception and admit him, a worthless blacksmith? Fu Yai couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. If she hadn't been so impulsive and broken up with Li Tang back then, perhaps she could have used his connections to get into the school that countless students dreamed of attending. Lu Ruyan sighed, that's right, Li Tang is indeed a professional in his field. But don't look down on life professionals. Every profession has its own value. As the old saying goes, there are no useless professions, only useless professionals. Li Tang is a perfect example of that. Classmates who have chosen the life profession in our class, don't lose heart. As long as you master the life profession well, your future achievements may not be any worse than those of combat professions. Suhan's expression kept changing, and he suddenly shouted, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He simply couldn't accept this outcome. Why was Li Tang being recommended? There must be some underhanded dealings involved. I'm the only person in the entire school who transferred to an S-rank profession. If even I'm not qualified for direct admission to the 3 supreme academies, who is? Li Tang is just a worthless blacksmith who switched professions. What gives him the right? What gives him the right? Suhan's face turned bright red, his fists clenched tightly, his emotions beginning to spiral out of control. I demand the school give me a reasonable explanation. Lu Ruyan furrowed her brows, her tone serious. What explanation do you want? This decision wasn't made by the school, it was something Li Tang earned through his own efforts. If you have any doubts, you can go to the Education Bureau, or even the Provincial Education Department to file a complaint. What a joke! The director of the Provincial Education Bureau, Zhao Xiqing, personally mediated this matter. Even the 3 prestigious universities can't afford to ignore him. Li Tang's admission to the 3 prestigious universities is a done deal. Seeing Lu Ruyan's firm stance, Suhan froze in place before finally sitting down in a daze. Although he was the only son of the Su family and the Su family had some influence in the small city of Kanglan, when compared to the entire Northwest province, they were insignificant. How dare he go to the Provincial Education Bureau to file a complaint? The other students looked at each other in astonishment, completely baffled by what had just happened. Lu Ruyan ignored them and cleared her throat before saying, by the way, I have some good news for everyone. The school has implemented the Outstanding Student Support Program. Those who transfer to an A rank or higher profession and achieve excellent results in this exam will be eligible to participate, and will have the opportunity to obtain the usage rights to equipment far surpassing the attributes of their current rank. Upon hearing this, many students' eyes lit up, realizing that Zhao Yang's information was indeed true. Ms. Lu, what do you mean by far surpassing the attributes of the same tier? Yeah, don't be so mysterious. And what does usage rights mean? Lu Ruyan gave a sly smile, it means exactly what it says. However, the attributes are far beyond your imagination. If you want them, you'll have to work hard. Alright, now I'll start reading out the list of students in this class who have been recommended for admission. Those whose names were called were overjoyed, while those not called felt dejected. Suhan was admitted to Southwest Yunnan University, one of the top universities in the Great Xia Empire, but he felt no excitement at all, only bitterness. Li Tang, why do you always outshine me in everything? He clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging into his flesh. Li Jian listened from start to finish but didn't hear his name mentioned once. He panicked and immediately shouted, Teacher, why isn't my name on the list? Fu Yike also asked anxiously, what about me? My name isn't on the list either. I've even switched to an A-rank profession, the Frost Mage. Even if I'm not qualified for direct admission to a top-tier university, I should at least be able to get into another university. Lu Ruyan coldly looked at them, her eyes filled with disappointment. You did this yourselves, you know it in your hearts. What do we know? You're just being biased. I won't accept this. Li Jian heard this and his eyes turned red, looking. Chapter 24, Unsatisfied? Get expelled. Li Jian came from a poor background and had worked tirelessly to get where he was today. If he lost this opportunity, competing with others for admission to a good university would be extremely difficult. Over the past few days, everyone's levels had caught up, and Li Jian had successfully advanced to the next rank and mastered the skill Rage of the Berserker. Rage of the Berserker, when health is low, gain 30 attack speed and 50 additional damage. The lower the health, the faster the attack speed and the stronger the output. He is confident in himself and believes he is more than qualified for admission to a top-tier university. The school's recommendations are fair and impartial. Before Lu Ruyan could finish speaking, Li Jian interrupted her excitedly, pointing at her and shouting, what fairness and justice? You're biased toward that good-for-nothing Li Tang, even going so far as to break the rules and personally take him leveling. We saw it with our own eyes. Not only that, but you colluded with the city guard to reserve the outdoor dungeon located on Hongyan Hill, preventing others from approaching all to help him level up. Admit it, you've got your eyes on that good-for-nothing Li Tang, that's why you're so desperate to protect him. Thinking about how he had been arbitrarily detained by the city guard for 3 days, Li Jian couldn't swallow his anger. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and the more he spoke without restraint. You. Lu Ruyan was so angry her face turned bright red, her full chest rising and falling rapidly. What? Although there were some rumors circulating online, due to the city guard's information blockade, the vast majority of students had no idea about the specifics of the Red Rock Hill incident that day. Upon hearing Li Jian's words, everyone was stunned. For a moment, everyone was discussing the matter, and the classroom quickly descended into chaos. Fu Yike felt a surge of satisfaction, clenching his fists excitedly and spitting as he told his classmates about Lu Ruyan's misdeeds. Just a few days ago, he had merely insulted Lu Ruyan online, and yet he had been taken away by the Gestapo. This time, he had finally avenged himself. Suhan sat beside him, saying nothing, coldly watching everything unfold. Let them make a scene. The bigger the fuss, the better. I'll see how they clean this up later. The commotion grew louder. Some students who weren't afraid of trouble sneaked out the back door to report the incident to the Academic Affairs Office. With the college entrance exams approaching, Principal Zhao Zihan was inspecting the office when he heard the commotion and immediately rushed over with his staff. The principal is here. Upon seeing the school leadership arrive, someone quickly tipped them off. But Li Jian remained standing there, defiantly shouting, if you don't clarify the matter of admitting Li Tang, that good for nothing, today. Not even the principal can do anything about it. Zhao Zihan strode into the classroom, noticing Lu Ruyan with reddened eyes and tear-filled almond-shaped eyes. The classroom was in complete chaos, and his brows immediately furrowed. Li Tang's matter was still under strict confidentiality, and provincial-level officials were closely monitoring the situation. Absolutely no mishaps could occur at this critical juncture. He swept the room with a stern gaze and barked, everyone, quiet down. The cultural exams are about to begin. Instead of studying and reviewing, what are you all doing here causing a commotion? If you can't achieve good grades, how can you justify the 3 years of effort you've put in? How can you face your parents? Zhao Zihan, having held a high position for many years, commanded great respect and exuded an air of authority that inspired fear without needing to raise his voice. The students fell silent immediately, dared not utter a word. Seeing that the classroom had fallen silent, Zhao Zihan's expression darkened. He glared at Li Jian and said coldly, speak up. What do you want me to make clear to you? Li Jian's heart tightened, and he swallowed nervously, his voice growing softer. We just want fairness. As everyone knows, Li Tang had switched careers to become a blacksmith with no natural talent, a complete failure. How could he possibly be admitted to one of the 3 prestigious universities? Zhao Zihan coldly interrupted him, why? You have no right to know the reason. All you need to know is that the so-called useless person you're talking about is far stronger than you. Li Jian had transferred to the A-rank profession berserker. Zhao Zihan had originally been quite reluctant to let him go, so he had specially approached Education Bureau Director Lu Jialin to plead on his behalf with the City Defense Army, which is why they had spared Li Jian, merely revoking his direct admission qualification. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jian not only failed to show gratitude but became even more arrogant, openly questioning the superior's decision in school. Zhao Zihan's eyes flashed with deep disappointment as he announced loudly, Li Jian violated school regulations, insulted teachers, and caused a public disturbance. His conduct is unbecoming. His college entrance exam eligibility is hereby revoked, and he is expelled from the school to serve as a warning to others. All right, you may leave. What? Li Jian suddenly raised his head, his red eyes fixed on Zhao Zihan, his face filled with disbelief. Not only him, but everyone in the classroom was stunned. All he did was question the school's recommended admission list, and now they're expelling him over such a minor issue? Even Lu Ruyan couldn't bear to watch anymore. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and whispered, Principal Zhao, isn't this punishment a bit too harsh? Zhao Zihan shook his head, unmoved. Not too harsh? Not at all. In fact, he had already given him a chance before, but he didn't take it and instead made things worse. He glared coldly at Li Jian. You are no longer a student of 3rd middle school. Leave the school immediately, or I'll have the security guards drag you out. The principal's authority was immense. He truly had the power to expel students at his discretion. Li Jian's face alternated between pale and red, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word for a long time. Just wait and see. You'll regret this. He knew he couldn't resist, so he forced himself to suppress his anger and rushed out of the classroom. Oomph, what a fool. Zhao Zihan snorted coldly and left with his entourage. Li Tang must be the illegitimate son of some high-ranking official in the imperial capital, otherwise, how could even the principal be so biased toward him? You've read too many novels. Who has the illegitimate son living like a poor bum? In my opinion, Li Tang must have switched to an SSS-ranked ultra-hidden profession. I heard from the neighbor of the girlfriend of the cousin of the second oldest uncle next door that provincial officials came a few days ago and even summoned him specifically. Nonsense. We were all there when he changed jobs. Li Tang just became a blacksmith. That's right, even if it's a hidden blacksmith profession, it's still a blacksmith. How can it compare to a main combat profession? After Principal Zhao Zihan left, the students were filled with confusion and began whispering among themselves, with various opinions circulating. Seeing Li Jian being dismissed so abruptly, Fu Yike felt a mix of shock and suspicion. It seems that this Li Tang really has some mysterious connections. She secretly thanked herself for not causing too much trouble earlier, otherwise, this fire might have spread to her as well. If she couldn't get a direct admission, then so be it. With her frost mage profession and her usual grades, she could still get into a decent university. Plus, didn't Lu Bichi say that a rank or higher professionals have a chance to obtain equipment far surpassing their current tier? I must get that. After the principal left, Lu Ruyan calmed herself down, tapped the blackboard, and said, alright, everyone focus back on the task at hand. While others have been admitted directly, most of you still have to take the college entrance exam. Get your textbooks out and start reviewing. Cramming at the last minute may not be ideal, but it's better than nothing. Chapter 25, Go back and copy the confidentiality regulations 100 times. Li Jian walked out of the school in a daze, filled with resentment and despair. Being expelled from school meant he couldn't take the college entrance exam, which meant his path to advancement had been completely cut off, and he would never receive the training and support from the state system again. Even if he switched careers to become an A-rank professional berserker, he would only be able to work as a wandering mercenary or bounty hunter, living a dangerous, precarious life. It was all Li Tang's fault. Li Jian had no idea where to go, he just walked aimlessly. As he passed through an alley, a ragged, filthy beggar suddenly rushed out and blocked his path. Young man, please stop. I can see you have an extraordinary build, you're a once-in-a-lifetime talent. You must have transferred to an A-rank profession or higher, and you're sure to shine brightly in the future. I sense a connection between us. This book is only $10. How about it? Li Jian was already in a terrible mood, and encountering this beggar reeking of filth only made him more annoyed. He snapped, I'm not buying any books. Get lost. The beggar didn't seem the least bit upset. He smiled and said, don't be so grumpy, Mr. Li Jian. Ha? Li Jian suddenly looked up, staring intently at the beggar. How do you know my name? The beggar chuckled, revealing a mouthful of crooked, yellow teeth. That's none of your business. Interested in a deal, young man? Like how to deal with Li Tang. He waved the small booklet in his hand. This skill book, Rage Eruption, is the reward. Rage Burst skill book? This is one of the exclusive area damage and control skills of berserkers, allowing you to unleash rage on enemies around you, dealing physical damage and knocking them into the air. It's commonly used in group battles to disrupt enemy formations and deal damage. Plus, the requirements to learn it are low, just level 15 after the first class change. However, despite its low tier, this skill book is extremely rare, dropping with an extremely low chance from specific bosses in certain dungeons, with a market price of at least 500,000 gold. Li Tang stared intently at the beggar's hands, his breathing growing heavy. With his current wealth, he couldn't even afford a common skill book, let alone such a rare one. He was already level 12. If he could learn this skill at level 15, his combat power would at least surge by over 30%. However, Li Jian also knew that nothing good comes for free. He asked in a low voice, who are you? What do you want from me? The beggar grinned and turned toward the alley, saying, you'll find out soon enough. Li Jian hesitated for a moment, but his heart was soon filled with hatred and resentment. He clenched his teeth and followed after him. Li Tang was unaware of what had happened at the school, and he didn't want to know. Since Zhao Xiqing, the provincial education commissioner, had personally promised to admit him to one of the 3 prestigious universities, Li Tang saw no reason to return to school. He had no regard whatsoever for so-called classmates' friendships. When he was once the envy of everyone as a literary and martial arts prodigy, his classmates would all greet him with smiles and enthusiastic attitudes. But when he switched careers to become a blacksmith, they all showed their true colors. Teachers expressed regret, classmates mocked him, his girlfriend broke up with him, and his former followers betrayed him. Even now, Li Tang still clearly remembers the mockery and humiliation he endured when he changed his profession. If it weren't for his reincarnation and the serendipitous awakening of his 8 trigrams furnace talent, he couldn't even imagine how bleak and hopeless his life would be now. At a goblin camp at the foot of the Funetian Mountains, Li Tang was comfortably grinding monsters under the protection of Nia Xiaoying and others. Though he calls it grinding, he is actually lying lazily on a folding chair at the outskirts of the camp, his eyes half closed behind sunglasses, sipping an iced drink with relish. The burly old Lu, fully armed and holding an iron shield, stood beside him, vigilant of any movements around them, ensuring Li Tang's safety. The monsters in this area were all level 15 or above, but unfortunately, it wasn't a dungeon, so they were scattered quite randomly. After trekking through the mountains and forests for hours, Li Tang's legs were aching, but they finally found this level 16 goblin camp. The city lord, Su Hui, was conducting a pilot program in Kanglan City and had established the top student support program. Li Tang had to spend several days crafting hundreds of green quality equipment pieces and adding various white and green attributes to them. The continuous high-intensity work left him dizzy and exhausted. After finishing this round of work, he eagerly asked Nie Xiaoying and the others to take him leveling up, hoping to relax and clear his mind. Su Jiao was also forcibly assigned to this team by her father, Su Hui, who strictly ordered her to interact more with Li Tang. Given her talent, she was naturally among those eligible for a guaranteed spot. Su Jiao pulled the flowlight sword from the neck of the dead goblin chieftain boss, bringing out a stream of foul-smelling blood. She couldn't understand why her father insisted on making her and Li Tang apply to the same school. To improve leveling efficiency, the red flame staff was temporarily handed over to AKO for use. A single blazing wave spell sent a large group of charging goblin warriors up in flames, reduced to ash. Red flame staff blue rare, magic attack 270, intelligence 90, constitution 66. Burn gold, increases fire magic damage by 100, applies 1 layer of burn effect per attack, causing 5% of the caster's attack power as ongoing damage per layer, stacking up to 10 layers. Requires level 15 and intelligence 50. As a level 38 fire mage, with a 100% increase in fire magic damage, even these elite level goblin warriors couldn't last 3 seconds in the flames. AKO couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, this staff is truly amazing. It's just a blue rare quality item, but its stats are better than my previous level 36 purple exceptional quality flaming staff, and it even has a golden trait. Unfortunately, it's only usable by the current owner. If only I could have it. Ako, keep your mouth shut. Nie Xiaoying, standing beside him, frowned and scolded, go back and copy the confidentiality agreement 100 times. Ako's face paled, and he opened his mouth but ultimately dared not utter a word. They had all signed confidentiality agreements, knowing that these items were connected to the mysterious young man before them. Leaking even the slightest detail would be a grave offense. Ako had spoken too hastily, and Nie Xiaoying had only punished him by making him copy the confidentiality regulations 100 times that was already extremely lenient. There was nothing to feel wronged about. However, the pace of leveling up was far too slow. By the end of the day, Li Tang had barely reached level 15. He idly watched Nie Xiaoying and the others slaughtering goblins in the camp, and the graceful figure of Lu Ruyan unconsciously floated into his mind. Sigh, if only teacher Lu were here. With her innate talent, summon spirits, she could attract all monsters within a 3-kilometer radius that were 1 rank lower than her. Plus, with Nie Xiaoying and the others wielding the new gear he had crafted, their leveling speed would be like riding a rocket. Now that he thought about it, Lu Ruyan's talent cooldown should be over by now. Unfortunately, the school has organized college entrance exams for the students these days, so she doesn't have time to bring me along. At this rate, when will I ever reach level 20 and be able to undergo the second-class advancement? Once Nie Xiaoying and the others had wiped out the goblin camp, collected the loot, and returned, Li Tang immediately requested to enter the dungeon for leveling. Nie Xiaoying immediately looked troubled. The entire team understood how crucial Li Tang was to the nation. The higher-ups had issued a strict order, unless they were all killed, Li Tang must not be harmed in the slightest. Due to the level difference, aside from Su Jiao, the others couldn't even follow him into the low-level dungeon. While dungeon leveling was fast, the situation inside was complex and ever-changing, and she dared not agree lightly. Seeing her hesitate, Li Tang grew slightly annoyed. Xiaoying, I'm not forcing you to agree. Just report it up the chain of command and let them decide. Nie Xiaoqing had no choice but to report to her superiors. Chapter 26, Clear the area again, no entry allowed. Upon receiving the report, City Lord Su Hui furrowed his brows, slapped the table, and coldly snorted, this is utter nonsense. This Li Tang, doesn't he know how important he is to Kanglan City and the entire Great Xia Empire? How dare he make such an unreasonable demand? Education Bureau Director Lu Jialin was in the office reporting on college entrance exam matters and the progress of the Outstanding Student Support Program. Upon hearing this, he comforted him, Li Tang just wants to advance to level 20 and promote quickly. After all, he's still young and impatient for quick success. It's understandable. Su Hui was still seething with anger. Last time he and Jiao had nearly gotten into trouble in the wilderness dungeon at Hongyan Hill, and he had already forgotten about it so quickly? The two had entered this dungeon to level up at Lu Jialin's suggestion, and he felt awkward, not knowing how to respond. Su Hui stood up, walked back and forth in the office with his hands behind his back, sighed, and decided to let it go. After all, the kid had a point. To be honest, I also want to know what the effect of his third talent trait is after he advances, and whether a fourth trait will appear. However, Li Tang's identity must remain confidential, and due to his rank, only he and Jiao are currently authorized to enter the bronze tier dungeon. The wild dungeon of Hongyan Hill has not yet been fully explored, with too many unknown factors, making it unsuitable for them to enter again for leveling. Lu Jialin noticed that Su Hui had changed his mind, and with a quick glance, he smiled and said, Lord City Master, I have a suggestion. They are currently leveling up in the Funian Mountains, and there is a dark cave dungeon near Nutuling. The monsters inside are between levels 15 and 20, which is perfect for them. Plus, Li Tang and Miss Su Jiao have just upgraded their gear, so teaming up shouldn't be a problem. Su Hui's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The Dark Cave was a mature second-tier bronze-ranked advanced dungeon, with a labyrinthine layout resembling a massive maze. However, they have detailed maps, so they won't get lost. Su Hui waved his hand decisively. Alright, let's head to that dungeon. Arrange for the city defense troops to clear the area around the dark cave and prohibit unauthorized personnel from entering the dungeon. Additionally, some of the monsters in this dungeon have poisonous attacks. Make sure they bring plenty of antidotes just in case. He also had a personal motive: this could serve as a special place for Li Tang and Ah Zhao to spend time alone. They say that time breeds affection, so let them spend more time together and see what happens. Upon receiving the orders, the city defense troops sprang into action, beginning to clear the area around the dark cave dungeon located at Bullhead Ridge. This action immediately sparked widespread dissatisfaction among a large number of bounty hunters. They had been stuck at level 20 for various reasons, unable to advance to the next realm, and had been relying on this dungeon to grind monsters and loot for money. Now they were being driven away by the city guard, naturally feeling resentful. Why can't we grind monsters here? This isn't your private territory. Exactly. Who are we bothering by grinding here? However, the city guard forces paid no heed to them and continued to carry out their orders in an orderly manner. An officer snorted coldly and shouted loudly, "The dark cave dungeon has been designated as a temporary restricted zone. No entry allowed. The city guard is carrying out military duties. Anyone obstructing us will be charged with endangering national security." At those words, the bounty hunters immediately grew timid and began to mutter under their breath as they left. They were only after the treasure; they didn't want to confront the city guard head-on. A specially modified military Humvee screeched to a halt at the entrance of the dark cave dungeon. The door opened, and Nie Xiaoying and the others escorted Li Tang out. "Is this the dark cave dungeon?" Li Tang stretched lazily, curiously surveying his surroundings. Nie Xiaoying nodded. This place had once been a garrison outpost of the city defense troops, with bunkers built around it to prevent the monsters inside from breaking out of control. The cave produces second-tier ore, red copper ore, and the monsters inside drop materials essential for enchanting and alchemy, making it a bustling area with a steady flow of people. "Is that right?" Li Tang scratched his head. "But I don't see many people around here." Nie Xiaoying muttered to herself, "It's all because of you." The city lord ordered this dungeon to be temporarily sealed off and prohibited others from entering. However, there was no need to explain it so clearly to a student. She strode up to the city guard officer in charge of clearing the area and asked in a stern voice, "How is the mission progressing?" Reporting to the captain, "All unauthorized personnel have been persuaded to leave." The officer snapped to attention, but his expression was hesitant. He hesitated, then said. Nie Xiaoying furrowed her brows. "Only what?" The officer answered cautiously, "It's just that time is urgent. According to the records, there are still dozens of people inside the dungeon leveling up and looting, and they haven't come out yet." Nie Xiaoying listened, feeling torn. She turned to Li Tang and suggested, "Why don't we wait a little longer? Once we've completely cleared everyone inside, you and Su Jiao can go in to level up. This dungeon only allows players below level 20 to enter. They can't protect Li Tang. There are still others inside. What if something happens?" Li Tang, however, shrugged it off with a smile, shouting, "It doesn't matter if there are a few people inside. We're just going in to level up, we won't get into a fight with them. Besides, I'm well prepared this time." He stroked the intricately designed spatial ring on his hand, feeling smug. Since the revival of spiritual energy and the game's invasion of reality, only awakened practitioners of the spatial profession have storage abilities. Everyone only had a limited space storage backpack, with only 20 slots initially, each capable of holding 99 identical items. To obtain larger storage space, one must incorporate special materials, refine them, and then upgrade the storage capacity. Space rings, however, are special equipment crafted by high-tier blacksmiths through refinement. Not only do they not occupy equipment slots, but they also offer significantly larger storage space, typically starting at 100 slots. However, due to their complex crafting process and rare, expensive materials, space-related equipment is virtually priceless and unavailable on the market. This ring was specially sent as a gift by Zhao Xiqing, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, and it contains a large quantity of various grades of ore, magic crystals, materials, and a variety of green-quality forging blueprints. It must be said that having the backing of the state and being specially cultivated feels absolutely amazing. Having obtained special permission from the provincial authorities and with all materials provided free of charge, Li Tang certainly wouldn't shortchange himself. Over the past few days, he has custom-made several pieces of equipment specifically for himself. Thunder Warhammer Blue Rare, Attack 288, Strength 120, Constitution 90. Thunder Strike Gold, base damage increased by 10,000. Has a 20% chance to trigger Thunder Strike on attack, dealing 300 damage plus the attacker's attack power as lightning damage to a single target. Requires level 15 and strength 70. This Warhammer is one of them. Without mentioning anything else, just the additional 10,000 base damage alone is enough for him to instantly kill most of the monsters in this dungeon. Hehe, today I'm going to indulge my warrior side. Nie Xiaoying tried to persuade him further, but Li Tang had already grabbed Su Jiao's hand and strode toward the dungeon. Su Jiao's face flushed red, and she suddenly broke free from Li Tang's grip, snorting coldly before leading the way toward the entrance of the dark cave dungeon. As one of the few people in the know, Su Jiao naturally developed a keen interest in Li Tang's talent. Most of her equipment was crafted by him, especially that flowing sword. It was an unparalleled weapon for boss fights, and she couldn't put it down. Although her father, Su Hui, had instructed her to protect Li Tang's safety, that wasn't an excuse for this kid to take advantage of her. Li Tang didn't think much of it and followed Su Jiao into the teleportation array. Nie Xiaoying couldn't stop them in time and could only watch helplessly as the two disappeared into the teleportation array. Chapter 27, Killing monsters with my own hands is still the best. Wasn't it supposed to be one way in and one way out? What were those two who just went in doing? Judging by their appearance, they seem like students who just transferred this year. No way, they've only been transferred for a few days, and someone else already leveled up to 15? I wonder if the city guard is preventing us from entering the dark cave dungeon specifically to clear the way for those two. That's impossible. The city guard is known for its strict discipline. They wouldn't do something like clearing the area for certain people. There were still many bounty hunters outside the dark cave dungeon who hadn't left yet. Seeing that Li Tang and Su Jiao were able to go in, they were all surprised and started discussing it. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "I recognize them." A few days ago, a wild dungeon appeared on Red Rock Hill, and the city guard imposed temporary restrictions. However, I personally saw these two people come out of that dungeon. At the time, many students who were leveling up there were dissatisfied and demanded an explanation, but the city guard arrested several of them on the spot. That's right, it was the female officer who led the arrest. The others were stunned upon hearing this. Who were this man and woman to warrant the city guard deploying twice to clear the area for them to level up? However, they soon grew angry again, accusing them of abusing their power for personal gain. Not only did they use the city guard to clear the area for leveling, but they also arrested people. This is utterly unforgivable. It's unfair. Why were those two allowed in while we were blocked outside the dungeon? Exactly. They claim to be on a mission, but what kind of mission is this? Clearing the way for high-ranking officials? The city guard, a prestigious force, has become someone else's lapdog? Who are those two scoundrels? Are they the illegitimate children of the city lord or nobles from the imperial capital? We demand that their identities be revealed. In no time, the entrance to the dark cave dungeon was swarming with angry bounty hunters. Although the city guard soldiers were also unaware of Li Tang and Su Jiao's identities, they remained steadfast in their duties, quickly forming a human wall to block them outside. Seeing the commotion, Nie Xiaoying's expression darkened and she shouted harshly. The city guards are carrying out a secret mission. Unrelated personnel should leave immediately, or else don't blame me for being rude. Someone shouted back, what secret mission? It's just an excuse for you to serve some powerful officials. Those two little brats can go in, so we can too. These people were seasoned veterans of the underworld, far more difficult to deal with than those students. Seeing the crowd start to surge forward again, Nie Xiaoying's face turned ashen. She swung her short sword, leaving a straight sword mark on the ground. The authority of the city guards will not tolerate your insolence. Anyone who dares to cross this line will be killed without mercy. A flash of white light, and Li Tang and Su Jiao appeared in a dark, deep cave. The path ahead was branching in all directions, with several forks in the road. Su Jiao frowned and asked, which direction should we go? Pointing and selecting, whoever is pointed at is the one. Li Tang extended his right index finger and randomly pointed at the fork in the road in front of him. Alright, that's the one. After reciting his childish incantation, he led the way down one of the paths. What's there to fear? With Nie Xiaoying's map, we could navigate this maze with our eyes closed. Your choice is really random, Su Jiao thought, rolling her eyes, but she followed Li Tang forward. The cave wasn't completely dark. The rocks on the sides and ceiling of the cave emitted a faint, eerie glow, casting shadowy outlines of the surrounding scenery. In truth, the dark cave wasn't an ideal place for newcomers to level up. The lack of light, restricted terrain, and monsters that were skilled at ambushing all made leveling up more challenging. However, as long as one was careful not to be surrounded by large groups of monsters, there was little danger, which is why it attracted many newcomers every year seeking to hone their skills. The two had only walked a short distance when they heard a rustling sound. Li Tang pulled out the Frost Tower shield and tapped it with the Thunder Warhammer, then laughed. Last time in the Red Rock Hills dungeon, you were always charging ahead. Now it's my turn to try. By the way, let's test the power of this Warhammer. As a man, who would want to hide behind a woman? Even if she's an extremely beautiful woman. Even as a lifestyle profession, Li Tang still has the heart of a warrior. SSSS. Countless red dots flickered in the depths of the cave, followed by spider-like monsters the size of basins emerging one after another. They are cave spiders, they're poisonous. Be careful not to get bitten. Li Tang shouted a warning, grabbing the Frost Tower shield and charging forward. You should take care of yourself first. As soon as he moved, a graceful figure darted past Li Tang and plunged into the crowd of monsters, her shurikens flashing and sending sprays of blood into the air. Damn! Li Tang had intended to show off his masculinity, but Su Jiao didn't fall for it at all. How could a blacksmith possibly match the speed of an S-rank professional Gale Sword Saint? He was so angry he could barely stand still. Jiao, don't kill them so quickly. At least leave a few for me. Unwilling to be outdone, he hurriedly grabbed his hammer and charged forward. The cave spiders were around level 15, with some elite monsters reaching level 16. They were known for their high attack power and low defense. The most annoying thing was their teeth, which inflicted poisonous bites accompanied by intense pain. Once bitten, one had to take an antidote immediately, otherwise they would continue to lose health. With the flowing light sword's enhancement, Su Jiao moved like a tiger among sheep, striking swiftly and killing a cave spider with just 3 or 5 swings. Her movements were agile, and the cave spider's web-spinning and venom attacks couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. Soon, the ground was littered with the corpses of the monsters, and the stench of green blood filled the air. Die! Li Tang roared, swinging his thunder war hammer with all his might at the nearest cave spider. A flash of lightning erupted, and the cave spider didn't even utter a sound before turning into a pile of charred remains. Instant kill! Thunderstrike. This golden text increased the base damage by 10,000, far exceeding the health of these ordinary minions. Finally, I can kill monsters too. Li Tang was thrilled, swinging his thunder war hammer with such force that it whistled through the air. As a renowned genius known for both academic and martial prowess at 3rd middle school, his martial arts skills go without saying. Though Li Tang wasn't as agile as Su Jiao, his massive ice frost tower shield protected him, deflecting all the cave spider's attacks. He didn't even take a single scratch. Killing monsters with my own hands is so satisfying. There were nearly 20 cave spiders in total. Li Tang shook off his warhammer, looked at the small increase in experience points, and felt extremely excited. Su Jiao was spotless, forming a stark contrast to Li Tang, who was covered in blood and dirt. She looked down on Li Tang with disdain. After all, he had only killed a few cave spiders. She couldn't understand why he was so excited. Hee, you don't understand. Li Tang didn't bother explaining, instead crouching down to collect the loot that had dropped. Which man doesn't have a warrior's heart? With the Thunder Warhammer's immense destructive power, Li Tang, a blacksmith by trade, finally got to satisfy his urge to slaughter enemies, and the exhilaration he felt was indescribable. After storing the spider webs, poison sacks, and other items into his spatial ring, the two continued deeper into the cave. Since Li Tang also had the ability to kill monsters, Su Jiao no longer treated him as merely a good luck charm. However, she didn't forget her father Su Hui's instructions: when killing monsters, at least half of her attention should be on Li Tang, ready to rescue him at any moment. However, Li Tang did not let success go to his head. After killing a dozen monsters to his heart's content, he began to calm down. He remembered his identity as a blacksmith, following closely behind Su Jiao, only occasionally charging forward to swing his hammer. The two worked together seamlessly, quickly dispatching 3 or 4 groups of cave spiders. The dark cave was teeming with monsters, most of which were pack animals. Dark wolf spiders, black beetles, and venomous centipedes appeared in groups every few steps. Especially in some narrow areas, Li Tang simply raised his massive ice shield to block off most of the cave passageway. His strength had reached 288 points, and no matter how the monsters charged, they couldn't break through his defenses. Su Jiao simply thrust her long sword through the gaps in the shield, easily dispatching the monsters. The two of them worked together seamlessly, and their monster-killing speed was no slower than that of a well-equipped 5-person elite team. In a dark passage of the cave, they had just finished off a wave of black beetles and hadn't even had time to clean up the battlefield when they suddenly heard a rustling sound, as if a large group of monsters were flying toward them. Trouble! It's blood-sucking bats! Li Tang spotted a large flock of bats charging toward them and quickly grabbed Su Jiao, turning to flee. Chapter 28. We don't have much, but we have plenty of gear. Each bat was the size of a small dog, with sharp fangs exposed at the corners of their mouths. Their wingspan was over a meter, resembling demons flying out of hell. Su Jiao's face flushed slightly as she coldly said, "Let go of me. I'm faster, I'll distract them first." Lure them away? Your 2 legs can't outrun their wings. Li Tang shouted without turning his head, "Find a place to hide first." Fortunately, there was a fork in the path nearby, and the cave narrowed further. Li Tang pushed Su Jiao inside and blocked the entrance with his hands holding the ice tower shield. The blood-sucking bats followed closely behind, colliding with the shield, causing it to clang loudly. Li Tang strained his shoulders, desperately holding back the immense force surging through the shield. He felt a growing sense of urgency. This wasn't going to work. These damned bats also had a skill called soundwave impact, which could directly attack a person's mind. Just what I feared. Seeing they couldn't break through Li Tang's shield, the bats spread their wings and retreated, opening their mouths to emit invisible sound waves. Li Tang felt his head spin suddenly, his mind going blank for a moment, accompanied by a nauseating urge to vomit. Fortunately, he had extraordinary willpower. He forced himself to endure the discomfort in his head, clenching his hands tightly against the shield, refusing to let a single blood-sucking bat fly in. Su Jiao wasn't faring much better. As an agile warrior with no intelligence points, her equipment was primarily focused on strength and agility. After being hit by so many blood-sucking bats using soundwave impact, her head felt like it had been struck by a hammer, ringing loudly, almost causing her to faint. Blood flowed from her ears and nose, and she collapsed weakly beside Li Tang. Wave. The blood-sucking bat's attacks triggered the attached effect on the Frost Tower shield, enveloping the two in a white shield adorned with frost. Shield green. When taking damage, there is a 5% chance to generate an Ice Frost shield, which absorbs 300 points of damage per second for 10 seconds. Li Ting caught his breath, reached out with one hand, pulled out a healing potion, and forced it into Su Jiao's mouth, stopping her health from continuing to drop. He then quickly pulled out several pieces of equipment that boosted intelligence and equipped them on both of them. Ring of Wisdom Blue Rare, Constitution 102, Intelligence 114. Wisdom, 15 Mental Recovery, 5 Magic Attack Power. Level Requirement, 16. Vitality Necklace Blue Rare, Intelligence 117, Defense 267. Vitality Green, Health 2286, Mana 2523, Health and Mana Regeneration Speed 20. Level Requirement 14. Resistance Necklace Blue Rare, Intelligence 114, Constitution 99. Resistance Green, 10 Resistance to all abnormal status effects. Level Requirement 15. As a blacksmith, I don't have much, but I have plenty of equipment. After putting on the equipment, both of their intelligence stats skyrocketed to over 200 points, making them nearly immune to mental attacks. They quickly recovered from the initial discomfort. Su Jiao, who had always been strong-willed, was furious at being caught off guard by these damned bats. She pulled out a scroll and threw it directly at them. Endless flames filled the narrow space ahead, and countless blood-sucking bats screeched pitifully as they flew wildly in the flames before finally falling lifelessly to the ground. Seeing the blood-sucking bats killed by the third-tier fiery flame charms, the two of them sighed in relief, their bodies going limp, nearly collapsing to the ground. Damn it, we almost got caught in a trap. Finally, we're alive. Li Ting exhaled deeply. The situation had arisen suddenly. They had just finished off a wave of monsters when they encountered this large group of blood-sucking bats, leaving them no time to react. Fortunately, their attacks triggered the shield green trait on their shields, giving the two of them a chance to counterattack. After catching her breath for a moment, Su Jiao staggered over and used her long sword to finish off each of the damned blood-sucking bats, draining them of their blood. There were over 100 of these level 17 monsters, and after killing them, both of their experience points skyrocketed. Li Ting was just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 16, while Su Jiao was about to break through the level 17 barrier. Among the students who had recently transferred this year, their leveling speed was almost unmatched. Despite their numbers, the blood-sucking bats only dropped one piece of equipment, with the rest being bat claws, fangs, and similar items. Vampiric Dagger Green Fine, Attack 16, Agility 10, has a 12% chance to convert attack damage into health. Requires level 16. This dagger's stats are terrible, far inferior to the equipment Li Ting had crafted himself. He was about to throw it into the Bagua furnace as an offering, but upon noticing the 1% blood-sucking attribute, he suddenly had a change of heart and placed it into his spatial ring. Once he reaches level 20 and advances, he can use this dagger to test its third property and see if he can transfer this attribute to his Thunder Warhammer. Let's go! This place is filthy and stinks. It's disgusting. The ground was littered with the charred corpses of blood-sucking bats, emitting a foul, fishy stench. Su Jiao, being a girl, couldn't stand it. Li Ting nodded and was about to take a step forward when he suddenly crouched down, using the dagger to slice off the two wings of the bat beneath his feet. After being seared by magical flames, the two wings sizzled and oozed oil, emitting a captivating fragrance. Try some? Li Ting handed the roasted wings to Su Jiao, but she shook her head vigorously, as if she had seen a ghost, and backed away quickly. Sigh, you really have no taste. Li Ting didn't bother to wait for it to cool down. He stuffed half the wing into his mouth. Delicious. Damn, it's so crispy and fragrant. These bat wings are full of crispy cartilage. Each bite is so fragrant, and he chewed so vigorously that his mouth made crunching sounds. Grilled bat wings are my favorite. Li Ting hummed a tune out of tune, eating so greedily that oil dripped from the corners of his mouth. Crunchy and crispy, with a chicken flavor. Are roasted bat wings really that delicious? Watching Li Ting eat so enthusiastically, Su Jiao, who was standing nearby, hesitated. However, she resisted the temptation and refused to come over for a taste. Seeing that he couldn't tempt Su Jiao, Li Ting sighed regretfully. He pulled out a dagger and cut off all the wings from the more intact bat carcasses on the ground, storing them in his spatial ring. There were no seasonings here, and some parts of the bat wings had been burned too charred by the flames, making the texture far from perfect. He could only take them back to process later. After resting for a while, both of their health had recovered to a decent level, so they continued to venture deeper into the cave. After this incident, Su Jiao and Li Ting had learned their lesson, proceeding cautiously and taking careful steps, and no further complications arose. The dark-armored beetles, bloodthirsty bats, emerald phosphorescent snakes, and cave salamanders in the dimly lit cave all became experience for them. Li Ting quickly reached level 16 and replaced his level 11 green quality rock helmet with a blue rare quality guardian helmet, significantly boosting his stats. Guardian Helmet Blue Rare, Defense 297, Strength 117, Constitution 111. Guardian Blue, this equipment is blessed, granting 1000 defense and a 10% chance to completely ignore damage taken. Requires level 16. His strength has now reached an astonishing 370 points, and his constitution attribute is even higher, reaching a terrifying 533 points, a true human tank. As long as he doesn't encounter monsters like blood-sucking bats that use mental attacks, even if you throw Li Tang into a crowd of monsters, it would be hard to break his defense. Although the monsters in the dungeon are much denser than in the wild, the caves here are interconnected, forcing them to search everywhere. Moreover, the higher the level, the more experience points required to level up, causing the leveling speed to gradually slow down. Just as the two turned a corner, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed, and three panicked figures stumbled toward them. Chapter 29, The Ungrateful Traitor. Who? Li Tang immediately assumed a defensive stance and shouted loudly. Don't misunderstand. We're also human and have no ill intentions. The first person shouted while running. Li Tang relaxed slightly upon hearing this, lowered his shield, and asked, Who are you? How did you end up here? The dark cave dungeon was vast and labyrinthine, resembling a large maze. In theory, the chances of different leveling groups encountering each other were quite low. We encountered an 18th level Crimson Demon rat boss and were trying to surround and kill it, but it ended up killing two of our teammates. The man, covered in blood and gasping for breath, said, We couldn't hold them off. In the panic, we ran here. An 18th level Crimson Demon rat boss. In such a dark environment, rodent-like magical beasts can unleash incredibly powerful combat strength. Li Tang's expression immediately changed, and he quickly repositioned himself into a defensive stance. Su Jiao also held her sword across her chest, vigilantly watching the three of them from behind. Don't worry, it's busy eating the corpses of our fallen comrades. It shouldn't be able to catch up for a while. The three of them ran past Li Tang, drenched in sweat, leaning against the mountain wall and gasping for breath. Judging by their attire, their professions were rogue, warrior, and mage. Their faces were seasoned and mature, clearly not this year's newly transferred students, but rather seasoned mercenaries or freelance adventurers who had spent years battling in dungeons. Their equipment was all green, which was already considered quite good for players below level 20. However, they were all in a sorry state, covered in scratches and bite marks, with blood dripping from their wounds onto the ground. As for the other two, there was no need to say they had already met their end at the hands of the rats. The warrior, holding a shield covered in scars and nearly shattered, gasped for breath and asked, Buddy, do you have any extra healing potions? Give us some, please. We used them all up during the fight. These men, desperate to survive, had abandoned their comrades' bodies to be devoured by the beasts. Li Tang felt a bit queasy, but seeing how desperate they were, he hesitated briefly before pulling out a few bottles of healing potions from his spatial ring and tossing them over. After thinking for a moment, he also took out 2 rolls of bandages and tossed them over. Thanks. The glass bottles glowed enticingly under the glow of the phosphorescent stones. The men quickly caught them and downed the contents. They helped each other bandage their wounds with the gauze and finally exhaled deeply. Let us go. Su Jiao gently tugged at Li Tang's sleeve. She didn't like these people at all and wanted to leave this trouble-prone place as soon as possible. They didn't know when the red demon rat boss would follow the blood trail and come after them. One was level 16, the other level 17 in this terrain. They might not be able to handle an 18-level boss-level monster. Alright. Li Tang quickly realized the issue and turned to leave. Wait. Did you just take the healing potion and bandages from the ring on your hand? The shield warrior suddenly narrowed his eyes. Last year at the black market auction, he had seen the same flickering light pass over the surface of a spatial ring worth over 100 million. Li Tang turned to look, and under the dim glow of the glowstones on the ceiling of the dark cave, he clearly saw greed written all over the shield warrior's face. Damn it, I forgot not to flaunt wealth. His heart tightened, and he furrowed his brows. What do you want? The shield warrior stepped forward, glancing at the equipment the two were wearing. He noticed that almost everything was blue-quality rare gear, and his eyes lit up even more. He smiled broadly. Young men, you're here to level up, aren't you? This place is extremely dangerous. Let me take you around and help you level up. I know this place well. I guarantee you'll level up quickly and safely. The reward? Just the ring on your hand. How about it? Years of experience in dungeons allowed the shield warrior to immediately recognize the ring's exceptional value. His Adam's apple bobbed twice, and the scar across his right cheek twitched as he smiled menacingly. Listen to me, the waters here are deep. You have no idea what you're getting into. These two looked like fresh-faced students who had just switched classes this year, having seen little of the world. A little deception and intimidation would be enough to make them submit, leaving them at his mercy. He'd done this kind of thing countless times before he was a pro at it. What a flaw. Li Tang was speechless, lifting his shield and preparing to leave. Not to mention the value of this spatial ring is at least tens of millions, and he had just saved him, yet he dared to make such an outrageous demand? Does he think he's a 3-year-old child? Seeing that Li Tang wasn't paying any attention to him, the shield warrior's face darkened. He stepped forward to block Li Tang's path and threatened, Don't make us force you. If you know what's good for you, hand over the ring right now, and we'll spare your life. Otherwise. He grinned maliciously. This is the dark cavern. There are no surveillance cameras. Even if we kill you, your bodies will be devoured by those beasts before anyone notices. Li Tang scoffed, "You're just a toad yawning, how dare you talk so big? You're just a stray dog being chased by a boss with nowhere to run. You dare to think of killing people and stealing treasure?" He waved his hand at Su Jiao and said, "Let's go. Don't bother with these fools." "Stop." The shield warrior's face turned pale. He drew his long sword, aimed it at Li Tang, and turned to his companions, making a promise. "Brothers, help me get this ring. Once we're out, arrange a 7-day all-inclusive package at Heaven and Earth." Upon hearing the shield warrior's words, the two exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of hesitation. Though young, the man and woman were equipped almost entirely in blue-quality rare gear, clearly indicating their noble origins. They must be the young master or lady of some prominent family. Moreover, the Crimson Demon Rat Boss could appear at any moment, and they didn't want to cause trouble at such a critical moment. What's there to fear? These two are clearly newly awakened newbies, probably only level 15 at most. We're all at the peak of level 20, the advantage is ours. The shield warrior shouted loudly, "Kill them and toss them into some remote corner." Who would ever know? That stinking rat is busy devouring the corpses and won't be able to get here anytime soon. I just want that ring. The gear on their bodies isn't bad either. You two can split it. After this job, we'll never have to worry again. He added, "After we get out, besides the 7-day all-inclusive package, I'll give each of you an extra 100,000. That wasn't a bad deal, and his two companions immediately grew tempted, brandishing their weapons and closing in. Especially the thief, who, upon seeing Su Jiao's beauty, grinned lewdly and suggested, "Why don't I take her first? Don't worry, little beauty, uncle will take good care of you." Who would have thought that these few people, who had just narrowly escaped the boss's pursuit and hadn't even left the dangerous area yet, would already be trying to seize Li Tang's spatial ring? They're truly driven by greed. Spit. Ungrateful traitors. Su Jiao's face flushed red, and she spat angrily, her sword sheath already protruding 3 inches with a cold gleam. These people clearly intend to kill and loot. Why waste words? Act first and strike hard. Su Jiao's eyebrows furrowed, her eyes filled with murderous intent, and her long sword, like a silver lightning bolt, stabbed toward the insolent thief. The sword strike was as fast as lightning, reaching the thief's face in an instant. The thief was so terrified that his soul nearly left his body. He never expected that this seemingly cold and fragile woman could strike with such ferocity. However, though his mouth was foul, his skills were no joke. At the moment of life and death, he summoned all his strength and leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Even so, the sharp blade still sliced a deep gash across his face, and blood gushed out instantly. Sigh. The thief winced in pain, his earlier lecherous intent turning into endless rage. He growled furiously, "Brothers, hold him down. Let me show you how I'll deal with this filthy woman." As he spoke, his figure blurred and he vanished from the spot, clearly activating the rogue's signature skill, invisibility. The thief's sneak attack was the most despicable. Su Jiao quickly sheathed her sword and defended herself, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. The shield warrior let out a wild roar and charged forward with the charge skill, charging toward the two like a rampaging bull. The mage nearby didn't lag behind, swinging his staff. Under the surging magic, transparent streams of water seemed to take on a life of their own, swiftly converging and transforming into resilient chains that silently wrapped around Li Tang and Su Jiao. Chapter 30, We Can Take It Down. Water bind a relatively rare water elemental mage. Li Tang remained unfazed. After several battles, he was no longer the inexperienced rookie he once was. Oomph. He took a deep breath, tensed every muscle in his body, and with the support of 370 points of terrifying strength, the water chains binding him shattered instantly, turning into a pool of water that scattered across the ground. Li Tang chuckled, raising the frost shield, which emitted a bone-chilling aura, in front of him. He lowered his center of gravity and braced himself, blocking the shield warrior's charge with a loud thud. Then, his right hand wielding the thunder warhammer, enveloped in furious lightning, struck the shield warrior with overwhelming force. The shield warrior, seeing this, was startled and quickly raised his shield to defend himself. But the shield, already battered and scarred, shattered like paper under the blow, shattering into pieces. He spat blood and flew backwards several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. It didn't trigger the thunder strike. Li Tang landed his strike but was far from satisfied. If he had triggered that golden trait, this shield warrior would have been either dead or severely injured. Turning his head, he saw Su Jiao had also broken free from the chains formed by waterbind. Li Tang swung his hammer in a flourish and charged directly toward the water mage. In a team fight, taking out the enemy mage first is the top priority. The water mage's face turned pale. Even the shield warrior, renowned for his defensive prowess, couldn't withstand Li Tang's casual swing. If he took a hit, he'd be reduced to a pile of mud. He quickly summoned 2 water snakes to block his front, then turned and ran toward the shield warrior, screaming for help, "Save me! Quick, save me!" The 2 water snakes didn't cause much trouble for Li Tang, they were quickly smashed into a puddle of water by his hammer. Hee hee, let's see who's faster, you or me. Li Tang sneered and gave chase. His agility was no slouch, and in just a few steps, he was almost upon the water mage. Just then, the invisible rogue silently appeared behind Li Tang, his dagger glowing with an eerie green light, and stabbed fiercely toward his neck. Watch out! Su Jiao saw this and was startled. Without hesitation, she activated Whirlwind Step, her figure instantly turning into a blur as she charged forward, her long sword pointing directly at the thief's back. At the last possible moment, a white magical shield suddenly appeared, clanging loudly as it blocked the fatal strike. The thief was startled, utterly baffled as to how this warrior-clad youth could suddenly summon a magical shield. Damn it, you wasted my guardian's badge. Li Tang flew into a rage and swung his hammer back. The thief, knowing he couldn't match his strength, quickly used Phantom Step to create distance, but his cheek still stunned from the icy hammer wind. At that moment, Su Jiao's long sword had already reached him, and she took the opportunity to slash a long gash across his side. The thief, in pain, had no choice but to muster his strength and engage her in a fierce battle. Both were agile-type warriors, moving as swiftly as ghosts. Especially Su Jiao, empowered by her innate talent Lingbo microstep, her movements grew even more agile. She darted around the narrow space like a butterfly, each strike carrying a fierce momentum, aiming straight for the thief's vital points. For a moment, the thief was completely overwhelmed, able only to block her attacks, with no chance to counter. The shield warrior wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and shouted, "Brothers, be careful. He's tricky." He had taken Li Tang's hammer blow head-on, shattering his shield into pieces, fracturing his left arm, and causing his health to plummet by a third. If it weren't for his decent equipment, that blow would have nearly killed him. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword with his remaining right hand and charged toward Li Tang, rushing to rescue the water mage who was frantically dodging attacks. He understood the principle of mutual dependence. If the water mage was killed, he would be next. He had originally thought these two were easy targets, but they turned out to be two tough nuts to crack. They never imagined that despite being level 20, with abundant combat experience and decent gear. Yet, facing two newly promoted beginners, they not only failed to gain any advantage but were completely overwhelmed. After taking another direct hit from Li Tang's hammer, the shield warrior spat blood and stumbled back several steps, his heart pounding with fear. They couldn't win, they simply couldn't win. The shield warrior hurriedly shouted for mercy, "We surrender." At that moment, a series of urgent footsteps echoed through the cave passage, sounding like a large magical beast was rushing toward them. Trouble! The red magic rat boss is catching up. The three of them turned pale instantly, abandoned their opponent without hesitation, and turned to flee. Try to run? Not so easy. Li Tang's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. He quickly stepped back a few paces and raised the frost tower shield at the entrance of the passage, blocking their path. He grinned savagely. "You want my spatial ring, don't you? Come and take it if you dare." These people had just escaped danger and were already coveting his spatial ring. If it weren't for his top-tier equipment, they would have killed him and taken his treasures. With that, how could Li Tang possibly let them off so easily? The three were blocked by Li Tang, leaving them in a difficult situation. Fear filled their hearts, but to survive, they frantically swung their weapons, desperate to break through Li Tang's defensive line. "Get out of the way. Hurry up and get out of the way. Let us through. I won't take your ring. Help. I don't want to die." The three of them attacked wildly while desperately pleading. However, Li Tang's defensive gear was simply too formidable. Even without any defensive skills, he was far beyond what these amateurs could hope to break through. The shield warrior coughed up blood, his voice trembling as he begged, "I'm sorry. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have been so greedy for your money. Please let us pass. I'll give you money 10,000. I'll transfer it to you immediately once we're out." The water mage was also sweating profusely, shouting, "I'll give you 200,000. Plus, my sister is very beautiful. I'll introduce her to you once we're out. My second uncle's cousin's brother's neighbor is the adopted daughter of the vice president of the Dragon Ascension Guild. If you let me go, I'll beg her to admit all of you into the Dragon Ascension Guild." The thief wasn't about to be outdone and made his own offer. He engaged in a fierce struggle with Su Jiao, but not only did he gain no advantage, he was also stabbed in the thigh by her sword, severely impairing his agility. He knew that once the Crimson Demon Rat caught up, he was as good as dead. Li Tang, however, wore a mocking expression and laughed, "What's the rush? Better to share the fun with others. Let the Crimson Demon Rat boss come if it wants to. It'll be a good opportunity for us to see just how powerful it really is. It's just a boss. What's so scary about it? You're scared out of your wits." Before he could finish speaking, several piercing screeches echoed through the air, and a massive black shadow burst out of the tunnel behind them, charging toward them with a deafening roar. The three of them were so terrified they couldn't even think straight, let alone fight back. They scattered in all directions as quickly as they could. A loud crash echoed as the shadow collided with Li Tang, who hadn't managed to dodge in time. The force was immense, and Li Tang, caught off guard, was knocked flying along with his shield. "Li Tang, are you okay?" Su Jiao immediately abandoned her opponent, darted over to Li Tang, and helped him to his feet. After knocking Li Tang flying, the Crimson Demon Rat boss's eyes flashed with savage intent as it lunged toward the three closest to it. The three dared not confront it head-on and instinctively sprinted toward the depths of the cave. I might not be able to outrun the Crimson Demon Rat Boss, but if I can outrun you, that's enough. Before they could run a few steps, the Crimson Demon Rat Boss closed in like a ghost. Its speed was astonishing. It flickered through the air and leaped high over everyone's heads, landing steadily ahead of them, completely blocking their path. As the Crimson Demon Rat Boss closed in step by step, the three turned as pale as paper and immediately came to a halt. There was no time to flee now. To survive, they had to suppress their fear and fight back with all their might, causing the sound of exploding skills to echo throughout the cave. If they didn't fight now, there would be no chance to fight at all. I'm fine. Having taken the full brunt of the level 18 Crimson Demon Rat Boss's heavy blow, Li Tang only felt a slight tightness in his chest and quickly recovered. With the enhancement of his top-tier equipment, his health had dropped by less than 1,000 points and was rapidly recovering at a rate of 10 points per second. Earlier, he had been caught off guard, which is why he was knocked back so easily. Once he stabilized his stance, Li Tang finally got a clear look at the Crimson Demon Rat Boss. It was as large as a calf, with a pair of blood-red eyes gleaming with cunning, sharp teeth and claws, and a tail over 3 meters long that whipped behind it like a steel whip. However, this creature wasn't unscathed either. The previous battle had left several deep gashes on its body, and a broken sword was lodged in its back, with foul-smelling blood dripping steadily from the wound. Li Tang's eyes lit up. This boss was injured, with only 2/3 of its health remaining. We can take it down. Chapter 31, Crimson Demon Rat Boss defeated. Seeing Li Tang and Su Jiao standing nearby watching the battle, the shield warrior struggled to block the Crimson Demon Rat Boss's attacks while turning his head to shout loudly, "Hurry and save us! Your strength isn't weak, but you're no match for this boss. This place is too narrow. None of us can outrun this rat. Our only hope is to unite and fight together. Let's form a team and work together to kill this boss. We won't take any of the loot, it's all yours." At that moment, he was on the front lines resisting the Crimson Demon Rat Boss. Without his shield's protection, he could barely withstand the boss's attacks with just a long sword. If it weren't for the water mage's timely use of water bind to temporarily restrict the Crimson Demon Rat Boss's movements, he would have collapsed and been defeated long ago. Li Tang crossed his arms and smiled, saying, "No rush, no rush. We'll join in once you're tired." He had already seen the true colors of these people and wouldn't trust their promises so easily. Seeing that Li Tang wasn't falling for it, the shield warrior was deeply disappointed. He struggled to hold his ground, gradually unable to withstand the attacks, with more and more wounds appearing on his body. He clenched his teeth, a look of determination flashing across his face, and deliberately left an opening before turning and fleeing. Throughout the battle, he had been acting as a tank, taking the brunt of the attacks at the front. His sudden retreat left the water mages behind completely exposed to the Red Demon Rat Boss. "Li Fugue, you bastard!" Under the despairing gaze of the water mages, the Crimson Demon Rat Boss charged forward, its sharp claws piercing deeply into his chest. Ah! With a long, agonizing scream, the water mage's chest was ripped open by the Crimson Demon Rat Boss, leaving a gaping hole. His body flew through the air like a slamming into the cave wall before crashing back to the ground. After twitching a few times, he lay motionless in a pool of blood. The Crimson Demon Rat Boss stuffed the still beating heart from its claws into its mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it whole. Without pausing, it swung its long tail, wrapping around the thief who had sensed danger and was trying to escape, and dragged him into its mouth. This thief was truly unlucky. Earlier, he had been stabbed in the thigh by Su Jiao, slowing him down. Caught off guard, he had no time to escape and could only watch helplessly as his life was taken by the rat. No! Another piercing scream echoed through the cave as the Crimson Demon Rat Boss swiftly bit through the thief's neck, then tossed the bloodied, mangled body aside. The shield warrior took advantage of the chaos, dashing past Li Tang and Su Jiao without looking back, sprinting deep into the cave for his life. "You two hold off the boss first. I'll remember your sacrifice. As long as you don't use skills to specifically draw aggro, monsters will prioritize attacking enemies closer to them." The shield warrior laughed wildly as he stumbled forward. With Li Tang and the others blocking the way, as long as he could escape the boss's aggro range in time, he had a chance to escape the dungeon. What brotherly loyalty! What honor and decency! Nothing matters more than your own life. Seeing how brutal the boss was, Li Tang and Su Jiao couldn't help but gasp in horror. But what was even more brutal was the shield warrior's cold-heartedness to save his own life. He didn't hesitate to use his own comrades as shields. How despicable. Su Jiao was so angry her face turned red. She couldn't believe someone could be so selfish. She angrily tried to chase after the shield warrior to teach him a lesson, but Li Tang reached out and stopped her. "Forget it, let him go. We need to deal with this boss first." His eyes also flashed with anger, but now that the shield warrior had fled, the Crimson Demon Rat Boss's pair of blood-red eyes were fixed firmly on the two of them. "As usual, I'll defend while you attack." Li Tang showed no fear, holding the Frost Tower shield and charging straight toward the boss. His right hand wielded the Thunder Warhammer, enveloped in a streak of dazzling lightning, unleashing a colossal force as it crashed down on the Crimson Demon Rat Boss. This boss's health was only around 100,000. If they could reduce its health below 30, relying on Su Jiao's swift sword and the critical strike golden trait on her flowing sword, they could easily take it down. Equipped with top-tier gear, Li Tang's stats had significantly improved. Combined with the narrow cave passage, he could focus on defense while attacking sparingly, and for a time, he found himself locked in a fierce battle with the level 18 Crimson Demon Rat Boss. Su Jiao, relying on her agile movements, darted around the area, occasionally charging forward to stab a few times. The Crimson Demon Rat Boss saw that all its attacks were being steadily blocked by Li Tang's shield, while his attacks were as powerful as thunder, causing it to fly into a rage. It took 2 steps back and suddenly let out a piercing screech, the shrill sound echoing through the empty cave for a long distance. Trouble! It's summoning reinforcements. Hurry, increase the attack speed. Li Tang's expression changed abruptly. While raising his shield to block the Crimson Demon Rat Boss's attacks, he swung his hammer backward and struck its body. A thick bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, instantly illuminating the dark cave and striking the Crimson Demon Rat Boss with a thunderous crash. The Red Demon Rat Boss's agile body stiffened suddenly, its crimson fur standing on end, with scorched marks all over its body. Its already injured body was further weakened, causing its health to drop significantly. Thunder Strike Gold, base damage increased by 10,000. Has a 20% chance to trigger Thunder Strike on attack, dealing 300 attack damage as lightning damage to a single enemy. Haha, watch me shatter the darkness with thunder. Li Tang was overjoyed, never expecting to trigger this golden skill at such a critical moment. This blow was brutal. The Crimson Demon Rat Boss scrambled on all fours, its body trembling uncontrollably, and managed to stand up with great effort. It shook its dizzy head, ready to charge again, but Su Jiao had already seized the opportunity to unleash Whirlwind Sword Slash. The flowing sword in her hand transformed into a series of dense sword shadows, accompanied by the whistling sound of cutting through the air, like a storm of swords rapidly striking the Crimson Demon Rat Boss. With each strike, the sword blades sliced open bloody wounds on its body. The Crimson Demon Rat Boss braced itself against Su Jiao's attacks, opened its mouth, and expelled a cloud of foul-smelling gas, instantly filling the cave with a putrid stench. Trouble! The gas it expelled was poisonous. Li Tang inhaled only a small amount of air and immediately felt dizzy, urgently shouting to warn Su Jiao. He quickly tore off a piece of cloth and pressed it tightly over his mouth and nose, then pulled out an antidote and downed it in one gulp. Su Jiao, upon hearing this, held her breath, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she didn't give the Crimson Demon Rat Boss any chance to catch its breath. She shouted, "Sword Storm!" A dazzling array of sword lights erupted from Su Jiao at the center, rapidly spreading outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a massive, rapidly spinning whirlwind formed. Wherever the storm passed, it blew away the poisonous mist expelled by the Crimson Demon Rat Boss in the cave. Countless sword lights darted through the air like agile silver snakes, wildly slicing and dicing everything in their path. Faced with such a ferocious sword storm, the Crimson Demon Rat Boss could not move at all, and could only watch helplessly as its health plummeted like a flood breaking through a dam. Strike while the iron is hot. Li Tang also took this opportunity to swing his Thunder Warhammer repeatedly at the Crimson Demon Rat Boss. Su Jiao was not to be outdone. She let out a fierce cry and charged forward, plunging her long sword deeply into the Red Demon Rat Boss's throat. The Crimson Demon Rat Boss swiped her aside with a claw, then grabbed the long sword with its front paws and pulled it out with a forceful tug. Instantly, a foul-smelling stream of blood spurted out like a high-pressure water jet, spraying far and wide. It clutched its throat and let out a few agonizing squeals, trying to chase after them, but it felt completely drained of strength. Its claws scraped at the ground a few times before it finally came to a stop. It turned out that the sword strike had triggered the 10% critical hit chance of the Flowlight sword, instantly killing it. The Crimson Demon Rat Boss was defeated. After the Crimson Demon Rat Boss died, it dropped 3 pieces of equipment, 1 blue and 2 green. Red Demon Sword Blue Rare, Attack 88, Strength 32, Constitution 28. Requires Level 20, Strength 37. Red Demon Iron Ring Green Fine, Strength 10, Intelligence 12, Agility 14. Requires Level 16. Xingyan Boots Green Fine, Defense 18, Agility 13. Requires Level 15. These 3 pieces of equipment have decent stats, with the Red Magic Iron Ring being a rare accessory that is difficult to obtain in normal gameplay. However, compared to the equipment he had crafted himself, they were no match. Li Tang casually stored the dropped equipment and magic crystals into his spatial ring, pulled out the glowing sword still lodged in the throat of the Crimson Demon Rat Boss, and was about to call Su Jiao to leave when he noticed she was staggering and about to collapse. "Su Jiao, what's wrong?" Li Tang was startled and rushed over to support her. But he saw that Su Jiao's face had turned green, with poisonous fumes swirling around her, clearly poisoned. Chapter 32, Turning the Tables. It turned out that Su Jiao had just directly confronted the Crimson Demon Rat Boss's ultimate move, Plague Mist, and although she had used Sword Storm to disperse most of the poisonous mist, she had inevitably inhaled a significant amount. Li Tang, seeing this, quickly pulled out an antidote and tried to force it into her mouth. However, Su Jiao had already fallen into a coma, her teeth clenched tightly shut, making it impossible to get anything in. Watching Su Jiao's health bar steadily decrease under the poison's corrosive effects, Li Tang was frantic with worry. The equipment he had crafted had all attributes tripled, but its tier was still low, and unfortunately, it lacked any poison resistance. Ordinary minor enemies were manageable, they could withstand their attacks with their enhanced stats. But the final move of the Crimson Demon Rat Boss was no easy feat to withstand. Li Tang, who was at a distance, felt dizzy from inhaling just a trace of it, while Su Jiao was facing it head-on. How could she possibly fare any better? No time to think. Save her first. Li Tang hesitated for a moment, poured the antidote into his mouth, then slowly leaned forward, pressing his lips against Su Jiao's soft lips, feeding her the antidote drop by drop. At the same time, he gently stroked her chest to help her swallow. So soft. Spit. I'm saving her. Li Tang scolded himself harshly in his mind. Once he had transferred both bottles of antidote into Su Jiao's abdomen, the greenish hue on her face gradually faded, and her blood levels finally stopped dropping. However, she remained unconscious, her pale green face now tinged with a faint flush of color. What should I do now? This was a dungeon, and he was just a blacksmith with no combat skills. Relying solely on brute strength, he couldn't stay here, let alone with an unconscious patient. Li Tang wiped his mouth, too preoccupied to savor the sweetness of the young girl's lips. He quickly picked up Su Jiao, pulled out the map to confirm the direction, and sprinted toward the dungeon exit. He didn't notice that the girl in his arms had secretly opened her eyes a crack, shyly glancing at his face before quickly closing them again. How embarrassing. This guy dared to kiss me while I was unconscious. How am I supposed to face him now? Su Jiao knew it was an emergency and he had no choice but to act that way to save her, but lying against the man's sturdy chest, she still felt utterly embarrassed. Li Tang held Su Jiao in one arm and gripped the Thunder Warhammer in the other, rushing forward frantically. Along the way, he didn't waste any time with monsters, he simply swung the hammer at them. The Thunder Warhammer's attack power was extremely high, and few monsters could withstand its single blow. Fortunately, most of the monsters on the way had already been cleared, so they didn't encounter too many problems. Guided by the map, Li Tang quickly reached the dungeon exit. As soon as he stepped out of the dungeon teleportation array, he saw the city defense troops standing in formation, with dozens of uniquely dressed professionals standing not far away. Nie Xiaoying and the others were gathered around someone, talking animatedly. Under the city guard's orders, many bounty hunters had already left, but some refused to give up. They stayed far outside the warning line marked by Nie Xiaoying, quietly waiting for the city defense troops to lift the blockade so they could go back in to loot the treasures. They were already very familiar with this dungeon, and their equipment was specifically tailored to the characteristics of the monsters in the dark cavern. Going to other dungeons to level up or hunt for treasures wasn't worth the effort. Li Tang had no time to spare. He hurriedly shouted, "Xiaoying, Ajiao has been poisoned. Hurry and arrange for a priest to remove the poison." Nie Xiaoying was initially relieved to see them exit the dungeon, but upon hearing Li Tang mention Su Jiao's poisoning, she was immediately horrified. How could another accident happen after just one dungeon run? If the city lord's only daughter were to come to harm, wouldn't he skin me alive? She dared not delay and immediately arranged for the priest Meijia to come and treat her. Meijia, a level 38 priest, cast a detoxification spell, and Su Jiao's complexion improved noticeably before their eyes. Li Tang just exhaled in relief when he suddenly heard someone shout loudly beside him, "It's him who stole our boss." He turned to look and recognized the shield warrior who had escaped from the dungeon. On the way out, he hadn't seen the shield warrior's tracks. It turned out he had left the dungeon ahead of them. The man pointed at Li Tang, his expression filled with anger. "It's this guy, and that too. The two of them killed our companions and stole our space ring just to our Crimson Demon Rat Boss. Catch him quickly." At these words, everyone was startled, and Nie Xiaoying and the others all looked at him with strange expressions. "Please, sir, don't you see how disheveled you look? Do you really think you can afford a spatial ring? Does he even need to steal the boss? We just tie the boss up and bring him right to this guy, letting him kill him himself." Even Su Jiao, who was still pretending to be unconscious, secretly opened her eyes and peeked through the cracks to see what was happening. Li Tang scratched his nose and said helplessly, "Li Fugue, are you sure we're the ones stealing your boss? How does he know my name?" Li Fugue was puzzled for a moment, but quickly dismissed the thought and shouted loudly, "That's right, it's you too. My teammates and I were surrounding the level 18 Crimson Demon Rat Boss, and you and that little suddenly showed up and interfered. You caused all 4 of my teammates to die, and I'm severely injured. He even stole my spatial ring." He raised his left hand and said, "Look. This fracture on my hand was caused by his hammer. Although things are usually chaotic in dungeons, with killings and looting happening all the time, as long as you don't get caught with evidence, it usually just blows over." However, this time Li Fugue actually reported Li Tang by name, making the situation much more interesting. Upon hearing this, the bounty hunters gathered around, eager to see how the city guards would handle the situation. "Huh, that kid looks familiar. Right, isn't he the student who drove us out earlier and let him in instead? That's him. Holy crap, so the city guard set up the restricted zone just to clear the way for him. Can the son of a powerful official act with impunity? Holding a private training session is one thing, but killing someone to a boss and stealing their spatial ring is another." Exactly. The city guard is everyone's city guard, not the noble's lapdogs. Exactly. Our lives matter too. Let's go. Let's go confront them and demand an explanation. Seeing that the bounty hunters were all supporting him, Li Fugue felt very smug. However, seeing that the city guard troops had not moved, he couldn't help but shout angrily, "There's both eyewitnesses and evidence. Why aren't you arresting him immediately? I must make him pay for the lives of my 4 brothers who died so tragically. And don't forget to return my spatial ring to me." Li Tang walked over, smiling mockingly at him. "You say I stole your spatial ring? Then tell me what's inside the ring?" "Of course, it's just some equipment and medicine." Li Fugue was immediately at a loss for words, stammering for a while without being able to make any sense of it. Li Tang shouted harshly, "Nonsense! It was you who betrayed us after we saved your lives. I saved your lives, yet you show no gratitude and instead want to kill me and steal my treasures. Later, when we encountered the red demon rat boss, you risked your life to escape, even using your comrades as shields. You selfish, ungrateful, and shameless scoundrel dare to turn the tables on me and slander me with such lies." Li Fugue was speechless with shock, his right hand trembling as he pointed at Li Tang and said to Nie Xiaoying, "Sir, I didn't do it. It's all his slander. Commander, he's slandering me." Li Tang snorted coldly, pulled out a miniature camera from his collar, and handed it to Nie Xiaoying. "Sister Xiaoying, all the video evidence is inside. You can take a look. Arrest him and interrogate him harshly." Nie Xiaoying waved her hand, and immediately 2 city guards stepped forward and grabbed Li Fugue's arms. Who would bring a miniature camera into a dungeon to level up? Now not only Li Fugue, but also the bounty hunters watching the commotion were all stunned. Seeing that he was about to be taken away, Li Fugue started shouting wildly, "Officer! You've arrested the wrong person. That camera must be fake, there's nothing inside. I'm innocent." However, no one listened to him, and he was quickly dragged away. After dealing with Li Fugue, Nie Xiaoying turned to the bounty hunters and said coldly, "I told you, the city guard is on a secret mission. Anyone who crosses that line will be severely punished. I didn't expect you to cause trouble. Bring those in charge here. Arrest them all." The bounty hunters saw that the city guard was serious and immediately scattered in all directions. Li Tang didn't bother with such trivial matters and hurried over to check on Su Jiao. Seeing that she had opened her eyes, he asked with concern, "How are you?" Su Jiao's face flushed slightly as she replied softly, "I'm fine. All the toxins have been expelled." Li Tang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. Don't be so impulsive in the future. We're well equipped, we can wear them down if we have to. There's no need to go head to head with the boss." He looked up at the sky and realized they had spent the entire day in the dungeon, and he had already reached level 16.5. Well, leveling up isn't going to be affected by a day or two. Go back and rest properly. I'll craft some gear specifically for you later and see if I can add some poison resistance stats. Before he could finish speaking, Li Tang was tackled by Nie Xiaoying, who covered his mouth. The usually composed Nie Xiaoying was so scared her face went pale. "My little master, watch your words. The details are top secret. There are still many ordinary city guards who haven't signed non-disclosure agreements and a few bounty hunters struggling nearby. We can't let this get out." Chapter 33, It's your turn to act, Wheezy. While Li Tang was leveling up in the dark cave dungeon, a sensational piece of news was already spreading like wildfire throughout the entire city of Kanglan. This year, newly transferred students who have achieved an A rank or higher in their professions and excel in academic subjects may be selected for the Elite Student Support Program and receive a top-tier equipment piece far surpassing their current tier. Moreover, the first batch of 300 pieces of equipment had already been distributed, all of them green quality fine items, available for all professions. The students who received them were overjoyed. The stats of this equipment are simply incredible. If I had this when I advanced a few days ago, defeating that boss wouldn't have been so difficult. Exactly. The attributes are 3 times that of equipment of the same level, it's simply unimaginable. Not only that, but my weapon also has a white trait that increases my critical hit rate by 5. Ha, my shoes have a green enchantment that increases dodge chance by 15%. Let's go level up. We're going to battle in the dungeon for 3 days and 3 nights today. Ha, let's go together. Of course, some people voiced their dissatisfaction. This is blatant discrimination. I protest. Why are only the top students getting gear? What's wrong with us? Looking at the lifeless body of the level 14 wind spirit wolf boss lying nearby, covered in flaming arrows, Su-han stroked his longbow, his heart filled with awe. As one of the 7S rank class change users in Kanglan City, he naturally received a top-tier piece of equipment. Despite being of the same green quality refined grade, this fiery longbow far surpassed the shadow longbow he had purchased at a high price in terms of attributes. Not only was it visually stunning, but its base attack power, as well as the agility and strength attributes it granted, were all tripled, and it even came with a green-tiered bonus effect. Fiery longbow green fine, attack 84, strength 36, agility 39. Level requirement 13. Fiery green, arrow flight speed 100, 10% chance to ignite enemies on hit, dealing 15 attack damage per second for 3 seconds. With this, Su-han has almost become a magic archer, with his combat power increasing by several fold. I wonder where the city lord managed to get such a batch of powerful equipment. Let's go, let's keep leveling up. With this divine bow, Suhan's leveling speed skyrocketed like a rocket, quickly reaching level 14. Suhan's confidence soared. He decided to give up the opportunity to be admitted directly to Southwest Yunnan University and instead prepare for the college entrance exam, vowing to enroll in one of the 3 supreme academies. Li Tang, though I have no idea how you managed to secure a recommendation for admission to the 3 supreme academies. But I will rely on my own talent and hard work to defeat you fairly and squarely. Fu Yike, who was following behind him, was deeply envious. Although she had also switched to an A-rank profession, her recommendation had been revoked, and she hadn't received any equipment either. It's all that damn Li Tang's fault, and that Lu Ruyan. If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't have ended up like this. However, when she thought about how much worse off Li Jian was, not only was he expelled, but Ed also left the team and was now nowhere to be found. Her mood inexplicably improved slightly. However, lately, there's been this guy named Alex, an eagle-eyed man, who's been getting close to her. He's tall, handsome, and spends money freely, giving her plenty of top-notch gear. Plus, he invited her to the hotel tonight for some fun. Gently caressing the green quality equipment Alex had given her, the magic restoration earrings, Fu Yike felt a slight dampness, wishing the night would come immediately. These green quality equipment items, though supposedly only for rent and not for sale, with students only having usage rights, still had such powerful attributes that many people were envious. Some began to harbor ill intentions, with some secretly selling the equipment at high prices on the black market, while others claimed they were damaged in battle and hid them away. However, Su Hui had anticipated this and had already installed trackers inside all the equipment. All those who tried to pull a fast one were caught red-handed by the secret police. Not only were their equipment confiscated, but their admission qualifications were also revoked. Those with more serious offenses were expelled from school, completely losing their chance to change their fate through the college entrance exam. In a luxurious villa in Kanglan City, a double-handed battle axe lay on a redwood table, emitting a soft green glow under the light. Frenzy War Axe Green Fine, two-handed weapon, attack 87, strength 45, constitution 36. Level requirement 13. Frenzy Green, 15% chance to activate Frenzy, dealing 300 attack damage, and the first 3 hits against full health targets always critical. Upon seeing the battle axe's attributes, Li Jian's eyes burned with desire. He had reclassed into the A-rank profession Berserker, specializing in both axes and hammers. Using these 2 weapon types dealt an additional 30 damage to enemies. Although this Berserker War Axe is a green quality item, its attributes surpass those of most blue quality rare equipment. He could even use it all the way to level 25 without needing to replace it. Additionally, it comes with the Berserk Green trait, turning this weapon into a true killing machine. Do you know where this item came from? The speaker was none other than the beggar who had taken Li Jian away. However, he was no longer dressed as a beggar. Instead, he was wearing clean, neat clothes, sitting cross-legged on a leather sofa, holding a glass of red wine and looking content. Li Jian's eyes flashed with hatred, knowing it was from the top student support program. It's all Li Tang's fault. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have lost his admission quota and been expelled by Principal Zhao Zihan. He had no way out, dared not return home, and could only follow this man named Go Iliang. Otherwise, with his new A-rank class, Berserker, he would have been able to obtain his own exclusive equipment. Take this Berserker War Axe in front of him, for example. The beggar smiled, stood up, and took a few steps. This Berserker War Axe is now yours. You can use it to quickly level up to 20. The tracking device hidden inside has already been removed by someone I trust, and the appearance has been modified. As long as you're careful, no one will notice. Li Jian struggled to control himself, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the battle axe, and asked in a low voice, "What can I do for you?" Go Iliang took a sip of red wine, shook his head, and said, "No, there's nothing you need to do for now. All you need to do is level up properly, then take the college entrance exam as a social student, aim for good grades, and get into a good university." He patted Li Jian on the shoulder. "Don't worry, all the paperwork has been taken care of. You just need to show up for the exam when the time comes. If we need you, I'll let you know." The more Go Iliang spoke, the more uneasy Li Jian felt deep down. Though he resented Li Tang, he wasn't a fool. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This Go Iliang was shrouded in mystery, with vast connections and influence, and Li Jian couldn't fathom him at all. Moreover, the other party had given him such a top-tier weapon and a level 15 Rage Burst skill book for free. He must have ulterior motives. However, he simply couldn't resist the temptation of the brutal war axe. After much internal struggle, he finally gave in and reached out to take it. "All right." After Li Jian left, Go Iliang sat back on the sofa, poured himself another glass of red wine, and fell into deep thought. As everyone knows, skill books only have a very small chance of appearing on equipment of purple excellence or higher quality, and are basically only obtainable from certain special dungeon bosses. To keep it a secret, the city lord Su Hui told everyone that they had conquered a secret dungeon and found a treasure trove belonging to the dwarf tribe. Like goblins, titans, and elves, dwarves are one of the most well-known races renowned for their blacksmithing skills. They typically live in mountains or underground caves, possessing exceptional blacksmithing skills that allow them to craft various high-quality equipment. What dwarven treasure? Go Iliang didn't believe a word of it. As a qualified spy, all the genius students in Kanglan City are under his surveillance. Li Tang, the former literary and martial arts prodigy of the San Yuan clan, unexpectedly switched careers to become a blacksmith, causing quite a stir. Unbeknownst to everyone, he not only failed to fade into obscurity but was instead heavily protected by the city guard. The city guard not only violated regulations by taking him to clear out areas for leveling up, but also went so far as to arrest Li Jian and several other opposing students. This is highly unusual. Based on the intelligence he has gathered, Go Ichiro has reason to suspect that the newly appeared equipment is likely connected to this Li Tang. After eliminating all other possibilities, the remaining possibility, no matter how outlandish, must be the correct answer. Go Iliang downed the red wine in one gulp and clapped his hands. Soon the door opened, and a young woman with striking good looks and a stunning figure walked in with small, delicate steps. "It's your turn, Wheezy," Go Ichiro ordered. Go approached the teenager named Li Tang from the 3rd middle school. He switched careers to become a blacksmith. See if he's connected to the equipment distributed by the top student support program. Chapter 34, Plague? Although Su Jiao had recovered from her injuries, Li Tang had lost all desire to level up further. Under the protection of Nia Xiaoying and the others, they returned to Kanglan City. As Li Tang and his group departed, the city guards quickly lifted the blockade on the dark cave dungeon. The bounty hunters who had been watching from afar saw this and cheered as they rushed into the dark cave dungeon. "I told you so." The city defense troops cleared the area just to let that guy level up. Damn it, people really do make you feel inferior, and things really do make you want to throw them away. Who the hell is that guy? Why bother? Just remember his face, stay away from him in the future. He already captured several people today. Right. Forget it, let's hurry into the dungeon. The Hanchang Merchants Guild ordered 100 sets of spider silk pouches from me, and I'm still short a few sets. If I'm late delivering them, I'll be in trouble. Upon hearing that his beloved daughter had been injured while leveling up in the dark cave dungeon, Su Hui was startled and shot a displeased glance at the Education Bureau Director Lu Jialan beside him. Under Su Hui's piercing gaze, Lu Jialan's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but curse his luck. Why was his luck so bad lately? Every time he suggested something unexpected happened? However, with the city lord currently in a rage, he dared not utter another word, instead shrinking to the side, not daring to breathe a single breath. Su Hui glared at Lu Jialan and dialed the phone on the table. When Li Tang and Su Jiao returned to Kanglan City, they found a medical team waiting at the city gate. As soon as they saw them, the team quickly transferred them to the medical vehicle. Passers-by who witnessed the scene couldn't help but cast curious glances, but they were harshly glared at by the city guards standing nearby. "What are you looking at? Get out of here. The city lord is taking this way too seriously. It's just a scare in a dungeon, why such a big deal?" Li Tang felt a warm surge in his heart and waved his hand with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine." However, the white-coated doctors paid no attention to him, instead surrounding Su Jiao and hurriedly attaching various instruments to her body. Li Tang scratched his nose and closed his mouth awkwardly. He felt a bit puzzled. Although Jiao had also transferred to an S-class profession, she shouldn't be receiving better treatment than him, should she? Didn't he see Su Han, who had also switched to an S-rank profession, Shadow Archer, still sitting there on the sidelines? Back then, they had only said they would pair him with someone of a similar level to help him level up in lower-tier dungeons, and he hadn't asked about her background. Could she have the same deep connections as Mr. Liu? Su Jiao was also startled by the sudden commotion. She shook off a few doctors and coldly said, "I'm fine. The priest already healed me when we left the dungeon." Mei Jia hurried forward to explain, "That's right. I used several healing spells on Miss Su and completely cured her poison wounds." A voluptuous female doctor gave her a cold glance. Completely healed? That was the boss's skill, plague mist. Even the slightest carelessness could lead to infection. Do you know what the plague is? If it's not eradicated completely, it could endanger the entire city. She turned to Nie Xiaoying and the others and said seriously, "You all must come back with us for a thorough examination." Plague? Li Tang heard this and felt a chill run down his spine, instantly recalling the Black Death that ravaged Europe in the Middle Ages, claiming the lives of nearly half the population at the time. A cold sweat broke out all over his body. In this world where spiritual energy has revived, viruses and bacteria have also mutated, becoming highly lethal. Especially some highly contagious and malignant epidemics, which are extremely stealthy and have extremely long incubation periods. They often require mid-tier or higher priests or physicians to repeatedly cast the purification or disease banishment skills to completely eradicate them. Su Jiao, being a top student, immediately understood the gravity of the situation and complied with the examination. The female doctor seemed to have awakened some extraordinary talent, as a white glow emanated from her hands, moving around Su Jiao's body. Though they were both women, Su Jiao still felt a bit shy and closed her eyes slightly. Li Tang had never seen such an examination method before. While allowing the doctor beside him to use the instruments to examine him, he watched curiously. Suddenly, a doctor exclaimed in alarm, "Something's wrong. The virus on Miss Su's body hasn't been completely eradicated, there are still residues." Li Tang was startled and noticed that part of the white glow on Su Jiao's body had turned into a faint black color. Su Jiao was also completely bewildered. She never imagined that after killing an 18th level boss, she had actually contracted this terrifying contagious disease. The female doctor immediately made a decision, rushing to report the situation to the city lord and requesting that everyone who had come into contact with them be isolated for examination. Additionally, all the places they had been to must be thoroughly disinfected. Kanglan City had a population of tens of millions, the vast majority of whom were civilians. If a contagious epidemic were to break out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nie Xiaoying and the others were just soldiers and knew little about medicine. Upon hearing this, they felt anxious but obediently followed her orders. The medical vehicle's lights flashing, it sped away with several people on board. "Dear, you're amazing." In a luxury hotel room, Fu Yaika's face flushed with satisfaction as she snuggled into the arms of the eagle-eyed man, Alex. She stroked Alex's muscular chest and said seductively, "Much better than men from the Great Xia Empire." "Oomph, you're just cheap Brazilian beef." Alex was puffing on a cigar, exhaling a cloud of thick smoke, muttering to himself. However, his mouth was filled with sweet words. You're the most beautiful, gentle, and passionate Xia girl I've ever seen." He released Fu Yaik, got out of bed naked, poured 2 glasses of red wine, and said to the beautiful Fu, "You know I'm working for a guild. Our boss wants to recruit some talented students who recently switched professions into the guild. Could you introduce me to any of your classmates?" As he turned away, Alex discreetly dropped a small pill into one of the glasses of red wine and handed it to Fu Yaik. Fu Yaik sat up, the thin blanket slipping off to reveal her fair skin. She took the wine and drank it in one gulp, giggling, but students with outstanding talent all want to take the college entrance exam. They don't want to join the guild so early. So-called perseverance is just because the price paid isn't high enough. Alex's eyes flickered with an eerie glow as he said softly, "You don't need to worry about that. Just provide me with the information about these students. For example, Su-han from your class who transferred to Shadow Archer, and Li Tang who became a blacksmith." Fu Yaik's eyes quickly grew unfocused. "Oh, so that's their situation." Chapter 35, Lingxi Qingxin Symbol Set. Since Su Jiao accidentally fell victim to a trap, Li Tang had no choice but to stay in a specialized high-level medical facility for 2 days of quarantine and examination before being released. For the past 2 days, he couldn't go anywhere, so he lay bored in the hospital bed, playing with his phone and watching videos of scantily clad women on Douyin to pass the time. Meanwhile, although all the remaining toxins in Su Jiao's body had been completely cleared, she still needed to stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation before being discharged. Over the past 2 days, City Lord Su Hui has been busy beyond belief, juggling quarantine and disinfection efforts, calming the public, and coordinating medical resources, each task leaving him overwhelmed. Although the residual virus in his daughter's body was quickly eradicated, Su Hui still broke out in a cold sweat. He rarely criticized his daughter Su Jiao for her recklessness and strictly ordered her never to take such risks again. Su Jiao had no choice but to reluctantly agree. However, there was one thing that puzzled Su Hui greatly. He personally interrogated Li Fugue, the instigator of the Dark Cave Dungeon incident, and discovered that although he had been severely bitten by the Crimson Demon Rat Boss, he had not contracted any plague virus at all. Even if it was just a false alarm, this incident served as a wake-up call for City Lord Su Hui. He immediately arranged a medical team to provide specialized care for Li Tang, led by the doctor who had previously used white light to examine Su Jiao. The doctor's name was Zhang Hui. She was well endowed and beautiful, though only level 25 and roughly the same age as Lu Ruyan. She had awakened the innate ability of spiritual diagnosis. She could sense changes in a patient's spiritual energy through her spiritual perception, and without the need for instruments, she could diagnose a patient's condition simply by touch or intuition, even detecting hidden poisonings or curses. Unlike Lu Yan's mature and confident demeanor, Dr. Zhang, in her white coat, exuded a unique intellectual elegance and professional charm, reminding Li Tang of the role-playing scenes from the romantic movies he had watched in his previous life. Especially when Zhang Hui's hands glowed with a white light, as she carefully examined Li Tang from head to toe through the patient service window, the indescribable sensation grew even stronger. However, with more people around, staying at Lu Ruyan's villa was no longer appropriate. Therefore, Su Hui arranged a secluded courtyard for Li Tang, equipped with protective arrays, and stationed city guards for security. As they were about to move out, Lu Ruyan grabbed Li Tang's ear and whispered softly, "You've already broken up with Fu Yaik. Having a new girlfriend isn't a big deal, just don't let Miss Su down. But I don't like that woman, she has a vulgar aura." She then nodded toward Zhang Hui, who was following Li Tang from a distance, and warned, "You better be careful and don't get involved with her." Li Tang sighed wryly, "Ms. Lu, you're being too sensitive. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Besides, there's nothing between me and Ah Jiao." Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed teasingly, "You keep calling her Ah Jiao, yet you say there's nothing between you?" She smiled and turned back toward the villa. "Alright, take care of yourself." In the days that followed, Li Tang didn't go out to level up. Instead, he continued to craft equipment with a clanging sound. 2 battles in the dungeon made him realize his many shortcomings. As a blacksmith, he knew nothing about combat skills besides forging. Dealing with low-tier magical beasts was manageable, as he could rely on his superior gear and brute strength to easily overcome them. But when faced with attacks targeting souls or minds, or various elemental or poisonous mist attacks, he had no choice but to dodge or endure them head-on. There were so many skills in this world, each with its own unique characteristics and effects. If he encountered an attack specifically designed to counter his abilities, he wouldn't even be able to escape. It seems that, on one hand, I must level up as quickly as possible to craft more advanced equipment for safety. On the other hand, we must prepare some special equipment for emergencies, allowing us to switch between different options as needed. Li Tang flipped through his forging blueprints and decided to first craft a few necklaces and rings, sacrificing a large number of items in the process, hoping to imbue them with magical resistance properties. He was working feverishly when the city lord sent someone to deliver several pieces of equipment. All of these pieces had special attributes like poison resistance, fire resistance, ice resistance, and electricity resistance. Though most only had a 13 effect, they were quite rare, and each could fetch a high price on the market. Additionally, there was a set of green-quality fine-grade equipment blueprints rare gear that resisted abnormal status effects. Lingxi Qingxin Symbol Set, green-quality blueprint, can be used to craft the Lingxi Huoxin Mirror Necklace, Qingxin Ningxin Crown Helmet, Lingyun Cloak, and Lingxi Huan Ring. Equipment level, 16. Equipment effects 4 pieces, attack plus 120, defense plus 120, constitution plus 50, intelligence plus 50. When hit by mental attacks, gains the Calm Mind effect. Clear Mind and Focus, completely nullifies one control effect, removes all abnormal status effects, lasts for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 72 hours. Required materials, Clear Mind Wood, Dream Crystal Core, Lingxi Horn, Star Silver Sand, Dream Vine, and several pure soul jades. It seems the city lord has also noticed the issues I face, so not only did he send these blueprints, but also a large quantity of materials to craft them enough to create a full set of 10 pieces of such equipment. Li Tang slapped his forehead. Right. Now that I have the backing of the state, why am I still thinking about going it alone? If I need anything or want something, I can just request it from above. As for leveling up, why bother going out to fight monsters personally? Now that I've switched professions to become a blacksmith, I should find my place and focus on being a reliable support. Crafting powerful equipment, arming my companions, and letting them unleash their full combat potential while they level me up, isn't that better? Thinking this through, Li Tang suddenly felt his thoughts had cleared up considerably, and even the success rate and speed of his equipment crafting seemed to have improved. 3 days later, Li Tang opened the forge room door with a pale face. After 3 days of continuous equipment forging, he felt every muscle in his body ache and was utterly exhausted. However, hard work pays off, and Li Tang finally crafted the Lingxi Qingxin Symbol Set, and all of them were upgraded to the enhanced version. Lingxi Heart Protecting Mirror Blue Rare, Defense 270, Constitution 111, Intelligence 96. Recovery Green, Health 1000, Health Recovery 20 seconds. Level Requirements 16. Qingxi Ningxin Crown Blue Rare, Defense 261, Constitution 102, Strength 117. Fire Resistance Green, reduces fire damage taken by 20. Level Requirement, 16. Spirit Melody Cape Blue Rare, Defense 297, Constitution 93, Agility 108. Evasion Green, Defense 360, Evasion Rate 10. Level Requirements 16. Spiritual Insight Ring Blue Rare, Defense 297, Strength 99, Agility 114. Poison Resistance Green, 10% Poison Resistance. Level Requirement, 16. Equipment Effect 4 pieces, Attack 1200, Defense 1200, Strength 100, Constitution 100, Intelligence 100, Agility 100. Grants immunity to mental attacks when hit. Clear Mind and Focus, completely nullifies one control effect, removes all abnormal status effects, lasts for 120 seconds. Cooldown, 48 hours. After upgrading the entire set to blue, all attributes are significantly enhanced. Not only does the duration of immunity to control effects increase to 120 seconds, but the cooldown time is also reduced to 48 hours. However, golden attributes are too expensive and have high costs, making them uneconomical to add to these low-tier equipment pieces. Plus, once better equipment becomes available in the future, they will need to be replaced. Therefore, Li Tang decided to simply add green attributes to all of them, cheap and effective. Li Tang swapped out a few pieces of equipment, donned the Lingxi Qingxin Symbol Set, and prepared to test it out when he had the chance. Name, Li Tang. Level, 16. Level up progress, 899%. Strength, 794. Intelligence, 446. Agility, 650. Constitution, 927. Free attribute points, 90. Innate talent, Bagua Furnace Trade 1, turn stone into gold. Trait 2, sacrifice treasure to condense spirit. Trait 3, heaven and earth transformation unlocked after advancing to the second tier. Specialization, hammer specialization. Skill, forging technique proficient, capable of crafting green quality and below equipment, proficiency level 173,300, success rate 1030%. Equipment: Lingxi Qingshin Symbol Set, Starlight Armor, Azure Flame Gauntlets, Demon Hunter Leggings, Holy Light Ring, Floating Cloud Belt, Lingfeng War Boots, Ice Frost Tower Shield, Thunder Warhammer. Additional effect: Clear Mind and Focus, completely nullifies one control effect and removes all abnormal status effects. Cooldown: 48 hours. After equipping the full set of blue rare gear, Li Tang was highly satisfied with his attribute panel. I should be unbeatable at this level now. As long as I don't use special skills, even if you just stand there and attack me, you won't be able to break through my defenses. Chapter 36, Hypnotic Interrogation. As soon as Li Tang emerged, Nie Xiaoying and the others, who were standing guard at the forging room door like spears, immediately rushed forward. What's wrong with you? Seeing his pale face and exhausted expression, Nie Xiaoying hurriedly supported him and turned to shout loudly, Old Lu, go fetch Dr. Zhang Hui immediately. Old Lu didn't dare to delay and hurried off. Xiaoying, I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Seeing Nie Xiaoying looking at him with concern, Li Tang smiled slightly and pulled out a snake-shaped short sword from his facial ring, handing it to her. Snake's Kiss Blue Rare, Attack 286, Agility 114, Strength 99. Poison Blue has a 15% chance to poison the enemy on attack, dealing 8 attack damage per second for 12 seconds. Requires level 20 and agility 55. Seeing the astonishing attributes of the short sword, Nie Xiaoying was speechless. As the captain of the 3rd Assault Squad of the City Defense Army, the dagger in her hand was naturally no ordinary weapon. Swift Short Sword Purple Excellent, Attack 188, Strength 65, Agility 74, Attack Speed 10. Precision White increases attack hit rate by 5, and deals an additional 15 damage when attacking weak points. Requires level 38, Agility 75. This purple exceptional quality short sword with a white trait was something she treasured dearly. However, compared to this Snake's Kiss, it's like night and day. Especially the blue poison trait it comes with for her assassin class, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Nie Xiaoying hesitated for a long time before finally swallowing hard and reluctantly returning the venomous Snake's Kiss to Li Tang. This piece of equipment is too valuable, it's worth at least several million. I simply can't accept it. Li Tang pushed the venomous Snake's Kiss back again. Don't haggle, Xiaoying. This is a special privilege granted to me by Zhao Xiqing from the Provincial Education Bureau. I can keep suitable equipment for personal use or give it to family and friends. You've protected me for so long, it's only fair to give you some compensation. Seeing that Nie Xiaoying was still refusing, he hurriedly persuaded her, I'm just an iron worker, this is all I have to offer. Please don't refuse. Besides, once you become stronger, won't you be able to protect me even better? Nie Xiaoqing was cold on the outside but warm-hearted. Since accepting the task of protecting him, she had always been diligent and never dared to slack off. Even when she occasionally acted recklessly or made unreasonable demands, she rarely held it against him, simply continuing to do her job quietly. After hesitating for a long time, Nie Xiaoying finally gritted her teeth and handed over the short sword. Alright, I'll take it for now. However, I will report this to the city lord as required. Li Tang rolled his eyes. Do as you please. This girl is great in every way, but she's just a bit old-fashioned and cold. Old Wang, standing nearby, looked at the Snake's Kiss in Nie Xiaoying's hands, his envy almost overflowing, drool dripping onto the ground. Li Tang burst into laughter upon seeing this. Old Wang, don't worry. We'll all get a share. However, I've been busy crafting other equipment lately and haven't had time to attend to you all. Additionally, I only have a 10% chance of crafting equipment beyond my current level, so for now, I can only make one piece for each of you. Go ahead, what piece of equipment do you want most? These days, the members of the strike team have been taking care of me day and night. It's only fair to give them a little something in return. Old Wang was overjoyed upon hearing this, scratched his head, and laughed humbly, thank you so much. I'm just a shield warrior, I'm not good at anything else, but defense is my specialty. If you have time, could you start by crafting a shield for me? Li Tang smiled and agreed, alright. You can also ask Aku and the others what equipment they need, and let me know later. As they were talking, Old Lu had already led Dr. Zhang Hui over. Doctors are a unique support class with skills similar to those of priests, but they specialize in using various potions, first aid kits, scalpels, and other tools to heal allies, control enemies, and deal damage. They are particularly skilled in poisoning and antidotes, removing abnormal status effects, and providing temporary attribute boosts. Therefore, when a team is short on priests, doctors are sometimes called upon to fill in. Zhang Hui gave Li Ting a quick checkup and smiled, there's nothing serious, you're just overly fatigued. Rest for a while, and you'll be fine. She paused for a moment before continuing, I have the massage skill, which can help the body recover quickly. Why don't you take a shower first, and I'll give you a massage to try. Li Tang was immediately tempted and agreed without hesitation. After washing off the sweat in the bathroom, Li Tang changed into a comfortable bathrobe and lay back comfortably on the massage chair. The door opened, and Zhang Hui walked in holding a tray filled with items. Li Tang's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly stood up and exclaimed, Dr. Zhang, what's this? However, Zhang Hui wasn't wearing her white lab coat today. Instead, she had changed into a form-fitting cheongsam that accentuated her curves perfectly. It's inconvenient to wear that outfit during a massage. Zhang Hui shot him a sideways glance, her eyes flickering with a hint of seduction. Oomph, you're getting a treat, but don't you dare look. Li Tang thought to himself, since the doctor wasn't afraid, why should he think such dirty thoughts? He lay back down. Zhang Hui's massage techniques were indeed highly professional. Her palms emitted a faint glow as they glided across Li Tang's body, banishing all fatigue and leaving him feeling incredibly relaxed. Gradually, Li Tang felt his eyelids growing heavier, and before he knew it, he began to snore softly. He didn't notice that on the tray Zhang Hui had brought, a small incense burner was emitting a faint white smoke. The smoke quickly dissipated into the air, transforming into a hypnotic gas capable of inducing deep sleep. Seeing that Li Tang had fallen asleep, Zhang Hui stopped the massage and picked up the tray beside her, pressing it twice. The tray suddenly split open, revealing a small compartment inside. She took out a syringe from the tray's compartment and injected the blue liquid into Li Tang's vein. Zhang Hui then reached into the deep cleavage of her chest and pulled out a small pocket watch, pressing it against Li Tang's forehead while muttering incantations. Li Tang seemed to sense something, furrowing his brows briefly before relaxing them again. This skill seemed to be extremely exhausting. After just a moment, Zhang Hui's face showed signs of fatigue, as if she had expended a tremendous amount of energy. Listening to Li Tang, you are now awake. Her gentle voice seemed to carry a magical quality, effortlessly drawing one's consciousness into it. Yes. Li Tang's response sounded like a mumble in a dream. I need to ask you some questions now. Answer honestly. Seeing that her hypnosis had finally taken effect, Zhang Hui wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. What is your name? Li Tang. What profession did you switch to? Blacksmith. You've just become a blacksmith? Zhang Hui furrowed her brows and asked, what's your relationship with the city lord? Why does he value you so much that he even sent the city guard to protect you? Because I awakened a special talent? Special talent? What kind of occupational talent did you awaken? The 8 trigrams furnace. The literary and martial arts prodigy from the 3rd grade isn't as useless as the rumors suggest. This is astonishing news. Zhang Hui grew excited, her voice involuntarily rising several notches. What exactly is the effect of this talent? However, Li Tang hesitated, his eyelids twitching constantly, as if he were about to wake up at any moment. Zhang Hui startled, quickly increasing her magical output. The Bagua furnace is where the Bagua are produced. Li Tang finally calmed down, answering clearly and cooperatively, like an honest, well-behaved child. What? Zhang Hui looked puzzled, thinking she hadn't asked clearly enough, so she repeated the question. However, Li Tang remained firm in his answer, showing no hesitation whatsoever, as if the answer were etched into his very bones. Watching Li Tang breathe steadily, still under her hypnosis with no signs of waking up, Zhang Hui fell into deep thought and self-doubt. Human class changes come in all shapes and sizes, and the talents one awakens are equally diverse. Perhaps this gossip furnace talent is exactly what it sounds like. She composed herself, set the question aside for now, and continued. There have suddenly appeared numerous green quality equipment items on the market, with attributes 3 times that of same tier equipment, and many even come with white or green attribute tags. Do you know anything about this? I know. Did you forge these items? No. I'm just a humble blacksmith. How could I possibly craft such high quality equipment? Then who crafted them? Zhang Hui couldn't believe it, staring intently at Li Tang's face. According to our intelligence, this is most likely related to you. It really has nothing to do with me. Li Tang protested. It was the city lord who captured a group of dwarves in the secret realm, seized their treasures, and forced them to craft this equipment. Captured a group of dwarves? Upon hearing Li Tang's response, Zhang Hui was speechless. She was about to ask more questions when she noticed that Li Tang had already woken up, his eyes clear and showing no signs of hypnosis. Chapter 37, The Beauty Trap. Zhang Hui was startled and blurted out, how come you weren't hypnotized? Li Tang couldn't help but laugh. Ha, that's a rather silly question. He sprang to his feet, about to shout to Nie Xiaoying and the others standing guard outside the door. Look into my eyes. Zhang Hui quickly regained her composure, grabbed Li Tang's face with both hands, and her eyes flashed with an eerie green light. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a lover's whisper, carrying an irresistible charm. Li Tang couldn't help but turn his eyes and, as if possessed, locked gazes with Zhang Hui. In an instant, Li Tang's soul seemed to be pulled away, and his expression grew dazed. His body went limp, and he collapsed onto Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui caught him, a smug look flashing in her eyes as she sneered, you've fallen victim to my soul-capturing technique. Don't think you can handle it. Speaking of which, Su Hui really spared no expense. He actually equipped this kid with gear capable of resisting abnormal status attacks. Such equipment is quite special and usually very expensive, especially the kind suitable for someone of Li Tang's level. You'd be hard-pressed to find even a few pieces in an entire city. This Li Tang, could he be the city lord's illegitimate son? Zhang Hui muttered to herself, deep in thought. Now that his identity has been exposed, it seems the mission is impossible to complete. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her eyes. If that's the case, I might as well just take him with me and interrogate him later. Zhang Hui scanned the room and fixed her gaze on a suitcase in the corner. Just as she was about to stand up to grab it, Li Tang suddenly clung tightly to her, making it impossible to push him away. He. Li Tang lifted his face from Zhang Hui's full chest and grinned at her, baring his teeth. Sorry, your soul capturing technique doesn't work on me. He was wearing the newly crafted Lingxi Qingxin Fu outfit, which had the Qingxin Ningxin effect, allowing him to be immune to mental control skills for 120 seconds. How strange is this kid? Seeing that her mental attacks had no effect, Zhang Hui felt a moment of panic. However, as a seasoned spy, she quickly regained her composure and smiled seductively. So you like your sister's body, huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? As long as you follow your older sister obediently, I'll do whatever you say. As she spoke, she spread her arms and embraced Li Tang, resting her head gently on his shoulder, her fingers tracing circles on his back with tenderness. Zhang Hui was already well endowed, graceful, and her beauty was no match for Lu Ruyan. Both were dressed lightly, their skin touching, and the faint scent of perfume wafting from her body sent Li Tang's mind reeling with desire. Li Tang struggled to suppress his desires, released Zhang Hui, and gently pinched her chin, smiling as he said, "That's right, I do like you, sister. But what exactly is your status? And what do you want me to do?" Zhang Hui also let go of Li Tang, slowly undoing the buttons of her cheongsam with one hand, while the other hand grabbed Li Tang's right hand and placed it on her soft thigh, giggling, "Don't worry about who I am. Just agree to go with me, and I promise you'll have the best of everything: money, beautiful women, and status all within your grasp." Under the glow of the room's lights, Zhang Hui's face was flushed with a delicate blush, her skin as white as snow, her eyes seductive and alluring, her breath fragrant like orchids, resembling a masterpiece of oil painting. In Zhang Hui's eyes, let alone Li Tang, who was just a high school graduate with a fiery temperament, even a seasoned playboy would struggle to resist her professional seduction. But Li Tang could. "You're truly worth every penny of your 500,000. Li Tang suddenly pulled his right hand back and slapped Zhang Hui across the face, sending her flying. "Earlier, Ms. Lu said you had a foul odor on you, and I didn't believe her at first, but now I finally understand why she said that." Zhang Hui covered her face and fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. "How could any man resist my charm? So my brother likes this kind of thing, huh?" She quickly realized what was happening, propped herself up, and looked at Li Tang with a pitiful expression, smiling seductively. "Come on, then. Don't spare me just because I'm a delicate flower. I admit you're somewhat attractive, but my heart belongs only to the party and the people." Li Tang snorted derisively. "What a clumsy beauty trap. You think a beauty trap is about flirting and teasing. But the beauty trap I can't resist is that line, 'Little comrade, are you willing to join me in shattering the shackles of this old world?'" He instantly armed himself and charged toward Zhang Hui with a wild shout. "What party and people? What little comrade?" Zhang Hui was completely confused, unable to understand a word Li Tang was saying. Seeing Li Tang's serious expression, Zhang Hui grew anxious. She pulled out dozens of silver needles and flung them at Li Tang. Since you don't know what's good for you and can't be of use to us, I'll destroy you and let the great Xia lose a genius. You're just a low-level blacksmith. All you have is brute strength, nothing else." Before he could finish speaking, Li Tang had already deflected the silver needles with his shield. The thunder war hammer in his hand, enveloped in a trail of lightning, crashed down on Zhang Hui with tremendous force. Zhang Hui was startled and quickly summoned his equipment, firing dozens of poisonous needles glowing with green light from his hands. Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted from the ground and a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, instantly striking Zhang Hui and sending him flying backward, his body smoking. At that very moment, the golden trait of the Thunder War Hammer, which had a 20% chance to trigger a thunderstrike, was activated. The loud noise inside the house immediately caught the attention of Nie Xiaoying and the others guarding outside. They rushed to push open the door, only to find Zhang Hui lying on the ground, his body charred black, coughing up blood in large gushes. Li Tang, fully armed, was advancing step by step toward him. Nie Xiaoying was stunned and hurriedly asked, "What on earth is going on? Dr. Zhang was giving you a massage, wasn't he? Why did you suddenly start fighting? What massage?" Li Tang pointed at Zhang Hui and shouted, "Xiaoying, this woman is a spy. Catch her." Zhang Hui was severely injured by Li Tang's blow, and Nie Xiaoying and the others rushed over, knowing they couldn't escape. She gave a bitter smile, suddenly spat out white foam, her head lolled to the side, and she collapsed to the ground. Nie Xiaoying cautiously walked over, placed her hand on Zhang Hui's nose to check for a pulse, and gasped in shock she was dead. She examined Zhang Hui's body carefully. She had bitten into the poison sac hidden in her mouth and committed suicide. Li Tang was also stunned. He hadn't expected this spy to be so ruthless. Failing, she immediately poisoned herself, leaving no clues behind. "Huh, what's this?" Nie Xiaoying noticed that Zhang Hui's face was slightly wrinkled. She suddenly reached out and peeled off a thin, translucent layer from her face, shouting in horror, "A human skin mask!" Li Tang leaned in to take a closer look. Beneath the mask was another face, though equally handsome. It bore no resemblance to Zhang Hui. He couldn't help but gasp in horror. This was a matter of great importance, so Nie Xiaoying immediately reported everything that had happened to the city lord. Upon hearing that Li Tang had nearly been injured, Su Hui flew into a rage. He rushed over with his men that night, ordering the Imperial Guards to take full control of the courtyard's defenses. Everyone involved in the incident was placed under quarantine and investigation, especially the medical team led by Zhang Hui, who faced an unprecedentedly thorough inquiry. This investigation was no small matter. Su Hui was thoroughly enraged. Chapter 38, Directly Blacklisted. A conspiracy, a blatant conspiracy. The truth soon came to light. 3 days earlier, Zhang Hui had been secretly replaced without anyone noticing. Her body was found in the refrigerator of her own apartment, her death horrifying. This means that the spy, impersonating Zhang Hui, conducted examinations on numerous individuals, including Li Tang, Su Jiao, and Nie Xiaoying. Through an overnight investigation led by Yan Ninghua, the 52nd level health bureau chief, it was confirmed that Su Jiao had already been cured of the poison from the red magic rat boss, plague toxin, by Meijia, and she had never been infected with the plague virus. On the other hand, Li Tang, Nie Xiaoying, and Lao Lu were all poisoned with a slow-acting toxin. However, with Yan Ninghua personally intervening, the poison in their bodies was quickly neutralized. Thinking back to how he had followed the spy's advice, quarantining and disinfecting, calming the people, and mobilizing medical resources only to waste several days in vain, Su Hui's face turned red with anger. Damn it, as the ruler of a city, I was completely manipulated by a woman. However, the identity of the woman who had used her beauty to seduce Li Tang remained unknown for the time being, though it was likely connected to those hostile nations. In this era where monster beasts roam freely and internal conflicts among humans escalate, tensions between nations are growing increasingly intense. Recently, Kanglan City implemented the Elite Talent Cultivation Program, distributing green quality equipment with attributes far surpassing those of their peers. It was no surprise that spies lurking in the shadows took notice. They are highly perceptive and experienced. The Zhang Hui incident this time is likely a carefully orchestrated test by a certain national agency that suspected Li Tang might be connected to these special equipment. And such incidents will only become more frequent in the future. Su Hui was deeply troubled. Nearly a week had passed since Zhao Xiqing, the director of the Provincial Department of Education, and others had concluded their inspection and left Kanglan City, yet no specific arrangements had been made for Li Tang's cultivation. It was rumored that the higher-ups had differing opinions, and some even suspected that the equipment Zhao Xiqing brought back was counterfeit, which is why the matter was delayed. Fortunately, aside from Zhang Hui, the others were not involved in this matter, which slightly relieved Su Hui. If the loyalty of the city defense troops were to falter, that would truly be a major problem. With no other options, Su Hui had no choice but to order Nie Xiaoying and others to lead the city defense troops to strengthen security measures and ensure Li Tang's safety at all costs. At the same time, he arranged for the captain of the Imperial Guards, Lu Hong, to lead the Imperial Guards in a covert search throughout the city to root out those rats hiding in the sewers. Li Tang, who had just been purged of the slow-acting poison, was forging equipment when the ringtone of his phone suddenly sounded. He picked it up casually and saw it was his ex-girlfriend Fu Yai calling, so he hung up without hesitation. Since Li Tang had switched careers to become a blacksmith, none of his former classmates had contacted him, except for a few who had also switched to lifestyle professions. Li Tang was actually quite content with the peace and quiet, even going so far as to leave the class group chat. Having spent 3 years together, Li Tang knew Fu Yai was extremely materialistic. She was definitely up to no good by calling him out of the blue. However, Fu Yai was relentless. After seeing that Li Tang had hung up, she kept calling non-stop. Li Tang was so annoyed he couldn't concentrate on crafting his gear, so he just blocked her. When he took a break, he noticed that Fu Yai had sent him numerous WeChat messages. Li Tang didn't even glance at them and blocked her WeChat account as well. On the other end of the phone, Fu Yai saw the red exclamation mark indicating that her messages had been sent but not received, and her face turned ashen. This good-for-nothing dares to block me. She took a deep breath to calm herself down, then turned to Alex, who was smoking a cigar beside her, and said, "Dear, that damn good-for-nothing isn't answering my calls or replying to my WeChat messages." Alex exhaled a smoke ring, his lips curling into a cold smile. "Dear Fu, don't worry. As your ex-boyfriend who was once humiliated by you, Li Tang feeling a bit resentful is understandable. However, there's an old saying in your country, gentleness can overcome harshness. Find a way to get in touch with him, even reconcile with him. I believe he'll gradually change his attitude toward you." Fu Yai immediately turned from anger to joy. "Really? Then you promise me you'll let me study abroad in the United States?" Alex swirled the wine glass in his hand and laughed. "I'm a man of my word. What I promise, I will deliver. Our boss is desperate for talent. If you can bring Li Tang into our guild, not only will you be able to study at the best university in Eagle Sauce Country, but I'll also find a way to get you a green card, making you a true citizen of Eagle Sauce Country." He was far more forward-thinking than Fu Yai. If Li Tang merely switched careers to become an ordinary blacksmith, why would the Great Xia Empire go to such great lengths to cultivate him? There must be something fishy going on here. It's just a spot at an Eagle Sauce university. If he's really a special talent, what's the big deal if they give him a Real Eagle Sauce green card? Upon hearing Alex's assurance, Fu Yai broke into a smile, threw herself into his arms, and said sweetly, "Darling, don't worry. I'll find a way to introduce Li Tang to your guild. And I truly love you. I'll never get back together with that good-for-nothing Li Tang." Alex was aroused by her, downed the red wine in his glass, and rolled onto the bed with Fu Yike. That evening, Li Tang received a call from Lu Ruyan informing him to attend the graduation ceremony the next day. He didn't want to go, but Lu Ruyan teased him with a mischievous smile. They say the 4 pillars of life are spending time together in school, and we were classmates. You're part of the group, you should at least participate in class activities. At the very least, you need to take the graduation photo. She continued, don't worry, I've already informed Mr. Su. The school's inspections are strict, there won't be another incident like Zhang Hui's. Seeing how unreliable his homeroom teacher was, Li Tang couldn't help but laugh and cry, and reluctantly agreed. The next day, Li Tang arrived at school in a bulletproof car. The car had been specially modified and looked ordinary, so it didn't attract much attention. Although the school was relatively safe, few students had abilities that could match Li Tang's. However, Nie Xiaoying led a team of dozens of elite agents, dressed in plain clothes and posing as teachers, who followed Li Tang from a distance, secretly protecting his safety. The stage has already been set up on the playground. The students are dressed in their best attire, gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. The college entrance exams were just 2 days away, and this was their last chance to gather together as a group, so they naturally cherished the moment all the more. When Li Tang also appeared on the playground, the previously noisy atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The students' eyes were filled with mockery and disdain, and they began to whisper among themselves. Hey, isn't that Li Tang, the so-called genius who switched careers to become an ironworker? Hey, don't say that. He didn't just become an ordinary blacksmith. Of course not an ordinary blacksmith. How could an ordinary blacksmith possibly secure a spot at one of the 3 supreme academies? That's right. I heard it was Mr. Lu who strongly recommended him and even used his family connections to secure him this spot. Not only that, but the city defense army even took him under their wing to train him, and I heard they even cleared the area for him. That's all thanks to Mr. Lu. If he hadn't hooked up with Mr. Lu, how could he have gotten such treatment? Exactly. I heard that Mr. Lu comes from a prestigious family with connections that reach all the way to the top. I just don't understand why he would come here to be a mere teacher. I'm pretty handsome too. Why doesn't Mr. Lu like me? If he did, I could have been admitted directly too. Don't be jealous of what you can't have. It's not our fault that Mr. Lu has set his sights on Li Tang. Countless harsh words drifted into Li Tang's ears, but he seemed oblivious to the mockery, making no attempt to defend himself. He simply walked calmly to his seat. Just a bunch of kids. Don't underestimate me just because I've switched careers to become a blacksmith. With my full set of blue-quality rare equipment, I could take them all down with a single punch. Suddenly, a cold voice called out from behind him, Li Tang, stop. Chapter 39, don't come looking for trouble after this. Li Tang turned around and saw Su Han leading Fu Yike and a few others toward him. However, strangely enough, Li Jian wasn't in the group. Thanks to the ultra-high attributes of the fiery longbow, Su Han's level had already risen to 16, and he was brimming with confidence, even more so for the upcoming college entrance exams. He raised his eyes and said, Li Tang, I challenge you once again. I have renounced my admission to Southwest Yunnan University and will take the college entrance exam on my own merits, aiming to enroll in one of the 3 supreme academies. Do you dare to give up your admission quota and face me in a fair duel? You're crazy. Li Tang shot Su Han a disdainful glance, spat out 2 words, and turned to leave. He had already received a personal promise from Zhao Xiqing, the director of the Provincial Department of Education, to be admitted to one of the 3 supreme academies. Why bother going through all this trouble? Li Tang, you're a coward. Seeing that Li Tang wasn't even acknowledging him, Su Han felt his face burning with shame. He shouted at the top of his lungs, if you're a man, don't rely on a woman's connections to get your admission. You're not even brave enough to face a fair challenge. I look down on you. The surrounding students, seeing the commotion, gathered around. Li Tang paused, turned slowly, and said coldly, you're an S-class combat class, yet you dare to challenge me, a lifestyle class? Do you have the nerve? That's right. Li Tang had switched to a blacksmith with no combat talent. The students were taken aback, then burst into laughter. Su Han's face turned beet red. However, he stubbornly held his head high and forced himself to say, life-oriented professions can also take the college entrance exam. If you're brave enough, prove it by getting into one of the 3 supreme academies with your real skills. Shut up. Ask your mother if I have the guts. Li Tang was so annoyed by him that he couldn't take it anymore and punched him directly, telling him to get lost. His current strength attribute had reached an impressive 794 points, making him a formidable little boss. Even those warriors who had maxed out their strength stats and were wearing full sets of green quality rare equipment only had around 300 or 400 strength points. Su Han, a bowman who doesn't specialize in strength, how could he possibly compare? He hurriedly raised both arms to block the punch, but was still knocked back several meters, stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. You dared to ambush me? You have no shame. Su Han, both ashamed and angry, charged forward with red eyes. Seeing his insolence, Li Tang's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. He snorted coldly and delivered another powerful punch. This punch was unleashed with full force, sending Suhan flying backward, spitting blood as he crashed heavily onto the ground. Don't ever come looking for trouble again. Li Tang sneered, wiped his nose with his thumb, and walked away nonchalantly. Suhan lay on the ground, utterly speechless. After all, even before he had changed professions, Li Tang would have had to put in a lot of effort to defeat him. Yet now, I couldn't even block a single punch from him. The students watching the fight were all stunned, their mouths agape, exchanging shocked glances. A single punch sent an S-rank professional flying? You're telling me he's just a blacksmith? Has he been hiding his true strength, or has he transferred to another special class? Fu Yike was even more shocked, thinking to herself, Alex was right after all. Li Tang's class change wasn't just a regular blacksmith. Thinking of Alex's promise to her, her heart raced, and she didn't even bother to help Suhan up. She rushed forward to block Li Tang's path. Li Tang, wait. Li Tang saw it was Fu Yike, and his brows immediately furrowed into a knot. He coldly said, what do you want? What are you so proud of? Even if you've switched careers to become a special blacksmith, you're still just a lowly blacksmith. Seeing Li Tang's coldness toward her, Fu Yike grew angry, her tone sharpening. Li Tang, what do you mean? Why didn't you answer my call and even block me? Li Tang turned and walked away. I don't care. You. Fu Yike was furious, but upon remembering Alex's promise, she forced herself to calm down and stepped forward to block his path again. She took a deep breath and tried to soften her tone. We've been together for 3 years. There must be some feelings between us, right? I did say some harsh words at the time, but that was because I was so upset when I saw you switch careers to a lifestyle job. Girls are girls who doesn't admire strength? She paused for a moment before continuing, I have a friend who can arrange a scholarship to study abroad in Eagle Sauce Country. He admires your talent and doesn't mind that you switch to being a blacksmith. If you agree to work for his guild, you'll have a chance to study abroad in Eagle Sauce Country. Li Tang acted as if he hadn't heard, showing no interest. Fu Yike's expression changed, then softened. She forced a smile and said, actually, I still love you. She spoke softly, I've already decided to study abroad in the Eagle Country after the college entrance exams. Why don't you come with me? Once we're there, we can still be together. Before Fu Yike could finish speaking, Li Tang had already walked past her and left. What an idiot. Why not stay in your own country and go running off to the eagle's nest instead? Don't you know that those who are not of our kind have different hearts? Fu Yike was furious. Because of you, I lost my recommendation for admission, and the Outstanding Student Support Program excluded me as well. I was willing to overlook the past and help you out, but you're so ungrateful. How can you live with yourself? Unfortunately, Li Tang paid no attention to her and walked straight to the photo stand, chatting with Principal Zhao Zihan and class teacher Lu Ruyan, who were directing the photo session. To begin with, he had only crossed over to this world after the original host had died, and his impression of Fu Yike existed solely in his memories. There was no emotional connection whatsoever. Based on her actions after changing jobs and her desire to defect to the United States, Li Tang despised her deeply. Seeing Li Tang look down on her so much, Fu Yike's face turned pale, but remembering Li Jian's fate, she dared not vent her anger at the school leaders and could only stomp her feet in anger before leaving. After what had happened, the other students also noticed that Li Tang was acting oddly and no one dared to provoke or mock him anymore. Li Tang confidently took the center spot for the graduation photo, then took a few more photos with Zhao Zihan, Lu Ruyan, and others before making an excuse that he needed to go back and prepare his equipment and left in a car. As the car approached the school gate, a loud commotion could be heard. What's going on? Nia Xiaoying opened the car window and looked out curiously, instructing, Old Wang, go check it out. Old Wang returned quickly and whispered, the school gates are blocked by a group of thugs from outside. They claim that some students owe them money and have refused to pay, even ignoring their calls. They took advantage of the graduation photo opportunity to come to the school and demand repayment. Nia Xiaoying frowned and said impatiently, who owes them money? Have the school notify them to pay it back immediately. Also, tell those thugs to disperse immediately and not interfere with our affairs. Old Wang glanced awkwardly at Li Tang and stammered, they say it's Li Tang who owes them money. Who said I owe them money? Li Tang looked completely confused, feeling innocent and caught in the crossfire. The leader was named Duan Er, who claimed that you had borrowed high-interest loans from him earlier. Hearing Old Wang say this, Nia Xiaoying and the others were also speechless, all staring at Li Tang with strange expressions. Li Tang scratched his head and finally remembered the matter. At the time, in order to help Fu Yi improve her grades and secure a better career, her predecessor went so far as to take out a high-interest loan of 50,000 yuan from a lending platform to purchase expensive supplements for her. Damn it, sycophants really don't deserve a good end. Now I have to clean up the mess left by the original body. Li Tang muttered to himself. Forget it, it's not much money. I'll just give it back to this second-rate guy and avoid him bothering me again in the future. Li Tang wasn't short on money now. He had just received a cash reward of 10 million yuan from the Education Bureau Chief Zhao Shicheng, and Nia Xiaoying had sold the low-grade materials she had obtained from previous level-ups, adding another few thousand yuan. He was now quite wealthy and didn't care about a mere 50,000 yuan. Seeing Li Tang open the car door and get out, Nie Xiaoying and the others couldn't stop him in time and hurriedly got out to follow. Killing to repay a debt is only fair. That's right, even if the police come, I have a valid reason. Debts have their debtors. We're only here for Li Tang today. Hurry up and bring Li Tang out, or we'll smash this dilapidated school. A dozen or so thugs with dragon and tiger tattoos blocked the school gate, shouting and cursing loudly. Several security guards stood there nervously watching them, while many students hid behind them, whispering to each other. Li Tang hurried out the gate and shouted at the thugs. Stop shouting! I'm Li Tang. What do you want? Chapter 40, Defaulting on a Debt and Even Arresting the Creditor. The leader of the thugs was a bald, muscular man wearing a flowery shirt with the buttons undone, revealing a fierce tiger tattoo on his chest, roaring menacingly. He stepped forward, sized up Li Tang from head to toe, and snorted through his nose. You dare to call yourself Li Tang? Finally decided to stop hiding like a coward and show your face? Li Tang didn't even acknowledge him. Duan Air, shut up. It's only 5,000 yuan. I'll pay you back today, including the interest. Duan Air chuckled, his bulging cheeks trembling. Oh, you've got money now, huh? But you think 50,000 yuan is enough to get rid of a beggar? He glared at him and said fiercely, now you owe me 150,000. What? Before Li Tang could respond, the old man behind him started jumping up and down, shouting, Li Tang only borrowed 50,000 from you, and now you want him to pay back 150,000. In just over a month, it's tripled? Are you robbing a bank? Robbing a bank doesn't make as much money as lending at high interest rates. Duan Air took a calculator from one of his henchmen, tapped it rapidly, and showed the numbers to them. We may lend money at high interest rates, but we also adhere to the principles of honesty and fairness. Li Tang did borrow 50,000 from us, but he signed a high-interest express loan contract. He defaulted once 7 days ago, so according to the rules, the interest doubled again. Money begets money, interest compounds, and now he owes us 147,500 yuan. Plus, we can't let our brothers make the trip for nothing, can we? The remaining 2,500 yuan is for the brothers' transportation and refreshments. He pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, shook it a few times, and glanced at the others with a sideways look. The words were clear in black and white. You wouldn't dare deny it, would you? Old Wine clenched his fists, his chest heaving violently. You're pushing us too far. If it weren't for the discipline of the city guard, he would have already charged forward to teach these greedy thugs a lesson. They say borrowing money is a temporary pleasure, but repaying it is like going to the crematorium. I never thought it would be this outrageous. Li Tang's expression was also dark and unsettled. He was indeed wealthy, but that didn't mean he had to be taken advantage of like this, did it? Duan Air sneered. Can't pay up? Then don't blame us for being unkind. He waved his hands, and his men charged forward. Loosen his joints first, then take him away. There's a big boss who likes this kind of pretty boy and is willing to pay a hefty price. When it came to dealing with an orphan like Li Tang, they had countless methods to make him submit. If all else fails, we can sell him to the cotton fields in the north and subject him to heart-wrenching care. Seeing Duan Air and his men about to attack, Nie Xiaoying couldn't take it anymore and coldly shouted, "Attack!" Lao Wang and Lao Lu immediately charged forward, punching and kicking the group of thugs. They were elite members of the city defense force. How could those thugs stand a chance? They were quickly beaten into a rout. Duan Air flew into a rage. Debt must be repaid, it's only fair. Even if you're teachers, you can't interfere. His aura erupted, and he appeared to be a warrior of over 20 levels. A level 20 plus warrior could indeed dominate the campus, but he had underestimated Nie Xiaoying. She snorted coldly, her body moving like lightning, appearing behind Duan Air like a ghost. She struck his neck with a single palm strike. Ugh! Duan Air rolled his eyes and fainted instantly. Arrest them all and interrogate them harshly. Nie Xiaoying clapped her hands and ordered the city guards who had rushed over. She didn't believe things could be so coincidental. Li Tang had just finished taking his graduation photos and was immediately ambushed. Watching Li Tang get into the car and speed away, the onlookers all looked at each other in disbelief. Is this Li Tang really that powerful? Not paying back a debt is one thing, but arresting the creditor is another. At the foot of the Funishan Mountains, the morning light was faint and a thin mist lingered in the forests. However, the atmosphere at the foot of the mountain was tense. A large contingent of city defense troops had arrived, claiming to be on a secret mission to impose military control over the area. They had sealed off the roads leading into the mountains, prohibiting anyone from entering, which greatly annoyed the bounty hunters who relied on the mountains for their livelihood. Damn it, what's going on here? They impose military control every few days. What do they want? Exactly. I finally managed to hire a team to go in and collect blood python branches and iron ginseng for alchemy. Now they won't let us in, and I'll suffer huge losses. Could it be like last time in the dark cave dungeon, where they were reserving the area for someone to level up? Shoo! Keep your voice down, the city guards are coming. Just then, a convoy of Humvees approached from the distance in a large procession. The convoy slowed to a stop in front of the crowd. Li Tang, surrounded by Nie Xiaoying and the others, stepped out of the vehicle with a smile on his face. Ha, it's him? Damn it, he really is leveling up. I'm monopolizing the place. Many bounty hunters recognized Li Tang and looked at him with hatred. Who is that guy? Someone who didn't recognize Li Tang asked in confusion. Why do all those city guards look like his henchmen? Who else could it be? The private practice prince, of course. Someone explained sarcastically. Last time at the Red Rock Hill Outdoor Dungeon and the Dark Cave Dungeon, the city guard troops cleared the area and then sent people to escort him inside to level up. Damn it, what's this kid's background? The city guard dares to violate regulations and help him so brazenly. I know this kid. His name is Li Tang. He's in the same class as my son. He's a student who just transferred this year from 3rd middle school, and I heard he transferred into the blacksmith profession. A blacksmith? How can such a worthless profession get such good treatment? I protest, there's definitely something fishy going on here. What good will protesting do? Don't you know that several people have already been arrested by the city guard because of him? No way. Exactly. He's just a worthless blacksmith. What gives him the right? Maybe he's the son of some official from the imperial capital, here to experience life, and now he's just being himself. Sigh, it's really true that comparing oneself to others is a sure way to feel miserable. The crowd murmured and complained, their voices rising and falling. After interrogation, Duan Air confessed that he had received a mysterious call that day, saying Li Tang was taking graduation photos at the 3rd middle school and telling him to go cause trouble. As for who made the mysterious call, Duan Air had no idea. The caller only said that they liked Li Tang's pretty face and were willing to pay 1 million yuan to have him kidnapped under some pretext for their amusement. Although everyone knew this was definitely the work of some rival faction, upon hearing the interrogation results, their gazes toward Li Tang were still filled with suspicion. Li Tang was both ashamed and angry, and had no heart for blacksmithing. After reporting to City Lord Su Hui, he dragged Nie Xiaoying and the others to the foot of the Funeetian Mountains to level up and pass the time. Of course, from that day onward, there was no longer anyone named Duan Air in Kanglin City. Lu Ruyan, who had just organized the class graduation photo activity, was also dragged along by Li Tang. The foothills of the Funeetian Mountains were vast, with monsters not densely distributed. Her spirit summoning talent had already cooled down, making it perfect for this situation. The young beauty Su Jiao was also in the group, holding a sword that glowed blue, standing aside. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward Li Tang, as if recalling something, and she blushed slightly from time to time. Considering efficiency and safety, Su Hui originally didn't want Su Jiao to participate in this mission. However, Li Tang suddenly pulled out a long sword, and Su Hui's eyes widened instantly. Without hesitation, he agreed. Flying Rainbow Wind Slicing Sword Blue Rare, Attack 288, Agility 120, Constitution 108. Whirlwind Blade Gold, Attack Speed increased by 50. When attacking, there is a 5% chance to unleash a whirlwind blade formed by sword energy, dealing 150 attack damage to surrounding enemies. Level requirement, 17, Agility requirement, 72. Su Jiao's newly acquired class, Whirlwind Sword Saint, was already renowned for its swift attacks. With this legendary sword in hand, she became an unstoppable force, instantly transforming into a human-shaped monster-slaying machine. Several cargo trucks delivered modular equipment made of alloy, and numerous city defense troops worked together to quickly build a small fortress here, with walls over 5 meters high. After the city defense troops withdrew, Nie Xiaoying and the others stood inside, protecting Li Tang in the center. For this operation, Su Hui had allocated a large amount of supplies to them. Each person was equipped with over 10 sets of health, mana, and stamina recovery potions, and each received 100 low-tier talismans. Moreover, he spared no expense and presented them with a special equipment item, the Team Ring. Team Ring, a special class item that increases the number of team members to 8. With this ring, they could now include everyone in the team, greatly boosting their overall combat power. Lu Ruyan was about to activate her summon spirit talent, but Li Tang smiled and stopped her, saying, "Wait a moment." Chapter 41, this leveling up method is still the most satisfying. Li Tang pulled out 4 pieces of equipment from his spatial ring and distributed them to Meijia and the others, smiling as he said, "The equipment I promised you all a few days ago is finally ready. Take a look and see if they suit you." Fiery Earrings Blue Rare, Intelligence 111, Constitution 114. Fire Damage Boost Blue, increases fire-based magic damage by 25 and magic recovery speed by 2. Requires level 20 and Intelligence 80. Book of Light Blue Rare, Offhand Weapon, Attack 276, Intelligence 117, Constitution 111. Healing Boost Blue, Healing Effect plus 30. Level Requirement 20, Intelligence Requirement 66. Minotaur War Axe Blue Rare, Attack 276, Agility 108, Strength 114. Triple Strike Blue has a 15% chance to trigger Triple Strike on attack, dealing 2 additional attacks. The second attack deals 80 attack damage, and the third attack deals 60 attack damage. Level Requirement 19, Strength Requirement 90. Thorn Shield Blue Rare, Defense 294, Strength 114, Constitution 111. Thorns Blue, when the wielder is attacked, the shield automatically activates armor, with a 15% chance to reflect 40% of the physical damage back to the attacker. Requires level 20, Strength 88. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Ako put on the flaming earrings, Neji equipped the Book of Light, Lao Lu gripped the Minotaur war axe tightly, and Lao Wang caressed the thorn shield, all overjoyed and unable to put them down. They had been protecting Li Tang for some time and knew that the special equipment distributed under the Outstanding Student Support Program earlier had all been crafted by the young man before them. However, no one could have imagined that Li Tang would actually give each of them a piece of equipment tailored to their needs. After all, while these items were all blue rare quality, each one had attributes rivaling orange epic quality, and to top it off, they all came with blue tiered traits. If any of these items were to end up on the market, they would be worth at least several million, yet Li Tang had generously given them away, leaving everyone deeply grateful. Nia Xiaoying frowned. Li Tang, these pieces of equipment are too valuable. We can't accept them. Seeing Nia Xiaoying still refusing, Li Tang smiled and said, "You've all worked hard protecting me these past few days. These items are my personal way of compensating you. Once a promise is made, one cannot go back on their word and take advantage of others. Besides, a major battle is imminent. Every piece of equipment means an extra bit of combat power. Just take them." Nia Xiaoying accepted the venomous snake's kiss forged by Li Tang. Seeing the conflicted expressions on her subordinates' faces as they held the equipment and looked at her, she sighed inwardly and said nothing more. "Yay, long live the captain. Long live brother Li Tang. Li Tang, from now on, you're my own brother. Whatever you need, just say the word, and I'll handle it for you. That's right. If anyone dares to look down on you again, just mention my name. A top-tier piece of equipment greatly enhances a professional's combat power." Seeing that Nia Xiaoying had agreed, everyone cheered immediately. "Oh, it's a pity the teacher came today. I thought everyone would get a share of the equipment, but I was the only one left out. It makes me feel like I was overthinking things." Lu Rian watched the scene and said to Li Tang with a mocking smile, "Everyone used to call her little sweetheart, but now the newcomer has outshone the old, and she's become the cow wife. If it weren't for borrowing my soul summoning talent, I probably wouldn't even have been invited to level up this time." Hearing Lu Rian tease him, Li Tang burst into laughter, surprised that Ms. Lu would actually get jealous. "How could that be? I wouldn't forget you, Ms. Lu." Saying this, he pulled out a long sword from his spatial ring and handed it to Lu Rian. "You can use this sword for now. Once I reach level 20, I'll get you a better one." Flying Smoke Sword Blue Rare, Attack 276, Agility 108, Strength 114. Weakness Attack Blue, Attack 1000, increases base damage against enemies by 30. Level Requirement 20. The sword was intricately carved with swirling smoke patterns, emitting a faint, icy glow. Its blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, radiating a fierce, cold aura. Looking at the Fian sword's extraordinary attributes and the blue-colored bonus effects, Lu Rian smiled slightly. "Oomph, this is more like it. At least you have some conscience." Her seductive demeanor even made Su Jiao, standing beside her, feel a pang of envy. Glancing at herself, she felt a sudden pang of sadness. Nia Xiaoying drew her serpentine short sword and shouted, "A beast tide is a beast tide. It's inherently dangerous and may lead to unexpected situations. Everyone must protect Li Tang's safety. Even if we die, we must not let a single hair on his head be harmed. Did you hear that?" Everyone had already signed a confidentiality agreement and knew how important Li Tang was, so they all agreed enthusiastically. "Are you ready?" Seeing everyone nod, Lu Rian smiled slightly, closed her eyes, formed a magical seal with both hands, and murmured incantations. In an instant, an invisible, strange energy erupted from her body, spreading outward like ripples toward the depths of the Phoenician mountains. Moments later, the forest was suddenly filled with the low, growling roars of magical beasts, the sounds growing louder and closer, while the ground began to tremble slightly. "What's happening? Is it an earthquake?" At the outskirts of the Phoenician mountains, a group of relentless bounty hunters were blocked by the city guards, waiting for the blockade to be lifted. Upon seeing birds suddenly flee in panic and the ground continue to tremble, they couldn't help but look on in astonishment. Could it be that some giant magical beast has emerged from the depths of the Phoenician mountains? A lean, muscular bounty hunter narrowed his eyes, his face filled with suspicion as he speculated. No wonder the city guards sealed off this area. They must have received advance information. Another burly man suddenly realized, slapping his thigh in realization. "I really misunderstood them." His companion scoffed derisively, his face full of disdain. "They wouldn't be that kind-hearted. In my opinion, they're blocking this area because they're afraid we'll compete with those who went in for the boss. Why don't we sneak in and take a look? We might get something out of it." Upon hearing this, some immediately began hatching a scheme. "There's only one path into the mountains, and it's heavily guarded by the city troops. How are we supposed to get in?" "No problem, I know there's a hidden path nearby." Everyone chatted excitedly, discussing the plan, while the city guards stood on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly. The air was filled with an uneasy atmosphere, and the growls of beasts from the depths of the forest grew more frequent. The ground trembled, leaves rustled in the wind, and pairs of blood-red eyes began to glow in the darkness. Suddenly, hordes of magical beasts surged out of the depths of the forest, surrounding the small alloy fortress in an instant and launching an attack with deafening roars. Lu Ruyan's summon spirits talent allowed her to attract monsters of a lower rank within a 3-kilometer radius. The monsters in the foothills of Funishan were mostly around level 15-20, which was just right. Clang! The serpentine short sword drew from its sheath, and Nie Xiaoying's eyes blazed with determination. Kill! Fire wall technique. AKO let out a shrill cry, swinging her red flame staff. Crimson flames erupted from the ground, instantly forming a blazing inferno around the alloy fortress. Red flame staff blue rare, magic attack 270, intelligence 90, constitution 66. Burn gold increases fire-based magic damage by 100, applies 1 layer of burn effect per attack, causing continuous damage equal to 5% of the caster's attack power per layer, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Requires level 15 and intelligence 50. Combined with the 25 fire magic damage bonus from the fiery earrings, AKO's fire mage attack power skyrockets, instantly transforming her into a weapon of mass destruction. Many monsters couldn't even reach the fortress before being engulfed by the scorching flames, screaming as they were burned to charcoal, filling the air with the nauseating smell of burnt flesh. Su Jiao wasn't about to be outdone. Her flying rainbow/wind sword danced through the air with such speed and precision that it was impossible to see through. With her lightning-fast reflexes, she could unleash dozens of strikes in a single second, as effortlessly as playing a game. Even with only a 5% chance of activation, the tornado blade continued to trigger repeatedly, countless wind blades slicing through the horde of monsters, raising showers of blood. However, as a warrior, her magical energy was limited, and she could only unleash a few tornado blades before being forced to retreat temporarily to consume potions to restore her magic. Mei Jia smiled slightly and cast stamina restoration on her 2 main attackers. She wasn't idle either, continuously tearing open one scroll after another. Ice spikes, fireballs, rock spikes, and thunderbolts erupted like fireworks, engulfing the beasts before her. Lu Ruyan was also extremely excited, wielding various talismans and unleashing a barrage of attacks. For a moment, the explosions of magic and the screams of the beasts intertwined. Nie Xiaoying remained calm, directing the attack. Whenever she spotted a weakness in the defense, she ordered everyone to focus their attacks there. Only the berserker Old Lu and the shield warrior Old Wang remained by Li Tang's side, ready for battle. As the attacks continued, the first wave of beasts hadn't even reached the fortress before they fell one after another on the way, turning into experience points. Ding, your teammate killed a level 16 Swiftwind Demon Wolf. You gained 280 experience points. Ding, your teammate killed a level 17 Redline Snake. You gained 320 experience points. Ding, your teammate killed an 18th level Elite Spiked Porcupine. You gained 400 experience points. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 17. Your 4 primary attributes are now 1 each, and you have 5 free attribute points. Although there were 8 people in the party, the experience points distributed to Li Tang were already very few, but the number of monsters killed was simply too high. Originally, Li Tang only needed about 5 more experience points to reach level 17, but now he's already at 1/3 of level 17. Awesome! Li Tang stood on the city wall, looking down at the corpses of the magical beasts littering the ground, and shouted with satisfaction. This was the kind of leveling up he loved. Chapter 42, This Li Tang has guts, he's a real man. Nie Xiaoying remained serious, shouting to her teammates not to let their guard down. Hurry up and drink the healing potions to restore your health and magic, check your weapons and equipment, and prepare for the next wave of attacks. Sure enough, not long after, the second wave of monsters surged in from all directions. Everyone repeated their previous tactics, unleashing countless spells onto the monster horde. However, this wave of beasts was clearly of a higher tier, with many elite and even boss-level monsters among them, boasting higher defense and thicker health pools. Even though AKO and the others were far more powerful than these monsters, they struggled to take them down in a single blow. As time passed, more and more monsters were drawn to the area, and the group gradually found themselves overwhelmed. Many beasts broke through the fire walls, wind blades, and various spells, colliding with the alloy walls and causing them to tremble violently. Their sharp claws scraped against the walls, producing piercing sounds. Their blood-red eyes were filled with madness and desire, as if there was some fatal temptation here. It must be said that with the 5-meter-high alloy fortress providing protection, the group was much safer. Even if the beasts charged forward, they couldn't reach the people for a moment and were burned to death by AKO's flames. After all, only a few could climb the 5-meter-high alloy walls directly. A boss-level Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard that broke through the defenses leaped off the pile of corpses at the base of the wall, opened its blood-stained maw, and charged toward the fortress, trailing a foul wind in its wake. Here we go! Old Lu roared, swinging his bullhead war axe with 3 axe shadows crashing down. The Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard boss was sent flying by Old Lu's strike, its foul-smelling blood splattering the ground. It twitched a few times before going still. This attack triggered a triple combo, instantly dispatching the nearly defeated boss. Damn, this treasure is truly powerful. Old Lu was both shocked and delighted, staring at the battle axe in his hands with growing affection. He immediately activated his skilled Blood Rage, slicing the remaining enemies charging up the city walls into pieces. As more and more beasts swarmed the walls, Lu Ruyan had no choice but to abandon her playful mood, draw her long sword, and engage in close combat with them. Nye Xiaoying, relying on her agile movements, darted around the city walls. Whenever she spotted a weakness in the defenses, she would dash forward like an arrow, her venomous snake's kiss striking the monsters' vital throats with pinpoint accuracy. Watching everyone fight so fiercely, Li Tang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Forgetting his status, he let out a loud shout and charged forward wielding the Thunder Warhammer. "My little ancestor, don't be reckless." Old Wang panicked and hurried after him, fearing he might get into trouble. After reaching level 17, Li Tang's strength attribute had soared to 795 points, and his health points had reached a terrifying 92,800. Not only that, but he had also consumed temporary potions to enhance his attack and defense, making him a true human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. An elite-level red-haired baboon had just climbed onto the city wall when its head was crushed like a watermelon by a single blow from his hammer, sending blood and brain matter flying everywhere. Seeing the blood, Li Tang's spirit soared. With the Frost Tower shield in his left hand and the Thunder Warhammer in his right, he swung wildly, smashing everything in his path. On the city walls, he moved as freely as if no one was there. Those beasts that had managed to survive the fiery inferno and climb the walls were already on their last legs, barely clinging to life. How could they possibly withstand such an onslaught? Soon, within a 5-meter radius around Li Tang, the ground was littered with the mangled corpses of beasts. Old Wang watched the scene with frustration. This wasn't someone who needed protection, he was clearly braver than me. However, he did not forget his duty. Holding his saber in one hand and the thorn shield in the other, he tightly protected Li Tang, fearing he might come to harm. The sounds of battle cries, the howls of the beasts, and the clanging of weapons intertwined, creating an intense and chaotic scene. All 8 of them were giving it their all, each displaying their unique abilities. Su Jiao had just finished casting a tornado blade and was about to step back to drink a potion and rest, but she was suddenly grabbed by the tail of a giant jungle python that had sneaked up the city wall and was pulled down. Below the city walls, a massive iron-clad bear with a gaping maw had been waiting patiently for some time. "Be careful." Li Tang, with his sharp eyes, didn't hesitate for a moment and jumped down after her. The entire scene was captured by a drone hovering above Li Tang and his companions. These were all invaluable video footage, holding immense reference value for subsequent operational analysis. Moreover, these images were being transmitted in real time to a hidden office, where Su Hui and Lu Jialan were watching. Seeing his beloved daughter being hooked off the city wall by the jungle python's tail, and Li Tang jumping down after her, Su Hui was so frightened that his heart nearly stopped, spilling the hot tea he was holding all over the place. "No, I have to go save them." Su Hui lost his composure, shedding all traces of his dignity as the city lord, and rushed toward the exit. Panicked, Lu Jialan hurriedly followed, shouting, "Lord of the city, please calm down." Lu Hang led a squad of elite guards to protect them, and they would certainly come to their rescue if danger arose. There was no need to worry. Besides, there's another city defense unit nearby that can be dispatched at any moment. Oh. Su Hui finally managed to calm down, sitting down and staring intently at the screen. "Be careful." As Li Tang jumped off the city wall, the old man Wang, who was responsible for protecting him, was so terrified that he didn't even think twice before following him down. Su Jiao reacted swiftly, twisting her body mid-air and spinning around. The cold gleam of her long sword flashed, severing the tail of the giant jungle serpent. She then lightly tapped the iron-clad giant bear's head with her toes, using the momentum to fly back to the city wall. "Damn it, I forgot you'd reclassed into Whirlwind Sword Saint." Li Tang was extremely frustrated. He didn't possess Su Jiao's agile movements, and with his full armor, he crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The iron-clad giant bear, its head twisted by Su Jiao's kick, spotted Li Tang lying nearby and charged toward him with a furious roar. "Think I'm easy to bully, do you?" Li Tang roared in anger, swinging his warhammer down on the iron-clad giant bear's head. The immense force caused the iron-clad giant bear's skull to deform and shatter instantly, with fragments of bone and blood flying everywhere. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. "My little ancestor, you scared the life out of me." Old Wang also charged forward, swinging his massive horse-slaying sword through the air in an arc, slicing the jungle python which had lost its tail and was still trying to sneak attack from behind into 2 pieces. "Quick, follow me." He grabbed Li Tang and tried to retreat. However, the surrounding magical beasts surged forward like a tidal wave. The 2 of them, one a blacksmith with no combat skills and the other a heavily armored shield warrior, had no chance of breaking through the encirclement and returning to the city walls. By the time the others reacted, Li Tang and Old Wang were already trapped beneath the city walls. Su Jiao, who had just returned to the city walls, jumped down without hesitation. Mid-air, she swiftly switched her flying rainbow-sword to the streaming light sword and activated her ultimate ability Sword Storm the moment she landed. In an instant, countless sword lights flickered, enveloping all the monsters in front of Li Tang. Thanks to the 10% chance of a one-hit kill from the weapon's golden attribute, these already weakened monsters couldn't withstand more than a few rounds and were sliced into pieces by the sword beams. However, Su Jiao, who had just used her ultimate ability, was also exhausted. Her body stumbled, nearly causing her to fall to the ground. Li Tang acted swiftly, grabbing her from behind and pulling out a healing potion to force it into her mouth. Watch out behind you. Su Jiao had just swallowed 2 mouthfuls of the potion when her eyes suddenly widened and she tried to struggle to her feet. Li Tang also felt a gust of cold wind from behind. Turning around, he saw a massive earth bear, over 5 or 6 meters tall, charging toward him with bloodshot eyes. Get out of the way. Li Tang didn't even look back, swinging his thunder war hammer directly at it. A bolt of thunder struck down from the sky, reducing the earth-shattering bear to charred remains. This strike triggered the Thunder Strike Golden skill, instantly killing the beast. At that moment, Nie Xiaoying, Lao Lu, and Lu Ruyan, who had noticed something was wrong, quickly jumped down and began hacking at the surrounding beasts. Ako, from a higher vantage point, frantically cast fire spells to provide support, clearing a small patch of ground beneath the city walls. The pressure on everyone eased slightly. Nie Xiaoying, rarely showing such a serious expression, scolded, "What a mess. Do you know who our target is? If something happens to you, how are we supposed to explain this to our superiors?" Lu Ruyan, while slicing a wind demon wolf in 2 with her sword, teased with a smirk. "Hey, I didn't expect you to be so manly. You know how to rescue a damsel in distress, huh?" Su Jiao's face flushed bright red. She hurriedly broke free from Li Tang's embrace, gave a sharp cry, and charged back into the horde of beasts. Li Tang chuckled, "Ms. Lu, if you fell, I'd save you too. You cheeky brat. How dare you flirt with your teacher?" Lu Ruyan shot him a disdainful glance, then thrust her flying smoke sword deeply into the throat of a saber-toothed tiger boss, twisting it violently. The saber-toothed tiger boss roared in frustration, collapsing to the ground and unable to get back up. Fortunately, after half a day of fierce combat, there weren't many monsters left. The few people, all over level 30, protected Li Tang as they fought fiercely, quickly eliminating the remaining monsters that charged toward them. Before the third wave of monsters arrived, Akin Meijia on top lowered the ropes and pulled them back up onto the alloy fortress walls. Fortunately, everyone was well equipped, and after a fierce battle, no one even suffered a minor injury. It was a close call. Seeing them escape the danger, Su Hui in the monitoring room finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Li Tang has some guts, he's a real man. He lit his pipe, took a leisurely puff, and exhaled a smoke ring. Lu Jialan, standing beside him, forced a smile but muttered under his breath. "You're practically writing 'Marry Li Tang as my son-in-law' on your face. Could you be any more obvious? Why don't I have such a beautiful daughter?" Chapter 43, If you dare to hide anything, I won't spare you. After a brief rest, the third wave of beasts quickly approached. With the previous experience, everyone was more cautious, forming battle formations, coordinating seamlessly, and advancing steadily. Li Tang wasn't idle either. Accompanied by Su Jiao and Old Wang, he held a shield in his left hand and a hammer in his right, charging across the battlefield and killing enemies left and right, leaving him exhilarated. "Have we killed at least 2,000 beasts?" Old Lu, leaning on his minotaur battle axe, was panting heavily. Even with the stamina of a berserker, he was starting to feel the strain. "Who knows?" Ake fired a small fireball, igniting a 6-tusked wild boar in the distance. Her mana was almost depleted, and the mana restoration potions had cooldown times, making it impossible to replenish quickly in such intense combat. She could only barely maintain casting small fireballs. Fortunately, the number of magical beasts charging out of the forest was decreasing, and they no longer posed a significant threat. However, the fortress made of alloy modules was also being shattered by the beasts' attacks, swaying precariously and on the verge of collapse, with the walls covered in claw marks and bloodstains. If it weren't for their thorough preparations and the numerous low-tier talismans they brought along, they might have been overrun by the monster horde. That's about it. They're just monsters within a 3-kilometer radius, there can't be any more than that. Li Tang was covered in the flesh and blood of the beasts, yet he still felt unsatisfied. This isn't enough. I've only reached level 18.5. Hearing Li Tang's complaints, Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him and said impatiently, "Don't act so humble after getting the upper hand. It hasn't even been an hour, and how many others could level up as fast as you?" After this battle, Lu Ruyan had also leveled up to 28, but she was still exhausted and could only hide in the innermost part to recover her stamina. She never expected that it would be her own student standing in front of her, protecting her. Li Tang scratched his head and agreed. Having the city defense troops guide him through leveling must have saved him so much effort. Take Su Han, who had just switched to an S-class profession. He is still only level 16, while I have to both forge weapons and level up, and I'm already at 18.5. Su Jiao was also exhausted, but when she saw Li Tang, he looked as if nothing had happened, showing no signs of fatigue. She couldn't help but gape in astonishment. This guy's stamina is just too insane. Li Tang was just a blacksmith with brute strength, yet he had risked his life to save her in the nick of time. Su Jiao's eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Tang, her gaze now tinged with an unusual glow. Once the last monster was incinerated by AKO's fireball, the forest fell into silence, with no more monsters emerging from the woods. Nie Xiaoying caught her breath for a moment, then, once she had regained her strength, said, "Let's go. We should find another place to level up." Li Tang furrowed his brows. But this wasn't a dungeon, the monsters weren't densely packed here. All the monsters within a 3-kilometer radius have been killed. Where are we supposed to go to level up? He had just experienced the thrill of rapid experience gain and didn't want to go back to the forest to search for monsters one by one. That would be such a hassle. Nye Xiaoying gave a mysterious smile, pulled an item from her backpack and shook it. Don't worry, I've got this. Lu Ruyan stared intently, her eyes widening in shock, and she couldn't help but scream out loud, soul summoning incense. She sighed softly, her expression tinged with sadness. She never thought the city lord would go so far as to bring this out just to help you level up quickly. It seems I'm no longer of any use to you. Li Tang turned to look and immediately recognized the item as well. Soul summoning incense low tier emits a special fragrance that exerts an irresistible fatal attraction on magical beasts below level 30, luring them to the source of the scent. This special item can only be crafted by incense masters of the 6th tier or higher in the living profession. The process is complex, the materials are rare, and the success rate is low. It is typically used only when setting traps to lure high-tier bosses, with even a small piece costing hundreds of millions of yuan. Nye Xiaoying put the soul-summoning incense back into her backpack and smiled reassuringly. Master Lu, there's no need to belittle yourself. This soul-summoning incense is far too precious. The small piece I have can only be used 3 times at most, and its effective range is limited to a 1-kilometer radius, capable of attracting only a limited number of monsters. In the future, when leading Li Tang to level up, we'll still need to rely on your talent. Lu Ruyan finally cheered up a bit, and the vague sense of loss in her heart dissipated considerably. Are we leaving already? But we haven't cleaned up the battlefield yet. Li Tang looked at the scattered bodies of the magical beasts, along with the various equipment, magic crystals, and materials that had dropped, his eyes filled with reluctance. These items were worth a fortune, it was a shame to just leave them here. Nye Xiaoying signaled to the city defense troops and led the way into the depths of the forest. There was no point wasting time here. The matters of the battlefield will naturally be handled by others. What is most urgent for us now is to hurry to the next location to level up. 10 kilometers away, the city defense troops had already constructed another alloy fortress. Li Tang slapped his forehead. His perspective was still too narrow. With the backing of the state, half of the city guard was at his disposal in Kanglan City. If it weren't for the need to keep things secret, the city lord would probably have ordered the city defense troops to capture the magical beasts alive and bring them directly to him to be killed for leveling up. Just as Li Tang and his group had left, several figures emerged from the forest, having taken a detour through the back paths. They were the bounty hunters. Upon seeing the mountains of monster corpses piled up around them and the air thick with the stench of blood and burning flesh, they were all utterly shocked. Who could this mysterious figure be, possessing such terrifying strength and tactics to attract so many beasts to this place and slaughter them all? We're rich. We're rich. A windfall from heaven. A short figure suddenly let out a shrill scream, rushing forward excitedly and grabbing a green-colored high-quality piece of equipment, stuffing it into his chest. That's right, as long as there's money to be made, who cares about the rest? Others were instantly consumed by greed, their eyes red with desire, rushing forward to the equipment. These monsters were between levels 15 and 20, and the equipment they dropped was of quite good quality, mostly green-quality fine gear, with a few even being blue-quality rare items. Additionally, there were large quantities of valuable materials and magic crystals. If these items were sold on the market, they could easily fetch hundreds of thousands, or even millions, enough to ensure a comfortable life for the rest of their lives. As they were busy looting, suddenly, over a dozen military vehicles screeched to a halt from the distance, coming to a stop in the open area. Over 100 city defense troops jumped out of the vehicles, drew their weapons, and surrounded the group of bounty hunters. Damn it, you dare to the city defense troops loot? Do you want to die? The leading officer, his face twisted with anger, slapped the short man across the face and shouted, "Get down on your knees and hand over everything you're holding." The crowd was stunned and began to protest. There's no one here. How did this become the city guard's loot? Nonsense. The city guard established a restricted zone specifically for this purpose. The officer pointed to the nearby alloy module fortress, now reduced to ruins, and roared, "That fortress was built by me and my men with our own hands. You dare to come here to loot? You must be out of your minds." In truth, he was also deeply shocked. In just over an hour, this place had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. I have no idea what methods Captain Nye used to attract thousands of magical beasts here and eliminate them all so efficiently. Don't think about it. Thinking about it would violate confidentiality protocols. He shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to push aside all doubts and shock, and barked harshly, "Take everything out of your backpacks and hand it over for inspection. Not a single item is to be missing. If anyone dares to hide anything, I'll make sure you pay for it." Chapter 44, the video is finished. Share your thoughts. While Li Tang and the others were leveling up at the foot of the Funishan Mountains, the major figures from the Northwest Province were gathered together for a meeting. Zhao Xiqing, the provincial education commissioner, grew impatient, slamming the documents on the table and frowning as he said, "This is the third meeting we've held to discuss Li Tang's case. What kind of cultivation plan should we implement for him, and when can we finally make a decision? The college entrance exam is in 2 days. We can't delay this any longer." The provincial health commissioner, Ao Kuan, sneered disdainfully and spoke slowly, "A mere blacksmith of only 10 odd levels? How could he possibly forge equipment with such absurd attributes? There must be something fishy going on here. Zhao Xicheng flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table. Nonsense! I personally witnessed the creation of these items, and there's video evidence to prove it. How could it be fake? Zhang Ruiyang, the head of the Justice Bureau, chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Video evidence isn't foolproof. Who knows if it's been edited? Maybe you, Director Zhao, obtained a few top-tier pieces of equipment from some master blacksmith or from some mysterious dungeon, and now you're trying to use them to fraudulently obtain national training funds. You're talking nonsense. Zhao Xicheng was so enraged that he pointed at Zhang Ruiyang, too furious to speak. The commander of the provincial military region, Wang Lingyue, spoke in a solemn tone. Director Zhang, at the time, both I and Director Qi Siyuan of the Provincial State Security Bureau were present. We can vouch for Director Zhao those pieces of equipment were indeed crafted by Li Tang himself. Provincial State Security Bureau Director Qi Siyuan nodded in agreement, confirming that's absolutely correct. We also reviewed Li Tang's innate talents, and he is indeed a rare genius in this world. Ao Koan remained unconvinced. This so-called genius blacksmith is most likely a carefully orchestrated scam. Behind this Li Tang, there might be a high-ranking blacksmith master who crafted these weapons and then had this young man take the credit, all to deceive the nation and obtain its resources. Director Zhao, you've been used as a pawn. You must know that high-ranking blacksmiths have a chance to forge equipment that can lower the usage level. That's impossible. Zhao Xicheng retorted passionately. Then how do you explain the attributes that are 3 times better than those of equipment of the same rank, along with the golden attributes? This. Ao Koan was momentarily speechless, but he still tried to justify himself. There are all kinds of talents in this world. Maybe they used some special method to cast an illusion, making the equipment attributes appear this way. UAO, I've tolerated you for far too long. Zhao Xicheng was completely enraged. A blacksmith with strategic talent is crucial to the entire Northwest Province, and even to the entire Great Xia Empire. You must know that. You're so adamantly opposed to this, it's all for your nephew Aou, who's trying to switch to the SS rank Dragon Knight class, isn't it? You just want to secure more resources for him. Ao Koan was exposed on the spot, his face turning ashen. Even with his usual deep composure, he couldn't help but lose face. He snorted coldly, recommending the capable, even if they are related. What's wrong with that? An SS-ranked Dragon Knight profession is worth far more than a worthless blacksmith. Ao Koan pulled out a report from his briefcase and slammed it on the table. I had someone investigate Li Tang. His class change report clearly states that he hasn't awakened any class talents. Even Wang Lingyue couldn't stand it anymore. He frowned and said, Ao Hall Director, you've gone too far. Everything should be based on facts and prioritize national interests. How can you be so unreasonable? As the argument escalated, Jiang Yunpeng, the provincial governor sitting in the center, tapped the table lightly with his fingers. The meeting room fell silent immediately, and all eyes turned to him. Jiang Yunpeng cleared his throat a few times, his voice hoarse. Whether it's true or not, why not test it to find out? He gestured to Wang Lingyue. Lingyue, play the recording so everyone can see. Upon hearing the provincial governor's instructions, Wang Lingyue bowed respectfully, took out a ring emitting a blue glow, placed it on the conference table, and then turned on the projector in the meeting room. The lights in the conference room dimmed automatically, and the screen began to display detailed information about the item. Paralysis Ring Blue Rare, Intelligence 96, Constitution 99. Paralysis Gold, has a 5% chance to paralyze the target upon attack, lasting 10 seconds. Requires level 15. Wang Lingyue cleared his throat and introduced, everyone, this is the combat footage of a 60-level squad from our organization's military district. They wore this paralysis ring and successfully cleared the Thunder Swamp dungeon. Although each attack only has a 5% chance to paralyze the enemy, one team member has advanced to the S-rank Ghost Warrior class, and with the bonuses from other equipment, their attack speed reached a terrifying 50 hits per second. After equipping this ring, he pushed the paralysis effect of this ring to its absolute limit. On the large screen, the Ghost Warrior moved like lightning, leaving afterimages with every attack. Thunder Naga, despite her immense power, was paralyzed and unable to move, forced to take blows passively. Wang Lingyue flickered his wrist, and a gruesome head appeared on the conference table. It was the Thunder Naga. He chuckled, although boss-level monsters have high resistance, after our calculations, once the paralysis effect is triggered, we can control it for at least 3 to 5 seconds. Thus, the Thunder Naga boss was completely controlled by the paralyzed warriors throughout the battle, unable to unleash a single skill, and was easily defeated. In the end, not only did a golden legendary quality equipment item, the Naga Thunder Sword, drop, but also the skill book Thunderous Might. As the scene froze on the Thunder Naga boss lying defeated on the ground, and everyone looked at the blood-stained head on the table, the meeting room echoed with gasps. They all knew how terrifying the final boss of the Thunder Swamp dungeon, the Thunder Nagas, was with its numerous skills, high damage output, thick defense, and agile movements. Countless 60-level all-star teams had been defeated by it in the past. But no one expected that someone would manage to kill that monster so easily using this method. But that wasn't all. Wang Lingyue changed the subject, mentioning that Li Tang had once forged a sword imbued with the Fatal Strike Golden trait. The screen shifted, and a sword radiating brilliant light appeared before everyone's eyes. Flowing light sword blue rare, attack 282, strength 114, agility 81, constitution 96. Fatal strike gold, base attack power increased by 300. When the opponent's health is below 30, there is a 10% chance to deal a fatal blow. Level requirement, 12. Wang Lingyue continued his introduction, stating that this sword is currently in the possession of Su Jiao, the only daughter of Su Hui, the ruler of Kanglan City. She had reclassed into the S-rank profession Gale Sword Saint, renowned for her lightning-fast attacks, and had mastered the 10% one-hit kill chance of the glowing sword to perfection. At level 15, she single-handedly defeated 3 level 16 boss-level demonic monsters in a dungeon using this legendary sword. The large screen then switched to a scene of Su Jiao battling in the Red Wilderness Demon Realm dungeon. She moved gracefully, her flowing light sword gleaming coldly, as the 3 bosses, the arrogant horse, the golden-haired lava dog, and the white-haired demon fox all fell to her attacks. 30 HP trigger for a finishing move? A 15-level girl fighting 3 boss-level demons alone? After seeing the sword's game-breaking attributes and the actual combat footage, all the top players couldn't stay seated. Any professional player knows how crucial critical strike abilities are when taking down bosses. They're the ultimate tool to counter their healing and power-up mechanics. Many boss encounters in dungeons trigger a burst ability when their health is low, instantly restoring a significant portion of their health and rendering players' efforts useless. However, if a weapon is equipped with a fatal strike type attribute, and with enough luck, it can deliver a fatal blow to the boss at a critical moment, leaving them with no chance of survival. Actually, weapons with the critical hit trait do exist in the game, though they're rare. After all, there are always a few lucky players who manage to obtain them by defeating bosses. However, these weapons are mostly golden legendary or higher quality gear, making them extremely difficult to obtain. Additionally, the conditions required to trigger the critical hit effect are quite stringent. For example, some require your own level to be higher than the boss's, while others need the boss's HP to drop below 5 to trigger the critical strike effect, greatly reducing their practicality. In contrast, this blue rare quality glowing sword not only has a high chance of triggering the one-hit kill effect but also has low-level requirements for equipping it, making it an absolute must-have for new players. Its value can no longer be measured solely in monetary terms. Zhang Yunpeng tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and the murmurs in the meeting room suddenly ceased. Alright, we've finished watching the footage. He spoke softly, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone. Now, share your thoughts. Chapter 45. Those who dare defy the might of the Great Summer Dynasty shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. The meeting room fell silent for a moment before Han Ji Chang, the president of the Professional Association, exclaimed excitedly, if these 2 pieces of equipment were indeed crafted by Li Tang, he is truly a genius of the highest order. Yu Yaoyang, the president of the Alchemy Association, also chimed in excitedly, yes, if such equipment could be mass-produced, the overall strength of Chinese professionals would take off overnight, and dominating the world wouldn't be a dream. The director of the Provincial Commerce Bureau, Meng Pang, nodded in agreement. If we can nurture this young man properly, we'll definitely dominate the equipment forging field and leave other countries far behind. Ao Koan remained skeptical, furrowing his brows and saying, even if the attributes and additional properties of these equipment pieces are flawless, that doesn't prove they were crafted by that Li Tang. Zhang Yunpeng glanced at him, his expression calm. Besides this paralysis ring, Si Cheng had also brought back 2 blue-quality rare items, Thunder War Armor and Book of Light, both of which had undergone practical testing. Wang Lingyue nodded in understanding, and the large screen quickly displayed the detailed attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment. Thunder War Armor Blue Rare, Defense 291, Strength 102, Constitution 108. Lightning Resistance Gold, Lightning Resistance 75. Level Requirements 16. Book of Light Blue Rare, Offhand Weapon, increases magic resistance by 273 points, and increases healing effects by 5%. Life Restoration Gold, restores 5 HP to the target each time, and restores 10 HP each time when the target's HP is below 20. Requires level 13, requires intelligence 46. Zhang Yunpeng continued, all these items were crafted by that blacksmith named Li Tang. At the time, Si Chang, Lingyu, Si Yuan, and Su Hui from Kanglan City were all present. This is no fake, his talent is beyond doubt. Ao Koan and Zhang Ruoyang exchanged glances, a flash of resentment crossing their minds. The facts are now clear. Zhang Yunpeng has already made his final judgment. Continuing to argue about Li Tang's alleged forgery is pointless. They never imagined that the provincial governor, Zhang Yunpeng, had already secretly sent Wang Lingyue to the dungeon for practical testing, and the results were so astonishing. Upon hearing the provincial governor's words, the other senior officials present nodded in agreement. Indeed, this young man has immense potential and is worth nurturing. Zhang Yunpeng's hoarse voice rang out again in the meeting room. Since everyone agrees, I'll share my thoughts. Gentlemen, I'm sure you all understand the importance of high-tier equipment in enhancing a professional's combat capabilities. Not only does it allow our warriors to dominate the battlefield, but it is also the key factor determining a nation's status in this world. Currently, the acquisition of high-end equipment relies not only on high-tier blacksmiths but primarily on defeating bosses in various secret realms, dungeons, and abysses. Zhang Yunpeng sighed softly. Currently, in the entire Great Xia Empire, there are only 1,000 blacksmiths at the 6th rank master level, and only one has reached the 8th rank founder level. With such a small number of people, even if they work tirelessly every day to forge equipment, how many pieces could they possibly produce? Not to mention that equipment crafting also has a certain failure rate. Everyone nodded in agreement. If equipment fails during crafting, all the precious materials used are wasted, resulting in significant losses. There were millions of professionals in the Great Xia Empire, and the demand for high-tier equipment was simply astronomical. Zhang Yunpeng paused, emphasizing his words. Under these circumstances, we have no choice but to rely more heavily on defeating dungeon bosses to obtain high-tier equipment. However, many dungeons have extremely high difficulty levels, and some have yet to be successfully cleared by anyone. Just last week, our Northwest Province's Level 7 dungeon Storm Canyon in Liangzhou City once again failed in its clearing attempt. Zhang Yunpeng's hoarse voice carried a heavy weight. A 5-member elite squad composed of 70th level powerhouses, all equipped with top-tier gold and legendary quality gear. Despite this, they were completely wiped out, with no survivors. Upon hearing this, the meeting room was immediately filled with an oppressive atmosphere, and the commander of the provincial military region, Wang Lingyue, wore an expression of deep sorrow and anger. Zhang Yunpeng paused briefly before speaking again. Even our main forces of the Great Xia Empire can barely clear the 8th tier dungeon, but tackling the 9th tier dungeon is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. For a moment, the conference room fell into an eerie silence, with not a single sound heard. Every face was etched with solemnity. Zhang Yunpeng slowly raised his hand, pointing the laser pointer at the critical strike description of the flowing sword on the screen, and spoke slowly and deliberately. If we could equip the frontline soldiers with this special equipment that activates across tiers. Before he could finish, Wang Lingyue suddenly stood up, his face flushed with excitement. The clearance rate for that dungeon could increase by at least 40%, maybe even more. Everyone else also fell into deep thought. Strategies for high-tier dungeons and secret realms have always been a top priority for all nations. After all, the materials, equipment, and items obtained from these dungeons play a crucial role in enhancing a nation's strength. If the Great Xia Empire could gain an advantage in this area, the lead wouldn't just be a little bit, it could potentially widen the gap with other nations. After all, the reason many dungeons are so difficult to clear isn't because the adventurer's skills aren't good enough, but because there are insurmountable gaps in equipment attributes. In the past, players could only rely on conventional methods like upgrading, enchanting, and potions to make up for these shortcomings. But now there's a new option. Golden attributes. Zhang Yunpeng nodded slightly, sighing. Though I don't know much about education, as a blacksmith, I can say that the higher your level, the greater your impact. Li Tang is only in his teens, yet his innate talent already grants him 2 unique traits, allowing him to craft such game-breaking equipment. Imagine what he'll be capable of when he reaches level 40, 50, or even higher. Before Zhang Yunpeng could finish his sentence, everyone had already understood his meaning. That's right, Li Tang is only 18 years old. Once he grows stronger, he'll be able to craft even higher tier equipment, and with golden attributes, he might even rewrite the entire world's landscape. However, cultivating a life profession requires an enormous amount of resources. Relying solely on the strength and resources of a small city like Kanglan City, it's clearly insufficient to cultivate Li Tang. Alright, everyone, I propose that we redirect the resources of the Northwest Province to this young man and devote the entire province's efforts to his cultivation. Zhang Yunpeng sat up straight. As per tradition, let us put it to a vote. What's there to vote on? Shi Yuan, the director of the National Security Bureau, suddenly slammed his fist on the table, glaring at Ao Kuan, and shouted, "Such a great thing for the country and the people, I don't believe anyone would oppose it. Provincial Chief, Li Tang's security matters will be fully taken over by me. Anyone who dares to touch a single hair on his head will be considered an enemy of the National Security Bureau and an enemy of the entire Great Xia Empire." Han Ji-chang, president of the Professional Association, immediately added, "Skill-related matters are my responsibility. I will find him the most suitable candidates and ensure his talents are fully utilized." The president of the Alchemy Association, Yu Yaoyang, also chimed in, "The expenses for Li Tang's leveling will be fully covered by our Alchemy Association. Any potions, talismans, runes, or scrolls, just name it, and we'll provide full support." The director of the Provincial Commerce Bureau, Meng Pang, also made a commitment. "Alright, then I will arrange for all the materials needed to craft his equipment. Whether it's rare minerals or special materials, I'll do everything in my power to obtain them. I won't let him be held back by a shortage of materials." As everyone was discussing and making their statements, Wang Lingyue suddenly stood up and walked toward the exit of the meeting room. Zhao Xiqing, seeing this, hurriedly called out, "Lingyue, do you have any other suggestions?" Wang Lingyue laughed heartily and said, "No, I'm going to arrange for the Special Forces team to go on various missions to obtain high-level equipment materials and 5th tier or higher magic crystals for him. These will be used for future sacrifices to unlock the golden word trait." Just then, Zhang Yunpeng's phone rang. He answered it, his expression changing slightly. Wang Lingyue also stopped in curiosity. After hanging up, Zhang Yunpeng sighed softly and said solemnly, "I received an urgent communication from Su Hui, the city lord of Kanglan City. Two things have just been confirmed. Li Tang has reached level 20 and is preparing for his second stage advancement. Additionally, he paused for half a second, his expression suddenly turning cold and stern. Recently, foreign forces have planned 5 assassination attempts targeting Li Tang. What? Everyone gasped in shock, their faces filled with anger and disbelief. The sound of military boots scraping against the floor echoed loudly as Wang Lingyue rushed out the door. His roar echoed down the corridor, "Transmit my orders. The Northwest Wolf Special Forces team, assemble immediately. Dare to touch our genius, and I'll make sure they never return." Zhang Yunpeng scanned the attendees, whose expressions varied, his gaze lingering on Ao Kuan and the others. It seemed that the enemy understood Li Tang's strategic importance better than we did. Ao Kuan and Zhang Danyang dared not lift their heads, their faces filled with shame. Our actions were still half a beat too slow. Zhang Yunpeng tapped the National Special Talent Cultivation Program document with his fingertip, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. From this moment onward, Kanglin City will enter a temporary wartime response mechanism. At all costs, protect Li Tang's safety. We must not allow foreign forces to succeed. Those who dare to defy the might of the Great Summer Dynasty shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Chapter 46, after crossing over, I actually have to study and learn. How on earth am I supposed to complete this second-tier advancement task? After receiving the second-tier advancement task from the Professional Association, Li Tang scratched his head in frustration. Thanks to Nie Xiaoying and the others for their help, relying on the special effect of the soul summoning incense, Li Tang directly leveled up to 20 in just one day. He had originally thought the second-tier advancement task would be as simple and straightforward as the first-tier one, but it turned out to be quite peculiar. This time, the task didn't require Li Tang to take on a boss-level monster alone, but instead demanded that he master 100 books on blacksmithing heritage knowledge and forge 100 pieces of blue rare quality equipment. Forging 100 pieces of blue quality rare equipment was understandable, though challenging, but not impossible. Based on the previous 10% drop rate, forging over 1,000 green quality items should be enough to meet the requirement, though it would take more time and effort. At least the materials aren't something he has to source himself. But learning blacksmithing heritage knowledge. Who would have thought that after time travel, one would have to read and study? The original body was a genius, but he isn't. In this world, advancing in professions is never achieved overnight. It's like a master going into seclusion to break through a barrier. You have to endure loneliness and put in the hard work. Main combat professions are relatively straightforward. You just need to practice repeatedly, max out your skill proficiency, and complete the corresponding boss killing tasks, and advancement will come naturally. But life skills are a whole different story. Take Li Tang's blacksmithing profession, for example. Besides mastering the craft, there is an endless sea of knowledge to learn. Everything from mineral properties, forging temperatures, magic fusion, and rune carving must be thoroughly understood. Not only is it time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it also requires a significant amount of resources. That's precisely why lifestyle professions are so difficult to cultivate, and those who can advance to the top tier are few and far between. Lu Rian watched Li Tang fret beside him, shaking her head helplessly, unable to offer any help. Su Jiao, however, rare smile on her face, said, "You just keep scratching your head here. I'm off to kill the boss and complete the quest." She had already reached level 20 but had come along to wait for Li Tang and take on the second-tier advancement quest together. Compared to Li Tang, Su Jiao's task was much simpler. Her Gale Step and Gale Slash skills were already maxed out. All she needed to do was kill the boss, the Unicorn Bull King, in the Cloud Owl Marsh, and then max out the Sword Storm skill. Thanks to the critical hit golden trait on her Flowlight sword, Su Jiao took down the Unicorn Bull King boss with ease. Nie Xiaoying patted Li Tang on the shoulder and comforted him. "Alright, stop worrying here. I'll go report to the city lord right away and try my best to collect all the books on blacksmithing knowledge for you. I'll also see if I can arrange for a batch of materials to be sent over for you to craft your equipment." Lu Rian covered her mouth and smiled. "You and Ah Jiao are basically the first freshmen to reach level 20 in Kanglin City this year. What more could you possibly want? Don't forget that most of the other students are still hovering around levels 12 or 13, with the fastest ones only reaching levels 15 or 16. Anyway, you've already been admitted, so you don't need to take tomorrow's college entrance exam. Just wait for the others." Li Tang thought about it and agreed that it made sense. He said, "Alright, I'll go back and start crafting the equipment first. I'll finish one of the tasks before moving on." He sighed. Advancing in a life profession is really tough. I wonder what kind of weird quest they'll give me when I advance to the third tier. Sigh, advancing in a life profession is really tough. I wonder what kind of weird quest I'll get when I advance to the third stage. It's just 100 books. I'll just use the same determination I had in my previous life during my senior year of high school. I'm sure I can handle it. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiqing, the provincial education commissioner, and Wang Lingyue, the commander of the provincial military region, were dispatched to Kanglin City once again, following the arrangements made by the provincial governor Zhang Yunpeng to conduct an investigation into Li Tang. This time, they brought a large amount of supplies, including equipment of various grades, minerals, magic crystals, potions, talismans, scrolls, skill books, and more everything imaginable. When they arrived, Li Tang was grimacing as he struggled through a 1,000-page tome. Beside him lay a pile of books such as Comprehensive Guide to Materials, Magic Metallurgy, Collection of Alloy Formulas, Comprehensive Guide to Forging Techniques, and Secrets of Quenching, among others, filling half the room. Each of these books was as thick as a brick, and mastering them all seemed like an impossible task. After a day and a night, his progress had only reached a pitiful 17. Who would have thought that even our all-around genius would be stumped like this? With a hearty laugh, Su Hui entered the room, followed by Zhao Xiqing and Wang Lingyue. Behind them were the Education Bureau Director Lu Jialin, the principal of 3rd Middle School Zhao Zihan, and the homeroom teacher Lu Ruyan, along with a burly, muscular man. Li Tang hurriedly stood up to greet the dignitaries, then said with a wry smile, "These thick books are too tough to tackle. I'd rather forge 1,000 pieces of equipment or fight a level 20 boss alone than read these books." Everyone saw his gloomy expression and burst into laughter. "You've had it too easy in life. A little setback will help you toughen up." Zhao Xiqing patted Li Tang on the shoulder, "But don't worry. Look what I've brought you." Saying this, he pulled out an item from his spatial ring, a hat that seemed to be woven from the silk of some creature, emitting an odd glow. This silver-white object, resembling a wizard's hat, emitted a faint red glow, clearly not an ordinary item. Zhao Zihan and Lu Ruyan clearly recognized the item and exclaimed in unison, "The scholar's hat." Lu Jialin was also deeply shocked, but he disdained the two for their lack of worldly experience, turning to glare at them harshly. Zhao Zihan shrunk his neck in fear, daring not to breathe, while Lu Ruyan, unconcerned, stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Zhao Xiqing was satisfied with everyone's reaction and smiled as he handed the hat to Li Tang. "Come, try it on." Li Tang took the hat, feeling its soft texture and a faint coolness. Scholar's hat read extraordinary, special item. Made from the silk of a 1,000-year-old ice silkworm. No class restrictions. Intelligence plus 800, Constitution plus 800. Requires level 20. Attached skills, heightened focus, scholar's blessing. High concentration. When wearing this hat, you enter a state of high concentration, doubling the speed and effectiveness of learning and mastering knowledge. Scholar's blessing restores 10 spirit and 10 stamina per minute. P.S. This hat keeps me alert at all times. It's perfect for studying. With it, I can research day and night as the scholar Saddam. Upon seeing the hat's attributes, Li Tang was completely stunned. It was a red extraordinary quality item. Both intelligence and stamina are boosted by 800 points each, more than all his current blue quality rare equipment combined. Not only that, but this equipment also comes with 2 special class buffs, High Focus and Scholar's Blessing. It doubles learning efficiency and restores 10 points of stamina and mental energy every minute. It's a true learning artifact. Most precious of all, as a red extraordinary quality item, this hat has no class restrictions and requires a mere level 20 to equip. Additionally, this type of equipment has a special feature. It has a line of text indicating its origin or the story behind it. Take this scholar's hat, for example. It comes from a special dungeon that can only be accessed by the scholar's support class. I wonder how much effort Zhao Xiqing put into finding such a piece of equipment that is perfectly suited for him right now. Li Tang didn't even have time to say thank you. He eagerly put on the scholar's hat. Amazingly, the hat seemed to have a life of its own, slowly and smoothly conforming to his head. A cool, refreshing sensation washed over him, and Li Tang felt instantly more alert. His mind was sharper than ever, and the knowledge he had just learned was clearly imprinted in his mind. Li Tang couldn't help but praise it sincerely. No wonder it's a red quality equipment. It's truly amazing. Zhao Xiqing's face was filled with pride. This is a real treasure I dug out from the provincial warehouse. It only drops from the final boss in a limited access dungeon, with a drop rate of less than 1 in 10,000. How about it? Are you satisfied with the equipment I prepared for you? Satisfied? More than satisfied. Li Tang nodded vigorously. Such high-tier special type items, I can't even imagine how much manpower and resources it must have taken to obtain them. With this treasure, he'll be able to master those tedious blacksmithing techniques much faster, and the physical and mental effort required will be significantly reduced. As long as you're satisfied. Zhao Xiqing waved his hand, and a pile of bottles and jars instantly appeared on the table. Chapter 47. I am a person of Kanglan City. I must not forget my roots. These are magical potions for restoring physical and mental energy, specially provided by the Provincial Alchemy Association's old man, Yu Yao Yang. If you find the scholar's hat insufficient, take these potions. Zhao Xiqing pointed to several bottles emitting strong magical fluctuations and said with a smile, these potions permanently increase 4 attributes. They were meticulously crafted by top alchemists from the province, specifically to help you boost your attributes. These potions are extremely difficult to make and have a limited number of uses. I managed to get my hands on just a few bottles. However, rest assured, I've personally screened them all, and they have absolutely no negative side effects. Potions that permanently increase 4 attributes. Everyone around him stared in disbelief. Even Su Hui, the city lord, couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. Such potions can only be crafted by alchemists of 7th rank or higher, requiring countless rare materials and yielding an extremely low success rate. Even the lowest grade single attribute level 3 potion can be sold for over $1 million on the market, and it's practically impossible to obtain. The pile on the table numbered over 20 bottles, and judging by the magical fluctuations, they were all high-grade potions with attributes of 10 or higher. And there's more. Zhao Xiqing wasn't done yet. He pulled out over 10 skill books and laid them out neatly on the table. These skill books include Blacksmith-specific enhancement technique, as well as general skills like heavy strike dodge block, each worth tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Everyone present was completely stunned by this sight. Su Hui was still somewhat composed, but Lu Jialin, Zhao Zihan, and Lu Ruiyan couldn't help but sigh. Besides envy, there was an inexplicable pang of sadness in their hearts. If only they had received such training when they first switched professions, who knows what achievements they could have attained by now. Li Tang was at a loss for words, feeling more and more that handing himself over to the state had been the wisest decision of his life. Forget about reaching level 20 in just a few days. The vast resources required to craft equipment alone were something he could never afford. He was so excited his voice trembled. Thank you, the state. Thank you, the provincial leader. Thank you, Director Zhao. Zhao Xiqing patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Enough with the thanks. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. This time, I've specially brought you a large quantity of blueprints, equipment, magic crystals, scrolls, potions, and talismans for your daily consumption and leveling up. I hope you won't let everyone down. Hurry up and advance in rank to craft even better equipment for the nation. Li Tang nodded firmly. No problem. The nation has invested so much in my cultivation. Once I have the ability, I will repay them tenfold. Alright, let's discuss your training plan. Zhao Xiqing's expression turned serious. You have been officially included in the National Special Talent Cultivation Program. Furthermore, given your exceptional talent, Provincial Governor Zhang Yunpeng has decided to allocate all available resources from the entire Southwest Province to fully cultivate you. He paused for a moment, his expression hesitant. There is one more matter regarding your admission. The Provincial Governor has asked me to discuss this with you privately. Li Tang heard this and felt a pang of anxiety. He asked nervously, what? The promise to admit me directly to one of the 3 top universities is no longer valid? But the college entrance exam has already begun today, and I didn't even take it. In this world, the college entrance exam is arguably the most important event in one's life. If I can't get into my ideal university, it means my path to advancement is completely cut off, and I'll never receive the cultivation and support from the national system again. In the end, you'd be forced into the workforce, becoming a wandering mercenary or bounty hunter, living a dangerous, uncertain life. Even if one has extraordinary talent, the path of forging is vast and profound. Without systematic training and further education at a university, one would struggle to achieve greatness in the future. Zhao Xiqing explained sheepishly, no, that's not it. You possess such a rare talent, how could we possibly hinder your future? You are, after all, from the Southwest Province, and we have invested so much in your training. Therefore, we'd like you to craft as much equipment as possible for the Southwest Province before you enroll in the 3 Supreme Academies. And after graduation, you must serve in the Southwest Province for 3 years. Isn't this just targeted training? Li Tang sighed in relief and agreed readily, no problem. After I advance to the 2nd stage, I don't plan to level up anymore. I'll use the over a month of summer vacation to focus on crafting various pieces of equipment. Once I graduate from university, I will apply to the school to return to the Southwest Province to serve. Zhao Xiqing, seeing that he had agreed, also sighed in relief and smiled. You don't need to deliberately hold back your level. Level up when you should. The higher your level, the better the attributes of the equipment you can craft. Immediately afterward, his expression grew serious again as he said, now, let's discuss your safety. Safety issues? I'm doing just fine here. What safety issues could there be? Li Tang looked puzzled, scratched his head, and looked at him with confusion. Su Hui looked solemn and replied with a bitter smile, you may not be aware of this, but the City Guard and the Imperial Guard recently foiled 5 assassination attempts targeting you. One of the city defense troops even made the ultimate sacrifice, and 3 others were seriously injured. Li Tang was utterly shocked. What? I had no idea. In his memory, the only time he had faced any danger was when Zhang Hui had used her beauty to try to seduce him. However, Su Hui, as the city lord, would never joke about such matters. It seems I've been protected too well by the state, to the point where I've forgotten the dangers of the world. There's no such thing as a peaceful life, it's just that someone else is bearing the burden for you. At that moment, the burly man following Su Hui spoke coldly, humph, you're just an ironworker. What do you know? Li Tang turned his head and recognized the man. Su Hui had introduced him earlier. He was Chang Liang, the commander of the city defense forces, who had just returned from a mission outside the city. Chang Liang had only just returned and was not yet fully acquainted with Li Tang's circumstances. He had already been dissatisfied with City Lord Su Hui's decision to deploy the city defense troops to protect a former blacksmith who had switched to a civilian occupation. Now, one of his men had died in the process, and he couldn't help but speak sarcastically. After all, every soldier in the city defense forces had been carefully selected and trained by him. Losing them like this naturally left a bitter taste in his mouth. Upon hearing this, Su Hui's expression darkened and he barked harshly, "Chang Liang, what kind of attitude is that?" Li Tang felt a pang of sorrow and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Su Hui. "Lord Su, Commander Chang didn't mean it." He thought for a moment, pulled out a bank card, and said, "Commander Chang, there's 10 million in this card. Please deliver it to the family of the fallen guard soldier. Consider it a token of my heartfelt condolences." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, then moved to tears. Chang Liang was so surprised he couldn't speak for a moment. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Li Tang, this was a reward from Zhao Hall Director. Are you really planning to donate it all?" Li Tang nodded. "I'm an orphan. From food to shelter to upgrading my equipment, what do I need money for? Money is just a number to me, it has no real value. But that soldier lost his life protecting me. How could this money possibly compensate for his life?" He thought for a moment, then pulled out 10 pieces of blue-quality rare equipment from his spatial ring and handed them to Chang Liang. "These items are far superior to what's available on the market. You're always on dangerous missions, risking your lives. I hope they'll be of some help to you." Chang Liang held the equipment, feeling at a loss. Battling on the battlefield and defending the country was their duty. How could they possibly accept this? The slight resentment he had felt toward Li Tang for protecting him had vanished without a trace. He now saw the young man before him as truly righteous and generous. Li Tang smiled slightly and forcefully stuffed the card and equipment into Chang Liang's hands. Chang Liang was undecided and turned to look at Su Hui. Su Hui paused for a moment. "Since it was Li Tang's heartfelt gesture, you should accept it. The fallen soldiers will be granted 10 times the usual compensation, and the remainder will be distributed as benefits to all soldiers who participated in protecting Li Tang." Yes. Chang Liang finally accepted it, feeling deeply grateful to Li Tang. Li Tang pondered for a moment longer before turning to Zhao Xiqing. "Director Zhao, I have something to discuss with you. I am from Kanglan City, I must not forget my roots. Therefore, I hope that 1/5 of the equipment I produce in the future can remain in Kanglan City." Upon hearing this, City Lord Su Hui's eyes widened in shock and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. He never expected Li Tang to make such a request. What a fine son-in-law. You haven't been spoiled for nothing, son-in-law. Zhao Xiqing considered it for a moment and said, "This is a major matter, I must seek approval from the provincial governor." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Su Hui and Chang Liang watched him nervously. After a moment, Zhao Xiqing put down the phone and smiled, saying, "The provincial governor has agreed." Su Hui and Chang Liang were so excited their faces turned red. They both knew what this meant. The city defense army was tasked with patrols, bandit suppression, and exploring and developing uncharted territories. Most of the soldiers were ranked 20 or above, and equipped with the triple attribute gear forged by Li Tang. They were more than capable of handling most situations. Chang Liang silently vowed to himself that he would train his men rigorously upon returning, even at the cost of his life, to ensure Li Tang's safety. Zhao Xiqing straightened his expression. "Alright, now let's get back to discussing your safety. Chapter 48, Deploy the Demon Wolf Special Forces for Protection." Recently, there have been multiple incidents of foreign infiltrators launching surprise attacks across the country. 9 in the Imperial Capital, 11 in the Southwest Province, 4 in the Mountain River Province, 15 in the Northeast Province, 8 in the Southwest Province, 6 in the Southeast Province, and 1 in the South Sea. Their target is clear: the genius students who have recently been promoted to S rank or above in the Great Xia Empire. These individuals are well planned and organized, aiming to eliminate our nation's geniuses in their early stages of development. Zhao Xiqing sighed heavily, his tone somber. According to reliable sources, 3 S-rank prodigies have already been killed nationwide. Wang Lingyue said angrily, "In this world, ferocious beasts rampage and demonic creatures run amok. Humans are already facing immense external pressure, yet we can't even unite internally. Some nations fear our rise and resort to underhanded tactics in the shadows." Li Tang furrowed his brows and asked doubtfully, "Are we just going to let them run rampant and swallow this humiliation?" Wang Lingyue smirked triumphantly, "Of course not. The Great Xia has always upheld the principle of repaying kindness and vengeance. How could we allow them to act with impunity? Once we have evidence, we will retaliate tenfold, 100-fold. Otherwise, wouldn't other nations look down on us?" Li Tang suddenly understood, recalling the 6 states theory he had studied in his previous life. Today they take 5 cities, tomorrow 10 cities, and then they enjoy a night of peace. But when they look up, the Qin troops are already at their gates. He clenched his fist tightly and declared, "Right. We absolutely cannot back down. We must make them understand that the Great Xia Empire is not to be trifled with." Wang Lingyue patted Li Tang on the shoulder and laughed heartily, "Good boy, you've got guts. Uncle didn't misjudge you." Li Tang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This burly man with a full beard, whom he had only met twice, didn't even consider himself an outsider and had already started calling him uncle. "So, Uncle personally arranged for the Magic Wolf Special Forces to protect you. How about that? Uncle's got your back, right?" Wang Lingyue blinked and dropped another bombshell. The Magic Wolf Special Forces? Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with shock. The tigers of the northeast, the wolves of the northwest, and the sharp swords of the south that slay enemy kings. The phoenix of the southern mountains and the dragon of the imperial capital, with hidden arrows of limitless power. The dragon of the sea and the god of the sky, the hunting eagles and snow leopards that strike fear into the hearts of enemies. As a citizen of the Great Xia Empire, who hasn't heard this rhyme? It refers to the Great Xia's 10 elite special forces units, all composed of masters above the 50th rank, with unmatched combat power and fame that reverberates across the 4 directions. The wolves of the northwest refer to the Magic Wolf Special Forces. Zhang Liang heard this and immediately grew anxious, disregarding the fact that Wang Lingyue was his superior, and blurted out, "But protecting Li Tang has always been the task of the Kanglan City Defense Army." Wang Lingyue glared at him. "Do you think my men are capable of protecting Li Tang's safety?" Zhang Liang was scolded until he looked dejected, but facing his superior, he dared not say another word and could only keep his thoughts to himself. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Xicheng laughed and stepped in to smooth things over. As Li Tang continued to forge more and more equipment, it would inevitably attract more attention, and the enemies sent to deal with them would become increasingly powerful. Relying solely on the strength of the Kanglan City garrison troops might not be enough to handle the situation. "Here's what we'll do, we'll split into 2 teams. The regular defense duties will still be handled by the city defense troops, while the covert close protection will be assigned to the Magic Wolf Special Forces." Zhao Xicheng was speaking the truth, and Su Hui nodded in agreement. Zhang Liang was still reluctant inside, but he couldn't find any reason to object. He could only silently vow to himself once more that he would train those young recruits rigorously upon returning, striving to enhance their capabilities so they wouldn't be looked down upon by others. "Alright, now that the important matters are settled, we won't disturb you further. Stay here and focus on your studies." Zhao Xicheng left a spatial ring behind and departed with the others. These past 2 days had been the college entrance exams, and everyone had been busy beyond belief. This was the first chance they managed to find to meet with Li Tang. After everyone left, Li Tang picked up the thick book on the self-cultivation of a blacksmith and Kuden Tiwei to test the effects of the scholar's hat. In an instant, Li Tang felt a mysterious force enter his mind, and a prompt appeared before his eyes. "Do you wish to study on the self-cultivation of the blacksmith? This study will require continuous consumption of physical and mental energy. Learn." Li Tang made up his mind, and immediately felt a flood of knowledge rushing into his brain like a tidal wave. The complex knowledge and techniques of blacksmithing flashed rapidly through his mind, causing his head to ache slightly. On the attribute panel, the physical and mental energy values plummeted sharply, then the decline slowed before gradually recovering. High focus activated, scholar's blessing triggered. You have entered a learning state, and your physical and mental energy are rapidly recovering. Mild fatigue has been eliminated. Learning progress 4 on the self-cultivation of blacksmiths, 11, 12, 13. Wow! Seeing the learning progress steadily increase, Li Tang couldn't help but burst into laughter. He flipped through the pages quickly, feeling as though he had transformed into a super learning machine with perfect recall, as knowledge flowed into his mind in an incredibly manner. Damn it, if I had this in my previous life on Earth, even if I was a poor student, after some intensive study, I might have been able to get into Tsinghua University. Time slowly passed, and Li Tang's mental and physical energy fluctuated between mild fatigue and normal levels, constantly being replenished. Under the magical effect of the scholar's hat, Li Tang's ability to absorb knowledge grew faster and easier, completely oblivious to the passage of time, as if immersed in a state of profound enlightenment. Isn't learning knowledge supposed to be boring and painful? Why do I actually feel so exhilarated? However, Li Tang knew deep down that the scholar's hat was a special piece of equipment carefully selected by Zhao Xicheng just for him. In a way, it's even rarer and more precious than some golden legendary quality equipment. When others are learning, how could they possibly have such a luxurious setup? This is the enormous advantage of having the backing of the state. Outside the window, the evening glow spread across the sky like a vast oil painting. In just 2 days, Li Tang's progress in learning the blacksmithing heritage knowledge had skyrocketed to 47. He stretched lazily, stood up from his desk, and prepared to go out for some fresh air. Since reaching level 20, he had been stuck in this small courtyard for 3 days, feeling rather restless. But just as he reached the courtyard gate, he was stopped by a burly stranger who reached out and blocked his path. "Sorry, you can't go out." Li Tang was taken aback and asked curiously, "Who are you? I've never seen you before. Where's Xiaoying?" "Nye Xiaoying has been transferred. We are now responsible for your protection." The man introduced himself with a stern expression. "I'm Lu Ningjian, captain of the 7th Squad of the Magic Wolf Special Forces." "Oh." Li Tang nodded, his gaze falling on the shoulder insignia of Lu Ningjian's camouflage uniform. Sure enough, there was a wolf emblem howling at the moon. Looking around, he didn't see old Lu or old Wang anywhere. Instead, there were several unfamiliar figures in the courtyard, dressed similarly to Lu Ningjian. 2 days ago, Wang Lingyue had mentioned that the Demon Wolf Special Forces would be sent to protect him, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. He felt a hint of regret in his heart. He had spent over half a month with Nye Xiaoying and the others, and they had developed a decent bond. Now that they had left so suddenly, he actually felt a bit uneasy. However, Han Ti Jiao Xiqing said that the City Defense Army and the Magic Wolf Special Forces were operating openly and covertly respectively? Why had Nie Xiaoying and the others been suddenly transferred? But such matters were not something a high school graduate like him could meddle in. At that moment, Li Teng smiled and extended his hand. Captain Lu, nice to meet you. I've grown tired of staying in the courtyard and want to go out for a walk. Lu Ningjian didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't noticed Li Teng's outstretched hand. He coldly uttered 2 words, no. He was only in his 30s and had already risen to level 54. His future was bright. As the captain of the 7th Squad of the Magic Wolf Special Forces, a force that strikes fear into the hearts of countless enemies, he had been assigned to protect this greenhorn. If it were to protect a future prodigy who had transferred to an S-rank combat profession, that would be one thing, but apparently this Li Teng is just an ironworker. In Lu Ningjian's view, talent and profession were the key factors determining a professional's future. Everything else was trivial. With ordinary talent and an ordinary profession, one's potential is already capped. Those who achieve great things must possess extraordinary talent. As the saying goes, wealth doesn't last beyond 3 generations. Even those wealthy clans and noble families, if they can't produce talented individuals, will eventually decline. Someone like Li Teng is trash, not worth respecting at all. I just wanted to go out for a walk. Why won't you let me? Upon hearing that he wasn't allowed to leave, Li Teng's tone couldn't help but carry a hint of anger. This is protection, not house arrest. It's not allowed, period. Lu Ningjian replied firmly, I've been ordered to protect your safety. You must follow my instructions. You. Li Teng was so angry his face turned red, but before he could continue arguing, the phone suddenly rang. Chapter 49, One man can hold off 5 divisions. Li Teng answered the call casually. Su Jiao's voice came through, Li Teng, what's going on? Isn't Xiaoying and her team in charge of security here? Why does it seem like someone else is in charge? I was passing by and wanted to come in, but I was stopped and not allowed in. Su Jiao was exceptionally talented and the only daughter of the city lord. With her usually aloof demeanor, her tone now carried a hint of anger, clearly indicating how arrogant the guards had become. Li Teng was completely furious. After telling Su Jiao to wait, he immediately called the city lord, Su Hui. City Lord Su, what's going on here? I just wanted to step out for some fresh air, yet I was blocked by the Magic Wolf S-men. Am I under house arrest? Su Hui's voice sounded tired over the phone. These past few days have been hectic with the college entrance exams, and I've been swamped. Moreover, I recently mobilized the Imperial Guard and City Defense Forces to search the entire city, dismantling several spy dens of foreign factions. Many matters in Kanglan City now require the Wolf Special Forces to be stationed here. They're not only protecting you but also safeguarding other newcomers who've been promoted to S-rank professions. They've made significant contributions to the safety of Kanglan City. He sighed, sounding rather helpless. The most critical issue is that the Wolf Brigade isn't under my command. Alright, just bear with it for now. Stay in the courtyard and focus on studying and crafting equipment. We'll discuss it further after you advance to the 2nd transformation. If you need anything, I'll send someone to bring it to you. Lu Ningjian stood beside him, hearing Su Hui's words, a smug smile appearing on his face. He never expected this little blacksmith to actually know the city lord, but so what? They're not under local jurisdiction anyway. Even if the city lord Su Hui were to see me, he'd have to be polite. Endure? Endure what? Seeing Lu Ningjian's smug expression, Li Teng wasn't about to give up. He immediately dialed the phone number of Wang Lingyue, the commander of the provincial military region. As soon as the call connected, Wang Lingyue's hearty laughter rang out. You little rascal. Old Zhao and I just returned to the province, and your call followed us here. What's the matter? Did you encounter any difficulties, or are you missing some materials? Tell your uncle, and I'll find a way to resolve it for you. Li Teng immediately poured out his grievances. Uncle, didn't you say you'd send the Magic Wolf Special Forces to protect me in secret? Why am I under house arrest instead? Now I can't even leave the door. I'm going stir crazy in this courtyard. Wang Lingyue was greatly surprised. How could this happen? Have Lu Ningjian speak to me. Lu Ningjian had excellent hearing and immediately recognized the voice on the phone as his superiors. Hearing Li Teng directly call him uncle, his expression changed and he had a bad feeling. He reluctantly answered the phone, and Wang Lingyue's furious shout came through the line. Lu Ningjian, you dare to do this? I've just left, and you're already acting so arrogantly. Not only did you push away your colleagues from the local city defense troops, but you also restricted Li Teng's freedom. Do you have any sense of discipline or rules at all? Lu Ningjian dared not argue back and could only whisper in defense, Uncle, he's just a lowly blacksmith. What's the big deal? Besides, all the other colleagues are protecting S-rank main combat professionals, yet you make me protect a worthless blacksmith? If word gets out, people will laugh at me. I just can't understand it. What? A worthless blacksmith? Wang Lingyue was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Lu Ningjian, have you lost your mind? The person I personally visited with the Provincial Education Commissioner, Zhao Xiqing, and the person the provincial governor personally ordered the Magic Wolf Special Forces to protect. Could he possibly be an ordinary blacksmith? Lu Ningjian, I'm warning you, don't think you're so high and mighty. In your entire life, you'll barely make it past the 60th level. Your value isn't even worth a fraction of that blacksmith Li Tang. I'm not afraid to tell you that he alone can take on 5 divisions. If it weren't for the fact that your father once saved my life, the honor of protecting Li Tang wouldn't even come your way after 8 lifetimes. One man can match 5 divisions. Lu Ningjian's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined that in Wang Lingyue's eyes, Li Tang was worthy of such praise. He suddenly recalled that his father had mentioned in passing during a meal a few days ago that the Southwest Province had produced a blacksmith of extraordinary talent, and the provincial governor had held several special meetings to discuss his cultivation plan. Could he be referring to Li Tang? Lu Ningjian came from a military family. Though he was impulsive and straightforward, he was far from stupid. The thought sent a cold sweat down his back. Wang Lingyue scolded him for a while before finally softening his tone. Lu Ningjian, focus on your own duties. Don't even think about using your influence to bully others. Hurry up and recall the city defense troops who were originally protecting Li Tang. You will be responsible for protecting him in secret. If anything happens to Li Tang, I'll hold you personally responsible. Yes. Lu Ningjian stood at attention and assured the commander over the phone, please rest assured, sir. I will complete the mission. If that brat Lu Ningjian dares to disobey in the future, you'll have to give him a good slap for me. After scolding Lu Ningjian, Wang Lingyue comforted Li Tang for a moment before hanging up the phone. Li Tang just smiled awkwardly, dared not agree. Joking aside, anyone who made it into the Magic Wolf Special Forces must be a master above level 50. With his own frail build, how could he possibly challenge them? Besides, he did need Lu Ningjian and the others to protect him in the future. He couldn't afford to ruin their relationship. After all the commotion, both of them felt a bit awkward. Fortunately, Su Jiao had already entered the courtyard. Lu Ningjian quickly made an excuse that he had something to arrange and hurriedly left. Li Tang exclaimed joyfully, you're just in time. Let's go out for a walk. I've been stuck in this small courtyard for days and I'm about to go stir crazy. Su Jiao cast a suspicious glance at Lu Ningjian's hasty retreat and nodded in agreement. Having just been scolded by Wang Lingyue, Lu Ningjian dared not stop them as they left. He sighed, quickly changed into casual clothes, and followed them discreetly. Su Jiao was wearing a pristine white dress today, her high ponytail swaying gently with each step, exuding a vibrant, youthful energy. The college entrance exams were over, and although the results hadn't been released yet, I should be the top student in the city. She turned her head and smiled at Li Tang, revealing a rare playful expression. Impressive, isn't it? Congratulations. Li Tang was also very happy for her, but he looked puzzled and asked, wait, didn't you just transfer to become an S-rank Gale Sword Saint? According to the rules, you should have already secured a spot through the recommendation system. Why are you still taking the college entrance exam? Su Jiao raised her chin, looking proud and arrogant. Pfft, I don't care about the direct admission. I want to prove myself by passing the exam fairly. That's why I kept it a secret from my dad and took the college entrance exam secretly. Once I become the top scholar of Kanglan City, I can choose any university I want. She had already completed her second-tier advancement, boosting her strength to a new level. Among this year's candidates, she was undoubtedly the top contender. Plus, Li Tang gave her several rare blue quality items. With her strength, getting into one of the 3 supreme academies wouldn't be too difficult. Li Tang heard this and couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Compared to Su Jiao, he was far too lazy and unwilling to endure the hardships of the college entrance exam again. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Su Han, the guy who had sworn to defeat him fair and square. I wonder how he did on the exam. Seeing Li Tang lost in thought, Su Jiao's face flushed slightly. To be honest, I really need to thank you. If it weren't for you providing me with equipment and letting me tag along with Xiaoying to level up, I never would have leveled up so quickly. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Just as a thank you. What do you think? Sure. Since he had dedicated himself to the nation, Li Tang hadn't eaten out in a long time and was actually starting to miss that lively, bustling atmosphere. The two sat down at a street-side barbecue stall, ordered some skewers and side dishes, and ate until their mouths were greasy. Lu Ningjian and the others scattered around, keeping a close eye on their surroundings. By the way, the martial arts tournament will take place tomorrow. The top 500 main combat professionals, including those who were admitted directly, must all participate. Su Jiao tore off a piece of grilled lamb rib and chewed it slowly in her mouth. Are you coming to watch? For some reason, she really wanted Li Tang to see her performance on stage. Since the revival of spiritual energy, martial arts have become a prevailing trend across nations. The arena tournament held after the college entrance exams has become a tradition. Each tournament is always bustling with activity, with crowds of people filling the venue and a lively atmosphere. Let's go, of course. Li Tang didn't hesitate for a moment and agreed immediately. I was just looking for something to do. This is perfect. He quickly swallowed the grilled kidney, pulled out a few pieces of blue-quality rare equipment from his spatial ring, and laughed, "I'm just a blacksmith, I don't have much to offer you. These pieces of equipment can be worn together to handle different situations." As he spoke, Li Tang handed over the guardian badge he was wearing. "Your equipment is already top-notch, crushing your opponents won't be a problem. But the battlefield is treacherous, keep this just in case. Guardian badge, purple excellence, special equipment that doesn't occupy an equipment slot. When in danger, it automatically forms a magical shield to block 3 attacks of up to 10,000 damage, currently has 2 uses remaining. Requires level 15 to equip." Su Jiao hurriedly refused, "How can that be? This was given to you by Commander Wang of the provincial military region. I can't accept it. Just take it. I'm not the one competing in the martial arts tournament." Li Tang directly shoved the guardian badge into Su Jiao's hand. "If you don't want it, just give it back to me later." As they pushed and pulled, Li Tang accidentally held Su Jiao's hand. Su Jiao's face flushed red, her heart racing like a frightened deer. She stammered and couldn't speak, so she stopped refusing. Chapter 50, The war drums have sounded, please draw your swords. After dinner, Li Tang returned to his small courtyard and found Nie Xiaoying and the others had already returned. Lu Ningjian, with a grim expression, relieved them of their guard duty and led his men into the darkness. Li Tang was overjoyed. After chatting with Nie Xiaoying and the others for a few moments, he plunged back into his study to study all night long. He also wanted to advance in rank as soon as possible to see what kind of equipment he could craft after reaching level 20. The night passed quickly. Accompanied by Nie Xiaoying and the others, Li Tang arrived at Kanglan Square in an ordinary-looking bulletproof vehicle. The square was already set up with dozens of battle stages, surrounded by fluttering colorful flags, bustling with activity. Many citizens had brought their families and arrived early to secure a good spot to watch this annual event. Countless city defense soldiers, armed with weapons, maintained order at the scene. Li Tang, being of special status, naturally did not need to mingle with the common folk. He entered through a VIP only and walked straight into the luxurious private box arranged specifically for him by the city lord. The box was spacious and well lit, easily accommodating over 10 people. The interior was lavishly decorated, with tables laden with various teas, beverages, and fresh fruits, everything one could desire. Li Tang gestured for Nie Xiaoying and the others to sit down, then stretched out on the plush sofa, sighing, "I never thought I'd get to enjoy such a luxurious life." Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Today, even the teacher is tagging along with you to watch the match in this luxurious private room." Li Tang turned around and saw his homeroom teacher, Lu Ruyan, walking in gracefully. He was both surprised and delighted, and hurriedly asked, "Hey, Ms. Lu, how did you end up here too?" Lu Ruyan gave him a disapproving look and laughed, "What's wrong? Can't the teacher come? This year, I produced one S-class professional for A-class professionals, and you, this oddball. I've worked hard for 3 years. What's wrong with enjoying myself now?" She sat down on the sofa, picked up a grape from the table, and popped it into her mouth, laughing, "Come on, keep the music playing, keep the dance going." Seeing Li Tang's disbelieving expression, Lu Ruyan sighed and said, "Actually, the principal sent me here. The admissions officers from the 3 top-tier universities are here. They want to talk to you in person. I'm here to ask about your plans. Which university do you intend to attend?" Li Tang finally understood. He curled the corner of his mouth. It must be because one of the universities offered better conditions. "I'll go wherever they offer the best deal." Lu Ruyan smiled and teased, "You're just haggling." Just as they were talking, the loudspeaker suddenly broadcast the announcer's voice, "Please welcome City Lord Su Hui for his pre-match speech." City Lord Su Hui was seated at the center of the main stage, accompanied by officials from Kanglan City. This martial arts competition was not only a stage for the students but also a crucial opportunity to showcase the educational achievements of Kanglan City and select talented individuals. Many university admissions officers had also arrived at the scene, their eyes fixed on the stage, ready to select a few promising candidates from among the participants. Upon hearing the announcer's reminder, Su Hui walked up to the microphone with a smile and spoke aloud, "Today, on this stage, swords and blades glisten in the sun, and fists and palms create a whirlwind. This ancient stone stage is engraved with the names of our ancestors. We gather here not only to witness the mastery of skills but also to carry forward the martial spirit of humanity. All who step onto the stage, whether victorious or defeated, are the pride of our city. The victors should remain humble and keep their hearts pure, while the defeated should hold their heads high and declare their resolve. The arena is not a place for personal vendettas. May all of you remember, first, respect your opponents, stop when you have the upper hand, and do not endanger lives. Second, follow the rules, act with integrity, and do not cross the line. Third, showcase your skills, demonstrate all you have learned, and let your true abilities shine. May all students today use martial arts to make friends, use virtue to win hearts, and fully showcase the splendor of our city of Kanglan. Enough with the formalities. The drums have sounded, please draw your swords." I had expected the city lord's speech to be long and tedious, but it turned out to be just a few sentences. Li Tang couldn't help but admire him. Next, please welcome A-class professional berserker Li Jian to face off against A-class professional paladin Shi Ziyong from 2nd Middle School. Li Jian? Who would have thought the first one to step forward would be him? Ha? Isn't Li Jian supposed to have been expelled? Hearing the announceress report, Li Tang was a bit puzzled. The incident where Li Jian was expelled by Principal Zhao Zihan for questioning the school's decision to grant him a scholarship had caused quite a stir at the time, and Li Tang had naturally heard about it. Thinking of this younger brother who had been by his side for 3 years, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Although Li Jian had been expelled, he had taken the college entrance exam as a social candidate and achieved outstanding results. Lu Ruyan explained softly, her expression also complex. She had once held high hopes for the student in her class, but now that things had come to this, she could only sigh in frustration. Li Jian, what a pity! The berserker, renowned for its outstanding attack power, faced off against the paladin, known for its resilience, in the opening match, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As the match began, Li Jian didn't waste any time testing his opponent. Wielding his green, high-quality berserker war axe, he charged forward with wide, sweeping strikes that came one after another. Shi Ziyong, on the other hand, played to his strengths, blocking fiercely and aiming to wear down Li Jian before striking back. His greatsword was also green quality, holding its own against Li Jian's attacks. This Li Jian is too reckless. After all, one cannot sustain an offensive for too long. A recruitment officer in the stands shook his head and quickly jotted down a few lines in his notebook. That's right, even though he had switched to a berserker class, he hadn't utilized his advantages effectively. I agree. I have a slightly different opinion. Prolonged defense is sure to lead to defeat. This Li Jian is definitely going to win. Everyone chimed in, sharing their opinions. On the stage, Li Jian ignored the surrounding murmurs and suddenly let out a furious roar, raging anger. In an instant, Shi Ziyong's body was beyond his control, completely enveloped by Li Jian's rage and axe winds, sending him flying into the air. Berserk rage. Li Jian let out another furious roar, and his furious battle axe swept toward Shi Ziyong like a storm. Shi Ziyong was utterly shocked, but his body refused to obey him, leaving him helpless as the axe closed in. This strike luckily triggered the 15% chance of the Berserk War Axe's Berserk effect, sending Shi Ziyong flying through the air and crashing heavily onto the stage, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Enough! I surrender! Shi Ziyong knew he couldn't win, so he didn't even bother with the next 2 matches. He admitted defeat outright, and the priest waiting below immediately stepped forward to tend to his wounds. It must be said that Li Jian's strength has improved significantly recently. He's even learned the level 15 skill Rage Burst. Li Tang couldn't help but marvel. If he were still his subordinate, wearing the full set of blue-quality rare equipment he had crafted, even as an A-rank professional, his strength wouldn't be any weaker than an S-rank. Li Jian's impressive performance successfully drew cheers from the crowd. The teachers from the school's admissions office whispered among themselves and quickly changed their previous opinions. Who would have thought that this kid, at only level 17, had already mastered these 2 skills? Rage Burst for control, and Berserker's Rage for a 30% increase in attack speed and 50 additional damage. The skill combination was so clever. That paladin didn't deserve to lose. That's right, Rage Burst is one of the Berserker's signature area of effect damage and control skills. It's extremely rare to obtain. We want this Berserker. Our Northwest Warrior Academy specializes in training such warriors. Why should you get him? Our school isn't bad at this specialty either. Stop arguing. Our school has more girls, he'll definitely come to us. How shameless. Using a beauty trap. This kid has potential, whoever gets him first is his. Li Jian raised his great axe high, stood on the stage, and shouted to the heavens, his heart racing. Thanks to Go Iliang's maneuvering, he finally obtained the eligibility to take the college entrance exam as a social student. He knew full well that Go Iliang was no good and definitely had no good intentions. But for his future, even knowing it was a poison honey, he had no choice but to swallow it. The subsequent battles were equally thrilling, as this was the pinnacle of all high schools in Kanglan City, with the top 500 contestants all boasting a rank or higher combat prowess. For a time, swords and staffs flew across the stage, martial arts and magic clashed in harmony, while the audience below cheered and shouted with excitement. Li Tang watched with great satisfaction, but deep down, he couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. Having switched to the life-sustaining profession of blacksmith, he likely wouldn't be able to charge into the front lines for the rest of his life. Next up, the S-rank combat class Shadow Archer Su Han from 3rd High School would face off against the S-rank combat class Blood Demon Swordsman Li Zhang from 4th High School. The S-rank class showdown is already here? And it's someone he knows. Chapter 51, a single piece of equipment can change the outcome of the match. The holographic projection outside the arena flickered brightly, displaying a score of 0-1. Su Han kneels on one knee on the blue steel rock ground, gasping for breath. The right shoulder of his leather armor is torn open by the sword blade, revealing 3 gruesome gashes, blood flowing freely. He had lost, and lost badly. Li Zhang slung his long sword over his shoulder, the blade still stained with Su Han's blood. Ha! Is this the best the top-ranked student from 3rd middle school has to offer? He laughed loudly, his left hand gesturing, and the blood on his sword suddenly detached from the blade, forming a string of blood droplets that flew towards Su Han with a whistling sound. Even I couldn't block a few of his moves. The steel-hard Chingang rock ground in front of Su-han was instantly pitted with several small holes by the blood droplets, and plumes of white smoke rose from the impact. This blood, infused with Li Zhang's magical power, actually had corrosive properties. The spectators watching the battle gasped in horror at the sight. No wonder he's an S-rank professional blood demon swordsman. Even this single blood-based magic spell is enough to overwhelm anyone. Li Zhang stepped forward, towering over the young man before him, and sneered, "I heard there was a Li Tang at your school, supposedly a super genius who excels in both academics and martial arts. I was actually looking forward to challenging him, but it turns out he's switched professions to become a worthless blacksmith. Oomph, all talk and no action. Now all that's left at third middle school is trash like you. How boring." Su Jiao, who was preparing for the competition nearby, heard Li Zhang mockingly tying and her eyes flashed with coldness. She silently resolved that once she stepped onto the stage, she would make this guy taste the might of her long sword. Su-han, who was kneeling on one knee, flashed a look of humiliation in his eyes but had no words to respond. As an S-rank professional shadow archer, Su-han's awakened talent was Eternal Night Contract, allowing the arrows he fired to leave behind shadow energy that caused bone-corroding effects and reduced healing efficiency by 30%. Combined with his green-quality fiery longbow, his strength was no slouch even among S-rank professionals. But today, he had the misfortune of encountering Li Zhang, a freak of nature. The blood demon swordsman was not only agile but also possessed a bizarre blood-based magic. Su-han was only slightly cut by his sword, yet he felt his blood flowing uncontrollably throughout his body. He managed to hold on for a few rounds but eventually fell defeated with a shoulder wound. What was even more unbearable was that his cherished fiery longbow had its bowstring severed by Li Zhang, rendering it completely unusable. "Su-han, the match is a best-of-3 series." The referee stood outside the ring and shouted, "Do you want to continue the remaining 2 matches?" Su-han gritted his teeth and stood up. "Fight. Of course we must fight." The referee hesitated for a moment before kindly reminding him, "But your bowstring is broken." "I still have a spare bow and arrow." Su-han stubbornly replied, "Students from Class 3 can be defeated, but we will never surrender voluntarily." "All right. That's the spirit. That's how a real man should be." The surrounding audience heard Su-han's words and immediately erupted into loud cheers. "I didn't expect you to have such a strong backbone." Li Zhang's eyes flashed with surprise, then he sneered coldly, "All right, then I'll crush you again." He turned and walked off the stage. "Don't say I'm bullying you. Go get your injuries treated, then bring another bow and arrows and fight again. Don't make me wait too long." In the luxurious VIP box, Lu Ruyan frowned disapprovingly and said, "That student from 4th middle school is too much. He's completely arrogant." Li Tang's face darkened, and he stood up abruptly. "This Li Zhang, just compete if you want to. What did I ever do to you? Why are you firing off random shots?" Lu Ruyan thought he was going to step onto the stage to teach Li Zhang a lesson, and she was startled. She quickly grabbed him and exclaimed, "Li Tang, don't act impulsively. I know you're equipped with top-tier blue gear. Dealing with that blood demon swordmaster Li Zhang is no problem for you. But right now, Kanglan City is in turmoil, and there are countless eyes watching you from the shadows. You can't afford to expose yourself carelessly." Li Tang snorted coldly, "I'm not stupid. I wouldn't bother to deal with that fool myself." He pulled out 2 pieces of equipment from his spatial ring and handed them to Lu Ruyan. "Ms. Lu, please give these 2 pieces of equipment to Su-han and tell him to borrow them. Make sure he doesn't disgrace our 3rd middle school." Lu Ruyan was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She clearly hadn't expected Li Tang to step in to help Su-han at this moment. Li Tang explained with a smile, "Actually, Su-han and I don't have any major conflicts. We're just young and competitive, always trying to prove ourselves. If it weren't for the fact that this guy still has some backbone, I wouldn't bother with him. The main reason is that I don't want our alma mater to lose face." Su-han sat dejectedly on a chair in the restroom. His shoulder wound had been treated, but his heart remained restless. Now that the fiery longbow was damaged and unusable without repairs, he could only make do with his original shadow longbow. However, this bow's attributes were far inferior to the fiery longbow, and he had no confidence that he could turn the tide. "Hey, can't take a little setback?" A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Su-han looked up to see his homeroom teacher, Lu Ruyan, who had entered the room unnoticed. "Ms. Lu, I..." Su-han was about to speak, but was interrupted by Lu Ruyan, who snorted, "You're such a loser." She handed him 2 pieces of equipment emitting a faint blue glow. "These 2 items are on loan to you. Take down that arrogant brat and don't disgrace our class. Shadow Ball Blue Rare, Attack 282, Strength 114, Agility 96. Shadow Blue, Attack Speed 30, each attack deals a shadow arrow that deals 75 damage to the enemy. Requires level 17 and Agility 72. Phantom Boots Blue Rare, Defense 270, Stamina 117, Agility 105, Phantom Blue, moves like a phantom, extremely agile, movement speed 30, 30% evasion chance. Level requirement, 16. Seeing the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, Su-han's eyes widened in astonishment. Just like the broken fiery longbow, these 2 pieces of equipment have stats 3 times that of ordinary blue rare quality gear, and the level requirement is surprisingly low. Especially the shadow bow, which perfectly matched his innate talent as if it had been custom made for him. With it, his attack power had increased by more than 2 tiers. Is this for me? Suhan was so excited that his voice trembled as he nervously accepted the 2 pieces of equipment. You've never seen anything like this before. Lu Ruyan said sternly, it's not for you, it's just a loan. You'll have to return it later. Equipped with these 2 items, Suhan stepped onto the stage with confidence. Li Zhang was about to mock him, but Suhan's arrows were already flying toward him in rapid succession. He seemed like a completely different person, his attack power skyrocketing. Each arrow fired carried a shadow arrow formed from dark energy, with precise angles and blinding speed, making them impossible to defend against. Li Zhang's face turned pale. He managed to deflect a few arrows with his sword, but was immediately pierced through the shoulder by the shadow arrows trailing behind them. He grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth as he charged forward for close combat, intending to use his blood-based magic to win. However, after Suhan donned the phantom boots, his footwork became agile, and his figure moved like a ghost. Although Li Zhang's agility was also quite high, he couldn't even touch the hem of Suhan's clothes. Suhan, relying on his superior speed, began to kite Li Zhang, every arrow hitting his vital points. Seeing Suhan, who had been getting beaten up in the previous round, suddenly transform into a different person and dominate Li Zhang, the surrounding audience was stunned. You dared to look down on 3rd middle school. Li Teng crossed his legs, popped a grape into his mouth, and said, I don't even need to lift a finger to beat you into a pulp. You're already 18 years old, and you're still so childish. Lu Ruyan, standing beside him, smiled slightly, but her heart was filled with emotion. The equipment her student had crafted was simply absurd, capable of turning the tide of a match. Suhan seemed to have turned into a mobile artillery piece, easily securing this round. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Zhang had several arrows lodged in his body, his face filled with disbelief. He gritted his teeth and growled, what kind of equipment did you switch to? How did your attack power and speed become so absurdly powerful all of a sudden? Suhan snorted coldly. In the last match, I was simply caught off guard and let you take advantage of me. This is my true strength. How about it? We're tied now. Are you going to admit defeat or do another match? Fight? Why not? I'll definitely defeat you. Li Zhang charged forward like a gambler who had lost everything, his wounds healed by the priest outside the arena. Suhan coldly laughed, quickly retreating while drawing his bow and arrow, once again employing his kite-flying tactic. As expected, the swordsman, unable to keep up with his agility, was nothing more than a moving target in the archer's eyes. Even an S-rank blood demon swordsman? It's just a matter of firing a few more arrows. It didn't take long before Li Zhang was struck through the thigh by an arrow and once again defeated. I haven't even used my full strength yet, and you're already down. Suhan left those words behind and walked off the stage with a flourish. The strength of a 3rd-year middle school student doesn't allow you to slander me so casually. Chapter 52, Sudden Explosion. The stark contrast between Suhan and Li Zhang's performance left not only the onlookers buzzing but even the admissions officers couldn't resist commenting. Both of them performed well, showcasing the unique characteristics of their professions to the fullest. That's right. Li Zhang excels in both martial arts and magic, and his bloodline magic is unpredictable and hard to defend against. Suhan, on the other hand, is agile, has incredible talent and immense potential. Did you notice that the bows Suhan used in his last 2 matches were blue-quality rare items? Not only did they have absurdly high attack power, but they also came with dark element energy arrows. Blue rare quality equipment cannot have additional attributes, so perhaps the dark energy arrows are a natural ability he possesses? If that's the case, we'll need to reassess his innate abilities. Both of them are promising talents. I'm sure they must both want to come to our Manhwa Academy. Get lost. You want all the good stuff for yourselves? It's not that easy. At least give one to our school. After clearing the debris from the stage, the arena's PA system sounded again. The next match will feature Su Jiao, the S-rank combat professional Gale Sword Saint from 1st High School, facing off against Zhao Haishan, the S-rank combat professional flaming prison berserker from 2nd High School. On the podium, Su Hui, who had been overjoyed to see his daughter take the stage, suddenly froze in place. His face turned ashen, and he growled angrily, this girl is being reckless. Who told her to give up her guaranteed admission? Su Hui suddenly turned to look at the Education Bureau Director Lu Jialan and demanded, how are you doing your job as the Education Bureau Director? Such a major matter, why didn't you report it to me? Lu Jialan was so scared that he trembled, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. At the time, Su Jiao had said she had already discussed it with Su Hui, so he didn't ask any further questions. He never imagined that his superior didn't even know about it. I'm truly innocent. Why should I be the one to take the blame for your father-daughter affairs? Lu Jialan opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to explain, so he could only endure Su Hui's scolding without uttering a sound. I'll settle this with you later. Su Hui knew this wasn't the time to lose his temper, so he forced himself to suppress his anger and sat back down to continue watching the match. However, Su Jiao, the student, was exceptionally talented. After only half a month of switching professions, she had already reached level 20 and completed the second-tier advancement task. Her college entrance exam results were also outstanding, ranking first in the city in both academic subjects and vocational assessments. The voice coming from the broadcast eased Su Hui's expression slightly. He nodded slightly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. No wonder she's the daughter of the Su family. Just a moment ago he was so angry, and now he's all smiles. Lu Jialin rolled his eyes beside him, muttering to himself in disbelief, but dared not show any emotion, instead forcing a smile and pretending not to hear a thing. The surrounding audience, upon hearing the announcer's introduction, erupted into a buzz of excitement. What? That delicate-looking girl has already reached level 20 and even advanced to the second stage? If I remember correctly, the few who recently transferred to S-rank professions only reached level 17 at most. This really proves that there's always someone better out there. Comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. Hey, I wonder which high-ranking official's daughter she is, or maybe she's the mistress of some wealthy tycoon. With all those resources, no wonder she leveled up so fast. Shu, keep your voice down. Don't talk nonsense. It's said that this girl is so outstanding that even the admissions officers in the stands have straightened up in their seats, ready to watch her match closely. On the stage, Su Jiao's sword flashed, showcasing the swiftness of the swift wind sword synced to perfection. Zhao Haishan heard that his opponent had already advanced to the second transformation, and his heart sank instantly, plunging him into despair. Holy crap, the opponent has already advanced to the second stage. How am I supposed to fight now? Though he had also reached level 17 and his equipment was decent, the difference between the first and second advancements was no small matter. Sure enough, under the dual pressure of Su Jiao's higher level and her absurdly powerful equipment, Zhao Haishan was completely overwhelmed. After just a few exchanges, he was pinned by Su Jiao's long sword against his throat and defeated. Crush. It was a complete rout. Good. Seeing Su Jiao win the match so cleanly and decisively, Li Tang couldn't help but cheer loudly from the VIP box. On the podium, seeing his daughter perform so impressively, Su Hui couldn't help but beam with pride. She can't be beaten, she simply can't be beaten. Zhao Haishan, who had transformed into the flame prison berserker, was also extremely powerful, but he wasn't a match for Su Jiao. Enough, I concede. He knew the gap between himself and Su Jiao was too great, his face pale and dejected, he lost the courage to fight on and simply conceded defeat. Su Jiao nodded coldly, turned to look in the direction of Li Tang's private box, and a faint smile appeared on her face. The magical shield surrounding the stage slowly dissipated. As she was about to step down from the stage amid the cheers of the audience, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A spectator at the front of the stage saw Su Jiao approaching and wore an eerie smile. His body suddenly erupted with intense light before exploding, sending flames and debris flying into the sky. Ah, Jiao! Seeing his daughter engulfed in flames, Su Hui's face turned deathly pale. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the podium and landed near the stage in a few bounds. He flicked his sleeves, and a powerful force instantly extinguished the surrounding flames. Su Hui frantically dug through the debris of the stage, shouting urgently, "A Jiao! A Jiao! Are you okay?" "Dad, I'm okay." As the smoke gradually dispersed, Su Jiao's body was enveloped in a magical shield, revealing her figure. Su Hui rushed over and embraced her tightly, his voice trembling, "As long as you're okay, as long as you're okay." Protected by the guardian badge, Su Jiao looked a bit disheveled but was unharmed. However, her opponent, Su Haishan, wasn't so lucky. The sudden explosion had severely injured him, leaving him lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. If it weren't for the flame prison berserker's formidable physique and unique constitution, he would have been dead by now. Seeing his daughter safe and sound, Su Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief. But upon seeing the chaos around him, with blood and scattered body parts everywhere, he erupted in anger and shouted, "Investigate! Investigate thoroughly! Let's see who's so bold as to cause trouble at a time like this." The annual martial arts tournament is supposed to be the highlight of the year for the entire city, yet it has been reduced to this. This is nothing short of a direct insult to him. How could he not be furious? Yes. The city guard commander, Chang Liang, who had followed closely behind, immediately responded and ordered his men to restore order, rescue the injured, and search for the culprits. Instantly, the entire Kanglan Square descended into chaos and chaos. Other officials on the podium rushed over as well, and upon seeing the horrific scene around them, they were all shocked and horrified. Health Bureau Director Yan Ninghua looked solemn as he pulled out a staff emitting a soft glow, muttering incantations. Instantly, countless beams of moonlight enveloped the injured around him. It was the high-level healing magic spell, Great Revival Technique. Under the glow, the wounds of the injured healed at a visible speed, but those who had already died could not be saved. The moment the explosion occurred, Li Tang was quickly tackled to the ground by Nie Xiaoying. Old Wang, Old Lu, and the others reacted swiftly, fully arming themselves and standing guard in front of them, vigilantly observing their surroundings and preparing to respond to any potential danger. "I'm fine, check on A Jiao." Li Tang struggled desperately, trying to stand up. However, he was nearly 20 levels below Nie Xiaoying in strength, and his physical power couldn't compare to hers. He was firmly pinned down and couldn't move an inch. "Don't worry about that. Someone will go save Su Jiao. Nie Xiaoying paid no heed to him. The situation outside was unclear and extremely dangerous. He couldn't go out. Li Tang finally calmed down, stopped struggling, and asked, panting heavily, what's going on? How could an explosion happen suddenly? What were the city guards doing out there? Just then, Lu Ningjin pushed open the door and saw that Li Tang was unharmed, sighing in relief. He said in a low voice, it's the flesh puppets. The controller who was fleeing has been killed, but we don't know if there are any other enemies lurking nearby. This place isn't safe. You should evacuate immediately. Flesh puppets? Li Tang was startled, not expecting the enemy to resort to such a tactic. Chapter 53, Ambush on the Way. Flesh puppets are special items crafted by puppet masters, resembling ordinary humans in every detail, including touch and scent. No wonder the city guards were so strict with their inspections yet still failed to detect this hidden trick. However, the creation of flesh puppets is extremely difficult, requiring at least a puppet master of level 35 or higher to master the relevant crafting skills. The required materials are also quite rare, including the core of a vengeful spirit, eggs of a deep abyss worm, the cursed blood of a lich, and fibers from hellish vines, which must be transplanted into the body of a living human. The puppet is then activated using a special incantation, causing it to obey the creator's commands completely. It seems that the enemies, in their attempt to assassinate the prodigy of the Great Xia dynasty, have resorted to every possible means, no matter how ruthless. The annual martial arts tournament, which was supposed to be the highlight of the year, had turned into a living hell in an instant. The scene was already in complete chaos, with people fleeing in all directions, cries and screams echoing everywhere. Nie Xiaoying, seeing the situation, immediately decided to take Li Tang and leave. Li Tang struggled to break free from her grip, his gaze piercing through the glass of the private box as he frantically searched the crowd. Lu Ningjin, knowing his thoughts, spoke in a low voice, don't worry, the girl named Su Jiao is safe, she's already been personally escorted away by Su Hui. At the moment of the explosion, a magical shield suddenly appeared around her body, blocking the blast's damage. It seemed as though she was wearing some kind of special device. However, her opponent wasn't so lucky. He was severely injured by the sudden attack and collapsed on the ground, his condition critical. Li Tang finally exhaled in relief, secretly grateful that he had handed over the guardian badge to Su Jiao yesterday, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Since Su Jiao was safe, there was no need for him to stay and cause trouble. He quickly followed Nie Xiaoying and the others to evacuate. The group protected Li Tang as they quickly made their way through the VIP and boarded the bulletproof car, speeding away from Kanglan Square. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was extremely tense, with everyone maintaining somber expressions and no one speaking a word. In the history of the Great Xia Empire, launching a terrorist attack during such an important event as the martial arts tournament was extremely rare. Who could have orchestrated such a heinous act? It seemed the city guard would have their hands full conducting a city-wide search. The city had already sounded the alarm, and pedestrians on the streets, alerted by the broadcast, all looked panicked and hurried home. As the car rounded a corner, old Lu, the driver, suddenly noticed a man wearing a baseball cap had appeared on the road ahead. He reacted swiftly and slammed on the brakes. The tires of the bulletproof car screeched, leaving several scorched marks on the ground before coming to a stop in front of the man. The man's baseball cap was pulled down tightly, as if he had been scared speechless, standing there motionless. Damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed? Almost hitting a pedestrian, old Lu broke out in a cold sweat and cursed angrily. Just as he was about to roll down the window to confront him, Yi Xiaoying coldly said, don't complicate things. Let's go. Old Lu spat angrily, turned the steering wheel, and tried to drive around the man and continue on his way. But unexpectedly, the man suddenly bared his teeth and smiled, his skin turning an iron gray color in an instant. He growled lowly and swung his fist toward the car. With a loud bang, the bulletproof car, made of special steel, was shattered by the punch, and the engine was instantly destroyed. Enemy attack. Everyone reacted instantly. Old Wine, sitting in the back seat, quickly pressed Li Tang down beneath him, while the others opened the doors, grabbed their weapons, and charged out. Damn it, dare to attack me? You must be tired of living. Old Lu grabbed his bullhead war axe and charged toward the iron-clad figure, engaging him in combat. As the others were about to rush forward to help, several figures emerged from the shadows, wielding weapons, and surrounded them, engaging in fierce combat. Damn it, it's a trap. Li Tang immediately realized what was happening. However, there were at least 10 of them, and judging by the combat aura they emitted, their levels were all above 30. Nie Xiaoying and the others only had 4 people, and they were immediately at a disadvantage. Damn it, even at this point, they still think they can play stacking games with me. Li Tang forcefully pushed away the old man on top of him and shouted, charge out and take them down. If we hold on for a moment, Lu Ningjian and the others will arrive. Saying this, he pulled out his Thunder Warhammer and Frost Tower shield, kicked open the deformed car door, and charged out. The enemies are too strong, don't act impulsively. Old Wang was terrified and quickly followed with his thorn shield. The target is in sight, attack. Upon seeing Li Tang, the assassins rejoiced and intensified their attacks. That ironclad figure had activated some unknown ability, his body seemingly solidified into a single piece of steel. Even old Lu's Minotaur war axe, with its razor-sharp blades, couldn't penetrate a single inch of his skin. He let out a wild roar, using his formidable defense to forcefully push old Lu aside, charging toward Li Tang like a raging bull. If you want to touch him, you'll have to get past me first. Old Wang took a swift step forward, blocking Li Tang's path, and roared as he clashed violently with the Iron Man, shield in hand. The Thorn Shield, which had a 15% chance to reflect 40% of the opponent's physical damage, triggered instantly. A prominent damage number appeared on the Iron Man's body, and several noticeable cracks split open on his face. The Iron Man grinned, unconcerned by the damage, and with a mighty thrust, he shoved old Wang aside and continued charging toward Li Tang. Good timing. Li Tang showed no fear, using the Frost Tower's shield to block the Iron Man's fist, then swung his hammer at him. The Iron Man sneered inwardly, raising his left arm to block the blow head-on. According to intelligence, Li Tang had merely switched to the life-class profession of blacksmith, and at most was only in the teens in level. The Iron Man, at level 36 with a body as hard as steel, was invulnerable to blades and arrows. What could he possibly fear from a single hammer strike? However, Li Tang's strength attribute had already approached 1000. Though he still lagged behind a level 30 professional wearing full sets of purple quality equipment, the gap wasn't too significant. Moreover, the Thunder Warhammer in his hand alone increases base damage by 10,000. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the Iron Man's left arm snapped in half. The Warhammer, wielded with unmatched force, crashed down on his head. That wasn't the end of it. This strike triggered the Thunder Strike golden trait attached to the Warhammer, and a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the Iron Man. The Iron Man was instantly fried to a crisp, black smoke billowing from his mouth, unable to maintain his steel-hardened state, his body returning to its original form. Nie Xiaoying saw her chance, her toes touched the ground, and her body flickered like a ghost behind the Iron Man. The snake's kiss in her hand slashed across his throat. The Iron Man clutched his throat, his face twisted in horror as he collapsed to the ground. A layer of greenish blue quickly spread across his face, clearly indicating he had been poisoned. Old Wang seized the moment, swinging his horse-slaying sword, and with a swift strike, severed his head. Seeing their strongest defender killed in an instant, the assassins panicked. This is too dangerous, retreat. One assassin shouted, parried his opponent's attack with his sword, and fled. Seeing this, the others also abandoned the fight and scattered in all directions. Don't chase him. Protect Li Tang's safety is more important. Old Lu wanted to continue the pursuit, but was stopped by Nie Xiaoying, who shouted him down. He could only grit his teeth and stop in his tracks. Where do you think you're going? A thick ice spear suddenly flew from the distance, piercing through the back of the lead assassin with a loud whistling sound, pinning him to the ground. The others were so terrified they nearly lost their minds, frantically speeding up their escape. Nie Xiaoying and the others were all stunned. These assassins were all above level 30 and equipped with top-notch gear, yet they were all killed with a single move. Not knowing whether the intruder was friend or foe, everyone quickly surrounded Li Tang, forming a tight circle, ready to defend him at all costs. All were slain, not a single one spared. Lu Ningjian's figure appeared at the corner of the street, and he once again fired an ice spear, piercing the body of another fleeing assassin. Yes. Several figures leaped down from the building, blocking the assassin's path. Lu Dage, it's you. Li Tang sighed in relief. I never expected Lu Ningjian to be an ice-type professional. However, judging by his burly and muscular build, he doesn't look like a fragile mage at all. He must have switched to some special dual-class profession that combines magic and martial arts. Seeing the unhidden astonishment in Li Tang and the other's eyes, Lu Ningjian felt quite pleased. The ice spear in his hand flew out continuously, impaling the fleeing figures one after another. Chapter 54, Your sins deserve 1,000 deaths. Dear, I think I have to go. In another luxurious apartment in the city, Alex had just finished a passionate embrace with Fu Yike when he received a call, causing his expression to change drastically. He frantically grabbed his clothes and rushed toward the door. Where are you going in such a hurry? Fu Yike lazily extended her fair arm from under the covers, asking in a soft voice, her eyes still lingering with a trace of lingering drowsiness. Alex, while buttoning his shirt, casually replied, There's an emergency at the guild. I need to leave Kanglan City immediately. You're leaving Kanglan City? What am I supposed to do without you? Fu Yike sat up abruptly upon hearing this and exclaimed, You promised me you'd take me to study abroad in Eagle Sauce Country. For you, I even gave up the college entrance exams here. Using sweet words and financial incentives, Alex quickly convinced Fu Yike to give up her college entrance exam in China and set her sights on studying abroad in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Not only that, but he obtained a great deal of information from Fu Yike and secured a Frost Staff from the Outstanding Student Support Program for her. Frost Staff Green Fine, Attack 87, Intelligence 39, Constitution 36. Level Requirement 12. Extreme Cold Green has a 10% chance to freeze the target upon attack, dealing 15 attack damage and ice damage per second for 3 seconds. Alex was extremely shrewd. From the recent unusual activities in Kanglan City, the introduction of the Outstanding Student Support Program, and the equipment distributed that far exceeded the attributes of similar quality, he keenly deduced that the Great Xia Empire had likely produced a peerless blacksmith of unparalleled talent. And this person is very likely Li Tang, who is being protected and trained by the city defense troops. Now that the terrorist attack in Kanglan City Square has failed and the assassins sent to kill Li Tang have been completely wiped out, this place is no longer safe. Originally, Alex had planned to slip away alone. Just as he reached the door, he changed his mind, and a smile immediately spread across his face. He turned back and said to Iko with a smile, "Darling, how could I possibly leave you behind? Hurry up and get dressed so we can leave together. Once we reach the Lighthouse Kingdom, I'll immediately arrange for you to study at the top university, making you a true eagle sauce person." Fu Yike was overjoyed, rushed over, and kissed Alex on the face several times before beginning to dress. Seeing Fu Yike still taking her time packing her clothes and jewelry, Alex grew impatient. He grabbed Fu Yike's wrist and dragged her out, saying, "Stop packing. We'll buy you new ones when we get there." "Ouch, you're hurting me." Fu Yike stumbled as he pulled her, complaining, "These are all my favorite things. Did you assassinate the city lord or blow up the Kanglan Square? Why are you in such a hurry?" The city guards could arrive at any moment, and Alex was already losing his patience. Hearing Fu Yike say that, he was startled and turned around, slapping her hard across the face. "You! I told you to stop. Let's go." Saying that, he roughly dragged Fu Yike out like a sack of potatoes. Fu Yike covered her face, completely stunned. Having known Alex for so many days, he had always behaved in a polite and gentlemanly manner, but today he had actually struck her. Seeing his distorted face, Fu Yike was filled with fear. As an ice mage, she couldn't possibly match Alex's strength, so she could only stumble along behind him. Just as the two of them reached the apartment door, several people dressed in the attire of the Imperial Guard suddenly surrounded them. Alex was startled and turned to go back, but he noticed someone following him from behind, blocking their escape route. It was the Gestapo. A flash of panic crossed Alex's face, but he quickly regained his composure. "May I ask what business you have with me? Why are you blocking my path?" The Imperial Guard commander, Lu Hong, dressed in a crisp military uniform, walked slowly toward Alex and said expressionlessly, "Alex, you've committed a crime. Come with us." Alex forced a smile and pulled out an ID from his pocket. "Have you made a mistake? I have always followed the law. I was merely planning to take my girlfriend out for dinner. And I am a legitimate eagle sauce person. Even if there is a misunderstanding, I have diplomatic immunity. Stop wasting my time. Take him away." Lu Hong ignored him completely, waving his hand to signal his men to move forward and take him into custody. "Stop." Alex saw this and was startled. He suddenly grabbed Fu Yike's throat with one hand and drew a long sword with the other, pointing it at Lu Hong and said, "This person is your newly promoted A-class professional. If you let me go, I'll guarantee her safety. A traitor who betrays his country, do with him as you please." Lu Hong stared at him expressionlessly, issuing his order without a hint of emotion. He refused to surrender. "No mercy." "Yes." His personal guards, upon receiving the order, immediately charged toward Alex with their weapons drawn. Alex didn't expect Lu Hong to completely disregard Fu Yike's life and was instantly filled with horror. He was also a ruthless man. He clenched his fingers tightly, instantly crushing Fu Yike's throat, then flung her aside and joined the battle with the bodyguards. However, these bodyguards were all elite soldiers, all ranked above level 40. Alex fought desperately but could only barely hold his ground. With her throat crushed, Fu Yike was still clinging to life. She fell to the ground, clutching her neck tightly with both hands, but couldn't draw in a single breath. Her face turned blue from suffocation. She never imagined that Alex, who had shared her bed for so many days and claimed to love her, would be capable of such cruelty. Lu Hong walked over and knelt beside Fu Yike, looking at her pitiful state and couldn't help but sigh. "If only we had known this would happen, why did we ever get involved in the first place? Why didn't you stay in the Great Xia Empire and live a decent life? Why did you have to go to another country and become a second-class citizen? I really don't know what you people are thinking." Fu Yike's eyes widened, and her throat made gurgling sounds, but she couldn't utter a single word. She reached out and frantically grabbed at the air before her, her breath finally ceasing. She died with her eyes wide open. "I surrender. I surrender. I'll cooperate with the Great Xia Empire." Alex's shoulder was slashed, blood gushing out, but he struggled desperately. "I can tell you everything I know." "Cooperate? We've been monitoring your every move and are ready to strike at any moment." Lu Hong frowned, watching Alex still resisting. "He never expected you to be so ruthless, sending people to use the flesh puppet for a terrorist attack." He stomped his foot, and instantly, countless tree roots and vines burst forth from beneath Alex's feet, binding him tightly. The weapons of the other bodyguards instantly pierced toward him. Alex spat blood, his heart filled with shock and anger. He never thought that even after surrendering, Lu Hang would still spare him. "Your sins are unforgivable, and you will spend the rest of your life in the imperial prison of Kanglan City." Lu Hong stepped forward, glaring at his bloodshot eyes, his voice icy. "There's an old jailer there who's a 45th level necromancer. He's very interested in torturing your soul." "No." Alex's face was filled with endless despair. According to preliminary estimates, the disaster triggered by the self-destruction of the flesh puppet resulted in a total of 17 deaths and 36 injuries. Fortunately, the city defenses were strict, and Alex had deployed only a low-tier 10th level flesh puppet to prevent the magical fluctuations from being detected and to ensure it could inflict fatal damage on a dozen S-rank newcomers. The explosive power of this self-destruction was not particularly strong, and the aftereffects were quickly suppressed by Su Hui. Li Tang had already returned to his small courtyard. He wasn't particularly concerned about these matters and locked himself back into his study to continue learning the blacksmithing techniques. Today's encounter had left him feeling immense pressure. If it weren't for the covert protection of the Magic Wolf Special Forces, those assassins alone would have easily surrounded and killed Nie Xiaoying and the others, and then disposed of him with ease. He must accelerate his efforts. After advancing in rank, he would be able to forge blue-quality rare equipment, which could be upgraded to purple-quality exceptional equipment with a 10% chance of a critical upgrade. The blueprint for the Lava Demon Heavy Armor set had been stored in his spatial ring for quite some time. Chapter 55, The Interview's Opening Move. The aftermath of the terrorist attack at Kanglan Square was quickly suppressed by Su Hui, but the impact was enormous. Not only was the Northwest Province shaken, but the entire high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire were enraged. Commander Wang Lingyue of the Provincial Military Region led 3,000 elite troops to rush to Kanglan City overnight, personally overseeing the investigation and cleanup of foreign forces remaining in the city. For a time, the entire city of Kanglan was filled with panic and chaos. The Imperial Guard, city defense forces, and soldiers from the Provincial Military Region all mobilized, conducting house-to-house searches of the city's residents. Dozens of long-hidden spies were directly eliminated, and the city's security improved significantly as a result. Some quick-thinking hidden spies, seeing the situation was dire, abandoned their long-established bases and fled in disarray. Those who reacted too slowly weren't so lucky. They were all rounded up and eradicated completely. Goichiro, covered in blood, emerged from a hidden tunnel with a few of his men, looking disheveled. They dared not linger for a moment, fleeing madly toward the Red Rock Hill. To ensure his safe escape, over a dozen loyal followers had already sacrificed their lives. Years of hard work and effort were destroyed in an instant, leaving Goichiro heartbroken as if his own blood were flowing. Kanglan City, I will make you pay for this. However, all of this is the concern of the city lord and those high-ranking officials. It has nothing to do with Li Tang. He plunged into his study, frantically studying various blacksmithing techniques. With the aid of the scholar's hat, Li Tang's learning efficiency skyrocketed. After 2 days and 2 nights of intense study, his progress in blacksmithing knowledge finally reached 100%, completing one of the tasks required for the second-tier advancement. Goodness, staying up all night studying is no easy feat. Li Tang sighed in relief, rubbing his aching head, and opened the study door. Even with the scholar's hat's boost, the exhaustion from continuous high-intensity study was taking its toll on him. If it weren't for the support of the state, relying solely on his own strength, he wouldn't even be able to complete the learned blacksmithing knowledge task within 5 days, let alone collect all those specialized books. Now he finally understood why so many professionals were stuck at level 20 and couldn't advance. While the advancement tasks vary in difficulty, the difference in outcomes with or without resource support is simply too great. This is especially true for those in lifestyle professions. As Li Tang stepped out of the study, he saw Principal Zhao Zihan and his homeroom teacher Lu Ruyan sitting on the sofa outside, sipping tea and chatting. He paused for a moment, looking puzzled, and asked, "Principal Zhao, Ms. Lu, what brings you here?" This year's senior high school students have just finished their college entrance exams, and there are still a ton of things to handle at school. They should be extremely busy. What? Don't you want me here? Zhao Zihan smiled and stood up, tapping his forehead with a finger. It's all because of you, you little rascal. Last time I asked Ms. Lu to find out which of the 3 top universities you wanted to attend, but then there was a terrorist attack, and the matter was put on hold. Once we finish this, you'll start studying in seclusion again, and the admissions office teachers are about to go crazy. Li Tang slapped his head, finally remembering that was indeed the case, and hurriedly said, "All right. Then please invite the teachers from the 3 top universities here so we can discuss it in person." Zhao Zihan didn't move, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Li Tang found this even more puzzling. What's going on? Zhao Zihan didn't know how to respond, but Lu Ruyan, standing beside him, smiled and said, "You haven't visited them yet, so those admissions officers think you're looking down on them." Those guys were originally planning to storm out, but Director Lu and Principal Zhao intervened, so they backed down. However, now they're putting on airs, saying you have to join the other students for a unified interview, or else you won't be admitted. Li Tang was taken aback. Is that really the case? Zhao Zihan sighed and explained, due to confidentiality principles, these admissions officers are currently unaware of the specifics of your talents. Although you have Zhao Xiqing, the director of the Provincial Department of Education, personally vouching for you, they are, after all, top-tier universities in Daxia. They look down on others, and since you haven't responded promptly, they naturally think you're arrogant. The college entrance exams have been over for several days, and admissions processes at major universities have already begun. Today is the final day of interviews for the 3 most prestigious universities. If you don't come out of the study soon, we're going to drag you out by force. Li Tang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but he wasn't the type to make a fuss. It's just an interview, right? Let's go check it out. The second task for the second stage advancement is to craft 100 pieces of blue-quality rare equipment. At his current equipment crafting speed, it would take at least 10 days to complete. Hurrying won't help after all, haste makes waste. Besides, he'd been buried in his studies for days and was starting to feel bored. It was a good excuse to get out and clear his head. Accompanied by Nie Xiaoying and others, Li Tang arrived at the interview location arranged by the three supreme universities. He found that there were already several people waiting outside, and Su Han was also there. This kid had delivered a stunning performance in the recent arena matches, defeating the S-ranked professional blood demon swordmaster Li Zhang with his outstanding skills, and had been noticed by the three supreme universities, who had invited him to participate in the interview. Moreover, Li Tang spotted the figure of Li Jian, his former disciple who had followed him for 3 years, among the interview candidates from other universities. However, he looked haggard and seemed to be weighed down by heavy concerns. Sigh, everyone has their own fate, and it's all their own choice. There's no one else to blame. Li Tang knew his situation well and sighed inwardly. Make way, let Li Tang go in first. Just as it was about to be Su Han's turn, Principal Zhao Zihan suddenly cut in line and entered the interview room with Lu Ruyan, bringing Li Tang alone. What gives him the right? Su Han felt a wave of humiliation surge through his head, his heart filled with resentment, and he clenched his fists tightly. But under the principal's authority, he dared not object. On the other side, seeing Li Tang being surrounded and protected by Nie Xiaoying and the others, Li Jian, who was waiting in line at the neighboring school, also had a complicated expression on his face. He had switched careers to become an A-class professional berserker, and with his excellent college entrance exam scores and impressive performance in the martial arts tournament, he had been recruited by Harbin Dong Industrial University to participate in the interview. After going through so much, Li Jian had become much more composed. He had been unable to contact Go Ichiro for days and had no idea whether this was good or bad, so he could only take things one step at a time. Rising Sun, Moonlight, and Starlight are the top 3 universities in all of Daxia, renowned for their exceptional faculty and abundant educational resources, and are reverently referred to as the 3 supreme academies. Those who are admitted to these 3 academies for further studies are all S-class professionals at the very least, true geniuses among geniuses. The admissions officers all held themselves in high regard, sitting arrogantly behind the podium. Looking at your records, you've merely switched to a life-sustaining profession like blacksmithing and haven't awakened any professional talents. A teacher from Rixing High School took a sip of tea without even lifting his eyelids. Our school is a top institution for training various main combat professions. What do you think you could possibly do here? The others nodded in agreement. That's right, we only admit students who start at S rank. You're just an F-rank blacksmith. If it weren't for the request from Zhao, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, I wouldn't even bother coming to this small town. Yeah, and you dared to keep us waiting. Just a lowly blacksmith profession. Everyone knows it's all thanks to us combat professionals risking our lives and shedding blood to fight against all sorts of demons and monsters, carving out a space for human survival. This Li Tang must be a close acquaintance of Zhao Xiqing from the Northwest Provincial Department of Education. However, even the provincial governor, Zhang Yunpeng, had to personally intervene to coordinate this, so we have to give him some face. But can just anyone get into the 3 supreme universities? We must give him a taste of his own medicine and let this brat know that the pot is made of iron. Chapter 56, The 3 Supreme Universities, Rejected. Li Tang was completely taken aback. He never imagined that the interview for the 3 supreme universities would be like this, and his expression immediately turned grim. He had no idea that his records had already been downgraded to S-class. The teachers in charge of admissions only had basic information, and the most critical talent section had been replaced with blank spaces. Seeing the situation was wrong, Zhao Zihan grew anxious. He no longer cared about confidentiality protocols, quickly nudging Li Tang with his elbow and whispering, "You fool! What are you waiting for? Quickly show your talent panel." Li Tang took a deep breath and calmly reminded him, "Showing it is fine, but I need to ask, do any of the teachers present here have the authority to view it? Or should we first seek approval from our superiors and sign a confidentiality agreement?" The admissions teacher from Rixing Academy erupted in anger, slamming his palm on the table. Arrogant! Within the entire Great Xia Empire, there is no talent that the 3 supreme academies cannot view. Seeing the other party persistently pressing the issue, Li Tang also grew angry. He sneered, tossing the Thunder Warhammer onto the table. "Alright, then let you all see the talent of this worthless blacksmith and the equipment I've forged. Let's see if I have the qualifications to enter your 3 supreme academies. Birth talent, Bagua Furnace. Trade 1, Alchemy. Anything crafted in the Bagua Furnace is guaranteed to be top-notch. Base success rate for crafting equipment increases by 30%, with a 10% chance to upgrade the equipment by 1 tier. Equipment crafting speed increases by 10 times, and the attributes of forged equipment are boosted by 300%. Trait 2, Sacrifice and Condensed Spirit. Sacrificing equipment or magic crystals can charge the Bagua Forge. Once the energy bar reaches 100%, you can add a special trait to the equipment. The color of the added trait is related to the sacrificed item, and the number increases with the forge's level. Feature 3, unlocked after advancing to the Silver Realm. Thunder Warhammer Blue Rare, Attack 288, Strength 120, Constitution 90. Thunder Strike Gold, base damage increased by 10,000. Has a 20% chance to trigger Thunder Strike on attack, dealing 300 attack damage as lightning damage to a single enemy. Level requirement, 15, Strength requirement, 70. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Upon seeing Li Tang's attribute panel and the attributes in golden words attached to the Thunder Warhammer, the admissions officers, who had been smug moments ago, froze in place and abruptly stood up. The base success rate for crafting equipment is increased by 30%. Can add a special attribute to equipment, has a 20% chance to trigger a Thunder Strike when attacking. As teachers from top-tier universities in the country, they were no strangers to such things and knew exactly what this meant. This wasn't some worthless blacksmith, it was a walking divine artifact forging machine. For a moment, all the teachers were speechless. After all, in their minds, the world had always been dominated by combat professions, while life professions were merely supporting roles. How could such an extraordinary existence possibly exist? This completely overturned their worldview, to the point where some admissions officers' first reaction was that Li Tang's talent was simply too absurd, he must be faking it. However, the Provincial Department of Education and the Governor of Northwest Province would never make such a rookie mistake recommending a talent fraudster to their school. Moreover, the golden inscription on the Thunder Warhammer on the table was constantly flashing before their eyes. After much deliberation, there was only one possibility left. Li Tang's talent is indeed genuine, and they had failed to recognize this great master earlier. Li Tang, your talent is truly astonishing. After a brief moment of silence, the admissions officer from Starlight Academy was the first to react, smiling broadly. On behalf of Summer Rising Academy, we welcome you to join our school. The admissions officer from Manhwa Academy shot him a disdainful glance. Who was it just now who said your school only admits S-rank or higher professionals? You didn't even give Li Tang the time of day, and now you're trying to butter him up? Do you have any shame? She strode over, grabbed Li Tang's hand, and said, Li Tang, come to our school. Our school's mages, priests, and archers are renowned nationwide, and we have plenty of beautiful girls. The admissions officer from Rishing Academy also stepped forward, snorting, your school's lifestyle profession program isn't even ranked nationally. How dare you use beauty to lure people? Li Tang, come to our academy instead. We offer abundant resources. In just a moment, the recruitment teachers from the 3 prestigious academies were like different people, arguing fiercely, all trying to pull Li Tang to their own school. Preconceived notions in people's minds are like a mountain, no matter how hard you try, you can't move them. With such behavior, they dare to call themselves the 3 supreme universities. Li Tang sighed and didn't bother arguing with them. He took his Thunder Warhammer and turned to leave. You all discuss among yourselves first what kind of training and support can you offer me? I'll consider which school to attend later. Sigh, what defeats humanity is never ignorance, but arrogance. Zhao Zihan had wanted to say something else, but the words died on his lips. He sighed and followed Li Tang out, accompanied by Lu Ruyan. The interview room was left with only a few admissions officers looking at each other in confusion. What just happened? We, the 3 prestigious universities, seem to have been rejected. The interview room fell into complete silence, and the faces of the admissions officers from the 3 prestigious universities turned as red as liver. Damn it, they've always been the ones begging others, yet today they were actually given the cold shoulder by a student. This is the first time they've ever encountered such a thing. With a crash, the admissions officer from Rishing University couldn't help but slam down his teacup. As Li Tang walked out of the interview room with a stern expression, the room echoed with the muffled murmurs of dissatisfied admissions officers. Su-han couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes and walked into the interview room. Seeing the admissions officers' displeased expressions, along with the shattered teacup fragments and tea stains on the floor, Su-han grew even more delighted. What on earth did Li Tang say to make the interviewer so angry? Now, let's see how you'll get into the top 3 elite universities. The admissions officer from Rishing High School composed himself, sat back down, and said, Su-han, right? Come, show us your talent. Not long after, Su-han emerged from the interview room with a beaming expression. After the interview, he was successfully admitted to Yuehua Academy. This university is renowned overseas for training mages, archers, and other professions, exactly the institution he had always dreamed of attending. Li Tang, even if you were admitted to one of the 3 prestigious universities through a recommendation, you were still rejected in the interview stage. I gave up my guaranteed admission to Southwest Yunnan University and instead fought my way through the college entrance exams, defeating thousands of students to earn my spot. I beat you fair and square. From now on, who dares to call you the top genius of 3rd middle school? Su-han felt the pent-up frustration of 3 years finally dissipate, his body lightening as if all the pressure he had endured over the past 3 years had vanished into thin air. Seeing Principal Zhao Zihan and his homeroom teacher Lu Ruyan standing nearby with dejected expressions, their eyes still fixed on Li Tang's departing figure, Suhan couldn't help but walk over and say triumphantly, Principal Zhao, Teacher Liu, I have been admitted to Yuehua Academy. I am also the only student from 3rd middle school in the past 10 years to be admitted to one of the 3 supreme academies. Even if you forcefully admitted that good-for-nothing Li Tang into one of the 3 supreme universities, so what? He still didn't pass the interview. The facts speak for themselves. A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing, and you can't polish a turd into a diamond. To his surprise, Lu Ruyan gave him an odd look, her face filled with disappointment. Chapter 57, Send these items to the groom. Lu Ruyan stared intently at Suhan's eyes and said slowly, You've got it wrong. The 3 prestigious universities were all vying to admit Li Tang. It was just that Li Tang felt the conditions they offered weren't good enough and they were too arrogant, so he said he'd consider it. Also, the 2 pieces of equipment you used to defeat the Blood Demon Swordmaster Li Zhang were crafted by Li Tang. Zhao Zihan, standing beside her, turned pale and pulled Lu Ruyan sharply. Ms. Lu, be careful what you say. That was close, I almost slipped up. Lu Ruyan stuck out her tongue. Those 2 pieces of equipment were, well, they were both lent to you by Li Tang. What? Suhan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was hailed as the 2nd most talented student at 3rd middle school, naturally intelligent beyond his years. Just now, Lu Ruyan's evasive words made him suddenly realize everything. No wonder, even after Li Tang switched to a life-skilled blacksmith profession, the school still treated him with special care. His homeroom teacher, Lu Ruyan, even went so far as to break the rules and personally take him out to level up. Not only that, but the city defense army had even dispatched special guards to protect Li Tang, going so far as to clear the area multiple times to create favorable conditions for his leveling up. Additionally, the recent unusual activities in Kanglan City, the sudden introduction of the Outstanding Student Support Program, and the equipment distributed with attributes far exceeding those of similar quality. All of this now seemed connected by an invisible thread, suddenly making everything clear. It all makes sense now. It turns out that the Shadow Bow and Phantom boots he was currently wearing were actually crafted by Li Tang, whom he had always looked down upon. With such divine crafting talent, it's no wonder he doesn't even bother with the 3 supreme universities. He never imagined that the admission letters to the 3 supreme universities he had worked so hard to obtain were nothing but trivial, disposable items in Li Tang's eyes. Suhan felt his pride shattered into pieces, standing there dazed and speechless. Li Tang returned to his small courtyard and began working on the 2nd task for his 2nd-tier advancement. The materials needed for forging equipment had already been delivered by City Lord Su Hui, and the furnace and tools were all ready. Completing this task was merely a matter of time. During this time, Su Jiao paid a visit. She came to return the Guardian badge to Li Tang and also asked him which university he planned to apply to. However, upon hearing that Li Tang had fallen out with the 3 prestigious universities, she secretly made up her mind. That night, the city lord's mansion echoed with Su Hui's furious shout, What? You dare to be so bold? Last time you gave up the guaranteed admission without consulting me, and now you've rejected the admission offer from Rixing Academy without even discussing it with me. Do you know how prestigious that university is? It's the top university in the country for warrior-related programs, and countless people dream of attending there. You just say you don't want to go and that's it? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Facing her enraged father, Su Jiao remained as composed as ever, calmly replying, I want to see which university Li Tang is going to. Ha! Su Hui's anger quickly subsided. Seeing the shy expression on his daughter's face, he instantly understood what was going on. The 3 prestigious universities, arrogant and aloof, had been rejected by Li Tang. Su Hui had received the report from Zhao Zihan immediately. Those arrogant brats had long been a thorn in Su Hui's side. However, Li Tang's reckless behavior still left him scratching his head, so he had no choice but to relay the news to the Provincial Education Commissioner, Zhao Xiqing, that very night. Well, if the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up. Let him worry about it. Ha! Su Hui laughed heartily, daring to love and hate, truly worthy of the Su family. My dear daughter, rest assured. No matter which university Li Tang ends up getting into, your old man will find a way to get you in too. Let the 2 of you stay together and cultivate your feelings properly. Dad, what are you talking about? Hearing her father tease her, Su Jiao's face flushed red, and she stomped her feet before rushing into her room. Someone, bring these items to the groom. No, send them to Li Tang. The entire city lord's mansion echoed with Su Hui's hearty laughter. Refined Iron Hammer Purple Excellence, Attack 168, Strength 60, Stamina 60, Intelligence 60, Agility 60. Reduces equipment forging time by 10 and increases the success rate of forging blue rare quality or lower equipment by 5%. Requires level 20. Lucky Ring Purple Excellence, Luck 10, Strength 58, Constitution 66. Increases the chance of crafting equipment with exceptional attributes by 5% and has a 10% chance to cancel one failure during forging. Requires level 20. Dwarf Gloves Purple Excellence, Attack 168, Strength 77, Constitution 72. Success rate for forging and enhancing equipment of blue rare quality or below increased by 5%, 5% chance to add additional attributes, and material consumption reduced by 5% during forging and enhancement. Requires level 20. Looking at the City Lord's gift of all purple exceptional quality equipment, each with blacksmith-specific skills, Li Tang's eyes lit up. Equipment of purple excellence quality or higher begins to have random prefixes, making them the top choice for most mid to high-tier professionals. However, such equipment with all blacksmith skill-enhancing prefixes is hard to come by, and it's truly commendable that the City Lord managed to secure them. Based on Li Tang's previous forging speed, completing the second task would take at least 10 days. With these equipment pieces, he could at least reduce the time needed to complete the advancement task by a third. This is the advantage of being backed by the state. The resource support is truly impressive. That day, Lu Ruyan also rushed over, sitting in the forging room, quietly watching Li Tang's busy figure. Li Tang, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, swung the refined warhammer to forge the equipment. The flickering furnace flames reflected off his body, revealing the contours of his sturdy muscles. It must be said that a man focused on a task truly exudes charm. Lu Ruyan found herself staring in a trance, her heart racing. She had never before found this side profile so captivating. Even though she had always thought Li Tang was handsome, it had been nothing more than the pure admiration a student feels for a teacher. But over the past few days of constant interaction, some unusual feelings had begun to grow quietly in her heart. Aware of the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a bit shy. She cupped her slightly flushed cheeks and shook her head, trying to banish those thoughts from her mind. But the more she tried to suppress them, the more they refused to stay buried. Lu Ruyan, he's your student. What are you thinking about? You're 4 or 5 years older than him. Are you trying to be an old cow eating young grass? Do you have any shame left? But now, older women dating younger men is pretty popular, right? It's not like it's completely impossible. Aren't they always saying that older sisters who take care of themselves can marry younger men? Besides, he is already 18, a legal adult. This has nothing to do with morality, does it? But he's still my student. How could I use my work as an excuse to harbor such improper thoughts? Thinking about it is wrong, and even thinking about it is a sin. But what about the student? If he calls me good teacher and asks for me during such a moment, wouldn't that be even more thrilling? Plus, Su Jiao, the only daughter of the City Lord, seems to be getting close to Li Tang lately. What does that make me? A homewrecker? Lu Ruyan's mind was racing, her face changing color constantly, turning pale one moment and red the next. Her grandfather, Lu Jingming, was a high-ranking general of the Great Xia Empire's Steel Blade Army, stationed in the Northwest Province. He had attended the meeting convened by the provincial governor Jiang Yunpeng last time and was deeply shocked by Li Tang's talent and his importance to the entire Great Xia. Upon learning that Li Tang was actually his granddaughter Lu Ruyan's student, Lu Jingming was overjoyed and made a special trip to Kanglin City. He instructed Lu Ruyan to get closer to Li Tang and strive to bring him into the Lu family. Lu Jingming sighed. Although Li Tang has switched careers to become an ironworker, he possesses extraordinary talent. Given time, he is sure to have a bright future. He has no parents and is alone in the world. In the future, countless noble families will seek to marry into his family for their own gain. I'll find a few old associates to make arrangements. No matter which university Li Tang gets into, I'll make sure you get a teaching position there too. As the saying goes, those closest to the water get the moon first. Ruyan, Li Tang is a fine young man. You must seize this opportunity and get to know him better. Once we bring Li Tang into the Lu family, the prosperity of our clan for the next 100 years will be secured. At the thought of this, Lu Ruyan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she muttered softly, "Grandfather, you're really something. He hasn't even graduated yet, and he's already making me approach him. How am I supposed to feel?" Things were progressing more smoothly than Li Tang had anticipated. Just 5 days had passed, and he had already successfully completed the task of crafting 100 pieces of rare quality equipment. He looked at Lu Ruyan, who was biting her lip, her expression shifting between confusion, distress, and a faint smile. To be honest, he had never seen such a rich array of emotions on a person's face before. It was even more impressive than the Sichuan face-changing performances from his previous life. "What's wrong with Ms. Lu? Are you feeling unwell? Ms. Lu, Ms. Lu." Li Tang called out several times before Lu Ruyan snapped back to reality. "What's wrong? I've completed the second stage advancement task and am heading to the professional sanctuary to submit it. Would you like to come with me?" Li Tang examined Lu Ruyan closely. "But your complexion doesn't look good. What happened? Should we rest for a while?" Lu Ruyan felt as though her thoughts had been read, her face turning bright red. She hurriedly stood up and awkwardly laughed. Nothing. You finished the task so quickly? Congratulations. Let's go." After speaking, she hurried toward the door, but tripped over her own feet in her haste, nearly falling to the ground. "Ms. Lu's behavior today is so strange." Li Tang scratched his head and hurried after her. Chapter 58, The Fourth Trait of the Birth Talent. The situation in the city remained tense, with many soldiers patrolling the streets. Under the protection of Nie Xiaoying, Lu Ruyan, and others, Li Tang quickly arrived at the sanctuary of the professionals. In the past few days, Li Tang had been busy learning the traditional knowledge of blacksmithing and crafting equipment. However, those students with exceptional talents hadn't been idle. Many had already reached level 20, and a few had even completed their second-tier advancement tasks. Those who had shone brightly in the previous arena combat tournament, such as the Blood Demon swordsman Li Zhang, the Flaming Hell Berserker Zhao Haishan, and the Shadow Archer Su Han, had all successfully broken through, further enhancing their strength. Damn it, these guys are really pushing themselves. Li Tang muttered under his breath, placing his right hand on the class change stone. As the task completion prompt sounded, the job change divine stone erupted with an extremely dazzling white light. Immediately afterward, a colossal, pure, and overwhelming force surged into his body like a tidal wave. This force raged through his body, leaving every inch of his meridians and every muscle feeling as though they had been reforged in a furnace. The sensation was both painful and exhilarating. Ah! Li Tang's entire body was numb with pain, and he couldn't hold back any longer, letting out a low growl. His body trembled violently as the latent power within him was fully unleashed, and a silver white light shot upward, piercing the towering dome. Finally, Li Tang successfully completed his second transformation and advancement, and his attribute panel refreshed accordingly. Name, Li Tang. Occupation, blacksmith master craftsman, with a deeper understanding of forging and increasingly refined techniques. Level, 20. Level up progress, 0%. Strength, 878. Intelligence, 430. Agility, 638. Constitution, 1032. Free attribute points, 130. Innate talent, Bagua Furnace Trait 1, turn stone into gold. Trait 2, sacrifice treasure to condense spirit. Trait 3, transform heaven and earth. Trait 4 will unlock after the third transformation and advancement. Trait 1, alchemy. Base success rate for crafting equipment increases by 30%, with a 10% chance to upgrade the equipment by 1 tier. Crafting speed increases by 10 times, and the attributes of crafted equipment are boosted by 300. Trait 2, sacrifice and condense spirit. Sacrifice equipment or magic crystals to charge the Bagua furnace. Once the energy bar reaches 100%, you can add a special trait to equipment. Feature 3, heaven and earth transformation. Through a special forging process, you can synthesize and upgrade equipment, gems, runes, magic crystals, etc., or decompose and convert them into other attributes. You can also fuse and transfer the attributes or traits of one piece of equipment to another. Note, the equipment being transformed will disappear after fusion. Feature 4, fire control and flame mastery. Master the 6 divine fires and 3 true fires within the Bagua furnace. These yin-yang dual-colored flames, which burn eternally at the furnace's core, can melt and refine all things in the world. They can be used for weapon forging and alchemy, as well as combat. Requires collecting 9 types of to activate. Specialization, hammer specialization. Skill, forging technique proficient, can craft equipment of blue rare quality and below, proficiency 0-1000, success rate 1530%. Equipment, Lingxi Qingshin symbol set, blue rare, Starlight armor blue rare, Demon Hunter leg guards blue rare, Floating cloud belt blue rare, Lingfang war boots blue rare, Ice frost tower shield blue rare, Lucky ring purple excellent, Dwarf gloves purple excellent, Refined iron hammer purple excellent. Additional effect, Calm mind, completely nullifies one control effect and removes all abnormal status effects. Cooldown, 48 hours. Sigh. Upon seeing the description of talent trait 4 on the attribute panel, Li Tang couldn't help but gasp in shock, his breathing immediately becoming rapid, and his heart pounding wildly. He never imagined that his innate talent would include such an overpowered ability as fire control and flame mastery. Doesn't that mean he's effectively reclassed as a fire mage? No, he'd be way more powerful than an ordinary fire mage. After all, the 6 divine fires and the 3 flavors of true fire were legendary flames said to burn everything in their path. Li Tang's dormant warrior's heart ignited once more. Damn it, who dares call me a trash blacksmith now? Once I reach level 30, you'll all have to call me a noble mage. Unlike the first tier advancement, his 4 primary attributes each increased by 10 points this time, and he was also rewarded with 20 free attribute points. Li Tang was about to allocate all his free attribute points to intelligence when he suddenly recalled that during his last visit, Zhao Xiqing, the provincial education commissioner, had given him several books containing generic skills like heavy strike, dodge, and block. This made him hesitate once more. After all, he was still relying on his physical strength and brute force to survive, and that Thunder Warhammer had been drenched in the blood of over 100 monsters. Forget it, true masters are well-rounded warriors with balanced abilities and no weaknesses. Li Tang thought it over and decided to distribute all his free attribute points evenly across the 4 primary attributes. After all, only by enhancing all attributes comprehensively could he unleash the full potential of these skills. As for intelligence, he could focus on that after reaching level 30. Besides, he was a blacksmith, he could just forge a few sets of equipment with extra intelligence later. What do you think? Lu Ruyan leaned in eagerly, curiously asking, after the second tier advancement, did the talent trait 4 appear? What exactly is the situation? Facing Lu Ruyan's intense gaze, Li Tang smiled slightly and directly shared his attribute panel for her to view. Lu Ruyan's pretty little mouth instantly formed an O shape, and it took her a while to snap back to reality. She excitedly hugged Li Tang, jumping up and down. Wonderful! Wonderful! As his most proud student, a super genius with both literary and martial arts talents and unparalleled talent, Lu Ruyan knew Li Tang's ambitions. However, he had chosen to switch to the obscure lifestyle profession of blacksmithing. Though she didn't say it aloud, she still felt deeply regretful in her heart. Now that such an extraordinary talent had emerged, it perfectly compensated for Li Tang's previous choice, and the future looked promising. Lu Ruyan's sudden embrace left Li Tang completely frozen, his mind going blank, and his face turning bright red. He felt two soft, warm things pressed tightly against his chest, a few strands of hair drifting onto his face, tickling him, and carrying a faint floral scent that lingered in his nostrils. An embrace filled with warmth and softness. In that moment, Li Tang felt as though time had come to a standstill. Everything around him grew blurry, and his mind was filled only with Lu Ruyan's beautiful face just inches away and the sound of his own racing heartbeat. Old Lu and Old Wang, standing nearby, exchanged knowing glances and grinned mischievously. Ako and Meijia covered their mouths and giggled, but before they could laugh twice, they were glared at by Nie Xiaoying. She sighed. This Li Tang was great in every way, but his love life seemed a bit too lively. Don't forget there's still Miss Su Jiao over there. I hope you don't disappoint her feelings. Lu Ruyan quickly noticed something was off and let go of Li Tang with a startled scream, her face flushing red with embarrassment. She dared not linger and turned to leave, saying hurriedly, "Let's go back and test out the effect of your newly unlocked talent 3. Li Tang stood there for a moment before coming to his senses, giving an awkward smile and following her out. When they returned to the small courtyard, they found that City Lord Su Hui and Provincial Military Region Commander Wang Lingyue had already received the news and rushed over to congratulate them. Lu Jialin, Lu Hong, and other officials were also present, but the burly man Chang Liang was nowhere to be seen. He had likely been sent out on another mission by Su Hui. Upon seeing Li Tang's attribute panel, they all sucked in their breath in astonishment. A mage and a sword saint, a perfect match. Su Hui grew increasingly pleased with Li Tang, nodding with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Wang Lingyue reached out and gave Li Tang a hearty slap on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Good lad, your uncle didn't misjudge you. If you're willing to switch to a combat role, just come straight to our Northwest Military Region. He pulled out a spatial ring, containing over 10,000 pieces of various tier junk equipment and over 1,000 fifth-tier magic crystals, all looted by my men from various dungeons. But for now, you're still just a blacksmith. Hurry up and forge a few pieces of equipment, then attach some golden inscriptions to them. Let this old man have a look. The feeling of having the nation's backing is truly exhilarating. Li Tang didn't hesitate, smiled, and took it. He pulled out the blueprints for the Lava Demon heavy armor. To be honest, he had been coveting this set of equipment for a long time. The blueprint includes the crafting methods for 6 pieces of equipment: Lava Gaze helmet, Boiling Core armor, Earth Pulse Walker leg guards, Earth Splitting Grip gauntlets, Burning Stomped war boots, and Tyrant's hammer weapon. Lava Demon heavy armor set, blue rare quality blueprint, which can be used to craft the corresponding equipment. Equipment level 22. Equipment effects 6 pieces, attack 480, defense 480, strength 120, fire resistance 30. Additional skill, Flame Shield. Flame Shield, during combat, summons a shield made of lava that absorbs 1000 damage per second for 10 seconds. Required materials: lava crystal, obsidian, red copper ore, lava heart, lava skin, demon horn, and a quantity of lava demon blood. Chapter 59, Incredibly Powerful. It's simply too powerful. Everyone who saw the attributes of this blueprint couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Wang Lingyue asked in astonishment, "This set's attributes are pretty good. Where did you get it?" Li Tang explained, "Earlier, a wild dungeon appeared on the Red Rock Hill outside the city. I went inside with Jiao to level up. In a valley, we encountered a demonic gate formed from bones, and fought a fierce battle against over 100 lava demons that emerged from it. We defeated the level 18 boss, the Lava Demon King, and found this in the treasure chest he dropped." Su Hui nodded in realization and said, "I've heard Jiao mention this before." Li Tang froze. Why was this old guy calling Jiao so intimately? Before he could figure it out, he heard Su Hui continue, however, that wild dungeon is quite special. I sent dozens of specialized exploration teams inside to investigate. They found that the demonic realm was teeming with monsters, and discovered several hidden demonic realm gates in secret locations. Ordinary demon realm monsters are manageable, but those emerging from the demon realm gates are numerous, powerful, and some even exceed level 20. Regular teams are no match for them, and several have already been wiped out. There was no choice but to temporarily withdraw all the exploration teams and order the city defense troops to tightly guard the dungeon exit to prevent those demonic monsters from escaping and causing havoc in the human world. He sighed. A special dungeon has appeared outside Kanglan City. This is truly a time of trouble. This dungeon must have a special mechanism connected to the demon realm, continuously sending waves of demonic creatures. By now, it's probably overrun by demons. I fear it might evolve into a genuine demonic realm fissure, which would be a major problem. Wang Lingyue, however, shrugged indifferently. What's there to fear? Even if it is a true demonic realm fisher, so what? We'll fight back with whatever comes our way. Lu Ningjian's 50-man demon wolf special forces are still in the city, and I have 3,000 tiger guards under my command. Add to that the nearly 10,000 elite guards and city defense troops here. What do we have to fear from those low-tier demonic creatures? Li Tang smiled after hearing this. Lord City Master, I have an idea. I've been forging hundreds of green quality fine equipment pieces and 100 blue quality rare equipment pieces for my second tier advancement. Later, you can gather some junk white and green quality gear, and I'll enchant them with additional properties. You can then equip those items to the pioneer teams and send them out to clear out the monsters. Su Hui was overjoyed upon hearing this. What a great idea! The previous teams failed because their equipment was simply too weak. He knew how absurdly powerful the equipment Li Tang had crafted was. Not only were the stats 3 times that of similar quality gear, but adding white and green enchantments boosted their power by several fold. This gear could easily arm over 100 people, forming 20 elite squads. Clearing the dungeon monsters would be no problem. Li Tang pointed to the material requirements on the blueprint for the lava demon heavy armor and scratched his head, saying, although Ajiao and I have hunted quite a few lava dogs at the demon gate and accumulated some materials, it's still far from enough to craft this set. Wang Lingyue laughed heartily upon hearing this. It's just materials? That's easy to handle. Just make a list and I'll notify the Guild of Craftsmen immediately. They'll gather the materials and send them over. Before long, over a dozen military trucks pulled up at the entrance of the small courtyard, and hundreds of soldiers began unloading boxes one by one into the courtyard. A man who looked like an officer walked in, saluted Wang Lingyue, and reported, Commander. All the materials listed on the checklist have been delivered. The Kanglan City Professional Association has emptied all their reserves and transported everything here. Please give your instructions. Wang Lingyue returned the salute and dismissed the officer, then turned to Li Tang with a smile. Come, let's check the materials. Is it enough? Such operations by the state were nothing new to Li Tang. He quickly counted the materials and nodded excitedly. This should be enough to craft 10 sets. With his innate talent trait 1, which grants a 10% chance to increase equipment by 1 tier, it was enough for him to obtain a set of purple quality exceptional gear. He just wondered if upgrading the set by 1 quality tier would bring any surprises. Li Tang stood before the forging table, took a deep breath, and activated his innate talent. A massive golden cauldron appeared in the air, shrouding the entire forging table in a golden glow. The furnace was divided into 8 sections, corresponding to the 8 trigrams Qian, Koan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui with complex runes engraved on its surface. It was supported by 3 qilin-like beast-shaped legs at the bottom, with blazing flames burning inside. Although he had witnessed Li Tang forge equipment several times before, he still felt deeply awestruck every time he saw him activate his innate talent. Lava crystals, obsidian, red copper ore, lava hearts, lava skin, demon horns, and lava demon blood. Countless materials were thrown into the furnace and gradually shaped under Li Tang's refining iron hammer. After several hours of intense effort, Li Tang finally forged a complete set of purple quality lava demon heavy armor, all adorned with golden inscriptions. Lava Core Tyrant War Armor Purple Excellent, forged from living metal deep within the volcano, its surface flows with dark red lava patterns. Equipment requirements, Level 22, Strength 106, Constitution 86, Intelligence 72, Agility 68. Helmet, Lava Gaze Purple Excellence, Defense 564, Strength 225, Constitution 222, Intelligence 216, Fire Resistance 10, Maximum Health 10. Lava Eye Gold has a 15% chance to apply a Lava Mark status effect to the target when attacking, lasting 5 seconds, during which the target takes 30% increased fire damage. Flaming Soul Resonance Gold, when your health drops below 50%, fire resistance increases by an additional 20, and strength, intelligence, constitution, and agility each increase by 100. Boiling Core Purple Excellence, Defense 588, Strength 231, Constitution 219, Intelligence 216, Armor 2000. Blazing Barrier Gold creates a blazing barrier around the user within a 3-meter radius. Enemies entering the area have their movement speed reduced by 20 and take 2% of the user's maximum health and fire damage per second. Flame Armor Guardian Gold, when taking fatal damage, absorbs 30% of your maximum health as damage, lasts for 8 seconds, and triggers a flame explosion range 5 meters dealing 75 attack damage. Leg Guard Earth Pulse Walker Purple Excellence, Defense 540, Constitution 219, Intelligence 216, Agility 231, Movement Speed 5. Earth Pulse Power Gold, moves unimpeded on lava terrain. While moving on lava terrain, restores 2% of maximum health per second and gains an additional 10% movement speed. Earthshaking Impact Gold, each attack has a 10% chance to trigger Earthshaking Impact, dealing 100% of your attack power to enemies within 5 meters, and reducing their movement speed by 30 for 3 seconds. Gloves of Earth Shattering Grip Purple Excellence, Attack 570, Strength 216, Constitution 204, Agility 231, Attack Speed 15. Flame Burst Combo Gold, each normal attack has a 10% chance to add a flame shockwave, and a 50% chance to additionally trigger a small area flame burst, dealing 80 fire damage to surrounding enemies. Strength Surge Gold. After 5 consecutive attacks, the next attack gains a 100% strength bonus and always triggers a flame shockwave. Burning Stomp Boots Purple Excellence. Defense 555, Constitution 219, Intelligence 216, Agility 222. Has a 7% chance to dodge enemy attacks. Destructive Stomp Gold. Jumping power increased by 50. Upon landing, knocks back enemies within 5 meters, dealing 30 attack damage, and has a 20% chance to stun enemies for 3 seconds. Burned Earth Zone Gold. Stomping the ground creates a persistent burning area, dealing 75 fire damage per second to enemies for 10 seconds. Weapon, Tyrant's Hammer Purple Excellence, Attack 594, Strength 231, Constitution 225, Intelligence 207, Critical Hit 10. Weapon, King's Judgment Gold, Strength 30. When the target's health is below 50%, your damage against them increases by 40%, and attacks have a 30% chance to trigger a weakness effect, reducing the target's defense by 30 for 5 seconds. Frenzy Slaughter Gold. Each time you kill an enemy with health below 30, you enter Frenzy Slaughter mode, increasing attack speed by 50 and attack power by 50 for 10 seconds. Equipment effect 4 pieces, Attack 1800, Defense 1800, Strength 300, Constitution 300, Intelligence 300, Agility 300, Fire Resistance 30. Equipment effect 6 pieces, Attack 2700, Defense 2700, Strength 480, Stamina 480, Intelligence 480, Agility 480, Fire Resistance 60. Set effect, collect 4 pieces to activate Flame Shield. Collect 6 pieces to activate Lava Power. Flame Shield, during combat, summons a shield made of molten lava that absorbs 3000 damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. Lava Power, attacks have a 30% chance to apply a flame burn effect, dealing 1000 points of fire damage per second for 5 seconds. Seeing the attributes of this set of equipment, everyone was speechless, and the room fell deathly silent. Powerful. It's simply too powerful. This is every heavy warrior's dream. I can't even imagine what kind of existence a warrior wearing this set of equipment would be on the battlefield. A human killing machine? Or perhaps the battlefield's ultimate Terminator? Chapter 60, You Deserve This Gift. After a long while, Wang Lingyue was speechless with shock, unable to contain himself as he blurted out a curse. What the hell is this supposed to be? Purple exceptional quality gear? He flipped through the equipment in his hands. The stats were clearly stronger than some red extraordinary quality equipment, weren't they? And compared to blue rare quality blueprints, it even had an additional lava power set effect. A level 22 rookie wearing this set could easily match the stats of a level 30 veteran. Wait, something's wrong. Lu Jialin suddenly screamed out, why do all these pieces of equipment have 2 golden text lines? Everyone froze and rushed over to take a closer look. Sure enough, all 6 pieces of the set each have 2 golden text lines. Li Tang explained with a smile, you forgot? I've already advanced to the 2nd stage, so now I can add 2 traits to any equipment I craft. Whoa! At those words, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This kid's talent is simply too overwhelming. If we calculate it this way, once he crafts equipment of the 7-colored Divine Saint quality, wouldn't he be able to add 7 golden attributes to it? 12 pieces of equipment, that's a total of 84 golden attributes. Golden attributes are already incredibly powerful and abnormal. If all his equipment is stacked with golden attributes, I can't even imagine what that would look like. With a wave of his hand, winds rage and clouds gather. With a stomp of his foot, the earth shakes and the heavens split. When he shakes his clothes, thunder roars from the heavens, and when he strikes his sword, the gates of the underworld open. Even the legendary immortals who can move mountains and overturn seas couldn't do any better. Just imagining such a scene left everyone so overwhelmed they felt like they were about to faint. Li Tang casually stored the lava demon heavy armor set into his spatial ring, then shoved the remaining 40+ pieces of scattered equipment all at once in front of Su Hui. City Lord. Though these items are all blue quality rare items, piecing them together could form 5 or 6 sets. Plus, I've already added green or blue attributes to them. You can distribute them to suitable individuals. Su Hui smiled so widely his eyes narrowed to slits as he happily collected them. With these items, the strength of my personal guard and the City Defense Army's assault troops will see a significant boost. Wang Lingyue glanced around and stepped forward, saying, Uncle, I have something to discuss with you. Most of the equipment in the army is currently blue rare quality. Could you use the standards of this lava demon heavy armor to craft a set of armor for the Northwest Military Region? Don't worry. All the materials will be provided by the military. We'll pay you 1 million for each set, plus additional blue or green attributes. What do you think? Li Tang's eyes lit up upon hearing this and immediately agreed. These are just small change. Although he was already well supported by the state, receiving a monthly allowance of 500,000 yuan, he didn't lack money and rarely spent much. But this was a great opportunity to benefit the nation and its people. How could he possibly refuse? Wang Lingyue took a deep breath, saluted Li Tang with a military gesture, and said, with you on our side, many soldiers will survive on the battlefield in the future. Thank you. Seeing Wang Lingyue's serious expression, Li Tang was completely flustered. He hurriedly returned a rather awkward military salute. No, uncle, you're making me feel awkward. This is just spending money on equipment. The nation is footing the bill, so everyone gets what they need. Li Tang hadn't thought that deeply into it. After becoming an ironworker, he simply wanted to forge more powerful equipment so that more people could wear them to hunt magical beasts and monsters. Wang Lingyue, however, looked serious. This is different. You can't accept this. Our frontline soldiers are fighting against magical beasts and monsters. Their weapons and equipment are their greatest protection. The better the equipment, the greater their chances of survival. The equipment you forge could literally save our brothers' lives in critical moments. In this era of revived spiritual energy, ferocious beasts rampage and monsters run amok, leaving humanity's living space severely restricted. We can only huddle behind high walls in cities, clinging to survival. Beyond the cities, various hideous and terrifying beasts lurk, constantly attacking human defenses and causing one disaster after another. And those places were once home to humans. Thinking of this, everyone's thoughts diverged, and the scene fell into a moment of silence. It was Su Hui who broke the slightly oppressive atmosphere with a smile. Alright, you haven't shown off the new ability you just unlocked yet. Let us see what kind of transformation technique it is. Li Tang nodded and casually grabbed a bottle of high-grade recovery potion from nearby, downing it in one gulp. Heaven and earth transformation, through a special forging process, equipment, gems, runes, and magic crystals can be synthesized and upgraded. Additionally, the attributes or properties of one piece of equipment can be fused and transferred to another piece of equipment. Note, the equipment being transformed will disappear after fusion. He wiped his lips, carefully read the description of Talent Tray 3, then took out numerous items and laid them out neatly on the table. Everyone looked and saw that they were all low-tier equipment, common gems, basic runes, and first and second-tier magic crystals. Li Tang took a deep breath, selected 2 white-quality ordinary swords, and placed them into the Manhwa furnace. Iron Sword White Common, Attack 2. Requires Level 1. These 2 long swords had extremely poor attributes, the kind that even newly transformed novices wouldn't bother picking up off the ground. 2 white-quality iron swords detected. Please select either Synthesis Upgrade or Fusion Conversion. Li Tang thought for a moment and selected Synthesis Upgrade. Under the forge's flames, the 2 swords slowly melted and decomposed, eventually fusing into one. A green light flashed, and Li Tang held a brand new long sword in his hand. Refined Iron Sword Green Fine, Attack 7, Strength 8, Agility 10. Requires Level 14. Everyone was stunned by the attributes of the long sword, their eyes widening in disbelief. They never imagined that these 2 pieces of junk, which were only worth a few $100s on the market, could be upgraded into a decent green quality item by Li Tang. This was truly turning trash into treasure, turning stone into gold. Everyone was extremely excited and urged Li Tang to continue the fusion upgrade, eager to see how far it could go. Li Tang nodded, then rummaged through the pile of junk again and pulled out another green quality fine-grade long sword with extremely poor attributes, placing it back into the Manhwa furnace. As the flames in the Manhwa furnace rose, a blue light flashed and a blue rare quality long sword appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they continued the upgrade. After a flash of light, the long sword finally upgraded successfully to purple exceptional quality. 100 Refined Steel Sword Purple Excellent, Attack 175, Strength 66, Agility 54, Attack 3. Requires Level 32. However, Li Tang immediately furrowed his brows. No good, the system is telling me my level is too low. I can only enhance the equipment to purple exceptional quality at most. What more could one ask for? Being able to enhance it to this level is already impressive. The other experts present were also highly satisfied, gathering around the 100 Refined Steel Sword and praising it endlessly. Although this longsword's attributes are not significantly different from other purple excellence quality weapons, it can be mass-produced and upgraded using a large number of low-quality equipment with useless attributes. This ability is simply mind-blowing. Li Tang then continued his experiments with other equipment. After a series of operations, everyone discovered that fusion upgrading equipment not only consumes stamina and energy but also has a certain chance of failure. The higher the tier, the greater the chance of failure. After some calculations, it was determined that the success rate for upgrading from white to green is 100%, from green to blue is 90%, and from blue to purple is approximately 80%. This is indeed in line with the laws of heaven. However, Li Tang discovered that by sacrificing equipment, magic crystals or other materials of corresponding quality, one could increase the success rate of fusion upgrades. The amount of sacrificial energy required varies depending on the rank. Subsequently, Li Tang tried using runes, gems, magic crystals, and other items, finding that the results were similar to those with equipment. Currently, the highest grade achievable is 4th tier. Su Hui's heart stirred, and he pulled out 2 skill books from his spatial ring. Li Tang, can skill books be synthesized? Chapter 61, The Shocking Fusion Conversion. Li Tang took them and saw that they were 2 slashing skill books. Slashing, a warrior class skill that deals 75 physical damage to enemies in front. F rank. Can be used with sword or axe type weapons. Requires level 3. I'll give it a try. A flash of light appeared in the 8 trigrams furnace, and a Grady skill book Gale Slash appeared in Li Tang's hand. This is it. Su Hui was overjoyed and quickly pulled out dozens more slashing skill books. Last time, Zhang Liang had cleared a dungeon and obtained a large number of these from the treasure chest. Let me see how far I can synthesize them. The 8 trigrams forge flickered with light. The slashing skill books first upgraded to D rank Whirlwind Slash, and finally transformed into a C rank Whirlwind Shadow Slash skill book. Whirlwind Shadow Slash, a warrior class skill that performs 12 consecutive slashes on the target at extreme speed, dealing 120 attack damage each time and applying a wind erosion effect, reducing the target's defense by 20 for the next 5 seconds. C rank. Can be used with sword or axe type weapons. Requires level 21. As everyone knows, the higher the skill level, the greater the power. The S rank skill book Heavenly Meteorite is undoubtedly far more powerful than the C rank Heavenly Fire Meteor. However, high-tier skill books are extremely rare, while low-tier ones are relatively easier to obtain. If one could synthesize them all the way up using lower-tier skill books, that would be a huge windfall. Li Tang felt a bit embarrassed. Lord City Master, my abilities are limited, and I can only synthesize the skill book up to C rank at the moment. No problem, no problem. Su Hui smiled broadly, carefully putting the skill book away. Just wait until you're higher in rank, then you can slowly synthesize and upgrade it. Since skills within the same series can replace lower tier skills once higher tier ones are learned, they don't occupy new skill slots. The skill Gale Slash that his daughter inherited upon class change was only D rank, so this C rank Gale Shadow Slash was perfect for enhancing its power. As long as Li Tang becomes her son-in-law, Jiao's skills will eventually reach SSS rank. Seeing Su Hui's delighted expression, Li Tang also recalled the blacksmith-specific skill enhancement technique that Zhao Xiqing had given him, but unfortunately, it requires reaching level 30 to learn. However, those generic skills like Heavy Strike can be synthesized somehow. Li Tang nodded, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over an item of equipment on the table. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he said, Lord City Master, please have Captain Nie Xiaoying come in. Although Nie Xiaoying was the captain of the 3rd Assault Squad of the City Defense Army, her rank was insignificant among these high-ranking officials, so she had been stationed outside with her subordinates. Upon hearing the city lord's summons, she hurriedly entered the forging room, snapped to attention, and saluted with a crisp military salute, saying in a solemn voice, What is your command, sir? Li Tang smiled and said, Xiaoying, I need to ask you for a favor. Could you please bring out the snake's kiss that I had you forge for me? Nie Xiaoqing's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, but she obediently pulled out the snake-shaped short dagger. Venomous Snake's Kiss Blue Rare, Attack 286, Agility 114, Strength 99. Poisoning Blue has a 15% chance to poison enemies on attack, dealing 8 attack damage per second for 12 seconds. Requires level 20 and agility 55. The stats are decent. After examining the attributes of the Lava Demon heavy armor set and the golden text on it, the other experts had already lost interest in equipment with blue text. However, he couldn't help but feel curious about what Li Tang was planning. Li Tang rummaged through the pile of equipment again, pulling out a blue dagger with mediocre attributes, and placed it alongside Snake's Kiss and the 8 trigram furnace. To increase the success rate, he gritted his teeth and directly threw in a 3rd-tier magic crystal. Ah! Nie Xiaoying was clueless, watching her prized dagger being melted down, her heart racing, but she dared not stop him. The Bagua furnace erupted in a brilliant light, and a purple beam shot straight up to the ceiling. Snake's Kiss had been upgraded to purple exceptional quality. This. Nie Xiaoying stared wide-eyed at the short dagger before her, her face filled with disbelief. Don't rush, it's not over yet. Li Tang smiled at her and pulled out a dagger from the pile on the table. Blood-sucking dagger green fine, attack 16, agility 10, has a 12% chance to convert attack damage into health. Level requirement, 16. This dagger was obtained earlier when he and Su Jiao were leveling up in the dark cave, killing a large group of vampire bats. Its attributes were extremely average, but the only thing that caught Li Tang's eye was the 1% chance to convert attack damage into health. Detected purple exceptional quality equipment Snake's Kiss and green fine quality equipment vampiric dagger. Please select either synthesis upgrade or fusion conversion. Li Tang chose fusion conversion without hesitation and placed the vampiric dagger in the fusion slot. Under the glow of the furnace, the vampiric dagger quickly turned into a green light and merged into the venomous Snake's Kiss. But that wasn't all. Li Tang casually added a blue attribute to it. Dizzying blood-sucking poison blade purple excellence, attack 558, strength 216, agility 237, constitution 222. Has a 12% chance to convert attack damage into health. Poisoning Blue has a 15% chance to poison enemies on attack, dealing 8 attack damage per second for 12 seconds. Dizziness Blue has a 5% chance to stun enemies on attack, lasting 3 seconds. Requires level 32 and agility 85. The blade of the new snake dagger is covered with a layer of blue snake scales, resembling countless overlapping poisonous snake scales. Green fluorescent patterns faintly appear between the scales, giving it a dangerous yet mysterious appearance. Here. Take a look and see what you think. Li Tang directly shoved the finished dagger into Nie Xiaoying's hand. If you don't like it, I'll make another one for you. Sigh. Upon seeing the dagger's attributes, the other experts began gasping in awe. Nie Xiaoying's face flushed with excitement, and she started trembling. As an assassin, her class specializes in high agility, stealth, and burst damage. This dizzying blood-sucking poison blade was practically made for her. With this weapon, her combat power could instantly increase by 2 or 3 times. Is this really for me? Nye Xiaoying held the snake-shaped dagger in her hands, still looking utterly disbelieving. You've been leading the team to protect me for so long, working diligently and tirelessly. Li Tang smiled and said, I'm a blacksmith. Crafting you some gear is the least I can do. Seeing Nye Xiaoying hesitate and look at him, Su Hui nodded. Take it. Just accept it. This piece of equipment doesn't need to be recorded in the public accounts, it's your personal item. He thought for a moment and continued, as for old Wang, old Lu, and the others, any equipment Li Ting crafts for you in the future should be handled according to this standard. Lu Jialin laughed, seeing the treatment Nya Captain is getting, I'm a bit jealous. Su Hui rolled his eyes at him, picked up the dizzying blood-sucking poison blade, and sighed, it truly lives up to its name, heaven and earth transformation. Converting a top-tier attribute from a junk piece of equipment directly onto another piece, this talent is truly otherworldly. Wang Lingyue laughed, this kid has always been an oddball. How can you judge him by ordinary standards? He pulled out 3 daggers from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. Coincidentally, I also have a few pieces of equipment with blood-sucking attributes. Why not take this opportunity to try it out and see how far we can push it? Tooth-shattering dagger blue rare, attack 88, strength 36, constitution 27. When attacking, 44% of the attack damage is converted into health. Requires level 27, strength 68. Scarlet flame red snake blue rare, attack 92, strength 31, agility 32. When health drops below 50, attacks restore 18 health. Requires level 29, agility 72. Greedy wolf bloodthirsty blue rare, attack 80, health 650, strength 30. When equipped, has a 36% chance to convert attack damage into health when attacking. Requires level 29, agility 72. These are some pretty decent blue rare quality items, and one of them is a fairly rare accessory. However, Li Tang didn't care about any of that. As long as it wasn't produced by the Bagua furnace, it was all junk in his eyes. He tossed it into the Bagua furnace and selected fusion conversion. To increase the success rate, Li Tang even used the energy from the sacrifice. Several flashes of light later, the attributes of the dizzying blood-sucking poison blade changed again. The attribute that grants a 10% chance to convert attack damage into health upon attack immediately caught everyone's attention. Li Tang couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. At my current level, I can only fuse the attributes of a purple tier exceptional equipment to level 10. Chapter 62, Blood Sacrifice at Red Rock Hill. Wang Lingyue stormed off cursing under his breath. Given his knowledge and broad-mindedness, he believed Li Tang was intentionally showing off. The others also left in shock, especially Wang Lingyue and Su Hui, who needed to report Li Tang's post-advancement situation in detail to the provincial authorities. Li Tang had been busy all day and was exhausted. After washing up, he went to bed early to rest. But thinking about today's experiment with Talent Trait 3, he remained extremely excited. You have to be strong to succeed. The experiences of narrowly escaping danger multiple times had taught him that in critical moments, one must rely on oneself. Li Tang rummaged through the skill books given to him by Zhao Xiqing from his spatial ring, intending to synthesize the basic general-purpose skills to see rank before learning them. However, after searching for a while, he unexpectedly discovered a book titled Basic Mechanics among the stack of skill books. Basic Mechanics, an introductory skill in the mechanics system. Can be used to create simple traps, trigger-activated alarm devices, or small automatic mechanisms using materials such as wood and metal. Limited to engineers, craftsmen, and mechanics. Requires level 15. Requires intelligence 60 and strength 58. Hey, this looks interesting. Li Tang's eyes lit up. Before his reincarnation, he had always been fascinated by crafting various small gadgets and even ran a popular blog with hundreds of thousands of followers. Without hesitation, he absorbed the skill book into his body. After rummaging through his spatial ring for a while, he finally found a white-quality blueprint for a small mechanical dog. Now Li Tang couldn't stay still anymore. He jumped out of bed and rushed straight to the forging room. Nye Xiaoying was guarding outside and hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Li Tang enter the forging room, she finally relaxed and signaled to the other teammates to quietly stand guard around the area. The forging room was stocked with every material imaginable. Following the blueprint, Li Tang failed several times before finally crafting a small mechanical dog. Small mechanical dog. Quality, white common. Level, 8. Health, 3000. Attack, 28. Defense, 21. Energy, 1000. Skill, charge. Charge doubles movement speed and deals an additional 50 attack damage. Self-destruct, detonate yourself, dealing 2000 damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. A last-ditch 1-for-1 trade, do not use until the very end. Produced by the Bagua furnace, guaranteed quality. Li Tang looked at the mechanical dog's attributes and felt a sense of satisfaction. To be honest, this thing was equivalent to equipment he had crafted himself. Its attributes were 3 times those of a white-quality small mechanical dog of the same tier, and it could also be enhanced with golden attributes. Its appearance resembles that of a Chinese native dog, but its entire body is cast in bronze, weighing over 100 pounds. Though it looks clumsy and dumb, a single collision with it would leave a same-tier professional in no condition to fight back. Watching this large toy, less than half a meter tall, wagging its tail around him, Li Tang felt extremely pleased. Since there were plenty of raw materials left, he decided not to sleep and drank another bottle of high-grade energy potion, beginning to craft more small mechanical dogs all night long. That night, 20 kilometers south of Kanglan City, on the Red Rock Hills, Goi Liang, who had been lying in wait for several days, led over 10 subordinates and quietly approached the outer edge of the valley where the wilderness dungeon was located. Due to the city lord's order prohibiting anyone from entering, the valley was now completely silent, with only the faint sounds of city guard patrols echoing in the distance. 100 city defense troops were stationed here, all ranked between 20 and 30. Goi Liang whispered, "We must act quickly and decisively. Leave no survivors. Under no circumstances must we alert Kanglan City. Do you understand?" Since the appearance of this wilderness dungeon, he had sent men to gather intelligence and even infiltrated the exploration squad dispatched by Su Hui. Upon learning that this dungeon connects to the demon realm, Goichiro, who had been despairing after failing his mission to assassinate the pride of the Great Summer Dynasty, immediately thought of an excellent way to exact revenge. Seeing his subordinates nod in agreement, Goichiro turned to one of them, Inoue-kun. "You are already level 36. Your skill, Sleep Mist, will be perfect for this situation. I'm counting on you." The man understood, waved his hands, and a faint gray mist silently drifted into the valley under the cover of night. The valley had already been fortified with makeshift barricades, and over 100 city guards were stationed there to prevent any unexpected incidents in this wilderness dungeon connected to the demon realm. Since there hadn't been many people coming to level up in recent days, they had grown somewhat complacent. At night, only 3 10-person patrols were on duty, while the rest were resting in the barracks. The thin mist blended into the night, slowly enveloping the entire camp. Soon, the snoring sounds from the barracks grew louder and louder. The patrolling soldiers began rubbing their eyes, yawning, and some even collapsed to the ground. "Something's wrong." The patrol captain quickly noticed something was wrong, but he too was overcome by drowsiness, seeming on the verge of falling asleep. He was no pushover. He immediately drew his short sword and stabbed himself deeply in the thigh. The intense pain snapped him awake. Just as he was about to pull out his bone whistle to sound the alarm, a hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind. Immediately afterward, a black-coated dagger plunged viciously into his neck. Goichiro waved his hand, and his other men moved like ghosts, swiftly entering the barracks. Soon, a faint smell of blood drifted out. Seeing that things were going smoothly, Goichiro finally let out a sigh of relief. He pulled out several magic steel plates from his spatial ring, assembling them into a massive altar and placing it at the entrance of the outdoor dungeon. His men continuously dragged the bodies of the slain city guards out, stripped them naked, and piled them on the magical altar. "Hurry up and perform the ritual. Open the gate to the demon realm and summon the demonic creatures." Upon hearing Goichiro's command, a subordinate dressed in black robes stepped forward and began reciting obscure incantations. The voice sounded like that of a young woman. Moonlight filtered through the leaden clouds, casting a faint red glow on the altar. Hundreds of corpses of city defenders were piled on the altar, blood flowing freely from their wounds, quickly forming rivers that wound their way through the magical runes carved into the altar. One by one, the runes slowly activated, emitting an eerie red glow. Using bones as bowls, blood as spoons, and souls as offerings, the black-robed priests extended their slender fingers, and black obsidian daggers sliced across their own foreheads. Strangely, the blood did not fall but suspended in the air, slowly coalescing into complex, eerie symbols. A rumbling like thunder echoes from the depths of the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. The cracks at the entrance to the dungeon twist and expand like living creatures. The black-robed priest's face contorts, his body convulses violently, and beneath his skin, it seems as though countless snakes are writhing. Viscous black blood pours from his eye sockets and mouth, causing him to age rapidly as if drained of all life force. But she paid no heed, clenching her teeth and desperately chanting the incantation. As the final syllable echoed, the black-robed priestess clenched her teeth and plunged a knife into her own heart, screaming wildly. "The gate to the demon realm, open!" A flash of red light erupted, and the spatial fissure was instantly torn open, forming a 100-meter-wide pitch-black abyss. Within the massive fissure, pairs of crimson eyes began to glow. It worked! Goichiru rejoiced, stepping over the black-robed priest lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. He faced the gate to the demon realm, which had been opened by the priest's life force, raised his arms, and roared, "Come out, my little demons of the demon realm!" He pointed toward the direction of Kanglan City, his face twisted with savagery and triumph. "Enjoy your feast of carnage. Blood-sucking bats, fallen demons, carrion demons, hyena demons, lava stone monsters, clawed monsters, dark flame imps, abyssal wolves." Endless demonic creatures poured out of the demonic realm's gate, instantly filling the entire valley. Chapter 63, The Beast Tide Approaches. The next morning, Su Jiao arrived at the small courtyard. As she pushed open the forge room door, she saw Li Tang lying on the table, sound asleep. Scattered around his feet were dozens of small mechanical dogs, shimmering with a metallic glow in the sunlight. One of them emitted a mysterious purple radiance. Small mechanical dog. Quality, purple excellent. Level, 28. Health, 30,000. Attack, 585. Defense, 576. Energy, 10,000. Skills, charge, self-destruct. Charge doubles movement speed and deals an additional 100 attack damage. Self-destruct, detonate yourself, dealing 20,000 damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. A last-ditch move used only as a last resort. Additional traits, Flame Explosion, Energy Shield. Flame Explosion Gold has a 20% chance to trigger a flame explosion on attack, dealing 150 attack damage in a cone-shaped area around the target. Energy Shield Gold. When attacked, the small mechanical dog quickly activates an energy shield, forming a 33-meter defensive barrier that blocks up to 100,000 points of physical and magical damage, lasting 10 seconds. Description: a small gadget crafted using mechanical arts, utterly loyal to its master and immune to mental-type spells. Huh, what's this? Su Jiao couldn't help but curiously step forward, only to find that the small mechanical dogs suddenly emitted a red glow from their eyes and all charged toward her. Especially the purple-quality mechanical dog, whose speed was astonishing, creating a whistling wind as it closed in, appearing before her in an instant. Su Jiao was terrified and hurriedly stepped back. She had already reached level 21, with agile reflexes, and dodged the mechanical dog's attack in an instant. Woo! But those small mechanical dogs had no intention of giving up. Their bodies lit up with white light, a sign that they were about to use their skills. Stop! Li Tang woke up upon hearing the commotion and saw it was Su Jiao, so he hurriedly shouted to stop them. The mechanical dogs instantly retracted the red light in their eyes, obediently retreating back to Li Tang's side, sitting down on the ground, and wagging their tails. How cute! Looking at the mechanical dogs, which were as docile as domesticated pets, Su Jiao's cold face betrayed a hint of surprise. Did you do all this? Li Tang stroked the small purple-colored high-quality mechanical dog, looking proud. Of course. I learned mechanical engineering, and these were all made last night. If you like them, I'll give you one, including this purple quality one. You can choose any you want. Unfortunately, I only know basic mechanical arts, so this is the best I can do for now. Su Jiao smiled brightly and didn't hesitate to choose a small mechanical dog. However, she didn't choose the purple quality one. Instead, she selected a blue quality one with 2 green attributes. Even so, with this small mechanical dog, her strength had improved significantly. Li Tang didn't think much of it, transferred the permissions for the small mechanical dog to Su Jiao, and then said, "By the way, you're just in time. Your flowing light sword and flying rainbow wind cutting sword are too low tier and no longer suitable for you. Bring them over here, and I'll modify them for you." Su Jiao didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately took out the 2 swords and handed them over. Li Tang took out a long sword glowing with a purple light, gave her a mysterious smile, and said, "Let me show you a magic trick." He activated the Heaven and Earth transformation function, placing the flowing light sword and flying rainbow wind cutting sword in the auxiliary positions one after the other. A flash of light later, all the golden inscriptions on the 2 swords were transferred to the new sword. Li Tang handed the sword to Su Jiao and smiled, "Give it a try and see how it feels." Kanwo Sword Purple Excellence, Attack 600, Strength 237, Constitution 222, Agility 231, Critical Hit Chance 10. Fatal Strike Gold, Base Attack Power increased by 300. When the opponent's health is below 30, there is a 10% chance to deal a fatal blow with a single strike. Whirlwind Blade Gold, Attack Speed increased by 50. When attacking, there is a 5% chance to unleash a whirlwind blade formed from sword energy, dealing 150 attack damage to surrounding enemies. Requires level 21, Agility 102, and Constitution 66. Su Jiao took the sword, her eyes scanning the attribute panel. Instantly, her beautiful eyes whitened in disbelief. This purple quality Kanwo sword actually had 2 golden attributes, and it could be used at level 21. Execution and Whirlwind Blade are extremely practical, so I decided to combine them into a single sword. Li Tang shrugged. Crafting equipment was time-consuming, and creating suitable purple quality gear was even more challenging. I spent the entire night working on this, and all I could manage was this long sword. The rest of the equipment will have to wait. Looking at Li Tang's bloodshot eyes and exhausted face, Su Jiao felt moved and whispered, "Thank you." Last night, her father Su Hui excitedly handed her a C-rank skill book Whirlwind Shadow Slash, saying it was synthesized by Li Tang. This man who knows what other surprises he'll bring me in the future. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Li Tang scratched his head, about to say something, when Nie Xiaoying burst in urgently. She said solemnly, "Li Tang, something has happened outside the city. The city lord has sent me to notify you to prepare for evacuation at any moment." Li Tang and Su Jiao both froze, confusedly asking, "What happened?" Nie Xiaoying sighed and said, "The wild dungeon at the Red Rock Hill in the south of the city has gone out of control, and all the demonic creatures inside have escaped." Li Tang sighed in relief and laughed, "It's just a bronze tier dungeon. The monsters inside aren't even level 20. Su Jiao and I have been there before. What's there to make such a fuss about? Why do I need to evacuate? Nie Xiaoying's expression grew serious. This time it's different. Someone maliciously expanded the spatial fissure of the dungeon and used the blood sacrifice summon spell. There are now roughly 300,000 demonic creatures pouring out. And the spatial fissure is still expanding, continuously spewing more demonic creatures into the outside world. 300,000? That's so many. Li Tang's eyes widened in shock. Nie Xiaoying explained, that's right. The entire city of Kanglan has nearly 10 million people, but the city defense forces number less than 10,000. Although Commander Wang happened to have brought 3,000 troops stationed within the city, addressing part of the manpower issue. However, the majority of the soldiers are below level 30, with fewer than 1,000 above level 30. Moreover, the reconnaissance units ahead have already spotted 28th level Dark Flame Imps and 32nd level Feathered Flame Snakes among the monster hordes. Dark Flame Imps, also known as Hellfire Throwers, have the signature ability of throwing Hellfire Orbs. Once these orbs hit their target, they explode, attacking multiple nearby targets simultaneously. Feathered Flame Snakes are about 10 meters long, with a pair of flame-shaped wings, capable of swift flight, and they cast fire-based magic quickly and ruthlessly. If bitten by one, the victim is infected with fire poison, which causes continuous damage unless removed by a priest. These two demonic creatures, one with ranged attack capabilities and the other a flying unit, are always a formidable challenge. Li Tang sucked in a sharp breath and exchanged a glance with Su Jiao, seeing fear in each other's eyes. He swallowed hard. Wasn't that dungeon supposed to be bronze tier? How could so many intermediate tier demons suddenly appear? Nie Xiaoying sighed, it's all because of the blood sacrifice summon. Demon realm monsters are inherently fierce and brutal, with an abnormal obsession for human flesh. She said bitterly, I wonder who attacked the garrison troops stationed in the valley and used their bodies and souls as bait. Not only did they expand the spatial fissures of the dungeon, but they also summoned even more powerful demons. Li Tang asked in confusion, aren't Commander Wang and the city lord pretty powerful? And Lu Ningjian's demon wolf special forces? They're at least level 40, right? Killing those demons from the demon realm, who are only level 10 or 20, should be a piece of cake. Nie Xiaoying shook her head with a wry smile. It's not that simple. In large-scale battles, individual strength doesn't make much of a difference. Once you're surrounded by monsters, enemies are everywhere, and even a 50th level expert wouldn't stand a chance. Every year, countless experts fall into enemy territory and are overwhelmed by lower-tier monsters who have never even glanced at them before, killed by sheer numbers and massive casualties. Many ants can kill an elephant. Li Tang nodded in understanding, then paused for a moment before saying, let's go check out the city walls. But the city lord won't let you go out. Nie Xiaoying panicked and rushed to stop him. Li Tang ignored her, grabbed Su Jiao, and started walking toward the exit, shouting, I'm also a part of Kanglan City. I can't just hide in the rear forever. I'll go see if I can help in any way. Nie Xiaoying couldn't persuade him, so she reluctantly called out to Lao Lu and the others to follow behind. Chapter 64, How did you all get here? The city lord had issued a curfew, and the streets were deserted, with not a single soul in sight. The air was thick with tension. On the towering walls of Kanglan City, Su Hui and Wang Lingyue stood with solemn expressions, gazing at the endless tide of monsters outside the city walls, their brows furrowed. Su Hui sighed deeply. This beast tide had come far too suddenly. By the time we discovered it, it had already grown to such a scale. Those who hadn't managed to retreat in time outside the city walls were probably. Wang Lingyue slammed his hand hard against the city wall, shattering the hard bricks, and gritted his teeth, saying, if I find out who caused this, I'll make them pay dearly. Su Hui spoke in a low voice, I have already ordered all citizens to stay in their homes and not to move around recklessly. Except for this year's newly transferred students, all other professionals, regardless of rank or status, are to report to the city walls immediately. Even so, our total troop strength is only around 20,000, and the vast majority are below level 30. There are hardly any professionals above level 40. He sighed bitterly, Kanglan City is just a small town in the northwest province, with low walls and insufficient troops. We're facing brutal demons from the demon realm. This battle does not look promising. Wang Lingyue said casually, we'll fight back with whatever comes at us. What's there to fear? No problem, the distress signal has already been sent out. The nearest city is no more than 3 days' journey from here. If we can hold out for 3 days, reinforcements will arrive. Then, with an inside-out attack, this mere beast horde will be no match for us. He then looked somber, thinking of how many young men would lose their lives on the battlefield after this battle. Su Hui sighed as well, hoping that would be the case. Just then, a commotion erupted, and the two turned to see Li Tang leading Su Jiao, Nie Xiaoying, and others up the city walls, only to be blocked by the city guards. What are you doing here? Su Hui frowned and scolded, Nie Captain, didn't I order you to protect Li Tang and be ready to evacuate at any moment? Nie Xiaoying opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. It was my insistence to come. I wanted to see if I could be of any help. Li Tang hurriedly pushed aside the city guards blocking his way and walked over to explain loudly, this has nothing to do with Sister Xiaoying and the others. Nonsense. Su Hui's expression darkened. Defending the city is a soldier's duty. You've only recently transferred here, and you're just an ironworker. What are you doing causing trouble here? Li Tang stiffened his neck and shouted, the rise and fall of the nation is everyone's responsibility. How is this not my concern? I grew up in Kanglan City. Now that the city is under siege by monsters, I naturally must do my part. Su Jiao also stepped forward, glaring stubbornly at Su Hui. You too. Su Hui pointed at the two of them, unsure of what to say. Li Tang pulled out all the equipment he had crafted, piling it at his feet, including the purple quality lava demon heavy armor set. All this gear was forged by me. Take it and distribute it among the warriors. Li Tang stared into Su Hui's eyes. Though I'm just a blacksmith and can't fight on the front lines, I refuse to sit idly by and be protected by others. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Well said. Wang Lingyue burst into laughter. That's how a true man should be. He turned to Su Hui, Su City Lord, since Li Tang and the others have this resolve, what's wrong with letting them stay here? Su Hui fell silent for a moment, sighed, and picked up the set of lava demon heavy armor, returning it to Li Tang. You keep this for now. If you really need it, I'll ask you for it later. Battle is perilous, you lack experience and will only cause trouble here. If you truly wish to help, return and forge some divine weapons for me. Let the warriors slay more enemies. Awu. Before Li Tang could respond, the demonic monsters below the city walls could no longer contain themselves. Driven mad by the intense scent of human flesh wafting from within the city, they began charging toward the walls. As he watched the demonic monsters charge forward like a tidal wave, their eyes gleaming with greed, Li Tang felt an intense, chilling aura sweep over him, causing him to step back involuntarily. He finally realized that entering a dungeon to level up and facing a large-scale monster siege were two completely different things. Su Hui glanced at Li Tang and Su Jiao and sighed, fall back to a safe position. Captain Nya, the third assault team must protect Li Tang at all costs, even if it means dying. Nya Xiaoying stopped in her tracks, saluted, and replied, yes. Su Hui nodded, drew his sword from his waist with a clang, and shouted. Archers, prepare. Mages, prepare. Support classes, apply buffs to everyone. Fire. The defenders on the city wall stood ready, arrows raining down like a storm, and various magical lights bloomed among the magical beasts. All the firing ports were opened, and one after another, magical cannons roared, leaving trails of brilliant light as they fired at the horde of monsters below. Many low-level demonic creatures couldn't withstand such intense attacks, instantly turned into porcupines or reduced to ashes by spells. However, the number of monsters below was simply too great, as if they could never be completely eradicated. Hordes of demonic beasts charged forward under the barrage of fire, causing the defensive array of Kanglan City to sway violently. Many monsters collided directly with the alloy spikes on the outer walls, instantly impaled like skewered meat. Some demonic beasts capable of ranged attacks also fired fireballs, ice shards, spikes, and poison at the city walls, causing ripples to spread across the defensive formations. Hold on. The array masters maintaining the defensive formation were knocked back by the force, their faces turning pale with pain, nearly vomiting blood. They hurriedly focused their minds and poured magic into the formation with all their might. The sound of cannon fire echoed all around, and the cries of battle filled the air. Li Tang felt dizzy and disoriented for a moment before he could adjust to the chaos. He looked around in confusion and saw that many spells and poisonous spears had already pierced the gaps in the defensive array, striking the warriors on the city walls. Those who had switched to priest and medic roles were frantically treating the injured warriors. Be careful. Nya Xiaoying stepped forward, swung her serpentine short sword, and sliced a fireball heading toward Li Tang in half. Old Wang, who had reacted a split second too late, finally raised his thorn shield to block the attack in front of Li Tang. Li Tang snapped back to his senses. He clenched his teeth and said, Xiaoying, you all stay here to help. I'll go back and forge more equipment. With that, he turned and ran down the city walls. Xiaoying was at a loss, unsure whether to chase after him or stay behind. Su Hui saw this and shouted angrily, what are you waiting for? Hurry back and protect Li Tang. Nye Xiaoqing tried to protest, but I'm also part of the city defense troops. Su Hui roared, nonsense. There are over 10,000 city guards. Whether you're here or not makes no difference. Your mission is to protect Li Tang. If a single hair on his head is harmed, I'll hold you personally responsible. Yes. Third Assault Squad, follow me. Nye Xiaoying saluted, then led old Lu and the others down the city walls, rushing toward Li Tang. Su Hui turned around and saw his beloved daughter Su Jiao still standing there motionless. He erupted in anger, why aren't you leaving? I'm not part of the city defense troops, I don't have to follow your orders. Su Jiao coldly replied, her body darting aside with grace. She swung her sword to deflect an incoming hellfire ball, which fell to the ground below the city walls and exploded. The city guard she had saved looked at Su Jiao gratefully before charging back into battle with a roar. Wang Lingyue burst into laughter, since the young lady has such determination, let her stay here. After all, a young eagle cannot soar high without enduring storms. Sigh. Su Hui sighed helplessly and said, stay by my side and don't wander off, understand? Chapter 65, The Battle for the City Walls. After 2 days of fierce battle, the defensive array of Kanglan City, the Thorn Holy Wall, had been shattered beyond recognition under the relentless assault of the demonic army. Even the dense alloy spikes on the city walls were bent out of shape, and many had been shattered into pieces. The ground below the walls was littered with the corpses of demonic creatures, and the overwhelming stench of blood filled the air, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Countless lava-covered giant lizards were frantically devouring the corpses of their comrades while using their hard horns to violently ram the walls. The walls, which were over 10 meters thick, trembled violently from the impact. The arrows fired by the city defenders only managed to scrape the scales of their bodies, sparking bright sparks. Feathered fire snakes danced freely through the air, diving down at opportune moments to either spew a jet of demonic flame or snatch a city guard soldier in their jaws and hurl them into the sky before crashing them back down with brutal force. Countless lava demons, armed with sharp claws, desperately climbed the walls, launching frenzied attacks on the city defenders. Kill! The battle had reached its climax, with the sound of combat echoing across the walls. Tens of thousands of city defenders, their eyes bloodshot from battle, engaged in close combat with the demonic monsters climbing the walls, plunging their weapons into their enemies with all their strength. Father, mother, your son is unworthy. I cannot fulfill my duty to you. A severely wounded city guard, knowing he had no chance of survival, mustered his last ounce of strength to thrust his weapon into the chest of a lava demon, then clung to it and leaped off the high city wall. Xiao Liuzi. A fellow soldier beside him let out a heart-wrenching scream, charging forward and thrusting his spear into the lava demon's chest, only to have his head crushed by a hyena demon that had crept up from behind and struck him with a stone hammer. Report! The city walls in the western sector have been breached. A messenger ran over, stumbling, with blood trickling from under his helmet, and urgently reported, the green-quality weapons can't break through the scales of those lava lizards. The entire 3rd Squadron has been wiped out. Alas! Su Hui punched the wall beside him with all his strength. In the mirror enhanced with eagle-eye technique before him, the scene outside the city walls was clearly reflected. Dense hordes of demonic monsters surged forward like a tidal wave. From the Red Rock Hills over 20 kilometers away, the pitch-black demonic fissure continued to spew forth new monsters endlessly. Order the logistics department to send all the blue-quality rare weapons from the stockpile immediately. Su Hui spun around abruptly, hesitated for a moment, and asked his deputy, has anything been sent over from Li Tang's side today? The latest batch of 300 blue-quality rare weapons had just arrived, along with some purple-quality exceptional equipment, all accompanied by various attributes. The aide swallowed hard but still felt it wasn't enough. Before he could finish speaking, the observation tower suddenly shook violently. Su Hui looked up and his pupils contracted to the size of needle tips. 3 flame demons with wings on their backs were spewing blazing flames as they dove toward them. Their claws were still clutching the half-severed bodies of city defense soldiers, with blood dripping continuously. You're asking for death. Su Hui snorted coldly, a flash of coldness darting through his eyes. A flying sword shot out from behind him at an incredible speed, circling around the 3 flame demons before unleashing a downpour of blood and flesh. Wang Lingyue's military uniform was already soaked in blood. He spun around and unleashed 3 sword chi, slicing the over 20 lava demon elites climbing the city walls into pieces. He turned and roared behind him, have the crossbow teams reloaded yet? Hurry up and shoot those feathered fire snakes out of the sky. Don't let them get near the walls. A soldier shouted at the top of his lungs, report, General. Only 3 boxes of ice arrows remain. Wang Lingyue kicked a charging lava demon off the city wall and ordered the logistics department to find a way to bring 10 more boxes. In the distance, over a dozen 4-meter-tall lava stone monsters swung their fiery whips, opened their blood-red maws, and dark red light surged from their throats, preparing to launch lava fireballs. Lu Ningjian's ice spears, accompanied by a piercing whistle, pierced their throats with precision. In the collision of ice and fire, the heads of these lava stone monsters exploded violently. Moments later, their massive bodies crashed to the ground. Lu Ningjian hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when the communication channel of the Demon Wolf Special Forces suddenly erupted with an urgent message: Eastern City Wall, Sector 3 is under attack. Reinforcements are needed immediately. Hold on. I'm on my way. He flipped over and leaped off the 30-meter-high tower. Ice crystals formed into a slippery path under his military boots, freezing all the lava demons along the way. Wolf Special Forces Team, 5th Squad, follow me. Let these demons spawn taste our might. Several figures followed closely behind him, charging toward the Eastern 3rd District. The Demon Wolf Special Forces led by Lu Ningjian had been recalled by Wang Lingyue the previous day, specifically to hunt down high-ranking or flying demonic troops and alleviate pressure on the city walls. If it weren't for their relentless efforts, the city walls would have fallen long ago. At this critical moment, Wang Lingyue had no time to spare for Li Tang and the students who had transferred to S-rank professions. Ensuring the city walls held was the top priority. Otherwise, the millions of residents inside the city would be slaughtered by these bloodthirsty demonic monsters. As the battle grew increasingly fierce, the newly transferred students who had originally been exempt from combat also began to organize themselves voluntarily. Including those with civilian professions, nearly 100,000 people rushed to the inner side of the city walls. No one knew who had spread Li Tang's words about the fate of the nation rests on the shoulders of every citizen, but they raised their fists and shouted slogans, strongly demanding to help defend the city. The city lord, Su Hui, initially refused outright, but the students' resolve was unwavering. In the end, he had no choice but to incorporate them into the reserve forces, assigning them to tasks such as transporting supplies, rescuing the wounded, and providing food. As for going to the battlefield? That was out of the question. As Su Hui put it, as long as the soldiers weren't all dead, they wouldn't set foot on the city walls. The students tried to protest, but Su Hui shut them up with a single sentence. You're only at the 10th level, and some of you haven't even completed your first promotion. With your meager attack power, you're nothing but a scratch to the monsters. Once you're on the city walls, we'll have to waste our time looking after you. What else can you do besides cause trouble? This is all you're good for. Do it if you want, or get out. The students looked at each other in disbelief, but eventually agreed to take on the support roles. They then followed the logistics officers and got to work with enthusiasm. Many citizens, though they hadn't awakened any special abilities, bravely stepped out of their homes. Despite the terrifying roars of monsters outside the walls, they gritted their teeth and continued to deliver water, food, and supplies to the soldiers defending the walls. Li Jian was also sweating profusely while moving supplies. After passing the college entrance exam, he was admitted to West Capital University and had already reached level 20. However, even though he had already advanced to the second stage, he still hadn't earned the qualification to fight on the front lines against the monsters from the demon realm. Suddenly, the entire city wall shook violently, and countless stones rained down from above. The students carrying supplies screamed and fell to the ground in a heap. Li Jian was also knocked down. As he stood up and picked up the fallen supplies to continue transporting them to the city wall, he was suddenly stopped by a middle-aged man wearing a tattered straw hat and covered in dirt. "Young man, I see that you have an unusual build." Li Jian froze, looking at the man in disbelief and exclaimed, You're. The half-exposed face beneath the straw hat was grim. Goichiro raised his eyes and grinned at Li Jian. "What? Don't you recognize me?" He turned and walked toward the city. "Follow me." Li Jian looked around at the bustling crowd, hesitated for a moment, but his feet remained rooted to the spot. "HM?" Goichiro saw that Li Jian hadn't followed and turned back, his eyes filled with threat. "What? My words don't hold any weight anymore?" Li Jian hesitated for a moment before finally putting down the supplies he was carrying and followed him. Chapter 66, Once a traitor, always a traitor. Slap. In a secluded courtyard, Goiliang slapped Li Jian across the face and said coldly, "Earlier, you were chased out of school like a dog. Who took you in? Not only that, but I used my connections to let you take the college entrance exam as a social student, and went out of my way to give you a furious war axe, giving you the chance to shine in the martial arts tournament and get admitted to West Capital University. Now that we've met, you dare to act like you don't even know me. Where is your conscience? Did the dogs eat it?" Li Jian covered his burning face and whispered in defense, "I didn't. It's just that everyone is fighting to defend Kanglan City, and I. Oomph. What does defending Kanglan City have to do with you?" Goiliang snorted coldly, about to continue his scolding, when suddenly one of his men rushed in. He bowed deeply and said, "Young master, we've found out where that blacksmith named Li Tang lives. Every day, large quantities of equipment are being transported out of his courtyard and sent to the city walls. The equipment with inscriptions in the hands of the city defense troops has been confirmed to be forged by him." "Little dog? Are you a Japanese?" Li Jian suddenly looked up, his face filled with shock, staring at Goichiro in disbelief. "You dog!" Ichiro slapped him again with the back of his hand. "Remember, I am a noble citizen of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Japan is the derogatory term your great Xiao people use for us. Dare to use such an insulting term again, and I'll cut out your tongue." He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "However, I must admit I envy your great Xiao people for being so blessed with such a demonically talented individual. A blacksmith who can forge equipment with attributes 3 times that of its tier, and even add various traits. Forged? Impossible." Li Jian exclaimed in shock, as everyone knows, only equipment of purple rank or higher can have attributes. Ichiro walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. If it weren't for those equipment pieces with attributes, how could the city defense troops possibly withstand the tens of thousands of beasts outside the city walls? Including the frenzy war axe in your hand, its triple attributes, its attached attributes, every single one of them is a game changer. But the city lord said these items were obtained from a special secret realm. "You actually believe Su Hui's lies?" Ichiro scoffed. "All the geniuses who transferred jobs this year are under our surveillance. Your so-called older brother is renowned for his literary and martial arts prowess across the 3 provinces. We naturally couldn't overlook him. Although he transferred to become a blacksmith, he has been receiving unusual protection from the city guard, who even cleared the area for him to level up and arrested several of you who opposed him. Add to that the outstanding student cultivation program and those suddenly appearing top-tier equipment, the answer is obvious. Impossible." Absolutely impossible. Li Jian was speechless with shock. That good-for-nothing turned into an ironworker and didn't even awaken any occupational talents. How could he possibly forge such game-breaking equipment? Xiaoquan Ichiro sneered, eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. Impossible, impossible. Li Jian's voice grew fainter. Deep down, he knew that Xiaoquan Ichiro might be telling the truth. Even after reclassifying into the A-rank main combat class berserker, he still couldn't overpower Li Tang. He was still that clown, not even worth looking up to. Xiaoquan Yilang spoke softly, you have suffered many injustices. It is time to seek revenge and settle the score. He turned to his subordinates and ordered them, this Li Tang has managed to craft equipment with attributes 3 times that of his peers, and he can even add various additional traits. If we let him grow stronger, the military power of the Great Xia Empire will increase significantly, and he will become a major threat to our Sakura nation. The Demon Wolf Special Forces have already been deployed to the city walls. Now, only a few city guards are protecting Li Tang. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate the arrogant son of the Great Xia. Check your equipment and weapons, and prepare to depart. Xiaoquan Ichiro, disguised as Go-Ichiro, had been infiltrating Kanglan City but suffered heavy losses in the crackdown campaign organized by Su Hui and was forced to retreat in disarray. 2 days ago, he forced his subordinates, the Yin-Yang Masters, to launch the blood sacrifice ritual on the Blood Moon Night, tearing open a spatial rift to summon demons from the demon realm. Hordes of demonic creatures poured out of the rift, surrounding Kanglan City in a tight siege. Afterward, he returned to Kanglan City through a secret passage with 7 or 8 subordinates, intending to assassinate the students who had recently been promoted to S rank within the city. And Li Tang, who could forge equipment with triple attributes and additional traits, was their primary target. This opportunity, he had been waiting for a long time. The others agreed enthusiastically and filed out of the small courtyard. Seeing that Li Jian hadn't followed, Xiaoquan Ichiro raised an eyebrow and turned back to urge him, what's wrong with you? Isn't Li Tang your enemy? This is the perfect chance to take revenge. It's true that I have a grudge against Li Tang. Li Jian glared at Xiaoquan Yilang, clenching his teeth and speaking slowly and deliberately, but you're a Japanese traitor. I'll never betray my country. A traitor? Xiaoquan Ichiro suddenly burst into laughter. Don't look at me with that hateful expression. He walked over, slapped Li Jian's face, and sneered, since you followed me last time, you've had no way out. Your body has already been deeply marked with the seal of our cherry blossom nation. Do you have a choice? In other words, you've already become a traitor. Once a traitor, always a traitor. You'll never be able to hold your head up high again in this lifetime. Yamamoto Ichiro's face twisted into a hideous grimace as he grabbed Li Jian by the hair and snarled, if we didn't lack manpower and your skills were even remotely decent, I would have already slit your throat with a single stroke. He shoved Li Jian to the ground with all his strength, drew his knife with a clang, and said, put away your ridiculous dignity. Today, you either come with me to kill Li Tang, or I'll kill you first and then go. Li Jian's lips were bleeding. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, his eyes filled with humiliation and fear. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stood up. All right, I'll go. Is that not good enough? That's more like it. Those who know when to yield are the wise. Yamamoto Ichiro laughed hysterically. In the face of swords, your so-called spirit is nothing but a joke. Hurry up and follow me. The Demon Realm Gate won't hold much longer. The Great Xia reinforcements will arrive soon. We can't waste the opportunity that Eiko sacrificed her life to cast the blood sacrifice spell. Li Jian's pupils contracted sharply. He never imagined that this terrifying demonic beast tide was also orchestrated by Xiaoquan Ichiro and his men. In the dead of night, Yamamoto Ichiro led 5 or 6 of his men, along with 7 or 8 traitors he had bribed, and quietly made their way to the small courtyard where Li Tang was staying. Over the past few days, equipment had been continuously transported out of this courtyard, and they had already set their sights on it. At that moment, Li Tang was still frantically forging equipment in the forge. Nia Xiaoying held a bowl of noodles, hesitated outside the door for a while, and finally pushed it open. Li Tang, bare-chested, swung the heavy hammer, sparks flying off his muscular back. As the final quenching process was completed, the entire set of cold iron chainmail armor glowed with a faint blue hue. Frost chainmail blue rare, defense 282, strength 117, constitution 111. Fire resistance green, fire resistance 30. Requires level 23. The 127th set. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to shout at the door, Xiaoying, this batch of armor is complete. Please have the city lord send it out immediately. Nia Xiaoying's hands trembled as she held the noodles, calling out with concern, Li Tang, stop for a moment and eat something. We haven't eaten or slept in days, relying solely on potions to keep us going. How can your body endure this? Li Tang didn't even look up, using iron tongs to pick up a red-hot sword blank and dip it into the ice-cold spring. With a sizzling sound, white mist rose up. Xiaoying, put it down first. Everyone is fighting for their lives out there. How can I eat now? I'm just an iron worker. Every extra piece of equipment I forge here means one more monster the soldiers on the city walls can slay, and one more chance for Kanglan City to survive. Li Jian hid in the shadows. Hearing these words, his heart trembled violently. Recalling the kindness Li Tang had shown him over the past 3 years, he felt a mix of emotions. Get ready to act. Xiaoquan Ichiro held 3 poison-coated ninja daggers in his hand, ready to throw them. Li Jian suddenly leaped out, shouting as he ran toward the forge, Tanggu, be careful. Someone's trying to kill you. Damn it. Xiaoquan Ichiro didn't expect Li Jian to suddenly turn against him and quickly fired the shuriken at him. Chapter 67, I've been coveting this set of gear for ages. 2 ninja daggers darted like lightning through the forge room's door, aiming straight for Li Tang's face. Another one was aimed at Li Jian's back. Upon hearing Li Jian's warning, Nie Xiaoying reacted swiftly, pulling Li Tang behind her while her right hand wielded a snake-shaped short sword to meet the attack. Clanging sounds echoed as the 2 ninja shurikens were all deflected to the ground by Nie Xiaoying. Ah! Over there, Li Jian let out an agonizing scream as he was struck in the shoulder by a poisoned shuriken. Li Tang's reaction was also extremely swift. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately fully armed himself, holding the Thunder Warhammer in one hand and raising the Ice Frost Tower shield in the other, shielding himself completely. Who is it? Old Lu and Old Wang, who were stationed nearby, heard the commotion and rushed over, blocking the entrance to the forge. AKO and Meika also heard the noise and hurried over. Kill! Due to Li Jian's sudden betrayal, the surprise attack had lost its element of surprise. Koizumi Ichiro seethed with anger but could only grit his teeth and launch a fierce counterattack. Li Jian pulled out the poisoned dart, ignoring the greenish hue spreading across his face, and wielded the frenzy war axe to block Koizumi Ichiro and the others. You traitor! I helped you so much, and you dare to betray me! Koizumi Ichiro shouted angrily, get out of my way immediately! Li Jian showed no fear, shouting angrily, if you want me to move, you'll have to step over my dead body. Koizumi Ichiro was now completely enraged. He swung his Japanese sword wildly, charging toward Li Jian. Fine, I'll kill you first, you traitor, then I'll kill Li Tang. He turned to his men and shouted, I'll deal with this traitor. You go kill Li Tang. Li Jian had just completed his second transformation, and his equipment was ordinary. Plus, his opponent was several levels higher than him. In just a few moves, Koizumi Ichiro slashed a deep gash on his shoulder, blood gushing out. But he showed no fear, immediately activating Berserker Rage and roaring, nonsense. I never swore allegiance to you in the first place. How can you accuse me of betrayal? I am a citizen of the Great Xia Empire. I may be a scoundrel, I may be cowardly, but I will never be a traitor. As long as I'm here, you won't move an inch today. The courtyard wasn't very large, and as soon as Li Jian activated this skill, the axe wind engulfed half the courtyard, halting Koizumi Ichiro and his men's advance. Li Jian, is that you? Through the gaps in the bodies of Lao Lu and Lao Wang, Li Ting caught a glimpse of the figure outside the door and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Li Jian spat out a mouthful of blood tinged with green threads, continued his relentless attack, and shouted back, Tanggu, these men are assassins from Japan. They know you can forge that special equipment, so they came here to assassinate you. What's going on? Seeing that the enemy had begun to turn on each other, Old Lu was confused and turned to ask, Captain, what should we do? Before Nie Xiaoying could speak, Li Tang already exclaimed, what do you mean, what should we do? Do I need to say it? Kill these damned Japanese bastards. Who would have thought there were such damned little bastards in this world? Li Tang couldn't contain his anger, raising the Thunder Warhammer and charging forward, shouting, Li Jian, hold on. I'll help you. He wasn't a saint. After changing jobs, Li Jian had indeed treated him poorly. But just for that one sentence he shouted earlier that he would never be a traitor, it was worth saving him. Stay back and let us handle this. Nie Xiaoying hurriedly grabbed Li Tang and turned to the others, shouting, what are you all standing around for? Hurry up and go help. You should have given the order sooner. Lao Wang gave a savage laugh and charged forward first, wielding the thorn shield. Exactly, I've been fed up with these little bastards for ages. Old Lu was a step slower but quickly followed, unleashing his ultimate ability, Bloodthirsty Rage, transforming into a whirlwind of axe blades that swept toward Koizumi Ichiro and his men. Take this axe 1, 2, 3. Nie Xiaoying calmed Li Tang and led Ake and the others to join the battle swiftly. Li Jian was fighting alone against several enemies and could no longer hold on. His abdomen was pierced by Koizumi Ichiro, and his intestines were spilling out, yet he continued to shout and fight fiercely. Fortunately, Old Wang and Old Lu arrived in time to save him. He's a real man. Old Lu gave Li Jian an approving look. You retreat and tend to your wounds. Let me teach these little bastards a lesson. But Li Jian wouldn't listen. Gritting his teeth and with bloodshot eyes, he continued to swing his frenzy war axe at the enemies. However, aside from a few traitors hiding in the back, the 7 or 8 men brought by Koizumi Ichiro were all elite fighters, all above level 30, outnumbering them and well equipped. Nie Xiaoying and the others were outnumbered. Though they managed to keep them outside the door, they gradually began to lose ground. Fortunately, everyone had managed to equip themselves with a few pieces of gear forged by Li Tang, which allowed them to hold their ground. Li Tang tried several times to rush forward to help, but was deliberately held back by Nie Xiaoying and the others, even sustaining minor injuries in the process. He feared they would be distracted, so he could only stand in the forging room, helplessly watching. Seeing old Lu get slashed by Shukenichiro's Japanese sword, Li Tang quickly pulled out the purple quality lava demon heavy armor set from his spatial ring and shouted, "Old Wang, hold on for a moment. Let old Lu come over here, I'll give him a new set of gear." The set of equipment in Li Tang's hands emitted a faint purple glow, with lava patterns flowing across it. It was clearly no ordinary item. Koizumi Ichiro's heart sank, and he immediately felt bad. He swung his sword to block Li Jian's attacks and shouted loudly, "Quick, stop him." His men, upon hearing this, immediately intensified their attacks. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, these brats won't get past us." Old Wang laughed heartily, holding a thorn-covered shield in one hand and a saber in the other, and shouted, "Come and take me on." A yellow glow spread out from his body. It was the shield warrior's signature skill, Taunt. Koizumi Ichiro and the others' hatred was instantly drawn to him, and their weapons all swung toward him. "Ha, I'd been coveting this set of gear for ages." Old Lu took the opportunity to retreat quickly, traded with Li Tang for the lava demon heavy armor set, and put it on immediately, feeling instantly rejuvenated. "This time, I'll smash your heads into your asses." He roared and charged into the enemy ranks, swinging his tyrant's hammer with a whistling wind, aiming it at a night-clad assassin. The assassin had switched to the ninja class and, seeing this, was startled and quickly drew his sword to defend himself. The hammer and knife collided, shattering the ninja's sword into pieces. The tyrant's hammer struck the man's chest with tremendous force, sending him flying through the air along with his weapon. Old Lu's lava gaze helmet activated the lava eye's golden trait through luck, and a flowing lava-shaped mark instantly appeared above the man's head, increasing the fire damage he took by 30%. Before he could land, AKO unleashed Fire Tornado, a massive fire dragon erupting from the ground and instantly engulfing him. The ninja didn't even utter a sound before being reduced to charred remains. This individual had reached level 36, with skills that ranked among the best among assassins, yet he was instantly killed by Lu and AKO's coordinated attack, leaving Xiao Quan and the others speechless with shock. "Ha! That was satisfying." Before they could react, old Lu burst into laughter, leaping into the air and crashing down with all his might. Burning War Boots, the destructive stomp golden skill activated instantly, sending enemies within a 5-meter radius flying upon impact, and 2 unlucky ones were directly knocked into a dazed state. Swish! Nie Xiaoying's figure had already darted behind one of them, and her snake-shaped short sword slashed open his neck with a brutal cut. Xiao Quan Ichiro barely blocked Lao Lu's tyrant's hammer, but suddenly, a flame as thick as a waist erupted from the hammerhead, instantly engulfing him. It was the golden skill Handguard Earth-Shattering Grips attached effect flame burst combo. A white light shield shattered under the flame's impact, revealing Xiao Quan Yilang's battered form. If it weren't for his body being covered in purple quality, top-tier equipment, this attack would have left him severely injured. Seeing Li Tang's smug expression in the forging room, Xiao Quan Ichiro seethed with hatred. This small courtyard wasn't too far from the city walls. If the city guards discovered the commotion here, assassinating Li Tang would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. It was all because of that damn Li Jian. He clenched his teeth and shouted loudly, "The time has come to be loyal to the locusts. Activate Jade Shatter." Chapter 68, I took the wrong path. Can you forgive me? His men, upon hearing this, their eyes blazed with fanatical light, chargingly toward Nie Xiaoying and the others. "Ha! Don't blame me for being too honest. With just a few of you rotten sweet potatoes and stinking bird eggs, you think you can break through my defenses? That's just child's play." After putting on the lava demon heavy armor set, Lao Lu looked down on everyone else like they were worthless, mocked them, and charged forward again with his massive warhammer. Suddenly, the enemy before him revealed a glint in his eyes, his body swelling rapidly like a balloon, then exploding with a loud bang. Not only him, but the other 2 enemies also chose the Jade Shatter self-destruction technique, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard in a cloud of evil-infused flesh and blood. Boom! The immense explosive force shook the surrounding houses to the point of collapse, shattering all the window glass. Old Lu was caught in the midst of it all. If it weren't for the boiling core on his chest armor, which had the Flame Armor Guardian Golden trait that could absorb 30% of his maximum health. Additionally, the flame shield from his set could absorb 3,000 points of damage per second. He would have been reduced to ashes in this sudden explosion. Even so, old Lu was knocked back repeatedly, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his health dropping below 60. Old Wang and Nie Xiaoying were also caught in the blast, coughing up blood and retreating. Only AKO and Meijia remained at the rear, largely unharmed. Meijia, panicking, quickly cast healing on the others. "This is our chance, attack now." Amidst the surprised cries of Xiao Quan Ichiro, an assassin seized the opportunity to charge forward, his Japanese sword flashing coldly, aiming straight for Li Tang's neck. Li Tang had just reached level 20 and had recently switched to the Blacksmith class, so he had no combat skills. The assassin, however, was over level 30, and even with better equipment, Li Tang couldn't possibly block this fatal blow. Everyone present shouted in alarm, but they were all held back by Koizumi Ichiro and the others, unable to come to Li Tang's aid in time. Suddenly, a magical light shield appeared, enveloping Li Tang. The katana struck the shield, causing only ripples to form. Everyone looked on in disbelief, only to see a small, cute-looking mechanical dog holding up a light shield, standing in front of Li Tang. The purple quality small mechanical dog's golden trait, Energy Shield, activated upon attack, forming a 33-meter defensive shield that could withstand up to 100,000 points of physical and magical damage, lasting for 10 seconds. You bastards, you're the ones who self-destruct. Li Tang was knocked off balance by the previous explosion, nearly falling to the ground. If not for his hidden cards, he would have been either dead or severely injured. Filled with rage, he sneered and pointed forward, shouting, "Close the door, release the dogs. Tear it apart." At Li Tang's command, several small mechanical dogs barked and charged toward the black-clad assassin who had ambushed him. Oomph. With these pathetic level 10 contraptions, do you really think you can stop me? The man recognized these mechanical devices and coldly swung his sword, slicing through the first 3 small mechanical dogs that charged at him, reducing them to shreds. Boom. The 3 small mechanical dogs detonated themselves in their final moments, engulfing the assassin in 3 massive flames. When the flames finally dissipated, he was covered in charred flesh, coughing up blood, clearly suffering severe injuries. Damn it! The assassin cursed angrily, just as he was about to charge forward again, but Li Tang seized the opportunity to strike him in the chest with a hammer. The blow was powerful and relentless. In his weakened state, he couldn't block it, and his body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground as he clutched his chest and coughed up blood. Ha! Old Wang, who had been watching from the side, seized the opportunity and sliced off his head with a single stroke. Well done. Old Lu laughed heartily, swinging the tyrant's hammer with overwhelming force, sending enemies flying in all directions, unable to get close. Moreover, the boiling chestplate core's additional golden trait created a blazing barrier within a 3-meter radius around him. Enemies entering the area had their movement speed reduced by 20% and suffered 2% of their maximum health and fire damage per second, making their situation unbearable. Koizumi Ichiro never expected that the opportunity his 3 men had risked their lives for would end up like this, and he felt his soul leaving his body. The battle here was so intense that it had certainly drawn the attention of others. If they dragged this out any longer, not a single one of them would escape. Seeing that only 4 subordinates were still holding on, Koizumi Ichiro clenched his teeth, threw several smoke grenades, and shouted fiercely, "Retreat! Watch out for poison!" Nia Xiaoying suspected a trap and shouted, then joined the others in protecting Li Tang. When the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Koizumi Ichiro or his men left in the courtyard, only a mess and a dozen corpses. "Li Jian, how are you?" Li Tang pushed aside the crowd, rushed to a corpse, and picked it up. Nia Xiaoying and the others hurried over as well. Li Jian's condition was horrifying. His left arm was severed at the elbow, his body covered in wounds, his face pale, and his blood nearly drained dry. However, he had transformed into a berserker, and his vitality was far stronger than that of an ordinary person. Upon hearing Li Tang's call, he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing himself being held in Li Tang's arms, Li Jian's eyes lit up. He reached out his blood-stained right hand and grabbed Li Tang, his lips trembling. "Tang Gu. I took the wrong path. Can you forgive me?" Li Tang hesitated not a moment, gripping his hand tightly and shouting, "No, I've never blamed you." "Hold on. Then I can rest easy." Li Jian's eyes welled up with tears, and he closed them in peace. "No." Li Tang shouted, turning to face Mei Jia. "Mei Jia, hurry and treat him." Mei Jia hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "He's gone. Grieve with dignity." Holding Li Jian's lifeless body, Li Tang recalled how he used to follow him around, calling him Big Brother with such reverence. He remained silent. After a long time, he sighed and said, no matter what mistakes he made in the past, Li Jian washed away his shame with his death. He died a noble death in battle. After changing sides, Li Jian had often offended me, but this time, before Shaoquan Ichiro's surprise attack, he stepped forward to warn me and fought desperately to hold them off, giving our side crucial time to react. He would rather die than betray his country. He did not compromise his principles in the face of national duty. For that alone, one cannot bring oneself to hate him. Old Wang slammed the thorn-covered shield heavily onto the ground and said angrily, "It's a pity those Japanese dogs got away." Old Lu also felt a lump in his throat and couldn't help asking, "Exactly, Captain. Why didn't you let us go after them?" Nia Xiaoying sighed, "Our mission is to protect Li Tang's safety." Before she could finish, a loud laugh echoed from the sky. "Don't worry, they can't escape." Immediately afterward, a huge block of ice was thrown into the courtyard. Everyone looked closely and saw that it was none other than Shaoquan Ichiro. Shaoquan Iliang was trapped inside the massive ice coffin, his face contorted in agony, already lifeless. Lu Ningjian, covered in blood, jumped in from outside the wall. "The city lord, upon hearing the commotion, sent me here to assist. Besides this guy, there were 4 others who slipped through the net, but I took care of them as well." Nia Xiaoying was both shocked and delighted, hurriedly saying, "Thank you, Captain Lu, for your help." Only old Lu was still there, making a fuss. "I hadn't had enough yet." This made Nia Xiaoying turn around and give him a withering glance. "Shut up. Lu brother, how's the situation at the city walls?" Li Tang asked urgently, "Do we still need more equipment?" "I'll get right back to forging." Looking at Li Tang's bloodshot eyes, Lu Ningjian's eyes flashed with a complex expression. This young man is so virtuous. Now he finally understands why Wang Lingyue ordered him to risk his life to protect Li Tang. Lu Ningjian nodded slightly. Everything was calm on the city walls. With the equipment you crafted, many of our brothers have been spared casualties. Suddenly, a deafening cheer erupted from the city walls. Lu Ningjian listened closely for a moment and exclaimed joyfully, "Reinforcements have arrived." He leaped into the air, his feet covered in ice crystals, and glided toward the city walls, shouting, "Continue protecting Li Tang. I'm going to join the battle." Hearing the trumpet sounding the signal for a full-scale counterattack on the city walls, Li Tang laughed. Didn't Brother Lu just say he wasn't satisfied with the fighting? Why not hurry up and join the battle on the city walls? Old Lu's eyes lit up, but he quickly hung his head dejectedly. But what about your safety? Who cares about safety? Li Tang gripped his thunder war axe tightly, his face filled with murderous intent. I'm going with you. My brothers are dead. How can I avenge their deaths without slaying a few demons from the demon realm? With that, he led the way toward the city walls with large strides. Old Lu and Old Wang were overjoyed and about to follow, but they stopped in their tracks and looked at Nie Xiaoying standing beside them. After spending so much time together, Nie Xiaoying knew Li Tang's stubborn temper all too well. She sighed deeply, waved her hand at her men, and said, "Follow me." After everyone had left, Koizumi Ichiro, who was frozen inside a massive ice block, suddenly moved his eyes slightly. Chapter 69, The Grand Counterattack. Under the glow of the massive illumination spells cast by the light mages, the outskirts of Kanglan City were as bright as day. On the horizon, a human army of thousands had already appeared. Reinforcements have arrived. Someone shouted first, and the defenders on the city walls cheered and their morale soared. They charged toward the demonic monsters with their weapons, fighting with all their might. Su Hui, through the observation mirror enhanced with the eagle eye technique, clearly saw the flags of the reinforcements. He slammed his fist on the command table in front of him and shouted with joy, "The damn Ding Wei Yang." He actually arrived half a day earlier than the agreed time. He turned and shouted orders to his deputy, "Prepare the magical cloud explosion bombs immediately. Target the demonic realm spatial fissure at Red Rock Hill." He ordered Chang Liang to lead the Tri-Dragon heavy armor cavalry to prepare, waiting for the enemy to become disorganized before opening the city gates and charging in to disrupt their formation. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the technological development of gunpowder weapons had barely progressed. The reason is simple: with the physical prowess of professionals, ordinary firearms cannot inflict any damage on professionals of level 10 or above. Even a 155mm howitzer can only threaten professionals and monsters below level 20 at most. To deal with monsters above level 30, special magical shells or even nuclear bombs must be deployed. However, nuclear bombs have a certain level of contamination and can also accelerate monster mutations, making them a double-edged sword. In the military camp beneath Kanglan City, 3 massive magical cannons slowly rose, with barrel diameters as thick as a person's waist and lengths exceeding 30 meters. Target, Red Rock Hill Valley No. 3, approximately 204 kilometers from the current location. Use magical cloud explosion shells for area of effect fire, with a 10-second firing interval and continuous fire for 1 minute. Watch out for reinforcements. The second wave is 2 kilometers to the right of the target. Avoid friendly fire. Fire. As the order was given, the 3 magical cannons roared, and 3 shells screamed toward Red Rock Hill. Continue reloading, fire. Before the barrels could cool, the surrounding artillerymen hurriedly loaded 3 magic shells, each taller than a person, into the barrels. Boom! 3 orange-red mushroom clouds suddenly rose from the Red Rock Hill, and the tremors could be felt as far as the city of Kanglan, 20 kilometers away. The demonic creatures that had just emerged from the spatial fissures were obliterated in an instant by the explosive shockwave, with tons of debris carrying the remains of the monsters into the sky dozens of meters high. The once densely packed horde of demonic creatures was cleared out, leaving 3 vacuum zones with radii of over 100 meters. The ground was littered with twitching, charred corpses. The closest clawed monsters and abyssal wolves to the explosion's core were directly carbonized into twisted sculptures. A half-bird elite lava demon, with only half its body remaining, was still crawling forward on its front limbs. Even the spatial fissure connecting to the demon realm trembled violently under the explosion's shockwave, with black lightning bolts spreading out in all directions. More shells followed, exploding one after another in the third valley of the Red Rock Hills. The entire sky and earth seemed to tremble in the explosion, and the blinding flames instantly illuminated the entire hill. The lower-tier monsters that had been rampaging near the fissure were caught off guard by the sudden explosion. Some monsters were torn to shreds by the shockwave, their limbs and fragments flying everywhere. Others were instantly ignited by the extreme heat of the cloudburst shells, turning into flaming torches. In an instant, the Red Rock Hill was littered with the bodies of fallen demons, the scene a massacre. Damn it! This thing is powerful. Its power is almost on par with mid to high tier magic spells. Ding Wei Yang, the lord of Liangzhou City, who had personally led his forces to provide reinforcements, was thrilled by the results. Unfortunately, such a powerful weapon is extremely costly and difficult to produce. Even if Old Su searched the entire Kanglan City, there would likely be fewer than 100 of them. He lowered his face guard, raised his long spear, and roared, "Liangzhou Iron Cavalry, follow me into battle." As soon as the cannon fire ceased, Ding Weiyang clenched the reins of his Qilin dragon horse and charged forward. The Liangzhou Iron Cavalry followed closely behind. The Liangzhou Iron Cavalry, well equipped and highly coordinated, charged forward like a sharp blade, quickly sweeping away the remaining demonic creatures in the valley. "Quick, array masters, form the formation." Ding Weiyang split a deep abyss demon wolf boss in two with his long sword and shouted, "Seal the demon realm gate immediately." Several array masters rushed forward, their magic discs, jade butterflies, and staffs glowing brightly. Runes leaped out from them, weaving a complex web of light in the air. "Seal!" As they shouted, countless runes spread like spider webs, swiftly sealing the spatial fissures. The demonic beasts still trying to break out were instantly stuck to the runes, unable to move. Blinding red lightning bolts spread across the spatial fissures, clashing with the power of the runes. However, as the array masters channeled their spiritual energy into the array, the red lightning grew weaker, and the spatial fissures began to shrink slowly. The demonic beasts trapped on the rune web were doomed, shattered into dust by the two colossal, chaotic forces. Seeing that the demonic realm gate had been contained, Ding Weiyang finally exhaled in relief and shouted out orders. Form a circular defensive array in the center to guard the demonic realm gate and prevent those demonic realm creatures from counterattacking. Form cone-shaped formations on both sides and continue to break through. Follow me and charge. Old Ding, you bastard, you did well. Through the magical telescope, Su Hui saw that Ding Weiyang had sealed the demon realm gate. He suddenly waved his hand and ordered Changliang to lead the Triceratops troops out of the city to fight the enemy and reinforce the reinforcements. Finally, the order has come. Men, follow me into battle. The gates of Kanglan City crashed open. Changliang, the commander of the city defense troops, rode a fully armored Triceratops and led the charge personally. The 5 to 6 ton armored beast smashed through the demonic monsters blocking the path. Changliang's purple quality Shen Tai Mo Dao, personally forged by Li Tang, glowed blue under the illumination of flares, slicing through and severing the neck of a lava demon elite. Charge! Behind him, 800 heavily armored cavalrymen, all equipped with steel armor, followed Changliang as they carved a bloody path through the demonic horde. The city defenders on the walls shouted in unison, frantically firing arrows and various spells toward the base of the walls to support their charging comrades. Wang Lingyue summoned a two-legged flying dragon, mounted it, and shouted, "Old Su, the city is in your hands. I'm going to have some fun." The two-legged flying dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing its innate magic, lethal acid, which poured down like a torrential rain. The acid struck the enemies, instantly corroding their flesh and bones into gaping holes. The magic wolf special forces he brought with him also charged forward, led by Luning Jin, leaping off the city walls and charging toward the demonic beasts from the demon realm. They were all above level 50, and though outnumbered, their combat strength was formidable. In such a situation, they naturally feared no siege by the demon beasts. Some higher-level city defenders also broke out of the city gates, relying on the cover of their allies on the city walls to establish a defensive line at the base of the walls. On the battlefield, the sounds of battle cries, clashing weapons, and monster roars intertwined. Without the spatial fissures continuously supplying demonic beasts, the dozens of level 20-30 demonic beasts that had been rampaging outside the city were suddenly left isolated and helpless. Facing the well-coordinated and well-equipped human army, they had little chance to fight back. When Li Tang arrived at the city walls with Nia Xiaoying and the others, they were astonished to find that the situation had undergone a stunning reversal. The hundreds of thousands of demonic monsters were like sardines being chased by a pot of killer whales, constantly being bitten off and devoured. Magic cloud bombs also exploded continuously within the densest clusters of demon beasts, each blast claiming the lives of hundreds of enemies. Well done! Li Tang's blood boiled with excitement, and he was about to jump off the city walls to join the battle. Old Wang, panicking, grabbed him tightly. "My little treasure. If you jump down, you'll be the one to enjoy the thrill, but we'll be the ones getting scolded to death by the city lord." Old Lu laughed heartily. "You're right, Li Tang, stay here and wait. I'll go down and fight for you." With that, he leaped off the wall, which was over 10 meters high. The shockwave from his descent knocked out many of the surrounding monsters, and the brutal hammer shattered the skull of an elite hyena monster. Damn it, he beat me to it. AKO swung her red flame staff, instantly summoning several fire tornadoes to surround a large group of monsters. Li Tang watched enviously, but Old Wang was too strong to break free. Nia Xiaoying stood by coldly, and in the end, he had no choice but to give in, standing on the city wall angrily watching the show. By the time the sky began to lighten, another group of reinforcements appeared on the horizon, and the scales of victory quickly tipped in favor of humanity. The demonic creatures from the demon realm were the most numerous, but they had already been weakened and were gradually being divided, cut off, and slaughtered by the human armies. Many demonic beasts, seeing the situation was dire, fled toward the Red Rock Valley. However, Ding Weiyang led thousands of troops there, ready for battle, leaving them no way to retreat. Chapter 70, Sudden Accident. Old Ding. Su Hui strode out of the city gates to meet Ding Weiyang, who was leading his troops toward him. "You arrived half a day earlier than I expected." Ding Weiyang leaped down from his Qilin dragon horse, which had been stained red with demonic monster blood, and laughed heartily as he walked over. As soon as I received the news, I immediately brought 5,000 elite troops here. We only brought 3 days worth of rations and our personal weapons, riding non-stop all the way, afraid you bastard wouldn't hold out. How about that? Did old Ding save your life? Su Hui punched him on the shoulder and laughed, get lost. When we joined the army, it was me who taught you how to use a sword. He embraced Ding Weiyang, who was covered in blood, but for the sake of the millions of citizens of Kanglan City, I still have to thank you. Before Ding Weiyang could respond, a loud laugh echoed through the air. Old Su, you're only thanking old Ding. Don't you owe me anything? I rushed here non-stop all the way. As the voice faded, a tall figure arrived with a squad of Zhuowu cavalry. Ha, Kong Lengzi, you've arrived just in time. Su Hui released Ding Weiyang and grabbed Kong Lianchuan's hand. You've just given those demonic monsters their final blow. Now, the Iron Triangle of the Northwest Province is finally reunited. Come, follow me into the city. The cleanup will be handled by our men. After another half-day of pursuit, the monsters that had burst out of the Demon Realm Gate had all been completely routed. Some were killed by the human army, while others fled into the desolate mountains and wilderness. After tallying the results of the battle, it was discovered that nearly 300,000 demonic monsters had been killed, with another 100,000 still unaccounted for. The various demon crystals, materials, treasure chests, and equipment looted were piled up like mountains, too numerous to count. Of course, Kanglan City also paid a heavy price, with nearly 1,000 city defense troops killed in battle, and the number of wounded too numerous to count. However, the aftermath was the city lord's responsibility. Li Tang, who had not had the opportunity to fight on the front lines, returned to his small courtyard with Su Jiao, who was equally disheartened. As the only daughter of Su Hui, even if Su Hui hadn't said anything, his city defense troops wouldn't dare let her venture into dangerous territory, so Su Jiao had only gotten a taste of the action on the city walls. Seeing old Lu following behind him with a triumphant expression, carrying the tyrant's hammer and boasting to others about how many monsters he had slain, Li Tang grew irritated, turned around, and extended his hand. Alright, the battle is over. Give me back the lava demon heavy armor set. What? I'm not done yet. Lao Lu was completely taken aback. Immediately returned the set to Li Tang. Nya Xiaoying coldly ordered, this was only lent to you temporarily. Old Lu was even more stunned, reluctantly removing the blood-stained lava demon heavy armor set and handing it over. Old Wang beside him burst into laughter, patting Lao Lu on the shoulder. He, serves you right. Who told you to be so clueless? AKO and Meijia also chuckled quietly. Only Su Jiao stood there dumbfounded. This set of equipment was also crafted by you? Li Tang waved the lava demon heavy armor set in his hands, looking smug. That's right. It was from the treasure chest we looted in that demon realm dungeon last time. We crafted it using the blueprint we found inside. Su Jiao remained astonished. But the attributes on the blueprint didn't look this powerful back then. Li Tang's ego was greatly satisfied. That's because I'm the one who's strong. Unfortunately, this set is for men, so you can't wear it. But don't worry, I'll ask the city lord for a female version that fits you. Before you go to university, I'll make sure you get a full set of purple quality equipment. He stored the lava demon heavy armor set into his spatial ring and curiously asked, by the way, I never got around to asking you which university did you get accepted into? Su Jiao blushed and stammered, I haven't decided yet. Where are you going? Li Tang sighed. The 3 top-tier universities are so arrogant. After discovering my unique talent, they suddenly changed their attitude. Such arrogant schools, I don't know why, but I've suddenly lost interest. Su Jiao lowered her head and whispered softly, wherever you go, I'll go. What did you say? Su Jiao's voice was too soft, and Li Tang didn't hear clearly. Just as he was about to ask again, he heard old Wang, who was walking ahead, exclaim in surprise, hey, where's the big ice block that's freezing little Kwanichiro? As everyone entered the small courtyard, they immediately sensed something was wrong. The ground was littered with shattered ice fragments, but Koizumi Ichiro, who had been sealed in the ice coffin, was nowhere to be seen. Li Jin's head had been severed and impaled on a broken spear, while his body had been hacked into several pieces. On the ground, someone had carved several large characters with a sharp tool. This is the fate of a traitor. Li Jian. Li Tang let out a heart-wrenching cry and rushed forward to embrace his severed head. Nia Xiaoying's expression changed, and she rushed into the forging room, only to find that the over 100 sets of armor stored here had also vanished without a trace. Oh no! Something's wrong. Everyone who followed in were all pale with shock. Not long after, Su Hui, who was handling the aftermath, left Ding Weiyang and Kong Lianshun behind and hurried over with Lu Hong, Lu Jialin, and others. Upon seeing the scene, Su Hui's face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. He scolded. Since we've already captured that so-called little dog Ichiro, why didn't you send him to prison or just kill him outright? Nia Xiaoying stood at attention with her head bowed, not uttering a word. Old Lu, standing nearby, muttered under his breath, even Captain Lu froze him into such a huge block of ice, who would have thought this kid still had the guts to escape from inside? Shut up! Nie Xiaoying shot him a glare and shouted, "It's all my fault for not thinking things through. I'm willing to accept any punishment." Before Su Hui could speak, Li Tang, who had been sitting on the ground holding Li Jian's head, suddenly looked up and said, "Lord Su, this has nothing to do with Sister Xiaoying. It was my stubbornness that led me to insist on going to the city walls to fight the enemy, which resulted in the subsequent consequences. If punishment is to be meted out, punish me instead." Looking at Li Tang's blank expression, Su Hui sighed and was about to speak when Su Jiao stepped forward, saying, "If you're going to punish Li Tang, punish me too." "You." Seeing his own daughter step forward, Su Hui was furious. "What does this have to do with you?" Lao Lu and Lao Wang stepped forward, stood at attention, and said, "City Lord, it was our fault for failing to protect you properly and for not thinking things through. Please punish us." Ake and Meijia were a step behind and hurried forward, pleading for the City Lord to punish them. Sigh. Su Hui sighed more today than he had in the past year. After a moment of reflection, he said, "Nie Xiaoying, you failed to protect Li Tang properly, nearly allowing him to be assassinated by a traitor. Later, you were careless and allowed an important criminal to escape, and lost over 100 sets of important equipment. Your mistakes are extremely grave. Our army has always been strict in rewarding merit and punishing misconduct. Punishment is unavoidable. However, considering your recent diligent efforts and Li Tang's plea on your behalf, I will spare you from dismissal and instead remove you from your position as captain of the 3rd Assault Squad of the City Defense Army, to observe your future conduct. Do you accept this decision?" Upon hearing that she was only being relieved of her post, Nie Xiaoying suddenly looked up, her subordinates in full agreement. She knew she had made a huge mistake, and her crimes were severe enough to warrant a military trial. She never expected the city lord to handle it so leniently, and she was deeply grateful at that moment. Su Hui then issued an order, "Lu Hong, lead the Imperial Guard to search the entire city and find the Japanese spy named Xiaoquan Ilyang." "Yes." After receiving the order, Lu Hong saluted and hurriedly left with his men. "Li Tang, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Don't grieve so deeply." Su Hui stepped forward, patted Li Tang on the shoulder, and said, "I have heard the details of the incident. Li Jianing refused to become a traitor. Even in death he was a true man. I will clear his name." He raised his head, gazing at the crimson clouds dyed by the rising sun in the east, and said with hatred, "No one can act so brazenly on the soil of the great Xia. The Japanese must be punished." Chapter 71, The Disappearance of Little Dog Ichiro. Su Hui's anger was not without reason. Koizumi Ichiro and his men had expanded the spatial fissure of the Demon Realm Gate, releasing at least 500,000 demonic creatures. Most of them were between levels 1530 and 1530, rampaging around Kanglin City. All the newcomers, bounty hunters, city defense troops on missions, merchants, and others who hadn't managed to retreat into the city were devoured by the demon beasts, with countless casualties. Even a prodigy who had recently advanced to an S-rank profession was training outside the city and met his end in the beast tide. If it weren't for Li Tang's relentless efforts in crafting equipment to support the city, the casualties among the city defense troops would have been at least double. Although most of the demons from the demon realm have been eradicated, tens of thousands have fled into the nearby wilderness and mountains. These are all potential threats, and completely eliminating them will require immense effort. Moreover, this has completely altered the layout of Kanglin City, with all the stable leveling spots around it completely destroyed. The newly transferred students this year are currently around level 15, making it impossible for them to leave the city to level up. By the time they enter the academy at the start of the new term, their levels will inevitably lag significantly behind those from other cities. Additionally, the information that Koizumi Ichiro has escaped and that Li Tang can create special equipment with triple attributes and additional traits will inevitably be exposed, potentially triggering significant international repercussions and creating numerous risks. By the time Wang Lingyue returned from satisfying his desires outside the city and learned of the situation, he was so enraged that his 3 souls seemed to leap out of his body. "What's wrong with your brain?" Wang Lingyue pointed at Lu Ningjian's forehead and shouted angrily, "I told you to protect Li Tang's safety, yet you couldn't even kill a 30-something level trash, and now he's escaped. Do you have any idea how vulnerable our great Xia will be if this intelligence leaks out and falls into the hands of our enemy nations? You call yourself a member of the Northwest Demon Wolf Special Forces? You might as well rename yourselves the Husky Unit." Lu Ningjian was covered in spit, his face turning bright red, but he dared not utter a word, only enduring the humiliation in silence. Wang Lingyue didn't feel satisfied after berating Lu Ningjian, so he locked him up for another week. Sai, report it. Su Hui and Wang Lingyue discussed it among themselves but ultimately dared not delay. They reported the situation in Kanglin City to the provincial authorities without holding anything back, requesting that Provincial Chief Zhang Yunpeng make the final decision. Upon receiving the report, Zhang Yunpeng felt his blood pressure skyrocket. He never imagined that the terrifying beast tied outside Kanglin City had been deliberately instigated. If it weren't for Wang Lingyue leading 3,000 troops who hadn't yet withdrawn, coupled with Su Hui's proper command and the timely reinforcements from Ding Weiyang and Kong Lianchuan, Kanglin City would have definitely fallen. At that point, millions of civilians would have been exposed to the gaze of tens of thousands of ferocious demons from the demon realm, and no one could predict the horrors that would unfold. In this battle, the soldiers equipped with gear crafted by Li Teng performed exceptionally well, killing demonic beasts at more than twice the efficiency of others. Especially at the end, old Lu, wearing the lava demon heavy armor, jumped off the city walls and charged into the enemy ranks alone, moving through them as if they weren't there, leaving a profound impression on everyone. The only good news is that Li Teng has reached level 20 and awakened his fourth trait, fire control and flame mastery. Now he can synthesize and refine equipment, magic crystals and skill books, and even transfer the attributes or properties of one piece of equipment to another. This is simply too powerful. Additionally, due to Li Teng's rank increase, he can now add 2 attributes to equipment. A dragon isn't something that stays in a pond. Jiang Yunpeng was relieved that he hadn't misjudged Li Teng, but he also felt a bit regretful. It seems the Northwest Province won't be able to keep him, and even the agreement to serve in the province for a while after graduation might not hold. Such a severe espionage case, and nearly destroying a small city, this is no longer something a single province can decide. And the root cause of all this was that Koizumi Ichiro had orchestrated it to create an opportunity to assassinate Li Teng. Alas, what a tragedy. Jiang Yunpeng pondered for a long time, sighed, and summoned his personal secretary. Soon, detailed reports on the battle in Kanglan City, information about Li Teng, and details of the equipment he had developed were swiftly transmitted through secret channels to the highest echelons of the Great Xia Empire. Meanwhile, the provincial military region immediately dispatched an additional 10,000 troops to urgently reinforce Kanglan City and assist Su Hui in eliminating the fleeing demonic creatures. Additionally, a large amount of supplies were dispatched with the troops to support the city's defenses. Kanglan City had already implemented martial law, with strict checks on all entries and exits. Lu Han led his personal guard, searching house to house for the whereabouts of Xiao Quan Iliang. Unfortunately, after searching for half a month, they still couldn't find Xiao Quan Iliang. He had vanished without a trace, as if he had been erased from the face of the earth. In an elegant courtyard in Sichuan City, thousands of miles away from Kanglan City, a flash of a blade cut through the air, and 2 human fingers fell to the ground, spraying blood everywhere. Ah! Xiao Quan Iliang let out a short, agonizing scream, clutching his left hand tightly with his right, his face drenched in cold sweat. The Empire's 20-year plan in Kanglan City has been completely destroyed by you in a single day. It will take who knows how long to rebuild the intelligence network. Yamamoto Nijuhachi slowly sheathed his sword and said coldly, cutting off 2 fingers of your left hand is your punishment. Xiao Quan Iliang endured the pain, bowed to the ground, and trembled as he said, I have delayed the Empire's plans. I know I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Thank you, sir, for your punishment. However, he knew his life was spared. Yamamoto Nijuhachi clapped his hands, and the door opened. 2 beautiful women in kimonos entered. They bowed to the 2 men, then slowly undid their garments, revealing their young, beautiful bodies. However, you brought us valuable intelligence and this special equipment, which has revealed to us that there is such a genius named Li Teng in the Great Xia Empire. This is your reward. Yamamoto Nijuhachi stood up, patted Shokan Ichiro on the shoulder, and said, enjoy it. Ko-Inu Ichiro nodded, letting out a growl that sounded like a wolf's howl, his eyes red as he pounced forward. Soon, suppressed gasps echoed through the room. As the leader of the spies planted by the Wokaku in Kanglan City, Xiao Quan Ichiro, despite being only 38th rank, was cunning and devious, and carried several special items and equipment on his person. It was thanks to the effects of the frost pearl that he had avoided being frozen to death by Lu Ningjian. After dismembering Li Jian's body in a fit of rage, Xiao Quan Ichiro discovered over 100 sets of equipment that had yet to be transported in the forging room. Xiao Quan Ilang was both shocked and frightened. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The Great Xia Empire had indeed produced a blacksmith of unparalleled talent. If left to grow unchecked, the neighboring country of Wa to the east of the Great Xia Empire would face immense pressure in the future. Xiao Quan Ichiro had no time to think. He grabbed the equipment, stuffed it into his spatial ring, and fled the city through a secret passage, enduring countless hardships before finally arriving at Sichuan City, where he met his superior, Yamamoto Nijuhachi. While Xiao Quan Ichiro was venting his animal desires, Yamamoto Nijuhachi stepped outside, wrapped his sleeves around himself, and looked up at the bright moon in the sky, his expression dark and gloomy. The 127 pieces of equipment Xiao Quan Ichiro had brought back were all of blue rare quality or higher, with 13 of them being purple exceptional quality equipment. Every single piece of equipment had attributes 3 times that of its equivalent tier, and some even had green or even blue attributes. At first glance, he thought he was seeing things or that it was a fake. After testing them, he discovered that everything was indeed real. After a long time, Yamamoto Nijuhachi sighed. The Great Xia Empire has produced such a super genius blacksmith. This is truly not a blessing for the empire. Chapter 72, alright, let them show off their skills. When Jiang Yunpeng's report reached the imperial capital, it quickly sparked outrage among the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Empire. A general with 4 gold stars on his shoulders slammed the table and shouted angrily, those little devils dare to act so brazenly. We must teach them a lesson. Exactly. In a world where countless races coexist and human living space is constantly shrinking, these bastards still can't shake their habit of internal strife. They failed to assassinate our Great Xia's prodigy, yet they dare to expand the spatial fissure leading to the demon realm? They're utterly mad. Our Great Xia Empire has only 365 cities, and this time they nearly wiped out one of them. If we don't avenge this, the foreigners will mock us endlessly. If we don't strike back, others will think the Great Xia dynasty is afraid of them. Exactly. In recent years, there have been numerous cases across the country of students who have switched to S rank or higher professions being assassinated, all because we haven't been tough enough. Right. Revenge, we must take revenge. Seeing everyone's righteous indignation, the Supreme Commander nodded and said calmly. In recent years, the Great Xia Empire has been biding its time, and it seems the world has forgotten that we were the first nation to rise from the ruins of the spiritual energy revival. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since some nations are overstepping their bounds, it's best to teach them a lesson. Send the Dragon King to patrol the borders of the Little Devils. They nearly destroyed one of our cities as repayment, we will destroy 3 of their cities. His tone was utterly calm, as if he were not issuing a brutal order to slaughter an entire city, but merely greeting an acquaintance while taking a stroll downstairs. The high-ranking officials in the skyscraper who heard this fell silent, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The Dragon King was one of the top martial artists in the Great Xia Empire, an SSS-ranked professional who could transform into a giant dragon. With his combat prowess, he would certainly give those little devils a taste of their own medicine. The Supreme Commander tapped his fingers on the table, and the discussions in the meeting room came to an abrupt halt. The discussion then turned to the training plan for a special talent who had recently transferred to the Northwest Province this year. His name was Li Tang, a renowned local scholar and warrior. However, upon awakening his abilities, he had unexpectedly transferred to the F-rank blacksmith profession. However, he possesses a unique talent called the 8-trigram forge, which not only boasts an extremely high success rate but also allows him to craft special equipment and add additional attributes to them. As the Supreme Commander introduced him, the large screen in the meeting room began to display information about Li Tang. When everyone saw the 3 characteristics of Li Tang's talent, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Upon seeing the attributes of the equipment he had crafted, along with the golden attributes they carried, everyone was on the edge of their seats. The Supreme Commander continued calmly, the national strength of the Great Xia Empire ranks among the top 5 in the world. However, this is built on the foundation of the self-reliance and relentless efforts of the men of the Great Xia, as well as our high levels of organization and execution. In every field, we are among the top in the world, but equipment is our weakest link. He stood up, hands behind his back, and paced slowly around the meeting room. How many years has it been since our country last produced a blacksmith of the divine craftsman realm? 70 years, a full 70 years. Throughout history, master blacksmiths have always been scarce in the Great Xia Empire. Since the passing of the last divine blacksmith, Shinhua, high-tier equipment has only been obtainable by defeating the boss guardians in dungeon raids. Not only is this unstable, but it's also extremely dangerous. Moreover, the equipment left behind from the past has deteriorated over time and through use, becoming damaged and even shattered. Since then, the Great Xia Empire has fallen out of the top 3 in the world, and now even some small, insignificant nations dare to challenge us. The Supreme Commander came to a halt, and everyone knew what the appearance of Li Tang meant for the Great Xia Empire. Judging by his talent and the equipment he has crafted, he is the most promising blacksmith with the potential to advance to the divine smith realm. If our Great Xia Empire could possess equipment comparable to that of the Eagle Sauce Nation, our national strength would undoubtedly flourish. At the very least, we could secure 3rd place and strive for 2nd, or even stabilize our position at the top. Upon hearing the Supreme Commander's words, everyone became excited. I propose that the 3 Supreme Academies select their best teachers, provide the best resources, and devote all efforts to nurturing Li Tang's growth. The Minister of Education spoke up first. Zhao Xiqing, the Education Commissioner of the Northwest Province, had been reporting on Li Tang's progress to him recently and had even sent a blue-quality rare equipment item with a golden inscription, supposedly for the use of a newly promoted junior. Bringing this oddball Li Tang into our faction would bring countless benefits to our descendants. Forget it. The report clearly stated that the 3 Supreme Academies looked down on everyone else and wouldn't even give Li Tang the time of day. An official laughed heartily, but after learning of Li Tang's talent, he tried to cozy up to him. However, Li Tang refused, saying he needed to think it over. Is that even possible? It's absolutely true. I've heard it too. The 3 prestigious universities, relying on the state's preferential treatment, have indeed become too arrogant in recent years. The general with 4 gold stars on his shoulders suddenly stood up and proposed, let's admit Li Tang into the military academy for training. The Supreme Commander raised an eyebrow. Military academy? The general spoke eloquently, exactly. The purpose of developing equipment is to enhance combat capabilities and serve the military industry of the Great Xia Empire. Why not send Li Tang to the military academy directly? Not only does it have a comprehensive blacksmith training system, but it's also a strictly military-run institution with security measures far superior to those of ordinary universities. Oh? The Supreme Commander perked up. Which military academy do you recommend for Li Tang? Hardong University of Industry. The general spoke decisively, this is the top-ranked military university in the Great Xia military industry. I am confident that Li Tang will receive adequate training there. Before the Supreme Commander could respond, the Minister of Education grew impatient and hurriedly interjected, but military academies have strict discipline. Young people nowadays don't like being constrained. I think we should at least hear Li Tang's own opinion. The Supreme Commander turned to look at him, his eyes seeming to hold deep meaning, and smiled softly. Then let it be as you say. Let all the universities showcase their unique strengths. Whoever can offer conditions that satisfy Li Tang will be admitted to that university. Exhausted from days of forging and the shock of Li Jian's death, Li Tang fell into a deep sleep. When he finally came to, he opened his eyes to see his homeroom teacher, Lu Ruyan, lying beside his bed, sleeping soundly. Li Tang was a bit dazed. How did Ms. Lu end up in his room? Feeling the movement, Lu Ruyan also woke up. She tucked away the strands of hair that had fallen onto her face and said gently, "You're awake? You've been so exhausted these past few days that you've slept for 2 whole days. 2 days? Such a long time?" Li Tang was momentarily stunned. He shook his head to clear his mind and smiled. "Ms. Lu, why did you come here? What's the situation outside?" Lu Ruyan smiled gracefully, exuding the charm of a mature woman. "With the city lord here, everything is under control outside. I returned from battle and passed by here to check on you." During the battle against the demonic monsters besieging the city, Lu Ruyan hadn't been idle either. She had joined the school teachers on the city walls to fight, and had even leveled up to 30, making her eligible for her 3rd-class advancement. "I already know about Li Jian. He was a good boy who never betrayed his country until his last breath." A look of sorrow flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. "Rest assured, Li Jian's affairs have been settled. He was posthumously recognized as a martyr and buried in the cemetery alongside the warriors who sacrificed their lives in the battle against the demonic monsters." Li Tang sighed and remained silent. "There's one more thing." Lu Ruyan hesitated, stammering as if unsure how to begin. Li Tang turned to her and asked in surprise, "Ms. Lu, is there any worse news?" "Not exactly." Lu Ruyan sighed softly and finally spoke up. "Fu Yike is dead. According to information from the Imperial Guard, she was recently recruited by the Eagle Nation spy Alex shortly after her transfer and betrayed a great deal of intelligence about you. By the way, the self-destruction incident involving the flesh puppet at Kanglan Square, as well as your ambush on the way, were all orchestrated by Alex. Finally, during the Imperial Guard's arrest of Alex, he took Fu Yike hostage to escape. After failing, he killed her. At Alex's residence, we found a lot of intelligence, including explicit videos of him and Fu Yike." Seeing Li Tang remain calm, Lu Ruyan was somewhat surprised. "After all, you've been dating for 3 years, don't you care? Feel nothing?" Li Tang smiled wryly. "It's in critical moments that one's true character is revealed. Fu Yike chose to be a Brazilian steak, so she deserves what she gets. As for Li Jian, although he has a conflict with me." A hint of bitterness flashed across his face, "but he's a true man." Chapter 73, The Rocket Tower and the Frost Arrow Tower. Li Tang had been going about his days in a routine manner. The city lord had assigned him to a new courtyard and even sent Nia Xiaoying and others to protect him. He spent his days training and building his strength. However, Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao, who had nothing better to do, kept showing up, and their mutual disdain for each other was starting to annoy him. After the Supreme Commander issued his orders, several top universities across the country immediately received word and set off for Kanglan City to make contact with Li Tang in advance, hoping to recruit him specially. To receive them, Zhao Xiqing, the Provincial Education Commissioner, also arrived in Kanglan City in advance. This time, he not only brought Li Tang a large amount of equipment, materials, runes, magic crystals, blueprints, and other items, but also a special piece of equipment. Screen Badge Golden Legend, a special item that completely blocks the wearer's identity information, aura fluctuations, and magical or spiritual energy characteristics. Wearer level 20. This badge does not occupy any of the 12 item slots. Once worn, Li Tang would be indistinguishable from an ordinary person who had not awakened or undergone a class change. Except for being younger and more handsome, he would blend into a crowd and rarely attract attention. Unless the opponent is 3 ranks higher than Li Tang or uses a high-tier true sight detection spell, they cannot detect any of his information, providing maximum protection for his privacy. Li Tang was deeply grateful for Zhao Xiqing's kindness and accepted it without hesitation. He then asked if Zhao Xiqing could find him some skill books on mechanical arts and related blueprints. "What do you need those for?" Zhao Xiqing picked up his teacup and took a sip, looking puzzled. Mechanical arts is a broad interdisciplinary field. While craftsmen, engineers, and mechanical artists can all study it, it is easy to learn but difficult to master, requiring exceptional intuition and extensive knowledge. Moreover, advancing in mechanical arts is extremely difficult. Even the most renowned mechanical engineer in the Great Xia Empire is only at the 7th tier level. "Oh, I took a minor in mechanical engineering and want to research some small gadgets for self-defense. It was thanks to that I managed to escape Xiaoquan Yilang's surprise attack." Li Tang chuckled and then unveiled the small gadget he had crafted. Small mechanical dog. Quality, purple excellence. Level, 28. Health, 30,000. Attack, 585. Defense 576. Energy 10,000. Skills, charge, self-destruct. Charge, double movement speed and deal an additional 100 attack damage. Self-destruct, detonate yourself, dealing 20,000 damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. A last-ditch move used only as a last resort. Additional traits, Flame Explosion, Energy Shield. Flame Explosion Gold has a 20% chance to trigger Flame Explosion on attack, dealing 150 attack damage and flame damage to surrounding enemies. Energy Shield Gold, when attacked, the small mechanical dog quickly activates an energy shield, forming a 33-meter defensive barrier that blocks up to 100,000 points of physical and magical damage, lasting 10 seconds. Description: a small gadget crafted using mechanical arts, utterly loyal to its master and immune to mental-type spells. Upon seeing the attributes and accompanying descriptions of this purple-quality small mechanical dog, Zhao Xiqing nearly spit out the tea in his mouth. What kind of gadget is this? It's a mini-boss, right? Even a main combat class at level 20 wouldn't stand a chance against it. He never imagined that the items crafted by Li Tang using the mechanical engineer skill would also have triple attributes and could even have golden attributes. Wait, let me check. Zhao Xiqing also became curious. He rummaged through his spatial ring for a while and found 2 blueprints. Li Ting took them and glanced at them. They were the blueprints for the Flame Arrow Tower and Frost Arrow Tower. I'm not very interested in mechanical arts, so I haven't collected many skill books or blueprints like these. However, since you need them, I'll arrange for someone to collect them and send them to you as soon as possible. Saying this, Zhao Xiqing picked up the phone and began making arrangements with his subordinates. Li Ting paid no attention to him. Both blue-quality rare blueprints required materials he already had on hand, so he immediately got to work crafting them. After finishing his call, Zhao Xiqing stood beside him, watching silently. This young man always brought him surprises every time they met. Lucky me. I got 2 purple drops in a row. Li Ting happily threw hundreds of orange-quality epic gear with terrible stats into the 8-trigram furnace for sacrifice, then attached golden traits to the newly crafted arrow towers. Flying Rocket Tower. Quality, Purple Excellence. Level, 30. Attack, 600. Defense, 600. Health, 80,000. Skills, Lethal 6-shot, Explosion. Lethal 6-shot has a 30% chance to fire 6 magical flame crossbow arrows in rapid succession. Explosion: if the unit's durability drops below 10, the operator can choose to detonate it, dealing 30,000 damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Additional traits: Flame Dance, Flying Fireballs. Flame Dance Gold, 20% critical hit rate, 50 fire damage. When attacking, there is a 30% chance to trigger Flame Dance, dealing 150 attack power fire damage to surrounding enemies. Flying Fire Meteor Gold, upon hitting the target, the arrow instantly explodes, dealing 150 attack damage and flame damage to surrounding enemies. It also creates a fiery zone within a 10-meter radius, dealing 50 attack damage and continuous damage to enemies within the area. Description: a mechanically crafted arrow tower that can launch magical flame arrows at targets within a 2,000-meter range, triggering a powerful explosion. Attack speed, 1 shot every 3 seconds. Frost Arrow Tower. Quality, Purple Excellent. Level, 30. Attack, 600. Defense, 600. Durability, 100,000. Skills: Thick Skin, Freeze. Thick Hide, when attacked, covers oneself with a layer of frost armor, increasing durability by 25. Freeze has a 15% chance to freeze enemies when hit by melee attacks, dealing 75 attack damage as frost damage. Additional traits: Frost Blast, Arctic Region. Frost Blast Gold, freeze damage 50. Has a 30% chance to trigger Frost Blast on attack, dealing 150 attack damage frost damage to the target and surrounding enemies. Arctic Zone Gold, arrows have a 20% chance to freeze enemies upon impact and create an Arctic Zone within a 10-meter radius, dealing 30 attack damage over time and reducing movement speed by 30% to all enemies within the area. Description: a mechanically crafted arrow tower capable of firing magical ice arrows at targets within a 2,000-meter range, with a chance to freeze enemies and slow their movement speed. Attacks fire once every 3 seconds. Both arrow towers are over 5 meters tall, with similar attributes and decent golden traits. One focuses on maximizing fire damage, while the other specializes in freezing and slowing enemies. If we had these 2 arrow towers during the recent siege, our troops would have suffered far fewer casualties. Su Hui walked in with a few people, saw the attributes of the 2 arrow towers, and couldn't help but sigh. Su Hui had been feeling a mix of joy and sorrow in recent days, even losing his appetite for drinking with his old comrades Ding Weiyang and Kong Lianchuan. Earlier, due to his failure to fulfill his duties, foreign spies like Shukanichiro and Alex had been rampaging in the city, even tearing open a spatial fissure that allowed demons from the demon realm to besiege the city. The responsibility was immense. However, he had discovered and nurtured Li Tang, a genius blacksmith, which had also earned him praise from his superiors. In the end, they decided not to reward or punish him, allowing him to remain in his position as city lord to atone for his mistakes. This time, renowned universities from across the nation had gathered in Kanglan City, putting Su Hui under immense pressure. As the city lord, he was aware of some of the inner workings. Li Tang has a stubborn temper, and his own daughter is also a headstrong girl who knows what trouble they might cause next. City lord. Li Tang hurriedly explained, at that time, I hadn't obtained those 2 blueprints yet, so. After Su Hui and Zhao Xiqing had exchanged greetings, he waved his hand to cut Li Tang off. I have no intention of blaming you. This was my mistake. These 2 blueprints already existed in Kanglan City, I just didn't know you had studied mechanical arts as a minor subject. He pulled out 2 blue rare grade blueprints from his spatial ring, the red hare and flying eagle, which you should be able to craft. Li Tang took them and saw one was a vehicle and the other a reconnaissance tool, and couldn't help but rejoice. Thinking of the ancient heroes who rode with a hound on one side and a hawk on the other, Li Tang felt a surge of heroism. He already had a mechanical dog, the Kanjiing had arrived, and now there was also a Chitu. Though they were all mechanical creations, he felt no different from the legendary 9 transformation beast tamer Su Dehuzi of history. Li Tang, this time, universities from all over the country have gathered in Kanglan City, all aiming to recruit you into their schools. Su Hui sat down and said seriously, what are your thoughts? Damn it, if you don't choose a good school, my precious daughter won't be able to go to university either. Li Tang chuckled and said, same old trick, I'll wait for the best offer. Whoever offers the best conditions and resources, that's where I'll go. His expression turned serious. As for the 3 top-tier universities, if they're still so arrogant and look down on everyone else, then such schools aren't worth going to. Chapter 74, Top-tier universities gather in Kanglan City. In the spacious conference hall of the Kanglan City Education Bureau, numerous influential figures were seated. They had all come from top universities across the country and were responsible for this recruitment drive, with the lowest ranking being vice principals. However, the meeting room was chaotic, almost like a bustling marketplace. I traveled all this way, only to find no one here, just a lone name and job title. Are you people in Kanglan City playing games with me? Exactly, what makes this blacksmith so special that all these top universities across the country are rushing here just for him? That's right, all his files are classified, yet the higher-ups have issued a strict order to recruit him specially. Zhao Hall Director, we've been old friends for years. What is going on here? Can you give me a heads up beforehand? Zhao Xiqing and Su Hui exchanged glances and both smiled bitterly without responding. Ever since Li Tang's files were submitted to the Supreme Commander, his security clearance has been upgraded to SSS level. Apart from some publicly available information like his hometown, name, age, and occupation, there's absolutely no other information available. Such a blank record wouldn't normally be an issue, but this individual had been personally singled out by the Supreme Commander. Leaders from major universities, anyone who had heard even a hint of this, had issued strict orders to their subordinates to recruit him into their schools at all costs. This has left the admissions office in a bind, as they lack the authority to make decisions and are unaware of the situation, yet the higher-ups are placing immense importance on the matter. Upon arriving in Kanglan City, they couldn't find any trace of Li Tang, who was under protection. With no other options, they could only focus on Zhao Xiqing, the Education Commissioner of the Northwest Province, and the City Lord of Kanglan City, and keep pestering them. Zhao Xiqing sighed and said, don't ask anymore. Everything we can show you has already been shown. What we can't show you, you won't see. This matter is something only those in the know understand. Asking further is asking for trouble. His words left the university admissions officers even more puzzled, and they began to whisper among themselves. Only the admissions officers from the 3 prestigious universities remained calm, sitting there without saying a word. The admissions director, who had reported back after the previous meeting, nearly drove the principal to a fit of rage. A student with such divine talent, even if he were to switch careers and become a blacksmith, what difference would it make? He is destined to be a legendary figure in history, and the school will undoubtedly take pride in having nurtured such a student. Additionally, it was rumored that this special admission was ordered directly by the Supreme Commander, and if it weren't for the Minister of Education's relentless efforts, he would have already been selected for admission to Harbin East University of Technology. Therefore, the principals of the 3 prestigious universities decided to personally travel all the way to the small city in the Northwest Province to serve as admissions officers, determined to recruit Li Tang into their schools. Among them, the principal of Yuehua Academy is the most frustrated. Su Jiao, who had already agreed to join his school, has now become ambiguous about her decision. However, they were also extremely curious about who this mysterious figure could be, capable of prompting the Supreme Commander to personally intervene. Everyone, please remain calm. Su Hui pressed his hands downward. As for the situation, we can only say so much. You may discuss among yourselves whether to admit Li Tang or what kind of training conditions you can offer. Once we sign the confidentiality agreement, I will set up an interview venue in the meeting room of 3rd Middle School tomorrow, where you can negotiate directly with Li Tang. Upon hearing about the confidentiality agreement, all the admissions officers fell silent, but none of them objected. Those who had reached this position were no ordinary individuals. They naturally understood the implications of this matter. It seems that this Li Tang is indeed a big fish. They were all itching to act, secretly calculating what kind of offer they could make to sway him. Isn't the college entrance exam already over? Why are so many universities coming to Kanglan City? That's right, the three supreme universities, the Imperial Capital Military Academy, Harbin East University of Technology, the United Alliance University, the Glorious Academy, Beijing University, and the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. All the top universities have arrived. It's said that our Songnan city has produced a special individual who has caught the attention of the bigwigs in the imperial capital, prompting them to send people here for an investigation. Holy crap, who is so powerful that they've even caught the attention of the imperial capital? Could it be Su Jiao? I heard she turned down an offer from one of the three most prestigious universities, Yuehua Academy. It doesn't seem like it. Although Su Jiao is the top martial arts and academic student in the combat profession of Kanglan City, they came this time for a lifestyle profession. A lifestyle profession? That's impossible. Exactly, that's ridiculous. That reminds me of someone. He was supposedly admitted to one of the three prestigious universities last time, but he didn't go either. Recruitment directors from over a dozen top-tier universities gathered in Kanglan City, and it was all for a special recruitment for a lifestyle profession. The news spread like wildfire. In the era of spiritual awakening, those extraordinary universities have taken on many important responsibilities. For example, perfecting the knowledge system, educating students, guarding dungeons, and even directly participating in battles. Therefore, they hold a very high status in the hearts of every person in the Great Xia Empire. Especially Principal Zhao Zihan of the 3rd High School. He has been beaming with joy these past few days, looking radiant and full of energy. Others may not know, but he is well aware of the true purpose behind the arrival of these top-tier, even ultra-elite universities. The arrival of over a dozen top-tier universities at Sanzhong is an unprecedented spectacle. This event will add a significant highlight to his resume, and promotions and raises will no longer be a distant dream. Upon receiving the task assigned by Su Hui, he immediately arranged for the meeting room to be prepared. He personally oversaw every detail, from setting up security measures, campus security, route planning, to reception standards. Su Han received the admission notice from Yuehua Academy, personally delivered to his home by Principal Ping Chuyao. Upon seeing such distinguished guests arrive, the Su family was overjoyed, and the elderly Mr. Su personally arranged a lavish banquet. After all, the principals of the three prestigious universities are figures who can stand on equal footing with the provincial governor. Having the opportunity to befriend such a distinguished individual, and for the sake of their child's future growth, they had to treat him with the utmost respect. Ping Chuyao politely declined at first but eventually agreed. After the banquet, Ping Chuyao invited Su Han to take a stroll in the garden. The other members of the Su family, knowing better, did not follow and instead gathered in the living room to discuss the matter excitedly. How are your relations with Li Tang? After exchanging a few polite remarks, Ping Chuyao got straight to the point. Li Tang? Su Han was taken aback upon hearing this, and upon recalling today's rumors in the city, he immediately understood. These dozen or so universities are indeed all targeting Li Tang. He never expected that even after switching to a lifestyle profession, he would still be outshone by him. At 3rd middle school, Li Tang was known as a super genius who excelled in both academics and martial arts. Su Han's tone was bitter, while I was dubbed the eternal 2nd place. Our relationship wasn't particularly good, but it wasn't bad either. Ping Chuyao heard this and was overjoyed. Can you call Li Tang and invite him out? I want to meet him and discuss some matters. After going through so much, Su Han's temperament had become much more composed. Moreover, he had some inkling of Li Tang's talent, and his jealousy had greatly diminished. He immediately nodded in agreement. Principal Ping, I can agree to introduce him, but I can't guarantee he'll agree to come out. No problem. Just give him a call first. Ping Chuyao didn't believe it. With the reputation of the three supreme academies, how could any student refuse her invitation? Hey, Su Han, why did you suddenly call me? You must be up to something. Li Tang had just finished crafting a few pieces of equipment and taken a shower when he saw Su Han calling him. He was quite surprised and asked, "What's up?" Seeing Li Tang speak so bluntly, Su Han couldn't help but smile wryly. Li Tang, Ms. Ping Chuyao, the principal of Yuehua Academy, one of the three supreme academies, wants to meet with you to discuss your special admission to the academy. Are you free tonight? Let's set a place to meet. Li Tang was taken aback. In the past few days, several university officials had been scrambling to connect with him to arrange an early meeting. Even Lu Ruyan wasn't bothered to complain, saying she had directly rejected the brokerage fee for a villa, but she never expected that Yuehua Academy would go through such lengths to find him through Su Han. Since the incident last time, he had already formed a poor impression of the so-called three prestigious universities. He coldly replied, "The city lord has already arranged a group meeting at the 3rd middle school tomorrow. Meeting tonight is indeed inconvenient." Ping Chuyao, upon hearing this, disregarded etiquette and snatched the phone, saying, "Hello, this is Ping Chuyao, the principal of Yuehua Academy. I'm a man of my word. Even if you're the principal, it's not acceptable." After saying that, Li Tang hung up the phone without hesitation. This series of bold moves left Su Han speechless. Apart from that person, it was the first time in all these years that someone had refused her so bluntly. The usually arrogant Ping Chuya was so angry that her face turned ashen, and she nearly crushed the phone in her hand. You dare, Li Tang? Even with your extraordinary talent, what can you do? Without massive resources and systematic training, you'd never amount to anything. Today, you've humiliated me like this. I don't care about you anymore. I'll see if any other university dares to admit you if the Moonlight Academy rejects you. Chapter 75, The Talent Recruitment War begins with a bang. In the campus of 3rd Middle School, Li Tang, Lu Ruyan, and Su Jiao walked side by side toward the conference room, with Nie Xiaoying and others following closely behind. Li Tang, the college entrance exams are over, but so many top universities are still vying for you through special admissions. This is the pinnacle of your student career. Lu Ruyan sighed, then quickly changed the subject and asked, which university do you plan to attend for further studies? Her grandfather, Lu Jingming, had been urging her recently to find out which university Li Tang wanted to attend so he could arrange for her to become a teacher there. Su Jiao, who had been silent all along, raised her head upon hearing this. She too wanted to know Li Tang's thoughts. Li Tang, however, completely ignored the question and replied with a smile, Ms. Lu, why don't you give me some advice? You little rascal. Lu Ruyan scolded him playfully, then thought for a moment and said, each of these universities has its own advantages. The 3 top-tier universities need no introduction. They are the top 3 comprehensive universities in the Great Xia Empire, with comparable strength, though their academic programs have different focuses. Rixing Academy is renowned for training various warrior-type professions. Yuehua Academy leads the way in cultivating ranged professions like archers and mages, while Xinghui Academy is the top school for support professions, ranking first nationwide in all such roles. Graduates from the 3 top universities are highly likely to become high-ranking professionals, with most reaching at least 6th-tier strength, making them extremely powerful. The Imperial Capital Military Academy is renowned for its combat prowess, serving as a breeding ground for the strongest. Its training focuses heavily on practical combat, with graduates almost exclusively joining the military to serve the nation. The motto of Harbin East University of Technology is hide one's name and forge swords for the nation, and its engineering programs are the strongest in the country. Graduates are all exceptional individuals, and the things they create are equally extraordinary. Zhonglian University boasts the most comprehensive vocational training system, with its vocational education program ranked first in the nation. Glory Academy primarily trains teachers, supplying talent to the nation's education sector. Jingda and Mo will also have exceptionally strong faculty, though their reputations lag slightly behind the 3 prestigious institutions. Lu Ruyan briefly introduced the strengths of each university and concluded, your talent is so extraordinary that you will receive excellent training no matter which institution you choose. As for how to choose, it really depends on you. Well, that's basically the same as not saying anything. Su Jiao shot Lu Ruyan a disapproving glance before lowering her gaze back to her feet. Li Tang smiled and walked into the conference room alongside Su Jiao. The meeting room was filled with high-ranking officials. Although Lu Ruyan's grandfather was a senior military officer, she had no qualifications to enter and could only wait outside with Zhao Zihan. As soon as he entered the meeting room, Li Tang bowed slightly and greeted everyone politely. Good morning, admissions teachers. Oh, Li Tang is here. These are the teachers from top-tier universities in the country responsible for this special recruitment. Let me introduce you. Su Hui smiled and was about to speak, but Ping Chuyao interrupted him forcefully, introducing herself. I am Ping Chuyao, the principal of Yuehua Academy. I hear you not only look down on our Yuehua Academy but also have some derogatory remarks about the 3 prestigious universities. Do you think you're so rare that you're holding out for a higher price? The moment those words left her mouth, the meeting room was filled with tension. Su Hui and Zhao Xiqing exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. This woman was fine yesterday. Why has she suddenly become like this today? Is it because I didn't answer her call last night that she's giving me a hard time right off the bat? Looking at this strong-willed woman in glasses and light makeup, Li Tang sighed inwardly. It seems that these so-called 3 supreme universities are truly too arrogant, willing to disregard national policies over such a trivial personal grievance. With such a narrow-minded mindset, how could they possibly lead the progress of a university? He immediately crossed out Yuehua Academy from his list of options. You've misunderstood. I'm not holding back my talents to wait for a better offer, nor have I ever belittled the 3 supreme universities. Facing Ping Chuyao's aggressive stance, Li Tang remained calm, smiled slightly, and said, I merely wish to fully utilize the talents bestowed upon me by heaven to better serve the nation and its people. Before his reincarnation, Li Tang had been the student council president at his school. Such diplomatic rhetoric came naturally to him. Su Jiao, sitting beside him, couldn't help but smile. This guy speaks with such dignity. Ping Chuyao grew impatient. You? Before Ping Chuyao could continue, the president of Zhonglian University interrupted her with a hearty laugh. Since Yuehua Academy doesn't think much of Li Tang, Zhonglian University will gladly take him. Saying this, he stood up and extended his hand enthusiastically toward Li Tang. Hello, Li Tang. I'm Zhao Lei, the principal of Zhonglian University. Zhonglian University boasts the most comprehensive career advancement system in the country and serves as a nurturing ground for numerous vocational careers. If you've decided to switch careers and become a blacksmith, Zhonglian University is the best choice for you. Once you join our school, all tuition fees will be waived, and we will provide you with the entire knowledge system required for career advancement, along with the necessary resources. After all, our school is the only one in the country with complete documentation to cultivate blacksmiths to the legendary 7th tier level. Even for the 8th tier foundation laying and 9th tier divine craftsman levels, we have some documentation available, and you can borrow it if needed. And this student, Su Jiao, why not join our school as well? I'll make the same promise to you. You two are from the same hometown and can look out for each other. As everyone knows, the promotion requirements for all professions are extremely stringent. Having a complete promotion system up to the 7th tier legendary realm is an irresistible temptation anywhere. After signing the confidentiality agreement, those who obtained Li Tang's decrypted materials were all stunned by his talent. Moreover, it is rumored that the state has already prepared to invest massive resources into him. If we can recruit him into the school will benefit greatly as well. Zhao Lei was determined to recruit Li Tang into the United Alliance University at any cost, so he immediately played his trump card. The representatives from other universities were stunned by Zhao Lei's words, and upon seeing Li Tang's slightly hesitant expression, they couldn't sit still anymore. Hold on, let me say something. A deep, authoritative voice interrupted Zhao Lei's introduction. Principal Zhao, stop making empty promises with these unrealistic claims. That's true, you do have a complete system where blacksmiths can advance to the legendary 7th rank, but who helped him defeat those bosses during the advancement process? It's not that we look down on you, but with your school's meager martial arts strength, you probably can't even help them complete the 5th tier advancement task. Zhao Lei was so angry his face turned red. He slammed his hand on the table and glared at the burly man in military attire. You, Fong Jipeng, you're pushing it too far. Who do you call lacking in martial arts? I'll fight you one-on-one. The atmosphere grew tense, and Su Hui and Zhao Xiqing stood there speechless. They knew that top-tier universities would compete fiercely, but they never expected it to get this intense so quickly. Chapter 76, Whoever can seal the spatial fissure gets to attend that school. In my opinion, a real man should join the military. The principal of the Imperial Capital Military Academy, Fong Jipeng, snorted disdainfully, not giving Zhao Lei a second glance. He looked at Li Tang with a sincere expression and enthusiastically invited him. Li Tang, come to our school. The military is backed by the state, resources are unlimited. As long as you have the ability, everything is yours. Plus, you'll start as an officer upon enrollment, and when it's time for promotion, we'll handle the assignments for you. You should know that the top magic and martial arts experts in the country are all in our military. No promotion mission is too challenging for us. Fong Jipeng slapped a beautifully printed card onto the table. It was the admission notice from the Imperial Capital Military Academy. I've even written your name on it. As long as you're willing to attend our school, we can negotiate everything: transportation, housing, money, and even beautiful female classmates to accompany you. At those words, Su Jiao's gaze immediately turned as sharp as a knife, fixated on his face. Fong Jipeng reacted quickly, realizing what was going on, and laughed. Of course, if Li Tang already has a girlfriend, we can also admit her to our school through a special recruitment program. The principals of other universities heard this and immediately objected. Fong Jipeng, what are you saying? What about the top magic and martial arts experts in the country who are all at your school? Do you look down on us? And we're willing to invest the entire school's resources to cultivate Li Tang. A complete advancement system before the 7th tier legendary realm? We have that too at our glorious academy. And our school has plenty of beautiful women too. Put. What kind of place is your magic and martial arts university? Does it even rank? How dare you compete with our Beijing University for students? Ha, you little upstart from Jingdai University, dare you speak so boldly? Our Xinghua Academy hasn't even spoken yet. When it comes to martial arts or resources, has our Rixing Academy ever been defeated by anyone? I'm not targeting anyone, but in front of our Harbin East University of Technology, everyone here is trash. As the crowd erupted into chaos, the recruitment battle quickly devolved into a mutual tirade of insults, even drawing in Ping Chuyao, who had originally intended to watch from the sidelines. Su Hui and Zhao Xiqing were both amazed. These schools, which one isn't a dream destination for ordinary people? Take the 3 top-tier universities, for example. They claim to only admit students with S rank or higher, and only absolute geniuses have a chance to get in. Yet now, the leaders of these schools were offering increasingly outrageous conditions to recruit Li Tang. Some have even resorted to cursing each other, with the situation escalating to the point where it seemed like a fight was about to break out. Li Tang spoke calmly, enough, stop arguing. Whoever can completely seal the spatial fissure connecting the city to the demon realm and eliminate all the escaped demonic creatures, I will attend that school. Su Jiao's eyes lit up, and she followed with a loud voice, me too. The spatial fissure connecting to the demon realm at the Red Rock Hill in the southern part of the city had been sealed by several high-ranking array masters brought by Ding Weiyang, but a 3-meter wide opening remained, from which demonic creatures occasionally burst out. With no other choice, Suhui had to station 1,000-man force there to prevent anyone from reopening the spatial fissure during the chaos. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. They had heard some things about the situation in Kanglan City before arriving, but they never imagined that Li Tang would make such a demand. However, they all felt a bit ashamed. This young man, despite his age, possessed such a broad-mindedness truly rare. Indeed. Upright in character and loyal to his hometown, old Fong truly hasn't misjudged this man. Fong Jipeng pounded his chest and declared, even if you ultimately choose not to join our imperial capital military academy, I will still help you no matter what. The other principals also spoke up, expressing their willingness to help Kanglan City weather this crisis. Su Hui was overjoyed, stroking his beard and grinning ear to ear. What a fine son-in-law. I didn't misjudge you. Even before the wedding, you're already helping your father-in-law solve problems. In my opinion, why not take this opportunity to use the spatial fissure and charge straight into the demon realm? As long as we eliminate all the monsters inside, sealing the spatial fissure won't matter. Du Pengfei, the principal of Rixing Academy, with his hair already gray, remained as fiery as ever. He glared and shouted, if Coco can go, so can I. Ping Chuyao looked down on him and retorted, you go to hell. Do you even know where this spatial fissure leads in the demon realm, or what kind of monsters are inside? What if it connects to a higher level abyss? Even if all of us are above level 60, with some even reaching over 70, we might not be able to escape unscathed. What she said made sense, and everyone nodded in agreement. Li Tang couldn't help but glance at Ping Chuyao again. He never expected this seemingly hot-tempered and aloof abyss of extinction to be so much calmer than most people. Du Pengfei suppressed the anger in his heart, sat down angrily, and asked, so what do you suggest we do? Ping Chuyao shot Du Pengfei a disdainful glance. The president of Kyoto University, Zhou Zai, is a professional in the spatial arts. Perhaps we should seek his opinion. As the eyes of all the presidents turned to him, Zhou Zai pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Spatial fissures have always been one of the most mysterious phenomena, extremely difficult to control and master. However, with my skills and the assistance of several array masters, I believe it should be possible to completely seal this low-tier secret realm spatial fissure. He smiled. Even if something unexpected were to happen, with all the university presidents present, those demonic monsters wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Once the plan was finalized, Su Hui immediately began preparing the materials needed to seal the spatial fissure according to Zhou Zai's instructions. The news that the principals of several top-tier universities were preparing to jointly seal the spatial fissure at Hongyan Hill quickly spread throughout the city. The citizens were thrilled and rushed to the city walls, gathering far away to watch, hoping to see this major threat lifted as soon as possible. Su Han, having learned through special channels that this was actually Li Tang's request, sat alone in deep thought for a long time. In the end, all the grudges dissolved into a single sigh. Li Tang, I truly cannot compare to you. Once everything was prepared, the group set off in a large procession toward Hongyan Hill. Li Tang naturally didn't want to miss the commotion, and Su Hui couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he brought him along with Su Jiao. The spatial fissure resembled a hideous scar, still spanning the sky. Occasional crimson lightning flickered along the fissure, and the air at its edges twisted and warped as if being gnawed by invisible fangs. From within, faint, low roars and sharp screeches echoed, emanating an evil aura. This was no ordinary spatial fissure. After a thorough inspection, Zhou Zai's expression grew grim. I sensed a powerful and malevolent force continuously flowing into the spatial fissure. Although the array masters had already compressed the spatial fissure, if it wasn't sealed soon, something disastrous would inevitably happen. Ping Chuyao snorted coldly and urged, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and cast the spell. The rest is up to us. Zhou Zai nodded. The overwhelming might of his 72nd tier SS class profession, the space-splitting sorcerer, erupted instantly, causing his clothes to flutter wildly in the gusts of wind. As he stepped in the 7-star stance and chanted the incantation, the spatial fissure began to shrink gradually. Just as everyone was about to relax, a deafening roar erupted from the fissure. Who dares to disturb my slumber? Immediately afterward, 2 crimson points of light flickered within the pitch-black spatial fissure, resembling the eyes of some bizarre demonic beast. A massive, grotesque head then emerged from the fissure. Chapter 77, The World-Burning Inferno Demon Azkaran. The pitch-black spatial fissure seemed to be violently squeezed by an invisible giant hand, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Countless tiny red lightning bolts spread across the surface of the fissure, their overflowing energy blasting terrifying craters into the surrounding ground. The spatial fissure trembled violently like a sieve, and a massive, hideous goat-horned monster suddenly forced its way out. This monster's head alone was over 2 meters tall, and its 2 massive, curved horns scraped against the spatial fissure, sparking showers of sparks. One could only imagine how colossal its true form must be. A massive blood-red eye as red as the sea and an eternal black flame burning at its brow instantly revealed its identity. It was the world-burning flame demon Azkaran. A learned headmaster immediately recognized this infamous one-eyed giant from the demon realm and shouted in alarm. Legend has it that Azkaran was born from the left eye of the creator god when he was slain, embodying the chaotic laws of the universe. He is fierce and brutal, with lava-like blood flowing through his veins, carrying the lingering shadows of the 73,000 civilizations he had devoured. Josai's face turned pale as he struggled to maintain his magical power, shouting until his voice was hoarse. As Carrion was an 82nd tier superclass demon beast, it couldn't be fought head-on. The others quickly retreated, while those above level 70 stepped forward, focusing their firepower and aiming at Azkaran, attacking freely. They must not let it escape. Holy crap! What a huge horned monster! Li Teng had just muttered a curse when he felt the ground spin, his body already clamped under Su Hui's armpits, being swiftly pulled backward. Su Hui reacted swiftly. Upon hearing Josai's shout, he immediately clamped Li Teng and Su Jiao between his arms, stomped his feet repeatedly, and in an instant, they had retreated to the edge of the valley. He wasn't afraid of dying, but he feared for Li Teng and Su Jiao's lives. As a soldier, Fong Jipang roared and charged forward. The others weren't about to be outdone, and several flashes of swords and spears, along with powerful magical attacks, rained down on Azkaran. These attacks struck Azkaran's massive red, ugly face, instantly tearing open several deep gashes. Dark red lava like blood gushed out uncontrollably. Azkaran, feeling the pain, turned his massive head toward the crowd. His single eye, with its golden vertical pupil, flickered with a cold, ruthless glow. He opened his mouth and spat out a massive ball of crimson lava flames. Be careful! The principal of Starlight Academy, Yu Nanlu, tapped his staff, and instantly, countless lines erupted from the ground, forming a massive barrier to block the lava flames. However, several sparks still scattered and landed on the city defense soldiers who hadn't managed to dodge in time. The sparks, upon contact with human flesh, instantly transformed into fiery serpents, searing the flesh with a sizzling sound and reducing the bodies to charred skeletons in an instant. The vine barrier only managed to block Azkaran for a few breaths before it was swiftly reduced to charcoal. Damn ants, you have angered the great Azkaran! Azkalan roared, violently twisting his massive body, causing the spatial fissures to crackle as he tried to break free from the alternate dimension. Attack its eyes. The highest ranked among them were only level 75. If Azkaran escaped, everything would be lost. Seeing the dire situation, the headmasters grew desperate and unleashed their most powerful techniques. Demon-shattering destruction. Frenzy of the beasts. 100 Dragon Meteor Strike. Clouds part, stars fall. Facing this storm of attacks, Azkaran dared not confront them head-on, but his arms were still trapped in the demon realm, leaving him no choice but to close his eyes. These powerful attacks exploded with dazzling light right before its eyes, sending blood flying everywhere. Roar! With a loud crack, amidst Azkaran's agonizing roar, the 3-meter-wide spatial fissure suddenly expanded, then transformed into illusory ripples, before swiftly dissipating into cascading streams of light, vanishing into the air. All that remained were molten lava pits and a few charred skeletons, evidence that an ultra-tier demonic creature had once appeared here. Ha! Fong Jipeng panted, feeling confused. How did it escape? It didn't run away. Josai's face was deathly pale, and he could barely stand upright. Zhao Lei hurriedly reached out to steady him. We were lucky. Azkaran was consumed by rage and tried to force his way through the spatial fissure, but his massive size caused the fissure to collapse instead. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to seal this spatial fissure so easily. Hearing Josai's explanation, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Who could have guessed that this inconspicuous spatial fissure led directly to the lair of the world-devouring infernal demon Azkaran? With Azkaran's power as an 82nd tier superclass demon beast, if it had broken through the spatial barrier and escaped to the human realm, it would have been a catastrophe. Not only would the nearby city of Kanglan be destroyed, but the surrounding 1,000-mile radius would become a paradise for demons, and even the entire northwest province might cease to exist. Across the entire Great Xia Empire, there are only a dozen or so individuals who could stand a chance against this beast. Zhou frowned, looking worried. This was trouble. Monsters from the demon realm are notorious for holding grudges. We injured Azkaran, and it has already remembered our scent. If anyone in this world summons demonic creatures again, it will certainly respond first to seek revenge. Fong Jipeng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. What's there to fear? We'll meet them head-on. Our Great Xia Empire is full of hidden talents. How could we possibly fear it? If it dares to come looking for trouble, we'll make sure it never returns. True, everyone here is a high-ranking official with powerful allies and skilled warriors by their side, and we're in a heavily fortified city. The revenge of a super-demonic creature doesn't seem worth worrying too much about. Seeing the crisis averted, Su Wei finally felt a lingering sense of fear as he led Li Tang and Su Jiao back into the valley to begin cleaning up the aftermath. He was only level 60, considered a top-tier expert in Kanglan City, yet he couldn't even lift a finger during the battle. Su Jiao, however, had her eyes sparkling with admiration for the power the headmasters had displayed. Li Tang, however, was fascinated by the lava blood and shattered ram's horn fragments that had fallen, carefully collecting them in containers. Now that the spatial fissure had vanished, the greatest threat to Kanglan City had been eliminated, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you all for your assistance. Su Hui walked over and bowed deeply. The task of dealing with the remaining demonic monsters that had escaped would be left to the city's defense forces. Oomph, that won't do. Ping Chuyao snorted coldly, glancing at Li Tang. Though I don't particularly care for this young man's temperament, since I promised him to completely seal the spatial fissure and eliminate the escaping demonic monsters, I will definitely keep my word. She leaped to the top of the small hill, surveyed the surroundings, and called out, "The monsters to the south are mine." Ping Chuyao drew a deer-horned bow, leaped into the air, and her right arm instantly transformed into several arms. She roared, "Fire all arrows!" Instantly, thousands of light arrows flew out, exploding continuously several kilometers away. Boom! Explosions echoed continuously, and countless hidden demonic beasts, whether they had escaped from the spatial fissures or not, were all annihilated. Looking up at Ping Chuyao suspended mid-air, Li Tang was so shocked he dropped his jaw. Holy crap, even Lu Tong isn't this powerful. Chapter 78, I choose Hardong Industrial University. Looking at the chaos in the distance, the principal of Hadong Industrial University, Duan Mubo, sighed helplessly. Principal Ping still has such a hot temper. However, since she's already intervened, I can't hold back either. I'll take care of the eastern sector. He waved his hand, and a strange-looking mechanical beast appeared beside him. The mechanical beast stood 3 or 4 meters tall, covered in countless holes, resembling a gigantic beehive. Duan Mubo smiled faintly, activating some switch. A buzzing sound filled the air as countless mechanical birds the size of palms swarmed out of the hive, darting toward the east. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from everyone's sight. Su Hui pulled out his magical observation mirror equipped with the eagle eye technique. He saw the mechanical birds flying swiftly in a specific formation. As soon as they detected the traces of the magical beasts, they swung their thin, metal wings like cicada wings and charged straight at them. Boom! Loud explosions echoed continuously. Whether they were low-tier minions like carrion demons, hyena demons, or lava demons, or elite monsters like lava stone monsters, clawed beasts, dark flame imps, or abyssal wolves exceeding level 20. Any creature targeted by the mechanical birds was either decapitated by their alloy blades or blown to pieces in a self-destructive explosion. Li Tang's eyes lit up instantly. He had also studied mechanical arts in his spare time, so he was naturally very interested in this contraption. However, just looking at the mechanical bird's design, it was clear they were the work of advanced mechanical arts of formidable creation. This is the hummingbird reconnaissance and strike drone developed by our university. High altitude, high speed, long range detect and destroy upon sight. Don't even mention these monsters below level 30, even a level 51 wouldn't survive more than a few hits from my saturation attack. Duan Mubo immediately noticed Li Tang's intense gaze and smiled, saying, "How about it? Want to learn? Just enroll in our Harbin-Dong Industrial University, and I'll personally teach you. I guarantee I'll turn you into a master of mechanical arts." Du Pengfei, the principal of Rixing Academy, heard this and flew into a rage. "You shameless old rogue! How dare you use such a trick to lure Li Tang?" Duan Mubo didn't bat an eyelid. "What? I'll use this method if I want to. Come on, hit me if you dare." "You." Facing the lazy Duan Mubo, Du Pengfei had no outlet for his anger. He leaped into the air, his 75th level swordsman's might fully unleashed. His entire body transformed into a massive blade, slashing toward the west with a single strike, earth-splitting, heaven-slicing. Within moments, the ground dozens of miles away seemed to be torn open by a gigantic hand, a massive crack spreading rapidly outward. Wherever it touched, the sky collapsed and the earth sank, dust and debris flying everywhere. All the demonic beasts and monsters within the range were either torn to pieces by the icy blade chi or swept into the fissure and buried alive. The casualties were heavy. A single strike altered the landscape. Li Tang was so shocked that his mouth formed an O shape. He never imagined that after advancing to a high-tier warrior class, one could unleash such terrifying power. "Ha, old Du, you're still so crude, not a bit elegant. No wonder people say you're a bunch of muscle-bound brutes with no brains." The principal of Magic and Martial Arts University teased Du Pengfei with a remark, his magic staff tracing mystical patterns in the air as he muttered incantations. The sky in the north suddenly changed color, the originally grayish horizon dyed crimson red, as if the entire sky were ablaze. The fiery clouds rolled and surged like boiling lava, followed by countless meteorites the size of heads hurtling down from the clouds with a deafening roar. Boom! Deafening explosions echoed one after another, causing the ground in the northern part of the city to tremble violently. As the meteorites hit the ground, they erupted into blazing flames, engulfing all the beasts in the vicinity. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. Pseudo-forbidden curse, flying fire meteor. Is this the power of advanced magic? Li Tang stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Those ferocious beasts that were so brutal in everyday life were as fragile as ants in the face of this cataclysmic magic. You call them crude? Your methods aren't exactly elegant either. Everyone burst into laughter, mocking and teasing. However, after their commotion, all the monsters around Kanglan City were doomed. Within the attack range, none were spared, they were all reduced to ashes. You lot are nothing but killers. Don't you think about it? You've destroyed the environment around here. How are the lower-level monsters supposed to survive? Where will the new students who transfer to Kanglan City next year go to level up? Yu Nanlu, the principal of Guangwei Academy, frowned and said helplessly, "You don't know anything about sustainable development." As she spoke, she slowly pulled out a jade bottle containing a vibrant green willow branch. Yu Nanlu held the willow branch and gently waved it in the 4 cardinal directions. Wherever she waved, a light, misty rain began to fall. The plants that had been destroyed earlier began to grow rapidly under the gentle rain, visibly regaining their vitality in no time. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Yu Nanlu smiled and explained, "Don't worry. I've switched to the SS-ranked profession Plant Messenger, which allows me to control the growth rate of plants. However, this ability has no effect on those magical beasts." She turned to Su Hui and said politely, "Lord Su, since those fleeing magical beasts have been dealt with, please send some men to collect the items they dropped. It might help compensate for some of the losses suffered by Kanglin City." Su Hui smiled and thanked her, immediately dispatching men to carry out the task. All potential threats were eliminated, and the citizens watching from the city walls cheered in celebration. Li Tang couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Even at level 70, these powerful beings were terrifying. Their every move had the power to destroy a small city. If they were to reach levels 80 or 90, wouldn't they be like the legendary immortals, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a single wave of their hand? Truly awe-inspiring. However, he also knew that the principals had deliberately unleashed these powerful techniques to showcase their strength, hoping to convince him to choose their school. The spatial fissure leading to the demon realm had been completely sealed. The fleeing demon realm monsters were either dead or had escaped, and those remaining were no longer a threat. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Li Tang's face. "Li Tang, now that everything has been settled, which school will you choose?" "Thanks to the kindness of the principals of the major universities, who went out of their way to come to Kanglin City for my sake. Not only have you completely sealed the spatial fissure leading to the demon realm, but you've also eliminated those who slipped through the cracks. I am deeply grateful." Li Tang thought for a moment and said, "I am a blacksmith. My mission is to forge better equipment for the nation's warriors, enhancing their combat prowess. The philosophy of Hardong University of Industry, which hides its name to forge swords for the nation, aligns perfectly with my own. Therefore, I have chosen Hardong University of Industry." He bowed deeply and apologized. To the other principals, "I truly apologize. Ha, I knew you had good taste. Choosing Hardong Industrial University was definitely the right choice." Upon hearing this, President Duan Mubo of Hardong University burst into laughter. "Li Tang, why don't you consider it again?" Seeing that others were still trying to persuade him, Duan Mubo glared at them. Li Tang had already made his choice. "If any of you dare to keep pressuring him, I'll cut off your school's equipment supply." Harbin Dong Industrial University was the top military engineering university in the country, and many principals relied on equipment manufactured there. Duan Mubo's move had struck at their core. Everyone was helpless and could only turn their eyes to Su Jiao, who was standing beside him. This was Su Jiao, the daughter of Su Hui. Not only had she transferred to become an S-rank professional Gale Sword Saint, but she had also completed her second-tier advancement in just over half a month. Her college entrance exam scores in both academics and martial arts were all first place, a truly rare talent. If they could recruit her into the school, it would be well worth the trip. Su Jiao smiled brightly and said without hesitation, "I'm sorry, I've also chosen Harbin Dong Industrial University." Chapter 79, Choose the Best, Don't Be So Petty. You win, you lose. Since Li Tang ultimately chose Harbin Dong Industrial University, the principals of other universities, though disappointed, could only accept the outcome. With matters settled, the principals of the other schools, who hadn't gained any advantage, left Kanglin City one after another. Though they departed, their heroic deeds of sealing the spatial fissure and eradicating the fleeing demonic creatures left countless legends in Kanglin City, which the citizens talked about for a long time. Especially the scenes of Ping Chuyao, Duan Mubo, and Du Pengfei unleashing their ultimate moves to annihilate the beasts outside the city were captured on mobile phones and shared online, sparking a frenzy of worship for the major universities. What a talented disciple. I must depart first. Duan Mubo pulled Li Tang's hand, his face filled with reluctance. When school starts, I'll come to pick you up personally. He suddenly remembered something, pulled out a few books from his spatial ring, and said, I've reclassed into an SS-rank divine mechanic. These are some notes on mechanical arts I've compiled over the years, along with some blueprints. Take them and experiment. Though you've switched to blacksmithing, you've also studied mechanical arts, so these will come in handy. Who would have thought that this unassuming old man was actually an SS-ranked professional? Li Tang had been growing tired of the old man constantly calling him his good disciple, but upon seeing what Ndu Bo had brought out, he was overjoyed. With these notes, his mechanical art skills will improve rapidly. Since the demon beast crisis outside Kanglin City has been resolved, Wang Lingyue, Ding Weiyang, and Kong Lianchuan must return with their troops. Wang Lingyue was the commander of the provincial military region, while Ding Weiyang and Kong Lianchuan were both city lords, busy with their daily duties and unable to linger in Kanglin City. Old Su. I heard you managed to get your hands on some top-notch gear. Its attributes are more than 3 times better than similar tier equipment. The elite troops of your city defense force are all equipped with it. The 3 of us are known as the Iron Triangle of the Northwest Province. You can't keep these good things to yourself. As they were about to leave, Ding Weiyang smiled broadly and said, "Guys, we're about to leave. You should at least give us a token of your generosity, 1,000 or 800 sets as a parting gift." Kong Lianchuan chimed in from the side, "Exactly. You're in trouble, and we too didn't hesitate to lead the troops day and night to come here. You can't be ungrateful." Su Hui burst into laughter. "Am I the kind of person who would do that? I even save the legs of a grasshopper for you guys when I eat it. How could I forget about you? But you actually dare to ask for 1,000 or 800 sets of equipment. Even if I had them, there's Commander Wang Lingyue watching over there. Do you think they'd end up in your hands?" Saying this, he pulled out 2 pieces of equipment from his spatial ring and said solemnly, "I can't say too much about this. Don't ask any more questions. These 2 pieces of equipment are my personal sponsorship for you. Take a look at your younger relatives who are advancing in rank this year, see if any of them show promise. They can use this equipment to get a head start in the early stages. Blood Drinking Mad Blade Purple Excellence, Attack 564, Strength 225, Constitution 222, Constitution 216, Attack plus 18, Damage plus 8. Attached traits, Soul/Gold, Critical Strike Gold. Requires level 25, Strength 108. Soul/Gold has a 10% chance to ignore the target's physical defense, directly dealing 50 true damage to the soul and applying the Soul Rift effect. Fatal Strike Gold ignores 50 of the target's defense and has a 15% chance to deal 500 attack damage on hit. Thunder Staff Purple, Excellent, Attack 585, Intelligence 240, Constitution 231, Agility 227, Lightning Spell Power 12. Attached traits, Spell Chain Strike Gold, Spell Splash Gold. Requires level 23, Intelligence 132, Constitution 88. Spell Chain Strike Gold, Critical Hit Rate 20, Critical Hit Damage 100, Attack Speed 30, 20% chance to trigger a Chain Strike on attack, dealing an additional attack. Spell Splash Gold, Skill Cooldown 30, Skill Damage 50, Attack Power increased by 200, and a 20% chance to deal 50 attack damage splash damage to 3 surrounding enemies when attacking. Seeing the game-breaking stats of these 2 items, Ding Weiyang and Kong Lianchuan both sucked in a cold breath. Rumor has it that you, Old Su, have struck it rich and somehow obtained a large batch of super-powered equipment, even launching some sort of top student support program where every eligible student receives one. Ding Weiyang said with a grimace, "I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out it's true." Kong Lianshan was also amazed. "That's right. I've seen the equipment used by your city guards. They're mostly blue rare quality, but the attached stats are all green or blue. I never expected these 2 pieces of equipment to have gold attributes, and 2 of them at that." He spoke seriously. The value of these 2 pieces of equipment cannot be measured in money. "Old Su, are you really willing to give them to us?" Su Hui burst into laughter. "What's there to be reluctant about? If you don't want them, I'll take them back." Ding Weiyang snatched the blood-drinking mad blade from him, gave him a disdainful glance, and said, "Look at you being so stingy. Once you give something away, you can't take it back. Right, this is what you owe me and old Ding. This item belongs to us." Kong Lianshan quickly put away the thunderstaff while grinning mischievously. "If you get surrounded by monsters again, I'll bring troops to save you." Su Hui laughed and scolded, "Get lost." Ding Weiyang looked around cautiously and whispered, "Old Su, tell me the truth. Where did you get this equipment? Is it true, as the rumors say, that there's a super genius blacksmith here who can forge equipment with extraordinary attributes?" Su Hui shook his head and said, "It cannot be spoken of, it cannot be spoken of." Ding Weiyang grew impatient. He never expected that after all these years of friendship, Su Hui would still keep this a secret from them. Over there, Wang Lingyue had just scolded Lu Ningjian again, repeatedly instructing him to make sure the Magic Wolf Special Forces protected Li Tang. Just then, he overheard the 3 of them whispering, so he walked over and scolded them angrily. "Su Hui did the right thing. This matter is still confidential. You 2 good-for-nothings, take your cut and get out of here. Don't go spreading rumors." "Yes." Wang Lingyue is the commander of the provincial military region and their direct superior. Ding Weiyang and Kong Lianchuan dared not ask any more questions and hurriedly led their team away. Imperial Capital, Grand Marshal's Mansion. The office was modestly decorated with peeling wall paint. The Supreme Commander puffed on his pipe while his secretary presented a file folder. "As per your instructions, the Dragon King transformed into a giant dragon and caused chaos in the East China Sea, triggering a tsunami that submerged 3 coastal cities of the Japanese invaders, resulting in over 10 million deaths. Due to the secrecy of the operation, the Japanese had no idea what was happening and believed the tsunami was caused by a high-level magical beast from the depths of the sea. Or perhaps they knew it was our revenge, but they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. However, the Japanese have already begun organizing elite forces and are publicly announcing the launch of the dragon slaying operation. Commander-in-Chief, should we notify the Dragon King to return and lie low for now?" The Supreme Commander smiled faintly, exhaling a puff of smoke. Since the objective has been achieved, it is best for him to return. The Japanese know the small courtesies but lack great righteousness, are fixated on minor details but lack great virtue, prioritize trivial matters over integrity, fear might but do not cherish virtue, and when strong, they plunder and raid, when weak, they bow and submit. They only know how to engage in underhanded tactics behind the scenes. After this lesson, they should be able to behave themselves for a while. They love to engage in underhanded schemes behind the scenes. This lesson should keep them in line for a while. The Supreme Commander stood up, paced around the office a few times, then suddenly stopped and asked, "By the way, where did Li Tang from Kanglan City ultimately choose to attend university?" The secretary flipped through the documents, organized his words, and reported, "Supreme Commander, the three great supreme universities, the Imperial Capital Military Academy, Harbin East University of Technology, the United Alliance University, the Glorious Academy, Beijing University, the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, and over 10 other top-tier universities have all gathered in Kanglan City, offering irresistible offers." However, Li Tang stated that he would attend whichever university could seal the spatial fissure and eliminate the demonic monsters rampaging outside the city. Oh? Is that so? The Supreme Commander immediately perked up. What exactly is the situation? The secretary, with his eloquent speech, vividly recounted everything that had happened in Kanglan City. The Supreme Commander nodded slightly. He has a good temperament. Only such talent is worth a nation investing so much effort to cultivate. Though this child is still somewhat inexperienced, sending him to Hardong University of Technology for further training would be beneficial. By the way, select a few suitable items from the National Treasury to send to Li Tang. Choose something of good quality, don't be stingy. Chapter 80, The Nation Sends Another Treasure. The days that followed were both fulfilling and uneventful for Li Tang. Since the magical beasts outside the city had been largely eradicated by the major school heads, there were no suitable locations nearby for leveling up. Even Lu Ruyan's spirit summoning talent couldn't make much of a difference. Li Tang decided to immerse himself in the forge, focusing solely on crafting various pieces of equipment. The city lord, Su Hui, had always been kind to him, so he decided to leave something behind for Kanglan City before he went to school. The hundreds of thousands of demonic monsters that had attacked the city earlier had dropped a massive amount of materials, enough for Li Tang to craft multiple sets of lava demon heavy armor. Most of these sets were blue quality rare items, but he had specially saved a set of purple quality exceptional items for Old Lu and Old Wang. Though each piece of the sets only had 2 blue attributes, it still made Old Lu and Old Wang overjoyed, and even Nie Xiaoying looked on with envy. After the holiday, Lu Ruyan had nothing much to do, so she decided to visit Li Tang every day. After Lu Jingming's arrangements, Lu Ruyan also successfully secured a teaching position at Harbin Dong Industrial University, allowing her to frequently interact with Li Tang. In Lu Jingming's mind, he would have loved to send his granddaughter to Li Tang's bed, making sure everything was settled, but Lu Ruyan found this both frustrating and amusing. Fortunately, this matter hadn't been mentioned to Li Tang beforehand, otherwise, who knows what kind of comedy would have unfolded. Seeing this situation, Su Jiao stopped leveling up and would often come to Li Tang's small courtyard to watch him forge iron. Li Tang wasn't a fool, he could sense that both women were interested in him. However, due to Fu Yike's betrayal, he had developed a significant emotional scar, keeping his feelings buried deep inside and daring not to reveal them. Nevertheless, Li Tang wasn't stingy. He crafted the Holy Light Judgment set and the Wind Hunter set for them, both of which were purple quality items. However, golden attributes were too expensive, so he could only add blue or purple attributes to them. Even so, their strength far surpassed that of their peers at the same level, and they could even take on bosses solo with ease. That day, when he received a package sent from the Imperial Capital by the Grand Marshal, Li Tang was completely stunned. Mustard seed containing the Universe Platinum Treasure, special item, does not occupy an equipment slot. Can store all items except living beings, with an extremely large internal space capable of holding an entire mountain. Requires soul binding, tradable before binding, cannot be dropped or transferred after binding. Wear level, unrestricted. The space inside this ring was hundreds of times larger than anything he had seen before. When he channeled his spiritual energy into it, he couldn't even sense its boundaries. After the spiritual energy revival, every professional now possesses a spatial backpack, but the space is extremely limited, with only 10 slots initially. To expand it, one must slowly complete upgrade quests. Apart from awakened spatial professionals, only certain special items could store items. A spatial item this large, especially one soul-bound, was practically on par with a divine artifact. It was estimated that the entire nation possessed only a handful of such items. Moreover, it was filled to the brim with all sorts of items and materials. No wonder it's the nation, they sure know how to make a grand entrance. Huh, what's this? After binding his soul, Li Tang discovered a peculiar stone in the most prominent position of the mustard seed containing the universe ring. Resurrection Stone, special consumable. Effect: when the carrier dies, they will be revived at the spirit altar but will lose all carried items and enter a weakened state for 7 days. User, unbound. Description: mysterious origin. Legend has it that it was formed from the 5 colored stones left over when Yuhua repaired the sky, extremely rare. Li Tang never imagined that the nation would possess such a powerful special item. After death, one can actually be revived, and the resurrection location is even bound. Even with certain powerful spells that allow one to resurrect in the same location, one would still be vulnerable to being guarded by others. Unless one is extremely powerful, they would be killed again upon revival. Li Tang didn't know the location of the spirit platform, but he assumed it must be the safest and most secluded place in the Great Xia Empire. This was like gaining an extra life. Li Tang no longer hesitated, gripping the resurrection stone tightly and silently reciting the binding incantation. He felt a shiver run through his soul, as he had established an indescribable, mysterious connection with the stone. Li Tang continued to examine the other items, growing increasingly astonished. Invisibility Cloak Red Extraordinary, Special Item. Grants invisibility and triggers a counterattack mechanism when attacked. Wear level 30. Lucky Amulet Golden Legendary, Special Item. Reduces the chance of receiving a fatal blow by 100% and triggers an additional life-saving effect when hit by a fatal attack. Wear level 25. Source of Life Red Legendary, Special Item. Automatically restores 5 HP every certain period of time. Equip level 32. Guardian Angel Golden Legend, Special Item. Triggers when receiving a fatal attack, granting 180 seconds of invincibility and restoring a certain amount of health. Equip level 27. Life Gem Golden Legendary, Special Item. Consumable. Instantly restores full health and removes all negative status effects. Equip level, no restriction. Teleport Scroll, Special Item. Consumable. Upon activation, instantly teleports to a designated location or away from the current battle area. Usage level, no restriction. I'm speechless. Li Tang is completely speechless. With so many special items at his disposal, he felt like a 9-lives cat demon. No matter how recklessly he acted, he couldn't die. Li Tang finally realized that in reality, not everyone will envy you, frame you, or even try to eliminate you just because you're talented. Instead, there will be a group of people who will go to great lengths to protect you, pave a bright path for you, and all you have to do is follow that path forward, and your future will be smooth sailing. Additionally, the ring contained countless materials, equipment, magic crystals, runes, blueprints, and potions. Knowing he had minored in mechanical arts, they even sent him the skill books for intermediate mechanical arts and advanced mechanical arts, along with a large number of mechanical blueprints. To put it bluntly, the items inside this ring alone are worth more than the accumulated wealth of some small countries. Li Tang, are you satisfied with these items? The man who brought the items was a middle-aged gentleman with a scholarly demeanor, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He smiled at Li Tang and said, "If there's anything else you need, please let me know promptly." Li Tang was extremely excited. The country is truly being too kind to me. These items are already far beyond my expectations. I can't even think of what else I might need. Alright, here's my contact information. Feel free to call me if you need anything. The middle-aged man smiled gently. My surname is Song. I'm Song Jingyu, working by the side of the Supreme Commander. Li Tang was both surprised and delighted that the Supreme Commander's personal aide had come personally to deliver something to him. He quickly added Song Jingyu's contact information with great respect. After sending off Song Jingyu, Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao immediately gathered around, eager to see what treasures the country had given him. Li Tang smiled and casually pulled out a few items. Each time he took one out, the two women gasped in astonishment. After a long while, Lu Ruyan sighed, "The state treats you so well. It's truly enviable." Li Tang laughed, "No matter how well they treat me, I'm still your student." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him and murmured, "You're just good with words." Her eyes seemed to hold a hint of mist, and Li Tang found himself lost in her gaze for a moment. Su Jiao immediately felt a surge of jealousy and huffed loudly. Li Tang finally snapped out of it, scratched his head, and felt a bit embarrassed. He chuckled. Seeing the two of them, Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and giggled, secretly proud of her charm. "Oh, right, I won't be coming tomorrow." As the sky grew dark, Lu Ruyan stretched lazily, stood up to take her leave, and her thin clothes outlined her beautiful figure clearly. Li Tang couldn't help but glance at her a few more times and casually asked, "What's up? Does Ms. Lu have something to do tomorrow?" "Nothing important." Lu Ruyan walked to the door in her high heels. "During the recent city wall defense battle, I've already reached level 30. Tomorrow, I plan to complete the 3rd-tier advancement quest. I want to go too." Li Tang, who had been sitting still, perked up at the mention of the task. "Last time you helped me with the quest, this time I'll help you." Su Jiao was already level 22. Upon hearing that Li Tang was going, a fleeting look of envy flashed in her eyes, and she insisted on going too. Lu Ruyan gave Su Jiao a meaningful look, already knowing her thoughts. She chuckled and said, "Alright, since you're not afraid of danger, let's go together. However, I've already transferred to an A-rank profession, the Holy Light Knight, and the 3rd-tier advancement quest isn't easy. We need to defeat the Boiling Sheep King in the Green Grass Plains dungeon and obtain the Heart of Light." She glanced around and realized there were only 3 of them, so she needed to find 2 more teammates. Li Tang couldn't help but take a few more glances at Lu Ruyan. He never expected that the seemingly delicate and fragile girl had actually transferred to the Holy Light Knight class, renowned for redemption and protection. This contrast was as striking as her bust, quite the surprise. Chapter 81, This Black Lord is finished. The next morning, Li Tang and Su Jiao arrived early at the north gate of Kanglan City to gather. Nye Xiaoying and the others were waiting nearby in a Hummer. This guy is now a national treasure. The city lord, Su Hui, had said that as long as Li Tang didn't kill or set fires, all his wishes would be granted. After the demonic monsters besieged the city, the area had become desolate. The once bustling scenes of people gathering at the city gates to form groups and head outside the city walls for training were no longer to be seen. Li Tang, we're here. Lu Ruyan was still driving her stylish sports car, trailing a fragrant breeze, and parked steadily at the north gate, smiling and greeting Li Tang. Accompanying her was a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs and a youthful face. Let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Su Mushue, a level 30 priest. Lu Ruyan teased with a mischievous smile. Don't let her youthful appearance fool you, she's got plenty to offer. Li Tang couldn't help but nod at the sight of Su Mushue's ample bust. Indeed. Oomph. Su Jiao snorted coldly, glancing at her own average-sized chest, and thought to herself, I'm not a cow, why did I have to grow so big? It's just a burden. Su Mushue seemed unfazed by Li Tang's reaction, merely smiling and extending her delicate hand. Hello, Li Tang. I'm Su Han's cousin. I've been hearing him talk about you all the time lately. I never expected we'd end up working together. Please take care of me. This wet nurse actually has a relative with that kid Su Han. Li Tang was startled and gently squeezed her finger. Did Su Han say bad things about me? Su Mushue smiled and replied, he did mention it earlier, but lately he's been sighing, why was I born when there's already someone like you? Everyone was chatting and laughing when suddenly a deep, gravelly voice interrupted, excuse me, ladies, I'm late. A large G-Class SUV, emitting a strong smell of gasoline, suddenly stopped in front of them. The door opened, and a young man with slicked-back hair and a powdered face stepped out. Lu Ruyan furrowed her brows slightly before relaxing them again, and giggled, let me introduce you. This is Wu Kuan, the only son of the Wu Group, a level 30A rank professional, Thunder Mage. She leaned close to Li Tang's ear and whispered, don't misunderstand. This guy may be my sycophant, but his strength is actually quite impressive among the younger generation. I only brought him along for the third-tier advancement. Wu Kuan. Upon hearing the name, Li Tang nearly burst out laughing. How generous of the Wu family to name their male heir such a name. Seeing Li Tang struggling to suppress his laughter, Wu Kuan was about to lose his temper, but when he caught sight of Su Jiao's coldly beautiful face, he froze in place, his eyes fixated on her. Unlike Lu Ruyan's mature allure, Su Jiao was like a budding orchid in a secluded valley, exuding a unique charm. Another lecherous rogue. Seeing Wu Kuan's ugly expression, Su Jiao snorted coldly and turned away. Wu Kuan hit a brick wall, scratched his nose, and felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing Lu Ruyan's smirking expression, he panicked and hurriedly explained, Ruyan, I have no connection with her. It seems that Mr. Wu prefers women like Su Jiao. Lu Ruyan furrowed her brows and said, if that's the case, then it's my fault for not introducing her to you sooner. No, that's not what I meant. Wu Kuan was so flustered that sweat began to trickle down his forehead, and his words came out stammering. Seeing Lu Ruyan acting so coy, Li Tang could no longer contain himself and burst out laughing. Wu Kuan, who had been cornered by Lu Ruyan and had no outlet for his frustration, saw Li Tang's expression and immediately flew into a rage. He glared at him and asked, who are you? I don't recognize you. What class did you switch to, and what level are you? Li Tang glanced at his attribute panel and replied, I just reached level 21. As for my profession. He thought for a moment, pulled out the Frost Tower shield and Thunder Warhammer, and declared, I'm a warrior. Damn it, no one was guiding me, so leveling up was slow. I spent nearly a month crafting this gear, and the experience gained barely got me to level 21. As for being a warrior, that's not exactly a lie. His current stats are such that even among warriors of the same level, few could surpass him. Plus, Li Tang had learned several universal skills like Heavy Strike, so he wasn't much different from other warriors. However, to keep it a secret, he set the equipment attributes to be visible only to himself. Only level 21? Wu Kuan saw Li Tang dressed in heavy warrior armor and immediately looked down on him. Ruyan, I'm not saying this to you. The third-tier advancement quest is extremely important, how could you bring such trash along as filler? I have a few friends who are pretty strong. Why don't I call them over? Wu Kuan spoke while reaching for his phone to call. Lu Ruyan smiled faintly and said softly, no need. I have it under control. Wu Kuan tried to persuade her further, but Lu Ruyan interrupted him, her voice trembling with tears. You keep saying you'll listen to me, but now it's clear you don't care about my opinions at all. Li Tang watched from the side, his skin crawling. He never would have imagined that the usually gentle and composed Ms. Lu could have such a manipulative side, and her art skills weren't half bad either. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Ruyan pouted slightly, Wu Kuan's knees went weak, and he hurriedly said, alright, I'll do whatever you say. I'll just have to put in a little more effort later. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a piece of equipment. This is the top-tier gear I had someone get for me. With this, you'll definitely be able to complete the third-tier advancement quest. Thunderbolt Staff Purple Excellence, Attack 366, Intelligence 231, Constitution 222, Lightning Damage 10. Additional traits, Thunder's Wrath, Quick Recovery. Requires level 29, Intelligence 108. Thunderous Wrath Blue, increases lightning spell attack damage by 70. Quick Recovery Blue, reduces spell skill cooldown speed by 30, reduces mana consumption by 20. Isn't this the equipment I crafted? How did it end up in this kid's hands? Upon seeing the attributes of the staff, Li Tang was startled. He exchanged glances with Su Jiao and Lu Ruyan and saw the same look of astonishment in their eyes. Every piece of equipment Li Tang had crafted was numbered and strictly controlled by the city lord's mansion, with strict prohibitions against private circulation. Where on earth did Wu Kuan get this? This equipment's attributes are so powerful. Mr. Wu, where did you get this? Lu Ruyan was scheming in her mind on how to pry the information out of Wu Kuan, but Sumu Shue had already blurted out her surprise. Wu Kuan said proudly, "Do you know Black Lord? This magic staff is from him." He looked pained, "But this thing wasn't cheap. This staff cost me a whopping 20 million. Black Lord? Who is Black Lord? Li Tang's upbringing had always been focused on home and school. He knew nothing about the outside world and looked completely confused. You don't even know Black Lord? Wu Kuan looked down on him with disdain, extending his thumb. Black Lord's real name is Wei Zhenhai. He's the underground emperor of Kanglan City, and even in the entire Northwest province, he's a well-known figure. Oh, so he's a gang boss, Li Tang realized. Daring to call himself the underground emperor in front of me? This Wei Zhenhai has already sealed his own fate. Su Jiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. She took a few steps back without making a sound and pulled out her phone to call her father quietly. This Wei Zhenhai is finished. Even if it's Wu Kuan, he'll inevitably be dealt with by City Lord Su Hui in the end. Chapter 82, The Mechanical Horse. This so-called underground emperor is finished. Lu Ruyan sighed softly to herself and said in a low voice, "Since everyone is here, let's go." With Wu Bonzi's top-notch weapon, this mission should be easy to complete. Since few people were leaving the city, the group quickly passed through the checkpoints and arrived outside the city walls. The distance to the Green Grass Prairie dungeon was still over 100 kilometers. How long would it take us to walk there? Wu Kuan whistled, and the surrounding space rippled. A majestic, deep brown stallion suddenly appeared beside him. The horse had a slender yet well-proportioned build, with sturdy, powerful limbs. Its thick mane extended from its forehead all the way down to its neck, resembling a banner. You actually contracted a pet? Even Lu Ruyan, who had always remained composed, was taken aback. After all, unless one was a professional beast tamer, other professions could only contract pets by obtaining an egg from a magical beast or capturing a young one and raising it from infancy, a process that required immense sacrifice. Even someone of Su Jiao and Lu Ruyan's status hasn't contracted a pet yet. Ruyan, you've switched to being a holy light knight. You should be riding a mount. This flying swallow horse is only third-tier quality, barely suitable for riding. I've already asked the Four Seas Merchants Guild to help find a fourth-tier pet egg. Once you advance to your third job, you'll be able to hatch it and ride it. Seeing Lu Ruyan's surprised expression, Wu Kuan felt very proud. He bowed and said, "My princess, please mount the horse. Let me take you for a gallop." From his expression, it was clear he had set his mind on riding the same horse as Lu Ruyan, hoping to grow closer to her. Lu Ruyan hesitated, about to refuse, but Li Tang had already pulled out a mechanical horse from his spatial ring. "Master Lu, this kid is being too stingy. Just one horse? How are the 5 of us supposed to ride it? Here, I just bought 2 mechanical horses recently. I'll give you one." Li Tang gave her a knowing glance. "I'm not like others who give gifts and make empty promises." The mechanical horse's wooden frame was covered in bronze scales, measuring about 10 feet from head to tail and 8 feet from hoof to spine. Its eyes, embedded with crimson crystals, glowed with an otherworldly light, and its body was completely free of any stray hairs, its fur as pure as burning charcoal. Name, Red Hair. Quality, Purple Excellence. Type, Vehicle. Level, 30. Health, 20,000. Attack, 544. Defense, 600. Energy, 10,000. Skills, Charge, Lightning Strike. Charge doubles movement speed and deals an additional 100 attack damage. Lightning Bolt charges forward at high speed, channeling the power of lightning to propel oneself, unleashing a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch, with a speed of 100. Additional traits, Haste, Shield. Haste Blue increases speed by 20 and evasion by 20. Shield Blue, when attacked, quickly activates an energy shield, forming a 33-meter defensive barrier that blocks up to 20,000 points of physical and magical damage, lasting 10 seconds. Description: galloping thousands of miles, sweeping away dust and debris. Crossing rivers and climbing mountains, purple mist parts. Snapping the reins, shaking the jade bit, a fire dragon descends from the heavens. Named after an ancient legendary horse, it safeguards its master on all journeys. Seeing that Li Tang had ruined his plans, Wu Kuan flew into a rage. However, Li Tang had hidden the mechanical horse's attributes, setting them to be viewable only by the owner. Wu Kuan had no idea how astonishing the attributes of the red horse truly were. Before he could say anything else, Lu Ruyan smiled charmingly, flipped herself onto the back of the mechanical horse, and casually pulled her best friend Su Mushue up as well. Thank you. I'll take this horse. Is this the mechanical horse? It's so comfortable to sit on. Su Mushue sat in front of Lu Ruyan, touching and examining everything around her, her face filled with wonder. Hold on tight. Lu Ruyan gave the horse a gentle kick, and the mechanical horse's front legs lifted off the ground. It let out a long, loud neigh and sprinted toward the city gates. Let's go too. Li Tang also mounted another one and extended his hand to Su Jiao. Su Jiao blushed instantly, hesitated for a moment, then reached out her hand. Giddy up. Li Tang pulled Su Jiao onto the horse, embraced her in his arms, and pulled the reins. The horse beneath him, Shitu, darted forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Put. Wu Koan was choked by the dust kicked up by the mechanical horse, so he flipped himself onto his own flying swallow and gave chase, cursing all the way. The Qingqing grassland was located over 100 kilometers north of Kanglan City. This remote area had remained largely untouched even during the recent rampage of demonic monsters. The mechanical horses were incredibly fast, and their speed could easily be described as lightning fast. Wu Kuan's flying swallow couldn't keep up. Over there, old Lu had already pushed the throttle all the way to the tank just to keep up, which made Nie Xiaoying keep calling Li Tang in frustration. But Li Tang didn't answer at all. He was hugging Su Jiao's waist, completely immersed in the thrill of galloping on horseback. Since arriving in this alternate world nearly 2 months ago, he had spent every day either forging iron or on his way to forge iron. Today was the first day he had truly relaxed. Even if they occasionally encountered magical beasts, they couldn't catch up to them. But this was a real problem for Wu Koan. His third-tier pet horse, made of flesh and blood, couldn't possibly match the mechanical body powered by magic crystals. He finally arrived at the entrance to the Green Grass Prairie dungeon, panting heavily, only to find Lu Ruyan and the others already waiting there for some time. They were gathered around a large rock, playing cards. Hey, Wu Ji, you finally showed up. Li Tang peeled off the piece of paper stuck to his face from losing at cards and stood up. We've been waiting for you for ages. Wu Koan had switched to a mage class, whose physical stats couldn't compare to warrior-type classes. After over 100 kilometers of galloping, his thighs were burning with pain, and he could barely walk without dragging his feet. He stuffed the sweaty, trembling flying swallow into his pet space, grimaced, and took 2 steps forward, asking with a dark expression, "Kid, were you doing that on purpose?" Lu Ruyan also stood up and coldly said, "Oh, Mr. Wu, you're quite the big shot. You were the one who wanted to ride the horse in the first place. Now that you can't keep up, you're trying to back out. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered you, Mr. Wu." She turned toward the entrance of the Green Grassland dungeon and said, "Let's go, the rest of us will complete the quest. Mr. Wu, please return." Upon hearing this, Wu Koan grew anxious and hurriedly stepped in front of Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan, that's not what I meant. I was wrong. Can't I just apologize? Besides, this advancement quest is no easy feat without me as your main damage dealer. How will you all manage?" Seeing him so humble, Lu Ruyan finally softened and said in a sweet voice, "Alright, I'll give you another chance." Saying this, she pulled Su Mushue by the hand and turned toward the entrance of the dungeon, with Wu Koan following closely behind. Li Tang watched in disbelief, never expecting a sycophant to go this far. "What's so funny? I've heard that when you were dealing with Iko, that you weren't any better than him." Su Jiao shot Li Tang a disdainful glance and followed closely behind. "Is that so? I don't remember that at all." Li Tang scratched his head, looking confused. The Green Grass Prairie is a silver-tier advanced dungeon, with numerous guards stationed at its entrance. After checking Lu Ruyan's mission credentials, they were allowed into the secret realm. Nie Xiaoying and the others were already over level 30, so they couldn't enter the secret realm and had to wait outside. "Hope nothing goes wrong this time?" Inside the bulletproof Hummer, Nie Xiaoying rubbed her forehead, looking worried. Every time they entered the secret realm dungeon, they always caused some trouble. "Captain, I don't know what you're worried about." Old Lu swung the purple tyrant's hammer in his hand. "Li Tang is already level 21 and will soon reach level 22. Once he puts on the lava demon heavy armor, monsters below level 30 won't stand a chance against him." Old Wang chimed in from the side, "Exactly. Boss, you have no idea how powerful the lava demon heavy armor is." He said proudly, "When I wear this set of gear, I feel so strong I could take on 10 of them. Our gear only has blue tier stats, but Li Tang's has gold tier stats. And every single piece of gear has 2 gold tier stats." Seeing their boastful expressions, Nie Xiaoying couldn't contain her anger. She furrowed her brows and scolded, "I think you're just looking for a fight. 1 against 10. Take off all your gear and hand it over." "The leader, don't." Lao Lu and Lao Wang immediately cried out in despair. Ako smiled slightly. "Captain, there's no need to worry too much. Li Tang must have some valuable items on him. I estimate that monsters below level 50 won't be able to cause him much harm." Nie Xiaoying sighed, hoping that was the case. Chapter 83, Hee, such a white butt. After a slight dizziness, Li Tang and the others had already entered the Green Grassland dungeon. True to its name, the dungeon was a vast grassland stretching as far as the eye could see. A gentle breeze blew, causing the grass to sway like waves, while countless magical beasts roamed in packs. As soon as they entered the dungeon, everyone grew alert, forming a battle formation and advancing cautiously forward. With several wolf howls, the grass taller than a person began to sway violently, and over a dozen grayish-green figures darted past, charging toward them at incredible speed. Holy crap, wolves! In any world, wolves are highly aggressive and dangerous creatures. Moreover, they typically travel in packs. Even wild boars or tigers would often avoid confronting them head-on. Be careful, they're wind demon wolves. Lu Ruyan shouted the warning, holding her long sword in a defensive stance. Li Tang, holding the Frost Tower shield, was about to step forward, but was forcefully blocked by Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao, who shielded him in the center. Wu Koan, upon seeing this, couldn't help but mutter to himself. The swift-wind demon wolves are unique magical beasts of the green grass plains, known for their cruel and cunning nature, extremely aggressive, and possessing skills such as bite, iron claws, and swiftness, with levels mostly between 20-22. These swift-wind demon wolves moved swiftly, darting through the waist-high grass, quickly forming a semicircle to surround them. Without any hesitation, the grey wolves, the size of calves, bared their sharp teeth and charged toward their prey with a rush of wind. Here they come! Li Tang, wielding the Thunder Warhammer, was ready to charge forward, but suddenly heard a voice from behind him, chain lightning. A twisted, serpentine bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking the wind demon wolf that had lunged at Lu Ruyan. But that wasn't all. The lightning split into three, spreading across the bodies of several nearby. Sizzle! With a series of faint sizzling sounds, the mid-air convulsed violently, turning into black charred masses that plummeted to the ground. Ding, your teammate has killed a level 21 Swiftwind Demon Wolf. You have gained 150 experience points. Ding, your teammates have killed a level 21 Swiftwind Demon Wolf. You have gained 150 experience points. Holy crap, this lightning-based skill is pretty powerful. Li Tang couldn't help but whistle in admiration. He never expected Wu Kuan, who looked like a spoiled rich kid, to actually have some real skills. With the Thunderbolt staff enhancing his attack, he had instantly killed 4 wind demon wolves. Seeing Li Tang's astonished gaze, Wu Kuan felt quite proud, giving him a taunting glance before firing another Thunderbolt arrow, turning another wind demon wolf into charred remains. That's just my hot temper. Li Tang decided not to bother killing the monsters anymore. He planted the Ice Tower shield on the ground, leaned against the edge of the shield, and watched Wu Kuan put on a show. Getting experience for nothing was his favorite thing. The gruesome deaths of their comrades didn't scare the other Swiftwind demon wolves. Their eyes gleamed with bloodlust as they charged toward the group one after another. However, aside from Li Tang and Su Jiao, Lu Ruyan and the others had all reached level 30 and were well equipped. These Swiftwind demon wolves weren't a match for them. In no time, the ground was littered with over a dozen mangled corpses. Time to get rich. Li Tang sheathed his shield and warhammer, cheered, and ran over to search the bodies of the Swiftwind demon wolves for dropped items. You've been slacking off the whole time, didn't kill a single monster, and you have the nerve to claim loot? Wu Kuan had used several powerful spells, depleting most of his mana. Seeing that Li Tang hadn't lifted a finger but was eagerly grabbing the loot, he flew into a rage. Though he didn't care about these low-level items, he couldn't help but despise Li Tang's behavior. Li Tang placed a few wolf teeth, 2 wolf skins, and a level 21 junk white quality item into his spatial ring, then turned to look at Wu Kuan in surprise. What's the matter? You. Seeing Li Tang's lazy demeanor, Wu Kuan's chest rose and fell with anger. Are you even a man? As a warrior, you let 2 women stand in front of you. You don't lift a finger, yet you're the first to grab the loot. Do you have any shame left? Li Tang spread his hands helplessly. I would have liked to help, but it wasn't my turn. Besides, I'm Lu Teacher's student. My rank isn't as high as hers. What's wrong with her looking out for me? Lu Ruyan walked over, gave Wu Kuan a disapproving glance, and said, Enough. You're an adult, why are you arguing with a child? Don't forget, you're the expert I hired specifically to help me with this mission. After being scolded by Lu Ruyan in such a playful manner and then praised, Wu Kuan's body went weak, and the anger he had felt earlier was long gone. He immediately became arrogant again, surrounding Lu Ruyan and boasting about himself. Ms. Lu really knows how to handle men. With just a few words, she had Wu Kuan hooked. Su Jiao watched in astonishment, glancing at Li Tang before beginning to ponder silently in her mind. After killing the pack off, the group continued on their way. The magical beasts on the grassland mostly traveled in packs, rarely alone. Various beasts like the grassland gale rabbits, long-toothed warthog pigs, and long-necked gazelles kept appearing, but they were all easily killed. The lightning mages truly lived up to their reputation as the pinnacle of spellcasting. With the Thunderbolt staff enhancing their attacks, the beasts were killed instantly upon contact, with most of them being slain by him alone. Li Tang was more than happy to relax, almost waving a flag and cheering from behind, causing Wu Kuan to roll his eyes constantly. After walking for a short while, they encountered a group of brown-haired spotted hyenas, another type of pack-dwelling magical beast, with an average level of around 25. Though not particularly powerful, these beasts were extremely cruel and cunning, striking fear into the hearts of countless adventurers and other beasts on the plains. They excel at team combat and never engage in one-on-one fights. In addition to skills like Bone Shatter and Tear, these brown-haired spotted hyenas have a signature move called Invincible Anal Punch, specifically targeting the weakest points of their enemies' defenses. They are nicknamed sewer cleaners by the head of the colorectal department. Especially male magical beasts and men, who despise them with a passion. Damn it, how did I end up facing such disgusting creatures? Li Tang used the Frost Tower shield to block the brown-haired spotted hyena's attacks while wailing. I should have brought bulletproof underwear. Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao also broke their usual composure, holding their long swords and retreating behind Li Tang, their attacks hesitant. Though they were women, they feared being attacked from behind. Wu Kuan smirked evilly, hiding behind them and deliberately releasing lightning-based skills sporadically, just to watch Li Tang make a fool of himself. Surrounded by over 10 brown-haired spotted hyenas, Li Tang was in dire straits. He wasn't a proper warrior, and if it weren't for Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao occasionally coming to his aid, he would have been bitten by those hyenas long ago. Even so, his pants were torn in several places, exposing his white buttocks. Ah! Li Tang screamed wildly, swinging his thunder warhammer wildly, refusing to lose his virginity. One brown-haired spotted hyena failed to dodge in time and was struck heavily by the iron hammer, letting out a piercing scream as it flew backward. Its body was smashed into an exaggerated proportion by the hammer, lying on the ground in a bloody mess, twitching a few times before going still. Holy, this thing is incredibly strong. Wu Kuan, who was idly watching nearby, sucked in a sharp breath, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Earth-shattering strike. Li Tang went all out, using his shield to forcefully push the brown-haired spotted hyena away, then swung his right hand down with all his might. The Thunder Warhammer in his hands was only a blue-quality rare item, but it was imbued with the Golden Tray Thunderstrike, which alone increased base damage by 10,000. Moreover, there was a 20% chance to deal 300 lightning damage to a single enemy during the attack. A lightning bolt as thick as an arm flashes by, and the ground in front of Li Tang is instantly shattered into a half-meter-deep crater, with a pitiful brown-haired spotted hyena reduced to a charred, meat-like mass inside. Moreover, several brown-haired spotted hyenas nearby were also caught in the aftermath of the hammer's impact, sustaining varying degrees of damage. This skill was learned after he synthesized the F-rank generic skill book Heavy Strike into a C-rank version. The attack causes the ground to crack, dealing additional damage to enemies, with power far surpassing the original. Wu Kuan's eyes widened in shock. This kid had just switched to a warrior class, how could he possibly know a lightning-based skill? Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao took the opportunity to charge forward, swiftly dispatching the injured brown-haired spotted hyenas with a few swings of their swords. Before they could form they quickly retreated back. Wu Kuan, you're all talk and no action. Watch out, or I'll never speak to you again. Lu Ruyan's face flushed with anger as she turned to scold Wu Kuan. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was truly angry, Wu Kuan dared not delay, setting aside his doubts and giving it his all. Instantly, lightning flashed back and forth among the brown-haired spotted hyenas, erupting into a shower of sparks. With Wu Kuan's reinforcements, the brown-haired spotted hyenas quickly collapsed into disarray, suffering heavy casualties. The remaining few brown-haired spotted hyenas, seeing the situation was dire, abandoned their companions and fled. Li Tang's pants were torn to shreds by these vile creatures, and his buttocks were scratched by their claws, leaving several bloody gashes. Enraged, he swung his hammer and gave chase. He swore to shove the Thunder Warhammer into the asses of these brown-haired, anal-obsessed hyenas and let them taste the chill of a cold asshole. Lu Ruyan embraced her long sword, smiling mischievously as she watched Li Tang go mad. Hee hee, such a white ass. Chapter 84, Ice and Fire in Harmony. Will Li Tang be okay? Seeing Li Tang run off quickly, Su Jiao couldn't help but worry and was about to chase after him. Nothing should happen. Lu Ruyan, however, smiled sweetly. Li Tang was always a clever fellow. If he encountered danger, he'd return quickly. No sooner had she finished speaking than she heard Li Tang's piercing scream, "Everyone, run!" What happened? Everyone was puzzled, but Li Tang had already sprinted back like a hare being chased by a dog, waving his arms and shouting. A massive herd of curved-blade wild bulls, numbering in the thousands, was charging toward them from somewhere. As if to prove his words, dust swirled behind Li Tang, and the ground trembled constantly, as if countless massive magical beasts were charging toward them. Everyone's faces turned pale. The curved horned wild bulls were level 26 herd-dwelling magical beasts, famous for their double horns on their heads, which were as sharp as curved blades. They were massive in size, had a temperamental nature, and once enraged, would charge headlong into anything in their path, even a small mountain. In this grassland terrain, being targeted by these heavy tank-like magical beasts was a death sentence. Su Jiao clenched her teeth and ran toward Li Tang, shouting, "Don't be afraid, I'll come to help you." Wu Kuan, however, was so scared his face went pale. He turned and ran away, muttering, "This kid is such a bad luck charm. Those brown-haired spotted hyenas can run if they want to, why bother chasing after them? This is bad. If we're not careful, we'll all lose our lives here." "Shut up." Hearing Wu Kuan's complaints, Lu Ruyan was flustered and about to scold him, but she saw Li Tang pull out the Chitta mechanical horse and leap onto it. As he swept past Su Jiao, he grabbed her and pulled her up. "Ms. Lu, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get on the horse." "Right." This kid also gave me a mechanical horse. Lu Ruyan snapped out of her daze, hurriedly pulled out the mechanical horse from her spatial backpack and climbed aboard with Su Mushue. The mechanical horses kicked up two clouds of dust and quickly overtaken Wu Koan, who had fled first. Hey, wait for me. Wu Koan, seeing this, hurriedly summoned his own flying sparrow from his pet space, mounted it, and gave chase. However, his flying swallow was of a lower rank and couldn't keep up with Li Tang's group, falling far behind. Help! As a large herd of curved blade wild bulls closed in from behind, Wu Koan's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He frantically released lightning-based skills behind him, attempting to slow their pursuit. Lightning bolts from the sky struck down several of the wild bulls at the front, which were then trampled into pulp by their fellow beasts. However, this only fueled the wild bulls' rage, and they charged after Wu Koan with bloodshot eyes. Lu Ruyan reined in the mechanical horse and shouted to Li Tang, "Li Tang, do you have any more mechanical horses? Can you give one to Wu Koan? He's a direct descendant of the Wu family. If he dies here because of me, I'll have no way to explain it when I go back." Li Tang rolled his eyes. Even if I had one, I wouldn't give it to such a guy. However, Lu Ruyan had a point. Though he was a bit of a spoiled brat, they couldn't just abandon him to his fate. Li Tang also reined in his horse, stood up on its back, and scanned the area. Suddenly, he exclaimed with joy, "There's a valley not far ahead. Let's head there for cover." Everyone quickly changed direction and galloped toward the valley, with Wu Koan following closely behind. Upon arriving at the valley, Li Tang immediately rushed up the slope, chuckled, and set up the flying rocket tower and frost arrow tower on the hilltop. Flying rocket tower. Quality, purple excellence. Level, 30. Attack, 600. Defense, 600. Health, 80,000. Skills, lethal 6-shot, explosion. Lethal 6-shot, has a 30% chance to fire 6 magical flame arrows in rapid succession. Explosion, if the unit's durability drops below 10, the operator can choose to detonate it, dealing 30,000 damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. Additional traits, Flame Dance, flying fireballs. Flame Dance Gold, 20% critical hit rate, 50 fire damage. Has a 30% chance to trigger Flame Dance on hit, dealing 150 attack power fire damage to surrounding enemies. Flying Fire Meteor Gold, upon hitting the target, the arrow instantly explodes, dealing 150 attack damage and flame damage to surrounding enemies. It also creates a fiery zone within a 10-meter radius, dealing 50 attack damage and continuous damage to enemies within the area. Description: a mechanically crafted arrow tower that can launch magical flame arrows at targets within a 2,000-meter range, triggering a powerful explosion. Attack speed, 1 shot every 3 seconds. Frost Arrow Tower. Quality, purple excellent. Level, 30. Attack, 600. Defense, 600. Durability, 100,000. Skills, Thick Skin, Freeze. Thick Hide, when attacked, covers oneself with a layer of frost armor, increasing durability by 25. Freeze, has a 15% chance to freeze enemies when hit by melee attacks, dealing 75 attack damage as frost damage. Additional traits, Frost Blast, Arctic Region. Frost Blast Gold, freeze damage 50. Has a 30% chance to trigger Frost Blast on attack, dealing 150 attack damage frost damage to the target and surrounding enemies. Arctic Zone Gold, arrows have a 20% chance to freeze enemies upon impact and create an Arctic Zone within a 10-meter radius, dealing 30 attack damage over time and reducing movement speed by 30% to all enemies within the area. Description: a mechanically crafted arrow tower capable of firing magical ice arrows at targets within a 2,000-meter range, with a chance to freeze enemies and slow their movement speed. Attacks fire once every 3 seconds. Both arrow towers are over 5 meters tall, one focusing on extreme fire damage, the other on freezing and slowing enemies. Recently, Li Tang had nothing much to do, so he built 5 of each type of arrow tower, with similar golden attributes, and placed them at regular intervals along the peaks of both sides of the valley. Just as he finished setting up the arrow towers, Wu Kuan arrived, shouting and riding his flying swallow steed. The poor brown horse was drenched in sweat, nearly exhausted from the sprint. As soon as it entered the valley, it collapsed onto the ground and couldn't get back up. Wu Kuan scrambled to his feet, summoned the flying swallow into his pet space, and scrambled up the slope. Thousands of curved blade wild bulls followed closely behind him, charging into the valley. Boom! Once within range, the arrow towers began firing automatically. 10 spells exploded among the curved blade wild bulls, unleashing searing flames and biting frost simultaneously. Some of the curved blade wild bulls were engulfed in raging flames, bellowing in agony as they charged wildly through the herd, dragging their companions into the inferno. Others had their limbs instantly encased in ice, their movements slowing drastically, and some even fell to the ground, trampled into pulp by the surging herd behind them. Ding, you have killed a level 26 curved blade wild bull. You have gained 360 experience points. Ding, you have killed a level 26 curved blade wild buffalo. You have gained 360 experience points. Ding, you have killed a level 27 curved blade wild bull elite. You have gained 450 experience points. Holy crap, didn't this guy just switch to a warrior class? How did he suddenly pull out so many trap arrow towers? Wu Kuan, who had just regained his composure, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. These 10 mechanical arrow towers had extraordinary attack power. They were clearly high-quality work crafted by a master mechanical engineer. However, their attributes were being blocked, so it was impossible to determine their exact tier. Mechanical horses, mechanical towers, all these rare and valuable items are hard to come by. Could this kid be the son of some prominent family? Those mechanical towers are amazing. Sumushu's eyes sparkled as she watched the curved blade wild bulls being thrown into disarray by the arrow towers, unable to contain her admiration. Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao also widened their eyes in surprise. They never expected Li Tang to pull out so many mechanical towers all at once. Li Tang stood on the hillside, watching the curved blade wild bulls fall one after another, feeling as though he were playing a tower defense game. He crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Haha. Bulls, taste the ice and fire, double whammy your grandpa prepared for you. Chapter 85, Li Tang lets loose. The valley erupted with magical explosions, and the wild bulls bellowed as they were attacked by the flying rocket towers and frost arrow towers, causing the curved blade wild bulls to fall one after another. Seeing thousands of curved horned wild buffalo being held back by just 10 arrow towers, Wu Kuan, hiding behind a giant rock, felt both relieved and a bit resentful. Damn it, this kid has stolen all the glory. However, although the curved blade wild buffalo herd had suffered heavy casualties, their numbers were simply too great, and many broke through the arrow tower's fireline, charging up the hillside. Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao were about to charge forward to fight when they heard Li Tang shout, "Good timing!" He pulled out a large pile of talismans from his spatial ring, activated them, and threw them into the herd of curved horned wild bulls. In an instant, whirlwinds, ice arrows, lightning bolts, fireballs, and rock spikes, countless magical spells ravaged the herd of wild bulls. Now, even if any curved blade wild bulls managed to break through the barrage of attacks, they were already exhausted and were easily dealt with by Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao. Ding, you have killed a level 26 curved blade wild bull. You have gained 360 experience points. Ding, you have killed a level 26 curved blade wild bull. You have gained 360 experience points. Ding, you have killed a level 27 curved blade wild bull elite. You have gained 450 experience points. Watching his experience points rise rapidly, Li Tang's mouth stretched wide in a grin. Damn it, killing monsters really does give more experience. After losing over 1,000 companions, the herd of curved blade wild bulls finally calmed down. At the leader's sorrowful bellow, they all turned and fled toward the valley exit. After all, they were just hot-tempered, not stupid. They wouldn't risk their lives for nothing. Once the curved horned wild bulls had fled, the experience gained allowed Li Tang and Su Jiao to both level up. Li Tang excitedly donned the lava demon heavy armor set, looking at his attribute panel with great satisfaction. Name, Li Tang. Class, Blacksmith Master Craftsman, with a deeper understanding of forging and gradually improving craftsmanship. Level, 22. Level up. Progress, 13%. Strength, 1958. Intelligence, 2095. Agility, 1684. Constitution, 2533. Innate talent, Bagua Furnace Trait 1, turn stone into gold. Trait 2, sacrifice treasure to condense spirit. Trait 3, transform heaven and earth. Trait 4 will unlock after the third transformation and advancement. Trait 1, alchemy. Base success rate for crafting equipment increases by 30%, with a 10% chance to upgrade the equipment by 1 tier. Crafting speed increases by 10 times, and the attributes of crafted equipment are enhanced by 300. Trait 2, sacrifice and condense spirit. Sacrifice equipment or magic crystals to charge the Bagua furnace. Once the energy bar reaches 100%, you can add a special trait to equipment. Feature 3, heaven and earth transformation. Through a special forging process, you can synthesize and upgrade equipment, gems, runes, magic crystals, etc., or decompose and convert them into other attributes. You can also fuse and transfer the attributes or traits of one piece of equipment to another. Note, the equipment being transformed will disappear after fusion. Feature 4, fire control and flame mastery. Master the 6 divine fires and 3 true fires within the Bagua forge. These yin-yang dual-colored flames, which burn eternally at the core of the forge, can melt and refine all things in the world. They can be used for weapon forging and alchemy, as well as combat. Requires collecting 9 types off to activate. Specialization, hammer specialization. Skill 1, forging technique proficient, can craft equipment of blue rare quality or lower, proficiency 10001000, success rate 1530%. Skill 2, mechanics beginner, can craft blue rare and below quality mechanical items, proficiency 151100, success rate 1530%. Requires corresponding blueprints. Equipment, lava demon heavy armor set, purple excellent, silver infused belt purple excellent, spirit infused cloak blue rare, frost tower shield blue rare, lucky ring purple excellent, spirit linked phantom ring blue rare, spirit pearl pendant purple excellent. Special items: Mustard Seed containing the Universe Platinum Treasure, Resurrection Stone, Invisibility Cloak Red Extraordinary, Lucky Amulet Golden Legendary, Source of Life Red Extraordinary, Guardian Angel Golden Legendary, Life Gem Golden Legendary, Shielding Badge Golden Legendary, Guardian Badge Purple Excellent, Teleportation Jade Talisman. Additional effects: 1 Flame Shield. During combat, summons a shield made of lava that absorbs 3000 damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. 2 Lava Power. Attacks have a 30% chance to apply a flame burn effect, dealing 1000 flame damage per second for 5 seconds. Although limited by level restrictions, there are still a few pieces of equipment that haven't been upgraded to Purple Excellence quality, but his current stats are already on par with warriors in their 30s. Plus, with over 10 special items of various types, even a level 50 magical beast would struggle to scratch him. We're rich. We're rich. As the curved blade wild bull herd gradually dispersed, Li Tang retracted the arrow tower and sprinted down the hillside, stuffing all the looted items, whether magic crystals, equipment, materials, or flesh, into his spatial ring without a second thought. His mustard seed containing the universe had an incredibly vast space, so collecting these items was no problem at all. Li Tang wasn't short on money, but these items and materials could be used by Su Hui to craft a batch of high-quality items. Su Jiao saw this and followed down to help Li Tang collect the items. While Li Tang was busy collecting the loot, Wu Kuan swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Ruyan, what is this person's true identity? What class did he transfer into? I saw him wearing heavy armor, yet he also had mechanisms and talismans, and his attack power is even stronger than mine." Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and giggled. "He's just an ordinary student of mine." After saying that, she pulled Su Mushua's hand and walked down the hillside, leaving Wu Kuan standing there dumbfounded. An ordinary student? How could an ordinary student have such wealth? Wu Kuan scratched his head, utterly confused. After all, whether it was mastering trap mechanisms or talisman spells, both required immense time and resources to become proficient, something ordinary people couldn't afford. However, after this incident, Wu Kuan's impression of Li Tang improved greatly. Since he couldn't gauge his true capabilities, he dared not mock him anymore and instead followed Lu Ruyan obediently to fight monsters. This, in turn, made things much quieter for Li Tang. The vast green grasslands stretched endlessly, with countless magical beasts and monsters roaming freely. Earth-shattering strike. Sweep 1,000 armies. Wind and thunder shatter. Ha! Li Tang smashed the head of the enraged baboon boss with a single blow, covered in blood, and laughed maniacally to the heavens. After donning the lava demon heavy armor set, he had truly let loose, even swatting ants that dared to cross his path. He realized that although he had only mastered these 3 C-rank universal skills, his staggering 1,958 strength points, combined with the equipment's attached Lava Eye, Burning Barrier, Earth-Shaking Impact, Flame Burst Combo, Power Surge, Destructive Stomp, Burned Out Zone, Royal Judgment, and Frenzy Slaughter, the damage he dealt was on par with a top-tier 40th level Berserker. To make matters worse, his equipment attributes are exceptionally strong, and the golden traits he possesses are one more powerful than the next. As long as he's not surrounded by a large group of monsters, he can handle 1 versus 17 with ease. Holy crap, this is way too over the top. Wu Kuan swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. Earlier, when he encountered over 30 berserk barbarians, he only managed to cast a single chain lightning before Li Tang charged past him like a whirlwind, smashing each one with a single hammer blow, reducing these 27th level monsters to a chaotic mess in an instant. Not only that, but Li Tang's hideously shaped spiked iron hammer made of an unknown material occasionally unleashed flame attacks. It was like a farmer wielding a sharp sickle, ruthlessly reaping the crops in the field, with the blood of the rampaging baboons splattering everywhere. 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Over 30 frenzied baboons, including 8 elites and 1 boss-level leader, all met their end under Li Tang's hammer. Among them, the boss-level leader of the frenzied baboons managed to withstand 7 blows before finally unleashing its ultimate move, Earth-Shaking Collapse. However, 6 flame shields suddenly appeared around Li Tang, seemingly formed from flowing lava, blocking the damage. He remained unscathed and countered with the 8th strike, shattering the boss's skull. Meanwhile, Wu Kuan, who was standing far away in shock, took 1,808 damage, which nearly depleted a quarter of his health bar. Terrified, he quickly downed a bottle of health potion. Li Tang bent down to collect the loot dropped by the enraged baboons, then suddenly exclaimed with delight, "I didn't expect killing a few stupid monkeys would drop a skill book. Who wants it?" Earth-Shaking Collapse, E-rank map wide AoE. Mimics the Berserk Baboon leader's ground-smashing attack, triggering a regional earthquake that deals physical damage to all enemies within a 55-meter radius, with damage decreasing every second, maximum 500, lasting 10 seconds. Requires level 25, limited to warrior class professions. Lu Ruyan had just recovered from her shock and, upon seeing the skill book, immediately dismissed it with disdain. "You know I'm a lady, don't you? You want me to learn how to pound the ground like a gorilla? What are you thinking?" Seeing Su Jiao also shake her head in disdain, Li Tang could only sigh and store it back into his spatial ring, regretting the loss. Such a wide-area offensive skill, though only E-rank, was still quite rare. If sold on the market, it would start at least 50,000. Li Tang had always valued practicality and didn't care much about appearances, but since he had switched to a lifestyle profession, he couldn't learn it at all. By evening, everyone arrived at the banks of a wide river. The water was somewhat murky, and on the shallow banks across the river, a large herd of ghost-faced zebras were drinking. Dozens of wooden stakes floated faintly in the river. They had been in this dungeon for a day, having fought numerous battles along the way, and were feeling tired. They were looking for a place to rest and have something to eat. Lu Ruyan, who was leading the way, spotted something moving on the riverbank in the distance. She immediately assumed a defensive stance and shouted, "Watch out, there's a crocodile." Chapter 86, Grass. I hate hippos the most. Crocodiles? Everyone grew alert, except Li Tang, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. Where? Where? He felt invincible now, fearing no monsters or beasts. As they approached, they saw hundreds of iron-clad giant crocodiles lying on the muddy riverbank ahead. Occasionally, they would mindlessly flick their tails, sending up large splashes of mud. Iron-armored giant crocodile, 3rd tier, 8-star monster. Level, 28. Attack, 1550. Defense, 1270. HP, 12,500. Skills, Iron Armor, Iron Teeth, Rock Shattering Bite, Giant Tail Sweep, Death Roll. Everyone gasped in shock. There were so many iron armor giant crocodiles gathered here. We should sneak away quickly while they're not paying attention. Li Tang also took a deep breath of cold air. There were so many ironclad giant crocodiles gathered here, killing them all would yield an enormous amount of experience. In just one day, he had already reached level 22.5, and now he could feel level 23 beckoning him. As Li Tang raised his hammer and charged forward, Lu Ruyan acted quickly, grabbing his arm and shouting, "You're crazy. These are 28th level ironclad giant crocodiles. They have high defense, move quickly, and possess 4 skills. Charging in like that is suicide. Plus, they have the high ground. Even if each one just spits a little, it could drown you. After putting on the Lava Demon heavy armor set, I did get a bit overconfident." Li Tang finally calmed down, scratched his head, and laughed awkwardly. "You're right." Lu Ruyan shaded her eyes with her hand and looked across the river. It was getting late, and with so many crocodiles around, this wasn't safe. Let's South find another place to camp and rest. We'll figure out how to cross the river tomorrow. She sighed helplessly. But the river was so wide, the currents so swift, and there were crocodiles blocking the way. How could they possibly cross? Lu Ruyan's quest was to reach the Sheep Valley deep within the green grass plains, defeat the boss Boiling Sheep King, and obtain the Heart of Light. The Green Grass Prairie is a remote area and one of the higher-tier dungeons near Kanglan City, rarely visited by others. Although she had obtained the map of this dungeon through connections, she never imagined that the river was 3 or 4 miles wide, far beyond her expectations. Let's head downstream and see if we can find a narrower stretch of water. Wu Kuan saw the riverbank swarming with ironclad giant crocodiles and felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly suggested, "The water flows more gently downstream, making it easier to cross." Lu Ruyan nodded. There was no other choice. Seeing that Lu Ruyan had accepted his suggestion, Wu Kuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He summoned his flying sparrow from his pet space and said, "Ruyan, there's no time to waste. Let's hurry and find a campsite before it gets dark." However, his flying swallow had already been through 2 long journeys today and was completely exhausted, its ears drooping and its neck fur soaked with sweat, forming strands that no longer resembled its former majestic appearance. Li Tang patted the brown horse's hindquarters, smiled slightly, pulled out his red hair from his facial ring, and pulled Su Jiao up onto the horse, then galloped off ahead. "What's that look on your face?" Wu Kuan flew into a rage, but the mechanical horse was powered by magic crystals, something his flesh and blood steed could never match. "Wait for me." Seeing that Lu Ruyan was also following behind on a mechanical horse with Su Mushua, Wu Kuan didn't bother to spare his horse's strength and hurriedly spurred his horse to catch up. The group followed the river for over 10 kilometers, and as the sun began to set, they finally found a calm bend in the river. At first glance, there were no pesky crocodiles in sight, but there were over a dozen hippos submerged in the water. Lu Ruyan sighed in relief, dismounted, and said, "Let's find a way to cross the river here." After such a frantic dash, Wu Kuan's flying sparrow horse was exhausted, panting heavily and barely able to stand. Wu Kuan felt deeply sorry for it and quickly returned it to his pet space to rest. Looking around, he suddenly spotted a large tree in the distance. "We can cut it down and make a log raft to cross the river." Li Tang chuckled. "Why go to all that trouble to make a canoe? Isn't riding a boat better?" "A boat?" Wu Kuan looked down on him. "What are you talking about? Can you just conjure up a boat out of thin air?" Before he could finish, he suddenly thought, "This guy can pull out 10 powerful arrow towers. Maybe he can pull out a boat too." Sure enough, Li Tang gave Wu Kuan a smirk and pulled out a mechanical warship from his spatial ring. Flying clouds and swift ships. Quality, purple excellence. Health, 50,000. Defense, 2,000. Energy, 20,000. Skills, swiftness, durability. Speed, moves across water like a whirlwind, with extremely fast movement speed, reaching a maximum of 300. Durability, entirely crafted from sturdy star-shining ironwood, the hull is incredibly robust and capable of withstanding most conventional weapon attacks. Additional abilities, flame explosion, energy shield. Wind Chaser Gold, mobility increased by 25, ship turning cooldown reduced by 30, movement speed increased to 50, evasion rate increased by 50. 1000 machines unharmed gold, defense 50, health 10,000. When taking damage, there is a 20% chance to reduce 50 damage. When durability drops below 30, automatically restores 20 health. Description: this ship is 3.3 zhang in length, 1 zhang in width, and can carry up to 10 people. Constructed using mortise and tenon joints, it features gear-driven 4-wing synchronization. The sides are adorned with cloud patterns, and it moves at incredible speeds, with side wings that can flap up and down in rhythm with music. Is this even a ship? Isn't this just a 6th-tier magical beast, the Swift Falcon, disguised as a ship? And what the heck are those 2 golden attributes? Upon seeing the attributes of this mechanical ship, Wu Kuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Damn it, I forgot to hide the attributes in my excitement. Li Tang glanced at him, silently setting the attributes to be visible only to himself, and sighed. Unfortunately, my master passed away too soon, leaving behind only a few of the mechanical items he created. Lu Ruyan, being so clever, immediately understood Li Tang's meaning. She extended a slender finger and tapped his forehead, teasingly scolding, "You, always showing off. The few things your master left behind will eventually be ruined by you. Hey, isn't this flying cloud kite made by Li Tang? And when did he get a master?" Su Jiao was puzzled, but upon seeing the mischievous smile on Li Tang's lips, she suddenly understood. "You scared me to death." Over there, Wu Kuan secretly wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. It turned out that all these items were gifts from this young man's master. I thought he had made them himself. Now that they had the flying cloud saber, the group discussed and decided to cross the river while it was still not completely dark. Across the river were several tall baobab trees, the perfect spot for camping at night. The flying cloud chariot glided slowly across the wide river surface. As the sunset cast a glow of crimson across the water, Li Tang couldn't help but lose himself in the scene. How beautiful! He suddenly felt that being transported to this world, experiencing a different way of life, and seeing landscapes unlike those of Earth might not be such a bad thing after all. Flying clouds and swift boats, the boat moved swiftly and soon reached the center of the river. Bang! With a loud crash, the mechanical boat shook violently. Li Tang, who was standing at the bow admiring the scenery, lost his balance and fell into the water. Meanwhile, several massive hippos had emerged from the water, their mouths wide open, waiting for Li Tang. It turned out that the earlier collision had been caused by these hippos. Be careful! Su Jiao, standing beside him, saw the danger and jumped in without hesitation, catching Li Tang before he hit the water. She had transformed into the S-rank profession Gale Sword Saint and awakened her innate ability Lingbo Microstep, granting her agile movements. Despite holding Li Tang in her arms, she touched the tip of her toes against the upper jaw of one of the hippos, using the momentum to leap back into the air. She twisted her body and returned to the boat in an instant. Li Tang narrowly escaped being devoured by the hippopotamus, his face pale with fear, his head pressed against Su Jiao's chest, clinging tightly to her, unwilling to let go. Lu Ruyan and Su Muxue were also knocked off balance by the sudden impact, but fortunately, there was a pillar nearby, and they managed to grab hold of it to steady themselves. Seeing Su Jiao and Li Tang fall off the boat, Lu Ruyan's heart jumped to her throat. When she saw them leap back onto the boat, she finally relaxed. Noticing Lu Ruyan's amused gaze, Su Jiao blushed and quickly pushed Li Tang away. What's wrong? What's wrong? Wu Kuan emerged from the cabin with his face covered in water, looking panicked. He had been in a hurry to use the restroom and went into the cabin, but the ship suddenly shook violently and he fell flat on his face, with the toilet lid landing directly on his face. Li Tang was about to speak, but the strong urine smell from Wu Kuan's head and face made him cover his nose. Bang! The ship began to shake violently again, even tilting sideways. Everyone clung tightly to the ship's sides, peering down to see a massive hippopotamus wedged beneath the hull, straining to overturn the Luyun Fei Ku. And around the mechanical boat, hundreds of hippos had gathered without anyone noticing. Seeing their sides surrounded, Li Tang burst into curses. Damn it, I hate hippos the most. Chapter 87, Falling into the Water. The giant-jawed hippopotamus was not as harmless as it appeared on the surface. It was actually a highly dangerous magical beast. They are massive in size, have a violent temper, and are highly aggressive. Their skills Headbutt Charge, Mud Armor, Giant Jaw Bite, Abyssal Vortex, and Hippo Feces Bomb are renowned far and wide. Although the flying cloud ships are fast, once trapped in their dense formation, their speed advantage is completely neutralized. Several giant-jawed hippopotamuses silently approached the bottom of the mechanical ship and suddenly rammed it with their backs. Each of these giant-jawed hippos was over 7 or 8 meters long, nearly as large as the flying cloud ships themselves. Under the violent shaking, everyone on board could barely stand, chaos erupted, and terrified screams echoed everywhere. If it weren't for the flying cloud raft being constructed entirely from sturdy star-illuminated ironwood, with an incredibly robust hull and the sturdy trait, plus the 1000 machines unharmed golden attribute, it would have been torn to pieces and scrapped by these incredibly powerful creatures. Charge! Li Tang's face twisted into a ferocious expression as he maneuvered the mechanical ship swiftly toward the opposite bank of the river. Under full power, the flying cloud and swift boat resembled a small yacht, its bow high in the air, gliding across the water at breakneck speed, leaving a long trail of white foam in its wake. However, the giant-jawed hippos that had gathered around were simply too numerous. One after another, they surfaced, their broad, sturdy backs protruding like jagged rocks, forming a dense barrier in front of the mechanical boat. Li Tang maneuvered the mechanical boat left and right, but inevitably collided with several giant-jawed hippopotamuses. Lu Ruyan and the others were terrified, clinging desperately to the ship's railings, struggling to steady themselves and prevent themselves from being thrown overboard. Suddenly, a towering wave erupted ahead, and a giant-jawed hippopotamus, twice the size of its peers, burst out of the water like a black mountain. Damn, it's the boss! Li Tang was startled and quickly turned the steering wheel, attempting to avoid the colossal creature in the water. Flying Cloud and Swift boat skimmed past the giant hippopotamus boss, its hull grinding violently against its massive jaws, sparks flying everywhere. The intense pain instantly enraged the giant-jawed hippopotamus boss, which let out a furious roar and violently swung its head, slamming into the stern of Flying Cloud and Swift boat. Head-butt collision. Flying Cloud and Swift boat was a small, speed-oriented mechanical vessel. How could it withstand such a brutal collision? A colossal force like a tidal wave engulfed the vessel, and the hull could no longer withstand the pressure, instantly tilting and capsizing in the water. Lu Ruyan and the others could no longer hold on, screaming as they fell into the water, splashing droplets everywhere. The giant-jawed hippopotamuses surrounding them, sensing the scent of blood, charged forward like sharks, their gaping maws wide open, closing in on the group. Su Jiao reacted with lightning speed, spinning mid-air and slashing her long sword across the forehead of a giant-jawed hippopotamus below her. Using the momentum, she leaped back into the air and landed gracefully on the overturned hull of the flowing cloud flying boat like a butterfly. The others weren't as lucky. They all fell into the murky river water in a disheveled state. Li Tang choked on a mouthful of water. Just as he surfaced, a giant-jawed hippopotamus opened its massive jaws beside him, its sharp teeth glinting in the light, lunging toward him with a vicious bite. Watch out! Su Jiao saw this and panicked, quickly pulling out a rope from her spatial ring and throwing it toward Li Tang with all her strength. You think you can eat me? Not so easy. Li Tang roared, swung his arm backward, and smashed the giant-jawed hippopotamus's head with all his might. Its head was knocked violently to the side by the immense force, leaving it dizzy and disoriented, with several teeth mixed with blood falling into the water. Li Tang seized the rope Su Jiao had thrown and pulled it with all his strength, using the momentum to swim swiftly toward the sunken ship. If it weren't for the difficulty of gaining leverage in the water, that single blow would have crushed the giant-jawed hippopotamus's skull flat. Help! I can't swim! As Li Tang climbed onto the overturned hull of the flying cloud raft, he heard Lu Ruyan's cries for help. Ms. Lu, catch me! His heart tightened suddenly. He snatched the rope from Su Jiao's hands and threw it toward Lu Ruyan with all his strength. Help! I can't swim either. Over there, Wu Kuan had swallowed several mouthfuls of murky river water, coughing violently, and was also shouting loudly. Wait! Li Tang shouted angrily, pulling with all his strength to try to pull Lu Ruyan up. Razor's dance! Wu Kuan flailed wildly in the water, panicking as he caught sight of a massive hippopotamus with a bloodthirsty maw charging toward him. Terrified out of his wits, he instinctively unleashed his most powerful move. A dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, with writhing lightning snakes zigzagging up and down. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning crashed down from the sky, like thunderbolts leaping across the river's surface. The thunder roared, and the lightning flashed, turning the river into chaos. Countless hippos thrashed wildly in agony, and the water surface was covered in large white foam. You idiot! Don't you know river water conducts electricity? Li Tang was also caught in the powerful current, feeling a tingling sensation throughout his body as it trembled uncontrollably. His head snapped upright, and black smoke even emerged from his mouth. Fortunately, his equipment was top-notch. The lava demon heavy armor he wore activated its flame shield instantly, blocking the damage and preventing him from getting hurt. However, the current couldn't be completely blocked, and his body twitched uncontrollably. Seeing Lu Ruyan electrocuted into unconsciousness, she loosened the ropes and her body slowly sank into the water. Li Tang panicked immediately, no longer bothering to scold Wu Kuan, his incompetent teammate. He plunged into the water with a splash and swam frantically toward Lu Ruyan. Wu Kuan knew he had nearly caused a major disaster, nearly killing Lu Ruyan. Even after being scolded by Li Tang, he dared not retort. He grabbed the other rope thrown by Su Jiao and frantically struggled toward the overturned flowing cloud flying boat. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan had fallen into the water not too far away. Li Tang swam over to her in a few strokes and wrapped his arms around her slender body. So big, so soft. Feeling the softness in his arms, Li Tang realized he had grabbed the wrong place. But now wasn't the time to think about that. In an emergency, one must act swiftly. He hurriedly dragged Lu Ruyan toward the sinking ship. On the other side, Wu Kuan had exerted tremendous effort to finally climb onto the overturned sinking ship. His face was deathly pale as he knelt there, vomiting river water continuously. Li Tang laid Lu Ruyan's body flat on the bottom of the ship. Seeing her face as pale as paper and her eyes tightly closed, he shook her a few times but got no response. Panicking, he leaned in and kissed her. Don't touch her. Don't kiss her. The voices of a man and a woman, both filled with urgency, rang out almost simultaneously. Wu Kuan grabbed Li Tang's arm and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you trying to do to Ruyan?" Li Tang shook him off forcefully. "What are you doing? She's drowning." "Of course I'm performing CPR. Let me do it." Su Jiao shot Li Tang a disdainful glance and stepped forward to support Lu Ruyan's body. She was about to lean down to kiss her, but upon seeing Lu Ruyan's pale face, she suddenly felt nauseous and slapped her twice instead. "Is that how you save someone?" Li Tang remained silent. Fortunately, after the shock, Lu Ruyan slowly regained consciousness, spitting out a mouthful of river water, and asked dazedly, "Where am I?" In the summer heat, her clothes were already thin, and with her wet, clinging garments, the curves of her body were faintly visible. Li Tang and Wu Kuan stared, their eyes wide, their throats involuntarily moving. "Two perverts." Su Jiao snorted coldly, glaring at Li Tang, then pulled out a garment from her spatial ring and draped it over Lu Ruyan. Caught in the act, Li Tang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Where did Mu Shui go?" Lu Ruyan, who had just woken up, suddenly seemed to remember something and screamed in alarm. Everyone heard her and jumped in alarm, only then realizing that someone was missing from the group. Chapter 88. Today, I'm going to slaughter a river. There. Su Jiao, with her sharp eyes, pointed to a figure drifting with the water waves in the distance and shouted loudly. Su Muxue kept her eyes tightly closed, seemingly unconscious, floating lifelessly on the water's surface, carried along by the current. The giant-jawed hippos, which had been stunned by the electricity earlier, had now regained their strength. They shook their massive heads, their eyes gleaming with malice, and charged towards Su Muxue in a swarm. "What are you waiting for?" Lu Ruyan suddenly sat up, pushed Wu Kuan aside, and said urgently, "Hurry up and use your skills to kill those damned hippos and save Muxue." Wu Kuan looked utterly helpless, his eyes filled with despair. "But the river water is conductive. If I use my skill, everyone will be in trouble again." He hesitated. "Take action. What should we do?" Lu Ruyan froze upon hearing this. She couldn't just stand by and watch Su Muxue drown or be torn apart by the giant-jawed hippopotamus. Just as she was at a loss, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the sky. A massive mechanical eagle suddenly flew out of Li Tang's hands, diving down like a bolt of lightning. Its talons grabbed the unconscious Su Muxue, and it flapped its wings fiercely, pulling her out of the water. Click! The lead giant-jawed hippopotamus snapped its mouth shut, its teeth clattering together, but it had bitten nothing but air. Mechanical eagle? Seeing Su Muxue escape danger, everyone sighed in relief and then turned their gaze toward Li Tang. The gadgets in this man's hands were truly endless, even a flying mechanical beast like this. Name, Flying Falcon. Quality, Purple Excellence. Type, Flying Vehicle. Level, 28. Health, 18,000. Attack, 585. Defense, 561. Energy, 10,000. Maximum load capacity, 100 pounds. Flight speed, 300 km/h. Skills, Eagle Eye, Flight. Eagle Eye enhances vision range, allowing observation of distant targets or hidden areas. Includes X-ray vision, with a 20% chance to detect traps, invisible units, or terrain weaknesses. Can share vision with the owner. Flight moves by flying, ignoring obstacles, and doubling movement speed. Additional traits, Lightning Speed, Shield. Lightning Speed Gold, increases speed by 200 and dodge ability by 50. Eagle Claw Bone Shatter Gold, attack enemies at extreme speed, dealing 150 tear damage and applying a bone-shattering bleeding effect. Description, a flying device crafted using mechanical arts, featuring ultra-sensitive vision, ideal for long-range reconnaissance, can carry lightweight items or personnel for short-range flight, but flight stability is affected when overloaded. Oomph, why didn't you bring out such a good thing sooner? You almost got us all drowned and nearly lost our lives. Lu Ruyan tightened her clothes and shot a hostile glance at Li Tang. Li Tang hurriedly waved his hands, looking wronged as he defended himself. This mechanical eagle was designed for reconnaissance, it can't carry heavy loads at all. This mechanical eagle is designed for reconnaissance, it can't carry heavy loads at all. It can only carry items weighing less than 100 pounds. Li Tang hurriedly protested, who among you weighs less than 100 pounds? Everyone instinctively looked at Su Muxue. Sure enough, the mechanical eagle was carrying Su Muxue, flying crookedly just above the water's surface, as if it might crash at any moment. It was clearly carrying a load at its maximum capacity. Li Tang chuckled and controlled the mechanical eagle, carrying Su Muxue toward the opposite bank of the river. Unfortunately, he only had one mechanical eagle, which was insufficient to transport everyone across. I only weigh 92 pounds. Su Jiao muttered under her breath, feeling a bit resentful. Turns out she's just a skinny little thing. Li Tang couldn't help but glance at her twice. Looking at her figure, she had plenty of curves in all the right places, yet her weight was so light. Just as he was about to speak, the sunken ship beneath his feet suddenly lurched again, causing everyone to scream and scramble to steady themselves. It turned out that the giant-jawed hippos weren't giving up. They had surrounded the ship again, violently colliding with it and sending large splashes of water into the air. What should we do? Are we really going to die here today? Everyone's faces turned deathly pale, cold sweat trickling down their brows. At that moment, they were trapped in the middle of the river, surrounded by raging waters and the menacing giant-jawed hippopotamuses, with no place to even fight back. It's all your fault for insisting on using this rickety boat. Now we're all going to die here. Wu Kuan was completely panicked, his eyes filled with despair. Suddenly, he went berserk and started screaming at Li Tang, as if trying to vent all his fear and anger. Get out of here! When faced with a problem, you act like a woman, screaming and crying. No wonder Mr. Lu doesn't think much of you. Li Tang snorted coldly, pushed Wu Kuan aside with one hand, and pulled out a scroll from his spatial ring, tearing it open with a swish. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold swept over them. Centered on Li Tang, the once raging river froze over with a thick layer of ice in the blink of an eye, spreading outward and freezing the riverbank on the opposite shore. The air was filled with an intense chill, and snowflakes began to fall. The giant-jawed hippos were caught off guard and were instantly frozen into ice sculptures embedded within the ice layer. Intermediate-level magic scroll, Frostbite 1,000 miles. Li Tang winced at the thought of wasting such a valuable spell scroll, which was worth at least 2 million. Hurry up! This scroll won't kill all those hippos, it'll only trap them for a while. Li Tang shouted to the others and led the way toward the opposite bank of the river. The surrounding river water had all frozen solid, but fortunately, they weren't too far from the riverbank. Everyone hurriedly and cautiously stepped on the ice blocks and the frozen bodies of the giant-jawed hippos, rushing toward the opposite bank. Sure enough, as soon as they reached the shore, they heard the cracking sound of ice breaking behind them. Several giant-jawed hippos had already broken free from the ice using their immense strength. With bloodshot eyes and short legs, they charged toward the people on the shore with overwhelming force. How dare they destroy the warship I worked so hard to build? This is unforgivable. Mr. Lu, please use your ability summon spirits. Li Tang's face darkened. Today, I'm going to slaughter some hippos. Their landing spot was ideal, situated at a river bend with steep cliffs on either side, except for a large flat slope in the middle, a path worn down by the double-horned horse herd crossing the river over time. Before the hippopotamuses could reach the shore, Li Tang positioned 10 arrow towers in a straight line on the high ground along the riverbank. Recalling how she nearly lost her life in the river earlier, Lu Ruyan was still trembling with fear and immediately agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her summon spirits ability. In an instant, a mysterious and powerful force radiated out from her center, spreading rapidly in all directions. As Lu Ruyan activated her summon spirits talent, monsters within a 3-kilometer radius seemed to receive a collective signal, beginning to stir and then chargingly toward them. The 3-kilometer radius had already completely covered the entire river surface. The ice in the river cracked and shattered, and hundreds of giant-jawed hippos broke free from their restraints, charging madly toward Li Tang and the others. The magic crystals on the arrow towers began to charge and spin, firing a barrage of icy arrows or flaming arrows at the charging giant-jawed hippopotamus herd, exploding them into chaos. Li Tang pulled out a handful of talismans from his spatial ring, distributing them to Lu Ruyan, Su Jiao, and the newly awakened Su Muxue. Take these. Revenge those who have wronged you. Don't hold back for me, let it all out. Wu Kuan didn't receive any talismans. He felt bored, but to salvage some dignity in front of Lu Ruyan, he didn't bother to conserve his magic power. He swung his staff repeatedly, unleashing chain lightning, lightning arrows, lightning balls, and even his ultimate skill, Thunder Snake Dance. In an instant, the river was filled with lightning and thunder, and countless lightning snakes rampaged among the giant-jawed hippopotamus herd, blowing them to pieces and filling the air with screams. The 10 arrow towers, each adorned with various golden inscriptions, unleashed their power with astonishing force, firing ice arrows as densely as raindrops. In just 100 meters of riverbank, it instantly turned into a death corridor. Countless giant-jawed hippos hadn't even reached the front lines before they were struck down by the storm like barrage, collapsing in pools of blood with agonizing screams. Even the few that managed to break through the arrow tower's defenses were already weakened beyond recovery, easily killed by Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao. The wide riverbed was littered with the bodies of giant-jawed hippopotamuses, floating haphazardly, their blood flowing freely, turning the river water a deep red. The intense stench of blood quickly drew the attention of the iron-clad crocodiles in the river. They swam swiftly toward this area from all directions, opening their blood-stained jaws greedily to devour the hippopotamus corpses. However, as soon as they entered Lu Ruyan's soul-summoning talent domain, their eyes turned red, and they crawled toward the people on the riverbank. Li Tang couldn't help but shiver upon seeing this. Master Lu's talent was truly extraordinary, so terrifying. Chapter 89, Massacre in All Directions. Li Tang's face twisted into a ferocious expression as he replaced each arrow tower with new magic crystals. Damn it! Today I said I'd slaughter the river, and I'll make sure every living thing in this river is killed. Whoa! Everyone was fully focused on battling the giant-jawed hippos and iron-clad crocodiles charging onto the riverbank when suddenly, the roar of a beast echoed from behind. Li Tang's expression changed, and he quickly released the mechanical eagles to scout ahead. They saw a large group of flame lions, striped zebras, sharp-horned antelopes, and double-horned horses charging toward them like mad beasts. Li Teng froze for a moment, then cursed with a bitter smile. Damn it, how could I forget that the area within a 3-kilometer radius is circular? Now we're in trouble. We've attracted the magical beasts on the shore too. He looked around and spotted several tall baobab trees nearby. His eyes lit up. Let's climb the trees. As the horde of monsters closed in like a tidal wave, everyone hurriedly climbed up the largest baobab tree. But no one expected that Su Jiao, though agile, couldn't climb trees. She struggled to climb for a while but only managed to reach less than 2 meters in height. As the monsters closed in, Li Teng panicked, clenched his teeth, and jumped down from the tree. Upon landing, he triggered the golden skill destructive stomp attached to his battle boots, sending all the monsters within a 5-meter radius reeling in all directions, with many falling into a dazed state. Li Teng swung the tyrant's hammer in his hands with fierce force, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he cleared a large area around him. He bent down, hunched his back, and shouted at Su Jiao, "Quick, step on my shoulders and climb up the tree." "Is this okay?" Su Jiao's face flushed red, her expression awkward. Li Teng grew impatient. "What's the time for this?" As the recently repelled beasts surged forward again, Su Jiao no longer cared about her shyness. She lifted her foot and stepped onto Li Teng's shoulders, leaping upward with all her might. Ha! She let out a shrill cry, her rope wrapping around a branch, using the momentum to pull herself up quickly toward the tree. "Li Teng, hurry up and climb up too." Seeing Su Jiao escape danger, Lu Ruyan shouted from the tree branch. "What's the point of climbing up? These worthless beasts can't touch me." Li Teng ignored her completely, charging straight into the monster horde. With a single blow, he crushed the head of a flaming lion elite that had lunged at him, roaring, "Watch me have some fun today." Storm Phantom Cloak Purple Excellence, Defense 597, Intelligence 234, Constitution 240, Agility 222. Attributes, Storm Control Gold, Phantom Tracker Gold. Level Requirement, 23. Storm Control Gold. When using a skill, there is a 28% chance to summon the power of the storm. For the next 10 seconds, all skill cooldowns are reduced by 20%, and skill damage is increased by 18%. Phantom Trails Gold leaves a phantom trail while moving, with a 40% chance to misdirect enemies' attacks, causing them to miss. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Don't be fooled by Li Teng's bold words. He's mainly trying to protect the 10 arrow towers beside him from being destroyed by the monsters. These are their greatest reliance for killing the monstrous beasts. If they're damaged by the monster horde, even if they hide in the baobab trees, they'll eventually be overwhelmed and killed. After killing so many giant-jawed hippos, Li Teng had just leveled up to 23. He quickly pulled out a purple quality exceptional equipment he had crafted and equipped it, instantly boosting his stats significantly. Earlier, through scouting with a blue eagle, Li Teng had discovered that most of the approaching monsters were around level 24-27, and the vast majority were physical attack-type monsters. With over 20,000 HP and a set of equipment that could be called luxurious, he had nothing to fear from physical attacks. What else was there to worry about? One word, let's go. Seeing Li Teng's determination, the others had no choice but to frantically throw various magic scrolls from the trees, trying their best to alleviate the pressure on him. Su Mushue was even more tense, her eyes fixed on Li Teng's figure, casting healing and restoration spells on him as if they were free, fearing he might get killed accidentally. Fortunately, under the buff of the lava demon heavy armor, Li Teng remained incredibly resilient. 6-sided shields made of molten lava constantly appeared around him, blocking all the claw and bite attacks from the magical beasts. Moreover, when he stomped the ground, he generated a continuously burning burned earth zone, causing any nearby monsters to take 75 fire damage per second. Not only that, but within a 3-meter radius around him, a scorching barrier forms, reducing the movement speed of enemies entering the area by 20% and dealing 2% of their maximum health and fire damage per second. The golden trait on Li Teng's brutal hammer is even more impressive, capable of taking down an enemy with a single swing. Even if a single strike doesn't kill them, the Sovereign's Judgment has a 30% chance to inflict a weakness status on the magical beasts, reducing their defense by 30. Additionally, every time Li Teng kills an enemy with less than 30 health, he enters a berserk slaughter state, increasing his attack speed by 50% and attack power by 50%. Skills like Earth-Shattering Strike, Sweep the Thousand Armies, and Wind and Thunderbreak are used in succession, turning Li Teng into an unstoppable killing machine, leaving a trail of chaos and carnage in his wake. With the assistance of others and the relentless attacks from 10 arrow towers, Li Teng single-handedly managed to hold back the charge of hundreds of monsters. He stood there like a rock, unmoved by the waves of demon beasts crashing against him. Ding, you have killed a level 24 horned antelope. You have gained 300 experience points. Ding, you have killed a level 25 striped zebra. You have gained 360 experience points. Ding, you have killed a level 26 flame lion elite. You have gained 420 experience points. Amidst the relentless stream of experience notifications and the thrill of killing, Li Teng was completely consumed by bloodlust, plunging into a frenzy. Su Jiao and Lu Ruyan, who knew the truth, were still somewhat composed, but Su Mushue and Wu Kuan were both completely stunned. Wu Kuan stared blankly, then turned to Lu Ruyan and said, "Ruyan, your student is really only in his 20s? I feel like even a 50th level berserker wouldn't be as fierce as him. Am I dreaming? Why don't you hit me? Such an outrageous request, I've never heard of anything like this in my entire life. Oh, okay. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him, didn't hesitate, and immediately slapped him across the face. Ouch. That hurts. Wu Kuan covered his face, finally believing that the absurd thing happening before his eyes was real. He was filled with astonishment and doubt, and his opinion of Li Tang rose several notches. As time passed, with everyone working together, the charging beasts suffered heavy casualties and their numbers dwindled. Su Jiao and Lu Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer and jumped down from the trees to help. Their equipment was also top-notch, mostly blue rare or purple excellent quality gear crafted by Li Tang, though most of the attached stats were green or blue. Kanwo sword purple excellent, attack 600, strength 237, constitution 222, agility 231, critical hit chance 10. Attached traits, critical strike gold, whirlwind blade gold. Level requirement 21, agility requirement 102, constitution requirement 66. Fatal strike gold, base attack power increased by 300. When the opponent's health is below 30, there is a 10% chance to deal a fatal blow with a single strike. Gale cutting blade gold, attack speed increased by 50. When attacking, there is a 5% chance to unleash a whirlwind blade formed from sword energy, dealing 150 attack damage to surrounding enemies. Especially Su Jiao's Kanwa sword, which has the fatal strike and gale cutting blade gold traits. It increases base attack power by 300 and has a 5% chance to unleash a tornado blade formed from sword energy when attacking, rivaling the power of a wind elemental mage at level 30. The surrounding monsters were swept into the whirlwind of blades and quickly torn into pieces. Wu Kuan knew his own limits and hesitated before deciding not to jump down, instead staying on the tree and casting his skills cautiously. With the two of them joining the fight, Li Tang was like a tiger with wings, roaring wildly as he slaughtered enemies left and right on the battlefield. Chapter 90, a 2-story villa with 5 rooms, 2 halls, and a shower. Phew, finally finished. Li Tang smashed the last horned antelope with a single blow, then plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. His fingers twitched slightly, and he refused to get up no matter what. After the intense battle, he was already covered in blood, with the bodies of the beasts piled up around him like mountains, and the smell of blood was so thick it seemed to reach the sky. Su Mushua quickly jumped down from the tree and cast healing spell on him, restoring Li Tang's stamina. This battle yielded enormous gains. With the assistance of the arrow towers, they had slain nearly 2,000 magical beasts of various kinds. Li Tang gained a massive amount of experience, directly advancing to level 24.5. He pulled out another piece of equipment from his spatial ring and equipped it, further enhancing his attributes. White Jade Ring Purple Excellence, Attack 582, Strength 234, Constitution 228, Intelligence 237, restores 100 HP per second. Additional traits, Soul Siphon Gold, Golden Cicada Shedding Gold. Requires level 24. Soul Siphon Gold has an 18% chance to siphon the enemy's soul when attacking, causing them to lose health continuously over 5 seconds, totaling 50% of your attack power. During the siphoning period, the enemy cannot use skills. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Golden Cicada Shell Gold, when you are about to take fatal damage, you will be immune to that damage and enter an invincible state for 3 seconds. During this time, you are immune to all damage but cannot move. Upon the end of the state, all abnormal effects are removed, and all aggro is cleared. Cooldown, 72 hours. Especially the Soul Siphon Golden trait, it's a rare soul attack that can temporarily seal the enemy's skills. It's an absolute game changer. Li Tang looked at his attribute panel and felt very satisfied. Once he levels up a few more times and equips a full set of purple quality gear, he feels invincible like a crab that can walk sideways. Even if he encountered a level 30 boss, he dared to beat it until it begged for mercy. Over 2,000 monsters were slain, dropping over 100 pieces of equipment, including blue rare and even purple exceptional quality gear. However, compared to the quality of the equipment Li Tang had crafted, the difference was like night and day. Additionally, he obtained dozens of third-tier colored magic crystals, and various materials were piled up like mountains. Even more surprising, a Blood Claw Baboon boss dropped a special blueprint. Monkey Wine, a third-tier spiritual wine recipe. Can be brewed using ingredients such as juice from a 1,000-year-old monkey bread tree, honey from spiritual monkeys, moonlight berries, and vanilla essence. Drinking it increases strength by 20 and intelligence by 15, lasting for 2 hours. Note, if consumed in excess, it will cause intoxication or even dizziness, reducing agility by 20 and evasion chance by 20. This wine-making recipe is fantastic. Li Tang's eyes lit up instantly. Before his transmigration, he had always been a connoisseur of fine wines, vowing to taste all the world's finest beverages. He enjoyed having a drink or two in his spare time. After arriving in this foreign world, he had tasted many flavors unlike those on Earth, leaving him spellbound. Now that he had this recipe, he could brew any kind of wine he wanted in the future. Decided. My second side job will be a brewer. Li Tang's eyes were filled with determination, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his cheeks. In this world, besides their main profession, every successfully awakened professional can learn 2 side professions. Li Tang had already learned mechanics, and now he had one more side profession to choose from. Su Jiao smiled wryly and poured a bucket of cold water on him. Forget it, the wine you brew will probably be sour. Although professionals can take up lifestyle professions as a side hobby due to time and energy constraints, the quality of what they produce is hard to compare with that of specialized lifestyle professionals. Not to mention that some lifestyle professionals have awakened specialized talents that can significantly enhance product quality. As a renowned expert in the field once said, choose a profession, love it, and master it. Don't use your hobby to challenge someone else's profession. Li Tang remained unfazed, speaking with unwavering determination, I don't care. I'm going to be a brewer. The secret recipes can be collected slowly, and the quality of the wine can be improved over time. I'm determined to make winemaking my auxiliary profession. Nothing can stop me from tasting the finest wines in the world. He eagerly pressed the secret recipe against his chest, ready to begin his studies. But the recipe didn't turn into white light and merge into his physical strength as Li Tang had imagined. It remained intact in his hands. He froze, then realized he hadn't learned the winemaking technique yet, so he couldn't possibly learn this secret recipe. Unfortunately, despite having looted numerous countries and obtained many skill books, he was missing precisely the winemaking technique. Li Tang sighed, then smiled wryly as he stored the monkey wine brewing secret recipe into his spatial ring, planning to ask Su Hui for a copy of winemaking technique to study later. Let's go! After collecting the loot, Li Tang inspected the 10 arrow towers and found that all of them had suffered varying degrees of damage. One of the flying rocket towers had its ultra-high durability shattered, causing it to explode on the spot, leaving him heartbroken. Fortunately, some materials could be recycled, which eased his pain slightly. The sky had completely darkened, so the group found a safe spot to camp and prepare for their first night in the Green Grass Plains dungeon. Like smoke, I brought a camping tent. This tent has plenty of space, and there are new sleeping bags. I bought them specially for this trip. Wu Kuan pulled out a tent from his spatial ring, inflated it with a pump, and rushed over to Lu Ruyan to show off. It was already late, and the two of them were alone in the tent. Just thinking about it was thrilling. No need. Lu Ruyan refused without hesitation and walked toward the side, saying, I'll sleep in Li Tang's tent. Is his tent as big as mine? Before Wu Kuan could finish speaking, he looked up and saw the tent above him, leaving him speechless. There stood a massive wooden treehouse directly built on the thick branches of a baobab tree. A luxurious wooden treehouse with 5 rooms and 2 halls, and it was even a 2-story structure. On the wooden terrace, 3 1,500-watt camping lights suddenly lit up, illuminating the surrounding area brightly. Li Tang had set up a massive barbecue grill, taken off his wet clothes, and was now shirtless, placing a whole lamb that had been washed and skinned onto the grill. On the nearby table, ice-cold beer, frosted with a thin layer of ice, was bubbling away. Su Jiao, wearing sunglasses, was sitting on a lounge chair, holding a highball glass filled with Fat Guy's happy water, elegantly admiring the last rays of the sun as they slowly sank below the horizon. Holy crap! Holy crap! Wu Kuan's mouth was wide open, speechless. You call this thing a tent? This is practically a villa, isn't it? And are you here to complete a quest or go on a vacation? However, he had to admit that compared to Li Tang's luxurious wooden treehouse, his inflatable tent was nothing but trash. No wonder Lu Ruyan didn't approve of his tent. If it were Wu Kuan, he'd choose to sleep in the comfortable treehouse too. Who is this kid, anyway? Wu Kuan was deeply puzzled. While he could understand that Li Tang had space-related equipment, this treehouse alone was over 300 square meters in size and worth tens of millions, and it was actually inside the equipment. After all, spatial-type equipment is extremely rare and hard to come by. The storage belt he was wearing had a capacity of over 100 cubic meters and was already worth over 100 million. And Li Tang had pulled out 10 mechanical towers, mechanical horses, and mechanical birds from it, along with all the random equipment, materials, and even the blood of magical beasts he had looted along the way. Everything was inside. Thinking about this, Wu Kuan was startled. How large is this kid's spatial equipment? 1,000 cubic meters? Or 10,000 cubic meters? Su Mushue peeked out from the treehouse and excitedly waved at Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, come quick. There's a shower here. We've been working all day and got soaked in the river. We're filthy and stinking, it's unbearable. Hurry over here. Let's take a shower together. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up at the sound, and she quickly climbed up the baobab tree, joining Su Mushue as they giggled their way into the bathroom. She had also fallen into the water today, and her clothes were clinging to her body, wet and uncomfortable. This was the perfect opportunity to clean up. Looking at her own ragged tent and then at Li Tang's luxurious treehouse, Wu Kuan desperately wanted to move in, but he just couldn't bring himself to ask. The lamb was slowly roasting, and the aroma of cumin and chili powder mixed with the wind kept wafting into Wu Kuan's nose. Damn it, forget it. Since I can't beat them, I might as well join in. Wu Kuan couldn't take it anymore. He packed up his inflatable tent, climbed up the tree, and asked shyly, can I stay here too? He had finally figured it out. Since he couldn't beat Li Tang in strength or outdo him in wealth, why make things hard for himself? Of course, we're a team, but you'll have to grill the lamb skewers. Li Tang looked up and smiled, handing him a big bunch of lamb skewers. Chapter 91, Watching the Show. The night passed without incident. After eating well, taking a bath, and sleeping soundly, everyone rested for the night. The next morning, they woke up feeling refreshed and energetic. Li Tang raised his hand and stored the luxurious double-story treehouse into the mustard seed containing the universe, then jumped down from the tree and also stored the 9 arrow towers surrounding the baobab tree into it. It was thanks to their protection last night that everyone was able to sleep soundly on soft beds in this dangerous dungeon. After crossing this large river, they were one step closer to their destination, Sheep Alley. Perhaps it was Lu Ruyan's soul-summoning talent that had drawn all the magical beasts and monsters away, or maybe it was because Li Tang had killed too many magical beasts, causing his aura of slaughter to fill the air. Either way, they hadn't encountered any large groups of monsters along the way. Half a day later, as the group arrived at the outskirts of Sheep Alley, a commotion suddenly erupted in the distance. Lu Ruyan stopped in her tracks, furrowing her brows and said, "What's that noise? It sounds like there are people there." Li Tang laughed, "Let's go check it out." He raised his hand, and the mechanical eagle flying falcon soared into the sky, quickly relaying the reconnaissance information back. "Damn it, a group is being chased by blade-spined wolves and heading this way." In the mechanical eagle flying falcon's shared field of view, 2 or 3 miles away, a large pack of blade-spined wolves was furiously chasing 5 professionals. The lead wolf was enormous, with a body spanning 4 or 5 meters from head to tail, almost the length of a small car. Its body was gray-brown, with a massive scar across its face, almost spanning its entire face, looking extremely fierce and terrifying. Beside it, a slightly smaller red-brown knife-back jackal closely followed, only half a body length behind. The exact number of wolves in the pack was impossible to count at the moment, but judging by the scale of the horde, there were certainly no fewer than 100. The 5 people were being chased relentlessly, desperately running toward the Valley of Sheep. "Hurry and save them! I never expected to encounter others in this dungeon." Lu Ruyan swung her long sword and was about to charge forward, but was suddenly grabbed by Li Tang's arm. Lu Ruyan looked at Li Tang in confusion. "What's wrong?" Li Tang shot her a disapproving glance. "Do you know who they are? You're rushing in so recklessly." Lu Ruyan froze, suddenly remembering the iron rule. In the wild, dungeons, or secret realms, the greatest danger isn't monsters, it's your own kind. "What should we do?" Lu Ruyan hesitated. "Should we just stand by and do nothing?" Wu Kuan chimed in, "Exactly. They're also human. Are we just going to watch them suffer and not help?" Li Tang shot him a sideways glance and mocked, "Why don't you, Mr. Wu, go and show off your heroic skills and save them from the fire?" Wu Kuan looked at the large group of ferocious knife-backed wolves in the distance, shrunk his head, and fell silent. What a joke! He was just a mage. If he were thrown into a wolf pack, he wouldn't even make a splash before being torn to pieces in an instant. Only Li Tang, that freak, could stand firm amidst the onslaught of hundreds of monsters. "Let's assess the situation first." Li Tang hesitated for a moment before leading the way toward the summit of a nearby hill. The others looked at each other, then followed suit. "Come on, let's watch the show." At the top of the hill, Li Tang took out a large watermelon that had been chilled in his spatial ring, cut it open with a knife, and distributed it to Lu Ruyan and the others. Seeing Li Tang's confident demeanor, everyone sat down and took a slice of watermelon to eat. "It's actually pretty sweet." Currently, the blade-spined wolves were chasing the 5 people below. Li Tang and his group were in a higher position, so as long as they didn't provoke the monsters, the creatures wouldn't target them first. Additionally, this group of blade-spined wolves were only level 2,830 monsters. Although there were 2 boss-level monsters among them, with their combined strength and the advantage of being higher ground, they weren't intimidated by these beasts. As for the lives of the 5 being chased, were all survivors who crawled out of a sea of corpses and blood. We're not saints, and they're not even acquaintances. Their lives are none of our business. Besides, they foolishly fled toward the Valley of Sheep. Who knows if they'll disrupt Lu Ruyan's mission? Spit. Spit. A few people were sitting on the hillside, happily eating watermelon and spitting out seeds, watching the group of 5 approaching below. "Hey, big brothers and sisters, do you have the strength? If you do, hurry up and save us." The first person spotted Li Tang and the others sitting on the hillside eating watermelon and spitting out seeds, and immediately shouted out. Li Tang shook his head vigorously and shouted, "We don't have the strength. We don't know you." The leader wasn't stupid either. Their position was already deep within the green grass prairie, while the 5 people ahead were dressed neatly, with not a single scratch or drop of blood on their bodies. Moreover, they remained calm and composed in the face of such a large group of knife-ridged wolves. They must be seasoned experts. He gritted his teeth, panting heavily, and shouted, "We won't let the brothers go to all this trouble for nothing. If you save us, we'll give each of you 10,000. Deal? Only 10,000? Are you trying to fool beggars?" Wu Kuan, Lu Ruyan, and Su Mushue were all from wealthy families, and Su Jiao was the city lord's beloved daughter. Her daily allowance alone was more than that. Even Li Tang, who came from humble beginnings, has been spoiled by the good things the government has sent him lately. Not to mention that a few days ago, Wang Lingyue, representing the provincial military region, placed a large order for equipment, with the deposit already transferred. Now he has no idea how much money is actually in his bank account. Seeing the few people on the hillside shaking their heads like metronomes, the leader was nearly in tears, fleeing while pleading, "Big brothers and sisters. It's not that we don't want to pay a high price, but we simply don't have any money." The others followed suit, pleading desperately. Su Jiao felt sorry for them and, after hearing their pitiful pleas, hesitated before standing up and whispering to Li Tang, "Why don't we help them?" Li Tang just laughed coldly. "Why should we help him?" The man's eyes darted around as he spoke, clearly not telling the whole truth. He pointed at the few people below who were desperately fleeing. Their equipment was all blue-quality rare items, and several of them were even purple-quality exceptional items. A team like this couldn't possibly be short on money. Moreover, after seeing us, they deliberately changed their escape route, luring those blade-spined wolves toward us. Perhaps they didn't want to spend money to save their lives and were trying to shift the blame onto us, making us help them fend off the disaster. Li Tang had switched careers to become a blacksmith, spending his days dealing with equipment, so his eyesight was naturally sharp. Even though they were far away, he said the equipment they were wearing had purple exceptional quality, so there was no doubt about it. Li Tang also stood up, cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, and shouted loudly, "The knife-spine hyenas are catching up to you. Give you one more chance, estimate the price again. Such a small sum for your lives? It'd be better to wait for the Blade Ridge wolves to devour you than scavenge their equipment yourselves, no risk involved." In the time it took to say those few words, the girl at the back was grabbed by a blade-spine wolf's claw on her high, rounded buttocks, and she screamed and darted away, her voice changing pitch. The leader hadn't even had time to respond when she started screaming, "Big brothers and sisters on the hillside, save me. I'll give you 20,000. I only have this much money left on me, I'll give it all to you." The leader turned to look at the knife-backed wolf just a few feet behind him and shouted urgently, "20,000. Save us, and we'll give each of you 20,000. Daxia people don't deceive each other. We'll transfer the money to you as soon as we exit the dungeon." Li Tang shook his head again, looking deeply disappointed. "You really are more interested in money than your lives." It wasn't that Li Tang was greedy, it was just that these few people were clearly skilled fighters. Every piece of blue-quality rare equipment they wore was worth tens of thousands, and the purple-quality exceptional equipment was at least 1,000,000 each. Their spatial backpacks must also contain many valuable items, yet they were unwilling to spend money to save their lives. Moreover, ever since they saw Li Tang and his group, they immediately changed direction, luring those blade-spined wolves toward them, clearly intending to use them as human shields. As expected, seeing that Li Tang wasn't falling for it, the leader of the group suddenly revealed a savage expression and shouted loudly, "Alright, since you refuse to help us, don't blame us for being ruthless." Saying this, he pulled something out of his robe and threw it fiercely toward the hillside where Li Tang and the others were standing. Chapter 92, Switching the Beam. The man had considerable arm strength, and the distance to the hillside where Li Tang and his men were positioned was not great. A white, egg-shaped object arced through the air, landing with a thud near Li Tang and his group. It bounced twice on the ground before coming to a stop. A monster egg. Lu Ruyan recognized the object and immediately shouted in alarm. Li Tang's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly realized. These people must have stolen this magic beast egg from the nest of the blade-spine wolves, and it was likely the offspring of the two bosses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chasing them so relentlessly. Sure enough, upon seeing the magic beast egg thrown up the hillside, the lead grey blade-spine wolf let out a loud howl, abruptly changed direction, and charged toward Li Tang and the others with the wolf pack in tow. The few who had been fleeing saw this and sighed in relief. The leading warrior waved his hand toward the hillside, grinning triumphantly, "Thanks for the help, guys. You hold off these beasts while we make our escape." After speaking, he actually led the group straight into the Valley of Sheep. These people were clearly up to no good. Su Jiao was furious, rushing forward to pick up the magic beast egg and throw it back, but was stopped by Li Tang. "They're just a bunch of low-level monsters in their 20s. If they dare to come, we'll slaughter them all." After yesterday's ordeal with the monster horde, Li Tang didn't think much of the 100 or so knife-spine jackals. He was actually more curious about the magic beast egg, reaching out to take it and examine it closely. The monster egg was as large as a watermelon, entirely white in color, covered in grayish-brown patterns, and faintly emanating a magical aura similar to that of the blade-spine hyenas. So this was the monster egg that could be contracted with a professional. Li Tang, who had just arrived in this world, had never seen such a thing before. He examined it from every angle, utterly fascinated. Behind him, Wu Kuan had a third-tier flying swallow pet, which he claimed to have purchased for over 2 million by hatching it from a magical beast egg. This isn't a blade chicken hyena monster egg. Lu Ruyan also walked over, examined it carefully, and looked somewhat solemn. "Oh? How do you know that?" Li Tang looked puzzled. "Could this magical beast egg be fake?" "This egg is indeed fake." Lu Ruyan sighed wryly, took the monster egg, and squeezed it hard. The shell shattered instantly, revealing a tiny, egg-white covered body inside. The body had 2 wings that were not yet fully formed, and 2 claws beneath it. It was not a knife-spined wolf at all, but rather the young of some kind of bird-like magical beast. This unhatched young creature, still undeveloped, had been forcibly broken out of its shell. It let out a weak, pitiful cry before lowering its head and ceasing to breathe. "We were all deceived by those people. Lu Ruyan disgustedly tossed the eggshell and the body onto the ground, wiped the sticky fluid off her hands with a damp cloth, and sneered, "This is the egg of a 5-colored kungsa chicken. Its appearance is extremely similar to that of a knife-backed hyena wolf's egg, and by applying a special agent mimicking the scent of a knife-backed hyena wolf, it can be made to look authentic." In the black market, many unscrupulous merchants use this trick to deceive inexperienced newcomers. Li Teng suddenly realized that the 5-colored kungsa chicken was merely a first-tier magical beast of levels 5 or 6, with skills like AAP chicken crow and dribble and dunk. Its magical beast egg was worthless. Even if someone happens to obtain one from the wild or a dungeon, they would usually just throw it away or sell it to a chef class who had awakened, using it as cooking ingredients. After all, who would bother to contract a colorful kungsa chicken with no combat power as a pet? On the other hand, the Blade Ridge hyenas are third-tier magical beasts, and their eggs can fetch at least 150,000 or more, while the eggs laid by the boss are worth 3 times that amount. It turns out those people risked their lives venturing deep into the green grass plains, even provoking an entire Blade Ridge jackal pack, all to steal the boss's monster eggs. However, they were truly cunning. They had come up with the scheme of switching the eggs, instantly diverting the hatred onto themselves. Seeing their precious offspring crushed and killed, their bloodied bodies lying on the ground, the reddish-brown Blade Ridge jackal let out a heart-wrenching cry and charged down the slope like a mad beast, spewing fiery fireballs from its mouth before even getting close. Fireball? Li Teng was utterly shocked. Having been in this world for so long, this was the first time he had encountered a magical beast capable of using magic, and the fireballs it spat out were as large as frying pans. However, he didn't panic. He quickly drew the Frost Tower shield, took 2 steps forward, and blocked all the incoming fireballs. Meanwhile, Wu Kuan let out a loud shout, and chain lightning erupted among the knife-spined wolves. Li Teng struck the red-brown knife-spined wolf that could spit fire with a single blow, sending it flying. The air around him suddenly rippled, and the massive gray-brown knife-spined wolf leaped out of thin air, opening its bloodthirsty maw and lunging toward his neck. Holy, what kind of skill is that? Li Teng jumped in shock, but where could he dodge in time? Watch out! He was about to rely on his equipment to withstand the attack, but Lu Ruyan, standing beside him, acted swiftly, swinging a holy light cross slash to block the gray-brown knife-spined hyena wolf's attack. Lu Ruyan shouted, "This is a rare twin boss in the wolf pack, 1 male and 1 female, extremely powerful." As she spoke, she shared the information she had obtained using scouting technique on everyone's personal panels. Grey Wolf, boss-level magical beast. The ruler of the green grass plains and the king of the blade-spined wolf pack. Level 30. Attack 2550. Defense 2270. HP 250,000. Skills: Hunting Expert, Stealth Master, Survival Specialist, Soul Cleansing Warsong. Hunting Expert, Active Area Skill. Grey Wolf excels at hunting, able to command a pack of wolves to coordinate attacks, increasing overall strength by 20 and effectively eliminating enemies. Stealth Master, Grey Wolf excels at stealth, allowing him to silently approach enemies and deliver a fatal strike, dealing 300 damage. Survival Expert, increases all attributes by 50. Soul Cleansing Warsong, Active Area of Effect Skill. By howling to inspire the wolf pack, increases the attack and defense of all Blade Ridge wolves within range by 30. Red Wolf, a boss-level magical beast. Grey Wolf's mate and the actual ruler of the knife-spined wolf pack. Level 30. Attack 2250. Defense 2030. Health 220,000. Skills: Frying Pan Meteor Shower, Housewife's Authority, Wolf Pack Protection, Wolf Queen's Step. Frying Pan Meteor Shower, Red Wolf can spit out a series of fiery balls the size of frying pans, striking targets with meteor-like precision and dealing massive damage. Housewife's Authority, Team Aura. While Red Wolf is present, all wolves including Grey Wolf have their attack power increased by 10, but Grey Wolf takes 1 maximum health and mental pressure damage per second. If there's no sheep for dinner tonight, don't come back. Wolf Pack Protection, Active Area Skill. Red Wolf is highly experienced in caring for the wolf pack, providing additional defense and health regeneration for the pack. Wolf Queen's Steps, Active Area Skill. Red Wolf possesses keen insight, enabling her to detect hidden clues and enemies, and boost her own and the wolf pack's evasion by 20%. I wonder what level Lu Ruyan's scouting technique skill has reached, as she managed to uncover the attributes of both bosses in such detail, even listing their names. These 2 boss-level magical beasts, one a heavily armored warrior, the other a group healer, are both tanky with high attack power and accompanied by a large group of minions. An ordinary team wouldn't stand a chance against them. Who cares if they're Grey Wolf or Red Wolf? If they mess with me, I'll turn them all into lambs. Li Teng roared, leaped into the pack of knife-spined wolves, and activated the destructive stomp skill, sending shockwaves that knocked the surrounding wolves off their feet and left several in a dazed state. He took the opportunity to swing the tyrant's hammer, using various general skills like Earth-Shattering Strike, Sweep the Thousand Armies, and Wind and Thunder Break in rapid succession, clearing a blood-soaked path through the wolf horde in an instant. However, Su Jiao and Lu Ruyan lacked Li Teng's formidable strength and could only protect Wu Kuan and Su Mushua while desperately fending off the wolves' attacks. Ah woo. Seeing that over a dozen of his minions had been killed in an instant, Grey Wolf let out a piercing howl and activated his skill, Soul Cleansing Warsong. A strange light flashed, and the blade-spined wolves' bodies began to undergo a transformation. Wild howls echoed in the air. Their manes stood on end, their teeth protruded, and the veins on their bodies bulged like earthworms, boosting their combat power by 30%. Hong Tai Lang wasn't about to be outdone. He activated the skill Wolfpack Protection. A green light flashed, and the maximum health of the Wolfpack increased by 20, while the injuries of the wounded wolves began to heal rapidly, and their defense also strengthened. Li Tang was completely taken aback. He never expected the skills of these two bosses to be so powerful. With his extraordinary attack power, he could normally kill a regular knife spine jackal with just 2 strikes, but now even after 3 strikes, it was still alive. Moreover, their speed and evasion abilities had greatly increased. Out of every 3 strikes Li Tang landed, at least one would miss its mark. What's worse, these knife spine jackals knew Li Tang wasn't someone to mess with and had resorted to guerrilla tactics. Hong Tai Lang led a dozen elite-level knife spine jackals to engage Li Tang in a stalemate, occasionally spitting fireballs to disrupt his movements. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf leads the remaining wolf pack to surround and attack Lu Ruyan and the others. Without Li Tang's heavy-duty warrior support, Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao's defenses were on the verge of collapse. Ah! Lu Ruyan suddenly let out a piercing scream. It turned out that Grey Wolf had sneaked up on her unnoticed and launched a sudden attack, biting down on her arm. Li Tang's eyes widened in horror. Ms. Lu. Damn it, I was too careless. Chapter 93, at least he's a beast with some sense of loyalty. You dog. You're asking for death. Li Tang roared furiously, using his left hand to summon the Frost Tower shield to knock away an elite knife-spined wolf that was charging toward him. He then leaped into the air with all his strength, swinging his right hand wielding the Tyrant's Hammer, which was enveloped in boundless power, and smashed it down toward Grey Wolf. Earth-shattering strike, C-rank universal skill. Swing the weapon to deliver a heavy blow to the target, dealing 250 physical damage. There is a 20% chance to deal 75 splash damage to enemies within a 3-meter radius. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Grey Wolf felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. He couldn't spare the time to bite through Lu Ruyan's left arm and darted aside, attempting to dodge Li Tang's fatal strike. Unfortunately, he underestimated Li Tang's agility. His body only dodged halfway, and the brutal hammer crashed heavily onto his buttocks. Wolf-like magical beasts have copper heads, iron arms, and delicate waists. This blow was brutal. Grey Wolf let out an agonizing howl as its spine was shattered, and its 2 hind legs dangled limply behind it, unable to stand. If it weren't for the loyal subordinates surrounding it, who risked their lives to block the attack and drag Grey Wolf back, it would have been crushed into mincemeat by the enraged Li Tang on the spot. Lu Ruyan took the opportunity to stumble backward, while Su Mushua's healing technique promptly descended upon her. Under the combined effects of the potion and the healing spell, the bleeding from her wounds gradually stopped, but her face remained as pale as paper. Fortunately, she was wearing the purple-quality Holy Light Judgment set crafted by Li Tang, whose attributes far surpassed those of ordinary practitioners, which is why her injuries weren't severe. Su Jiao and Wu Kuan hurried over to protect Lu Ruyan behind them. Wu. The Red Wolf, seeing his beloved son brutally killed and his mate, the Wolf King, severely injured, had completely lost his mind. Team Aura, Matriarch's authority. It let out a piercing howl, and a blood-red ring centered on Hong Tai Lang spread out in ripples, quickly enveloping the area. The surrounding knife-backed wolves were instantly energized, their eyes turning blood-red, their fur standing on end, and their teeth suddenly growing longer, their combat power surging dramatically. Not only that, but Red Wolf opened its massive jaws, unleashing a barrage of fiery balls the size of frying pans, accompanied by rolling waves of heat, hurtling toward Li Tang like meteors. After all, this was a skill attack from a boss-level monster, so Li Tang didn't dare to take it lightly. He quickly raised the Frost Tower shield to block the attack. Bang! The fireball struck the shield, emitting a dull thud. The immense impact shook Li Tang's arms numb, forcing him to stumble backward repeatedly. The ice shield that had just formed on the shield was instantly melted by the fireball's intense heat, dissipating into a wisp of steam. As expected, the green-tiered shield couldn't withstand such a powerful attack for long. Wu Kuan continued to unleash magical attacks on the wolf pack while shouting, "What should we do now? This group of blade-spine wolves is way too tough." Li Tang was also frantic with worry. The enemy's tenacity exceeded all expectations, and his momentary carelessness had left him in a dangerous situation. If this continued, he might barely survive with his lava demon heavy armor set, but the others would eventually be worn down and killed by the wolf pack. Click! Li Tang was in a state of panic when a cracking sound suddenly rang out. Li Tang's heart sank as he instinctively looked up. The Frost Tower shield that had accompanied him for so long now bore countless fine cracks, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Li Tang was utterly shocked. He never expected the Frost Tower shield to fail him at such a critical moment. After all, it was only a blue-quality rare item. After 2 days of intense combat, it had finally reached its limit and exhausted its durability. Damn it! Spit, you're the only one who can start a fire. Li Tang, both angry and desperate, flung the shield, now covered in cracks, out of his hands, sending a charging blade-spined wolf flying through the air. He summoned over 100 small mechanical dogs from his spatial ring and roared, "Blow them all up!" The small mechanical dogs created a whistling wind as they swiftly charged into the blade-spined wolf pack. They were merely level 8 white-quality ordinary-grade mechanical beasts. The blade-spined hyenas could easily crush them into pieces with a single claw swipe. Boom! As they died, the small mechanical dogs detonated themselves, unleashing a massive explosion of flames that erupted repeatedly within the pack of blade-spined hyenas. Self-destruct, detonate oneself, dealing 2000 damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius. A 1-for-1 trade-off. Do not use until the last moment. The entire hillside was instantly engulfed in flames and smoke. The powerful shockwaves swept away large groups of blade-spined hyenas, and the explosive force left deep craters in the ground. The once densely packed pack of jackals was instantly scattered in all directions. Many wolves lay scattered in pools of blood, howling in agony. Some unlucky ones were hit by multiple small mechanical dogs' self-destructions, reduced to nothing but bones. Red Wolf was knocked back several steps by the sudden explosion, his fur singed in patches, looking disheveled and battered. However, the madness and hatred in its eyes grew even more intense, and the fireballs it spat out became increasingly dense, raining down on Li Tang and the others as if there were no tomorrow. The purple-quality small mechanical dog stood in front of everyone, its energy shield ability activating a 33-meter-wide defensive barrier, blocking all of Red Wolf's fireballs. Hey! This is way more fun than setting off firecrackers. These small mechanical dogs were just low-tier training tools for Li Tang. Using them as disposable grenades wasn't too much of a sacrifice. He pulled out a flaming rocket tower and a frost arrow tower from his spatial ring, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the wolf pack's disorganized formation, and set them up on the open ground. If the open space had been larger, Li Tang would have erected all the arrow towers at once. As the magic crystals activated, the arrow towers emitted a faint humming sound. 6 magical flame crossbow arrows and 1 magical ice crossbow arrow exploded among the Blade Ridge wolves, luckily triggering the flying fire meteor and extreme cold zone golden traits. A fiery zone engulfed in raging flames and a frigid zone emanating bone-chilling cold instantly formed, inflicting continuous damage on all enemies within the area. Li Tang glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was being treated by Su Muxue and was no longer in critical condition, and felt slightly relieved. Take care of yourselves. He pulled out the Thunder Warhammer from his spatial ring, gripped it in his left hand, let out a wild roar, and charged at the Red Wolf like a raging bull. Though this Warhammer was only a blue-tier rare equipment, its golden trait Thunder Strike alone increased base damage by 10,000. Additionally, there was a 20% chance to trigger Thunder Strike during attacks, dealing 300 lightning damage based on attack power to a single target. Its power rivaled that of the Tyrant's Hammer. Li Tang held the hammer in both hands, instantly transforming into an invincible war god, slaughtering the wolf pack as if he were in an empty field. Any wolf with a blade spine that dared to block his path was shattered into a pulp by his furious attacks, leaving a gruesome trail of blood and flesh in his wake. Die! Li Tang lets out a wild roar, leaps high into the air, and swings his hammer with all his might toward the Red Wolf. Due to the release of his skills, the Red Wolf's magic power was nearly depleted. But it showed no fear, raising its head fiercely and spewing a series of massive fireballs. Relying on the Flame Armor Guardian golden trait and the Flame Shield effect from his set, along with his body covered in special items, Li Tang didn't even blink as he directly withstood the scorching fireball attacks. His twin hammers swung with unmatched force, smashing toward Hong Tai Lang. Awu! A massive wolf with a blade-like spine charged forward, violently knocking Red Wolf to the side and using its body to block Li Tang's attack. Through the swirling flames and smoke, Li Tang was astonished to discover that the one lying beneath his twin hammers was none other than Grey Wolf. As a level 30 boss-tier magical beast, Grey Wolf's body was already incredibly powerful. Additionally, his skill survival expert allowed him to temporarily boost all his attributes by 50. However, his spine had been shattered by Li Tang's hammer blow earlier, leaving him severely injured and greatly weakened. Just moments ago, he had regained some of his strength thanks to Hong Tai Lang's healing, but upon seeing his wife in danger, he charged forward without hesitation to rescue her. Oof, at least he's a loyal and righteous fellow. Li Tang wouldn't show mercy just because of their so-called love. He curled his lips into a savage grin as his twin hammers rained down relentlessly. Thunderstrike, Melting Fire Gaze, Royal Judgment, Flame Burst Combo, Power Surge, and other golden skill effects were triggered one after another, drowning Grey Wolf's mighty body in thunder and flames. Seeing Grey Wolf in danger while trying to save him, Red Wolf frantically cast the Wolfpack Protection skill to heal him. However, under Li Tang's relentless storm of attacks, the healing was like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water, utterly ineffective. Grey Wolf's legs were all shattered, his body covered in blood and flesh, but his eyes remained fixed on Red Wolf, constantly spitting out chunks of charred blood. It let out a muffled woo-woo sound, urging Red Wolf to flee for its life. Meanwhile, under the combined assault of the Flying Rocket Tower, Frost Arrow Tower, and Su Jiao, Lu Ruyan, and Wu Kuan, the surrounding blade-spined wolves had already suffered heavy casualties, with only a few remaining, struggling for their lives. Wu! Seeing his family destroyed, Red Wolf's face betrayed utter despair. But instead of turning to flee, it charged into Li Tang's hammer shadow, using its own body to shield Grey Wolf. Chapter 94, a praying mantis catching a cicada, with a sparrow behind. Seeing the Wolf King and Wolf Queen fall one after another under Li Tang's twin hammers, the remaining dozen or so knife-spine jackals did not flee. Instead, they let out a piercing howl and charged toward Li Tang and his group. Su Jiao pulled her long sword out of the throat of the last knife-spine wolf, turned to look at the bodies of Grey Wolf and Red Wolf, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Though these two beasts were merely animals, they had been inseparable in life and death, always willing to take the brunt of harm for one another. Even in death, their flesh and blood remained intertwined, never to be separated. Recalling the last time they had been training in the Funishan Mountains, Li Tang had nearly sacrificed his life to save her. Su Jiao's face flushed red, and her gaze toward Li Tang was suddenly filled with tenderness and affection. Who would have thought that these beasts could be so loyal and compassionate? Lu Ruyan walked over, looking at the scattered wolf corpses, and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to them, some humans aren't even as good as beasts. What's there to compare? Li Tang had no such sentiments. His body radiated a fierce aura as he swiftly gathered all the magic crystals, equipment, and materials dropped by the blade spine wolves and stuffed them into his spatial ring. Immediately afterward, he raised his hand and released the mechanical eagle flying falcon, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it, we were outsmarted by those little bastards. I won't rest until I avenge this." Although they had no casualties thanks to their top-tier equipment and golden stats. However, Lu Ruyan was injured, and he had lost over 100 small mechanical dogs. Even his trusty blue-quality rare equipment, the Frost Tower Shield, had its durability depleted and shattered, causing Li Tang's anger to boil over. Mentioning the ones who fled, Lu Ruyan and the others were also filled with righteous indignation. Yes, they must be taught a lesson. Exactly. They dared to use a first-tier multicolored Kungsa chicken monster egg to impersonate a third-tier dying Hulang boss monster egg, tricking those foolish wolves into attacking us. It's infuriating. If it weren't for Li Tang's resilience and strength, we would have been doomed this time. Even Su Jiao, who was usually cold and aloof, clenched her fists, her face filled with resentment. The flying falcon was highly efficient and quickly located the few who had fled into the Valley of Sheep. Li Tang stored the flying rocket tower and frost arrow tower along with the purple quality small mechanical dog into his spatial ring, then swung his hand menacingly and shouted, "Let's go! Revenge!" A faint mist had begun to rise in the valley, but no one noticed it as they stormed inside. The valley was filled with oddly shaped rocks, and under the hazy mist, it looked even more eerie. However, under the falcon's eagle-eye skill, these creatures had nowhere to hide. Following the falcon's guidance, they continued forward and soon heard faint voices in the distance. This time, it was thanks to those idiots. Otherwise, it would have been tough to shake off that pack of knife-backed wolves. Exactly, Zhang Lao was the smart one. Using fake magic beast eggs to divert their attention was a brilliant move. But we still need to be careful. Those few people seem pretty powerful. If they manage to escape from the wolves and come looking for us, we'll be in big trouble. The girl dressed like a mage sneered disdainfully. "Ugu, you're being too cautious. Those knife-backed hyenas are numerous and powerful, with a male and female boss leading them. How could they possibly survive? Now that there's no movement outside, those idiotic adventurers must have been torn to pieces and eaten by them by now." The skinny thief named Hu nodded, still trembling with fear. "You're right. Those two bosses are no joke. When I stole their monster eggs, I had to put in a lot of effort." However, he turned to look at Zhang Laoda. After the jackals ate those people, would they chase them into the valley? The man called Zhang Laoda was the leader of the warriors. He waved his hand and laughed triumphantly. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That magic beast egg was laid by a genuine 5-colored Kungsa chicken that had been raised for 2.5 years, and it was soaked in the essence extracted from the urine of a knife-spined wolf purchased from the treasure pavilion for 7 days. Those beasts that rely solely on their sense of smell to recognize their own kind wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. I have prepared 7 such magical beast eggs. This move was originally meant to be a last resort to throw it at those knife-spined wolves when we couldn't escape, buying us time to flee. But I never expected to encounter those professional adventurers in the depths of this dungeon, allowing me to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and frame them. The horned sheep in the valley aren't easy to deal with. After the blade-spined jackals devour those fools, they'll definitely rush back to the demon wolf fortress with the magical beast eggs. They won't have time to bother us." Everyone heard this and immediately broke into smiles, flattering Zhang Laoda for his brilliant strategy. After this job, just the magic beast egg from the knife-spine jackal boss alone is worth over 6 million, plus the other equipment and materials. Each of us will get at least a couple 100,000. That's right. We're in for a big payday. Following the boss, we'll have everything we need. Li Tang and the others hid behind a massive rock, eavesdropping on Zhang Laoda's group's conversation. Su Jiao was so angry her face turned pale. She muttered under her breath, "Those despicable traitors. How dare they scheme against us like this?" She gripped the Kunwo sword and took a step forward, ready to charge at them. "I'll go teach them a lesson." Li Tang grabbed her arm and whispered, "Don't act impulsively. Don't alert them yet. This is the Valley of Sheep. They mentioned the horned sheep earlier. Don't disturb Mr. Lu's mission. As for those people. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he said, the flying falcons are watching. They can't escape. As soon as Li Tang finished speaking, they heard Zhang Laoda laughing from ahead. Alright, save the flattery for after we exit this dungeon. According to the map, they were about to reach Sheep Village. His tone suddenly turned serious. This group of damned sheep aren't just numerous, they're also light-aligned magical beasts, making them extremely difficult to kill. If we want to kill the boiling Sheep King and obtain the Light Heart, it won't be easy. Their target is also the Light Heart. Li Tang and the others behind him heard this and were startled, exchanging glances and seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They quietly followed Zhang Laoda and the others forward. After not going far, they heard a series of bleating sounds. Everyone cautiously peered out and saw a vast open meadow in the distance, where hundreds of curly-horned sheep were gathered, emitting a faint glow as they ate something. These spiral-horned sheep were much larger than ordinary sheep, with horns on their heads that shimmered with a golden, sacred glow, inspiring awe at first sight. That was the herd of horned sheep, and the boiling Sheep King was among them. Zhang Laoda whispered, his eyes flickering with greed. If we kill the Sheep King and obtain the Heart of Light, we'll strike it rich. The female mage frowned, looking concerned. Zhang Laoda, these sheep don't look easy to deal with. There are too many of them. If we fight them head-on, we'll probably come out on the losing end. Zhang Laoda sneered, pulling out a black pearl and a porcelain bottle from his robe. What are we afraid of? I've already prepared the Shadow Explosion Pearl. Once we detonate this pearl, it will create a shadow domain that weakens their light power. Here's also the third-grade sedative soft powder I bought at a high price. Have old who release it with the wind, and it'll definitely leave them too weak to move, letting us do as we please. The thief surnamed who heard this and raised his thumb in admiration. That's brilliant. Truly brilliant. He took the two items from Zhang Lao's hands, his figure slowly fading as he activated the invisibility skill, sneaking toward the sheep herd. Li Tang and the others couldn't help but admire Zhang Lao's meticulous planning, thorough strategy, and diverse tactics. Compared to him, they felt like a bunch of brutes who relied solely on their equipment to fight. As Zhang Lao and the others were about to act, Lu Ruyan quietly approached and whispered, "What should we do now?" Everyone else also focused their attention on Li Tang, unconsciously regarding him as the backbone of the group. Li Tang fell into deep thought for a moment, then a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Since they want to play dirty, let's give them a taste of their own medicine. The mantis catches the cicada, but the sparrow catches both. Chapter 95, there are actually 5 boss-level enemies hiding here. Taking advantage of the fog, Li Tang retrieved the Flaming Rocket Tower and Frost Arrow Tower from his spatial ring and silently deployed them on both sides of the road. He then released a dozen or so small mechanical dogs, ordering them to lurk around the arrow towers, ready to act at a moment's notice. To prevent his own men from falling victim to the enemy's soft softening powder, Li Tang retrieved a small jade bottle from his spatial ring, poured out several pills emitting a strange medicinal fragrance, and distributed them among the group. He whispered, "These are toxin-clearing pills. Take them quickly, they will protect us from all poisons." As a key national talent under state protection, the supplies sent by the Supreme Commander included every imaginable item. A mere toxin-clearing pills was no exception. Everyone quickly took the pills and swallowed them. Instantly, a cool sensation coursed down their throats and into their chests, invigorating their spirits. Seeing that everyone was already prepared, Li Tang smiled slightly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Now, let's wait and see the show." Everyone held their breath, hiding behind the rocks, quietly observing Zhang Laoda's group's movements. The invisible who surnamed Bandit had already crept up to the flock of sheep near the corner. He checked the wind direction and carefully opened the porcelain bottle containing the susu-san. A fine greenish powder drifted in the wind, quickly enveloping the entire flock. Zhang Laoda gripped the Shadow Explosion Pearl tightly, keeping a close eye on the sheep's movements, waiting for the potion to take effect before detonating it. Before long, the Panjiao sheep, which had been grazing, began to move slowly, their bodies swaying. Some collapsed with a thud, unable to stand. "Haha, the time has come." Seeing the sedative take effect, Zhang Laoda's face lit up with a smug smile. He shouted loudly and threw the Shadow Explosion Pearl toward the center of the sheep herd with all his strength. Boom! A dull explosion echoed, and black smoke spread instantly, forming a shadow domain in the blink of an eye. The horned sheep within the shadow domain saw the sacred glow on their bodies fade significantly. Caught off guard, the horned sheep panicked, bleating wildly as they ran and collided with one another in all directions. Holy crap! Li Tang's eyes widened in shock. After the horned sheep scattered, several bloodied, mangled double-horned horses were revealed. These creatures weren't eating grass, they were feasting on flesh and blood. No wonder I saw those red droplets hanging from their mouths earlier. Brothers, charge! Seeing the opportunity, Zhang Laoda swung his large sword and charged into the sheep herd. The others followed suit. Lu Ruyan whispered, "Should we go too?" Li Tang shook his head. "Don't rush. Let's wait a little longer. Their target is also the Light of Hope. Let's wait until they find the boiling Sheep King before we act." He hesitated for a moment. "And I can't shake the feeling that these horned sheep aren't as simple as they seem." Over there, Zhang Laoda and his group had already charged into the sheep herd, with the sounds of sheep bleating and weapons clashing intertwining. Zhang Laoda was no pushover. Every swing of his greatsword sent a spray of blood into the air. His companions also displayed their skills, and in no time, the horned sheep suffered heavy casualties. Despite being poisoned and having their light power weakened by the Shadow Realm, these horned sheep, who could barely stand, displayed an extraordinary resilience. Not only were they tough and resilient, but they were also wild and untamed. After the initial chaos, they quickly regained their composure and launched a furious counterattack. One ram was struck by a fireball from the female mage, its fur instantly igniting. Yet it continued to charge toward her with bloodshot eyes, its body engulfed in flames. The female mage, caught off guard, nearly collided with it, instantly terrified and retreating rapidly. Fortunately, the shield warrior reacted quickly, rushing forward to block her, and stabbed the ram in the neck with a sword. Stay calm, hold your ground, and maintain formation. Zhang Laoda swung his sword to cut down another horned sheep, saying in a deep voice, "They've been hit by soft and tender powder. They're already on their last legs. As long as we stay steady and methodical, we'll soon have these damned sheep under control." Bah! Before he could finish speaking, a low, thunderous roar erupted, followed by a white halo and a golden halo spreading rapidly through the flock. The horned sheep within the aura's range instantly shed their weakened state, and their wounds began to heal rapidly. Their bodies swelled rapidly, their once soft wool hardening into steel needles, and their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red light. Even the black mist formed by the shadow burst pearl was significantly dimmed by the two halos. It was group purification and group blessing. Lu Ruyan, as expected of a teacher, quickly recognized these two famous light-based spells. Li Tang was also startled. He had originally thought that with Zhang Laoda's plan, this group of horned sheep would be easily subdued. But now it seemed that things were far from simple. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the air as the boiling Ram King slowly emerged from the herd. Its size was several times larger than the other sheep, with horns on its head resembling two massive curved blades, gleaming with a chilling light. Beside the boiling Ram King were several smaller-sized horned sheep, each exuding an imposing presence. One of them had a black face and white fur, with bulging muscles, resembling a black-skinned maid-themed athlete. Another one was round and plump, with curly hair resembling a pile of dung, and a lazy expression on its face. Another had two horns adorned with two pink spring butterflies, clearly a female. Last to appear was an old ram standing on its hind legs, its beard dragging on the ground, with its right hoof clutching a wooden staff embedded with a large, brilliant gemstone. Zhang Laoda and his group were completely speechless. What on earth is going on here? The female mage was so scared her face turned pale, and her magic staff nearly slipped from her hands. Boiling Sheep King, level 32 boss tier magical beast. Ruler of Sheep Valley and the king of the horned sheep herd. Black-skinned sheep warrior, level 30 boss tier monster. The Boiling Sheep King's most loyal guardian, brave and powerful. Beautiful sheep, level 30 boss tier monster. The most beautiful female sheep of the horned sheep herd, skilled at communicating with other animals. Fat lazy sheep, level 30 boss level monster. Lazy and easily satisfied, with extraordinary luck. Old sheep, a level 30 boss tier monster. A wise and knowledgeable elder, he is a rare sage among the horned sheep herd. The Valley of the Sheep actually hides 5 boss level monsters. Upon seeing the information revealed by the Falcon's eye skill used by the Flying Falcon, Li Tang and the others suddenly understood. No wonder there were 2 30-level boss level monsters among the blade spine wolves outside. These horned sheep so close by were still alive and well. Zhang Laoda was also stunned, but he quickly regained his composure, looked around, and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Don't panic. The shadow domain formed by the Shadow Burst Pearl is still active, and the strength of these horned sheep has been suppressed by at least 30%. Moreover, their numbers have been reduced to half. If we retreat now, all our efforts will be in vain." No sooner had he finished speaking than the black-faced, white-haired spiral horned sheep charged forward like a black whirlwind. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Zhang Laoda. The massive horns on its head, resembling 2 sharp curved blades, sliced down with a fierce gust of wind. Bang! Zhang Laoda hurriedly raised his great sword to block, but the impact sent him staggering backward, his palms numb, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. Damn it, this black-skinned sheep warrior isn't even the Sheep King. How can it be so strong? Zhang Laoda was terrified, his face turning pale. However, the black-skinned sheep warrior didn't give him a moment to catch his breath. It dug its hooves into the ground and charged forward with another roar. Its attack was simple and brutal, straight-on collisions. Yet it carried an unmatched might, each collision leaving Zhang Laoda in agony. He dodged frantically while shouting at his companions, "What the hell are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help." The others finally snapped out of it, and the shield warriors rushed forward to block the ram in front of Zhang Laoda. The other several boss-level horned sheep also joined the fray. The boiling Ram King leaped suddenly, crashing into Zhang Laoda's group like a cannonball. The horns on its head struck the shield warriors' shields with the force of iron hammers. Put! The shield warriors were knocked back by the immense force, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but they clenched their teeth and refused to retreat. The pink butterflies that had been resting on Mei Yangyang's horns took flight, scattering a shower of dreamlike scales toward the crowd. Trouble! This thing is poisonous. Zhang Laoda, with his keen eyesight, immediately recognized the danger of this move. The female mage raised her staff, unleashing a blazing fire tornado that engulfed the scales in intense heat before crashing into the boiling Sheep King. Boom! The fire tornado struck its target, erupting in a blinding flash of light. However, when the flames died down, the boiling Sheep King merely shook its head, with a layer of charred residue on its wool, seemingly unharmed. How is this possible? The female mage stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. She was a level 30A rank profession, the fiery mage, with all her equipment being blue rare quality. The burning staff in her hands was even purple exceptional quality, granting an additional 15 fire damage. It's that old sheep. It cast light shield. Zhang Laode, with his sharp eyes, noticed the fleeting white light on the boiling Sheep King's body. He swung his sword and knocked down a regular horned sheep beside him, shouting, "Old Hu, where the hell were you?" Chapter 96, Zhang Laoda's group is wiped out. Here they come. The air around Yang Lao Xie suddenly rippled with an eerie disturbance. The thief Lao Hu's figure suddenly appeared, his poison-coated double daggers wrapped in a chill intent to kill, stabbing straight at Yang Lao Xie's back. Shadow Assault Ambush Backstab. As the dagger tips neared Yang Lao Xie's skin, Lao Hu felt a surge of triumph. Under this combo, he had taken down countless monsters. However, Yang Lao Xie seemed to have sensed it coming. Just as Lao Hu was about to strike, he swung his wooden staff lightly, and a golden light barrier instantly formed in front of him. Bang! Light shield, its defensive power was astonishing. Lao Hu collided head-on with the light barrier, bouncing back and crashing heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Cough! Old Hu struggled to get back up. As soon as he looked up, he saw several horned sheep with red eyes charging toward him with fierce intent. He inwardly cursed his misfortune, forcing himself to ignore the pain throughout his body as he tried to hide and flee. However, he collided head-on with the lazy, plump sheep with a slack expression. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Old Hu cursed inwardly, his twin daggers instinctively lunging toward the lazy sheep. The lazy sheep didn't dodge or flinch, merely yawned lazily, its eyes flickering with an eerie glow. Lao Hu's consciousness suddenly grew hazy, and a wave of intense drowsiness swept over him. The daggers in his hands clattered to the ground. Oh no! The sound of the dagger hitting the ground snapped Old Hu back to his senses, but what greeted his eyes was a massive, fat sheep's hoof. Old Hu felt a flash of darkness before being slammed into the ground by a tremendous force, his internal organs shifting out of place. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but before he could catch his breath, a massive figure descended from the sky, two sheep hooves crushing down on his chest, emitting several dull cracking sounds. No! Lao Hu felt an excruciating pain in his chest, his eyes widened in horror, and he lost consciousness completely. At that moment, the priestess in the group hurriedly cast healing spell on him, but it was already too late. Old Hu! Zhang Laode, seeing his longtime companion Old Hu fall in battle, his eyes bulged with rage. He roared and swung his great sword toward the fat, lazy sheep. Yang Lao Xie looked down on him with disdain, swinging his wooden staff once more. The large gem at the tip of the staff shone brightly. Golden runes flew out from it, and a colossal beam of light instantly enveloped Zhang Laode and the others. Zhang Laode and the others felt their bodies grow heavy, as if bound by an invisible force, their movements growing sluggish. It's the light bind. Li Tang and the others, who were hiding behind and watching, were filled with horror. How many light-based spells did this old boss master? Bang! The boiling Sheep King seized the opportunity, charging forward with all his might. His twin horns, like two massive warhammers, crashed into the shield warrior's shield. The immense force sent him flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his shattered internal organs. Zhang Laode, we can't hold on anymore. The shield warrior's face was as pale as paper. He staggered to his feet, raised his shield once more to block the others, and bellowed, "Everyone retreat. I'll hold them off." Zhang Laoda's face turned ashen. He swung his weapon again, killing another charging ram, his heart filled with shock and anger. He never imagined that what he had thought would be an easy task would turn into such a brutal situation. Not only had they failed to obtain the Heart of Light, but they had also suffered heavy casualties. The shield warrior braced himself against another charge from the black-skinned sheep warrior, turned around, coughed up blood, and shouted, "Leader, get out of here. Once we're out, remember to burn some paper money for me every Qingning festival." He had already resolved to die, all to give Zhang Laode and the others a sliver of hope. Good brother! Zhang Laode's eyes welled up with tears. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" Though he felt 1,000 regrets in his heart, he knew that continuing the fight would mean certain death for everyone. With that, he turned and sprinted toward the valley exit. The female mage and the female priest exchanged glances, then followed suit with sorrowful expressions. Bah! The boiling Ram King let out a low growl, and the remaining 60+ horned sheep began their charge. As long as I'm here, not a single one of you will get through. The shield warriors, with blood trickling from their lips, stood firm in the middle of the path, each holding a shield. But the next moment, dozens of horned sheep completely engulfed his figure. Yang Lao Xie clearly had no intention of giving Zhang Laode and his men a chance to escape. He swung his wooden staff once more, and a blinding beam of light descended from the sky, striking the three directly. Light elemental attack magic, Holy Nova. Boom! The light beam struck the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent Zhang Laoda and the others flying in all directions, screaming as they crashed to the ground. The female priestess was caught in the center of the explosion, taking the brunt of the damage and immediately losing consciousness. It's over. Zhang Laoda felt a chill run through his heart, knowing that he was likely doomed this time. Leader, run! The female mage's eyes were filled with determination. Suddenly, her body burst into blazing flames, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a fiery bird, charging toward the charging herd of sheep. Xiao Xuat, don't! Zhang Laoda recognized this as the mage girl's ultimate move, burning the caster's soul to form the soul-burning flames, a fire-based magic spell that results in mutual destruction. He shouted, reaching out to grab the female mage, but it was too late. In a daze, Zhang Laoda saw Xiao Xue turn back and glance at him, a single tear trickling down the corner of her eye. Boom! The mage girl transformed into a fiery bird, like a burning meteor, diving headfirst into the flock of horned sheep, instantly erupting into intense flames. Flames rose into the sky, and scorching heat waves swept across the entire valley, even distorting the air itself. Bah! The horned sheep were terrified by the sudden explosion and scattered in all directions, their charging momentum immediately halted. The fire magic cast by the female mage Xiao Xue at the cost of her life proved to be incredibly powerful. The intense explosion instantly killed over 20 horned sheep, leaving the remaining ones all injured. Even the female sheep boss, Mei Yangyang, was no exception, lying on the ground charred black, her fate unknown. Zhang Laoda watched helplessly as the female mage vanished in the flames, his heart feeling as though it had been torn apart. Gritting his teeth, he climbed to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, and screamed madly, "You beasts! I'll fight you to the death!" As he spoke, he swung his great sword and charged toward the sheep herd without regard for his own safety. Yang Laoxia stood at the back, completely unharmed. He coldly watched Zhang Laoda and swung his wooden staff, releasing another holy nova. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, striking Zhang Laoda directly. Boom! The pillar of light struck the ground, sending Zhang Laoda flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, and spewing a mouthful of blood. His vision began to blur, and the sound of the sheep's hooves and low growls grew louder as they closed in. This is it. I'm done for. Zhang Laoda felt utterly hopeless, sensing the life force slowly draining from his body. He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting death. A thunderous crash echoed, as if something massive had been smashed away. Several drops of warm, foul-smelling blood splattered onto Zhang Laoda's face. Immediately afterward, a cold voice rang out beside him. "Zhang Laoda, are you alright?" Zhang Laoda suddenly opened his eyes and saw Li Tang standing beside him, holding a pair of hammers, while several others were already engaged in combat with the horned sheep. "It's you! You fell into the pack of knife-backed wolves and yet you survived?" Zhang Laoda immediately recognized Li Tang and the others, his eyes widening in disbelief. Li Tang sneered, "You're still alive, how could we die?" Zhang Laoda coughed up a mouthful of blood and forced a bitter smile. "It's my fault. Now that I'm injured like this, I'm powerless to resist. Do with me as you will." He pulled out a magic beast egg the size of a watermelon from his spatial backpack. It was entirely white, covered in gray-brown patterns. This was the genuine magic beast egg of the Blade Ridge hyena boss. "I will give it to you. Please kill those bosses and avenge my brothers." Li Ting took the magic beast egg, weighed it in his hand, and coldly stared at the dying Zhang Laoda, his eyes showing no mercy. "You deceived us. Did you think I would let you off so easily? But don't worry, we'll take care of those bosses." As he was speaking, the black-skinned warrior charged straight toward him. "Get out of the way!" Li Tang roared, swinging his twin hammers with all his might, charging straight at the enemy head-on. With a thunderous crash, the black-skinned sheep warrior boss, who had previously caused Zhang Lao and the others so much trouble, was first struck by a bolt of lightning from the sky, then engulfed by a fiery inferno, screaming as he was flung backward. Sigh. Zhang Laoda sucked in a sharp breath. This young man was incredibly strong. And where did those two powerful spells come from? Chapter 97, The Troublesome Light Elemental Monster. Before Zhang Laoda could process what was happening, Li Tang had already charged into the herd of horned sheep like a whirlwind. The horned sheep that Zhang Laoda and his men had struggled so hard to kill earlier couldn't withstand Li Tang's attacks at all. It was like slicing through vegetables. Just a few blows were enough to kill one or two. Even when Yang Laoxia activated his light shield, it was as fragile as paper, shattering into fragments after just a few hits. Not only him, but Su Jiao and Lu Ruyan's twin swords also darted through the flock like dragons, leaving a trail of sword light in their wake, causing the horned sheep to fall one after another. Even Wu Kuan, whose weapons were slightly inferior, wielded the lightning arrow in his left hand and the chain lightning in his right, and in the flashes of lightning, the sheep were electrocuted into charred heaps, their cries of agony echoing endlessly. These people's combat strength was so formidable, no wonder they managed to escape from a pack of over 100 knife-backed jackals. "If we don't leave now, when will we?" Zhang Laoda's eyes darted around. Taking advantage of the chaos, he quietly got up from the ground, ignoring the unconscious priestess, and slipped toward the valley exit. Seeing how powerful the enemies were, even the usually composed sheeple devil's expression changed slightly. "Holy light healing!" He paused with his wooden staff, and a gentle white light instantly enveloped all the horned sheep. He then cast light purification, bestowing blessings on all his companions. In an instant, the injured horned sheep's wounds healed rapidly, and their attack and defense power surged dramatically. Empowered by the buff, the boiling sheep king and the black-skinned sheep warrior roared and charged forward, blocking Li Tang's path on either side. There was no way around it. The god of death's twin hammers were too powerful, and ordinary horned sheep couldn't withstand them. The boiling ram king's body was engulfed in a layer of bright flames, scorching the surrounding air until it twisted and warped. He raised his legs, and his two thick hooves crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to crack instantly. Li Tang was knocked off balance by the force of the impact, his head spinning, and he couldn't help but be alarmed. He never expected the Sheep King's attack to also carry an effect similar to War Stomp. However, Li Tang was equipped with a variety of special items, rendering him immune to such control skills. He merely lost his balance for a moment before regaining his composure. He roared, swinging his massive hammer with all his might, unleashing a whirlwind that crashed down on the boiling Ram King's head. A deafening explosion echoed as the hammer collided with the Sheep King's horns, sparks flying everywhere. The boiling Sheep King hadn't expected Li Tang to be so strong. He was knocked off balance by the blow, stumbling back several steps, and the ground beneath his feet cracked open several new fissures. The black-skinned sheep warrior was startled and rushed over from the side, his two sharp horns aimed directly at Li Tang's waist and abdomen. Li Tang dodged effortlessly, then swung his hammer backward, striking the black-skinned sheep warrior on the back, knocking him to the ground. If it weren't for Yang Lao Xia quickly casting the holy light shield on it, that blow would have severely injured the black-skinned sheep warrior. Roar! Li Tang was about to press his advantage when the boiling Sheep King shook his dizzy head and roared again, charging toward him. Before it even reached him, blazing flames of light already engulfed him. With the protection of the lava demon heavy armor, this little fire couldn't harm Li Tang in the slightest. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Li Tang's eyes turned cold. He leaped high into the air, swinging his massive hammer like a meteorite, aiming straight for the boiling Sheep King's skull. Let's see whose head is harder, yours or my hammer's. Boom! The hammer collided with the boiling Sheep King's horns once more, erupting in a deafening roar. The powerful shockwave generated by the collision of forces spread out in all directions from the center of the man and the sheep, lifting dust from the ground into the air and forming a massive cloud of dust. This time, the boiling Ram King could no longer withstand the blow. Its massive body was struck so hard by Li Tang that it collapsed to its knees, and the sacred golden horns on its head cracked, with blood flowing down its forehead. It struggled to rise, but found its limbs weak and limp, and the brilliant flames on its body had dimmed significantly. A hint of fear finally flickered in the boiling Sheep King's eyes. The power of this human far exceeded its wildest imagination. Bah! The black-skinned sheep warrior, seeing this, grew desperate. Ignoring his injuries, his body was enveloped in a dense white glow, his muscles swelling as he charged toward Li Tang with unstoppable momentum. Li Tang was also knocked back 2 steps by the immense force, quickly turning around and holding his giant hammer horizontally to block the black-skinned sheep warrior's charge. A dull thud echoed as the powerful impact sent a tingling sensation through Li Tang's arms, and his feet plowed 2 deep furrows into the ground. Oomph! He steadied himself, took a deep breath, and thrust his knee directly into the black-skinned sheep warrior's jaw. With a crack, the black-skinned sheep warrior's jaw was shattered, causing it to bleed in pain as its body involuntarily stumbled backward. Die! Li Tang wouldn't miss this opportunity. He followed up with a double hammer strike, the 2 hammers whistling through the air as they crashed into the black-skinned sheep warrior's temples. The black-skinned sheep warrior's skull shattered instantly, and he crashed heavily to the ground, unable to get back up. Damn it, the life force of light-aligned beasts is truly remarkable. Seeing that it wasn't quite dead yet, lying on the ground gasping for breath, Li Tang muttered under his breath. Just as he was about to finish off the black-skinned sheep warrior, the boiling Sheep King charged toward him, covered in blazing light flames. Li Tang had no choice but to turn around and engage the boiling Sheep King once more. A flash of white light appeared, and Yang Lao Xia's holy light healing landed on the black-skinned sheep warrior. The severely wounded black-furred sheep warrior twitched its hooves, and its health began to slowly recover. Damn it, these light elemental beasts are such a pain. Li Tang was desperately held back by the boiling Sheep King and couldn't free his hands. Seeing this, he burst into curses. As the battle raged on, Su Muxue, who was standing at the back providing support, suddenly noticed that Zhang Laoda, who had been lying on the ground, had quietly slipped away and run a considerable distance. She hurriedly shouted, Li Tang, that Zhang Guy is trying to escape. Li Tang turned around upon hearing this, saw the situation, and flew into a rage, cursing, damn it, you just wait, I'll show you what I've got. Damn it, you ruined my plans. Zhang Laoda was startled and, disregarding his injuries, rushed toward the valley entrance. Hey, don't run. Su Muxue was about to chase after him, but saw Zhang Laoda throw a jar at her. As soon as the jar hit the ground, green smoke began billowing out, drifting into the valley with the wind. Su Muxue, being a priest, immediately recognized what it was. Her expression changed, and she quickly stepped back a few paces, shouting to warn everyone to be careful. This smoke is poisonous, it's corrosive bone mist. The green corrosive bone mist spread rapidly like a surging tide, withering all plants and flowers in its path. Zhang Laoda was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected you to have such keen eyesight and be able to recognize this substance. He sneered, "This bone-corroding miasma is a 4th-tier poison I bought at great expense. Even a single breath of it would bring down an elephant. I was originally planning to use it against these damn sheep. Since you've come along, you might as well enjoy it too." Zhang Laoda laughed heartily and sprinted toward the valley entrance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Don't chase him. He can't escape. We've all taken the toxin-clearing pills, we don't need to fear this corrupting bone miasma." Li Tang struck the boiling sheep king back with a hammer and shouted, "Jiao, come help me." Outside, there were still the dozen or so small mechanical dogs he had left behind, along with 9 arrow towers, blocking the valley entrance tightly. Not even Zhang Laoda, a man of his stature, could escape, let alone an ant. Upon hearing Li Tang's call, Su Jiao forced back the lazy, plump sheep with a sword strike and quickly used swift wind step to move to Li Tang's side. This lazy-looking fat sheep was truly unnerving. As soon as Su Jiao made eye contact with it, she felt an inexplicable wave of drowsiness. Not only that, but she seemed to be cursed with bad luck, making even basic mistakes like tripping over her own feet during battle, leaving her feeling utterly frustrated. In the faintly lingering, a nauseating stench of decay filled the air. Though the others felt a bit queasy, they were otherwise unharmed. However, the horned sheep weren't so lucky. After inhaling the toxic mist, their bodies were covered in a greenish hue, and their health bars plummeted rapidly. This 4th-tier poison was indeed legendary. Yang Laoxia, seeing this, panicked and desperately used the group purification technique, barely managing to slow down the poison's effects on the flock. "Help me take out this black-skinned sheep first." Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Tang roared and swung his hammer with all his might at the black-skinned sheep warrior's midsection. Although the black-skinned sheep warrior had regained some health from Yang Laoxia's holy light healing technique, he was still too weak to withstand Li Tang's full-force attack. It let out a piercing scream, its body flying backward and crashing heavily onto the ground, its health now below 40. Chapter 98, The Fall of the Sheep Clan. Whirlwind Shadow Slash. Su Jiao let out a cold shout, her body instantly enveloped by a green energy current, her speed surging sharply. The Manhwa sword in her hand transformed into a series of sword shadows, accompanied by the whistling sound of cutting through the air, striking the black-skinned sheep warriors like a whirlwind. Li Tang saw Su Jiao unleash 12 consecutive strikes at an incredible speed and was both shocked and delighted. "Jiao, has your whirlwind slash skill been upgraded?" Su Jiao didn't respond, rolling her eyes. She couldn't even bother to complain. Her cheap old dad, Su Hui, had already given her the C-rank skill book Whirlwind Shadow Slash, which had been upgraded using Li Tang's Whirlwind Slash, but this kid hadn't even recognized it yet. Su Jiao's sword strikes were as swift as the wind, each strike cutting a bloody wound on the black-skinned sheep warrior's body. Even with the buffs from group blessing and light purification, the black-furred sheep warrior's defense had greatly increased. Yet under Su Jiao's relentless barrage of attacks, its health points plummeted rapidly. Seeing the black-skinned sheep warrior in critical condition, Yang Laoxia just cast holy light healing on it, but the black-skinned sheep warrior suddenly let out an agonizing scream, collapsed straight to the ground, and lost all signs of life. Yang Laoxia was utterly shocked. The black-skinned sheep warrior's health should have been at least 20 or so. How could it have died so suddenly? Fatal Strike Gold, base attack power increased by 300. When the opponent's health is below 30, there is a 10% chance to deal a fatal blow. Su Jiao pulled the Manhwa sword from the black-skinned sheep warrior's neck, flicked off the foul-smelling blood, and turned toward the boiling sheep king, who was currently locked in combat with Li Tang. "It's time for you to go. How could this human woman be so fierce?" The boiling sheep king was momentarily dazed. Before it could react, Su Jiao roared again, Sword Blade Storm. A dazzling array of sword lights erupted from her, spreading outward at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they formed a massive, rapidly spinning whirlwind that engulfed the boiling sheep king. Countless sword lights darted through the air like silver snakes, constantly weaving and dancing, furiously slicing everything in their path. In such a high-speed sword storm, the boiling sheep king couldn't even move, and could only watch helplessly as its health rapidly plummeted. The boiling sheep king, in agony, let out a piercing scream as the blazing flames surrounding him suddenly surged upward. Su Jiao, though wearing the purple quality Wind Hunter set, lacked Li Tang's fire-resistant abilities and could only rely on her agile movements to dodge. "Step back, let me handle this," Li Tang roared, charging out from the side. His massive hammer, wielded with unmatched force, crashed down on the boiling sheep king's head. Boom! The hammer collided with the boiling sheep king's horns once more, erupting in a deafening roar. The boiling ram king, already wounded, was knocked heavily to the ground by Li Tang's blow, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The golden horns on its head shattered completely, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Die! Su Jiao's figure flickered like a ghost, appearing beside the boiling ram king. The Manhwa sword in her hand emitted a cold, piercing blow, its tip aimed directly at its neck. The old sheep demon was startled, swinging his wooden staff wildly, casting spells such as Holy Light Healing, Light Shield, and Sacred Nova. Casting various light-based spells without hesitation, attempting to block Su Jiao's attack. This girl is no ordinary opponent. The black-furred sheep warrior had been killed out of the blue earlier, and the old sheep demon was truly terrified, so he was now using every trick in his arsenal. Even the usually lazy and carefree fat lazy sheep, who always wore a lazy smile, and charged toward Su Jiao with all his might. Only the mother sheep boss, Mei Yang, was being tightly held by Lu Ruyan and couldn't break free to help. "Hurry up and take it down. The rest is mine." Li Tang roared, crossing his double hammers, and 6 shields made of flowing molten lava appeared on his body, forcefully blocking the pillar of light descending from the sky. Despite its severe injuries, the boiling Sheep King's innate ferocity remained undiminished. It struggled to stay on its feet, letting out a piercing roar, and the dim light flames on its body suddenly reignited. As Su Jiao's long sword lunged forward, the boiling Ram King didn't even bother to dodge. It lowered its head and charged straight at Su Jiao, seemingly intent on taking her down with it. Su Jiao was startled. She wasn't a heavily armored warrior with thick skin and tough flesh. She couldn't possibly block such a devastating blow. She quickly retreated using her agile footwork. The boiling Ram King seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air. Its 2 thick, powerful hooves slammed into the ground, preparing to unleash the same technique that had nearly knocked Li Tang unconscious earlier, ram hoof stomp. Li Tang saw the danger and charged forward, his twin hammers clanging against the creature's front legs. With a loud crack, the boiling Ram King's 2 front legs were shattered by Li Tang's blows. Before it could utter a cry of pain, Li Tang's twin hammers descended like a storm. Bang! 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 The hammers kept striking the boiling Sheep King's head, sending spatters of blood flying everywhere. Every blow made Su Jiao's eyelids twitch. "Hurry up and help." The boiling Sheep King, after all, was a level 32 boss-tier magical beast with formidable vitality. Even at this critical moment, it managed to cast Holy Guardian on itself. However, the white light shield had barely formed before it was shattered into fragments by Li Tang's hammers. Su Jiao finally arrived just in time, her skill Gale Shadow / cooldown complete, and she immediately swung her blade down toward the boiling Ram King. The slow-moving fat lazy sheep rushed over to rescue him, but was sent flying by Li Tang's impatient hammer strike. Its sleep-inducing skill was completely useless against Li Tang, who was equipped with special gear. However, for some reason, Su Jiao's attack failed to trigger the critical hit golden text, and Li Tang managed to wear down the boiling Sheep King's health to the very last drop. The massive hammer crashed down, shattering the boiling Sheep King's skull. Blood and brain matter sprayed everywhere as its massive body crashed to the ground, completely motionless. Ding, you have killed the level 32 boss boiling Sheep King and obtained 5,400 experience points. Holy crap, so much experience. With the boiling Ram King's fall, the horned sheep herd lost their leader and scattered in all directions. Yao Lao Xia, seeing this, his face turned pale. He didn't bother with his companions and turned to flee. But before he could take 2 steps, a flying hammer struck him hard on the back. The old sheep demon was merely an auxiliary sheep, and its physical strength couldn't compare to the boiling Sheep King, who was much stronger. Even the black-skinned sheep warriors were far superior to it. He was struck so hard that he spat blood and stumbled to the ground. Li Tang threw his left hand's thunder warhammer and instantly pounced in front of Yang Lao Xia. His right hand's tyrant's hammer struck down with unmatched force. Bah! Yang Lao Xia screamed in agony as his health rapidly dropped. Su Jiao also used Gale Step to charge forward, thrusting her sword toward its eyes. With Li Tang and Su Jiao working together, Yang Lao Xia had no chance to fight back and was quickly killed on the spot. Ding, you have defeated the level 30 boss Yang Lao Xia and obtained 4,200 experience points. On the other side, with Wu Kuan's assistance, Lu Ruyan also slew the mother sheep boss, Mei Yang. It died in a rather humiliating manner, as its signature poison mist was ineffective against those who had consumed the poison-clearing pills, and its hallucinogenic attacks were shattered by Wu Kuan's heavenly thunder. The fat lazy sheep had just managed to get back on its feet, its plump face still showing a trace of confusion, when Li Tang, Su Jiao, Lu Ruyan, and Wu Kuan approached with cold smiles on their faces. In the blink of an eye, the lazy sheep was defeated. Chapter 99, Fortune and Loot. We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. Li Tang looked at the corpses of the horned sheep scattered across the valley and couldn't contain his excitement. You see, these were rare light attribute magical beasts. Their magic crystals, fur, materials, and even their blood could fetch a fortune. It seems like now that he's being sponsored by the state, he doesn't lack money and doesn't really need to spend any either. But that didn't dampen Li Tang's joy. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly, bent down, and retrieved the light heart from the shattered head of the boiling Sheep King. She looked at Li Tang with gratitude in her eyes. Li Tang, we owe you this time. Otherwise, my advancement task would have been impossible to complete. The difficulty of this mission was far beyond her expectations. The hardships along the way were already enough, but no one could have imagined that a small place like the Valley of Sheep would hide 5 boss-level magical beasts. Zhang Laoda and the others were all level 30, well-equipped, and no slouches in combat. He himself was cunning and strategic. Yet even with that, they were defeated here, and only Zhang Laoda managed to escape with his life. The unconscious priestess in their group had already perished in the chaotic battlefield, her body trampled into a pulp by one of the horned sheep, and no one knew which one had killed her. Advancing in rank as a human adventurer is no easy feat otherwise, so many wouldn't be stuck at a peak level, unable to progress further. Mr. Lu, you're being too formal. Li Tang grinned, stuffing the loot from the ground into his spatial ring while saying, "I'm your student, helping you is only natural." This expedition yielded a rich haul, including dozens of various junk items and several rare items. Holy Flame Necklace Purple Excellence, Defense 180, Strength 56, Constitution 72, Agility 70. Effect: the wearer is immune to low-level mental control, and the power of light attribute skills is increased by 20. During combat, automatically generates a layer of light shield, can block one fatal attack, cooldown time 1 hour. Requires level 30. Light Blessing Codex Purple Excellence, Offhand Book, Attack 186, Strength 63, Intelligence 78, Constitution 72. Effect: increases the range of group healing spells by 20. When using Holy Light Healing, adds the Purify effect, dispelling poison, curses, and other negative status effects. Level requirement 30, Intelligence requirement 132. Seraph Script Purple, Exceptional, Gauntlets, Attack 172, Strength 78, Constitution 68, Agility 66. Effect: melee attacks deal additional damage from holy flames, causing ongoing damage to undead and demonic enemies. Can cast the skill Lightning Fist, area of effect, knockback and stun. Level requirement 30, Strength requirement 150. Although these three pieces of equipment don't match the stats of those I crafted myself, they are rare in that they come with skill prefixes. Li Tang can fully utilize his special ability 3, Heaven and Earth Transformation, to transfer it to suitable equipment. In addition, these bosses dropped 2 skill books. Group Purification, C rank skill, available only to Priest and Priestess classes. Dispels all negative status effects from allies within range and grants immunity to poison and curses for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Requires level 30. Sheep's Hoof Stomp, C rank special skill, exclusive to warrior class professions. Mimics the stomp attack of the Boiling Sheep King, dealing 200 earthquake damage to enemies at the impact point. Has a 15% chance to stun enemies within the area for 5 seconds. Doubles damage against building targets. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Requires level 30 and strength 200. If these 2 skill books were put on the market, they would definitely cause a frenzy among buyers. Holy Light Baptism, a group buff scroll. Effect: increases all attack power by 30 and defense by 20 for 15 minutes. Note: a forbidden spell fragment from the collection of the Sheep Demon, its origin unknown. Golden Ram's Horn, core material for crafting high-tier light attribute equipment or enhancing weapons with holy attributes. Note: a crystallized form of the light energy condensed within the boiling ram's body, adorned with flowing golden runes of sanctity. Lucky Pearl, an orange tier epic quality special item that does not occupy an equipment slot. Increases luck by 2 and has a 10% chance to steal the target's luck, with a maximum of 2 points. Sacred Sheep Milk, a 4th tier potion. Instantly restores 50 HP, removes all negative status effects, and grants a holy blessing, boosting all attributes by 10 for 15 minutes. Note: exclusive drop from the Mei Yang Yang boss, with a faint milky fragrance. Light Holy Sheep, a magical beast egg that can be claimed as a master. The purest descendant of the horned sheep herd, possessing the purest light power. After hatching, it can evolve into a healing type or combat type sheep spirit, mastering skills such as Holy Lightbolt, Group Purification, and Light Charge. Note: legend has it that only the holy sheep herd blessed by the light deity can give birth to these eggs containing divine essence. Holy Flame War Chariot, 4th tier mechanical blueprint. Movement speed, 200. Leaves a trail of holy flames along the charge path, dealing continuous damage to pursuing enemies. The chassis can unfold into a temporary defensive barrier with 100 defense. Material requirements: 1 spine bone from a 4th tier light elemental magical beast, 5 fragments of light cores, 10 pure gold, 5 holy flame crystals, 10 starfall iron. We're set for life. Setting aside the others, Li Tang was particularly interested in the Lucky Pearl and Holy Flame War Chariot. This pearl was dropped by the fat, lazy sheep and actually comes with the ethereal and intangible luck attribute, plus a 10% chance to steal the opponent's luck value. It's utterly game-breaking. As you know, the luck attribute is a core attribute that influences the probability of random events. It increases the chances of triggering critical hits, combos, fatal blows, and dodges in combat, makes you less susceptible to negative status effects like poisoning, paralysis, and curses, and directly boosts the probability of enemies dropping rare equipment and materials. Li Tang didn't hesitate and immediately equipped the gem on himself. Sumushua stared at the Group Purification Technique skill book and the purple quality Light Blessing Codex equipment, wanting to speak but not knowing how to start. Although she had come to accompany her best friend Lu Ruyan on her 3rd tier advancement quest, Li Tang was simply too powerful, constantly unleashing various items and traps, leaving her, as a healer, with little opportunity to contribute. After entering the Green Grass Prairie dungeon, she hadn't even cast a few healing spells, yet Li Tang had saved her multiple times. Li Tang noticed her eager gaze and couldn't help but smile. He tossed the Group Purification skill book directly into Su Mushue's arms. "Sister Su, this is for you. As for this book of light blessings, I won't give it to you yet. I'll take it back to modify it and give you a surprise later." Su Mushue was both surprised and delighted, hurriedly waving her hands. "This is too valuable." Lu Ruyan, who understood Li Tang's temperament, immediately grabbed her hand. Since he said it's for you, just take it. She glanced at Su Mushua's full chest and teased, you're the only healer here. If you learn this skill, your healing output will be even greater, and we'll all enjoy it more, right? Su Mushua blushed fiercely, spat out a curse, and retorted, You don't even know to keep your mouth shut in front of a student. Since her best friend had said that, she didn't refuse any further and transformed the C-rank skill book into a white light to study it. There were no other suitable equipment or skill books for the group. Li Tang thought for a moment and decided to place the light holy sheep monster egg in his palm, asking, Who wants this? At this, everyone was startled, but only Wu Kuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao exchanged glances and hesitated before saying, Li Tang, this is a 4th-tier magical beast egg, and it's the offspring of a boss-level magical beast. Its value is calculated in the millions. Moreover, it has 2 evolutionary paths, healing and combat, making it truly rare. You've switched to being a blacksmith, why not contract it instead? It'll help you improve your own strength. Wu Kuan was stunned upon hearing this, turning to look at Li Tang with disbelief. This guy is even more formidable than a berserker, a lone warrior who can hold off hundreds of magical beasts without flinching, and he's just an ironworker? Seeing Wu Kuan's expression, Lu Ruyan realized she had spoken out of turn and quickly snapped, Wu Kuan, keep everything that happened today to yourself. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for the world's best bodyguards to come knocking on your door. The Gestapo? Thinking of their brutal methods, Wu Kuan couldn't help but shiver, nodding frantically, Don't worry, I won't say a word once we're out. After spending 2 days with him, he had already begun to suspect Li Tang's true identity. Hearing Lu Ruyan say that, he couldn't help but figure out what was going on. This Li Tang must be the son of a super powerful figure. However, Wu Kuan felt a bit uneasy. He had been showing off in front of Li Tang these past 2 days. He hoped he hadn't offended him, or else he might end up getting the short end of the stick. Li Tang glanced at Wu Kuan but ignored his petty thoughts. He was about to leave Kanglan City to study elsewhere, so he probably wouldn't have much to do with Wu Kuan in the future. Besides, with City Lord Su Hui around, these minor matters would naturally be handled by others. No, I have plenty of good things on me, they should be enough to protect myself. Li Tang waved his hand and laughed, besides, I'm a man. What kind of man takes a sheep with him when he goes out? Ridiculous. A true man stands tall between heaven and earth, he should ride dragons and tigers. Only those 9th-tier demon beasts are worthy of being one's pets. But Lu Ruyan tried to persuade him further, but suddenly heard a series of explosions coming from the valley entrance, as if someone had triggered the Arrow Tower's attacks. This thing is yours. Li Tang's expression changed, and he quickly stuffed the light holy sheep demon beast egg into Su Jiao's arms beside him, then rushed toward the valley entrance. Chapter 100, All Purple Gear. After killing so many horned sheep, Li Tang's level had risen to 25. As he sprinted toward the valley entrance, he pulled out the purple gold barrier he had meticulously crafted earlier from his spatial equipment and equipped it on his body. Purple gold barrier, purple excellence, offhand shield, defense 582, strength 240, stamina 237, agility 231. Energy storage, when hit by physical or magical attacks, the shield absorbs part of the energy. When the shield emits a purple glow, it means the energy is fully charged. Activating the energy allows it to block a single physical or magical attack of up to 10,000 points. Attached traits, Absolute Defense Gold, Shadow Devour Gold. Level requirement, 25, Strength requirement, 150. Absolute Defense Gold, Defense 10,000, All Resistance 10, All Attributes 10. Can activate Absolute Defense, immune to all damage, lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown, 72 hours. Shadow Devour Gold has a 20% chance to reflect 10 attack damage, 50% chance to block upon successful block, has a 30% chance to generate a 5-second shadow vortex that absorbs 3 HP from enemies within range per second to heal the user. Equipping this shield, Li Tang's defense power surged. Looking at his character panel, he was highly satisfied with his attributes. Now, every piece of equipment on his body is a purple quality exceptional item he crafted himself. As long as he doesn't go out of his way to provoke monsters above level 50, he's practically invincible. Name, Li Tang. Class, Blacksmith Master Craftsman, with a deeper understanding of forging and gradually improving craftsmanship. Level, 25. Level up progress, 12%. Strength, 2,340. Intelligence, 2,573. Agility, 1922. Constitution, 3,152. Innate talent, Bagua Furnace Trait 1, Turn Stone into Gold Trait 2, Sacrifice Treasure to Condense Spirit Trait 3, Transform Heaven and Earth. Trait 4 will unlock after the 3rd transformation and advancement. Trait 1, Alchemy. Base success rate for crafting equipment increases by 30%, with a 10% chance to upgrade the equipment by 1 tier. Crafting speed increases by 10 times, and the attributes of crafted equipment are boosted by 300. Trait 2, Sacrifice and Conjure. Sacrifice equipment or magic crystals to charge the Bagua Furnace. Once the energy bar reaches 100%, you can add a special trait to equipment. Feature 3, Heaven and Earth Transformation. Through a special forging process, you can synthesize and upgrade equipment, gems, runes, magic crystals, etc., or decompose and convert them into other attributes. You can also fuse and transfer the attributes or traits of one piece of equipment to another. Note: the equipment being transformed will disappear after fusion. Feature 4, Fire Control and Flame Mastery. Master the 6 divine fires and 3 true fires within the Bagua furnace. These yin-yang dual-natured flames are the eternal black and white flames at the furnace's core, capable of melting and refining all things in the world. They can be used for weapon forging and alchemy, as well as combat requires collecting 9 types of to activate. Specialization, Hammer Specialization. Skill 1, Forging Technique Proficient, can craft equipment of blue rare quality or lower, proficiency 10001000, success rate 1530%. Skill 2, Mechanics Beginner, can craft blue rare and below quality mechanical items, proficiency 151100, success rate 1530%. Requires corresponding blueprints. Equipment: Lava Demon Heavy Armor Set, Purple Excellent, Silver Infused Belt Purple Excellent, Storm Phantom Cloak Purple Excellent, Purple Gold Barrier Purple Excellent, Lucky Ring Purple Excellent, White Jade Ring Purple Excellent, Spirit Pearl Pendant Purple Excellent. Special items: Mustard Seed containing the Universe Platinum Treasure, Resurrection Stone, Invisibility Cloak Red Extraordinary, Lucky Amulet Golden Legendary, Source of Life Red Extraordinary, Guardian Angel Golden Legendary, Life Gem Golden Legendary, Shielding Badge Golden Legendary, Guardian Badge Purple Excellence, Teleportation Jade Talisman, Lucky Pearl. Additional effects: 1 Flame Shield. During combat, you can release a shield made of lava that absorbs 3000 points of damage per second, lasting 10 seconds. 2 Lava Power. Attacks have a 30% chance to apply a flame burn effect, dealing 1000 points of flame damage per second for 5 seconds. By the time Li Tang and the others rushed to the valley entrance, they found a pile of flesh near the arrow tower, with a shattered skull lying alone on the ground, its eyes glaring upward in defiance. It was clearly Zhang Laoda. Sigh. What a pity. Li Tang sighed. To be honest, he hadn't really intended to kill this guy. He had originally programmed the small mechanical dogs and arrow towers to only attack if they were attacked first. Among them was a purple quality small mechanical dog. It was likely Zhang Laoda who had gotten greedy, otherwise things wouldn't have escalated to this point. This Zhang Laoda was clear-headed, brave, and strategic, with decent combat prowess. If he were handed over to City Lord Su Hui and trained properly in the city defense army, he might one day become an outstanding officer. Huh, what's this? After Zhang Laoda's death, the items in his spatial backpack spilled out. Su Jiao, with her sharp eyes, discovered 3 magic beast eggs with blue patterns among the piles of flesh. There were also several broken eggshells nearby, with egg yolk and white scattered all over the ground. They resembled the eggs of a knife-spined wolf. Wu Koan was puzzled and scratched his head, saying, "But how did there end up being so many?" Li Tang looked a bit strange as he reached into his spatial ring and pulled out another nearly identical green magical beast egg. With a wry smile, he said, "I have another one here. It's the ransom money Zhang Lao gave me just now." Lu Rian took it into her hands and examined it carefully, pointing to one of them and saying, "Only this one is a genuine Blade Ridge Wolf Demon Beast egg. The rest are all counterfeits made from the eggs of the 5-colored Kungsa chickens. This kid, even in death, he still can't resist pulling a fast one on himself." Li Tang muttered under his breath, then packed away the arrow tower and the remaining small mechanical dogs. He pulled out his tools, dug a large pit, and buried Zhang Laoda's remains inside. This guy was quite a character. There was no need to leave him exposed to the wilderness to be trampled by beasts. After finishing everything, Li Tang took out the genuine blade spine hyena demon beast egg and asked, "Who wants this thing?" Su Jiao shook her head. "I already have the light holy sheep monster egg. You guys can split this one. Besides, the ugly, filthy blade spine hyena isn't nearly as cute as a lamb." Su Muxue also waved her hands repeatedly. "I've already obtained the skill book for group purification. I'm satisfied with that. I won't participate this time. This blade spine jackal monster egg is a boss level item." Wu Kuan looked torn. He already had the flying swallow as a pet, and to contract the blade spine hyena, he would have to break the contract with the flying swallow and spend a lot of time and effort raising it, so he couldn't decide right away. Lu Rian glanced at Su Jiao, covered her mouth, and smiled. "Since no one else wants it, I'll reluctantly take it then." She examined the pale blue monster egg. "Once it hatches, she'll name it Xiao Huihui." Xiao Huihui? Li Tang nearly fainted. Damn it, ever since he entered this green grassland dungeon, he felt something was off, and now that feeling was even stronger. But since Lu Ruyan wanted it, she might as well take it. Who knows, maybe she could train it to become the universe's first wolf king. Li Tang muttered under his breath, then turned to ask Lu Ruyan, "Ms. Lu, since we've already obtained the Heart of Light, shall we return to complete the quest?" Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and smiled, "I can hand in the quest whenever I want." With only 3 or 4 days left before the start of the semester, this dungeon was filled with monsters of suitable levels. Since they were already here, why not take the opportunity to level up? Now that you've become a professional, the higher your level, the stronger you'll be, even if it's a lifestyle profession. Right, why didn't I think of that? Li Tang froze. His team was powerful, and they could easily overwhelm the monsters in this dungeon. It was the perfect place to level up. He exchanged a glance with Su Jiao and nodded firmly. Just then, a few crack-toothed wild boars appeared near Sheep Valley. Li Tang immediately pulled out his mechanical horse, grabbed Su Jiao, and jumped onto it, laughing heartily. Wild boars, here I come. Chapter 101, The Boss Can Evolve Too? By the time Li Tang and his team emerged from the Green Grass Plains dungeon, 3 days had already passed. Li Tang had been having a blast inside, and if it weren't for the looming deadline for university registration, he wouldn't have wanted to leave. Anyway, his mustard seed containing the universe had an extremely vast space, and his supplies were more than sufficient. Staying inside for an extended period of combat was no problem at all. Over the past 3 days, they had slain countless thorn rock rhinos, frost fang wolves, azure shadow leopards, and thunder horn horses. Li Tang, clad in heavy armor, charged at the forefront of the group. His Tyrant's hammer was both heavy and massive, and the beasts were killed or injured merely by grazing against it. Su Jiao's equipment was no less impressive than Li Tang's. She had transformed into the Gale Sword Saint, using her agile movements to target the weak points of the magical beasts, coordinating with Li Tang to slaughter wave after wave of them. When facing large groups of beasts, Li Tang would utilize the terrain to set up arrow towers, effortlessly reaping the lives of countless beasts. In this high-intensity battle, Li Tang's level rose rapidly, like a rocket. In just a few days, he went from level 21 when he first entered the dungeon to level 27. Seeing Li Tang and the others finally emerge from the Green Grass Plains dungeon, Nie Xiaoying and the others, who had been waiting outside, finally breathed a sigh of relief. My little treasure, you're finally out. The usually serious Nie Xiaoying patted her chest. If you hadn't come out today, the city lord was planning to send people in to find you. Due to the spatial barrier, their communication devices couldn't reach Li Tang at all, and they had no idea whether he was alive or dead. Upon hearing this, City Lord Su Hui called Nie Xiaoying 12 times in a single day to inquire about the situation. After all, his precious daughter was also inside the dungeon. If it weren't for his busy official duties, he would have rushed over to keep watch himself. Li Tang laughed heartily, unconcerned. I've got so many life-saving gadgets on me. How could anything happen to me? However, seeing Nie Xiaoying and the others with red eyes and exhausted expressions, clearly having had little rest in the past few days, he felt deeply moved. He thought for a moment, pulled out the skill book Sheep's Hoof Stomp and Earth-Shaking Collapse from his spatial ring, and tossed them over, smiling as he said, this dungeon run wasn't in vain after all. We killed a few bosses and looted some small items. I don't need them, so I'll give them to you. Sheep's Hoof Stomp, C-rank special skill, exclusive to warrior class professions. Mimics the stomping attack of the Boiling Sheep King, dealing 200 area damage to enemies at the impact point. Has a 15% chance to stun enemies within the area for 5 seconds. Doubles damage against building type targets. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Requires level 30 and 200 strength. Mountain Collapse, E-rank map wide AoE. Mimics the Furious Baboon Leader's ground-pounding attack, triggering a regional earthquake that deals physical damage per second maximum 500 to all enemies within a 55 range area, lasting 10 seconds. Requires level 25, exclusive to warrior class professions. Upon seeing the attributes of these two skill books, everyone gasped in shock. Sheep's Hoof Stomp is still manageable, but that Mountain Collapse skill book is another story. Despite being only E-rank, it's a map-level AoE with an extremely low drop rate, yet it's incredibly practical. Is this really for us? Old Lu and Old Wang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and they stammered as they spoke. One had reclassed into a berserker, the other into a shield warrior. For them, these two skills were nothing short of divine. Li Tang grinned. When have I ever lied to you? Old Lu and Old Wang were overjoyed and immediately divided the two skill books between them. As for being polite, that's out of the question. I've been protecting this kid for so long, it's only fair to get some compensation, right? Everyone else looked at the two of them with envy. Li Tang flipped through his spatial ring and laughed. There wasn't anything suitable for you this time. However, before I report to Harbin East University of Technology, I'll do my best to equip all of you with a full set of purple quality exceptional gear. Everyone knew how insane the gear Li Tang crafted was, and upon hearing this, they were overjoyed. AKO and Meijia were so excited they hugged each other and jumped up and down. Nie Xiaoying's lips curled into a smile as she was about to call everyone to get in the car, but she suddenly noticed that Li Tang's strength had increased significantly compared to a few days ago. She couldn't help but ask in astonishment, Li Tang, how many levels have you leveled up to? Level 27. What's the matter? Li Tang replied casually. Nie Xiaoying was stunned. Level 27. In just 5 days, you've leveled up 6 times. Did you kill all the magical beasts on the Green Grass Plains? Li Tang thought for a moment before saying seriously, to be precise, we basically wiped out most of the monster beasts in groups. He had the mechanical bird falcon, which could easily spot groups of monsters on the grassland, and the mechanical horse red hare, which was extremely fast. Most monsters couldn't outrun it. Over the past few days, they practically wiped out the entire grassland. Old Wang's mouth was wide open, as if he could swallow an ostrich egg, exclaiming, goodness gracious. Should we just rename this dungeon Bear Grassland from now on? The others smiled wryly. Mass slaughter of magical beasts would inevitably disrupt the local ecosystem. It seemed the green grassland dungeon would need time to recover its original form. Wu Kuan watched from the side as Nie Xiaoying and the others, dressed in city guard uniforms, interacted so familiarly with Li Tang. He recalled Lu Ruyan's previous threats and felt a chill run down his spine. He shrunk his neck and hid to the side, daring not to breathe. After laughing and joking for a while, everyone prepared to board the vehicles and return to the city. Wu Kuan also boarded another military Humvee with a grim expression. Lao Lu and Lao Wang sat on either side of him, pinning him in the middle. There was no choice. This kid had been in contact with Li Tang for several days and might have learned a lot of information. He needed to be taken back for confidential monitoring to ensure there were no issues before he could be released. Lu Ruyan stuck out her cute tongue. This would give Wu Kuan a few days of peace, and he wouldn't bother her anymore. Upon returning to Kanglan City, Lu Ruyan went to the professional association to submit her tasks. Su Jiao went home, and Li Tang followed Nie Xiaoying back to their small courtyard. They had been on edge for days in the dungeon and deserved a good rest. As soon as he entered the door, Li Tang noticed that the city lord, Su Hui, was pacing back and forth in the living room with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed as if he had encountered a difficult problem. Nie Xiaoying saw this and immediately saluted, then led Lao Lu, Lao Wang, and the others to stand guard outside the living room. Su Hui, upon seeing Li Tang return, stopped in his tracks, smiled broadly, and said, "You're back. I hear you've reached level 27. Not bad, not bad." Li Tang smiled in response, "Thanks to your blessings, leveling up has been smooth." Noticing the lingering worry in Su Hui's brows, Li Tang couldn't help but ask curiously, "Lord Su, you seem troubled. Is something wrong?" Su Hui hesitated for a moment before sighing and saying, "Zhang Liang has been stuck at the peak of level 40 for a long time. 2 days ago, he took a group of elite troops from the city defense army to help him with a job change quest, but they nearly suffered a total defeat. He himself was severely injured and nearly didn't make it back." Li Tang was shocked upon hearing this. Zhang Liang was the commander of the city defense troops, a highly skilled warrior. He never expected such a devastating defeat. He had a strong impression of this burly man with a full beard and immediately pressed further, "What exactly happened?" Su Hui sat on the sofa, sighing helplessly. The bosses you have to fight in the main combat class job advancement quests are generally 2 to 3 levels higher than their counterparts. This wasn't unusual, as the entire team was equipped with full sets of purple quality gear, and several pieces were even crafted by you personally. As long as they were careful, defeating the enemy should have been no problem. Unfortunately, the boss they were targeting, the Ember Clawfire Lizard, suddenly evolved. Their intelligence was incorrect, and the mission ultimately failed. The Ember Clawfire Lizard is 58 meters long, around level 40, with sharp claws and teeth, and it can use fire-based skills. They typically inhabit volcanic ash plains or barren canyons, using high-temperature sulfuric rock as their nests, often lurking in scorching steam fissures, and are usually found in groups they're not to be messed with. But Li Tang wasn't concerned about that. He widened his eyes in astonishment. Could the boss also evolve? Chapter 102, The Book of Light Blessings. Su Hui nodded and explained seriously, just as human adventurers can progress, magical beasts can also evolve and become stronger. Take the Ember Clawfire Lizard boss that Zhang Liang encountered, for instance. No one knows what kind of rare treasures it consumed, or if it spent years in the high-temperature sulfur rock, absorbing vast amounts of fire elemental magic. Its body is now coated with a layer of magical runes. These patterns not only made its skin thick and tough, making it nearly impervious to blades, but also enhanced the power and range of its fire-based skills by over 30%, which is why Zhang Liang and his team were caught off guard. If this Ember Clawfire Lizard boss continues to absorb fire elemental magic, it could even evolve into a 5th-tier magical beast, the Sulfur Fire Dragon Lizard, a pseudo-dragon beast with partial dragon bloodline. Li Tang furrowed his brows upon hearing this, recalling Lu Ruyan's 3rd-tier advancement quest. Encountering 5 boss-level monsters in the Valley of Sheep was already challenging enough. If it weren't for his abundant reserves and top-notch equipment, he would have had a tough time completing the task. Zhang Liang's 4th-tier advancement would be even more challenging. He nodded and asked in a serious tone, "Lord City Master, are you asking me to craft some suitable equipment for Commander Chang to help him pass his advancement task?" Su Hui felt a bit embarrassed. Crafting equipment wasn't necessary, but could he borrow the Lava Demon heavy armor set you're wearing? The other sets you've crafted are also purple quality, but the attached stats are green or blue. In terms of power, they can't compare to this set. Zhang Liang is utterly loyal to me. Having another 4th-tier expert would greatly enhance the strength of Kanglan City. Fearing Li Tang would refuse, he hurriedly assured him, "Don't worry, I'll transfer 100 city defense troops to protect you during this time. Take it." Li Tang didn't hesitate, stripping off the Lava Demon heavy armor set and handing it to Su Hui. "Why bother with city defense troops? With Xiaoeng and the others around, I'm perfectly safe." He thought for a moment and decided to take off all the equipment he was wearing, stuffing it all into Su Hui's hands. "I remember that Commander Chang has transferred to the warrior class. With this equipment, completing the 4th-tier advancement quest should be no problem." Anyway, with Xiaoying and the others protecting me, I don't plan to go out for the next few days. Whether I wear the equipment or not doesn't matter much. Su Hui took the equipment and noticed that each of the 12 pieces had 2 gleaming golden inscriptions on them, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. After a long while, he sighed, this set of equipment is priceless. The golden text on the equipment makes me envious. If they were red extraordinary or golden legendary quality, I'd have the confidence to tackle my own class advancement quest. Li Tang smiled and said, no problem. Once I level up, I'll definitely craft a custom set of gear for you. Su Hui burst into laughter, alright, deal. Rest well. Before you head to college, I'll have Chang Liang use this set of gear to complete some quests. If Chang Liang can't kill that Ember Clawfire lizard boss even with this gear, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. Su Hui had just put the equipment into his spatial ring and turned to leave when he suddenly heard Li Tang calling from behind, City Lord, wait a moment. He turned around in confusion. What else could there be? Li Tang smiled and said, relying on Commander Chang to fight alone is still too risky. The equipment on Ajiao and Lu Teacher was mostly crafted by me, and the attributes are decent. You can borrow some to equip Chang Tongling with a few suitable assistants. That way, we'll have a better chance of success. Especially the Kunwo sword in Ajiao's hands. Although its level is a bit low, it's highly effective against bosses. Su Hui nodded in agreement and said, alright, I'll send someone to find them right away. The city defense troops are brimming with talent, finding a few more experts to team up with Chang Liang isn't a problem. There's one more thing. Li Tang said, pulling out the Book of Light Blessings he obtained in the Green Grass Plains dungeon. I got a decent piece of equipment in the dungeon. Wait a moment, I'll convert its attributes and give it to the priest in Chang Tongling's team. The Book of Light he had previously crafted had already been upgraded to purple quality excellence, but he hadn't had the chance to add a second golden trait yet. Su Hui was overjoyed and hurriedly followed Li Tang to the forging room. Li Tang raised his hand, and a massive cauldron shrouded in golden light appeared in the air, enveloping the entire forging table. The furnace body was divided into 8 sections, corresponding to the 8 trigrams Qian, Koan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui with complex runes engraved on its surface. It was supported by 3 legs shaped like the hooves of Qilin beasts, and within it burned a raging flame. As Li Tang added various items and materials into the Bagua furnace, a book-shaped equipment item shimmering with dazzling purple light soon appeared. Book of Light Blessing Purple Excellence, Offhand Weapon, Attack 576, Intelligence 240, Constitution 231, Agility 237. Increases magic resistance by 273 points, increases healing effects by 5%. Expands the range of group healing spells by 20. When using Holy Light Healing, adds a purification effect, dispelling poison, curses, and other negative status effects. Attached traits, Life-Saving Gold, Radiant Aura Gold. Level requirement, 30, Intelligence requirement, 152. Heavenly Revival Gold, heals the target for 5 health per use. When the target's health is below 20, heals for 10 health per use. Radiant Aura Gold, excess healing beyond the target's maximum health is converted into a shield, with the shield's maximum value equal to twice the target's current health. As he watched the attributes of the Light Blessing Codex perfectly transfer to his new equipment, Li Tang exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled, saying, I have not failed my mission. Seeing the attributes of this offhand weapon, even Su Hui, who had mentally prepared himself, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Especially the Radiant Dispersion Golden trait, which not only eliminates healing waste but also significantly increases the margin for error, with the excess healing directly converting into a shield equal to twice the target's health. This is like gaining 2 extra lives out of thin air. I can't even imagine how desperate an enemy would feel if a tank, fully equipped with defensive gear, were overhealed by a healer. If the priests in the party were to equip the Book of Light Blessing, the team's survival capabilities would skyrocket. And this? Li Tang took the lucky pearl out of his spatial ring and said, have Chang the commander wear this while on missions, there might be an unexpected surprise. Su Hui took it and looked at it, then sucked in a breath of cold air again. Even as the city lord, who had seen it all, he had never encountered such a special item that granted additional luck. Luck is such a mysterious thing. Good luck could make you fall off a cliff and still find a legendary manual, while bad luck could make you get accused of taking a photo by a fairy on the subway. Just with this. The items I looted from the Green Grass Plains dungeon have at least a 30% increase in quality and quantity. Li Tang gloated. Chapter 103, Your talent is a hope for the nation. Over the next 2 days, Li Tang stayed in the small courtyard resting, occasionally getting inspired to craft a couple of pieces of equipment to practice with. After days of intense leveling in the Green Grass Plains, his nerves were on edge, and he deserved a proper break. Having obtained the Heart of Light, Lu Ruyan successfully advanced to the next level, and she felt deeply grateful to Li Tang. She kept running over to the small courtyard whenever she had nothing to do. As Li Tang's homeroom teacher, Lu Ruyan had always taken special care of him. Whether it was before he awoke as a blacksmith or after, she had always gone out of her way to look after him. Li Tang wasn't stupid, he could clearly sense Lu Ruyan's special feelings toward him. To be honest, Lu Ruyan was tall, beautiful, and seductive. Aside from being a few years older than him, there was little to falter for. However, he was deeply marked by the nation's label, and many things were beyond his control. Moreover, he was about to go to a university for further studies, so it was impossible for him to stay here and be with her forever. Therefore, he always kept his distance from her. Su Jiao, seeing this, wasn't about to be outdone. She'd been hanging around here lately as well. Facing two stunningly beautiful women, whose words were laced with hidden meanings, Li Teng found himself utterly flustered. 2 days later, Su Hui arrived with a smile on his face, accompanied by Chang Liang. The bearded man's aura had grown significantly, clearly indicating he had successfully advanced to the 4th-tier expert level. As soon as he entered the door, Su Hui burst into a hearty laugh. Li Teng, thanks to your equipment, Chang Liang finally managed to complete his job transition task smoothly. Chang Liang followed behind, his face beaming with joy. His already rugged demeanor now carried an added edge of sharpness and dominance due to his promotion. He hurried forward, clasped his hands together, and said solemnly, "Brotherly, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have really lost face. No need to thank me for such a great favor. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask. If I, old Chang, even furrow my brow, I'm not a real man." Li Teng, seeing this, hurriedly returned the gesture and congratulated Chang the commander on his successful 4th-tier promotion, saying, "Your strength has reached a new height." Su Hui took out the lava demon heavy armor set and other equipment from his spatial ring, along with the lucky pearl, and handed them to Li Teng with a smile. The items belonged to their rightful owner. "Your lucky pearl is indeed useful. After Chang Liang killed that ash clawfire lizard boss, it dropped this. I'll give it all to you as interest for borrowing the equipment. Inferno Crystal Core, consumable item. When embedded in a weapon, it adds a continuous burning effect causing 3 fire damage per second. Ash Clawfire Lizard's Sulfuric Firetail Sack, single-use consumable. When thrown, it explodes, creating a sulfuric poison mist with a radius of 5 meters causing fire damage and poisoning, and doubles the corrosion effect on metal armor." Li Teng took a look and found them to be decent items, useful for crafting his own gear. He didn't hesitate and stored them in his spatial ring. Turning around, he saw Su Jiao and Lu Ruyan there as well. Su Hui laughed heartily. "I'll return the equipment you lent me while I'm here, saving me another trip." He gave Li Teng a meaningful look. "Young people, having good luck in love is a good thing, but don't let romantic entanglements derail your future. You're a talent being specially cultivated by the state, about to go to Harbin East University of Technology for further studies. You must understand the mission you bear on your shoulders." Li Teng's face flushed red, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face turned even redder. She knew the relationship between Su Jiao and Su Hui, so she quickly grabbed her holy light judgment set and fled in embarrassment. "Oomph, old woman." Su Jiao sneered disdainfully, walked up to Su Hui, and shook his arm, saying, "Dad, where's the winemaking technique skill book you were supposed to find for me?" "Dad?" Li Teng suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Su Hui and Su Jiao, and instantly realized what was going on. He understood everything now. No wonder there were so many guards around him, yet Su Jiao could come and go as she pleased. Nye Xiaoying and the others couldn't even stop her, let alone ask a single question. It turned out she was the city lord's daughter. Seeing Li Teng's stunned expression, Su Jiao shot him a disdainful glance and muttered under her breath, "It took you this long to figure it out? How could I have ever fallen for you, you blockhead?" Su Hui affectionately ruffled Su Jiao's hair and laughed, "You little girl, you're not even married yet, and you're already eyeing your father's things. You're definitely a girl who's into guys." He gave Li Teng a meaningful look. "What, surprised?" Li Teng scratched his head with a wry smile. "I really didn't expect that." Since he had traveled back in time, he had been so busy every day that he hadn't given much thought to such matters. But it's not too late to know now. Su Hui laughed heartily, took out a stack of items from his spatial ring, and handed them to Li Teng. "I heard you want to learn brewing. Ajiao hasn't stopped pestering me about it these past few days." Li Teng looked closely. Besides the winemaking technique skill book, there were also rice wine osmanthus wine honey sweet wine mulberry wine, and other first and second tier wine making recipes. He had only mentioned it offhandedly, but Su Jiao had taken it to heart. Thinking of this, a ripple of emotion stirred in Li Teng's heart. He sighed. "But I've been admitted to Hadong Industrial University, Shaojiao." Su Jiao was furious and kicked Li Teng hard. "If it weren't for you, you idiot, would I have given up my admission notice from Manhwa Academy?" Seeing tears welling up in Su Jiao's eyes, Su Hui sighed, "Li Teng, this girl has also switched her application to Harbin Dong Industrial University and been admitted to the Swordmaster Academy." "What?" Li Teng was stunned, deeply moved. Although Hardong Industrial University was also a top-tier university in the Great Xia Empire, it was renowned for its equipment forging, and its other programs were still slightly inferior to those of Yuehua Academy. Su Jiao, as the daughter of the city lord, was willing to give up a better opportunity for him. Su Hui looked at the two of them and said earnestly, "Young people have their own choices. As their father, I shouldn't say much. However, Li Teng, my daughter has been spoiled since childhood. Once you become classmates and go to school, you must take good care of her." Li Teng immediately responded seriously, "City Lord Su, rest assured. I will take good care of Miss Su. Oomph. Who needs your care? Su Jiao turned away, but her ears turned red. Just then, a loud laugh echoed from outside the door. Oh, so lively. It seems I've arrived at the wrong time. Everyone looked up to see Enwood Bo, the president of Hadong University of Industry, walking in. Su Hui was both surprised and delighted, rushing forward to greet him. Principal Duanmu, weren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow? Why did you come today? Duanmu Bo laughed. I just couldn't wait to see my precious disciple. Everyone laughed and sat down. Su Jiao obediently served tea to Duanmu Bo. Duanmu Bo took a sip of tea and smiled. Su girl, you've switched to the S-rank profession Whirlwind Sword Saint. Do you regret applying to our Hadong University? Su Jiao glanced at Li Tang and answered firmly, serving the nation there's nothing to regret. Good girl. Duanmu Bo smiled broadly. Coming to Kanglan City this time, not only did we recruit Li Tang, such a super genius, but we also managed to bring along a main combat class who has transferred to an S rank. This deal is simply too good to be true. After exchanging a few polite words, Duanmu Bo glanced around and, seeing no one else present, sighed and said, actually, I came here early for a reason. He had just received word that the elite forces of the Imperial Steel Blade Army had failed to conquer the 7th-tier sky-piercing Colossus dungeon. 30 70th-level soldiers were involved, with 15 severely injured and 7 killed in action. Upon hearing this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Level 70 professionals are already considered elite combatants. After all, Su Hui, as the ruler of a city, is only level 60. Even with the Great Xia Empire's deep reserves, losing 7 70th-level experts at once was a significant blow. Li Tang was immediately stunned and hurriedly asked, what happened? Duanmu Bo pulled out his phone, opened a video, and projected it onto the living room TV. With a low growl that seemed to echo from the depths of primordial chaos, a colossal two-headed lizard, as massive as a mountain, came into view. Its body was pitch black, covered in magical patterns and markings that flowed like molten lava. Its two hideous heads continuously spewed flames, attacking the human forces surrounding it. Li Tang quickly recognized the creature and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Damn, it's a jail flame lizard. This was a sub-dragon creature that lived in active volcanoes or lava-filled underground veins, typically around level 70. It drank lava and fed on scorching sulfur and had an extremely strong sense of territory. It is essentially immune to fire-based magic and has high resistance to poison. Its hard armor makes it impervious to ordinary slashes. Its skills, including lava eruption, geothermal tidal wave, fire control technique, flame explosion tornado, hell's inferno, and ash devouring domain, are all renowned, making it a highly formidable high-tier magical beast. In the video, a group of around 30 people surround the jail flame lizard and attack it fiercely, but their attacks have little effect on it. Instead, the jail flame dragon lizard's fire-based breath attacks caused significant trouble for the human adventurers. Each breath sends the human adventurers scattering in panic. The battle raged on for a while, until the jail flame dragon lizard opened both its heads simultaneously, revealing its blood-red maws, and unleashed a massive fire tornado. Boom! The entire scene began to tremble, and the chaos on the battlefield grew intense, with the sounds of injured fighters retreating and seeking cover intertwining. Soon, the screen went black, and the video came to an end. After watching the video, the living room fell into complete silence. As everyone knew, conquering high-tier dungeons was crucial for a nation's fortune, international standing, and the advancement of top-tier warriors. The bosses within these dungeons were also the primary sources of high-tier equipment, rare materials, items, and skill books. Therefore, every country in the world spares no effort to collect and study information about the dungeon, its operational mechanisms, and monster data, all in the hope of conquering the dungeon first and gaining a lead over other nations. Duanmu Bo sighed. The military had originally planned to kill this prison flame dragon lizard to obtain the flame dragon crystal core and complete the class advancement task, thereby adding another expert of 7th rank or above to the nation. Little did they expect that. Now, disasters are occurring frequently worldwide, wild monsters are beginning to mutate, spatial fissures are appearing frequently, and the bosses in dungeons and secret realms are constantly evolving. Sigh, what a troublesome time. Another boss evolution. Thinking back to the hardships Lu Ruyan and Chang Liang faced during their class advancement, Li Tang's heart stirred upon hearing this. He hurriedly asked, Principal, are you saying that many bosses in dungeons have been evolving recently? Duanmu Bo nodded solemnly. That's correct. According to global monitoring data, over the past 6 months, more than 60% of bosses of various tiers and dungeons have undergone varying degrees of mutation and evolution. Especially fire-type and dark-type monsters, whose evolution rates are particularly alarming. He sighed, from now on, it will be even more challenging for human adventurers to advance in rank. Su Hui chimed in from the side, this situation poses a huge threat to our city of Kanglan as well. If the surrounding beasts begin to evolve, the pressure on the city defenses will increase exponentially. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. This was indeed not good news for all of humanity. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously and have established the Tiangong Academy at Hadong University of Technology, specifically requesting you to report there. There, you will be guided by the best forging masters. Duanmu Bo patted Li Tang on the shoulder. Quickly enhance your strength. Your talent is the hope of the nation. Chapter 104, The Dragon-Winged Vessel. After resting in Kanglan City for the night, Duanmu Bo set off early the next morning with Li Tang and Su Jiao to head toward Harbin East Industrial University. Su Hui came to see them off, handing his beloved daughter a spatial ring filled with various local specialties and essential items for daily life. Li Tang, with no attachments, didn't mind much. However, Su Jiao, who had never traveled far from home before, felt a pang of sadness at parting from her only relative. Seeing how thoroughly her father had thought of everything, her eyes welled up with tears. Besides the equipment he was wearing, Li Tang left all the other equipment he had crafted behind in Kanglan City. After all, he was a blacksmith. As long as he had the blueprints and raw materials, crafting any equipment would be a matter of minutes. Nya Xiaoying and the others didn't follow either. Once they arrived at Harbin East University of Technology, there would naturally be other experts secretly protecting Li Tang. Moreover, after protecting Li Tang for the past 2 months, each of them had received several pieces of purple-grade equipment forged by Li Tang himself, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. Lu Ningjian had also been recalled by Wang Lingyue. He was highly dissatisfied with the performance of this son of an old acquaintance and planned to take him back for rigorous training. As time grew late, Duanmu Bo casually pulled out an item and tossed it to the ground. The object swelled in the wind and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a black flying boat. It seemed to be forged from mystical iron, only 3 zhang long, with a cold blue hue. The hull was slender like the spine of a dragon, covered in intricate mystical runes that reflected a faint blue glow in the sunlight. The bow was sharp like a dragon's fangs, with 4 streamlined dragon claw fins extending from both sides. The stern split into 3 translucent bone-like tail fins, and a swirling mist formed beneath the hull, supporting the vessel as if it were a black dragon soaring through the wind. This is... Li Tang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen such an advanced mechanical device before. With his mechanical engineering skills, he could only tell that it was a flying vehicle, but he couldn't make out the structure or design concept. Duanmu Bo stroked his beard with pride. This is my latest invention, the 7th-tier mechanical artifact Dragon Wing Boat. It's fast, highly defensive, and the perfect choice for long-distance flight. Hadding Industrial University is located in the northeastern province of Daxia, over 6,000 kilometers away from here. The journey is long and arduous, passing through numerous regions infested with magical beasts. Apart from spatial teleportation arrays, only flying pets or mechanical devices can safely traverse this region. Li Tang and Su Jiao boarded the Dragon Wing Boat with wide eyes full of wonder. As soon as they stepped inside, they discovered that the interior of the vessel was surprisingly spacious. Despite its seemingly small exterior, it could accommodate nearly 10 people, with a simple yet comfortable layout. Li Tang curiously asked, "Principal, does every new student at our school get picked up by a dragon wing boat?" Duanmu Bo shot him a disdainful glance. "Do you really think every student is as gifted as you? Do you think I, an old man, should come personally to pick you up? Most of them are traveling here on special armored trains that shuttle between cities. At this distance, it would take at least a month. But we're traveling on the Jiaolong Shinizo, it only takes a day to get there." Li Tang suddenly understood this was a privilege reserved solely for him. Seeing Li Tang's clear yet foolish expression, Duanmu Bo couldn't help but give him a sharp tap on the head. "And don't call me principal, call me master." He frowned. "What? Don't I have the qualifications to be your master?" Li Tang rubbed his head and said with a face, "I understand. Not principal, but master." Su Jiao saw Li Tang's embarrassed expression and couldn't help but smile, and the sadness of parting faded away. Duanmu Bo walked to the bow of the boat and quickly tapped the runes on the boat's walls with both hands. Beams of light flashed, and the flying boat emitted a low humming sound. The mist-like vortex grew denser and slowly rose into the air. Su Hui stood at the city gate, waving his hands and shouting toward the flying boat, "Jiao, once you get to school, don't let yourself be treated unfairly. If you want to eat anything, just buy it, don't be stingy. Li Tang, if you don't take good care of a Jiao, watch out, I'll skin you alive." Su Jiao's eyes welled up again as she waved her hand in response, "Dad, take care of yourself too." As the flying vessel rose higher and higher, Kanglan City gradually shrank into a small black dot before disappearing from view. In a villa in Kanglan City, Lu Ruyan sat on the living room sofa, dazed and disoriented. Through the communicator, grandfather Lu Jingming was shouting angrily, "Ruyan, what on earth is going on? I went to great lengths to arrange for you to teach at Harbin Dong Industrial University, hoping you could get to know Li Tang better. Now that the semester is about to begin, you suddenly tell me you're not going. You need to give me a reasonable explanation." Lu Ruyan replied indifferently, "There's nothing to explain. I don't like men younger than me, and Li Tang doesn't even look at me, an old woman." After saying that, she hung up the phone, but tears streamed down her face. High in the sky, Li Tang looked through the semi-transparent cabin wall and saw the clouds rushing past beneath him. The speed was terrifying, and the surrounding scenery blurred into streaks of color. The dragon wing ship, resembling a black lightning bolt, sliced through the sky and sped toward the direction of Harbin Dong Industrial University. Duanmu Bo, while maneuvering the dragon wing ship, introduced the scenery along the way and the university's situation to the two of them. Our Hardong University is teeming with talented individuals, and the forging department is home to the nation's top talent and resources. Li Tang, once you arrive at the Tiangong College, you must perform well and not disgrace your master. Li Tang listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. Master, rest assured. I will do my best. By the way, this dragon wing boat is so amazing. Do you know how to create other mechanical devices as well? He had taken a minor in mechanical engineering, so he was naturally very interested in such things. Duanmu Bo smiled proudly. Your master here has been reclassified as an SS-rank divine mechanics master. After decades of mastering mechanical arts, I'm second to none in the country. No one dares claim the top spot. Moreover, our school has abundant resources. There are all kinds of intricate mechanical devices and powerful equipment. There's nothing you can think of that we can't make. Furthermore, we've established a magical beast research laboratory dedicated to developing equipment and items to counter them. As he spoke, he pulled out a long sword from his spatial ring. The blade shimmered with a cold glow, emanating a subtle yet overwhelming sense of pressure. Dragon Tooth Blade Golden Legend, Attack 2888, Strength 576, Constitution 568, Agility 556. Dragon Slayer, the wielder possesses a natural suppression ability against dragon-like creatures, dealing 30 damage to dragon enemies. Requires level 65, Strength 282, Agility 328. There's actually a weapon specifically designed to counter a specific race, and it even has a prefix. Li Tang flipped through the equipment repeatedly, feeling utterly amazed. Duanmu Bo stroked his beard, satisfied with the astonishment in Li Tang and Su Jiao's eyes. This was a weapon forged by the professors of the forging department, specifically designed to combat dragon-type enemies. It is highly effective against monsters like dragons, half-dragons, pseudo-dragons, and dragon men, hence the dragon-slaying prefix. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, this weapon also has its drawbacks. First, the materials are rare and difficult to obtain. Second, the success rate of forging them is quite low. Lastly, our blacksmith skill rank is too low, so we can only forge them up to golden legendary quality. Duanmu Bo sighed and said helplessly, calling it a dragon-slaying weapon is nothing but self-deception. True dragon beasts are all 8th or 9th tier creatures, each one a top-tier combat powerhouse in the world. This golden legendary quality dragon tooth blade isn't even worthy of being used to trim their toenails. Li Tang nodded, clenching his fists tightly. Deep down, he seemed to sense the true meaning of his journey to this world. Su Jiao asked curiously from the side, Principal, what about the Sword Academy? Can I learn even more powerful sword techniques there? Duanmu Bo looked at her with a look of expectation. Although our school is renowned for its engineering programs, the Sword Academy is no less impressive, with many master swordsmen among its ranks. With your talent, as long as you're willing to work hard, becoming a top swordsman isn't a problem. Moreover, the school frequently organizes exchange activities between different academies. At that time, the two of you can work together and might even spark unexpected ideas. Just as they were talking, the flying boat suddenly shook violently. The runes inside the boat flickered on and off. Su Jiao lost her balance and screamed as she fell into Li Tang's arms. Duanmu Bo's expression changed as he looked out the side of the flying boat. A massive black shadow was rapidly approaching from the side. It was a gigantic bird with a wingspan of over 20 zhang, its sharp eyes fixed on the flying boat and its claws glinting coldly in the sunlight. A 7th tier peak level magical beast, the split wind flame winged eagle. Duanmu Bo sucked in a sharp breath. How had it appeared here? Chapter 105, a small beast tide dares to be so brazen. Li Tang planted his feet firmly to stabilize his body, tightly embracing Su Jiao in his arms. Through the porthole, he clearly saw the crackwind flame winged eagle engulfed in crimson flames, every feather resembling a tempered steel blade. Duanmu Bo frantically manipulated the runic control panel of the dragon wing boat, attempting to accelerate and escape the clutches of this 7th tier peak level demon beast. But the crackwind flame winged eagle was incredibly fast, closing the distance in an instant. Its massive wings swept through the air, unleashing a violent hurricane of scorching flames that engulfed the dragon wing boat. The dragon-winged vessel was violently shaken by the powerful force, its runic patterns flickering erratically. Inside the flying vessel, alarms blared piercingly, warning. Warning! Shield energy has dropped to 959,493. Master, can the defense system of the dragon-winged boat hold out? Li Tang gripped a handle inside the vessel tightly, struggling to steady himself as he shouted urgently. Duanmu Bo's hands moved swiftly across the rune control panel. This beast is moving too fast, the dragon-winged boat can't shake it off. If we keep taking hits like this, we'll eventually collapse. Before he could finish speaking, the flame-winged eagle dived toward them once more. Its wings flapped, unleashing dozens of fiery wind blades that screeched toward them. Sweat beads formed on Duanmu Bo's forehead. While maintaining the boat's defenses with all his strength, he turned to look at Li Tang and Su Jiao. You two find a safe place to hide. Don't come out under any circumstances. Li Tang hugged Su Jiao and asked urgently, Master, what can I do? We can't just stand here and take a beating without fighting back. Su Jiao snapped out of her initial panic, drew her long sword from her waist, and shouted in a soft voice, "Right. We can go up and fight too." Duanmu Bo shot them a disapproving glance. "Don't complicate things. This is a 7th tier peak level demon beast. With your current strength, you have no chance against it. Besides, we're at 10,000 meters above sea level. You can't fly, so how do you plan to fight it?" At that moment, the crackwind flame-winged eagle let out a piercing screech, and its sharp claws lunged toward the flying vessel. Duanmu Bo sneered, "When the tiger doesn't roar, you really think I'm a sickly cat? It's just a 7th tier fire chicken, how dare it act so brazenly in front of an old man like me?" He pulled out a bronze token engraved with intricate runes from his robe and placed it into a recess on the control panel of the dragon wing flying boat. Heavenly craftsmanship unleashed, divine mechanism revealed. In an instant, the token erupted with blinding golden light. The runes on the exterior of the flying vessel suddenly and transformed. 8 thick metal cannon barrels extended from both sides of the originally streamlined hull, each barrel emanating terrifying energy fluctuations. "Taste the might of Grandpa's cannons!" Duanmu Bo roared, and the 8 metal cannons simultaneously fired blinding crimson beams of light. The crackwind flame-winged sculpture clearly hadn't anticipated this move and could only dodge sideways in a hurry. 4 beams of light sliced past its wings, leaving scorched trails in the clouds, while the other 4 struck its chest with a thunderous impact. Screech! The crackwind flame-winged eagle let out an agonizing screech as 4 horrific holes were burned into its chest, and dark red blood rained down like a shower. It immediately lost control of its flight, plummeting downward in a wobbly descent. Li Teng stared in disbelief. "Master, what is this?" Duanmu Bo chuckled smugly. "This is the flaming dragon cannon I developed. The power of a single shot is equivalent to the full force of a 7th tier magical beast." Su Jiao excitedly shouted, "Principal, that big bird is injured. Let's take this chance to kill it." Seeing Li Teng also looking eager to act, Duanmu Bo glanced at them as if they were idiots. "The crackwind flame-winged eagle is renowned for its speed. Even though it's injured, we can't catch it if it tries to escape. Besides, in the air, what human-made mechanical flying machine could possibly match a bird's agility? Earlier, we only managed to hit it because this feathered beast had no guard up against us." Sure enough, after being injured, the crackwind flame-winged eagle quickly stabilized its descent, screeching as it flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. Its speed was astonishing, and it soon became a tiny black dot. "Let's go!" Duanmu Bo pulled out several magic crystals and placed them into the energy slot of the dragon wing ship, charging the aircraft. Mechanical items have this advantage: as long as they aren't completely destroyed, they can be repaired or restored quickly. The rest of the journey was relatively smooth, but in the afternoon, they encountered a group of over 60 level sky-splitting cloud falcons. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, only 7 or 8. Duanmu Bo skillfully maneuvered the dragon wing boat to dodge them, then seized the opportunity to use the flaming dragon mechanism cannon to kill one of them. The remaining sky-splitting cloud falcons were so frightened that they all fled in panic. Li Teng sighed in relief, but upon glancing at Duanmu Bo, he noticed his solemn expression and hurriedly asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Duanmu Bo furrowed his brows and spoke slowly, "Today's events are highly unusual. High-tier flying magical beasts are highly intelligent and cunning by nature. They rarely attack human-made flying machines under normal circumstances." Li Teng's heart sank. He knew that while beasts were wild and untamed, they mostly followed their instincts and wouldn't rashly launch such a clearly high-risk attack. "Master, are you saying someone is manipulating them from behind?" Duanmu Bo shook his head. "Manipulation from behind the scenes is unlikely. However, recent events worldwide have been unsettling, with frequent disturbances in dungeons and secret realms, and magical beasts undergoing mutations and evolution." He sighed. "With demons rampaging everywhere, it seems the world is about to descend into chaos again." As if to confirm Duanmu Bo's words, the monitoring instruments on the control panel suddenly flashed, showing that countless magical beasts had gathered into a surging tide of monsters, furiously attacking a city in the distance. "Oomph! A mere beast tide dares to act so brazenly." Duanmu Bo glanced at the map. The town of Jinfeng, belonging to the Central Plains province, was under attack. He coldly snorted, then controlled the dragon wing ship to rapidly descend, arriving above the city. "This is the territory of the Great Xia Empire. The city is filled with its citizens." As the president of Hideo Industrial University, he couldn't stand by and do nothing in such a situation. The magical beasts forming the horde were mostly between levels 2030 and 2040, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The city's defensive array was being battered to the point of collapse, its light flickering on and off as if it might shatter at any moment. On the walls of the city, human warriors were fighting desperately, arrows raining down on the beast horde, and magical lights flickering in the sky. However, against the overwhelming tide of beasts, their strength seemed inadequate. A flash of anger crossed Duanmu Bo's eyes as his hands moved swiftly across the rune control panel. The flame dragon cannons began to charge, their barrels slowly turning toward the beast horde below. Boom! 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 The flaming dragon cannons roared deafeningly, unleashing blinding beams of fiery red light that poured down upon the beast horde. Wherever the beams struck, the beasts were blown to pieces, their flesh and blood flying everywhere, and the air filled with their agonizing screams. The human soldiers on the city walls did not recognize the dragon wing ship, but upon seeing the Great Xia emblem painted on it, they realized reinforcements had arrived and cheered enthusiastically. Their morale soared, and they swung their weapons furiously, attacking the attacking beasts with all their might. However, the beast horde was simply too numerous. Though they continued to roar, they could not completely suppress the beast's onslaught. Duanmu Bo's eyes flashed with determination. He pressed a red button on the control panel, ready to show them the true power of an SS-rank divine machine engineer. The bottom of the Jialong divine winged vessel suddenly opened, and dozens of metal spheres rolled out. These metal spheres rapidly unfolded and transformed in mid-air, instantly becoming 3-meter-tall combat puppets that crashed down into the horde of beasts. It's the heavenly engineer battle golems. Those on the city walls who recognized them shouted in astonishment, "A mechanic has saved us." The combat puppets immediately engaged in battle upon landing. Their arms transformed into spinning saw-toothed blades, unleashing a storm of blood and carnage among the beasts. Even more astonishingly, each war golem extended 2 cannon barrels from its back, firing blazing energy beams. Li Tang was filled with excitement. "Master, are these celestial engineer war golems also your creations?" Duanmu Bo stroked his beard proudly. "Of course. This is my masterpiece from years ago. Each one is equivalent to a 5th-tier warrior in strength, more than enough to handle these low-tier magical beasts. However, those beasts were fearless, swarming like ants and forming layer upon layer around the heavenly artifact war golems. Oomph. Seeing this, the heavenly artifact war golems would eventually be drained of energy and torn apart by the low-tier demon beasts. Duanmu Bo pressed another button, and the armor on both sides of the dragon wing vessel opened, revealing countless holes. A buzzing sound filled the air as countless mechanical birds the size of palms swam out of the hive-like structure, diving toward the beasts below. The mechanical birds flew swiftly in a specific formation. As soon as they spotted the beasts, they swung their thin, metal wings like cicada wings and collided directly with them. Boom! Loud explosions echoed continuously. Whether they were low-tier monsters like shadow-tooth wolves, spiked boars, or werewolves, or elite individuals like ogre demons, bloodthirsty bat demons, or thunder nagas exceeding level 20. Once targeted by the mechanical hummingbirds, they were either decapitated by the alloy blades or blown to pieces in a self-destructive explosion. Li Tang shouted excitedly, "It's the bee-drone!" He had seen this device before during the battle to eliminate the demonic monsters besieging Kanglan City. At that time, Duanmu Bo had used only one unit to wipe out all the monsters in the eastern part of the city. The number of mechanical hummingbirds loaded onto the dragon wing ship was at least 4 times that of the single unit used back then. Duanmu Bo smugly stroked his beard. Each of these mechanical hummingbirds was equipped with high explosive charges and advanced tracking systems. Once locked onto a target, those beasts wouldn't stand a chance. As always, high altitude, high speed, long range detect and destroy. From chapter 106 onward, you can call me Li Yunlong. Under the combined assault of the Tiangong war golems and mechanical hummingbirds, the beast's assault was finally completely suppressed, and the surging tide of beasts disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The beasts that had been furiously charging the city walls moments ago were now completely thrown into chaos. Some continued to charge the walls with reckless abandon, others scattered in all directions, and some were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. A deafening cheer erupted from the city walls as the defenders' morale soared to its peak, their attacks growing increasingly fierce, as if they were venting all the pent-up frustration they had accumulated earlier. Just then, a net-shaped lightning bolt exploded above the dragon-wing divine boat, sending a ripple of intense energy rippling across the protective shield. However, despite its power, the lightning bolt was no match for the dragon-winged vessel's formidable defensive shield, and those inside the vessel didn't even flinch. Su Jiao, with her sharp eyes, immediately spotted the monster attacking them and pointed to a spot outside the city, shouting loudly, "Over there!" Behind the swarm of beasts, a monstrous creature resembling a giant rhinoceros, standing 6 or 7 meters tall, was slowly approaching. The monster's forehead bore a terrifying T-shaped horn, its mouth filled with rows of sharp teeth resembling scythes. Its towering ribs were adorned with platform-like bone structures, and its skin was wrinkled and overlapping, resembling a layer of rock-like armor. Under the sunlight, its body emitted a faint black glow. Its massive hooves crushed the ground, causing it to sink slowly. Tall trees were constantly being crushed and toppled as it moved forward. The T-shaped horn on its head flickered with flickering lightning, clearly the web-like lightning it had just released. It was a 4th-tier magical beast, the Komodo War Beast. Li Ting sucked in a sharp breath. If we hadn't happened to be passing by, the city would have been in grave danger. The name Komodo War Beast was well known, and it had been featured in the Monster Encyclopedia. Many of the columns in the grand buildings of Kanglan City were adorned with sculptures of this beast. Although it belongs to the 4th-tier magical beasts, its combat power is even stronger than that of most 5th-tier magical beasts. Each step it takes feels like a heavy hammer striking the ground. The skill War Stomp, which countless warrior-class professions desperately vie for, draws its inspiration from this terrifying beast. In ancient times, during the most prosperous period of the Tang dynasty, there was a precedent where wild Komodo war beasts' eggs were hatched and formed into a 1,000-strong beast army, sweeping across dozens of nations in the northern deserts. In the ordinary cities of the Great Xia dynasty, the population typically ranged from several million to tens of millions. According to military strength allocation, the city defense troops were mostly around the 2040 level range, which was sufficient to ensure the safety of the citizens within the city. High-tier magical beasts typically dwell in remote mountainous regions and rarely venture into human territories. If they do appear, they are dealt with by high-ranking human professionals. The appearance of a 4th-tier Komodo war beast, with its thick hide, ability to release chain lightning, and massive size, signifies that the city will have to pay a terrible price to resolve this crisis. Oomph, petty tricks. How dare you show off in front of the experts? Duanmubo snorted coldly, controlling the flame dragon cannon to target the Komodo war beast that was showing off outside the city. 2 blinding crimson beams flashed, followed by a deafening explosion, reducing the Komodo war beast to a cloud of flesh and bone. The strongest beast in the horde was killed instantly, sending the remaining monsters into a panic as they scattered in all directions. I am Luo Jingfeng, the lord of Jinfeng City. May I ask who the noble one is who helped me break the beast's siege? Someone on the city walls bowed and shouted, "May we disembark to rest? I wish to express my gratitude in person and offer the hospitality of the host." The 3-meter-tall celestial artifact war golems retracted their cannons and sawtooth blades, swiftly transforming back into metal spheres and bouncing back into the hold of the dragon wing vessel. Duanmubo burst into laughter. I am Duanmubo from Harbin Dong Industrial University. I was passing by and decided to lend a hand. It's nothing worth mentioning. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot linger here any longer. There aren't many remaining beasts left. You can handle the rest yourselves. With that, the dragon wing boat slowly rose into the air. The cloud-like vortex beneath its hull grew increasingly dense, trailing a long stream of mist as it sped off into the distance. It was Principal Duanmu after all, no wonder he possesses such power. On the city walls, City Lord Luo Jingfeng gazed in the direction the dragon-winged boat had departed and shouted loudly, "All units, attention! Pay respects to Principal Duanmu." In an instant, all the defenders on the city walls raised their right fists to their chests in unison, performing a military salute toward the sky. A single elite warrior could easily alter the course of a local battle. Unfortunately, advancement is extremely difficult for the human race, and there are only a handful of individuals above the 9th transformation realm in the entire Great Xia Empire. Even the so-called most talented SSS-ranked top-tier special talent, the Dragon King, is currently stuck at the peak of the 90th level, unable to break through the barrier of the 9th transformation. As for the smaller nations, having a few 7th transformation experts to hold the fort is already considered fortunate. Inside the Dragon Wing ship, Li Tang was thrilled, giving Dubo a thumbs up. Master, your flaming dragon cannon is amazing. 2 shots took down that Komodo war beast. Duanmubo stroked his beard with a smug smile and said, "It's just a 4th-tier magical beast. No big deal. Once your mechanical arts reach a higher level, I'll teach you everything I know." His expression grew serious again, and he sighed. Even the heartland of the Great Xia Empire has been hit by a beast tide. It seems the situation is changing faster than I anticipated. Li Tang and Su Jiao exchanged glances. Though they didn't understand what Duanmubo meant, they both sensed a heavy atmosphere. Duanmubo pondered for a moment before turning to Li Tang and saying, "The news that your blacksmith can forge weapons with triple attributes has been leaked by Japanese spies. It's likely that foreign powers like the Eagle Nation, the Bear Nation, the John Nation, the Hans Nation, and the Stick Nation are also aware of this. These foreign powers certainly don't want to see you grow strong unopposed. Although Harbin Institute of Technology has strict security, there are bound to be gaps. For your safety, you must change your identity." Saying this, he pulled something out of his robe and handed it to Li Tang. Li Tang took it and saw that it was a mask as thin as a cicada's wing. Human skin mask golden legend, special item. When worn, it alters the wearer's appearance and deceives those around them. Li Tang had seen such an item once before on Zhang Hui, the assassin who had attempted to kill him, and it was an extremely rare and special item. Once worn, it was nearly impossible to discern the wearer's true identity unless the opponent deliberately used high-tier detection magic like Eagle Eye or True Sight. Li Tang was thrilled and carefully applied the human skin mask to his face. In an instant, a strange power coursed through his body. With a flick of his thoughts, his originally handsome features rapidly transformed, his facial contours becoming rugged and bold, and his entire demeanor suddenly exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Su Jiao stood beside him, wide-eyed with astonishment. She circled Li Tang several times, examining him from head to toe, and exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, with that mask on, you look like a completely different person. I almost didn't recognize you." Li Tang moved his body slightly and found that there was no sensation of anything foreign on his face. The human skin mask fit perfectly, as if it were his own skin from birth. He touched his rough cheeks, his voice now deep and hoarse. "This mask is truly magical." He was already tall and had always used heavy hammers and shields as his primary and secondary weapons. Disguising himself as a heavy warrior and playing the role of a tank would be a breeze. With this human skin mask and the identity hiding badge that could conceal his identity, no one would ever be able to see through him. Duanmu Bo laughed heartily. This was made from the skin of an 8th-tier magical beast, the thousand-faced illusion beast, and there were only a few of them in the entire Great Xia Empire. However, since your appearance has changed, you can't keep your old name. Why not give yourself a new alias? Li Teng pondered for a moment and said, "From now on, call me Li Yunlong." Duanmu Bo's eyes lit up and he praised loudly, a dragon soaring through the heavens, roaming among the clouds. Li Teng, Li Yunlong, a good name. He nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you are Li Yunlong, a heavy warrior newly enrolled in the Warrior Academy. Your new identity documents and other materials will be arranged by someone specifically assigned to you later. However, remember that your identity is merely a cover. Your true focus must remain on mastering forging techniques and mechanical arts. Li Teng nodded, indicating he had understood. As the flying vessel continued on its journey, the sky gradually darkened and night fell over the land, with stars twinkling in the sky. This city was countless times larger than Li Teng's hometown, Kanglan City. Its walls soared into the clouds, and lights twinkled like stars, making it appear majestic and vast even in the night. The walls were densely packed with countless watchtowers, arrow towers, enemy towers, cannons, and crossbow platforms, with security measures extremely stringent. Li Teng and Su Jiao leaned forward to gaze down at the scene below, holding their breath in awe. The architectural styles of the entire city were extremely diverse. There were massive castles with towering green domes and red brick walls, Gothic buildings with spires, flying buttresses, and pointed arched windows, and colorful classical buildings of the Great Xia dynasty made of brick and wood, all interspersed among them. The various neighborhoods were connected by wide cobblestone streets, crisscrossing like a giant chessboard. "Master, where are we?" Li Teng peered curiously out the porthole, gazing down at the vast city below, his eyes filled with wonder. "This is Tianfeng City, the location of our Harbin East University of Technology. Chapter 107, is this the student dormitory?" As they approached their destination, Duanmu Bo sighed in relief. Standing by the porthole, he smiled and explained, "Tianfeng City is the most important city in the northeastern province of Daxia and serves as the frontline defense against the northern barbarian tribes. It holds a pivotal position in the entire defense system of Daxia. The surrounding area is complex, with barbarian tribes, the Bear Nation, the Stick Nation, and the Hua Nation intertwined. The Great White Mountains stretch for thousands of miles, with dense forests, making it a paradise for various high-tier magical beasts. To the south lies the Bohai Sea, surrounded by the Guilong River, Songhua River, Wulan River, Tianyuan, Guna Sea, and Jinjia, with a dense network of waterways where countless aquatic magical beasts dwell. As a result, Tianfeng City is home to numerous powerful warriors and serves as a political, economic, and cultural hub, as well as a major hub for the distribution of various resources. Duanmu Bo pointed to the central area of the city and said, "Look, that's where the Hadong University of Technology is located." Li Teng and Su Jiao looked out and saw a massive mechanical castle towering in the city center, resembling an intricate web of mechanical gears, steel pipes, and magical runes. Dozens of towers surrounded the central cluster of giant gear-shaped structures. At the top of the towers stood the massive seal-style emblem of Harbin Institute of Technology, surrounded by countless glowing magical runes that enveloped the entire campus. Even more breathtaking were the various mechanical puppets darting through the campus, and even small flying shuttles speeding along low-altitude tracks. The entire school exudes a unique charm where cyberpunk-style technology and magical elements intertwine, resembling a miniature city where magic and machinery are seamlessly integrated. This place is truly a paradise for mechanical engineering. Li Teng's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to jump down and study the intricate mechanical structures. "Wow, our school looks so beautiful." Su Jiao was also extremely excited. Duanmu Bo smiled and nodded. Hideo University of Industry had gathered the most outstanding research talents from across the entire Daxia Empire, leading the way in fields such as mechanical engineering, forging, architecture, array formations, runes, and enchantment. Here, you will be exposed to cutting-edge knowledge and participate in various research projects. We hope you can adapt quickly and make the most of your talents. As they spoke, the communication device on the flying vessel rang. A voice came through. "This is the City Defense Command Center of Tianfeng City. Please identify yourselves immediately, or we will take appropriate action." Duanmu Bo opened the communication device and spoke loudly, "I am Duanmu Bo, the president of Hardong University of Science and Technology, accompanied by 2 new students reporting to the school. Please allow us to proceed." The voice on the communication device immediately sounded delighted. It was indeed President Duanmu. "President Duanmu, this is routine procedure. Please excuse the inconvenience. The passageway is now open. Proceed." The defensive shield of Tianfeng City opened a passageway, and the Dragon Wing airship slowly glided through, landing steadily on the central helipad of Hardong University of Industry. The hatch opened, and a breeze carrying the scent of metal and magic swept over them. School staff who had been waiting nearby immediately approached and bowed respectfully to Duanmu Bo. "Principal, you're back. Duanmu Bo nodded slightly, stepped off the airship, and introduced Li Tang, Su Jiao. This is Lin Yu, the school's administrative director. You can contact her for any matters, big or small. Li Tang and Su Jiao hurried forward to greet her. Hello, Ms. Lin. Lin Yu had already been informed of their identities and knew they were no ordinary individuals. She smiled and returned the greeting without delay. Duanmu Bo instructed, Ms. Lin, these two are from Kanglin City. One is Li Yunlong, who has transferred to become a shield warrior, and the other is Su Jiao, a swordsman. According to the S-Class plan, take them to their accommodations to rest first. Tomorrow, bring them to handle their enrollment procedures and familiarize them with the campus environment. I have some matters to attend to. Bring the two of them to see me tomorrow. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, gesturing to Li Tang and Su Jiao to follow him. Please come with me, I'll take you to the student dormitory to rest. Li Tang bid farewell to his new master and followed Su Jiao as they boarded a car with Lin Yu, heading deeper into the school grounds. The streets were lined with uniquely designed streetlights emitting a soft glow, and the novel scenery left the two of them in awe. What surprised Li Tang most was that Lin Yu had brought the two of them to a villa district. This villa district was situated on the northwest corner of the campus, along the shores of Tsuiwei Lake. 12 uniquely styled stand-alone buildings were scattered along the lakeshore. Each villa was surrounded by meticulously trimmed plants, and the air was filled with the delicate fragrance of calming flowers. The car came to a stop in front of a pristine white standalone villa. Lin Yu opened the door and smiled, "We're here. Let's get out." This villa featured a pointed roof with sloping sides and light gray tiles, resembling a European castle nestled in a lush forest. The ornate iron railings surrounding the building are covered with deep red roses. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the flowers dance like flowing patterns. The wisteria hanging from the doorframe sways gently in the breeze, intertwining with the mist from the fountain in front of the door to form a veil of mist. The southeast-facing outdoor pool shimmers with ripples, and the coral-patterned mosaic tiles on the pool bottom reflect the setting sun, casting a golden glow. White columns along the poolside are wrapped in ivy, with marble statues peeking through the vines, their smiling faces illuminated by the light. Director Lin, is this where we're staying? Li Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. In his previous understanding, even the best student dormitories were no more than ordinary apartment buildings. He never imagined they could stay in a villa. Moreover, this villa was larger and more elegant than the one owned by Lu Ruyan in Kanglin City. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. That's right, this is the student dormitory specially prepared for the two of you. You two are exceptionally talented, and Principal Duanmu personally arranged this special treatment for you. As she spoke, Lin Yu pushed open the gilded door handle and led them into a 7-meter-high entrance hall. The black cloud-patterned marble floor reflected the dazzling glow of crystal chandeliers, while 12 Roman columns surrounded the circular hall. At the center, a spiral staircase resembled a coiled silver dragon leading up to the 3rd floor. Beyond the curved floor-to-ceiling windows, a mist-shrouded valley stretched out. Italian hand-woven carpets adorned the floor, with rhinoceros horn-carved coffee tables and matching velvet sofas embroidered with Rococo-style vine patterns. Above the fireplace hung a 17th-century oil painting, where the pearl necklace of a noble maiden echoed the champagne glasses on the coffee table. This villa has 3 floors. The first floor comprises the living room, dining room, and kitchen. The second floor is your bedroom, fully equipped with all amenities, including a dedicated study for learning and research. The third floor is a forge, fully equipped with forging furnaces, hammers, molds, and other specialized tools and equipment. It also features soundproofing to ensure no noise escapes. Lin Yu continued her tour while showing them around the villa. Oh, by the way, the principal mentioned that you also took a minor in mechanical engineering, so a special laboratory was set up on the 3rd floor for you to practice hands-on work. Through the open door of the study, Li Tang saw an oak dome ceiling adorned with a constellation map, and beneath the hexagonal panoramic windows, a purple sandalwood desk held a gilded blue star instrument. Stepping into the bedroom adorned with Italian handmade carpets, silk curtains drape elegantly from the gilded bed frame, and soft velvet bedding is spread across the massive mahogany bed. In the wardrobe by the bed, several brand new school uniforms are neatly arranged, each embroidered with the distinctive emblem of Harbin Dong Industrial University. Li Tang's gaze swept across the room, every detail exuding ultimate luxury and elegance. This is unbelievable. The school is being so generous to us. Li Tang murmured to himself. He had never imagined that as a freshman just entering the school, he would be treated to such top-notch accommodations. Su Jiao was equally speechless at the sight before her. She looked around the room, her eyes filled with surprise and excitement. Li Tang, I feel like we're here to enjoy ourselves rather than study. Although she was the daughter of the city lord and her family's conditions were no less than this place, she had come here to study. However, she knew deep down that she was simply benefiting from Li Tang's influence. After the tour, Lin Yu smiled and asked, "Are you satisfied with this villa? If you're not satisfied, there's also a traditional Chinese-style courtyard over there. We can switch any time." Li Tang nodded wildly, satisfied. He was truly delighted. This one is perfect, no need to bother changing it. He was deeply grateful to the old man Duanmu Bo for considering everything so meticulously. Lin Yu handed the keys to Li Tang. "As long as you're satisfied." This villa is spacious enough for the two of you to each choose a room to live in. There's no need to worry about cleaning either, there's someone specifically assigned to handle that. It was already late, and Li Tang and Su Jiao had just escorted Lin Yu to the villa entrance and were about to head back to rest when they suddenly heard a voice from nearby. Director Lin, what are you doing here? Everyone turned around to see a young couple holding hands walking toward them. The man who had spoken was none other than Zhang Professor. Oh, it's Professor Zhang. Lin Yu pushed her glasses up her nose and explained, I'm bringing 2 freshmen to choose a student dormitory. Student dormitory? Professor Zhang looked stunned and pointed at the villa, asking, isn't this the villa reserved for senior professors at the university? There are only 12 of them in the entire school. Li Tang was surprised inside. So this was the privilege reserved for senior professors at Harbin-Dong Industrial University. Seeing how young Li Tang and Su Jiao were, Professor Zhang's eyes flashed with envy, and he exclaimed, this isn't fair. I'm the youngest professor in the forging department, already at level 50. If I can pass this promotion task, I'll reach the master realm. I'm still crammed into an apartment building with many other teachers. I've tolerated it because Chi Yinan is here, but why should those 2 freshmen be able to live in such a luxurious villa? Lin Yu's expression darkened, and she said unhappily, Zhang Wenjie, this is Principal Duanmu's decision. Are you questioning him? Chapter 108, The Woman Holding a Black Cat. Upon hearing that it was Principal Duanmu Bo's arrangement, Zhang Wenjie dared not say another word, but the jealousy in his eyes grew even more intense. The young woman beside him noticed this and gently tugged at Zhang Wenjie's sleeve, whispering, Wenjie, since it's the principal's decision, let's not meddle. Zhang Wenjie snorted coldly, suppressing his frustration, and glared at the 2 of them before walking away with the young woman. Once they were out of earshot, Lin Yu sighed helplessly and explained, don't take it to heart. Professor Zhang is only 30 years old and already the youngest forging professor at the school. His personality is bound to be a bit arrogant. Just having arrived at the school, they've already offended a professor and one from the forging department, no less. Their days ahead are likely to be anything but smooth. Li Tang sighed inwardly but said aloud, Director Lin, it's okay. I'll be careful. Lin Yu nodded, glanced at her wristwatch, and said, it's getting late. You should rest early. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow to handle the enrollment procedures. After seeing Lin Yu off, Li Tang and Su Jiao returned to the villa. Though they had traveled by the Dragon Wing boat, a day of long-distance flight had left them both feeling tired. After quickly eating some food from their spatial rings, they prepared to wash up and rest. Su Jiao chose the master bedroom on the 2nd floor facing south, while Li Tang stayed in the slightly smaller guest bedroom next door. Seeing that the vast villa was now empty except for the 2 of them, a man and a woman alone in a room, Su Jiao's face flushed slightly. She punched Li Tang playfully and warned, behave yourself. I know what you guys are like, always watching those unhealthy things like Night Raid. Don't get any funny ideas. Otherwise, humph. After saying that, she slammed the door shut. Who would have thought Su Jiao had such a pure and adorable side? Li Tang couldn't help but laugh and cry, feeling a bit touched. These days, girls aren't like the shy little girls of the past. Most of them have been through a lot and have been led astray by so-called true loves. As a result, they often post emotional updates on social media. When their parents ask them about it, they respond with a mature tone. You'll understand when you're my age. Su Jiao went to bed, and Li Tang returned to his room but didn't rest immediately. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the brightly lit campus in the distance, he felt a mix of emotions. Having been transported to this unfamiliar world, from an ordinary teenager in Kanglan City to now residing in the Tianjiao Villa at Harbin-Dong Industrial University, everything felt like a dream. Keep going. Work hard. Strive for a better life. Li Tang clenched his fist at the night sky outside the window, giving himself a pep talk, then tiptoed up to the 3rd-floor laboratory. His forging technique skill was already maxed out, so crafting more equipment wouldn't be very meaningful. However, his mechanical engineering skill was only at 151 points, still far from the next level. The long night stretched ahead, and he couldn't sleep. Might as well use this opportunity to grind some more skill points. The workbench was littered with various precision tools, and in the corner cabinet, rare metals shimmered under the light. I must say, my cheap master is really thoughtful, he even prepared the materials. Li Tang sighed in admiration as he pulled out a pile of mechanics blueprints from his spatial ring. What's this? Chain crossbow folding fan hidden arrow box small bomb animal trap swinging hammer trap everything is here. These blueprints for basic mechanical devices were all given to him by Duanmu Bo today. Let's try this one. Li Tang photographed all the blueprints into white light to study them, then took out a piece of star pattern steel and selected a few auxiliary materials, beginning to craft the small bomb. Since he didn't possess any combat skills, he could only enhance his offensive capabilities through this method. Currently, he could barely handle low-tier magical beasts with his equipment, but high-tier magical beasts were all masters of both magic and martial arts, capable of obliterating him with a single high-tier spell. However, the methods in Du Bo used to deal with the monsters today left Li Tang wide-eyed. The combination of blacksmithing and mechanical engineering should have great potential. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from outside the window. Li Tang looked up alertly and saw a completely black cat crouched on the windowsill, its eyes like two rubies, tilting its head to study him. Where did this cat come from? Li Tang couldn't help but smile at the black cat. He was feeling a bit tired, so he opened the window to pet it. But the black cat was startled and jumped off the windowsill and ran away. Hey, you cowardly little thing. Li Tang smiled slightly, closed the window, stretched, and prepared to go to sleep. The night passed quietly. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow on the plush velvet bedding. Lazy pig. It's already 7 o'clock, why aren't you getting up yet? Su Jiao was banging on the door outside, shouting that Director Lin would be here to pick us up at 8 o'clock. Li Tang yawned sleepily, pushed aside Du Bo's notes on mechanical arts from his face, and reluctantly sat up in bed. Coming. He had studied mechanical arts until late last night and felt groggy all over. He opened the door unsteadily and nearly collided with Su Jiao standing at the doorway. What's wrong? Su Jiao startled, quickly supporting him. Li Tang gave a wry smile. Nothing. I stayed up too late reading last night. Su Jiao rolled her eyes and teased him playfully. You, on your first day at school, why are you working so hard? There's plenty of time in the future. Though she said this, a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. From the moment she first met Li Tang, he had never seemed to rest. Whether he was leveling up or crafting equipment, his focus and determination were not qualities everyone possessed. Seeing Li Tang's obvious dark circles under his eyes, Su Jiao couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small porcelain bottle. Here, take this. It's a wake-up pill. My father used to take it when he stayed up late handling official business. Li Tang took the bottle, poured out a jade green pill, and swallowed it. Instantly, a cool sensation shot straight to his forehead, and he felt much more alert. What a wonderful thing. His eyes lit up. This is way more effective than those so-called awakening teas. Su Jiao proudly lifted her chin. Of course. This is our Su family's secret recipe. She turned and went downstairs. Let's go. There are ingredients in the fridge. I've already prepared breakfast. Li Tang finally noticed that Su Jiao was wearing an apron with cute little bears printed on it, and she was holding a spatula in her hand. She can wield a long sword, grace the hall, and handle the kitchen. This girl is impressive. Li Tang was immediately filled with anticipation for breakfast, quickly finished his morning routine, and headed to the villa's living room. However, when he saw the eggs fried to a charred black, the bacon burnt beyond recognition, and the milk bubbling with strange bubbles on the table, he froze in place. Is this what you made for breakfast? Li Tang's lips twitched slightly. Su Jiao's cheeks turned slightly red as she fidgeted with her fingers. I'm also trying to cook for the first time. Before she could finish speaking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Li Tang felt as though he had been granted a pardon. He rushed over to open the door, only to find Lin Yu standing outside, holding 2 food boxes in her hands. I guessed you hadn't had breakfast yet and didn't know where the cafeteria was, so I specially brought some buns. Lin Yu's gaze swept past Li Tang and landed on the pitiful state of the food on the table, causing her to burst into laughter. It seems I've come at the wrong time. Li Tang quickly took the food boxes from her. No, Ms. Lin, you're just in time. Su Jiao's face flushed red, and she silently dumped all the breakfast she had made into the trash can. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yu led the 2 of them along the campus path toward the administrative building. Along the way, Lin Yu introduced them to various areas of the school. Over there is the magic library, whose collection rivals that of the 3 prestigious universities. Further ahead was the practical training field, equipped with various simulated scenarios to help students enhance their practical skills. Li Tang followed Lin Yu's finger and saw a massive half-spherical building in the distance, with several students queuing at the entrance. Just as they were talking, a woman dressed in a pale yellow long dress walked toward them along the tree-lined path. Her long hair, as smooth as silk, fell casually over her shoulders. A few strands of hair danced in the breeze, gently brushing her fair, jade-like cheeks, making her eyebrows and eyes even more striking. The woman held a black cat in her arms, its eyes sparkling like sapphires. Ha! Isn't that? Li Tang suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face filled with surprise. Chapter 109, has the orientation ceremony become this competitive nowadays? Walking on the street and still can't resist looking at beautiful women. You men are all the same. Su Jiao glared at him fiercely and pinched his waist. The woman was slender, beautiful, and had an outstanding aura, rivaling even Lu Ruyan. Seeing Li Tang staring at her intently, Su Jiao couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. I wasn't looking at people, I was looking at cats, okay? Li Tang winced in pain, about to explain, but heard Lin Yu introduce her. Oh, that's Qianan. She's the most talented teacher at our school, and at just 25 years old, she's already a professor. Don't let her youth fool you. Qianan has transitioned into an SS-ranked profession, the Shadow Beast Tamer, and is currently at level 50. Qianan. Li Tang pondered in his mind. He felt like he had heard that name before, but couldn't quite place it. Another old woman. Su Jiao snorted disdainfully, muttering under her breath. Qianan seemed oblivious to the stares of the crowd, gently stroking the head of the black cat in her arms as she walked past. She's already gone, and you're still staring. Seeing Li Tang's pensive expression, Su Jiao was even more furious. She stomped her foot and hurried forward. That woman's aura was simply too striking. Even Su Jiao couldn't help but linger her gaze on her for a few extra seconds. Wait for me. Li Tang hurried after her. Youth is truly wonderful. Lin Yu shook her head and smiled as she followed behind. Hadong University of Technology was a semi-military style institution, and many senior students who had arrived early unfurled various banners to welcome their younger peers. If heaven has feelings, it too will grow old. Hadong University is truly wonderful. Freshmen, come join us. Heaven is strong, seniors use their strength to overtake the rich, and handsome earth is gentle, seniors use their wisdom to defeat the rich and beautiful. Regardless of gender or ratio, we don't care about same-sex relationships, we only love you. Senior brothers aren't afraid of the heat or heatstroke, welcoming junior sisters isn't tiring. Senior sisters aren't afraid of getting sunburned, junior brothers are all little treasures. Junior female students, feel free to hand over your luggage if you can't carry it, it's my loss. Junior male students, feel free to hand over your luggage if you can carry it, it's my loss. Looking at the dazzling red slogans, Li Tang was stunned. Has orientation become this competitive nowadays? Many upperclassmen were fixated on the beautiful girls arriving to register, acting like wolves eyeing a lamb, their eyes gleaming with desire, rushing to help them carry their luggage. A fair-skinned guy finally managed to get the chance to help a single girl carry her luggage, but after giving it a couple of hard pulls, he couldn't budge it. He asked awkwardly, "What's in there, freshman? Why is it so heavy?" "Oh, I've switched careers to become a warrior. I like to work out, so there are 2 100-kilogram dumbbells in my luggage." The girl grabbed the luggage and placed it on the young man's shoulder, giving him a sweet smile and saying, "Thank you for helping me with my luggage, senior." The guy nearly collapsed under the weight of the suitcase, grimacing as he struggled to stay upright, his legs shaking like noodles. The girl couldn't help but frown. "Senior, are you okay? You're not a wimp, are you?" The guy turned bright red and shouted back, "Nonsense. I'm in great shape. Junior, which building is your dorm in? I'll take it there for you." The girl checked the documents in her hand. Building 11. I wonder how far that is from here. Building 11 was the farthest girls' dormitory building, at least 2 kilometers away. The boy nearly dropped his suitcase upon hearing this. He had switched to a magic-based class, and his physical condition couldn't compare to the warriors. Carrying this suitcase 2 kilometers would leave him exhausted. But seeing the girl's skeptical gaze, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying and said, "It's not that far. Hey, you there, the guy with the dark face. Come over here." Li Tang was laughing heartily when suddenly, a sweaty girl pointed at him and called out. "Is she calling me?" Li Tang was confused and pointed uncertainly at his own nose. He looked closely at the girl and realized he didn't recognize her at all. Su Jiao also stopped and crossed her arms to watch the commotion. "That's right, you. The tall, dark-haired guy." The girl was rather plain-looking, but she exuded a confident aura. "Are you a student at Hadong Industrial University?" Li Tang nodded. "That's right. How rude of you. Everyone else is welcoming the new students, and you're just standing there grinning like an idiot." The girl's eyebrows shot up. "Can't you see I'm a girl carrying all this stuff? Why didn't you come over to help? Damn it, you called me big black guy? If I'd known, I would have used a human skin mask to transform into a handsome guy with fair skin." Li Tang glanced back at Su Jiao, who was smirking at him. He nodded and asked, "Where's your luggage?" The girl finally smiled and pointed to several huge suitcases beside her. "Senior, these are all my luggage." "All right." Li Tang walked over expressionlessly, picked up the largest and heaviest suitcase, and placed it on the girl's shoulders. "Ha!" Thinking about the girl's astonished expression, Su Jiao laughed so hard she bent over, teasing Li Tang all the way about not being manly enough. Lin Yu also smiled. Li Tang, however, didn't care at all. After all, he was now under the name of Li Yunlong, any embarrassment wouldn't reflect on him. Besides, the girl was so bossy, why should he indulge her? Turning a corner, the three arrived at the administrative building. The building, entirely constructed of green jade, shimmered softly in the sunlight. 12 columns at the entrance were adorned with lifelike dragon sculptures. The spacious hall was already packed with students arriving to register, bustling with activity. Seeing the long line that had already spilled out into the hallway, Lin Yu furrowed her brows, then led the 2 others directly to a window and said, "Shall Li process their enrollment first?" "Yes, Director Lin." Seeing Lin Yu personally bring someone over, Shao Li's eyes flickered with surprise. He quickly put down what he was doing and took the documents she handed him. Seeing them cut in line so brazenly, the other students were immediately in an uproar. Who are those 2? How dare they cut in line? Whoever they are, cutting in line is wrong. We've all been waiting for so long, why should they get special treatment? Exactly. Hadong Industrial University isn't their families. Are universities now adopting the same practices as society? The chaotic murmurs erupted instantly in the hall, and many students in line turned their disapproving glances toward the commotion, beginning to complain loudly. The person Li Tang had cut in front of was a tall, acne-covered young man. Seeing Li place his documents aside and start processing someone else's first, he flew into a rage. Damn it! I didn't even have breakfast and I've been waiting in line for 2 whole hours. Finally, it's my turn and you guys cut in front of me. I've switched to an S-rank profession, the Forbidden Shield Warrior, and I haven't received any special treatment. What gives you the right to cut in line? Seeing Su Zhao's delicate features, a flash of admiration crossed his eyes, but he quickly turned his gaze back to Li Tang, his eyes filled with anger. You bastard, I don't care who you are. If you know what's good for you, get back in line. The students were young and headstrong, they didn't care about authority or status and joined in the commotion. Seeing that he had angered everyone, even with his human skin mask, Li Tang felt a bit embarrassed and whispered, Director Lin, maybe we should go to the back of the line. Su Zhao, being a girl, was even more shy. Her face turned crimson, and she lowered her head, unable to speak. Seeing the student speak so disrespectfully, Lin Yu frowned in displeasure. However, seeing the student's passionate emotions, she didn't want to use her status to suppress them. She immediately instructed Little Li, leave the documents here. You handle the enrollment procedures for the others first. Once you're done, make sure to bring me the student ID cards and other documents. Xiao Li hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, Yes, Director Lin. Lin Yu snorted coldly, turned, and walked away. You two come with me. I'll take you to meet the mentors of the Shield Warfare Department and the Swordsman Department. Li Tang dared not say a word, pulling Su Zhao along as he hurried to follow behind. Seeing Li Tang and the others back down, the students cheered excitedly, as if they had achieved a great victory. However, many people continued to gossip. What kind of background do these two have? Yeah, from the way she spoke just now, that old woman seems to be some kind of director? Who cares what kind of director she is? Cutting in line is unacceptable. The clerk, Li, snorted coldly, the old woman you're talking about is the administrative director of our school. Everyone could hear the schadenfreude in his tone, and their hearts sank. Especially the tall boy who had recently switched to the Forbidden Shield Warrior class, his face turned pale. Offending the school's administrative director right after enrolling, will this cause trouble for him in the future? Chapter 110, Pardong University is truly a place of hidden talents. This is the Shield Warrior Department's training ground. Lin Yu pointed to a circular building and said, Li Yunlong, the principal has assigned Professor Mo Wenti as your mentor. As they entered the training ground, they saw a burly middle-aged man guiding senior students in practicing blocking techniques. Professor Mo. Lin Yu walked over and introduced, this is the new disciple the principal has assigned to you, level 27 Shield Warrior Li Yunlong. Mo Wenti turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over Li Tang. Having only awakened and changed professions 2 months ago, he had already reached level 27. His strength was quite decent. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, by the way, what level of profession did you choose for your class change? Mo Wentiang had a scar on his left cheek that resembled a centipede, and no one knew what had caused it. As he spoke, the scar twisted slightly, making him look even more stern. Li Tang's heart skipped a beat. He had no idea what kind of profession Duanmu Bo had assigned him. Before Li Tang could answer, Lin Yu had already taken the opportunity to speak up. Professor Mo, Li Yunlong has transferred to the S-rank profession Titan Heavy Shield. Mo Wentiang raised an eyebrow, the scar on his face twitching slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Titan Heavy Shield? That's one of the top-tier defensive classes. He stepped forward and suddenly slapped Li Tang's shoulder hard. The force of the blow was immense. Li Tang felt his shoulders sink, and despite his 300+ strength points, he nearly lost his balance, but he gritted his teeth and managed to withstand it. Mo Wenti nodded satisfactorily. You have a solid foundation. I'll take you as my student. Be here at 6 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. 1 minute late and you'll run 10 laps around the field. Li Tang was about to agree when Lin Yu interjected, Professor Mo, Li Yunlong's situation is special. His training plan was personally designed by Principal Duanmu, and it will be sent to you later. Oh? Ending Bo personally designed his training plan? Mo Wentiang perked up at the mention, scrutinizing Li Tang closely before breaking into a smile. Interesting. It seems you've got something special about you. Li Tang felt uneasy under his gaze, but remained calm on the surface, bowing slightly and saying, Professor Mo is too kind. Alright. I need to take this student to the Swordmaster Department to register. I'll take my leave now. Lin Yu interrupted Mo Wenti's scrutinizing gaze at the right moment and gave Li Tang a subtle nod. Mo Wenti waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. Make sure someone sends me this kid's detailed information later. With that, he turned to the students in the training ground and shouted, What are you all standing around for? Get back to training. After bidding farewell to Mo Wenti, the three of them left the training ground. This kid isn't really a Titan Heavy Shield. What the hell is Ndu Lao up to? Watching Li Tang's receding figure, Mo Wentiang fell into deep thought, flashing a meaningful smile. The scars on his face twisted, giving him a somewhat terrifying appearance. Lin Yu led the two to a secluded area surrounded by bamboo groves. Unlike the rugged training ground of the Shield Combat Department, this place exuded elegance and refinement. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves as an elderly man with snow-white hair sat in the grove, sipping tea with evident contentment. Though seated, the old man's posture was straight and tall, exuding an aura as sharp as a drawn sword. Lin Yu walked straight over and said respectfully, "Professor Miao, this is Su Jiao, the student the principal has arranged to study under you." Miao Xueran turned his head, his gaze sharp, and every movement seemed to carry the glint of a sword. He scrutinized Su Jiao from head to toe, his eyes revealing a hint of approval. The young lady has clear eyes and a lively spirit. She has good potential. Su Jiao hurriedly bowed and said, "Hello, Professor Miao." Miao Zhaoran set down his teacup and beckoned to Su Jiao. "Come here, little girl." Su Jiao was confused but obeyed and walked up to Miao Zhuoran. "Extend your hand." Su Jiao obediently held out her right hand. Miao Zhuoran's gaunt fingers gently touched her wrist, and he nodded satisfactorily. "Little girl, you've been reclassed as an S-rank profession, Whirlwind Sword Saint, with your innate talent Lingbo Microstep. They complement each other well. If nurtured properly, her future achievements might not be inferior to those of SS-class professions." Li Tang and Su Jiao exchanged glances, both feeling a chill run down their spines. This old man had only touched her wrist with 2 fingers and already knew her true abilities. His strength was truly unimaginable. Miao Zhuoran looked at Lin Yu and told Duan Mubo, "This girl has a connection with me. I will take her as my disciple." He turned to Su Jiao and said, "Starting tomorrow, come to the bamboo grove at 6 in the morning every day. We'll begin with the basics of sword techniques." Su Jiao dared not delay and quickly agreed, "Yes." After leaving the bamboo grove, Su Jiao muttered under her breath that Professor Miao's aura is so intimidating. He's even more terrifying than Professor Mo. Lin Yu laughed. Professor Miao is an 8th-tier master. In his youth, he was legendary for being able to break through 10,000 techniques with a single sword strike. To receive his guidance is your good fortune. Even Professor Mo is a 75th rank master. If it weren't for Principal Duanmu personally arranging it, how could they possibly take the 2 of you newbies under their wing? Hardong University of Industry truly is a place where dragons hide and tigers lurk. Li Tang and Su Jiao exchanged glances, both seeing the awe in each other's eyes. After introducing the 2 of them to their mentors, Lin Yu and the others arrived at Enwood Bo's office. Duan Mubo put down the documents he was holding, massaged his temples, and smiled as he asked, "How about it? What do you think of Harbin Dong Industrial University?" Facing his own mentor, Li Tang relaxed a bit and excitedly replied, "It's fantastic. I never expected the school would treat me so well." Lin Yu also reported, "Principal, we have already processed the enrollment procedures for the 2 students as you instructed. Additionally, I took them to meet Professors Mo Wenti and Miao Zhuoran." Duan Mubo nodded slightly. Director Lin, you've worked hard." Just as he was about to continue speaking, the office door was suddenly knocked on. "Come in." Duan Mubo paused. The person who entered was someone Li Tang recognized: Guo Qiyuan, the admissions office director of Harbin Dong Industrial University. Duan Mubo had brought him along when he went to Kanglan City to recruit him specially last time. Guo Qiyuan noticed the unfamiliar boy and Su Jiao in the room, and paused for a moment, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face. Duan Mubo noticed this and spoke up, "It's fine. You know their identities. They have access to certain confidential information. Just get straight to the point." Guo Qiyuan finally relaxed and began his report. "Principal, this year our school plans to admit 3,600 students. Yesterday was the deadline for registration, but so far, only 3,360 students have reported. Another 240 students were unable to arrive on time due to various unforeseen circumstances. After contacting them, 168 were delayed due to issues with the armored train and are expected to arrive within the next 3 days. However, we have been unable to contact the remaining students. Reports from the city defense forces in various regions indicate that some armored special trains have been attacked by wild magical beasts. The worst hit was the armored train departing from Shin City bound for Tiannan, which encountered a 7th-tier magical beast, the Silver Moonwolf. All 1000 plus students on board perished." Upon hearing this, the office fell into complete silence. Those who had been admitted to Harbin East University of Technology were all geniuses among geniuses. Since awakening and changing professions over 2 months ago, they had all reached level 20 or higher. Moreover, the route of the armored special train was carefully selected to pass through relatively safe areas, with some sections even running underground, and it was specially equipped with elite guards. Yet despite these precautions, the losses were still devastating. Nearly 100 students had perished on the journey. After a moment of silence, Duan Mubo quickly made arrangements, doing everything possible to contact the students who had not yet reported in, ensuring their safety and location. He then selected 30 elite instructors from the teaching staff to join the Iron Armor Special Trains escort teams in nearby cities, reinforcing security measures to ensure all students could report safely and smoothly. Guo Qiyuan hurriedly agreed and rushed out. Sigh, what a troublesome time. Duan Mubo sighed, closing his eyes in exhaustion. Every year, new students died on their way to report due to various accidents, but he never expected there to be so many this year. Li Tang couldn't help but recall the perilous ordeal he had endured on his journey here: a 7th-tier demon beast, the Crackwind Flame-Winged Eagle, a 60-plus level Shatter Skycloud Falcon, and the terrifying beast horde that had besieged the town of Fangcheng. If it weren't for Duan Mubo personally piloting the dragon-winged divine boat to pick him up, there was no way he could have safely reached Hardong Industrial University on his own, given the 6,000+ kilometer journey from Kanglan City to Tianfeng City, which would have taken nearly a month. Moments later, Duan Mubo opened his eyes again and said to Li Tang, "Register at the Warrior Academy first. You don't need to attend all the regular courses at the Warrior Academy. The focus should be on practical training. Additionally, I will arrange for a professor from the forging department to provide you with supplementary lessons. As for mechanics, I will personally teach you. The teaching location will be the villa where you are staying. It's spacious and secure." Li Tang nodded, surprised that the arrangement of staying in a villa had such considerations, and nodded heavily in agreement. "Alright, you can go back and rest now. Formal training will begin tomorrow." Duan Mubo waved his hand. "I'm a bit tired. I'd like to be alone for a while." Chapter 111, Military Training. "Come and challenge me." Everyone could tell that Duan Mubo was feeling a bit down, so they didn't dare to say much and quickly took their leave. After stepping outside, Lin Yu sighed and turned to Li Tang, saying, "Let's call it a day for today. You guys should also go back early, rest a bit, or take a walk around the school. Military training starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow at the sports field. Remember to arrive on time. I have some things to take care of, so I'll head out first." Li Tang and Su Jiao also had no desire to linger. After seeing Lin Yu off, they returned to their villa. Li Tang continued studying his mechanical arts, while Su Jiao dove headfirst into the kitchen, getting to work with pots and pans. Before coming here, Su Jiao had shyly sought advice from an elder, who shared a secret with her: to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Through the window, Li Tang spotted Xi'inan's black cat lazily lounging on the villa's wall, basking in the sun with its eyes half closed. It seemed the elegant beauty's residence wasn't too far from here. The next morning, Li Tang woke up to find Su Jiao had already left to go work out with Miao Zhuoran. The living room table was set with a few simple breakfast items. Though they still looked rather unappetizing, it was clear they had improved significantly from the previous day. "This little girl." Li Tang smiled and shook his head, taking a bite before spitting it out immediately. "Salty. Way too salty." Li Tang felt like Su Jiao had poured an entire bag of salt into the eggs while frying them. With no other option, he dumped the remaining breakfast into the trash can. He rummaged through the fridge, grabbed some ingredients, and quickly made a bowl of tomato and egg noodles to fill his stomach. As an orphan, such a small matter was no trouble at all for him. Today was the day for military training at school. After finishing his meal, Li Tang arrived at the sports field early. Over 3,000 freshmen, dressed in brand new training uniforms, were neatly lined up on the field. Li Tang was now a student in the Shield Combat Department of the Warrior Academy, and his position wasn't too far from Su Jiao of the Sword Fighter Department. As soon as he joined the ranks, he noticed people pointing and whispering about him clearly. The incident from yesterday had already spread. However, Li Tang didn't care. His status was special, there was no need to get into an argument with these classmates who didn't know the full story. He waved at Su Jiao and greeted her before quietly taking his place. Seeing Li Tang act so brazenly and even take the time to greet a beauty, the surrounding whispers grew louder. Just then, a piercing whistle echoed across the playground. Everyone fell silent immediately. A drill instructor in military uniform, accompanied by over 10 soldiers, strode toward them. "Attention!" the instructor ordered, and over 3,000 freshmen stood at attention in unison. Duan Mubo, accompanied by the school's leadership, walked onto the podium and began delivering his welcome speech for the military training. Li Tang had expected his speech to be long and tedious, but to his surprise, it ended in just 20 minutes. The military training then officially began. The instructor assigned to the Shield Combat Division of the Warrior Academy was a tall, muscular soldier with a dark complexion. He strode forward, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd, and bellowed, "I am Sergeant Song Dan, your drill instructor for this military training. I am a level 30, grade A warrior with the specialization Steel Legion. From today onward, I will be responsible for your military training." Cut. A chorus of murmurs erupted from the ranks. The drill instructor looked imposing and formidable, but he was only an A-class warrior. The Shield Combat Division had over 300 members, at least half of whom had already transferred to S-class professions, and there were even a few SS-class prodigies among them. Upon hearing that the instructor was only an A-class profession, they all wore expressions of disdain. Profession and rank don't mean everything. Song Dan curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. It seemed that these people still didn't have a clear understanding of what true strength meant. He pointed his finger around the group and shouted loudly, "All of you little punks, listen up. I don't care how impressive you were in your previous schools, but here, you're all trash, idiots, fools, and the worst of the worst." As soon as Song Dan finished speaking, the entire playground erupted into chaos. "What the hell are you? You're just an A-class professional, and you dare to act so arrogant?" A few students who considered themselves geniuses were eager to teach this arrogant instructor a lesson, but they hesitated. After all, Hardong Industrial University was a semi-military school where students automatically enlisted upon enrollment and were granted the rank of private. In the military, insubordination is a serious disciplinary offense, and this was emphasized in the discipline handbook distributed yesterday. Li Tang was also taken aback. What was this instructor up to? Looking at the students' defiant expressions, Song Dan sneered, "What's the matter? Don't you agree? I just took a quick look at the list. While you've all reached level 20 or above, the highest among you has even reached level 27. But you're still rookies. In front of real soldiers, you're completely helpless." Although the students were unwilling to accept Song Dan's words, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Who on earth had reached level 27? Has he been non-stop since he awakened and changed jobs, just grinding monsters and leveling up? Instructor Song Dan paced back and forth at the front of the group, sneering, "You're just relying on the instincts you gained after class change to fight. Ask yourselves, who among you can claim to have mastered the skills you've learned? What good is a high level? Even the highest level is just something you grind out. A true master, using the same techniques and skills, can be at least 30% stronger than you." The moment those words left his mouth, the students erupted into chaos, disregarding discipline as they shouted and argued. 30% stronger? That's impossible. Exactly. They're just blowing smoke. When you're low level, it's easy to talk, but once you reach higher levels and your skill proficiency increases, how much greater would the difference in power be? Our damage to monsters in the game comes from our equipment, the attributes attached to it, and the skill descriptions, right? What does the skill itself have to do with it? The higher the skill proficiency, the stronger the power, I'll give you that. But if two players are the same level, have the same skill proficiency, and use the same skill, how could the damage differ by 30? That's impossible. However, some students looked pensive and remained silent. Song Dan, seeing this, sneered, "Don't be so stubborn. I'm giving you a chance. Whoever can withstand 10 of my attacks will be exempt from today's training." His gaze swept over the students in the ranks like a hawk, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He didn't bother with military discipline who dared to challenge him? "Don't worry, I'll control my strength and won't make you cry." The students looked at each other, some with eyes filled with fear and doubt, but many more were eager to try. Li Tang kept his eyes on his nose and his mind focused, thinking to himself that he was just a student at the Warrior Academy and didn't want to draw any attention to himself. Besides, he was just an iron worker. Aside from a few basic skills, he knew nothing about combat. Song Dan, the instructor, had a dark complexion and a determined gaze. He clearly had years of experience in the military and must have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. "Why should I go looking for trouble? I'll give it a try." Li Tang followed the voice and saw a tall, acne-covered teenager step forward. He recognized him. It was the same boy who had cut in front of him during the enrollment process yesterday. "Good, show some guts." Song Dan walked over and asked loudly, "What's your name?" "My name is Zhang Wei. I've switched to the S-rank profession Forbidden Shield Warrior and am currently level 25. I've come here to seek guidance from the instructor." Zhang Wei stood tall, fists clenched, his knuckles cracking loudly. His name was ordinary, and he didn't look particularly impressive, but he was actually an S-rank profession. Wow, this guy has already reached level 25? That's impressive. Level 25 versus level 30, not much of a difference. Exactly. This instructor is so arrogant, I'll see how he beats Zhang Wei in 10 moves. Li Tang also became interested. This guy was the first to challenge the instructor. Either he was a show-off or he was extremely confident in his abilities. Facing the instructor, Zhang Wei showed no sign of fear. He strode forward and asked, "Instructor, how will we compete?" Song Dan narrowed his eyes, studying Zhang Wei with interest, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "A level 25 S-rank profession, Forbidden Shield Warrior? Not bad. He's got the qualifications to take a beating from me." Zhang Wei grew furious upon hearing this and swung his fist to charge forward, but before he could move, he heard Song Dan say, "Wait a moment. My rank is higher than yours, so I won't take advantage of you. The method of combat is up to you, whether it's fists, feet, or weapons, you can choose. Let's fight with our fists." Zhang Wei thought for a moment. "My special ability is counterattack armor, which is too powerful. If I hurt you with it, it won't look good." Seeing Zhang Wei so arrogant, instructor Song Dan didn't get angry but laughed instead. "Ha, it's been a long time since I've come across such an interesting kid. Alright, let's both use the Wild Bull Fist." The Wild Bull Fist is the most popular basic fist technique in the Great Xia Empire, and virtually all high schools in the empire offer this course. Students who get into Harbin East University of Technology have mostly mastered this style to a decent level, and even if they can't use it, they can at least watch it with ease. "Alright, let's go." Zhang Wei stretched his body and nodded in agreement. The two took their stances and began their match. The students held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on them. They exchanged blows, using techniques from the Wild Bull Fist style. When Zhang Wei landed 3 punches, everyone couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He truly lived up to his reputation as a genius who had transitioned to the S-rank profession Forbidden Shield Warrior. The same Wild Bull Cleaving Mountain technique, when executed by him, possessed such immense power. The students, filled with admiration, raised their estimation of Zhang Wei even higher. Li Tang, the school's prodigy, was no stranger to the wild bull fist. Seeing Zhang Wei's agile movements, fierce punch winds, and powerful techniques, he seemed like a wild bull charging forward, clearly demonstrating a level of understanding of the wild bull punch that far surpassed the average person. Even Li Tang couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. The wild bull fist emphasizes using brute force to overpower skill, but you're too focused on form. However, Song Dan sidestepped Zhang Wei's punch with a swift movement, then swung his right fist like lightning, laughing heartily. Watch closely, this is the true manhwa. Chapter 112, Crushing. Enlightenment. The same wild bull cleaving the mountain technique, when performed by Song Dan, was executed with such grace and elegance, yet the power was both firm and flexible, soft yet strong. The pinnacle of martial arts perfection that combat masters strive for their entire lives was fully revealed in this single move. Even students admitted to Harbin East University of Technology, who may not be skilled in martial arts, had some familiarity with the basics of the wild bull fist. The essence of the technique was well known to all. When Song Dan delivered this punch, everyone couldn't help but cheer in admiration. After the thunderous applause, many people felt something was amiss. That cheer was praise for the arrogant instructor who had just insulted them. How could they boost the enemy's morale and undermine their own prestige? But the cheers had already been uttered and could not be taken back. As Song Dan executed his second move, the wild bull charge, it was so exquisite and perfect that it was difficult to discern which move was more outstanding compared to his previous one. Many in the ranks still cheered loudly. Some, however, suddenly realized their mistake and restrained themselves, but their cheers were not as loud as before. Yet the low murmurs of oh, oh, ha, and ha filled the air, expressing admiration that was even more astonishing than the loud cheers. However, after only 5 or 6 exchanges, the outcome was already clear. The techniques they used were all ordinary and unremarkable, but Song Dan was always a step slower, allowing Zhang Wei to strike first. As soon as Zhang Wei made a move, Song Dan followed with the same technique. Whether it was due to his experience or his lightning-fast reflexes, every move he made was executed with such precision that he managed to strike first, forcing Zhang Wei to change his technique midway through, leaving him scrambling to respond. Everyone noticed that despite using the same techniques, Song Dan was always a fraction faster, stronger, and more powerful than Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was already drenched in sweat, using every trick in his arsenal, yet he remained firmly suppressed by Song Dan. What was even more terrifying was that Song Dan had been using the exact same moves as Zhang Wei the entire time. This blatant display of superior strength was pushing him to the brink of collapse. The 10th move. Song Dan suddenly let out a loud roar, his body slightly sinking, and his right fist struck upward like a thunderbolt. Boom! Zhang Wei hurriedly blocked the punch, but the force of the blow sent him flying backward, stumbling 7 or 8 steps before crashing to the ground. Zhang Wei was utterly shocked. How could this be? Song Dan withdrew his fist and stood there calmly, saying, "Your wild bull fist has only the form, not the essence. How could you possibly win? I refuse to accept that. Let's go again." Zhang Wei's eyes turned bloodshot. He scrambled to his feet and charged towards Song Dan without hesitation. Unfortunately, this time was even worse. In just 3 moves, Song Dan spotted his weakness, delivered a brutal bull charge, sending him flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Wei's face was filled with resentment. He knew he was no match for Song Dan, but he couldn't bring himself to fight a third time. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and silently returned to the group. The students fell silent. They had expected Zhang Wei to lose, but none of them had imagined he would lose so badly. The wild bull fist technique was extremely simple, consisting of only 32 moves, with the basic patterns already deeply ingrained in his mind. Yet no one could match Song Dan's seamless blend of strength and flexibility, his ability to control his power with such ease. After easily defeating Zhang Wei twice in a row, Song Dan didn't even break a sweat. He chuckled, "You bunch of little chickens, who else dares to challenge me? Come out and face me." Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to speak. The instructor's wild bull fist technique was clearly the result of years of practice, having reached a level of mastery. In one-on-one combat, none of them stood a chance against him. My own fist techniques aren't necessarily as strong as Zhang Wei's. Why go up there and get beaten for nothing? Alright, I'll give you another chance. This time, 3 of you can team up and fight me together. Song Dan saw that the students were all a bit afraid, and a smirk appeared on his lips. He continued to bait them with the same offer. Use the wild bull fist again. If any of you can defeat me within 10 moves, I'll make the decision all 3 of you will be exempt from today's military training. Not only will you not have to stand at attention, but you can rest under the trees and eat watermelon. He mocked, or are you all groundhogs, with only that much courage? Are you serious? The students ignored Song Dan's sharp tongue, their eyes lighting up instantly. It was the height of summer, and the sun was scorching. In just a short while, everyone was drenched in sweat. Following Song Dan's finger, everyone looked over and saw that several makeshift tables had been set up under the shade of the trees, piled high with icy cold, red watermelons. A gentleman's word is his bond. Song Dan laughed, "For you newbies, I don't even need to use any tricks. I'll go." "Me too. What the hell? Who's afraid of who? I don't believe 3 of us can't beat him alone." Exactly, we'll just take a beating and fight to the end. We're all elite warriors who've upgraded to a rank or higher. Who doesn't have some pride and arrogance? In an instant, over 10 people rushed forward, all glaring at Song Dan with fierce determination. Song Dan chuckled, casually picked out 3 of them, and beckoned them with a flick of his finger. Come on. The 3 of them, both men and women, were furious at the instructor's contempt for them. They exchanged glances and charged at the instructor with a roar. They were all S-class professionals, though their ranks were lower than Zhang Wei's, around level 23. The 3 worked seamlessly together, one attacking the upper body, one the middle, and one the lower body, instantly cutting off all of Song Dan's escape routes. It must be said that their combined strength was formidable. Song Dan no longer moved with the same ease as before, and soon took 2 punches to the body. Seeing this, the 3 grew even more excited and intensified their attacks. This is getting interesting. It seems I need to take this more seriously. Song Dan raised the corner of his mouth, suddenly crouched down, and slipped out of the gap between the 3 of them. He countered with a wild bull's tail strike, sweeping his right leg out like a whip, forcing all 3 of them back simultaneously. 5th move. Song Dan held up 5 fingers. The 3 men's expressions changed slightly. They exchanged glances and immediately altered their strategy. One of them suddenly accelerated, his fists like horns, violently striking towards Song Dan's face, while the other 2 circled around to the sides, waiting for an opportunity. Song Dan crossed his arms to block the attack, deflecting all the incoming blows. Just as his opponents were about to exhaust their strength, he suddenly changed his technique, executing the same wild bull's horn strike, aiming directly at the center. Bang! The student in front was knocked back several steps by the punch, nearly falling, while the other 2, seeing this, immediately swung their fists from both sides to attack. The coordination was good, but Song Dan spun his body, unleashing a left punch like a bull's horn and a right leg like an iron hoof, charging forward with both sides attacking simultaneously. 2 dull thuds echoed as the 2 students on either side were sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. 7 moves. Song Dan stopped his attack and stood there. Should he continue? The 3 of them got up, covered in dust, and looked at each other. The leader, dejected, said, "We surrender." Everyone was stunned. They never expected that even the 3 of them, fighting together, could be so easily overwhelmed, unable to last even 10 moves before being defeated. They stood there speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Huff. Song Dan exhaled a breath of stale air, suppressing the surging blood in his chest. Those 3 students weren't weak, they had truly put up a fight. If it weren't for his innate talent in fist-style specialization, he would have had a hard time defeating them in 10 moves. However, Song Dan remained calm and composed on the surface, his mouth still brimming with arrogance. "With just a few of you rotten tomatoes and worthless eggs, I could take on all 10 of you." He scanned the crowd and shouted, "Is there anyone else who wants to come out and take a beating?" The students all fell silent. After all, those few were all skilled fighters, and going up against them wouldn't necessarily result in a better performance. The strength of a martial arts technique depends not only on how well it is mastered, but also on the user's understanding of it. Each move in the Wild Bull Fist is essentially a half move, with the first half serving as the initial strike and the second half allowing for free expression. Everyone is different. Height, strength, habits, and personality vary. If these differences are confined by a set of techniques, then the boxing style will never truly be your own. The same principle applies to the skills you master. The timing, angle, and force of your execution all influence the power of the skill's performance. Seeing no one else step forward to challenge him, Song Dan stood with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth at the front of the line, and began to speak eloquently. That's right, the same manhwarecap technique. The instructor's execution indeed carried much more momentum than Zhang Wei's. No wonder the instructor said the same skill could differ by 30% in power. It's not just 30, it's more than double. Many students finally understood and began discussing among themselves. So that's how it is. Li Tang stood among the crowd, his eyes sparkling with determination. He suddenly understood why Duan Mubo had arranged for him to participate in military training. The principles behind these basic combat techniques are strikingly similar to those of forging and mechanical arts. Forging and martial arts, though seemingly entirely different, ultimately lead to the same goal. To forge an unparalleled divine weapon, one must not only understand the properties of materials but also design the forging method based on the user's characteristics, allowing the equipment's advantages to be fully utilized. Once he grasped this principle, Li Tang felt a sudden clarity in his mind, and the previously unclear aspects instantly became clear. Ding, your understanding of forging and mechanical arts has reached a new level. Forging success rate increased by 1, speed increased by 5. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Tang was overjoyed. He checked the system panel and saw that the data had indeed changed. Although the data improvement from this epiphany seemed insignificant, it would become evident once his level increased. Seeing Li Tang's aura change, Song Dan's eyes widened with surprise. He suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Private, answer me. What is your name?" Li Tang startled, almost blurting out his real name, Li Yunlong. He almost blurted out his real name but quickly bit his tongue at the last moment and spoke his alias. "Good. Li Yunlong, tell me, what are you doing here at the school?" Li Tang froze and reported, "I'm here to do what you told me to do." Song Dan leaned in close and shouted, "You bastard! Li Yunlong! You're a damn genius. I've never heard such a satisfying answer. Your IQ must be over 160. Damn it, Li Yunlong, you're the best soldier ever. Now I order you to use everything you've learned and throw your hardest punch at me." Li Tang looked puzzled. "Instructor, are you sure?" Chapter 113, Instructor Song, you're the better fighter. Keep in mind that Li Tang is currently wearing full-body purple quality equipment. Even accounting for the growth coefficient differences between professions, his 4-stat attributes are nearly 3 times those of other professionals. Just in terms of strength alone, it reaches 2,340 points. Instructor Song Dan, though a 30th level warrior, could only match half of Li Tang's physical prowess at best. If I land this punch on him, he'll be either dead or crippled beyond recognition. What? Afraid? Song Dan narrowed his eyes. Or do you think I can't withstand your punch? Li Tang took a deep breath and shouted, reporting to the instructor, "I'm afraid I'll hurt you." Injure the instructor? A burst of laughter erupted around them. Song Dan laughed too. "Good kid, you're bold." He glared at him, patted his chest, and snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. If I told you to punch, just punch. What's with all the nonsense? Do you think I'm afraid of you, you little brat? Come on, hit me here. Let me see how deep your understanding is." This student had clearly entered a state of enlightenment. If it weren't for wanting to see how much he had truly grasped, Song Dan wouldn't have bothered with him. Li Tang knew he couldn't dodge it anymore, so he adopted the starting stance of the Wild Bull Fist, but he deliberately restrained some of his power, using only 50% of his strength. Oomph! Li Tang let out a helpless shout, his right fist whistling through the air as it slammed toward Song Dan. This move, the Wild Bull cleaving the mountain, though seemingly simple, contained his newfound insights from Song Dan's earlier explanation. Wherever the fist wind passed, the surrounding air seemed to be compressed, emitting a hissing sound. Holy crap! Song Dan's pupils suddenly contracted. He had intended to counter with the same Wild Bull clearing the mountain technique, but Li Tang's punch was both heavy and fast, leaving him no time to react. He could only instinctively cross his arms to block. Bang! As their fists collided, a deep, thunderous sound echoed, and a powerful force radiated outward from the two of them, forcing the surrounding students to step back several paces. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. A freshman had actually forced back the instructor who had just been displaying his prowess in fighting 3 opponents at once with a single punch. Song Dan took 7 steps back before regaining his balance, his arms numb and his chest heaving with the force of the blow. He stared at Li Tang in shock, a look of disbelief flashing across his eyes. This kid has incredible strength. Song Dan took a deep breath, forcing down the surging blood in his chest, and smiled, "Good kid, you've got some skills. What class did you choose?" S-rank class Titan Heavy Shield. Li Tang recalled the identity Lin Yu had assigned him and hurriedly replied. Song Dan suddenly understood. The Titan Heavy Shield was renowned for its immense strength. It made sense that a single punch could repel him. Wait, Titan Heavy Shield? Li Yunlong. He pondered for a moment and suddenly shouted, "You're the 27th level freshman from the Warrior Academy." What? The over 300 people at the Warrior Academy immediately widened their eyes. Holy crap! So he's the one who rose to level 27 in just 2 months. No wonder he's so powerful. Titan Heavy Shield is renowned for its defensive prowess, protecting all who stand before it, and is a rare talent as a tank. Having him in the team doubles the overall safety of the group. No wonder Director Lin personally handled his enrollment yesterday. We're all S-rank professionals. Why is there such a huge difference? Su Jiao stood nearby, watching Li Tang steal the spotlight, her eyes sparkling with joy. Song Dan's surprise gradually turned into excitement. He sized up Li Tang from head to toe and challenged, "Come on, kid, let's fight." He ripped off his instructor's jacket, revealing his muscular torso, his eyes blazing with battle intent. "Let me see how much you're worth." Seeing Song Dan's bronze-colored muscles covered in scars, clearly the result of many life-and-death battles, the surrounding students couldn't help but gasp in awe. "Instructor, this." Li Tang hesitated for a moment, but Song Dan had already pounced like a tiger. "Stop talking. Let me see the true power of the Titan Heavy Shield. If you can beat me, I'll spare you today's training and let you sit aside and eat watermelon." Song Dan's right fist, carrying a powerful gust of wind, charged straight at Li Tang's face, executing the brutal Wild Bull's horn technique from the Wild Bull Fist style. Li Tang dared not take it lightly, using his left forearm to block the punch, then swiftly countering with his right fist, also executing the Wild Bull's horn technique. This time, he held nothing back, and the punch was even more ferocious. The air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Song Dan, seeing this, flashed a hint of admiration in his eyes, sidestepped the punch, and simultaneously swept his left leg horizontally, aiming to attack Li Tang's lower body. Li Tang reacted swiftly, leaping slightly upward to evade the strike while clenching his left fist and bringing it down towards Song Dan's head. Song Dan hurriedly crossed his arms to block, feeling a tremendous force surge through him, numbing his arms. The two exchanged blows, each strike a lethal move from the Wild Bull Fist style. As their fists and feet collided, waves of energy erupted, forcing the onlookers to step back repeatedly, clearing space for the intense showdown. Li Tang relied on his terrifying physical strength, each punch delivered with immense power, while Song Dan, drawing on his extensive combat experience and agile footwork, skillfully maneuvered to deflect Li Tang's attacks while seeking opportunities to counter. The surrounding students were mesmerized, staring intently at the clash of strength and skill, their whispers rising and falling. Li Yunlong's strength is insane. It feels like every punch could split a mountain. Song instructor is so skilled. He managed to dodge such powerful attacks with ease. His combat techniques are simply amazing. Exactly. No wonder Song instructor could completely dominate Zhang Wei and take on 3 opponents alone. I feel like he wasn't even using his full strength just now. Awesome. Song Dan let out a wild shout and his punches became even more fierce. The military is a place of fierce combat, and he was provoked by Li Tang, becoming more and more addicted to the fight. This time, Song Dan no longer relied on his brute strength, but instead unleashed the lethal techniques of military hand-to-hand combat, each strike aimed directly at vital points, ferocious beyond belief. Li Tang immediately felt the pressure mount. Even with his full attention on the fight, he soon took several punches. Ah! Su Jiao stood among the crowd, her heart pounding in her throat, her eyes fixed on Li Tang, her hands clenching unconsciously. However, Li Tang's overall attributes far surpassed Song Dan's, and such injuries were nothing to him. Moreover, as the battle continued, he gradually adapted to Song Dan's fierce and ruthless attack style, deepening his understanding of hand-to-hand combat techniques. Unconsciously, he began to incorporate the power generation techniques from his forging skills into his punches. As a result, Song Dan was in agony. He felt as though every punch from Li Tang was like a sledgehammer, as if he were being beaten like a piece of iron. Especially the other person's physical condition was extraordinary. After throwing a few punches, it felt like scratching an itch. Each of Li Tang's punches carried the force of 1,000 pounds, and I dared not block them head-on. Gradually, Song Dan's forehead began to sweat profusely, and his breathing grew heavy. He silently cursed under his breath. What kind of monster was this kid? After fighting for so long, his stamina hadn't even begun to wane. Li Tang, however, grew more aggressive as the fight continued. He realized that by incorporating the power techniques of forging into his punches, the destructive force of each strike had indeed increased significantly. This filled him with joy, and his attacks became even more ruthless. Oomph! Li Tang roared, his right fist crashing towards Song Dan with the force of a tidal wave. The fist's wind howled, and the air around it seemed to be sucked out in an instant, creating a brief vacuum zone. Song Dan sensed the deadly threat contained within the punch and his expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge, but Li Tang's attack was too fast and the angle too. With no other choice, he clenched his teeth and crossed his arms once more, attempting to block the punch head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, and the powerful shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants, sending dust from the ground flying high into the air. The students watching the fight stepped back in shock, letting out cries of alarm. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Song Dan was seen kneeling on one knee, his hands pressed against the ground, his body trembling slightly, and a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Good job, you won. Song Dan's legs trembled as he struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from his lips, and pointed toward the shade of a tree. You don't have to participate in today's military training. Go over there to rest and eat some watermelon. Li Tang stood in place, breathing heavily, sweat trickling down his cheeks and soaking his clothes. In his battle with Song Dan, he had also gained a lot. Many techniques that had once been obscure were now fully mastered, and he believed that when using those universal skills, their power would be significantly greater than before. Li Tang bowed to Song Dan and smiled, "Instructor Song, you're too kind." After speaking, he walked toward the shade of a nearby tree under the envious glances of the crowd, where a cold watermelon awaited him. Seeing Song Dan concede defeat, the surrounding students erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Holy crap, this guy is way too strong. He actually beat the instructor. That's impressive. Now Song Dan is completely outclassed. Will you take me as your disciple, big brother? He's so handsome. I want to have his baby. Song Dan straightened his back and forced himself to walk toward the other students. What's all the commotion about? If any of you can beat me like Li Yunlong did, I'll exempt you from your training duties. The students' cheers came to an abrupt halt. Song Dan was too powerful, they didn't have Li Tang's insane strength and couldn't possibly defeat him. Awesome. Seeing his classmates under the blazing sun, following the drill instructor's commands and sweating profusely, occasionally casting envious glances his way, Li Tang felt incredibly satisfied. He was sitting under the shade of a tree, enjoying a cold slice of watermelon, when suddenly he heard a voice. Oomph, all muscle and no skill. You only control 10% of your strength, the rest is all wasted. You still have the nerve to eat watermelon here? Chapter 114, The Sword's Name Shines Brightly. Li Tang turned around and exclaimed in surprise, Professor M.O., how did you get here? He hurriedly stood up, fumbling to hand over a slice of icy watermelon. Professor M.O., please have some watermelon. M.O. Wenti had arrived here unnoticed. He didn't even glance at the watermelon Li Tang offered, snorting coldly through his nose. Do you think that just because you defeated that good-for-nothing Song Dan, you're something special? Li Tang heard this and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Your disciple dares not." Mo Wentiang glared at him coldly, then suddenly snapped his finger, sending a burst of energy straight toward Li Tang's face. Li Tang was terrified and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Am I going to die? Li Tang fell into despair, and the watermelon slipped silently from his hands. However, before the force reached his forehead, it suddenly changed direction and slammed into the large tree behind him. Li Tang touched his forehead, finding it covered in cold sweat, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Mo Wentiang said solemnly, "As a martial artist, you must be able to perfectly control every muscle in your body. When you can precisely control the strength of every muscle, you will have achieved a small level of mastery. At that point, even flying flowers and falling leaves can injure people." After speaking, he raised his chin and said, "Go take a look at the tree behind you." Li Tang hurriedly turned around and saw that the massive tree, which took 2 people to embrace, showed no signs of damage, not even a single crack in the bark. He was utterly astonished. After all, even with his current strength, a single finger strike would have blown a hole in the tree. Could it be? Li Tang moved his mind and reached out to touch the bark. Sure enough, it felt soft to the touch. As soon as his palm touched it, the hard bark began to peel away, revealing a hole the size of a human head. The tree trunk inside had already been reduced to wood chips. Looking at the hole that had pierced through the tree trunk, Li Tang was stunned and widened his eyes in disbelief. Mo Wentiang had just pointed his finger, sending a gust of wind toward him, but he swiftly turned his body and struck the tree, transforming the force into a gentle energy that had completely destroyed the tree trunk. If Mo Wenti hadn't restrained his strength, the entire tree would have collapsed. The human body is a treasure trove. Before discovering the path to awakening and class transformation, humans relied solely on their physical strength to battle those ferocious beasts, carving out a place for themselves in this world through sheer determination. Mo Wentiang stared at Li Tang. You still have a long way to go." Li Tang's forehead was drenched in sweat. He had just defeated Song Dan and felt a bit proud of himself, but now he realized how vast the gap was between him and those top-tier masters. "Take care of yourself." With those words, Mo Wentiang vanished into the air. Li Tang couldn't sit still anymore. Since there was no military training today, he immediately returned to the villa. Standing in the forging room on the 3rd floor, Li Tang gripped the iron hammer, having stood motionless for a long time. He was using today's insights to redefine his profession and the skills he had mastered. After an unknown amount of time, Li Tang finally began forging, melting, hammering, and quenching. These steps, which he had mastered to perfection, now felt as though they contained something entirely new. His breathing gradually synchronized with the rhythm of the hammer strikes, and with each blow, he could almost feel the internal texture of the metal shifting. Precise control of muscles was not just for combat, forging was no different. Li Tang murmured to himself, and the iron hammer in his hand suddenly paused before gently tapping the red-hot metal in a mysterious rhythm. Bang! The surface of the metal rippled slightly, flowing like water under the hammer blows. The part that would normally require dozens of strikes to take shape was now perfectly formed in just a few blows. Is this the power of control? A flash of understanding crossed Li Tang's eyes as his movements grew faster, yet the hammer's trajectory became increasingly precise. Each strike was executed with perfect precision, neither too forceful nor too gentle. Finally, a cold, gleaming long sword emerged from the quenching liquid with a hiss, and as steam rose, the blade faintly glowed with a pale purple hue. The weapon forged this time had a more delicate texture and a harder, more resilient quality. The minor imperfections that had been impossible to eliminate in the past had vanished under his precise control. Ping, purple quality Huangguang sword crafted successfully. You gain 1 skill proficiency and 30 experience points. Huangguang sword purple excellence, attack 600, strength 240, stamina 237, agility 234. Sharpness, the blade is extremely sharp, with a 30% chance to sever equipment of a lower tier. Requires level 27, strength 125, agility 148. Li Tang picked up the long sword and swung it lightly. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, producing a faint whistling sound. The sharpness of the blade far exceeded any weapon he had forged before. Indeed, the pinnacle of forging lies in the absolute mastery of strength. Li Tang nodded in satisfaction. This sword of conqueror not only had attributes nearly reaching the peak of purple quality excellence but also came with the sharpness prefix. You see, this was the first time he had crafted equipment with a prefix since he had become a blacksmith. Li Tang, are you home? Li Tang heard the voice, placed the Huangguang sword on the forge, and turned to look toward the staircase. There stood Su Jiao, dressed in military training attire, her tall ponytail swaying lightly with each step, carrying a thermos box in her hand. I'm here. Li Tang wiped the sweat off his forehead and replied. Ha! As soon as Su Jiao entered the forge, she was about to speak when her attention was suddenly drawn to the long sword on the table, which was emitting a faint purple glow. Is this the new weapon you forged? It looks so beautiful. Yeah, just finished. It's named Huangguang. Su Jiao set the thermos aside and couldn't resist reaching out to touch the sword's blade. However, as soon as her fingertip made contact, she yelped and pulled her hand back. Ah! A drop of blood appeared on her fingertip. Li Ting quickly grabbed her hand, took a band-aid from his spatial ring, and stuck it on, scolding her playfully, "How clumsy of you." Su Jiao's face flushed slightly as she pulled her fingers out of Li Tang's palm and said with a pout, "I didn't expect it to be so sharp. My finger was cut the moment it touched it." Li Tang smiled, gripping the Huangguang sword in his hand. It possessed the innate sharpness attribute, meaning equipment of a lower tier had a 20% chance of being severed. Though we haven't tested it yet, it should be highly effective against those thick-skinned, tough-skinned magical beasts. By the way, give me your Kunwu sword. I'll modify it for you. Su Jiao knew Li Tang's abilities and immediately smiled, taking out her own accessories and handing them to him. A massive bagua furnace appeared in the forging room. Li Tang placed the Hanguang sword and Kunwu sword into it and used the Qian Kuan transformation technique to fuse them together. Moments later, a brand new long sword appeared on the forging table. Koenguang Hanyuan Sword Purple Excellence, Attack 600, Strength 240, Constitution 237, Agility 234, Critical Hit Chance 10. Sharpness, the blade is extremely sharp, with a 30% chance to sever equipment of a lower tier. Attached traits, Critical Strike Gold, Whirlwind Blade Gold. Level requirement, 27, Strength requirement, 125, Agility requirement, 148. Fatal Strike Gold, base attack power increased by 300. When the opponent's health is below 30, there is a 10% chance to deal a fatal blow in one hit. Gale Bound Blade Gold, attack speed increased by 50. When attacking, there is a 5% chance to unleash a whirlwind blade formed from sword energy, dealing 150 attack damage to surrounding enemies. Su Jiao held the Koenguang Han Yuan sword and performed a sword flourish, unable to put it down. With this treasure sword, I feel my strength has increased by another 10-20%. Li Tang looked at her with indulgence. As long as you like it. Oh, I almost forgot. Su Jiao slapped her head, sheathed the sword, and handed over the thermos. You've been nowhere to be found since you defeated Song Instructor, and you didn't even answer my calls. I figured you must have been busy, so I bought some food at the cafeteria. There's some secret recipe braised pork, eat while it's hot. Li Tang looked out the window and saw that it had already grown dark outside. He finally realized that, without even noticing, he had been in a trance in the forging room for nearly a whole day. Sorry about that. I felt like I might have made a breakthrough in forging, so I turned my phone to silent. Li Tang took the thermos, lifted the lid, and the rich aroma immediately filled the room. He hadn't eaten anything all day, and his stomach growled in protest. I'm starving. Li Tang didn't bother with formalities with Su Jiao. He plopped down beside the forging bench and began eating heartily. Su Jiao sat beside him, propping her chin up, watching him devour the food with such gusto that her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Suddenly, Su Jiao seemed to remember something, her expression turning serious. Oh, right. You really stood out during military training today, and a few classmates are jealous of you. Chapter 115, that's it? Li Tang froze. What happened? Su Jiao smiled. Anyone who got into Harbin Dong Industrial University is a prodigy. You, on the other hand, made a big splash on your first day. What do you mean? Li Tang frowned. Su Jiao leaned in closer. It's not just your shield combat department. The instructors from other departments also gave the students a taste of their authority. In the end, out of all the departments, only you managed to challenge the instructors successfully. And your smug expression while sitting under the tree eating watermelon was just asking for a beating. Even I couldn't resist wanting to slap you twice. Li Tang couldn't help but laugh and cry. Am I really that despicable? Su Jiao sat up straight and continued. During the military training break, several students from other departments were furious and wanted to confront you, but they found out you'd already left, leaving only that big hole in the tree trunk. But they all think you left it there on purpose as a provocation, and now they're all itching to cause trouble for you. Li Tang hurriedly denied it. Wait, that hole wasn't made by me. Su Jiao covered her mouth and laughed. That doesn't matter. What matters is that they all think so. Luckily you didn't come this afternoon, but... She dragged out her words, but they've already found out who you are and are planning to give you a big surprise tomorrow. Who would have thought that Mo Wentiang's casual gesture would leave him with such a headache? Li Tang sighed and rubbed his forehead. What's going on here? What did I do to deserve this? This is clearly an act of God. Su Jiao laughed. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind. With your talent, you'll shine wherever you go. As night grew deeper, Su Jiao, who had been training all day, was already exhausted. After spending some time with Li Tang, she returned to rest. But Li Tang had no intention of sleeping. He continued forging in the workshop. Today, he had gained a lot of insights, and he must make the most of this time to turn them into his own strength. Li Tang worked tirelessly in the forge, sweating profusely as piece after piece of equipment emerged from his hands. To his delight, he discovered that not only had his efficiency improved significantly, but many of the items he forged now had four-dimensional attributes close to the maximum limit. Moreover, the probability of obtaining purple quality equipment through random drops seemed to have increased, and occasionally, an additional prefix would be added. Whoosh! As the final piece of equipment was quenched and shaped, Li Tang stretched lazily. It was already 2 a.m., so he decided to go back to sleep. His eyes inadvertently swept past the window where Chi Inan's black cat was curled up on the windowsill, sound asleep. Hey, you lazy cat. Li Tang shook his head, turned off the forge room lights, and went downstairs to sleep. The next day, Li Tang dutifully attended military training. Military training not only strengthens national defense awareness and a sense of vigilance in times of peace, but also serves as an excellent means to temper personal willpower and cultivate a strict sense of discipline. Especially for them, students of Harbin-Dong Industrial University, who had already attained the rank of private upon enrollment, they must strictly adhere to all disciplinary requirements. Even though Li Tang had a special status, he didn't want to stand apart from the group. When Li Tang arrived, his demeanor was more subdued than the previous day. Song Dan's eyes flickered with surprise, but she didn't say anything and simply told him to fall in line. In the military training at universities on Earth in his previous life, it was nothing more than standing at attention, marching in formation, singing military songs, and folding blankets. At most, there might be a nighttime or wilderness drill or live fire exercises. Even the most intense military training in Guishi was no more than bayonet drills, military martial arts, 10-kilometer night marches, mud pit combat, and simulated battlefield exercises. At most, they'd bring a few armored vehicles to the school grounds for the students to get a taste of the action. Due to the rampant rampage of various monster creatures, the survival pressure on the human race has greatly increased, making military training in this world even more brutal. Student martial arts competitions, arena battles, team matches, and monster hunting tournaments, every single one is real combat. Anyway, in this world, there are priests, so as long as you're not killed on the spot, you can basically be saved. Take Song Dan, the drill instructor, for example. After taking such a heavy punch from himself yesterday, he coughed up blood and probably broke 2 ribs. But after being treated by the school's priest, he was back on his feet in no time. The students had already undergone similar training in high school, so after a day of simple reorganization upon entering university, they seamlessly moved on to the next phase. Song Dan blew his whistle and announced loudly, 2-on-2 battles begin. Li Ting turned to his opponent, who looked terrified and kept waving his hands. Brother Yunlong, I dare not fight you. You're joking. This is the guy who knocked out the instructor with a single punch. I'm just an A-class professional, my body can't handle him. What a coward. Song Dan frowned. As professionals, how could they surrender without a fight? Li Tang was also speechless. When had he become so terrifying? Just then, a voice rang out, Li Yunlong, I'll fight you. Li Tang followed the voice and saw a tall, acne-covered boy pushing through the crowd and striding toward him. It was Zhang Wei. This big dummy must be getting too big for his britches. How dare he challenge Li Yunlong? Yesterday afternoon during break, Zhang Wei had defeated all the other students in the class during a challenge, and was already the second best fighter in the Warrior Academy, right behind Li Yunlong. The second best fighter in the Warrior Academy, that's still the number 2 spot. Exactly. If someone keeps calling you the second best, could you just let it go? You definitely try to take down the top dog and take his spot. That said, can Zhang Wei really beat Li Yunlong? Their ranks aren't that different, and Zhang Wei figured out a lot yesterday. He also took on 3 opponents yesterday afternoon and emerged victorious, so his confidence is sky high. Hey, how do you know all that in such detail? Because I was one of the people who got beaten up by Zhang Wei yesterday. Hearing the students around him whispering, Zhang Wei's face turned red. He turned around and shouted loudly, damn it, who dares to call me the second in command again? He turned around and said to Li Yunlong, I challenge you. Are you brave enough to accept? Li Tang had a decent impression of Zhang Wei. Though he was a bit reckless and impulsive, he was honest and straightforward. Alright. Let's get some exercise. Li Tang thought for a moment and agreed. After all, combat is also part of training. Yesterday, he had only fought against an instructor once, and with Mo Wendy's few words of guidance, Li Tang had gained a lot. It must be said that university professors really know their stuff. Seeing Li Tang agree, Zhang Wei grew excited. He followed Song Dan's lead, stripping off his shirt to reveal a muscular physique. Wow! The female spectators around them let out a gasp. What strong muscles! I never expected Zhang Wei to be in such great shape. No wonder he is an S-class professional, his body is much stronger than others. Hearing the girl's screams, Zhang Wei grew even more arrogant and proceeded to strike a few bodybuilding poses, sparking another round of gasps. Li Tang was speechless. He quickly took off his shirt, revealing the muscles he had built up from years of blacksmithing. His bulging pectorals, broad back, and 8 well-defined abdominal muscles were impressive. Even when he casually raised his hands, his biceps swelled to the size of fists. This wasn't the kind of lifeless, bulky muscle of a bodybuilder. His build was imposing yet not bulky, with lines as sharp and defined as a meticulously carved piece of marble. He resembled a superhero in battle armor or the newly sculpted Captain America, exuding both strength and beauty. Wow! Wow, Li Yunlong's physique is simply perfect. Goodness! Zhang Wei's is already impressive, but Li Yunlong's is even better. The screams of the girls around them grew louder, accompanied by a few lewd whistles. Su Jiao snorted coldly in the crowd, glaring at the screaming girls with a hostile look. My man, what gives you little less the right to look at him? Seeing that Li Tang was more popular than himself, Jiang Wei's eyes twitched uncontrollably. I never expected this guy, who looks so skinny, to have muscles that are even more muscular than mine. You pretty boy, take this punch. Jiang Wei roared and charged forward. He used the same wild bull fist technique, with powerful punches and fierce moves. Unfortunately, Li Tang had already mastered the wild bull fist, easily sidestepping the attack and landing a precise left hook to his jaw. Bang! Jiang Wei's massive body crashed to the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he couldn't get back up. Is that it? Everyone was stunned. Chapter 116, Provocation. Everyone was stunned, having originally anticipated a thrilling showdown between two powerful opponents. But now, Jiang Wei had been knocked out so quickly by Li Tang with a single punch. Next. Li Tang shook his wrist and scanned the crowd. Those who had been itching to challenge him now all backed away. This kid has made significant progress since yesterday, he's almost inhuman. Song Dan's lips twitched as he announced, Li Tang wins. Next match. Just then, a commotion erupted from the side as a group of over a dozen boys stormed over. Where's Li Yunlong? The leader shouted, don't hide like a coward. Grandpa's here to challenge you. Song Dan frowned and stepped in front of them, who are you? Mr. Song, you're really putting on airs. Before the boys could respond, a lazy voice drifted from the back of the crowd. Song instructor, we heard there's a genius here who defeated you, so my students want to come over for a friendly exchange. Exactly, we also want to see how outstanding the student who defeated you really is. You. Hearing these sarcastic words, Song Dan's face turned red with anger, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Li Tang looked around and saw two young instructors strolling out from behind the students, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. The instructor on the left whistled and said, I heard from the nurses in the infirmary that you were punched by a freshman and broke 2 ribs, even coughing up blood. Is that true? The instructor on the right, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pushed his frames up and feigned surprise, no way? The legendary one-punch mountain-shattering Song Iron Fist actually slipped up in such a place? Song Dan's forehead veins bulged, and his fists clenched so tightly they made a cracking sound. Zhao Ritian. Yi Chen. You too. Yesterday, he took a punch from Li Tang and admitted defeat, letting him go eat watermelon under the tree. Fearing ridicule, he endured the pain until the end of military training before secretly going to the infirmary, only to have the news spread anyway. Though these two are in the same regiment as him, they're usually rivals, and since they're both second-generation officers, they don't get along well. This is their chance to take him down. Hey, don't get so upset. We're just looking out for an old comrade. Zhao Ritian waved his hands with a playful smile, but losing to a freshman was indeed pretty embarrassing. The dozen or so students behind him immediately started cheering. A drill instructor beaten by students, what a rare occurrence. Don't say that. Maybe Instructor Song was just letting them win on purpose. Go easy? Go easy until you're spitting blood and breaking 2 ribs? That's not going easy, that's going all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Wow, that's so impressive. Let's see how he does it. You. Song Dan was so angry that his whole body trembled and his fists clenched so tightly they made a cracking sound. If it weren't for the strict military regulations against internal conflicts, he would have already punched Zhao Ritian in the face. Although Song Dan was strict, he was completely dedicated to his students. Seeing their instructor being treated so unfairly, the students from the Shield Combat Department were filled with righteous indignation and rushed forward to confront the other side. Li Tang sighed upon seeing this. The matter had originated from him, and it concerned Song Dan's reputation. He couldn't stand idly by. He stepped forward slowly, standing between Song Dan and the other instructor. You two instructors also want to spar with me? I'll gladly oblige. The scene fell silent instantly, with hundreds of eyes fixed on Li Tang. Yi Chen pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, sized Li Tang up from head to toe, and sneered, You? Me? Li Tang nodded calmly. Yi Chen burst into laughter. Interesting. But there's discipline in the military. I can't bully the weak like that coward. He pointed to the dozen or so students behind him. But today's main event is them. Hardong University of Industry has a tradition. During military training, freshmen can challenge each other to learn and exchange skills. Yi Liangchen said triumphantly, That's right. You have to defeat them first before you're qualified to spar with the two of us. The dozen or so students behind him burst into laughter, shouting and taunting. The Shield Combat Department is full of muscle-bound idiots with no brains. Come on, challenge me one-on-one. Yesterday, you were eating watermelon under the tree and teasing us, and you even left a hole in the tree. What do you think you're doing? Exactly. You were so arrogant yesterday. Let's settle this today and see how much you're worth. Li Yunlong, let my long sword carve a Z-shaped mark on your chest. These students were extremely arrogant, even insulting the shield warriors along with them. Go to hell. Jiang Wei had already woken up. Seeing this, how could he stay calm? He clenched his fists and was about to charge forward. Li Tang stepped forward to block him, smiling at Zhao Ritian and Yi Chen and said, Since the two instructors are so eager to exchange ideas, why don't we make a bet? Zhao Ritian raised an eyebrow. Oh? What kind of bet? If I win. Li Tang's eyes flashed with a sly grin. The two instructors must apologize to Instructor Song and run 10 laps around the playground in women's clothing, shouting, "I'm a novice who's only trained for 2.5 years." A student couldn't hold back and burst out laughing on the spot. Zhao Ritian and Yi Liangchen's faces turned ashen. What? Afraid to bet? Li Tang mimicked Zhao Ritian and raised his eyebrows. Bet it. What are you afraid of? Yi Liangchen was furious, but what if you lose? If I lose? Li Tang was about to speak when Song Dan suddenly shouted from the side, "If Li Yulong loses, I'll run 10 laps around the playground in women's clothing." Damn it, if we can't win, we can't even save face. If we don't get revenge today, how can we ever make it in the army? Everyone's bullying us, and if we don't fight back, what kind of men are we? If I lose, I'll drop out of school. Li Tang also spoke decisively. Alright. Deal. Zhao Ritian's eyes lit up and he immediately agreed. The students were also excited. Hearing about the duel, they all rushed over and surrounded them in a circle. Su Jiao was also in the crowd, looking at Li Tang with concern. She had heard that these people were all elite students from various departments, with the highest ranked already reaching level 29. Big brother, can you handle this? Zhang Wei stood behind Li Tang, looking worried. Why don't I go first and test their strength for you? When did this guy start calling me boss? Li Tang was a bit surprised, but he laughed it off, no problem. These rotten sweet potatoes and worthless eggs can't hurt me. Ha! With his purple quality equipment boasting triple attributes, his 4-stat attributes far surpass those of others. He's already unbeatable among his peers, you know? And that's even with the golden skill slots disabled to avoid injuring them. Li Tang walked slowly to the center of the arena, flexed his wrists, and raised his chin. Who's going first? The students on the other side exchanged glances, and a burly guy stepped forward. He shook his neck, making cracking sounds, and pointed at Li Tang, shouting, "You're the one calling yourself Li Yunlong, aren't you? My name is Niu Meng. I've been promoted to S rank." Before he could finish, Li Tang had already punched him. "You damn talk too much." That was fast. Niu Meng was startled and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Niu Meng's abdomen took the blow, sending his muscular body flying backward and crashing heavily onto the ground. He lay on the ground, his eyes rolled back, and foam dripped from the corners of his mouth as he lost consciousness. He was knocked out with a single punch. The entire arena fell silent. Li Tang shook his wrist and called out, "Next." Chapter 117, Who's going to be so stupid as to go head-to-head with you? The entire arena fell into an eerie silence, everyone stunned into speechlessness by the scene. Zhao Ritian and Yi Chen's mocking expressions froze, replaced by sheer astonishment. They never imagined that this greenhorn would strike with such ruthless decisiveness, knocking out their carefully selected student with a single punch. Li Tang knocked out Niu Meng with a single punch, standing in the center of the arena. His sharp gaze swept over the dozen or so students across from him. He motioned with his hand, "Come on, next." The crowd on the opposite side stirred, and a slender young man darted out from the crowd. You don't follow the rules of combat. You ambushed him." Li Tang stared at him in surprise. "Looking at you, you should have switched to a thief or something. How dare you accuse others of ambushing?" The boy was speechless. You're right. Thieves are known for ambushes and sneak attacks. We're the last ones who should be pointing fingers." The thief took a deep breath, a flash of cruelty crossing his face, and sneered, "Kid, stop trying to talk your way out of this. Don't think that just because you're strong, you can win. Today, I'll show you what I'm made of." As he spoke, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, his hands clenched like claws, aiming straight for Li Tang's vital joints. Li Tang's eyes narrowed, and he lightly tapped the ground with his feet, sidestepping the fatal blow with ease. The young man, his attack missed, immediately changed his technique, transforming his hands into eagle claws, flapping up and down, continuously attacking Li Tang. Split tendons and dislocate bones technique? Someone in the crowd recognized the technique and couldn't help but shout in astonishment. The split tendons and dislocate bones technique is an intermediate-level grappling technique, focusing on dislocating joints and disrupting tendons and bones. By precisely controlling an opponent's joints, tendons, and acupoints, it renders them unable to move, renowned for its precision, accuracy, and ruthlessness. No, there's also the powerful eagle claw technique. Someone else added. And the dragon claw hand. This kid must come from a martial arts family, how else would he know so many powerful finger techniques? Zhao Ritian was extremely proud. Don't underestimate this skinny kid, he's been training in martial arts since childhood and is a master of various finger techniques and claw techniques. Later, he switched to the S-rank thief class Bloody Scout, which only made him stronger. Even I nearly got injured by him yesterday. Everyone looked at Li Tang with concern, but only Su Jiao knew his true strength and remained unfazed, still smiling. Unfortunately, Li Tang's agility far surpassed everyone else's. He dodged the thief's attacks with ease, and every strike only grazed his clothes, leaving him unharmed. Alright, the game is over. Li Tang curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile, suddenly reaching out with his right hand to grab the thief's wrist and twist it forcefully. Before the thief could react, Li Tang's left fist had already struck his abdomen. The punch was powerful, causing the thief's eyes to bulge, and his entire body curled up like a cooked shrimp as he knelt on the ground. Your speed is too slow, you're no match for me. Li Tang brushed off the non-existent dust from his hands. Next. Just then, he heard Su Jiao's terrified screams ringing in his ears. Be careful. Li Tang instinctively turned his head and saw that the thief kneeling on the ground had a malicious gleam in his eyes. A dagger, gleaming with a cold light, suddenly appeared in his palm, aimed straight at Li Tang's groin. The blade was coated in an eerie blue glow, clearly poisoned. Li Tang hurriedly stepped back to dodge, but the dagger still sliced a deep gash on his thigh, blood gushing out. Dishonorable. We agreed to a fair fight, how dare you use a weapon to ambush me? Do you have any shame left? Zhang Wei flew into a rage and rushed forward to help. The other students were also filled with righteous indignation, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense and ready to explode, on the verge of chaos. Yi Chen sneered. We're all professionals. A duel should be fought with real skills. What's the matter? Can't the shield warriors handle a loss? Li Tang felt a tingling sensation at his wound, realizing he had been poisoned. Hearing Yi Chen speak so arrogantly, he grew furious as well. You can use weapons, huh? Fine. He flipped his right hand, and a pitch-black heavy hammer appeared out of thin air. The dark red patterns on the hammerhead flowed like molten lava, emanating an overwhelming pressure that made one's heart race. He swung it fiercely toward the thief. With a dull thud, the thief had no time to react, and was sent flying through the air along with his dagger, crashing into 3 classmates and rolling around on the ground like a tumbleweed. The thief's chest was visibly sunken, clearly breaking several ribs. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his head lolled to the side, and he fainted instantly. Li Tang was enraged by the thief's cruelty and had shown no mercy in his attack. If he hadn't slightly restrained his strength at the last moment, that single blow would have nearly taken the thief's life. This. Zhao Ritian stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. How could a purple-quality weapon possess such immense power? Li Tang paid no attention to them, pulling out a bottle of mid-grade antidote from his spatial ring and downing it in one gulp. The toxins on the thief's weapon were of all kinds, and one couldn't be too careful. The antidote took effect quickly, and the itching and numbness in the wound gradually subsided. Li Tang finally relaxed. Seeing Li Tang produce the antidote out of thin air, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Spatial type equipment. It seems this kid isn't just some unknown nobody after all. Li Tang casually tossed the empty bottle aside, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire arena, exuding an unquestionable air of dominance. Who else dares to step forward? The remaining students were all intimidated by Li Tang's presence, glancing at each other nervously, none daring to step forward. Zhao Ritian, seeing this, grew furious and was about to speak up, but was stopped by Yi Chen. Yi Chen glared at Li Tang with a dark expression and coldly said, Kid, you've got some skills. But you won't have it so easy from here on out. With that, he raised his hand slightly and gave a subtle signal to a tall, muscular boy behind him. The young man took a deep breath, and a thick layer of rock armor suddenly appeared around his body. His body swelled instantly, and his previously ordinary features now looked somewhat ferocious. This is our academy's top student, Shi Dali. He's transferred to become an SS-ranked Earth Vein Guardian, a master of both magic and martial arts, level 29. Yi Chen boasted proudly from the side. Li Tang didn't even glance at the man, shaking his head and saying, Forget it, you might as well all come at me together. It'll save time. You arrogant brat, don't look down on others. Shi Dali's eyes flashed with anger as he charged forward, roaring wildly. Just in time. I'll see whose stone is harder, yours or my hammer. Li Tang wasn't about to back down either. He roared just as fiercely, swinging his tyrant's hammer with a powerful gust of wind toward Shi Dali. Shi Dali sneered, crossing his arms across his chest. A golden glow flickered around his body, clearly indicating that he had activated his defenses to their limit. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Shi Dali felt a numbing pain in his arms, as if he had been struck by a heavy truck. Fragments of rock rained down from his body as he stumbled back several steps before finally regaining his balance. Come again. Shi Dali clenched his teeth, shook his arms, and a massive hammer shimmering with purple light appeared in his hands as he charged forward once more. What a sturdy body! Li Tang's eyes flickered with surprise, and he couldn't help but praise. Just as Shi Dali charged forward, Li Tang's figure flickered, and he dashed past him. After all, on the battlefield, who would be so foolish as to engage in a head-on collision? A mage watching from the sidelines saw Li Tang suddenly charge toward him and couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Chapter 118, This can't be possible. The mage beside Shi Dali saw Li Tang charging toward him and was filled with dread. He quickly raised his staff and began chanting spells rapidly. 3 ice spikes formed rapidly in the air, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, and shot toward Li Tang like arrows leaving the string. Watch my Frost Nova! This person's incantation speed was extremely fast, clearly the result of intense training in this area. Li Tang silently praised him in his heart as he swung his tyrant's hammer with precision, shattering the 3 ice spikes into countless shards that flew in all directions. You're casting your spell too slowly. Li Tang sneered coldly, his body suddenly accelerating as he charged toward the mage. The mage was caught off guard by the warrior's close combat, and the outcome was predictable. The mage's eyes widened in terror, but before he could react, Li Tang delivered a powerful elbow strike to his abdomen, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his staff slipping from his hands. After struggling for a moment, he lost consciousness. "You coward," a girl screamed. "You promised to fight Sherdali one-on-one, yet you ambushed Lu Ming." Li Tang didn't even look back, swinging his hammer at Sherdali, who was charging from behind, and laughed derisively. On the battlefield, enemies don't bother with such nonsense. Boom! The two heavy hammers collided, erupting in a deafening roar. Sherdali was knocked back several steps, his arms numb. Li Tang surveyed the crowd. "I told you earlier, if you want a fight, come at me all at once. Don't waste my time." These words completely enraged the others, and the eyes of over a dozen students blazed with anger. "You brat, you're too arrogant." Zhao Ritan was so enraged that his face turned pale. He waved his hand and said, "As you wish, let's all attack together." Upon hearing the instructor's command, the dozen or so elite students from various colleges hesitated for a moment before attacking simultaneously. Fireballs, ice arrows, and arrows rained down on Li Tang like a torrential storm. "You're bullying the few with the many, you have no shame." Zhang Wei shouted, "Everyone, attack them." As he spoke, he charged forward first but was stopped by Song Dan, who said, "Trust Li Yunlong. We don't need your help." Li Tang's left hand summoned a shield, the purple gold barrier, effortlessly deflecting the incoming arrows and spells. "Humph, child's play. Such attacks won't even scratch me." While fending off the ranged attacks, he swiftly closed in on the crowd. Seeing this, the enemy was startled, retreating constantly while frantically drawing their bows and arrows, attempting to stop Li Tang from getting closer. However, Li Tang's agility had already reached 1,922 points. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of an archer and swung his hammer down with all his might. The archer couldn't dodge in time and instinctively raised his bow to block the blow. With a loud crack, the longbow was shattered, and the archer was sent flying through the air, drawing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. "The first one." Li Tang spoke calmly as his figure suddenly blurred. A fire mage was frantically casting fireballs. Instead of retreating, Li Tang charged forward, directly into the flames. Boom! The fireball was shattered by his right fist, sending sparks flying in all directions. "What?" Zhao Ritian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dispersing magic with bare hands? That's impossible." Li Tang shook his slightly burning fist. The force was good, but the aim was off. Without hesitation, he turned around and charged at the mage, delivering a precise hand blade strike to the back of his neck. The mage collapsed to the ground with a thud. There was no choice. The mage's constitution was too weak. If he had used the tyrant's hammer, he might have accidentally killed them with a single blow, so he had to fight barehanded. "Second one," Li Tang said calmly. The remaining students were both shocked and enraged. Two heavily armored swordsmen roared and charged forward, their giant swords slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Li Tang didn't flinch or dodge, he charged straight toward them. Just as they were about to make contact, Li Tang suddenly sidestepped, dodging the heavy knight's full-force swing, while simultaneously swinging the tyrant's hammer with all his strength at the opponent's leg. With a loud thud, the heavy armored swordsman's leg armor developed a deep dent, and his lower leg snapped in two, causing him to collapse to his knees. Before he could even scream, Li Tang swung his hammer again. The heavily armored warrior's eyes widened in terror as he raised his sword to block. Boom! Another deafening crash echoed as the tyrant's hammer smashed the double-bladed sword into a twisted mess, its momentum unabated as it slammed into the warrior's chest. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward. Though he didn't lose consciousness, he was temporarily incapacitated. This strike was swift and decisive. The other swordsman had no time to react before his comrade was severely wounded. He was no pushover, still holding his long sword and charging toward Li Tang with a wild shout. Li Tang flickered aside, retracted his shield, grabbed the man's wrists with both hands, executed a flawless shoulder throw, and kicked him in the back of the head. Boom! The swordsman crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. The third, the fourth. Li Tang extended 4 fingers and chuckled. "You bastard, stop trying to ambush others all the time." However, after being held back by his classmates, Sherdali finally seized the opportunity to approach Li Tang and roared, "If you're man enough, let's settle this like men." As he spoke, his massive hammer came crashing down with tremendous force. "Here we go." Li Tang roared, not dodging or retreating, and swung his hammer directly toward Sherdali. With a thunderous crash, a ring of air surged between them, forcing those nearby to step back in the blast. Sherdali felt a tremendous force collide with him, his face flapping in the gust of wind. "You wanted to go head-to-head with me? Then so be it." Li Tang's face twisted into a ferocious expression. His tiger-like palms were split open by the force, blood flowing freely. But he paid no heed, swinging the tyrant's hammer wildly and smashing it down with all his might. 80. 80. 80. The deafening sound of the hammer striking the ground sent shivers down everyone's spines, leaving them speechless in astonishment. After being struck dozens of times, Sherdali's massive hammer was completely deformed. His hands were torn open by the immense force, blood flowing freely, and he could no longer hold the hammer. Sherdali's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. He struggled to get up, but found his body felt as though it had been shattered, the pain unbearable. The fifth one. Li Tang snorted coldly, wiped the blood droplets from his face, and turned to face the others. Who else? I haven't lost yet. Sherdali suddenly roared, his body erupting with a blinding earthen yellow light. Four stone walls rose from the ground, trapping Li Tang inside. At the same time, the ground began to shake violently, and countless sharp stone spikes burst out from the ground. Earth Vein Prison. Sherdali grinned savagely, this is one of my signature finishing moves. Once trapped inside, even someone with a head of bronze and arms of iron would be pierced to pieces by the earth spikes. Stop. Seeing that Sherdali had actually used his skill, not only did Song Dan's expression change drastically, but even Zhao Ritian and Yi Chen began to panic. Except for spellcasters, students using martial arts or weapons to spar was acceptable, but once skills were used, the nature of the battle changed completely. Su Zhao and Zhang Wei let out a startled cry and rushed forward to stop Sherdali, but suddenly, Li Tang's disdainful voice echoed from within the cage, is that all you've got? Break it! With a loud roar, Li Tang's arms bulged with muscle, and the lava patterns on the tyrant's hammer suddenly glowed with a blinding red light, crashing down toward the ground with the force of a cataclysm. Boom! The entire playground shook violently, and the stone walls crumbled into dust in an instant. The shockwave swept away all the students nearby, sending them flying to the ground. Sherdali was knocked back over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. This can't be possible. Sherdali spat blood, staring in disbelief at Li Tang, who remained unscathed. Chapter 119, 1 verses 17. Under absolute power, there's nothing that can't be shattered with a single blow. If one blow doesn't work, then two blows will. Sherdali collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and resentment. His pride and joy, the Earth Vein Prison, had been shattered by Li Tang with a single blow. The entire arena fell silent. Whether it was the dozen or so students led by Zhao Ritian or the other onlookers, everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. What the hell is this guy? Someone asked in a trembling voice. I'm from the same hometown as Sherdali. We used to team up to level up together. His Earth Vein Prison could even trap a 30th level boss. How could this kid smash it to pieces like that? Could that hammer be a divine artifact? It's not a divine artifact, but the hammer faintly glows purple. It looks like a purple quality exceptional equipment. Li Tang, clad in the lava demon heavy armor, stood at the center of the playground. The lava patterns on the tyrant's hammer gradually faded, but the violent aura still lingered. He surveyed his surroundings, raising the corners of his mouth. Who else is here? The area was completely silent, with no one responding. The students who had just been shouting about attacking together were now silent, not even daring to meet his gaze. Zhao Ritian's face darkened with anger. He had thought that Sherdali could easily crush Li Tang, but he never expected that a level 29 SS class profession would be unable to last even a few rounds against Li Tang. Li Tang sneered. Since none of you dare to come forward, I'll take you on myself. Here comes Johnny. With that, he raised the tyrant's hammer above his head and charged toward the crowd like a tiger, the hammerhead scraping the ground and leaving a trail of sparks and a deep groove in its wake. Even a clay figure has its limits. After being ambushed repeatedly by these students, he was furious. Seeing that Li Tang wasn't backing down, the remaining students finally panicked and began attacking wildly. Ice arrows, lightning bolts, and arrows intertwined into a web, but none of them even grazed Li Tang's cloak, as he effortlessly deflected them all with his shield. Everyone, get away! Someone shouted in panic. But it was too late. Boom! Li Tang plunged into the crowd, swinging the tyrant's hammer in a sweeping strike. The hammer unleashed a violent gust of wind, sending 3 students who couldn't dodge in time flying through the air. They collided with several onlookers, leaving them lying on the ground, bleeding from their mouths and unable to get up. 6th. 7th. 8th. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air as a wind mage prepared to cast a spell for a surprise attack, only to be struck by Li Tang's swift hammer, which hit his arm. The arm twisted and deformed like straw, and the mage flew through the air like a. The 9th. No! Seeing his comrade injured, a swordsman's eyes turned bloodshot as he charged toward Li Tang, swinging his long sword recklessly. The blade was coated with a thin layer of frost, emanating a biting coldness as it lunged toward Li Tang's chest. Li Tang sneered disdainfully, raising the purple gold barrier shield to effortlessly block the sword. His right hand swung the tyrant's hammer with 1,000 pounds of force, crashing down with a deafening roar. Bang! The hammer struck the swordsman's chest, causing his sturdy armor to dent instantly. Blood gushed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. The 10th. The remaining students were completely shattered. They had thought that with their numbers, they could overwhelm Li Tang, but they never imagined that he was someone they couldn't possibly match. Run! Someone shouted, and the crowd scattered in all directions. Trying to escape? A mocking glint flashed in Li Tang's eyes. Too late. He leaped into the air, raising the tyrant's hammer high above his head. The lava-like patterns on the hammer's surface once again glowed with a blinding red light. Earth-shattering strike. Boom! In his anger, Li Tang also unleashed his universal skill. The hammer had crashed into the ground with tremendous force, sending terrifying shockwaves spreading out in a fan-shaped pattern. The ground cracked open and flew everywhere. The fleeing students were knocked off their feet and a few unlucky ones were swept away by the shockwave, landing in a heap. 16th. 17th. Li Tang charged through the crowd, leaving a trail of screams in his wake. Although these students had all transferred to S-rank professions, their family backgrounds and circumstances varied greatly. Some might not even have a single piece of purple quality equipment, and despite their numbers, how could they possibly match Li Tang, who was fully outfitted in purple gear? Li Tang relied solely on his extraordinary strength and agility to send each of the students challenging him flying through the air. However, he didn't kill them outright, though they were sure to suffer broken bones and severe injuries. Seeing all the students he had brought with him lying on the ground, Zhao Ritian could no longer stay seated. He roared, "Enough!" A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, its blade wrapped in blinding lightning. He charged toward Li Tang like a bolt of lightning. Thunder slash! The sword emitted a faint purple glow, clearly a purple quality exceptional grade weapon. Clang! The tyrant's hammer collided with the long sword, erupting in a deafening explosion. Li Tang remained motionless, his palms tingling slightly, while Zhao Ritian stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, his face pale with shock. Zhao the instructor finally intervened. Someone exclaimed. This Li Yunlong is finished. Zhao instructor is a level 30 S-rank professional thunder sword master. Li Tang casually performed a hammer flourish, grinning widely. Zhao instructor, am I finally worthy to spar with you now? Zhao Ritian glared at him, clenching his teeth and said, Li Yunlong, don't get too cocky. Today, I will represent the school and teach you a lesson for your lack of discipline. Teach me a lesson? Li Tang scoffed. With you? He slung the tyrant's hammer over his shoulder, stuck out his little finger to pick his nose, and flicked the booger at Zhao Ritian. It's not that I look down on you, but with your measly skills, you're no match for me. Same as before, the two of you come at me together. I'm in a hurry. It's not that Li Tang is arrogant, his current 4-dimensional attributes are on par with a level 30 boss-level monster. Back in the Valley of Sheep, he could take on the boiling Sheep King alone with his gear. Dealing with Zhao Ritian was a piece of cake. You're asking for death. Zhao Ritian was completely enraged. The lightning on his sword surged, unleashing the thunderstorm chain slash. In an instant, dozens of thunderous sword chi crisscrossed the sky, sealing off all of Li Tang's escape routes. Li Yunlong, be careful! Zhang Wei shouted. Song Dan's eyes flickered uncertainly, and a battle knife had appeared in his hand at some point, ready to charge forward and assist. However, Li Tang did not retreat but charged forward, swinging the tyrant's hammer with all his might. Sweep the 1,000 armies! Boom! The tyrant's hammer, enveloped in scorching heat, collided fiercely with the thunderous sword chi. The explosive shockwave forced the surrounding crowd to step back involuntarily. As the dust settled, Li Tang and Zhao Ritian stood facing each other from a distance. How is this possible? Zhao Ritian stared in disbelief at his trembling right hand. You actually managed to block my skill? Li Tang cracked his neck, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Come again. He charged forward with all his might, the tyrant's hammer bearing the force of a world-shattering blow, crashing down toward Zhao Ritian. Seeing Zhao Ritian at a disadvantage, Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, removed his gold-rimmed glasses, gripped 2 short daggers, and quietly vanished into the fray. Li Tang's tyrant's hammer, carrying the force of 1,000 tons, crashed toward Zhao Ritian, and the air was filled with a piercing explosion. Zhao Ritian had no time to think, hurriedly raising his long sword to block. With a crisp snap, his sword shattered. What? Zhao Ritian's pupils contracted sharply. The tyrant's hammer continued its relentless descent, about to strike his head. Li Tang struck with all his hatred. If the hammer landed, Zhao Ritian would either die or be severely injured. Li Yunlong, stop immediately. Seeing that someone was about to die, Song Dan was utterly shocked and could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward to save him. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a cold gleam flashed from behind Li Tang. Li Tang reacted swiftly, raising his shield with his left hand to block the blow, while the tyrant's hammer in his right hand continued to strike down with relentless force. Clang! The deafening clang of metal colliding echoed throughout the arena. Li Tang's purple gold barrier steadied itself, blocking the dagger that had come from behind. However, this gave Zhao Ritian an opportunity. Amidst the chaos, he quickly turned his head, and the tyrant's hammer struck his right shoulder with tremendous force. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air, and his shoulder bone shattered instantly. Put! Zhao Ritian spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee on the ground, clenching his teeth and struggling to withstand the immense force from the hammer. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned, staring at the scene in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Who could have imagined that a 30th level instructor would be severely injured by a single blow from a freshman who had just enrolled? Yi instructor? Li Tang narrowed his eyes, glancing at Yi Chen, who had suddenly appeared behind him. At that moment, Yi Chen bore no resemblance to the scholarly gentleman he had been moments ago. He held 2 daggers in his hands, with shadows swirling around him, his entire body resembling a venomous snake ready to strike. Chapter 120, Run 10 laps around the track in women's clothing. S-rank profession, shadow assassin? Li Tang raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Yi Chen's expression was stern, but his tone remained calm. Li Yunlong, we concede. Let's call it quits. Surrender? Li Tang scoffed. Alright, since you've admitted defeat, let's settle the bet right away. The two instructors first apologized to Song instructor, then put on women's clothing, run 10 laps around the field, and while running, shout, I'm a novice who's only been training for 2.5 years. Li Tang's tyrant's hammer remained pressed against Zhao Ritian's shoulder. Zhao Ritian's forehead veins bulged, and beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks as he shouted hoarsely, a soldier may be killed but not disgraced. You dare not. Shut up. Li Tang tightened his grip and pressed the hammerhead down another half-inch, impatiently saying, if you don't want to, then let's continue our sparring. His eyes flashed with savage intent, and the lava patterns on the tyrant's hammer suddenly glowed brightly. You don't want to wear women's clothes, do you? Then I'll beat you until you submit. Yi Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and the twin daggers in his hands emitted a faint, eerie glow. Li Yunlong, you. What about me? Li Tang suddenly pulled back his warhammer, and Zhao Ritian collapsed to the ground. Either accept defeat gracefully or... He suddenly turned around, the tyrant's hammer whistling through the air as it pointed toward the students watching from a distance. With a sinister grin, he said, I'll go to the academy you're from and challenge them all, hammering each of them into cripples. You dare. Zhao Ritian struggled to get to his feet, but his injuries were too severe, and he collapsed back to the ground as soon as he stood up. Watch me if you dare. Li Tang grinned savagely, raising his warhammer and charging toward the crowd. Wait. Yi Chen suddenly spoke, his expression fluctuating between anger and resolve. He took a deep breath, sheathed his dagger, turned to face Song Dan, and bowed deeply. Instructor Song, we were in the wrong earlier. I apologize to you. The entire crowd erupted in chaos. The military training instructor from the prestigious Harbin Dong Industrial University actually bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Song Dan had just rushed halfway when he realized the situation was beyond his control. Seeing Yi Chen apologize, he was stunned for a moment before regaining his composure. Yi instructor, this. You too. Li Tang kicked Zhao Ritian in the butt. What are you pretending to be dead for? Apologize. Zhao Ritian's face turned bright red, but under Li Tang's menacing glare, he clenched his teeth and managed to force out, I'm sorry. Your voice is so soft, did you even eat today? Li Tang scratched his ear. A flash of hatred crossed Zhao Ritian's eyes as he nearly shouted, I'm sorry. Li Tang nodded satisfactorily, then pulled out 2 sets of women's clothing from his spatial ring, a pink puff skirt and a blue sailor uniform. Su Jiao watched angrily, wondering when this kid had stolen 2 of her dresses. Now, begin your performance. Li Tang grinned wickedly and handed the clothes to the 2 of them. Yi Chen looked at the puffy skirt in front of him, his face turning pale. Li Yunlong, don't push it too far. Zhao Ritian's face turned ashen, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What? Trying to back out? Li Tang grinned, pulled out his phone, and said, I recorded everything just now. Otherwise, I'll post it online. Song Dan walked over and whispered, Li Yunlong, why don't we just let this go? They've already apologized. Don't make this too embarrassing. Seeing Song Dan speaking up for him, Zhao Ritian clung to her like a lifeline, nodding frantically. Forget it? Li Tang looked at Song Dan in surprise. The minister is ready to fight to the death. Why does the emperor surrender first? Song Dan didn't understand what Li Tang was referring to, but she grasped his meaning and fell silent. This. A real man should keep his word. If even instructors can't keep their promises, how can they be role models? Li Tang turned to the students behind him and shouted, is that not the truth? Zhang Wei, who was just there to watch the commotion, immediately raised his hand and shouted, wear women's clothing. Wear women's clothing. Under his influence, the surrounding students joined in the chant, their voices growing louder. Yes, wear women's clothing. Wear women's clothing. Hearing the shouts of his classmates, Zhao Ritian and Yi Chen's faces turned pale. Impossible. Zhao Ritian shouted, I'd rather die than wear a dress. Li Yunlong was right. Breaking one's word is unworthy of a teacher. A loud voice suddenly rang out, and the crowd parted automatically, revealing Mo Wenty's figure. Since you've lost, you should keep your promise. Seeing that Mo Wenty, the dean of the Warrior Academy, was standing up for Li Yunlong, Yi Chen seethed with hatred but dared not disobey. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, clenched his teeth, and reached out to take the sailor uniform. Alright, we'll wear them. Zhao Ritian tried to say something, but Yi Chen grabbed him by the arm and whispered in his ear, a gentleman takes his time to avenge a grudge. 10 years is not too late. Let us endure this humiliation, for now we will make him pay back 100-fold in the end. 10 minutes later, the entire school witnessed an unforgettable scene. The 2 head instructors of Hadong Industrial University, one wearing a pink puff skirt, the other in a blue sailor uniform, were struggling to run laps on the playground, followed by a crowd of students eager for a spectacle. Even more surprising, they were shouting as they ran, I'm a 2.5-year-old newbie. Ha! Zhang Wei laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Yunlong, you're too ruthless. Songdan shook her head, holding her forehead, but couldn't hide the smile on her lips. This time, they'll probably hate you for life. Li Tang raised his phone, filming the two of them in the distance, grinning widely. Hold a grudge if you want to. They started it first. Don't blame others. In the distance, Mo Wenti stood in his office, watching everything unfold through the window. He stroked his beard, a meaningful smile on his face. This kid is pretty good. It's only the second day of military training, and he's already gotten along so well with his classmates. Lin Yu, standing beside him, was speechless. She thought to herself, you call it getting along? Is that how you fight? She asked with some concern, Principal, isn't Li Tang being a bit too flashy? Duan Mubo turned his head in surprise and asked, too high profile? What's the big deal? Now, who would think he's just an iron worker? Lin Yu froze, lifting her eyes to look at Li Tang, who had already donned full armor, a heavy hammer, and a heavy shield dressed in the classic attire of a heavy shield warrior. The lava demon heavy armor set had flowing lava patterns, looking majestic and ominous. Indeed, in this situation, no one would believe that this boy, who had just turned 17, had actually been a blacksmith before changing his profession. How should we handle today's situation? Lin Yu asked. After all, on the second day of military training, the instructor led a group to provoke them, even using weapons and skills. This wasn't a minor matter. Need I say more? Du Bo said, of course, he should be confined to barracks. Lin Yu sighed. I understand. Let's take Li Tang to the detention room and let him reflect on his actions. To be honest, she never expected that Li Tang, with just a life-related profession, could take down so many S-rank professionals. Duan Mubo looked at her in surprise. Who said we're locking Li Tang in confinement? Who should we lock up then? Lin Yu was confused. Duan Mubo looked serious. Of course it's sure Dali and the others. A martial arts challenge is one thing, but using weapons and skills to ambush someone you can't beat is another. And to top it all off, they lost in the end. It's completely disorganized and undisciplined. It's embarrassing, absolutely embarrassing. They must be severely punished. Those 17 people, every single one of them will be confined for 3 days. He paused for a moment before continuing. Oh, and don't forget Zhao Ritian and Yi Chen. They're relying on their family connections to form cliques and act like bullies in the military. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll never learn their place. First, strip them of their instructor positions, then confine them for a week. Lin Yu was speechless. What about Li Tang? Duan Mubo shot her a disdainful glance and said irritably, what do you think? Chapter 121, Unbeatable Below Level 30. Li Tang defeated 17 opponents single-handedly, brutally beating 2 challenging instructors and forcing them to run 10 laps around the playground in women's clothing. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Harbin East University of Technology. The campus forums were ablaze with the news. Shocking. Freshman takes on 17, beats up S-rank professionals. The most arrogant freshman in history. Forced instructors to wear women's clothing and run around the campus. Who is Li Yunlong? A deep analysis of this earth-shattering showdown. Various sensationalist posts and videos flooded the platform, with images showing Yi Chen and Zhao Ritian in women's clothing running in a disheveled state. The comments section was equally lively. Holy crap! Are this year's freshmen this tough? Ha, Yi instructor's sailor outfit fits him pretty well. Love it. I heard this guy switched careers to become an S-rank profession Titan Heavy Shield. Is that profession really that powerful? Latest news. All 17 challengers have been locked up. 17 of them attacked one person and still lost? What a disgrace. They deserve to be locked up. The punishment for the 2 instructors has also been handed down 7 days of confinement. I don't understand why the new student named Li Yunlong wasn't punished. Nonsense. If you could achieve that kind of performance, the school wouldn't dare punish you. They'd treat you like a treasure. I'm starting to take an interest in this freshman. I should try to meet him someday. Wow, this showdown actually caught the attention of the big shot Lu Mang? Meanwhile, the main protagonist of the incident, Li Tang, was inside the villa, listening to Duan Mubo explain the fundamentals of mechanical engineering. Duan Mubo truly lives up to his reputation as a master of mechanical arts, explaining complex principles in a clear and concise manner. The core of mechanical engineering lies in the 2 characters G mechanism and Guan switch. He gently turned a delicate gear, and a mechanical dog suddenly split open, revealing its intricate transmission mechanism. The mechanism is the source of power, while the trap is the essence of transformation. The mechanical power we commonly use today is magic crystals. Duan Mubo pulled out several magic crystals and arranged them in a row on the table. However, it's not the case that the stronger the power, the greater the effectiveness of the mechanical device. You must consider factors such as material durability, energy conversion efficiency, structural stability, and energy redundancy. He tapped one of the 3rd-tier magic crystals, such as this saber-toothed tiger crystal. If used blindly in low-tier mechanisms, it wouldn't just fail to function, it could overload and burn out the entire structure. As he spoke, he embedded the magic crystal into a simple mechanical device box. Instantly, smoke billowed out, and parts scattered everywhere. Properly allocating power and precisely setting the trigger points for the mechanisms are the key. Duanmu Bo looked at Li Tang. Everything in the world is interconnected. You have already grasped the techniques of timing your moves and controlling your strength, and your forging skills have greatly improved. Mechanical engineering is the same. It's not just about creating powerful mechanical devices, you must also learn to control them, striving to extract and fully utilize every ounce of mechanical power. Using a cannon to kill a mosquito is simply not worth it. In real combat, timing, force, and technique are all essential. The same applies to mechanical arts, where power, structure, and triggers must work in harmony. Li Tang listened intently, envisioning Du Bo using the mechanical hummingbird in battle, and nodded in agreement. Alright. That concludes today's lesson. 2 hours later, Duanmu Bo closed the textbook and asked Li Tang, "Do you have any questions?" Li Tang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and asked, "Master, I injured so many students today, and 2 instructors as well. Will this cause any trouble for you?" Duanmu Bo burst into laughter upon hearing this, his white beard trembling. "You silly boy, what trouble could that possibly cause? They provoked you first. You were just defending yourself. The school will naturally distinguish right from wrong. If I can't handle such a minor matter, how can I be your master?" But Li Tang was still worried. "I heard they have some powerful backers." Duanmu Bo's expression grew serious, his gaze carrying a hint of authority. Those 2 brats have been relying on their family connections to run amok in the military for years. But Hardon University isn't their family's property. As long as you're here, you have to follow the school's rules. He waved his hand, and the holographic projection on the wall displayed the disciplinary notice from the school office, clearly stating the decision to suspend Zhao Ritian and Yi Chen for investigation. Suspension investigation. Li Tang was taken aback. Wasn't that a bit too harsh? Harsh? Duanmu Bo sneered, a level 30s rank professional who can't even transfer jobs yet, and can't even beat a freshman who just enrolled. We've brought shame upon the family all the way to the Jilung River. This punishment is already lenient. Don't worry, they're just minor figures in their families, they won't cause much trouble at school. Li Tang nodded solemnly. Master, I understand. Good. Duanmu Bo's eyes sparkled with approval. However, you must be cautious in the days ahead. Those people won't give up easily. Though they won't dare to act openly, they'll definitely try to sabotage you behind the scenes. Li Tang grinned. No problem. I'm invincible below level 30. Duanmu Bo nodded. After military training, the school will have a climbing competition for the Sky Tower. You can participate too. The sky-piercing tower? Li Tang was about to ask when Su Jiao rushed in, her expression urgent, and shouted, Li Tang, Li Tang. The school network is about to crash. Seeing Duanmu Bo there, she stuck out her little tongue and hurriedly greeted him, Principal, good morning. Duanmu Bo smiled kindly, Little Jiao, what's going on? Su Jiao replied, I saw that the online public opinion is being maliciously manipulated. Everyone is saying that the school is favoring Li Tang and that the punishment for those 17 students and 2 instructors is too harsh. There are also many senior students who saw Li Tang making a big splash and have started challenging him online. There's Lu Mang, Su Mu, Xiaoran, and there's also a senior student named Zhao Haotian. Zhao Haotian. Duanmu Bo snorted coldly. Zhao Haotian's younger brother, the renowned genius of the Zhao family, an SS-ranked professional dragon speaker, currently at level 35. How dare he challenge a freshman who just enrolled? The Zhao family is really going downhill. Level 35. An SS-ranked professional dragon speaker? Li Tang and Su Jiao gasped in shock, both speechless. What? Afraid? Duanmu Bo narrowed his eyes. Scared? Li Tang burst into laughter. What's so special about a level 35 SS rank profession? If he dares to come, I'll crush him with a single blow. He has got countless treasures on him, and the special items given to him by the state alone are enough to make him invincible. Besides his brute strength and top-tier equipment with triple attributes, Li Tang also studied mechanical arts as a secondary skill. The spatial ring is filled with mechanical items, they'll definitely blow the enemy's mind. Good. That's got some guts. Seeing Li Tang's confident expression, Duanmu Bo smiled, but Zhao Haotian wasn't as useless as his older brother. The dragon speaker profession is highly unique, allowing one to communicate with dragons and harness their power, a true master of both magic and martial arts. They can cast dragon speech magic and summon dragon spirits to assist in battle. As he spoke, he projected a holographic image into the room. In the scene, a young man clad in dragon-patterned battle armor was single-handedly subduing a level 33 ice armor python boss. Terrifying dragon speech magic reduced the surrounding 100 meters to scorched earth. Su Jiao gasped in awe. Could this really be a student? This was Zhao Haotian's recent solo battle against the ice-armored python boss at White Mountain. Duanmu Bo shut off the projection. He was the heir whom the Zhao family had nurtured with all their resources. Their family was desperately leveraging every connection to secure a contract for Zhao Haotian with a giant dragon. If successful, even a young dragon would boost Zhao Haotian's strength by at least threefold. Li Tang, however, scoffed, I thought he was so powerful. At level 35, he's soloing a level 33 boss? I took down a level 32 boss, the Boiling Sheep King, all by myself at level 27. He has dragon speech magic, but I have mechanical arts. Although Zhao Haotian has already undergone 3 transformations, the outcome is still uncertain. Su Jiao's eyes lit up. That's right. Duanmu Bo looked at Li Tang's determined expression and nodded slightly. Confidence is good, but one must not become complacent. Alright, it's getting late today. Let's call it a day. Tomorrow night, Professor Zhang Wenjie from the forging department will give you a lesson. After Duanmu Bo left the villa, Li Tang finally snapped out of it. Zhang Wenjie was the genius professor from the forging department who had just moved into the villa the day before and was dissatisfied with Lin Yu's arrangement for him to stay there, wasn't he? Duanmu Bo actually sent him to give me the lecture. Chapter 122, The Mad Lion's Provocation. The next day was still military training, but due to Li Tang's stunning performance the previous day, the students all looked up to him with a mix of respect and awe. Zhang Wei didn't care about that. He kept hovering around Li Tang, constantly calling him Cloud Dragon Boss and acting like his subordinate. This made Li Tang feel like he was back in high school, when Li Jian used to follow him around. Instructor Song Dan took notice of him as well, pulling Li Tang aside and saying, I've taught so many students over the years, but I've never seen a freshman as talented as you. Actually, I'm just a lucky guy. Li Tang scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Instructor, I just got lucky, and they underestimated me. Song Dan waved his hand dismissively. Don't be modest. Your skills speak for themselves. With your abilities, you'll definitely shine brightly in school. However, you'd better be careful from now on. You beat those guys so badly yesterday they won't let it go that easily. Du Bo already warned me about this last night. Li Tang's expression turned serious, and he nodded earnestly. Instructor, I'll be careful. Song Dan patted his shoulder. In this school, if you ever run into any trouble, just come find me. I'll help you out if I can. During the military training break, Li Tang sat under a tree wiping sweat off his face. Zhang Wei, acting like a sycophant, handed him an iced drink. Cloud Dragon Boss, have some water. Thanks. As Li Tang took the drink, 3 girls approached him shyly. Li Yunlong. The short-haired girl at the front blushed and handed him a pink envelope. This is for you. Li Tang suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around and saw Su Jiao standing not far away, her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes blazing with anger. He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What was going on here? These girls were pretty and had good figures, but they couldn't compare to Miss Su. Why are you jealous? Li Tang straightened his expression and spoke boldly, the demons have not been vanquished, and the human race has not yet risen. How can we call this home? We have enrolled at Harbin Dong Industrial University to learn skills, enhance our abilities, and defend our homeland. How can we let personal affairs distract us? The short-haired girl stood frozen in place, her face alternating between pale and red. Her companions looked at each other in confusion. After a long while, the short-haired girl stammered, I'm sorry, we were out of line. With that, the girls lowered their heads and hurried away. Zhang Wei, standing nearby, perked up. With the demons not yet vanquished, how can we call this home? Well said. He looked at Li Tang with admiration. I had originally planned to have a sweet romance in college, but now I've decided to follow in the footsteps of Yunlong the boss. From today onward, I will devote myself entirely to cultivation and strive to keep up with the boss's pace. Love? Oomph, not even a dog would talk about that. Seeing Zhang Wei's overly enthusiastic expression, Li Tang was speechless. He glanced sideways at Su Jiao and noticed the frost on her face had melted away. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. He finally exhaled in relief, pondered for a moment, and then spoke earnestly to Zhang Wei. Oh wait, sometimes when fate comes knocking, you have to seize the opportunity. Don't follow the big brother's example in this. You're different from him. Before he could finish, several tall, muscular students approached. The leader had a crew cut, stood over 2 meters tall, and wore a necklace made of animal bones around his neck. His gaze swept over Li Tang, and he raised his chin and asked, You're Li Yunlong? I heard you caused quite a stir here yesterday, fighting 17 men alone and sending them all to the infirmary. Li Tang narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The short-haired youth curled the corner of his mouth into a carefree smile and didn't respond. A man stepped forward from behind him, raised his thumb, and shouted, This is Lu Mang, the leader of the Mad Warrior Department at Harbin Dong Industrial University, known as the Iron-Blooded Mad Lion. Senior Lu. Hearing his companion's praise, Lu Mang crossed his arms, looking extremely proud. Li Tang almost burst out laughing. Thug. His parents sure named him casually. Zhang Wei, standing beside him, grew serious and leaned close to Li Tang's ear, whispering, Boss, this guy is ranked 10th on the campus's power rankings. He's AS rank class Rage Blood Berserker, currently a third-year student, stuck at level 30 for over half a year, unable to complete the class change quest. It's said that during the Tower of Heaven test shortly after he enrolled, he used the Berserker S to tear apart a level 20 boss Ironback Demon Bear with his bare hands. At the time, he was only level 23, a real tough guy. Oh? Li Tang's pupils contracted slightly. How do you know so much about him? Jiang Wei smirked proudly. Hangdong University of Science and Technology has been my dream school for ages. I've been keeping tabs on the school's news since high school, and Lu Mang's exploits have been the talk of the school forum for ages. As he spoke, he kept a wary eye on Lu Mang and his group, whispering, "Boss, this guy isn't here with good intentions. We need to be careful." Lu Mang noticed the two whispering and cracked his neck, making a cracking sound. He impatiently interrupted, "Hey, I hear you're a tough fighter?" Li Teng smiled slightly, "Just average. Third best in the world." Hearing Li Teng's response, Lu Mang was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You little brat. I've never seen anyone so arrogant in my life." Li Teng ignored Jiang Wei tugging at his sleeve and said, "Well, today you'll see." Before Lu Mang could speak, his companions grew furious and began shouting angrily. "This kid is too arrogant. He doesn't even respect Senior Lu." "Exactly. Let him see how powerful Lu Mang is." Lu Mang, enraged, laughed sarcastically. "What a third-rate fighter." He took a sudden step forward, glaring intently at Li Teng. "You're not much of a man, but you sure talk big. Do you dare to fight me? Today, I'll show you that not everyone can act so arrogantly at Harbin Dong Industrial University." As he spoke, Lu Mang's aura surged suddenly, and a violent force erupted from his body, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack and shatter, with flying everywhere. The surrounding students, seeing this, scrambled backward in fear, afraid of being caught in the force's aftermath. Jiang Wei was also terrified, his face pale. He instinctively hid behind Li Teng and stammered, "Boss, Lu Mang was in the top 500 in last year's National University League. Although he's only at level 30, he has extensive combat experience and isn't someone like Sherdali and the other freshmen can compare to. He's serious now. Should we?" Li Teng patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder, his expression calm. "Don't panic. No matter how strong he is, how could he be as strong as the instructor? Are you talking about Instructor Song Dan? He's an A-class professional. I challenged and defeated him 2 years ago." Lu Mang let out a savage laugh, his muscles suddenly bulging, and strange blood-red patterns appeared on his skin. "Let you see the true power of an S-class professional, Rage Blood Berserker." Li Teng narrowed his eyes, gently pushed Jiang Wei aside, and stepped back. But Jiang Wei, though afraid, stubbornly refused to back down, clenching his teeth and saying, "No. Since I've acknowledged you as my leader, we'll fight together and take the blows together." Li Teng, moved by his words, immediately declared with a burst of courage, "Alright, today we'll see how the two of us take down these bunch of losers." Just as the battle was about to erupt, a cold, clear female voice suddenly rang out, "Lu Mang, are you bullying the newcomers again?" Everyone turned to see a beautiful girl with her arms crossed standing not far away, glaring at them coldly. Behind her were several students, each with a red armband on their right arm. "Damn it! The student council." Lu Mang's momentum stalled, and he awkwardly laughed. "Vice President this is a personal grudge." "Personal grudge?" Yudi sneered, pulled out her phone, and said, "I recorded the entire situation earlier. Should I post it on the school website for everyone to judge?" Lu Mang's face turned pale. "You? What are you talking about?" Yudi's gaze grew sharp. "Do you want me to notify the disciplinary committee?" Lu Mang gritted his teeth and glared at Li Teng. "You brat, you're lucky vice chairman he is here today. But when it comes to climbing the sky tower, I'll see who can protect you then. We'll settle this score then. Let's go." With that, he left with a few henchmen, looking dejected. The sky-piercing tower again. This was the third time Li Teng had heard that term. Chapter 123, The Tower of Heaven. Once Lu Mang and the others had gone far enough, Yudi turned around and looked at Li Teng. "You're Li Yunlong?" Li Teng nodded. "That's right. Thank you, senior, for helping me out." Yudi examined him from head to toe. "I heard you took down 17 freshmen by yourself yesterday and even injured 2 instructors? It was just luck. The 2 instructors were going easy on me." Li Teng humbly replied, "Besides, I only injured 1 instructor." Seeing Li Teng's response, Yudi put away her phone and sneered, "Humph, you do have some skills." But Lu Mang was right. During the Tower of Heaven test, no one will be able to protect you. He was one of the top 500 in last year's National University League and is also one of this year's Tower Guards. You'd better be careful. Just as she was about to leave, she seemed to remember something and suddenly turned back to say, "Oh, here's some advice for you. As a freshman, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Our Harbin East University of Technology is one of the key universities in the Great Xia Empire. A-class professionals are everywhere, and S-class professionals aren't worth a dime. The school is full of hidden talents. Don't think you're so great just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve. There are plenty of people better than you." Li Teng smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for the reminder, senior. I'll keep it in mind. Better that way. Take care of yourself and don't cause trouble for us student union members." Yudi snorted coldly and turned to leave with the student union members. "What did I do? What trouble did I cause for the student union?" Li Teng watched their departing figures and sighed inwardly. Once Yudi and the others had gone far enough, Jiang Wei finally exhaled deeply, approaching with a worried expression. "Big brother, this is trouble. Lu Mang, though powerful, holds grudges. Especially lately, due to the third-tier advancement matter, he's been on edge. He's also this year's Tower Guardian, and during the Tower of Heaven test, he'll definitely target us. Li Teng patted his shoulder dismissively. What's there to fear? We'll handle it. What can he do to me? But... Zhang Wei thought for a moment and remained concerned. Big brother, you might not know this, but the Tower of Heaven test is an annual mandatory assessment for all freshmen, and the Tower Guards are the top experts in the school. Lu Mang has a wide network of connections in school. If he teams up with other Tower Guards to intentionally make things difficult for him, we'll fight until he gives up. A gleam of determination flashed in Li Teng's eyes. Below level 30, I'm invincible. Above level 30, it's one-on-one. What's there to fear? After saying that, he wrapped his arm around Zhang Wei's shoulder and asked with a smile, Wei Ge, why don't you tell me first what exactly the Tower of Heaven test is all about? Wei Ge? Zhang Wei's lips twitched slightly. Big brother, don't give me any nicknames. How am I supposed to get through the next 4 years of university? He took a deep breath, pointed at the tower in the center of the school, and said, There it is, boss. That's the Tower of Heaven. Li Teng looked up and couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. It's just an ordinary tower. The campus handbook says it's called the Trial Tower, and it's not very tall, only 7 stories high. Zhang Wei laughed triumphantly, Big brother, you don't know anything. That tower may look small, but it's actually sealed by a spatial ability expert. It's a world within a world, and the space inside is vast. There's a saying that circulates among the students, scholarship is measured by the depth of one's knowledge, and martial arts are tested in the Trial Tower. Once the Trial Tower's seal is broken, it becomes the Tower of Heaven, symbolizing that once one passes the trial, they can ascend to the heavens step by step. This heaven-reaching tower trial is specifically designed to test freshmen and is the most exciting and dazzling exam of the year, attracting a huge crowd of onlookers every year. Each floor of the tower contains 3,000 fragments of small secret realms. The school places monsters of varying quantities and tiers inside, challenging students to climb the tower and defeat them to gain experience. Each successful breakthrough of a floor grants a certain amount of points as a reward. The higher one climbs and the faster one completes the challenge, the more points one earns. Li Teng was curious, do all freshmen have to participate? What about those with life-oriented professions? Zhang Wei hurriedly explained, the school organizes this to cultivate everyone's martial spirit and encourage all freshmen to participate, regardless of major or gender. Even those who have switched to a lifestyle profession can climb the sky-piercing tower as long as they have the determination to train. However, to ensure fairness, those in the life-related professions can use various items they have crafted themselves. In history, there was once an alchemist who, relying on the various potions he had concocted, climbed all the way to the 320th floor, creating a legendary feat. His story is still displayed in the Hall of Fame. The sky-piercing tower is unlocked once a year and is one of the most important tests for freshmen upon enrollment. The results often determine their status and resource allocation during their 4 years at university. Zhang Wei spoke while gesturing, his expression filled with longing. If he could achieve outstanding results in the sky-reaching tower test, he would not only receive magic crystals and advanced cultivation manuals from the school but also have the chance to be personally guided by the school's top professors. Moreover, senior students from their 2nd to 4th years can also challenge it, though their scores are only recorded on the campus rankings board. It is said that there is a real Tower of Heaven in the imperial capital, soaring into the clouds, with each floor sealing 3,000 true mini-dungeons that is truly impressive. Since the sealed realms are fragments of mini-realms, some special magical devices can be used inside, allowing students' ascent to be projected live onto a giant screen at the base of the Tower of Heaven. At that time, not only students from Harbin-Dong Industrial University but also residents from the connected city of Tianfeng will bring their families to watch, making it a bustling scene. Li Teng listened with a dreamy expression, then suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait a minute, wasn't it just mentioned that Lu Mang is the Tower Guardian? What's this about being a Tower Guardian? Zhang Wei took a sip of water and continued, the so-called Tower Guardian is essentially the champion, appointed by senior students from previous years. Promising freshmen who pass the trials of the Tongtian Tower often choose to challenge these seniors. If they succeed, they can make it onto the campus rankings, gain fame and attention, and secure more resources and opportunities. Zhang Wei spoke while counting on his fingers, explaining in detail to Li Teng that those who make it onto the campus Hall of Fame are no ordinary individuals. They have significant advantages in terms of cultivation resources, mentor guidance, and external training opportunities. Upon graduation, they are directly recruited by major military regions, ensuring a bright future ahead. The world is bustling with people, but none can escape the allure of fame and fortune. Oh, I see. Li Teng listened, but seemed uninterested. He was already a person of the state, under close scrutiny, with access to all kinds of rare resources. Whatever he asked for would be delivered the next day. Academically, Principal Duan Mubo personally leads his team, arranging special tutoring sessions every night to ensure his foundational knowledge is solid. If it weren't for the desire to build a stronger foundation to avoid rushing progress, the state would have already sent someone to lead him through various dungeons and secret realms for leveling up. A mere reward for climbing the Tower of Heaven? It really didn't seem worth the effort. Chapter 124, let's see what tricks you can pull. After Yudi successfully persuaded Lu Meng to back down, the news spread like wildfire, and others grew wary, daring not to cause trouble for Li Tang anymore. By evening, Li Tang had just returned to the villa when the doorbell rang. He opened the door and saw none other than Zhang Wenjie, the young forging professor he had met on his first day there. "It's you." Zhang Wenjie didn't have a friendly expression on his face and spoke in a hostile tone. "Aren't you the one who switched to the Titan Heavy Shield class? Why did the school assign me to teach you blacksmithing again?" Li Tang scratched his head and laughed. "Professor Zhang, I took blacksmithing as a minor." Zhang Wenjie remained cold-faced. "Li Yunlong, I don't know what special profession you switched to, or if you have some special background. But as long as you're in my class, you must follow my instructions. Otherwise, I'd rather offend the principal than take you as my disciple." People with talent are usually arrogant, but Li Tang didn't take it to heart. He kept a low profile and hurriedly replied, "No problem, Professor Zhang. You can count on me." Zhang Wenjie's expression finally eased slightly. He stepped into the villa and said, "I heard they've converted a forging room here. Lead the way and show me around." Following Li Tang to the forging room on the third floor, Zhang Wenjie couldn't help but sneer at the arrangement inside and the shelves filled with various minerals. "Principal Duanmu really values you. This forging room is better equipped than my laboratory." Seeing Zhang Wenjie's displeased expression, Li Tang was at a loss for words. "This forge wasn't even set up by him. What does it have to do with me?" However, he forced a smile and said, "Professor Zhang, all of this was arranged by the school. If you find anything unsuitable, I'll have it adjusted immediately." Zhang Wenjie took a deep breath, waved his hand, and said, "Never mind. This has nothing to do with you." He paced back and forth in the forge, his eyes scanning the various tools and minerals, and said seriously, "Since you've chosen blacksmithing as your minor, there are some things I need to make clear to you first. Blacksmithing isn't something you can master by just swinging a hammer around. This trade relies on solid skills and patience." As he spoke, Zhang Wenjie picked up a piece of iron ore that glowed faintly. "Take this ore, for example. Though it looks ordinary, its internal structure is actually quite complex. A skilled blacksmith can immediately identify the distribution of impurities and know how to smelt it to preserve its essence while removing impurities." He handed the iron ore to Li Tang and said, "Try forging it. Let me see your foundation." Li Tang hesitated. He didn't know how much Ndu Bo had revealed about him to Zhang Wenjie. After all, the equipment he had crafted had attributes that were directly increased by 300. If that were exposed, who knew what kind of upheaval it would cause? Seeing Li Tang staring blankly, Zhang Wenjie furrowed his brows even more. "What? Have you just learned forging technique and haven't even crafted a single piece of equipment yet? Or are you too afraid to even attempt the most basic forging?" Under Zhang Wenjie's intense gaze, Li Tang couldn't back down. His mind raced and he finally took the iron ore, smiling, "I'll give it a try." Li Tang took a deep breath, walked to the forge, and lit the fire. The iron ore gradually turned red hot under the intense heat. He picked up the hammer and began forging. To hide his inexperience, he deliberately moved clumsily and slowed his actions. Zhang Wenjie stood beside him, arms crossed, watching coldly. At first, his expression carried a hint of contempt, but soon his brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This kid's technique is so skilled? He doesn't look like a beginner at all. A master's skill is evident from the first stroke. Although Li Tang had done his best to hide it, Zhang Wenjie noticed the difference the moment he raised the hammer and struck the iron. Li Tang's movements appeared clumsy, but each strike was delivered with precise force. The iron ore gradually took shape under his strikes, slowly forming a form, with impurities being gradually removed, and the metal's texture becoming increasingly clear. Clang! 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 The crisp sounds of hammering echoed through the forge. Ding! Green quality fine iron sword crafting failed. Item disappeared. You recovered half an iron ingot. You did not gain skill proficiency or experience points. To prove he was a novice, Li Lighting deliberately chose a green quality blueprint for the forging. Moreover, during the forging process, he deliberately misaligned a few blows with the hammer. As expected, the forging failed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Zhang Wenjie sheepishly. "I'm sorry, Professor Zhang. I didn't control my strength properly, and it failed." "Li Yunlong, do you think I'm an idiot?" Zhang Wenjie narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Your technique doesn't look like that of a beginner at all. Are you deliberately pretending to be clumsy to avoid me noticing something?" Li Tang's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface. "Professor Zhang, you've misunderstood. I was just following the steps taught in the book." "Bull!" Zhang Wenjie interrupted him without mercy, stepped forward, picked up the half-piece of iron ingot, and weighed it in his hand, then sneered, "I've been a blacksmith for so many years. Do you even have any experience? The first strike alone tells me the depth. Your force, the point of impact, and even your breathing rhythm all look like those of a seasoned veteran who's practiced thousands of times." He slammed the iron ingot onto the forging bench, his gaze fixed on Li Tang. "Speak up. Who are you? And who taught you forging? No wonder you're the youngest genius professor in the forging department. My little tricks couldn't possibly fool you." Li Tang sighed and smiled wryly. Professor Zhang, I do have some forging experience, but I wasn't intentionally hiding it. It's just that. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal part of the truth. My profession is a bit special. The equipment I forge might be different from what ordinary blacksmiths make. Oh? Zhang Wenjie perked up with interest. How exactly are they different? Li Tang bit his lip, deciding to reveal a little bit first to gauge Zhang Wenjie's reaction. Professor Zhang, the equipment I forge has slightly higher attributes than normal. He spoke vaguely, daring not to reveal the shocking secret that the equipment he forged had a 300% increase in attributes. Zhang Wenjie furrowed his brows, looking skeptical. Slightly higher? Do you know how significant even a half-point increase in equipment attributes can be in this field? You speak so casually, are you trying to deceive me? Li Tang didn't answer directly. Instead, he took a piece of ore from the shelf. Forget it. I'll forge another piece of equipment. You can see for yourself. He had also thought it through. Since Duan Mubo had arranged for Zhang Wenjie to come and teach him, he must at least be someone worthy of trust. As for how much he could trust him, he would ask his own master later. Zhang Wenjie snorted coldly but stepped aside. Alright, I'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Chapter 125, A Genius with Dual Awakened Talents. Li Tang took a deep breath, selected a piece of cold iron ore that glowed blue threw out from the material rack, and threw it into the furnace. Under the glow of the furnace, Li Tang's eyes grew intensely focused. When the ore turned bright red, he grabbed it with his right hand and swung the hammer with his left. At that moment, his entire demeanor transformed. This time, he no longer held back, and every movement became smooth and precise. Each strike seemed to follow a rhythm, the cold iron bending and shaping like a living creature, impurities perfectly removed. Under the intense heat and relentless strikes, the metal gradually took shape, ultimately transforming into a double-bladed battle axe that gleamed with a cold, piercing light. The axe blade was crystal clear, emanating a biting coldness, with faint frost patterns flowing along the edge. Frostbite War Axe Blue Rare, Attack 282, Strength 120, Constitution 111, 5% chance to trigger a frostbite effect on attack. Requires level 27 and Strength 105. Upon seeing the attributes of the battle axe, Li Tang sighed in relief. Thankfully, it hadn't become a purple exceptional quality item, otherwise, it would have been a real mystery. However, the 5% chance to trigger a frostbite effect when attacking trait was also decent, making it a small-scale rare item. In the future, he could use the Qiankuan transformation talent to transfer it to other equipment. Li Tang handed the frost war axe to Zhang Wenjie with a calm expression. Professor Zhang, please take a look yourself. Zhang Wenjie eyed him suspiciously, took the frost war axe, and as his gaze swept over the attribute panel, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze in place as if struck by lightning. His fingers trembled slightly, and his voice changed pitch. A blue rare quality equipment attribute with triple stats? And the strength attribute had reached its maximum limit? How was that possible? Zhang Wenjie's expression kept changing. This is simply unbelievable. How did you manage to do this? Li Tang wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, this is my special ability. He paused for a moment, organizing his words. After taking a minor in forging, I unexpectedly awakened the innate talent of the blacksmith profession, granting me a certain chance to craft equipment with triple attributes. On the way to report to Harbin Dong Industrial University, Li Tang and Duan Mubo were chatting on the Zhelong Shinizo, and he had mentioned that there were extremely rare individuals in the world who had awakened dual talents. You've awakened dual talents? Zhang Wenjie was speechless. The odds of such a talent appearing among millions of professionals were minuscule, and you managed to be one of them? He grabbed Li Tang's hand urgently and said, what kind of talent is it? Quickly share your interface with me. Li Tang looked hesitant. This is Professor Zhang's information. It's my personal privacy. A professional's talents are highly confidential personal information. Except under special circumstances, they rarely reveal them to outsiders to prevent being targeted. Zhang Wenjie, of course, was well aware of this. He took a deep breath, released Li Tang's hand, and said dejectedly, I was being presumptuous. His eyes flickered with complex emotions. No wonder Principal Duanmu personally arranged for me to teach you. So that's it. Zhang Wenjie paced back and forth in the forging room, his shock gradually giving way to excitement. He muttered to himself repeatedly, 3 times the attributes. 3 times the attributes. This is utterly mind-blowing in the forging world. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Li Tang. What were the chances of forging equipment with triple attributes? Li Tang scratched his head and replied, about 10, I guess. Zhang Wenjie lowered his head in deep thought. 10? That's not too low. If. He suddenly looked up. Li Yunlong. Who else knows about this? Li Tang answered cautiously, besides you, only Principal Duanmu knows. Zhang Wenjie fell silent for a moment. Alright. Li Yunlong, your talent is truly unprecedented, unheard of. Do you know what this ability means? It could completely change the entire equipment landscape of Blue Star. I heard that Principal Duanmu personally went to pick up a student to enroll in the school a few days ago. That must have been you. Does everyone know about this now? Li Tang scratched his head and nodded slightly. Yes. Zhang Wenjie's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination. With such talent, even if you don't pursue that so-called Titan-heavy shield, the nation would still treat you like a precious treasure. No wonder Principal Duanmu arranged for you to stay in this villa. No wonder he sent me to give you special tutoring. I thought this was a humiliation, but it turns out it's a favor. He suddenly burst into laughter. To nurture the talented youth of the world, how delightful. Principal Duanmu, you know I have reservations about you, yet you still assign me to teach such a genius. I truly underestimated your vision. Zhang Wenjie may be arrogant, but I'm not the kind of person who doesn't understand the bigger picture. Alright, since the principal has entrusted you to me, I will fulfill my duty and impart all my knowledge to you. After laughing, Zhang Wenjie's expression turned serious as he said solemnly, but don't think that having talent means you can act however you please. Remember, the better your talent, the harder it is to advance and promote. Talent and effort are both essential. There are countless talented people in this world, but how many ultimately grow to become the kind of powerhouse who can dominate an entire era? Indeed, while those with powerful talent possess endless possibilities, the barriers of class advancement, betrayal by rival clans, interference from foreign powers, and battles in secret dungeons. Perhaps a single mishap could destroy a rising star. Li Tang naturally understood this principle and immediately grew serious. I understand. Thank you, Professor Zhang. Zhang Wenjie glared at him. You still call me Professor Zhang? Li Tang quickly changed his tone, then call me Master? Zhang Wenjie nodded satisfactorily. That's more like it. Since you have a solid foundation and natural talent, let's craft another piece of equipment. I'll guide you directly during the forging process. Li Tang was taken aback. After finally managing to gloss over the threefold attribute issue, if I have to craft another piece of equipment, won't my success rate, which far exceeds that of other blacksmiths, be exposed? What's the matter? Is there a problem? Zhang Wenjie looked puzzled. No. Li Tang had no choice but to take another piece of red copper ore from the rack and place it in the furnace. The red copper ore was instantly engulfed by the raging flames, gradually turning bright red. It's ready to be removed. Be careful with the force, keep it steady. Zhang Wenjie reminded him at the right moment. Li Tang followed his instructions, gripping the red copper ore with the tongs, then raised the iron hammer high in his right hand. The ore deformed slightly under the hammer blows. Tilt the angle slightly more to allow the metal to extend better. Li Tang quickly adjusted his posture, and the next hammer blow landed at the perfect angle. The red copper ore, like obedient dough, began to extend according to Li Tang's intentions. As the hammer strikes continued, the red copper ore gradually took shape, and the outline of a sword began to emerge. The sword's body is wide and thick, the blade sharp, and the surface patterns resemble flowing lava, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Blazing Sword Blue Rare, Attack 291, Strength 117, Constitution 117, deals an additional 50 points of fire damage on attack. Requires level 26 and Strength 115. Looking at the attributes of this massive sword emanating a scorching aura, Zhang Wenjie paused, looking skeptical, and asked, you said there was only a 10% chance of triple attributes appearing, right? Li Tang wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed awkwardly. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Zhang Wenjie was still skeptical. Alright, then forge another piece of equipment for me to see. Seeing that Zhang Wenjie wasn't so easy to fool, Li Tang felt a bit uneasy and handed him the hammer. Master, why don't you forge an item too? Let me see how you do it and learn from you. Zhang Wenjie glared at him and snapped, stop wasting time. Hurry up and forge it. Li Tang had no choice but to pick up the hammer again. Fish Scale Armor Purple Excellence, Defense 600, Strength 240, Constitution 237, Agility 234, Damage Reduction 128. Level Requirement 27, Strength Requirement 115, Constitution Requirement 148. Oh no, it's a critical hit. Li Tang was startled. Looking at the purple exceptional quality equipment, Zhang Wenjie fell silent. After a moment, he looked at Li Tang. How do you explain this equipment? This. Li Tang's forehead was drenched in sweat. Master, if I say my talent has a certain chance to upgrade equipment by 1 tier, would you believe me? What do you think? Zhang Wenjie replied with a half smile. During this time, Su Jiao came by once, but upon seeing Zhang Wenjie teaching Li Tang, she stuck out her tongue and dared not disturb them. She went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack for Li Tang. Half an hour later, a plate of fried rice with a burnt smell was freshly cooked. Su Jiao cautiously took a bite, and her face immediately scrunched up like a bitter melon. I clearly followed the recipe exactly. How did it turn out like this? She flipped through the recipe, completely baffled. Chapter 126, Forging True Gold with Fire. That night, Zhang Wenjie had no idea how he managed to leave the villa. Every piece of equipment Li Tang crafted had triple attributes, and occasionally, it would randomly upgrade to the next tier. Moreover, his equipment crafting speed was unmatched, several times faster than an ordinary blacksmith, with a success rate that was downright terrifying. Zhang Wenjie silently calculated and was astonished to find that it had reached an astonishing 30+. This extraordinary talent left Zhang Wenjie utterly envious. Because the talent he had awakened was elemental resonance, which allowed him to infuse various elemental powers into his forging, enhancing the power of his equipment. In simpler terms, it allowed him to enchant equipment, boosting its power by 3050. While this talent seems impressive, it still pales in comparison to triple attributes. If this kid can craft such equipment, defeating 2 instructors in a 1-on-17 battle would be a piece of cake. The Chosen One. This Li Yunlong is truly the chosen one of the forging world. What a waste to give such an amazing talent to someone who chose to become a Titan-heavy shield warrior. It's a complete waste of potential. Heaven, you're so unfair. Phew, at least I managed to get by for now. After sending off Zhang Wenjie, who left in a daze, Li Ting finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt like he couldn't come up with any more excuses. He's gone? Su Jiao also stepped out of the villa and sighed. I never expected Professor Zhang to be so intimidating on our first meeting. He's actually a pretty decent person. Don't talk nonsense. Li Tang extended his finger and gently wiped the flour off her nose, smiling. What were you sneaking a bite of? I wasn't stealing anything. Su Jiao's face turned red instantly. She hurriedly turned around and ran back into the kitchen, then peeked out the door and shouted angrily, Don't peek at me cooking. Li Tang smiled, walked into the villa, and casually dialed in Du Bo's communicator. What's wrong with this cheap master of mine? He didn't even bother to say hello before dumping Zhang Wenjie here, leaving me completely unprepared. Ha, my good disciple, how's the schedule for tonight's lesson? Duan Mubo was already lying on the bed, wearing a red velvet ball cap on his head. As soon as he answered, he grinned widely. You didn't even give me a heads up beforehand. Professor Zhang almost stripped me naked. Seeing Duan Mubo's smiling face, Li Tang clenched his teeth and said, Old Duan. You better give me an explanation for tonight's incident. Otherwise, I won't attend your mechanical arts class. Duan Mubo paid no heed to Li Tang's threat, scratching his head and tilting his sleeve cap slightly. What was the result? The result. Li Tang felt frustrated. In the end, I ended up with another cheap master. He sighed helplessly and recounted everything that had happened tonight to Duan Mubo. Duan Mubo's eyes sparkled. Did Zhang Wenjie really say that? Li Tang rolled his eyes. Of course he did. However, neither I nor Jiao expected Professor Zhang's attitude to change so drastically. Duan Mubo nodded slightly. Zhang Wenjie may be a bit arrogant, but he's a pure-hearted soldier of the Great Xia Empire. That's why I assigned him to teach you. But now that he's seen a student with better blacksmithing talent than him, he must be feeling pretty crushed inside. Seeing Duan Mubo's smug expression, Li Tang was speechless. So you've been using me as a tool to hone Zhang Wenjie's resolve. Should I tell him the truth? Li Tang asked. Duan Mubo's expression grew serious. Just maintain your current stance. I'll tell him when the time is right. Your identity is classified as National SSS level secret. Only you and Lin Yu know about it in the entire school. Even if others have doubts, no one would ever think you've actually switched careers to become a blacksmith. I must admit, you've done an excellent job establishing your persona these past few days. Everyone now believes you're a highly talented heavy warrior. By the way, the school is organizing a climbing activity for the sky-piercing tower in a few days. You have to participate. Li Tang was puzzled. I have to participate too? Duan Mubo nodded. Yes, not only do you have to participate, but you must also strive to come in first place. Li Tang crossed his legs on the sofa. To be honest, the reward doesn't really interest me. After all, I don't lack anything right now. Duan Mubo smiled, but the top 100 freshmen not only receive generous material rewards but also get the opportunity to train in the White Mountain Secret Realm in advance. Li Tang perked up. The White Mountain Secret Realm training? Duan Mubo sat up straight and nodded. Exactly. You're already level 27, aren't you? The White Mountain Secret Realm is a great place for professionals between levels 25 and 30 to train and level up. I need an excuse to send you there so you can use this opportunity to quickly reach level 30. To be honest, everyone is curious about what new abilities you'll unlock with the Bagua Furnace talent after reaching level 30. Plus, once you reach level 30, you can craft orange quality epic gear. Such equipment is already a backbone of the army. Even if it can't be mass-produced and widely distributed, as long as it can solve the equipment needs of the mid-tier elite soldiers in the army, our country's overall combat strength will be elevated by a whole level. Li Teng thought about it. Chang Liang, the commander of the City Defense Army of Kanglan City, had only just barely crossed the 40-level threshold with the lava demon set he had lent him. The difficulty of advancing to higher-tier professions was evident. He wondered what his class advancement quest would be at level 30. Better to prepare early and avoid last-minute chaos, so he nodded in agreement. Just then, Su Jiao walked in holding a tray. Li Tang, come have a midnight snack. I made fried rice with eggs. Ha, since the important matters are settled, I won't disturb the two of you enjoying your sweet time. Duan Mubo chuckled and hung up the communicator. However, this left Su Jiao blushing fiercely. She let out a soft cry and slammed the tray on the table before turning and running out. The little girl is still as shy as ever. Li Tang stroked his chin, looking at the egg-fried rice with its golden threads wrapped in silver, sparkling like, and his appetite was immediately whetted. It looks pretty good, must taste delicious. Li Tang was just getting hungry. He scooped up a spoonful of the translucent rice grains and put them in his mouth, only to immediately vomit them out. Ugh. It's salty and bitter. As expected, you can't trust Su Jiao's cooking skills. Her hands are too clumsy to hold a spoon properly. The 10-day military training ended quickly, and no one came to bother Li Tang during those days. This included Zhao Ritian and Sherdali, who had been confined to their quarters, as well as Lu Mang and others who had previously threatened to teach Li Tang a lesson. All of them had vanished without a trace. Even if they happened to cross paths, they would just glare at him and leave in a hurry, leaving everyone wondering if Ndu Bo had secretly arranged something. Li Tang was more than happy to have some peace and quiet. After finishing military training each day, he returned to the villa where Duanmu Bo and Zhang Wenjie each gave him private lessons, eagerly absorbing knowledge related to mechanical arts and forging techniques. Ever since witnessing Li Tang's innate talent for forging, Zhang Wenjie had been distracted for days. It wasn't until Duanmu Bo wrote him a note that he finally understood. A disciple need not be inferior to his master, nor must a master be wiser than his disciple. Some learn the way earlier, others later. Some excel in one field, others in another. That is all. That's right, throughout history, there have only been master craftsmen who became top scholars, never top scholars who became master craftsmen. Being able to teach such a talented disciple like Li Tang, perhaps one day he could achieve fame and glory in history. With this realization, Zhang Wenjie was filled with renewed passion, imparting all his knowledge and skills in forging to Li Tang without reservation. However, every time he looked at Li Tang, his expression was complex, filled with admiration, satisfaction, and anticipation. He was exceptionally strict and patient, explaining every step in meticulous detail, fearing that Li Tang might miss any crucial details. From selecting the ore, controlling the heat during smelting, to the rhythm of hammering during forging, he demonstrated each step personally, repeating it over and over again without complaint. Inside the forge, flames roared fiercely, and sparks flew everywhere. Lower your wrist just a little more. Zhang Wenjie's shout nearly drowned out the clanging of the hammer. This strike required penetrating force, using skill rather than brute strength. Li Tang's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, and the forging hammer in his hands traced an arc through the air. As the hammerhead made contact with the red-hot metal, he flickered his wrist slightly, causing the hammerhead to ripple like ripples on water. Clang! An extraordinary sight unfolded. Spider web-like threads of light erupted from the surface of the metal ingot, spreading outward as if alive. Not bad. Zhang Wenjie nodded, picked up the sword blank, and examined it carefully. This knocking the mountain to shake the earth technique is already at 3/10 of my mastery. I need to practice more. Li Tang wiped the sweat from his brow, stretching his aching arms. Yes, master. However, when you demonstrated earlier, the energy fluctuations on the hammerhead seem to have 7 subtle changes. When will I be able to achieve that? Zhang Wenjie scoffed. You haven't even learned to crawl yet, and you're already thinking about running? Blacksmithing is a practical craft. If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't, you can't. Even if you have natural talent, it only allows you to learn faster and understand deeper. Without thousands of hours of forging practice, you'll never master the techniques. To reach the realm of 7 lotus flowers blooming with a single strike, you've got a long way to go. He slammed the sword blank back onto the forging table. The patterns were unevenly distributed. Practice again. At the staircase, Su Jiao looked worriedly at the closed door of the forge and asked, Principal, is Zhang Professor being too hard on Li Tang? I noticed he's been very tired lately, eating little, and has even lost weight. Duanmu Bo shook his head and smiled. It's fine. No pain, no gain. Zhang Wenjie is an excellent mentor who is willing to teach diligently, a true blessing for Li Tang. However, the results are truly remarkable. Under Zhang Wenjie's meticulous guidance, Li Tang's forging skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Chapter 127, Go ahead, how do you want to lose? Today marks the official end of our military training. Thank you all for your cooperation with my work. For the rest of the afternoon, let's take a short break and sing some songs with students from other colleges. Of course, those with talents can also perform a show to liven things up. As the sun set, the remaining sunlight dyed the entire playground orange-red. As Instructor Song Dan's voice faded, a small cheer erupted. Although the students were all awakened professionals with extraordinary abilities, their physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people. However, military training at Hideo University of Industry is no mere formality. Endless drills, physical training, and combat exercises, and occasional room inspections and nighttime drills left these freshmen, who had just entered university, utterly exhausted. After each day of intense training, their bodies ached all over, and they were so exhausted they could barely stand. They longed to skip washing and collapse into bed. Yet those cunning instructors insist on conducting nighttime emergency assemblies, followed by a 30-kilometer sprint and wilderness survival drills. The trainees are often awakened from their sleep by the sharp sound of whistles, groggily getting dressed while cursing the drill instructors, and rushing to the assembly point. Now that this dreaded military training is finally over, their nerves, which had been on edge for so long, can finally relax. On the vast parade ground, over 3,000 freshmen gathered together, sitting on the ground, and began their talent show. It must be said that this year's students are truly impressive. Not only are they highly skilled, but they also exude artistic flair. They showed no signs of nervousness, effortlessly showcasing their talents in singing, dancing, and rapping. Many upperclassmen were also drawn to the scene, but they weren't allowed to participate in the performances. Instead, they gathered around the perimeter to watch, occasionally cheering for a freshman performer. "Watch me." A boy in the center began to dance with a sword, its blade moving like flowing water, tracing beautiful paths in the air, causing the students to clap wildly. "Oomph, all flash and no substance." Two other muscular guys crossed their arms and snorted, "Real men should fight with their fists." They walked to the center of the field and punched the ground with all their might. Boom! The ground of the playground trembled slightly, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out from the center of his fist. Amidst the shouts of the students, they stood facing each other and began exchanging blows, punch for punch. Surprisingly, the powerful punches, accompanied by whistling winds, landed on both of them without causing any visible damage, clearly demonstrating their extraordinary defensive skills. "Oomph, just muscle-bound brutes with no brains. What's so great about them?" A girl who had switched to a magic-based class sneered, flicked her fingertips, and a ball of flame swirled in her palm. It then split into dozens of fireflies, dancing gracefully before forming the words "Dong University of Technology" in the air, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively as more and more students took the stage to showcase their talents. By the end, things became increasingly outlandish. Some summoned water dragons to circle the sky, others used wind-based abilities to play melodious tunes, and some even called upon their pets to engage in boxing matches. Some students even performed magical illusions, transforming metal coins into roses out of thin air, causing the girls to scream in excitement. Li Teng sat cross-legged on the ground, munching on sunflower seeds and watching with great interest. These performances were unthinkable on the original Earth. "Classmate, could you explain what kind of talent performance using an axe to chop a cow leg is supposed to be?" Seeing Zhang Wei pull out a cow leg from somewhere, with his massive battle axe still swinging in his right hand, instructor Song Dan laughed and scolded. Reporting to the instructor, "I am performing the butcher's art of slicing a cow." Zhang Wei laughed as he tossed the cow leg into the air, swinging his massive axe wildly. By the time the cow leg landed, it had been sliced into uniform, thin slices. He flipped the axe, and in an instant, the meat slices, which had been flying through the air like butterflies, all landed on the massive axe blade. A bare cow leg bone clanged to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. "Skill, whirlwind dance." A series of gasps echoed around him. Such a powerful skill was used as if it were a tool for slicing beef rolls. Clearly, he had mastered it to perfection. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Zhang Wei smirked triumphantly, blew a kiss to the girls, then walked over to Li Teng and sat down, excitedly asking, "Boss, how was my performance?" "Not bad." Li Teng remained non-committal. He had seen Su Jiao's sword technique when she used the sword storm skill. She instantly sliced the boss by Mao Fox into strips of meat. Zhang Wei's face turned as sour as a bitter melon. "Leader, can't you give me some praise?" Li Teng rolled his eyes and said, "Go. You're not a 3-year-old kid. Go whine to your mom." This remark left Zhang Wei speechless for a moment. After regaining his composure, he glanced around and suggested, "Boss, why don't you show us a performance too?" "Forget it. I'd rather just sit here eating sunflower seeds and watch the show." Li Teng wasn't interested at all and handed the sunflower seeds back to Zhang Wei. "Oomph, Li Yunlong, I bet you don't have any talents at all." Before Zhang Wei could respond, Zhao Ritian and Yichen walked over with a few students, crossing their arms and mocking, "That's why you're sitting here as a backdrop." Seeing these two ruining his mood again, Li Teng's expression darkened. Zhang Wei leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Boss, his younger brother Zhao Haotian has returned. After hearing about what happened last time, he threatened to teach you a lesson. However, the student council SCUD has spoken. Anyone who dares to take action against him on school grounds is declaring war on the disciplinary committee, so Zhao Haotian is temporarily holding back." Li Teng suddenly understood. No wonder Zhao Rithi was so arrogant. His backer was back. He's just a bully relying on his younger brother's influence. Li Teng didn't even bother to acknowledge him, simply turning his head away and whistling lewdly at a girl who was dancing on the field. Seeing that Li Teng was ignoring him, Zhao Ritian grew furious and couldn't help but step forward. "What do you want?" Song Dan also noticed the commotion and hurried over to stand in front of Li Teng. "It's okay, Song instructor." Li Teng said indifferently, "If this guy dares to act recklessly, I don't mind giving him another lesson." "You." Being so disrespected by Li Teng, Zhao Ritian flew into a rage, but remembering he wasn't a match for him, he could only stay put, feeling extremely embarrassed. Yichen pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, stepped out from behind Zhao Ritian, and said with a forced smile, "I never expected students from the Shield Warrior department to be so cowardly. You won't even accept a talent show competition." Li Teng turned his head away, giving him the back of his head. Such a crude provocation tactic could never work on him. Seeing that Li Teng wasn't paying him any attention, Yi Chen's eyes darted around, and he pulled out an axe from his spatial ring, weighing it in his hand. This axe was looted from a dungeon boss and its stats are decent. If you win, I'll give it to you. How about it? Demon Hunter's Axe Purple Excellent, Attack 198, Strength 76, Constitution 72, Agility 74, plus 5 damage against demonic monsters. Requires level 25, Strength 130. This axe's stats are indeed impressive and it's a purple exceptional quality item that can be used at level 25. It would easily fetch a couple of million on the market. However, compared to the one Li Tang crafted, it's nothing but junk. Li Tang merely glanced at it before dismissively looking away. Gulp. Zhang Wei beside him stared wide-eyed, unable to resist swallowing hard. He tugged at Li Tang's sleeve. Boss, why don't we give it a try? Want it? Seeing his naive expression, Li Tang was speechless. Zhang Wei nodded frantically, his eyes sparkling. Boss, this is a purple weapon. Of course I want it. I'm not as wealthy as you, boss. I don't have a single purple tiered item on me. Since this subordinate of his had decent character, Li Tang had originally planned to say, I'll give you a better one later, but upon second thought, he was currently playing the role of a shield warrior, so he swallowed the words back. He patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder and smiled, alright. Since someone's offering it to us, we can't just refuse. Since you call me boss, just wait for me to win this axe and give it to you. Li Tang turned to Yi Chen and said, alright, how do you want to lose? Chapter 128, Earth-Shattering Gamble, Demon's Voice Pierces the Ears. Arrogant. Hearing Li Tang say this, Zhao Ritian nearly burst a blood vessel in his nose. Yi Chen glared at him and said, Li Yunlong, we've all put our stakes on the line. What about you? Li Tang smiled. Bets? Anyway, I'm going to win. What's the point of betting? He casually pulled out a 5th grade magic crystal. But just to make sure you lose convincingly, I'll reluctantly use this as my bet. If you can beat me, it's yours. The fiery red crystal refracted brilliant hues in the setting sun, and the surging energy within caused the surrounding air to warp slightly. A discerning student immediately recognized it and shouted in astonishment, holy crap, it's the magic crystal of a 5th-tier magical beast, the blue-eyed flame lion. Upon hearing these words, the students around him immediately let out a collective gasp of astonishment. Magic crystals have a wide range of practical applications, including setting up arrays, storing magical energy, crafting, upgrading, or enhancing equipment, and their market price has always remained sky-high. A 5th grade magic crystal is already classified as an intermediate grade magic crystal, the most versatile and in high demand, with each crystal worth at least 3 million. Moreover, this was a fire attribute magic crystal with extremely versatile applications, its value at least double that of the purple quality Demon Hunter's axe Yi Chen had just produced. Yi Chen's eyes widened suddenly, a flash of greed crossing his gaze, but he quickly suppressed it. You. Zhao Ritian stared at the crystal glowing with a fiery red light, his Adam's apple bobbed. Could this be fake? His doubt was well founded. Li Tang was just a student who had recently transferred, and he was only level 27. How could he possibly have hunted down a 53-level magical beast like the blue-eyed flame lion? Fake? Li Tang snorted derisively, flicked his finger, and the crystal suddenly lit up with several crimson patterns, faintly emitting energy vibrations resembling a lion's roar. A professor from the Materials Science Department pushed his way over, adjusted his glasses, and declared, the crystal still contains residual soul fluctuations from the green-eyed flame lion. This is the real thing. With the professor's endorsement, the surrounding whispers grew even louder. Yi Chen's expression grew solemn. He had only intended to provoke Li Tang into a duel, but never expected the latter to casually present such a high-stakes wager. This kid was too low-ranked. Since he couldn't kill the emerald-eyed flame lion, this 5th-tier magic crystal could only be a gift from his family. Offending a family that is either wealthy or powerful is not a wise choice. Big brother. Zhang Wei swallowed hard and stammered, do we really need to go this far? Song Dan grabbed Li Tang's arm and urgently pleaded, that's right, Li Yunlong, calm down. The school allows some competition, but this has clearly gone beyond the scope of a student duel. No, I can't let you act so impulsively. Li Tang brushed Song Dan aside nonchalantly. It's fine, Song instructor. I know what I'm doing. This thing is just one of many in his spatial ring. This magic crystal is the least valuable item among them. It's usually used in the Bagua furnace as sacrificial material to add golden attributes to equipment. What? You dare not accept the challenge? Li Tang played with the magic crystal, smiling mockingly at Yi Chen and the others. Or is it that you can't even come up with an equal bet? If you're scared, you can back out now. At least you won't end up losing everything and having to make excuses later. These words felt like a slap in the face. Yi Chen clenched his teeth, quickly weighing the pros and cons. The temptation of the 5th-tier magic crystals was simply too great. Even their own clan didn't have many reserves. Before he could respond, Zhao Ritian couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Humph, who's afraid of who?" He pulled out a metal box from his robe, snapped it open, revealing a crimson-red scale. The surface of the scale was adorned with lava-like patterns, and as soon as it was exposed to the air, the surrounding temperature rose sharply by several degrees. From the neck of a 5th-tier demon beast, the blazing throat earth dragon, someone exclaimed. Though the name Fiery Throat Earth Dragon includes the word dragon, it is actually a type of sub-dragon beast. However, it has a violent temper, immense power, and is extremely dangerous. Its level typically hovers around 55. The reverse scales are the essence of its body. Though their value pales in comparison to magic crystals, they are still considered a rare material. If handed over to Li Tang, they could be forged into a top-tier fire attribute weapon. Hearing the exclamations of those around him, Zhao Ritian felt extremely proud. Yi Chen, you're crazy? Yi Chen grabbed his arm and whispered, these dragon scales were given to you by the old man to pass on to your younger brother, so he can nurture his body and absorb their energy. Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed with madness, and he harshly interrupted Yi Chen's plea, shut up. His gaze fixed intently on Li Tang, are you in or out? The playground fell silent, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of Li Tang's response. The evening breeze swept past, and a dangerous smile slowly curled at the corners of Li Tang's lips. Interesting. That purple quality axe, combined with this dragon scale, is barely worth my 5th-tier magic crystal. Alright, I'll play along with you. He casually tossed the magic crystal to Song Dan, who was standing nearby, and said, Song instructor, please act as the referee. I'm afraid these guys won't admit defeat if they lose. Who won't admit it? Zhao Ritian flew into a rage, snatching the hunter's axe from Yi Chen's hands along with the of the blazing throat earth dragon, and handed them to Song Dan. But I have one more demand. Li Tang raised an eyebrow and asked, what demand? Zhao Ritian said coldly, whoever loses must not only forfeit the bet but also strip naked and run 10 laps around the playground. And while running, they must shout, I'm the idiot who peeked at girls taking a shower. I'm the pervert who steals girls' underwear. Holy, that's way too harsh. The onlookers gasped in horror. This was essentially betting everything on the line. The loser would have no face left to show in school. Zhang Wei panicked and rushed to block Li Tang, whispering, boss, they're willing to bet so much. They must be planning something. Let's not take this bet. Are you up for it? Seeing the hesitation on Li Tang's face, Zhao Ritian grew even more arrogant and shouted loudly, if you're too scared, crawl under my legs right now. Li Tang's expression turned cold. Zhao Ritian's demand was clearly an intentional insult. If he backed down now, he would inevitably be criticized in the future. He pushed Zhang Wei aside and sneered, alright, I agree. But you better think it through, don't regret it when you're running naked. Zhao Ritian snarled, humph, whoever regrets it is a coward. Song Dan, the instructor, looked troubled. Knowing it was futile to stop him, he sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, I'll temporarily hold the stakes for both of you. He paused for a moment before continuing, to ensure fairness, the match will be a best-of-3 format. Upon hearing that Li Tang, Zhao Ritian, and Yi Chen were engaging in a bet, and that the stakes were so thrilling, students from other academies grew extremely excited. They decided not to perform either, sitting back in their original spots and clearing the area, their eyes fixed on the spectacle with eager anticipation. Only Su Jiao looked worried, silently blaming Li Tang for being impulsive, and nervously watching him. Let's go first. Seeing all eyes on him, Zhao Ritian felt triumphant. He gestured behind him and said, Chai Kuan, you go first. Show him what you've got. A young man with a slicked-back hairstyle stepped forward, removed his shirt, revealing his suspenders. He caught the basketball thrown by his companion, dribbled it between his legs a few times, smiled at Li Tang, and said, You're so beautiful, baby. Someone turned on the speakers, and to the addictive melody of Only Because You're Too Beautiful, Chai Kuan began his performance. The basketball darted swiftly between his legs, synchronized with his eerie dance moves, occasionally followed by a 360-degree spin and a dunk. Even more impressive, he started rapping while dribbling, look at my amazing ball skills, the top freshman is me. Li Yunlong, you're no match for me. Surrender now, or I'll beat you until you call me uncle. Suddenly, the basketball in Chai Kuan's hands burst into a blue flame, tracing an eerie path through the air. Even more astonishingly, the rhythm of his ball handling perfectly matched the music, with magical notes flickering in and out of existence, dancing through the air and surging toward the onlookers. Not only did they enter the ears, but they also seemed to penetrate every pore of the body. The entire arena fell silent before erupting into deafening shouts. What on earth is this? Why are these magical notes relentlessly trying to burrow into my head? Even covering my ears doesn't help. My eyes, my ears. Damn it, hearing this song is making me dizzy and nauseous. Damn it, my health bar is starting to drop. This is terrifying. This guy's singing is a group attack. Li Tang also looked pained. This damage was nothing to him, but the singing was just unbearably awful. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhao Ritian smugly introduced, Chai Kuan has awakened a rare musical ability, making him an S-rank professional rap rhythm breaker. He can create temporary rap battle songs on the spot, randomly triggering buffs or debuffs. Moreover, each rhyming phrase triggers a sonic shockwave, shattering the enemy's defensive armor. Not only that, but the basketball in his hands is also a powerful attack weapon. Zhang Wei stepped forward abruptly, pointing at Zhao Ritian and shouting angrily, You're a cheat. We agreed to have a talent competition, yet you brought in a professional with awakened musical ability? This is clearly cheating. Dishonorable? Zhao Ritian sneered, spreading his hands. The rules never said Music Academy students couldn't participate. Li Yunlong, you can still admit defeat now. The surrounding students began to murmur in discussion. Li Tang rubbed his ears, which had been tormented by the demonic music, and curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. Interesting. Let's play along then. I'll show you what true musical art is all about. Chapter 129, Shattering the Stone with My Chest. As he spoke, Li Tang flipped his right hand and pulled out a large leather drum from his spatial ring. The drum body was as black as ink, its surface intricately carved with complex patterns, with faint flickering between the designs. 10,000 Phenomena Battle Soul Drum Purple Excellence, Attack 582, Strength 237, Constitution 240, Intelligence 234. Battle Intent has a 10% chance to inspire the morale of allies, causing them to charge forward fearlessly in battle. Requires level 27, Strength 125, and Intelligence 138. This was an item he crafted out of boredom, using the hide of a 4th-tier magical beast, the heaven-shaking yak, to cover it. Due to its built-in prefix Battle Will, it enhances allies' combat resolve, increases attack power, and accelerates skill cooldowns, making it a highly practical buff. Therefore, Li Tang put some effort into upgrading it to purple exceptional quality, and to his surprise, it proved useful here. Dong! Li Tang slammed his hammer onto the drumhead, and the deep, thunderous drumbeat instantly drowned out Chai Kuan's ear-piercing rap. What? Chai Kuan's expression changed as his rap rhythm was suddenly disrupted. The blue flames on the basketball trembled violently, nearly extinguishing. Li Tang sneered, gripping the drumsticks with both hands, and the rhythm suddenly accelerated. Dong! 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 The drum beats thundered like galloping warhorses, each strike feeling like a blow to the hearts of the crowd, causing their blood to boil. The students, who had been dizzy and disoriented from Chai Kuan's demonic voice, suddenly felt their spirits lift, and their minds cleared instantly. This drumbeat can counteract Chai Kuan's demonic voice, someone exclaimed. Zhao Ritian's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Don't panic. Chai Kuan, keep going. Chai Kuan clenched his teeth and steadied himself. The basketball burst into flames once more. He accelerated the rhythm, his rap growing sharper. Do you think that just because you drum louder, you can win? You're too naive. My flow is unbeatable. Make you kneel and call me daddy. Your decadent music is only fit for street performances. Li Tang's drumsticks danced like the wind, the drum beats growing more intense. Listen closely, this is the kind of song a real man should sing. He sang loudly, if our homeland is invaded, a true son of the nation must stand strong. Drink this bowl of hometown wine, a warrior goes forth never to return. Rolling rivers and surging rivers, give me life, give me strength. Let the blood dye the most beautiful flowers red, and let it flow over my chest. The red flag flutters, the bugle sounds, the sword is drawn, thunder roars, and lightning flashes. It has always been the brave who prevail in narrow paths forward, 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 forward. The resounding, passionate songs echoed like thunderclaps through the crowd. The students, who had only just awakened to the sound of Li Tang's drums, now saw fiery light in their eyes, their hearts surging with an unstoppable tide of passion, and they couldn't help but hum along to the rhythm. If our homeland is invaded, we must stand strong as men of honor. Drink this bowl of hometown wine to the last drop, the brave never return. Rolling rivers and surging streams, give me life, give me strength. The singing surged like a torrent, sweeping across the entire playground and completely drowning out Chai Kuan's rap. As the students sang in unison, Li Tang's Wanxiang Zhanhuan drum grew increasingly fierce, and the runes on the drumhead shone brightly. Great Xia military spirit. With Li Tang's final roar, the drumbeat suddenly reached its peak, sounding like the charge of 1,000 soldiers and the battle cries of warriors. The Wanxiang Zhanhuan drum erupted with dazzling golden light, and a massive yak-like shadow burst forth from the drum, letting out a thunderous roar. Moo! The earth-shaking roar completely shattered Chai Kuan's rap, and the flames on the basketball suddenly extinguished. Chai Kuan's rap came to an abrupt halt. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, his face pale. The entire arena fell silent, everyone stunned by the scene before them, followed by a deafening cheer. Great! This song is still the best. What song is this? That line about the brave prevail when they meet on the battlefield hit me right in the heart. Exactly. It makes my blood boil. I can't wait to charge into battle right now. As students of East China University of Science and Technology and soldiers from the moment we enrolled, we should sing battle songs that embody the indomitable spirit of soldiers. Holy crap, that's amazing. Li Yunlong's drumbeats summoned the souls of the war spirits and shook the heavens. This is the real deal, a true auditory assault. Chai Kuan was knocked to his knees by the sound. This is no contest. I have a question, didn't Li Yunlong switch to a shield warrior? How did he develop such musical talent? A senior student watching from outside the playground suddenly let out a wild shout. I get it. I've found my path. I never thought that Lu Guanyin, who had been stuck at the third transformation for half a year, could break through thanks to his junior's inspiration. His aura surged, and he laughed to the heavens, bowing deeply to Li Tang. Thank you, Junior, for your guidance. I've been practicing the art of music for years, and today I finally understand the true essence of battle songs. Such a great favor, I will repay it in the future. With that, he burst into laughter and ran off to find a place to consolidate his cultivation. Su Jiao also sighed in relief, her face blooming with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Tang. This guy, how could he have so many surprises up his sleeve? Zhao Ritian and Yi Chen's faces turned ashen. They never imagined that Li Tang could defeat Chai Koan, who had transformed into a rap rhythm array breaker using nothing but a large drum and an inspiring battle song. Not only that, but Lu Guanyan, the genius of the music department, had also been inspired while watching the battle and had broken through to the third transformation realm. Listen carefully. Li Tang performed a drum flourish, smirking at Chai Koan as he sang, "You call yourself the basketball king, but in my eyes, you're just a noob. Your ball handling is like an old lady dancing, and your movements are like an electric chicken." Li Tang's mocking lyrics echoed across the empty playground, leaving the crowd stunned before erupting into uproarious laughter. Who would have thought that this Li Yunlong not only sings well but also has a knack for rap? Chai Koan's face grew even paler, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Song Dan took a deep breath and announced loudly, "First round, Li Yunlong wins." Li Tang put away his drumsticks, and the illusory shadow of the war soul shaking heavenly yak slowly faded away. He looked at Zhao Ritian, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "How about it? Admit defeat? Useless." Zhao Ritian kicked Chai Koan aside, his face contorted in anger. "Li Yunlong, don't get too cocky. This is only the first round. We lost this round." He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's continue the match." Before Zhao Ritian could finish, he was interrupted by Song Dan, who said, "Zhao Ritian, you proposed the rules for the last round. Now it's Li Yunlong's turn." Hearing this, Zhao Ritian and Yi Chen exchanged glances, both showing a hint of panic on their faces. In a match, naturally, whoever proposes the rules has the advantage. Now that we've lost the first round, if Li Tang proposes a game format we're not good at, this bet is as good as lost. Losing the Demon Hunter's axe and the of the Blazing Throat Earth Dragon could still be tolerated, but if they had to run naked on the playground, that would be a huge embarrassment. Should I propose the rules? Li Tang thought for a moment. Singing was just a trivial skill. We were all awakened professionals with special abilities. Let us compare who can shatter a boulder with their chest. Breaking stones with your chest? What kind of talent show is that? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ritian, Yi Chen, and the others sighed in relief and exclaimed, "Li Yunlong, you can't back out now. Professionals have physical abilities far surpassing ordinary people. Breaking a stone with your chest? Breaking an iron plate with your chest? No problem. This way, we can at least tie in the first round. If we drag it to the third round, we still have a chance to win the match." Li Tang laughed and said, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Since I brought it up, I won't go back on my word." Saying this, he pulled out two black, shiny stones from his spatial ring. Each stone was half a person tall, with red patterns covering their surfaces, as if molten lava were flowing over them. As soon as the stones hit the ground, they shattered the hard surface of the playground into spiderweb-like cracks. Not only that, but they emitted, causing the surrounding air to warp. These are lava-refined iron or stones. Judging by their size, each one weighs over 10,000 pounds. The professor from the materials science department suddenly jumped to his feet, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, exclaiming in astonishment, "But such a large piece of ore? I've never seen anything like this before." Zhao Ritian and the others' smiles froze instantly. They weren't afraid of ordinary stones, but this molten iron ore wasn't just heavy, it also emitted intense heat. If placed on the chest, it would either crush the ribs or burn the skin and muscles. This wasn't just breaking rocks with your chest, it was playing with death. The surrounding students also gasped in shock, their whispers rising and falling. "What? Scared?" Li Tang casually tapped the molten iron ore beside him. "Didn't you agree so readily just now? This thing is still the loot from when the dungeon connecting to the demon realm went out of control and a massive horde of monsters besieged Kanglan City. The smaller pieces of ore were all used to craft the lava demon heavy armor set, leaving only these two largest pieces as keepsakes." Yi Chen's expression fluctuated between anger and calm, then he suddenly burst into a cold laugh. "Alright. But since this is a duel, it must be fair. Last time we showed off our skills first, this time, it's your turn to demonstrate first." "No problem." Li Tang swiftly removed his shirt, revealing his muscular torso. Seeing his well-defined muscles, the girls around him let out another round of screams. Li Tang lay flat on the ground, gesturing for Zhang Wei to place the molten iron ore on his chest. "Boss, can you handle it?" Zhang Wei's hands were trembling. This thing could crush him to death if he wasn't careful. A man can only say no, how could he say he can't? Li Tang barked, "Stop wasting time. Do as I say." Zhang Wei had no choice but to join the other students in struggling to place a massive piece of molten iron ore on Li Tang's chest. Li Tang remained calm. His strength attribute had reached over 2,300 points, and his arms possessed the strength of 10,000 pounds. This weight was nothing to him. As for the intense heat, it was child's play compared to the lava demon heavy armor. Seeing that Li Tang remained unfazed, Zhang Wei finally felt a little relieved. He raised an iron hammer, swung his arm in a wide arc, and prepared to strike down. Chapter 130, I've already gone easy on you. Wait. You two know each other well, who knows if there's cheating involved? Yi Chen suddenly shouted, the task of smashing the stones should be done by us. You. Zhang Wei, enraged by the words, was about to retort but was stopped by Li Tang, who said calmly, alright, since you're so distrustful, let you two do the rock breaking. Yi Chen was overjoyed inside, not expecting Li Tang to agree so easily. He nodded toward Sherdali standing beside him and said, Dali, you go. Sherdali transformed into an SS-ranked Earth Vein Guardian. As long as he stood on the ground, he could continuously draw power, making him the perfect choice for smashing stones. No problem. Sherdali grinned savagely as he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles loudly and booming, Li Yunlong, I'll give you a proper welcome. In their previous clash of strength, he had been completely overwhelmed the entire time. Not only was his purple quality copper gourd hammer destroyed, leaving him heartbroken, but his pride and joy, the Earth Vein prison, was also shattered by his opponent. Now that he had the chance to repay Li Tang fairly, Sherdali naturally wouldn't let it slip away. Li Tang merely smiled indifferently. Come on. Sherdali snatched the iron hammer from Zhang Wei's hands, took a deep breath, and the ground beneath his feet began to glow with a earthy yellow light. He raised the massive hammer, channeling all his strength into his arms, and smashed it down on the molten iron or stone on Li Tang's chest. The onlookers all stared wide-eyed. The force of that strike was no less than 1,000 pounds, and with the weight of the molten iron ore itself, no one knew if Li Tang could withstand it. Some timid female students even covered their eyes in fear and screamed out loud. Boom! The deafening impact sent countless tiny fragments flying from the molten iron ore, yet it did not shatter. Under the immense force, the ground beneath Li Tang's feet sank inward. However, what was truly shocking was that Li Tang emerged unscathed, not even a wrinkle on his brow. This is impossible. Yi Chen and Zhao Ritian stared in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment. They knew exactly how powerful Sherdali was. A single blow from him could bend even raw iron. How could Li Tang possibly emerge unscathed? Li Tang looked at Sherdali, waved his hand to disperse the dust, and said impatiently, did you not eat lunch today? With your huge build, how can you have such weak strength? It's not even enough to scratch me. Sherdali, unable to crack the boulder with a single blow and mocked by Li Tang, his face turned bright red. Don't get so cocky. Earlier, I was just testing it out. I didn't use much strength at all. As he spoke, a golden yellow glow erupted from Sherdali's body, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble violently. Cracks began to spread outward in all directions, radiating from his center. Open up. Sherdali's muscles bulged, veins protruding like earthworms beneath his skin. With a thunderous roar, the iron hammer, enveloped in a powerful gust of wind, crashed down once more onto the molten iron ore in Li Tang's chest. This strike was several times more powerful than before, and a buzzing sound echoed through the air, as if the very fabric of space couldn't withstand the force. The onlookers were all on the edge of their seats, and Su Jiao was so anxious that her nails dug into her palms. Boom! The hammer struck down, causing the entire playground to shake violently. The molten iron ore could no longer withstand the terrifying force, and deep cracks began to form on its surface, shattering into pieces. Some molten lava seeped out of the cracks, dripping onto the ground and sizzling as it burned through the surface, instantly creating small holes in the ground. The ground beneath Li Tang's feet collapsed into a 3-meter-wide crater, but he remained unharmed, lying safely at the bottom of the pit. The students surrounding him were initially stunned, then erupted into deafening cheers. Li Yunlong, you're amazing. That's incredible. He can withstand that. Exactly. If anyone else had been there, that huge rock would have crushed them into mincemeat. Holy crap, he's invincible. Is this guy even human? Su Jiao's tense mood finally relaxed, and she exhaled deeply. That's it? Li Tang slowly sat up, brushing off the from his chest. It's my turn. No one noticed the faint white light that flashed briefly when the giant hammer struck. Li Tang had several special items on him. Such an attack couldn't truly harm him. Who's going to take him on now? He snatched the iron hammer from Sherdali, who was still dazed, and smiled at Yi Chen and Zhao Ritian. Are you two instructors going to step up personally? This. Yi Chen and Zhao Ritian exchanged glances, their faces filled with retreat and embarrassment. Their profession isn't known for defense. Just having that block of molten iron or weighing over 10,000 pounds on their bodies could kill them. What? Scared? Li Tang casually carved a hammer flower, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just moments ago, they were so full of bravado, now they've turned into cowards. Zhang Wei crossed his arms and laughed heartily. The boss is right. You cowards, you were so loud earlier. Now you've turned into cowards? The onlookers joined in the jeering, and the playground was soon filled with boos. Yi Chen and Zhao Ritian's faces alternated between red and white, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yi Chen frantically signaled to Sherdali, but Sherdali had already witnessed Li Tang's strength during their previous showdown and dared not approach, pretending not to notice. At worst, he'd break a few ribs. Zhao Ritian was furious, his temples throbbing with anger. He gritted his teeth and shouted, I don't believe you dare to kill me in broad daylight. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he couldn't afford to lose face. He roughly tore off his shirt and lay down on the ground with a defiant expression. Zhang Wei and another student excitedly lifted the molten iron ore and pressed it against Zhao Ritian's chest. As soon as the molten iron ore was placed on his chest, smoke began to rise from Zhao Ritian's chest and his skin was already burned by the intense heat. However, he was stubborn. Though his face was deathly pale and his body trembled, he refused to utter a sound. Wait! Yi Chen's expression changed several times before he suddenly shouted, "We surrender." Zhao Ritian had only recently switched to the A-rank profession Thunder Swordmaster. He likely couldn't withstand Li Tang's single blow. However, before he could finish speaking, Li Tang's iron hammer had already come crashing down. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, and Zhao Ritian was completely buried in the ground. The molten iron ore on his chest shattered into pieces, reducing it to dust. He himself spat blood and fainted instantly. Li Tang turned to look at Zhao Ritian, scratching his ear with his little finger. "What did you just say?" Seeing Zhao Ritian's pitiful state, Yi Chen's eyes went dark and his body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Having spent years in the military, he could tell at a glance that Zhao Ritian's ribs were nearly completely shattered. Even if a 4th or 5th tier priest were called to treat him, he would need months of bed rest to recover, and there was a high chance of permanent disability. "Li Yunlong, how dare you be so ruthless?" Yi Chen pointed at Li Tang, clenching his teeth and snarling with hatred in his eyes. Li Tang shrugged his shoulders, looking innocent. "I already showed mercy. Who knew he looked so big and strong, yet he couldn't take a single blow? A single hammer strike knocked him unconscious." Zhang Wenji was also watching from the sidelines and found the situation both amusing and exasperating. This kid actually used the knock the mountain to shake the earth technique I taught him for ironworking in such a situation. However, this single strike at least reached 50% of his own skill level, proving that Li Tang had put in a lot of hard work recently. Instructor Song Dan raised Li Tang's right hand and announced loudly, 3 rounds, 2 wins. In this bet, Li Yunlong emerged victorious. The surrounding students erupted into chaos, with whistles and cheers echoing through the air. Li Tang tossed the demon hunter's axe to Zhang Wei, flicked the scales of the fiery-throated earth dragon, and grinned at Yi Chen, whose face was ashen. "Instructor Yi, don't forget to strip naked and run 10 laps around the playground." Zhang Wei joined in the teasing, "And you have to run while shouting, 'I'm the pervert who spied on girls taking a shower. I'm the freak who steals girls' underwear. This is the bet you added yourselves, don't lose and be unable to pay up.'" The onlookers burst into laughter, and sure Dolly and the others couldn't take it anymore, sneaking away quietly. Yi Chen's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He cursed Zhao Ritian under his breath for causing trouble, which had now embarrassed him as well. "Oh, and you. Don't think you can get off scot-free just because you're injured." Li Tang turned to Zhao Ritian. "Since you can move, go run naked. But I'll give you a special privilege, you can run slower." Zhao Ritian, who had just been revived by the school nurse, heard this and saw black spots before his eyes, fainting once more. Chapter 131 Everyone, prepare to enter. The next morning, thousands of freshmen gathered again on the playground, waiting to participate in the climbing activity of the sky-reaching tower. However, none of them followed the rules. They were all chattering excitedly about last night's incident where Yi Chen and Zhao Ritian had run naked on the playground. Especially Zhao Ritian, who was severely injured, was being supported by Yi Chen as he slowly ran 10 laps naked, shouting loudly, "I'm the idiot who peeked at girls taking a shower. I'm the pervert who stole girls' underwear." This became a legendary scene. Some quick-thinking individuals had already filmed the naked running scene, and it quickly went viral online. It wasn't until the school authorities intervened that the buzz finally died down. "Big brother, look at this video. It's so well shot." Zhang Wei excitedly leaned in, pointing at the video on his phone, where even the birthmarks on their buttocks were clearly visible. Li Tang stood there, yawning boredly, ignoring the surrounding chatter. He had stayed up until midnight the previous night, finally crafting several suitable purple-quality equipment pieces for Su Jiao, complete with golden inscriptions. Dragon Scale Sword Sheath Purple Excellence, Offhand Weapon, inlaid with the Blazing Throat Earth Dragon, with faint flickers of fire. Defense 588, Strength 240, Constitution 237, Agility 231. Fire Shield, when attacked, the scabbard forms a flame shield that can block a single physical or magical attack up to 10,000 points. Attributes, Star Shift Gold, Cultivate Sword Chi Gold. Requires level 27, Strength 150, Agility 132. Celestial Shift Gold, 75% chance to block. Upon successful block, there is a 30% chance to redirect the damage to the enemy. The sword sheath can deploy a barrier to block a single fatal attack, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Nurturing Sword Chi Gold can nurture sword-type weapons stored in the scabbard. Every 12 hours, a flame sword chi is formed and attached to the weapon, dealing 10,000 points of flame damage to enemies. Currently, up to 7 sword chi can be attached. Gale Treading Snow Boots Purple Excellence, Chase the Wind and Moon, tread snow without a trace. Defense 591, Strength 237, Stamina 231, Agility 234, Movement Speed plus 15. Attached traits, Gale 1000 Strikes Gold, Tread Snow without a trace Gold. Level requirement 27, Strength requirement 150, Agility requirement 132. Gale 1000 Strikes Gold, after dodging, attack speed increases by 20 for 3 seconds, and the next normal attack or skill deals an additional 200,300 damage. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Treading snow without a trace gold increases movement speed by 50, completely eliminates footsteps, and does not trigger traps including magic detection. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to leave a residual image at the original location, while the true body teleports to a random location within 5 meters. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Flowing Cloud Cloak Purple Excellence, resembles flowing clouds woven into a cloak, displaying a rainbow gradient under sunlight and transforming into a faint silver glow at night, with a feather-like effect. Defense 600, Constitution 231, Intelligence 240, Agility 237, Dodge Rate 10. Attached traits, Sword Intense Soaring Clouds Gold, Whirling Snow Gold. Level Requirement, 26, Agility Requirement, 128. Sword Intent Soaring Clouds Gold, when the cloak sways in the wind, it stacks one layer of Sword Intent every 3 seconds, increasing critical hit rate by 5% per layer, maximum 5 layers. Whirlwind Snowstorm Gold, when attacked, the cloak automatically forms a snowstorm barrier, nullifying 30% of all ranged damage. In addition to the 3 pieces of equipment, Dragon Scale Sword Sheath, Gale Treading Snow Boots, and Flowing Dawn Cape, Li Tang also gave Su Jiao the golden legendary quality Guardian Angel as her ultimate life-saving trump card. Su Jiao's entire set of purple quality equipment has 4 stat attributes that are not significantly different from Li Tang's. However, due to the majority of her equipment having green and blue attributes, her combat power was still significantly lower. Now, the gap has finally been closed. Of course, the quantity and quality of those special items definitely couldn't match Li Tang's. They're just 2 worthless upstarts not worth mentioning. Li Tang pushed away the phone Zhang Wei was holding in front of him and said sternly, "I only like girls. Don't wave these naked men in front of me." He glanced at Zhang Wei with disdain. "You're so worked up, aren't you?" Zhang Wei's face turned bright red. He quickly put away his phone and pointed at Li Tang, shouting, "Even if you're my boss, I'm going to seriously warn you. I, Zhang Wei, a 7-foot-tall man, have always been interested in fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged girls. Boss, you can't slander me like that." As the two were laughing and joking, Li Tang suddenly felt a cold, malicious gaze fixed on him. He quickly turned his head to look. There stood Yi Chen in the corner of the playground, glaring at him with a dark expression, his eyes filled with hatred that seemed almost tangible. Zhao Ritian, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, stood beside him, his eyes bloodshot and his facial muscles twitching as if he wanted to devour Li Tang alive. Beside the two of them stood a tall, slender figure with a cold smile on his face. The palpable malevolence emanating from him was undeniable. Who was this person? His strength was truly formidable. Li Tang furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of caution rising in his heart. Zhang Wei followed his gaze and exclaimed in shock, "Zhao Hautman." He whispered to Li Tang with a worried expression, "Zhao Hautian has transferred to the SS-ranked profession Dragon Speaker. It's said he can communicate with dragons and harness their power, a master of both magic and martial arts. He's already level 35. His older brother Zhao Ritian and Yi Chen were forced to strip naked in yesterday's duel with you, losing all face. Zhao Ritian was even severely injured. They will definitely hold you responsible for this. Big brother, I heard that Zhao Hautian is a petty person who holds grudges. You must be careful." Li Tang's pupils contracted slightly, but he remained unconcerned, snorting coldly. "We'll face whatever comes our way. What's there to fear? If they dare to cause trouble again, I won't hesitate to teach them a lesson." Noticing Li Tang's attention, Zhao Hautian raised his hand to his throat, mimicking a slashing motion, and sneered without a sound, "Boy, clean your neck and wait." Pfft, trying to scare who? Li Tang understood his meaning and turned his head, giving Zhao Hautian the back of his head. Even without Principal Duan Mubo's protection, relying on his purple armor and various special items, he wasn't afraid of a 35th level professional. Just as he was speaking, a loud trumpet blast suddenly echoed across the playground, drawing everyone's attention. On the high platform, Principal Duan Mubo and several officials from Tianfeng City stood solemnly, their expressions grave. This year, Hardong University of Industry had admitted a total of 3,468 students, all of whom were carefully selected geniuses from various provinces of the Great Xia Empire. Except for Li Tang, the F-rank underachiever, almost everyone had already advanced to an A rank or higher profession. Among them, 1,168 freshmen participated in the Climbing the Heavenly Tower test. The rest were either non-combatant support professions with no combat ability or had not reached level 20 and successfully advanced to the second job class, making them ineligible for the exam and resulting in their elimination in the first round. The Tower of Heaven has been unsealed, soaring into the clouds. The area outside the stadium is packed with enthusiastic citizens from Tianfeng City, with countless city guards setting up security perimeters around the perimeter. Hundreds of magical screens were installed throughout the playground, broadcasting the grand ceremony in real time. The ordinary citizens could only stand within the areas designated by the city guards and watch the images on the screens from afar. This did not dampen their eager curiosity. Look, look! That's my son! A level 22 berserker, he's sure to achieve an excellent result this time. Forget it, I heard that among the freshmen admitted to Hadong Industrial University this time, someone reached level 29, so your son at level 22 is just at the bottom of the pack. Wow, reaching level 29 in just over 2 months is absolutely terrifying. Who is that? They're so impressive. Hee, I actually know him. He's the son of my neighbor's cousin's second uncle's boss, and he's from our northeast province. He switched to an SS class profession and goes by the name Shirdali. It's not just him, the overall level of this batch of freshmen is quite high, with nearly 1/5 reaching level 25 or above. This is going to be a fierce competition, there's going to be some action. Right, besides Shirdali, I heard that Li Shiya, Yang Wenyao, Chu Feiwei, Zhang Wei, Han Lei, the Lu Hongxue sisters, Su Jiao, Yan Qingshu, Li Yonghui, Zhao Hailin, and Qin Ming are all standouts among them. Place your bets. Hurry up and place your bets. Bet on the freshman you think will perform well, all the odds are listed on the promotional flyers. No cheating, no refunds. Ha! This shield warrior named Li Yunlong is already level 27, yet his odds are so low? He's the rising star of this year's freshman. He challenged the drill instructor and defeated him upon arrival, then took on 17 opponents in a one-on-one battle, crushing all challengers. Yesterday, he even forced 2 drill instructors to strip naked. With such overwhelming strength, he's the top contender for the championship. How could the odds be high? Holy crap, is he that strong? How does he compare to Shirdali? According to reliable sources, Shirdali was one of the 17 students who were crushed. Literary prowess tests the depth of one's knowledge. Martial arts challenge the heavens. In Du Bo's deep voice echoed through the microphone, in the competition of all races, the weak are devoured by the strong. Only the strong can protect themselves and their homeland. For thousands of years, countless human ancestors have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood, battling demons and monsters with swords and staffs to carve out their own space in the world. Although the motto of our Harbin East University of Industry is "Hide your name and forge swords for the nation," we must not forget that those who forge swords are also those who wield them. We must never abandon our courage and martial spirit. Today's Tower of Heaven trial is not only a test of your strength but also a trial of your will and courage. Those who perform outstandingly will receive special cultivation from the school and have the opportunity to be prioritized for recruitment by the major military regions of the Great Xia Empire upon graduation. His gaze swept across the crowd, and his voice suddenly grew louder. Now, I declare the Tower of Heaven trial officially begun. Hum. As a low humming sound echoed, the entrance to the Tower of Heavenly Passage lit up with brilliant light, and a magical screen displayed the rules for the trial. Tower of Heaven trial rules. Solo challenge: climbing the Tower of Heaven must be done alone. The tower's interior is completely isolated, with no interference between participants. Clear levels for rewards: each level you clear grants corresponding rewards, with higher levels offering more generous rewards. Play within your limits: death within the tower is permanent. Do not attempt to overreach your abilities. If you feel overwhelmed, immediately shatter the teleportation jade token to force yourself out of the tower, and your progress will be saved. Time-limited challenge: this trial is limited to 24 hours. After 24 hours, anyone still inside the tower will be forcibly teleported out, regardless of their current floor. Final ranking: rankings will be determined based on the number of floors cleared, completion time, and combat performance. The top 100 will receive generous rewards, the top 50 will enter the elite class, and the top 10 will have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the department head. Everyone, prepare to enter. Following the instructor's commands, the freshmen rushed toward the entrance of the Tower of Heaven, their figures disappearing into the light screen as they stepped through. Chapter 132, the trial begins. Students chase their dreams in the sky-reaching tower. As everyone knows, each floor of the tower houses a secret realm where captured monsters are imprisoned. These creatures retain their ferocious nature, and some even include elite and boss-level beings. Every year, when the Tower of Heaven opens its trials, there are always some overconfident students who, in their quest for better grades, disregard their own abilities and force themselves to challenge higher floors, resulting in injuries or even deaths. For this reason, this rule in the trial stage clearing regulations is specially highlighted in bold on the magical screen. However, many students pay no heed to this warning. After all, they're young and always think they're invincible. Wishing all candidates the best of luck. As in Du Bo's words fell, countless dazzling magical fireworks shot into the sky, and the entire field erupted in thunderous cheers. Come on! Aim to break last year's record. Let's see a tough guy break through the 999th floor of the Tower of Heaven. The sky-piercing tower only has 999 floors. How are you going to break through? Are you going to pierce the sky? With Li Yunlong's reputation for taking on 17 opponents alone, I'm betting he'll come in first this time. Not necessarily. Being good at fighting doesn't mean you're good at overcoming obstacles. I'm still betting on Shirdali. He's a level 29 SS ranked professional, can fight and withstand attacks, and has incredible stamina. He's definitely going to make it to the end. And Li Yonghui, the necromancer, once he summons his skeleton army, who can stand against him? He might even break the century-old record of Harbin East University of Technology. As a dragon blood summoner, Yang Wenyao's strength shouldn't be underestimated either. I still prefer the twin sisters Lu Hongxue and Lu Hongshuang. They switched to the S-rank class Snow Prison Mage, with fair skin, beauty, and long legs, plus incredible strength. It's just a shame they can't team up, otherwise, they'd definitely be a sight to behold. Forget it, I bet 100,000 of my own money at the casino on Dolly taking first place. All or nothing win, and I get to date a club model lose, and I'm back to construction work. You're really daring. I should have bet too. It's not too late, you can bet using your phone. Listening to the cheers and shouts of the crowd around them, and gazing up at the magical fireworks that shone brilliantly even in broad daylight, the over 1,000 students participating in the test felt their blood boil with excitement. Under the guidance of their teachers, they lined up and entered the teleportation array of the Tower of Heaven one by one. The sky-piercing tower sealed away 3,000 fragments of secret realms, embodying the essence of 3,000 floating worlds. However, only 1,168 outstanding students were participating in the test this time, and they would each enter the secret realm fragment marked with their own number. Li Tang pinned the number 1086 to his chest, flexed his wrists, and curved his lips into a smile. Finally, it was time to begin. Zhang Wei rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with excitement. Hey, boss, why don't we race to see who can climb higher? Li Tang glanced at him with a peculiar expression. Are you sure you want to compete with me? Zhang Wei's face froze instantly, remembering that Li Tang was a former 1-on-17 fighter. Among these freshmen, there weren't many who could match him. He quickly laughed awkwardly. Big brother, I was just joking. But you were right in the lyrics you sang yesterday, when two warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins. Even if I'm not as strong as you, I'll keep pushing forward and strive for a good result. Ever since he had been given the purple quality equipment Demon Hunter's axe by Li Tang, Zhang Wei's confidence had skyrocketed. Li Tang chuckled, patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder, and said, alright, aim to climb a few more levels. When the time comes, I'll introduce you to Professor Mo Wentiang as your mentor. He had a very good impression of this straightforward, tall man from the Northeast Province and didn't mind giving him a helping hand when the time was right. Zhang Wei suddenly widened his eyes, his expression filled with excitement. Professor Mo Wenti. He's the dean of our entire warrior academy, a true heavyweight figure. Big brother, you actually know him? Li Tang looked nonchalant, we're just acquaintances. Mo Wenti, the dean of the warrior academy, is my master, and Ndu Bo, the top dog at Harbin Dong Industrial University, is my grandmaster. Have I ever bragged about that? Oh, and there's also Zhang Wenjie from the Forging Academy who's my master too. As Zhang Wei stared in disbelief, unable to believe what he was hearing, Li Tang smirked triumphantly and pulled out his phone to start operating it. Boss, what are you doing? Zhang Wei leaned over, looking puzzled. Li Tang hummed in response and said, I'm checking the odds at some casinos. Those casinos are using our match as a bet but won't give us a cut. I need to teach them a lesson. He turned to look at Zhang Wei and added, by the way, are you interested in placing a bet? Zhang Wei perked up at the mention of betting and whispered in Li Tang's ear, boss, I've actually already placed a bet. I've bet my living expenses over 40,000 yuan on you winning. Although the odds are a bit low, as long as we win, it'll be enough for me to buy another blue quality rare equipment piece. I didn't expect my little brother to be struggling so much he doesn't even have enough money to buy a blue quality rare item. Li Tang felt a mix of emotions, but asked in surprise, why would you bet on me winning? You're so strong if you don't bet on yourself, are you going to bet on Dolly? Zhang Wei's eyes widened in shock. Are you trying to rig the match? He said with a sorrowful expression, big brother, what should we do now? That's all my savings. Li Tang frowned. You're a grown man, what are you whining about? Zhang Wei had no idea what Li Tang was up to and handed him his phone in confusion. Ding, Dominance Treasure has received 1 million yuan. Li Tang casually tossed the phone back to Zhang Wei. Do as I say. Bet on it. He nodded to Su Jiao nearby and stepped into the light screen. This amount of money was nothing to Li Tang, but it was a fortune to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei held the phone tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. Big brother, from now on, I'll follow your lead. Li Tang's figure appeared on the first floor of the tower. The scene before him suddenly changed, and he found himself standing in a barren desert. The scorching sun baked the earth, and in the distance, sand swirled in the air, accompanied by the faint roar of something approaching. First floor, desert trial. Objective, defeat a sandstorm giant scorpion. Li Tang raised an eyebrow. That's it? He didn't even bother to draw his weapon, simply stepping forward. The sandstorm giant scorpion was an 11th level magical beast, though ferocious beyond belief, it was nothing to these professionals, most of whom were over 20th level. Boom! The sand beneath his feet suddenly erupted, and a massive sandstorm giant scorpion burst forth from the ground, its sharp tail stinger darting toward Li Tang's throat like lightning. If you hit me, I'd be finished. Li Tang sneered coldly, his body flickering, instantly appearing behind the giant scorpion, and punched out with all his might. Boom! The sandstorm giant scorpion's hard exoskeleton shattered instantly, its entire body was blasted dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into the sand dunes, and died on the spot. Defeated level 11 sandstorm giant scorpion. First layer challenge completed. Proceed to the second layer teleportation array. The experience points are so low. Seeing the 1 point of experience gained from killing the sandstorm giant scorpion, Li Tang rolled his eyes, picked up the scorpion tail dropped by the dead creature, and placed it into his spatial ring before continuing forward. According to the rules, the first layer of the Tower of Heaven seals a level 11 monster, the second layer seals 2, the third layer seals 3, and the 10th layer seals a level 11 elite monster and 6 ordinary monsters. Following this pattern, the 11th floor is sealed with a level 12 monster, the 21st floor with a level 13 monster. The 50th floor sealed a level 15 boss level monster, the 100th floor sealed a level 20 boss level monster, and the 150th floor sealed a level 25 boss level monster. The first few dozen layers are virtually effortless for students participating in the test. Even the weakest among them have already reached the second transformation at level 20. Even without using skills, they can easily defeat those low-level monsters with basic attacks alone. The lower layers are more for show than practical significance, primarily to boost the morale of the citizens of Tianfeng City and demonstrate the strength of human martial arts and the presence of capable successors. In this world of countless races and fierce competition, if the human race does not continuously produce strong individuals, it will soon be eliminated by other races. The weak are powerless to protect the human race. It isn't until the 100th floor and above that the adventurers climbing the sky-piercing tower begin to feel the pressure. As monster levels rise, their health and defense significantly increase, making ordinary attacks ineffective for quick kills. Moreover, those elite-level monsters have begun to exhibit rudimentary intelligence, posing a significant challenge to the climbers. Hundreds of magical screens are set up in prominent locations on the field, broadcasting the live action. Spectators can clearly see the thrilling scenes of these students courageously climbing the sky-piercing tower layer by layer. The vast majority of them have not awakened and changed professions, and may never have the opportunity to directly face those vicious and ruthless monsters in their entire lives. Watching the students' intense battle, they were all excitedly shouting and cheering. Wow, that warrior is so powerful. He took down a monster with a single swing. That mage is amazing. One fire blast and a group of monsters are gone. That assassin is also impressive, wielding his dual daggers so swiftly they're impossible to see. Look, look. It hasn't even been 5 minutes, and that person has already climbed to the 10th floor. According to the casino's records, that person is Han Lei, who has switched to the S-rank class bloodthirsty berserker, known for high attack power and damage output, so it's no wonder he's so fast. Climbing fast at the beginning doesn't count, it's all about who climbs the highest. Chapter 133, Ranking Soar. This isn't right. On the massive magical screen outside the sky-piercing tower, the real-time progress of the newcomer's clearance was displayed. Current ranking. 1 Shur Dali level 29 11th floor 3 minutes and 2 seconds. 2 Han Lei level 26 10th floor 3 minutes and 38 seconds. 3 Li Shuya level 28 10th floor 3 minutes and 45 seconds. 4 Li Yonghui level 26 10th floor 4 minutes and 5 seconds. 5 Qin Ming level 27 10th floor 4 minutes and 15 seconds. 6 Su Jiao grade 27 10th floor 4 minutes and 32 seconds. 7 Chu Feiyue level 25 10th floor 4 minutes and 48 seconds. 777 Li Yulong 27th grade 9th floor 5 minutes and 55 seconds. Amidst the buzz of conversation, the rankings on the magical screen kept updating. The second layer had 2 sandstorm giant scorpions, and the third layer had 3 sandstorm giant scorpions. The number of these low-tier monsters was irrelevant to Li Tang. Though he didn't possess any offensive skills from a main combat class, his immense strength allowed him to clear the entire area with a single punch. 10th floor, Sandstorm Giant Scorpion Nest. Objective, eliminate 6 level 11 Sandstorm Giant Scorpions including an Elite 1. An Elite level Sandstorm Giant Scorpion emerged from the sand with 6 ordinary level minions in tow. Li Tang quickly closed in, delivering a punch that sent each of them flying. 10th floor challenge cleared. Time, 35 seconds. 20th layer, Desert Poison Lizard Nest. Objective, eliminate 6 level 12 Desert Poison Lizards including an Elite 1. 6 desert poison lizards emerged from the sand dunes, their crimson tongues flickering, droplets of venom falling to the ground and corroding the earth into white smoke. Li Tang still didn't use any weapons, relying on his exceptional agility to instantly dash to their sides. His palms sliced down like blades, and the heads of several lizards flew off simultaneously, their bodies crashing to the ground. Challenge of the 20th floor cleared. Time, 58 seconds. 30th floor, Shadow Forest. Objective, eliminate 6 level 13 Shadow Wolves including elites. With a rustling sound, 6 massive shadow wolves burst out of the bushes, their blood-red eyes fixed on him, drool dripping from their fangs. Roar! The lead shadow wolf growled, and all 6 wolves charged forward simultaneously. Boom! 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 Li Tang showed no fear, punching, kicking, and kneeing the wolves. In just one exchange, 6 dull thuds echoed as the 6 shadow wolves' lifeless bodies crashed heavily to the ground. Challenge of the 30th layer cleared. Time, 1 minute and 5 seconds. 40th floor, Fallen Demon Horde. Objective, kill 6 level 14 fallen demons including elites. Lakhani. Upon seeing humans approaching, 5 red dwarves with goat horns on their heads immediately swung their bone knives and surrounded them. The fallen demon wizard elite swung his staff, firing several fireballs at Li Tang. Li Tang growled lowly, neither dodging nor retreating, relying on his top-tier equipment, and charged straight at them. Boom! 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 The fireball struck Li Tang's body, leaving not even a scorched mark on his lava demon heavy armor before disintegrating into sparks and scattering in all directions. Several fallen demons were struck by the immense force, their bones shattered, and they flew through the air, spitting blood. They were already dead before they hit the ground. Challenge of the 40th layer cleared. Time, 1 minute and 29 seconds. 50th floor, Wild Boar Forest. Objective, defeat the level 15 boss class monster, the six-tusked Wild Boar King. A loud roar echoed through the air. The ground trembled slightly as thick trees were shattered by brute force. A wild boar the size of a small mountain burst out of the dense forest. From its neck to its back, it is covered in sharp bone spines, and 6 fangs like curved blades glint coldly. Its blood-red eyes fixate on Li Tang as it charges forward like a tank. Li Tang dodged sideways, the tyrant's hammer already in his hand, bringing down a thunderous blow with a whistling wind. Boom! The Wild Boar King's hard skull was shattered by the blow, and its massive body, weighing several tons, spun through the air, crashing into and breaking a large tree. It twitched a few times in a pool of blood before falling completely still. Challenge level 50 cleared. Time, 35 seconds. Instant kills, all of them. Li Tang charged forward relentlessly, feeling no pressure at all. Including the time spent searching for enemies, collecting loot, and teleporting, he averaged just over a minute per floor. Even though everyone else was advancing at an extremely fast pace in the early stages, his speed still stood out prominently. At first, Li Tang's name wasn't particularly noticeable, but as time went on, his clearing speed grew faster and faster, and his ranking on the scoreboard outside the tower rose rapidly. In just over an hour, by the time he broke through the 50th floor, the majority of students were still lingering around the 40th floor. Even the highly anticipated Sherdali, Yang Wenyao, and Wang Shuya had only just climbed to the 58th floor. I didn't notice earlier how did Li Yunlong's score ranking rise so quickly. He was still in the 700s just now, and now he's already at 108th place. Some sharp-eyed spectators noticed and pointed at the big screen, shouting loudly. Holy crap! Breaking through a floor every minute and a half? What kind of superhuman speed is that? Did you notice? This guy hasn't used a single skill the entire time he's been relying purely on brute strength to kill the monsters. That's amazing. He didn't even use a weapon until the 50th floor, and he killed a level 15 boss with a single swing. Exactly. Even if Sherdali and Li Yonghui used their skills, they couldn't achieve a one-hit kill against a level 15 boss-level monster, but this guy did it with a single swing. Wow, this guy is so strong. Is he even human? Are you kidding me? A professional with awakened abilities isn't normal. By the way, did he put all his free attribute points into strength? No way. According to the records, Li Yunlong has already reclassed into a shield warrior. He's a tank, for crying out loud. Physical stats are the top priority. Sherdali and his group were slightly faster than Li Yunlong, but it was all thanks to their area of effect attack skills, which could instantly kill those minor enemies. Li Tang knew nothing of the discussions outside the Tower of Heaven, took a brief breath, and stored the entire corpse of the six-tusked Wild Boar King into his spatial ring before stepping into the teleportation array leading to the next floor. 60th floor, Ice Plains. Objective, kill 6 level 16 Ice Plains snow monkeys including elites. The icy plains were bitingly cold. The 6 Ice Plains snow monkeys sensed Li Tang's arrival, leaping out of the ice caves and charging toward him with their massive arms swinging wildly. Li Tang swung the tyrant's hammer in an arc, directly smashing the lead elite-level snow ape into the air, crashing into an ice mound nearby and forming a vivid blood-red blossom. The other snow apes, far from retreating, were instead enraged and charged forward with even greater ferocity. Li Tang showed no mercy, roaring as he charged into the snow ape horde. In less than 2 minutes, all 6 Ice Plains snow apes lay dead in a pool of blood. Challenge of the 60th layer cleared. Time, 1 minute and 47 seconds. 70th floor, Lava Lake. Objective, defeat 6 level 17 lava giants including elites. The scorching heat of the lava lake warped the air around Li Tang, who stood on a floating rock amidst surging lava. Boom! The lava erupted suddenly, and 6 red giant serpents as thick as water barrels rose into the air, opening their mouths to spew out blazing columns of fire. Li Tang doesn't flinch, using his left hand to block the flames with his shield, the purple gold barrier, then leaps high into the air. With his right hand, he swings the tyrant's hammer down onto the head of one of the lava giant serpents. Under the immense force, the giant serpent's massive head exploded into a cloud of blood, and its enormous body twisted as it plummeted into the lava. Amidst the shocked cries of the crowd outside the tower, Li Tang, who had killed the lava giant serpent with a single blow, couldn't use the momentum to stay in the air and plummeted straight toward the lava. However, Li Tang did not sink into the scorching lava. Instead, his toes touched the surface of the lava, propelling him back into the air. He swung his hammer backward, shattering the head of a lava giant serpent that had sneaked up from behind. How is that possible? That's not scientific. Seeing this eerie scene on the big screen, countless people couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 134, Climbing 100 Floors, Breaking the Record. He actually managed to gain traction on the lava? In the spectator seats, a mentor suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. The dean of the Warrior Academy, Mo Wenti, narrowed his eyes. This kid is interesting. If he doesn't have extraordinary talent, he must be equipped with special gear from above. Shiinan stroked the smooth fur of the black cat in his arms, sitting quietly on the podium, watching the match in silence. Duan Mubo gently stroked his beard, wearing a smile. Earth Pulse Power Gold, unrestricted movement in lava terrain. While moving in lava terrain, restores 2% of maximum health per second and increases movement speed by 10%. It was precisely thanks to the golden trait attached to the leg guard Earth Pulse Walker that Li Tang was completely unaffected by the lava environment, moving with ease as if he were in his element. Boom! 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 3 more hammer strikes landed, and 3 lava giant serpents were instantly killed. The last elite-level lava giant serpent, sensing danger, turned to dive into the magma and flee. Think you can escape? Not so fast. Li Tang sneered coldly, suddenly tossing the tyrant's hammer in his hand, shattering the lava giant serpent's head. The massive body of the elite-level lava giant serpent convulsed violently before flipping onto its back and floating on the surface of the lava. Li Tang landed on its body, pulled his right hand back, and the tyrant's hammer flew back from the red lava. It turned out that at some point, he had tied the handle of the tyrant's hammer with a chain, turning it into a chain hammer. Challenge of the 70th floor cleared. Time, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Outside the Tower of Heaven, the crowd erupted in chaos. This Li Yunlong can actually walk on lava, that's so cool. He hasn't used a single skill yet, that's impressive. 70th floor. And it's not even 2 hours yet. Look at his ranking. He's already broken into the top 50. This speed is simply mind-blowing. Hee, glad I bet on Li Yunlong to win first place. This is basically a sure thing now. The gamblers who bet on Li Tang are over the moon, but some people couldn't care less. Put. What's there to get excited about? Li Yunlong is only ranked 48th. He's got a long way to go before he can overtake him. Exactly. This year's freshmen are so talented. Didn't you see that Sherdali, who's ranked first, has already reached the 81st level? It's just a lava terrain. Didn't you see that girl named Su Jiao earlier? She moves like a dragon and glides like a swan, and she killed those lava giant snakes in an instant. The long sword in Su Jiao's hand is clearly no ordinary weapon, every strike is fatal. I've never seen her use a second strike to kill a monster. And the white sheep following her is so cute, isn't that her pet? Exactly. Those top players are clearing monsters quickly too. Who wins or loses in the end is still up in the air. Beauty reigns supreme. I support Lu Hongxue, Lu Hongshuan, Su Jiao, Li Shuya, and Yin Qingshu, these stunning women. 80th floor, Bone Wasteland. Objective, kill 6 level 18 skeleton warriors including elites. Gusts of cold wind howled, and the ground was littered with bones. 6 level 18 skeleton warriors, wielding swords and axes, slowly advanced. Li Tang growled and charged forward with his shield, colliding with the lead elite skeleton warrior and shattering it into pieces. The tyrant's hammer in his hand swung wildly, and soon the other skeleton warriors were reduced to flying bone fragments. Li Tang casually picked up a green quality equipment item that had dropped and stored it in his spatial ring, then stepped into the teleportation array leading to the next floor. Challenge of the 80th layer cleared. Time, 2 minutes and 8 seconds. 90th floor, Dark Cavern. Objective, defeat 6 level 19 blood spiders including elites. In a deep, dark cavern, the walls were covered in glowing moss, providing a faint glow in the darkness. SSSS. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from above. 6 blood spiders, each as large as a calf, dropped down from the rock wall above, their 8 compound eyes flickering with an eerie glow in the darkness. They opened their hideous mouthparts and spat a massive spider web toward Li Tang. Li Tang snorted coldly, swinging his purple gold barrier to create a whirlwind that shredded the corrosive web into pieces. His right hand then swung the tyrant's hammer with all his might. Bang! 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 The 3 blood spiders at the forefront were instantly crushed into a pulp. The elite-level blood spider queen, seeing this, suddenly swelled its abdomen and spat out a cloud of foul-smelling venom. Li Tang didn't flinch, using the Shadow Devour ability on his left shield to reflect the poison back at the spider. With a sizzling sound, the blood spider queen's body was corroded with small holes emitting white smoke, causing it to scream in agony. Li Tang swung his right hand, and the tyrant's hammer flew out of his grasp, its chains clanging as it hurtled toward the spider queen like a meteor. Bang! The spider queen's head exploded on impact, green fluid spraying everywhere. The remaining 2 spiders tried to flee, but Li Tang had already pulled back the chains, sweeping them in half at the waist. Challenge of the 90th floor cleared. Time, 2 minutes and 52 seconds. 100th floor, Lava Demon's Lair. Objective, defeat the level 20 boss Lava Demon Lord Asmodeus. The Lava Demon Lord Asmodeus glanced at the human standing before him, who was significantly shorter, and his yellow vertical pupils flashed a hint of disdain. It let out a low growl, enveloped in rolling heat waves, and charged forward, immediately unleashing its signature move, Earth-Splitting Claws. An old acquaintance. Seeing the 3-meter-tall, hideous figure with a pair of curved horns on its head in the cave, Li Tang smiled. He recalled the last time he encountered the lava demon boss, when he had teamed up with Su Jiao to explore the dungeon connecting to the demon realm outside Kanglin City. It was during that adventure that he obtained the blueprint for the lava demon heavy armor set. I wonder what you'll drop for me this time. Asmodeus' sharp claws sliced through Li Tang's left shield with a piercing sound, yet failed to inflict even a scratch on him. In its stunned gaze, Li Tang brought his hammer crashing down on Asmodeus' head. 80. 80. 80. Although the level 20 boss lava demon has much higher defense than the level 15 boss six-tusked wild boar king, it couldn't withstand the overwhelming attack of the tyrant's hammer for long. The third strike shattered Asmodeus' flame shield, leaving him in a weakened state with defense reduced by 30. The fourth strike directly triggered the lava power ability, which inflicted additional flame burn damage. Even with Asmodeus' exceptional fire resistance, he was burned to a crisp, screaming in agony. The fifth strike unleashed the golden trait of the Berserker's Hammer, King's Judgment, boosting Li Tang's damage against Asmodeus by 40%. The sixth strike shattered Asmodeus' skull, leaving him lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. The seventh strike, carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, struck the space between Asmodeus' horns on his forehead. His lava-hard skull exploded with a thunderous boom, shattering into countless burning fragments that flew in all directions. The entire lava-filled cavern trembles violently, and magma erupts from the ground. Li Tang chuckled, flicking the lava like blood from the tyrant's hammer onto the ground, burning small craters in the earth. Ding, you have defeated the level 20 boss lava demon Lord Asmodeus, earning 1,200 experience points. Challenge of the 100th floor completed. Time, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Set a new record for this floor. Besides a fire attribute magic crystal, this guy also dropped materials like the lava heart and demon horn, along with a skill book titled Flame Control. Not bad. Li Tang raised the corners of his mouth, stored the loot into his spatial ring, and entered the next floor. Outside the Tower of Heaven, hundreds of magical screens were now flooded with Li Tang's clearance time, 3 hours 45 minutes and 12 seconds. This achievement was nearly half an hour faster than the record set a century ago. The square erupted in chaos, with everyone shouting loudly, their voices even drowning out the explosions of magical fireworks. Reaching the 100th floor in just 3 hours and 45 minutes. Especially the 100th floor, where he had killed a level 20 boss in less than 4 minutes. That was the infamous lava demon, known for its relentless difficulty. That's right. The previous record holder took a full 10 minutes. Is this even human? Those who bet on Li Tang's victory cheered wildly, while those who bet on others turned pale. Especially those who bet on Shirdali, their faces were as pale as ghosts. Shirdali had only just reached the 98th floor, and his speed had clearly slowed down significantly compared to earlier. As for Chu Feiyue, Yang Wenyao, and the others, they were progressing at roughly the same pace as Shirdali. After climbing 100 floors, Li Tang's ranking had already reached second place. Meanwhile, the one at the top of the points standings was Chapter 135, I'm just smart, I bet on my opponent to win. Su Jiao currently tops the rankings. All her equipment was crafted by Li Tang, and it's all purple quality with exceptional stats, plus various golden traits. Especially the Koan Guang Han Yuan sword in her hands, which not only has a 10% critical hit chance and the sharpness prefix, but also comes with the Fatal Strike and Gale Blade golden traits, making it a true weapon of destruction. In the 100th layer of the trial, Su Jiao dodged the Lava Demon Lord's attack with agile movements. The Koan Guang Han Yuan sword in her hand turned into a series of sword shadows, accompanied by the whistling sound of breaking wind, striking the enemy rapidly like a whirlwind. This was the upgraded B-rank skill Gale Shadow Slash. The Koan Guang Han Yuan sword, now enhanced with a 300-point boost of base attack power, sliced through the Lava Demon Lord's body with each strike, leaving behind gushing wounds. Before the Lava Demon Lord could react, the ultimate skill Sword Bladestorm engulfed him once more. A massive, high-speed rotating whirlwind swirled around him, with countless sword lights darting like silver snakes, relentlessly slicing through the Lava Demon Lord's body. It can only watch helplessly as it is torn to pieces by the sword chi, blood spattering through the air, and flesh and limbs scattering in all directions. 100th floor challenge cleared. Time, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Set a new record for this floor. Under the effect of the golden text that grants a 10% chance of a one-hit kill when health drops below 30, Su Jiao cleared this layer 5 seconds faster than Li Tang. Li Tang's newly broken 100th floor clearance record was shattered in an instant by Su Jiao. Although the two entered the 101st floor almost simultaneously, Su Jiao was still slightly faster. How is that possible? The audience erupted in astonishment. That girl named Su Jiao is pretty impressive. She managed to overtake and take first place. Exactly. She was still behind just a moment ago, but now she's caught up. This person is so low-key. All we know is that she switched to the S-rank profession Gale Sword Saint at level 27, and there's no other information about her. She's beautiful and her swordplay is stunning, I love it. Yeah. Her movements are so graceful, she looks like a sword immortal descended from heaven. Oomph. Su Jiao is just a little faster than Li Tang. I still think Li Tang will catch up soon. Li Tang was unaware of the situation outside and continued climbing the Tower of Heaven as usual. After the 100th floor, the monsters' levels had all risen to over 20, with their 4 attributes significantly enhanced. Even Li Tang felt a hint of strain. 101st floor Goblin Nest. Objective: kill a level 21 Goblin Knight. Facing the Goblin Knight charging toward him on a massive wild boar, wielding a spike hammer, Li Tang showed no fear. He dodged the Goblin Knight's attack and swung his hammer backward, striking it on the back. The Goblin Knight was knocked off the wild boar's back, coughing up blood non-stop, with its spine shattered. However, the monster's vitality was formidable. It quickly struggled to its feet, its ugly face contorting as it emitted a piercing scream. The massive blood-toothed wild boar beneath it turned its head, baring its tusks at Li Tang, and dug its hind hooves into the ground, preparing to charge. Roar! The blood-toothed wild boar charged forward first. Li Tang didn't flinch, his purple gold barrier glowing with a golden light. Come on! Bang! The boar's tusks collided with the shield, producing a deafening crash. Li Tang was pushed backward by the immense force, sliding several meters and leaving 2 deep gullies in the ground. Not bad strength. Li Tang shook his slightly numb arms and praised the beast, though it was only this level. Having gauged his opponent's strength, Li Tang held nothing back. The tyrant's hammer in his hand whistled through the air, crashing down on the bloodtooth wild boar's head. The bloodtooth wild boar was only level 15. It couldn't withstand Li Tang's immense strength. It let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, its brain matter exploding out of its skull. The Goblin Knight, seeing this, was startled and quickly halted his charging steps. Li Tang wasn't about to spare it. He swung his chain hammer, shattering the Goblin Knight's chest. Challenge of the 101st floor cleared. Time: 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The Goblin Knight was a penniless wretch, not even a single feather dropped from him. No wonder it's a level 21 monster, it actually blocked 3 of my hammers. Li Tang rolled his eyes and stepped into the teleportation array for the next floor. Li Yunlong has cleared the 101st floor. That was fast. He still hasn't used any skills yet. Is Li Yunlong too confident in his own abilities? Exactly. Su Jiao has already entered the 103rd floor. If Li Yunlong had used a skill, he would have been much faster. The gap is widening. I wonder what he's thinking. Li Yunlong, you better step up your game. I've bet a lot of money on you. Don't rush. Good things come to those who wait. What is not afraid of being late? I think it's more like a rabbit's tail 1t less long. Didn't you see Sherdali and the others catching up? Outside the Tower of Heaven, the onlookers were buzzing with discussion. Rock spikes, 1,000 gorges. Sherdali roared, summoning several massive rock spikes that pierced the already weakened lava demon lord like a sieve. The lava demon lord let out a furious roar before collapsing in a pool of blood. 100th floor challenge cleared. Time: 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Sherdali's chest was torn open by the lava demon lord, leaving 3 bloody wounds. He gasped for breath, pulled out a bottle of healing potion, and drank it in one gulp. 9 minutes and 45 seconds. I should have broken the record for the 100th floor this time, right? Sherdali looked at his completion time and smiled smugly. But when he thought of Li Yunlong, he couldn't help but worry again. Where the hell had that psychopath climbed to? What was the time for clearing the 100th floor? To be honest, he was truly scared by Li Tang last time, leaving him with psychological trauma. Just thinking about Li Tang's brutal 1-on-17 fight, where he had pinned him down and beaten him senseless, Sherdali felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. But at least I'm smart, I bet all my savings on Li Yunlong winning before coming in. He felt smug inside, even though the odds were low, it was still a substantial income. Knowing he couldn't compete with Li Tang, Sherdali decided to go against the grain and bet against him at the casino. Seeing his health and mana bars fully replenished, Sherdali picked up the equipment dropped by the lava demon commander and stepped into the 101st floor. The moment Sherdali entered the 101st floor, the rankings changed again, with Su Jiao and Li Tang entering the 110th floor one after another. These two are truly abnormal. Outside the Tower of Heaven, someone sucked in a breath of cold air. Exactly, Su Jiao and Li Yunlong firmly occupied the first and second positions on the points leaderboard, leaving Sherdali, who was in third place, nearly 10 floors behind. The fierce competition among the heroes had turned into a harmonious scene of dragons and phoenixes. Look, the betting odds have changed again. Li Yunlong's odds have increased by 3 percentage points, while Su Jiao's have dropped by 10 points. Of course, they're performing so well the casino isn't stupid, they'd lower the odds. Lucky I bet on Li Yunlong earlier, I'm going to make a fortune this time. How do you know Li Yunlong will win? He's currently trailing Su Jiao. He hasn't even used his skills yet, he's clearly holding back. A temporary setback doesn't mean anything, he'll catch up soon. That's true. Level 110 Goblin Nest. Objective: kill 6 level 21 Goblin Knights including elites. Su Jiao's sword moves like the wind, using her skills in rapid succession, quickly eliminating all 6 monsters. However, this time Li Tang had the upper hand, triggering the attack effect of the lava demon heavy armor set lava power repeatedly. Blazing flames engulfed the Goblin Knights. Amidst the Goblin Knights' agonizing screams, Li Tang delivered the final blows, sending them to their doom. Challenge of the 110th floor cleared. Time, 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Outside the Tower of Heaven, the onlookers erupted into chaos. Holy crap! He's already at the 110th floor and managed to clear it in under 5 minutes? Is this guy even human? I knew betting on Li Yunlong was the right choice. He's overtaken Su Jiao and taken first place. Wait a minute. Didn't he switch to a shield warrior? How did the hammer deal fire damage? It must be a special effect from his equipment, like a trait or something. Bull. Everyone knows that attributes only have a small chance of appearing on purple quality or higher equipment. Li Yunlong's gear looks decent, but it probably just has some special prefixes. It couldn't possibly cause such an effect. You're the one talking nonsense. You haven't even checked Li Yunlong's equipment stats. How do you know he's not wearing top-tier purple gear with special attributes? Even if it's a purple quality item with a white quality attribute, each one costs at least several million. Does Li Yunlong have the money to buy that? How do you know he's not a rich kid? Chapter 136, Full Firepower. Mad Slaughter. It was nearly noon, but not a single spectator showed any signs of leaving. They continued to cheer, clap, and shout in admiration of the students' outstanding performances. Some resourceful vendors also pushed their simple carts over, selling their goods. Beer, soft drinks, mineral water, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and sausage. Roast chicken, pork knuckles, chicken feet, grilled fish slices, beef tendon, squid, and tea eggs. Please move aside, everyone. $10. Please take your items carefully. The vast majority of students are around level 22 to 23. After climbing to the 100th floor, they begin to feel the strain, as the monsters and beasts here have reached level 21. A few of them aren't a problem, but if 7 or 8 surround you at once, even those with higher levels and better equipment must be cautious. In fact, by the time students reach the 87th or 88th floor of the Tower of Heaven, some can no longer endure the strain and reach their limits, shattering their teleportation scrolls to appear outside the tower. Not every student has the same level of gear as Li Tang or Su Jiao, or has transferred to an SS tier main combat class like Sherdali or Wang Shuya, capable of facing increasingly powerful monsters in waves. Students with low levels, poor equipment, weak skills, and poor combat awareness were the first to be eliminated, forced to abandon the exam prematurely. Even Sherdali and Wang Shuya, after reaching the 100th floor, saw their speed significantly slow down, often needing to use their skills 2 or 3 times to kill a single ordinary level monster. Moreover, Hardong University of Science and Technology is a university with a strong focus on engineering, so there are also many support or lifestyle-oriented professions participating in the test. While they lack neither the courage to face monsters head-on, their combat prowess pales in comparison to that of the main combat classes due to their occupational limitations. Except for a handful of students still persevering, most had already been defeated and eliminated below the 100th floor. The scores on the large screen kept changing. Li Tang and Su Jiao were like 2 dragons emerging from the sea, chasing each other on the scoreboard, refusing to give an inch, firmly holding the first and second positions. In third place was Earth Vein Guardian Sherdali, fourth was Dragon Descendant Summoner Yang Wenyao, fifth was Lava Mage Wang Shuya, followed by Mad Warrior Han Lei, Beast Transformation Master Chu Feiyue, Snow Prison Archmage Lu Hongshui and Lu Hongshuang sisters, and War Puppet Master Wu Jiang. As time passed, the number of students remaining in the sky-piercing tower began to dwindle, leaving only the strongest main combat classes with high levels, good equipment, and powerful damage output. Gradually, everyone's attention shifted to the few individuals at the top of the rankings. The large screen also zoomed in on their battles as they climbed the Tower of Heaven, displaying the action in close-up for everyone to see. The audience below grew increasingly excited, wishing they were the ones climbing the tower. 120th floor, Dark Forest. Objective: defeat 6 level 22 ironclad giants including elites. As the monsters' levels increased, even Li Tang, fully equipped with purple quality gear adorned with golden attributes, could no longer effortlessly one-shot the monsters with a single swing. With no other choice, he began to use his skills. Earth-shattering strike. Li Tang let out a low growl as he leaped into the air. Upon landing, the shockwave he created sent 4 massive iron-armored giant bears flying, while the remaining 2 were knocked into a dazed state by the destructive Stomp Golden trait. Before they could recover, the massive tyrant's hammer had already shattered the skulls of the 2 ironclad giant bears. The golden text flaming explosion combo attached to Grip of the Earth was activated again, causing the tyrant's hammer to burst into flames. Li Tang's arm muscles bulged as he swung it down with all his might. Boom! Blazing flames erupted in a fan-shaped explosion, instantly blowing the 2 disoriented ironclad giant bears into the air. Their fur, as tough as iron armor, was charred black, and their health bars were instantly depleted. Roar! The remaining 4 giant bears regained consciousness from the shockwave, their claws slicing through the air with a piercing sound as they charged toward Li Tang. Bang! 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 Li Tang sneered coldly, advancing instead of retreating. He easily dodged their attacks, swinging the tyrant's hammer repeatedly, striking the leg joints of 3 ironclad giant bears. Though the ironclad giant bears were renowned for their defense, they couldn't withstand Li Tang's brute strength. Their fragile joints shattered under the overwhelming force, leaving them lying on the ground, unable to rise. They howled in agony within the continuous burning scorched earth zone generated by Li Tang's trampling, watching helplessly as their health bars steadily depleted. Sweep 1,000 armies. Li Tang seized the opportunity to unleash another universal skill, finishing off the 3 critically wounded giant bears. The last elite-tier ironclad giant bear, seeing its comrades fall in just a few exchanges, flashed a glimpse of fear in its eyes and turned to flee. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Watch my wind and thunder shatter. Li Tang closes the distance in a few strides, leaps into the air, and swings his massive hammer, accompanied by a howling wind, toward the giant bear's back. This strike triggered the Power Surge Golden trait, not only boosting attack power by 100% but also guaranteeing the activation of a flame shockwave. Put! The sound of shattered skulls echoed clearly as the elite ironclad giant bear was engulfed in molten lava flames and crashed to the ground. All 6 ironclad giant bears were annihilated. Challenge of the 120th floor cleared. Time, 3 minutes and 28 seconds. After using his skill, Li Tang's monster-killing efficiency skyrocketed. Although he had only mastered 3 C-rank universal skills Shatter Earth Strike, Sweep 1,000 Armies, and Wind and Thunder Break, his staggering 2,350 strength points transformed him into a relentless tank charging through enemies. Combined with the equipment's attached skills Melting Fire Gaze, Burning Barrier, Earth-Shaking Impact, Flame Burst Combo, Power Surge, Destructive Stomp, Burned Out Zone, Royal Judgment, Frenzy Slaughter, Soul Siphon, and Shadow Devour, the damage he dealt was on par with a top-tier Berserker at level 40. With full firepower unleashed, dealing with these monsters and beasts in their 20s is child's play. On the large screen outside the sky-piercing tower, Li Tang's points surged again, gradually catching up to Su Jiao. However, Su Jiao's equipment was not too different from Li Tang's, and she had also transferred to the S-rank class Gale Blade Saint, making her agile and powerful, with decent monster-killing efficiency. Sigh. The audience outside the sky-piercing tower all sucked in their breath in astonishment, murmuring among themselves. Holy crap, Li Yunlong finally decided to use his skill. That's too strong. Li Yunlong's skill damage output is simply absurd. Up until now, he hasn't spent more than 5 minutes climbing each floor. That hammer looks like a purple quality item, but how can its attack power be so high, and it even has a flame impact effect? I don't know the exact attributes, but it's definitely the best of the best. Hey, doesn't that seem odd to you? Why is Li Yunlong using only generic skills? Who said they're all generic skills? That move, War Stomp, is one of the signature moves for warrior class characters, and he's mastered it too. Exactly. Maybe he just doesn't bother using other skills. High attack, thick defense, it's truly enviable. I haven't even seen him drink a single health potion yet. It's confirmed. This time, the champion is undoubtedly Li Yunlong. Who said that? That girl named Su Jiao's climbing speed isn't any slower than Li Yunlong's. Endurance, do you understand endurance? Climbing the sky tower is a test of physical strength. How can a swordsman compete with a shield warrior in endurance? That makes sense. Challenge cleared at level 130. Time, 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Level 140 challenge cleared. Time, 5 minutes and 13 seconds. By the time Li Tang and Su Jiao entered the 150th floor one after the other, Sherdali and the others were still lingering around the 120th floor. Chapter 137, Holy crap, this is way too brutal. The sky-piercing tower test began at 8 a.m. and had been ongoing for over 7 hours. The summer sun was obscured by thick clouds summoned by the mages, and combined with the operation of the wind magic array, the entire square remained pleasantly cool. Spectators cheered and shouted encouragement non-stop. As the floor numbers increased, the monsters' levels and strength grew increasingly formidable. Many students attempting to climb the tower could no longer withstand the pressure and reluctantly crushed their teleportation scrolls, abandoning the test prematurely. Most of them stopped before reaching the 120th floor. Currently, only a few remain inside the tower. Out of the 1,168 students who participated in the test, only about a third are still competing. The large screens outside the tower were also adjusted to zoom in on each of the young students still fighting, showcasing their heroic battle poses from multiple angles and perspectives to the crowd below. Additionally, the sounds from inside the tower were synchronized, giving everyone the feeling of watching a blockbuster movie. Sherdali has switched to the SS-ranked profession Earth Vein Guardian, which boasts high attack and defense stats, and his equipment is also top-notch. Especially for climbing the sky-piercing tower, he took out a loan to purchase a purple-quality mountain-splitting hammer at a high price, replacing the hammer he had broken earlier. He alternates between offensive skills like Rock Tooth Piercer, Rock Spike Thousand Gorges, and Earth-Splitting Mountain Crash, and defensive skills like Thousand Peaks Heavy Barrier, maintaining an extremely efficient climbing speed and currently ranking 3rd. Dragonblood Summoner Yang Wenyao summoned a 3rd-tier magical beast, the Thorned Earth Dragon, whose body was covered in thorn-like spikes, with a tail resembling a chain hammer. It possessed skills such as Barbaric Charge, Thorn Rebound, and Earth Spike Assault. He himself is extremely powerful, wearing full-plate armor and wielding a great axe as he charges into melee combat. Working in perfect coordination, the man and beast close in on Sherdali. Lava Mage Wang Shuya's skills are even more formidable, unleashing the scorching abilities of Lava Explosion, Fiery Wall, and Hellfire in succession, reducing opponents to ashes. There's also the war puppet master Wu Jiang, who crafted a simple mecha suit for himself, accompanied by 3 steel rock puppets and a mechanical giant spider, engaging in fierce combat with the monsters. There's also Lin Peipei, who has reclassed as a poisonous alchemist, relying on her self-brewed toxic potions to force her way into the top 30 of the rankings. Who says life professions have no future? On the podium, Su Xingji, the education bureau chief of Tianfeng City, nodded approvingly and smiled at Duan Mubo beside him. The new students your school admitted this year are truly talented and promising. These top-ranked students, once they mature, will undoubtedly become pillars of society capable of standing on their own. Especially Li Yunlong and Su Jiao. Not only are they well-equipped, but their skills are powerful, and their proficiency levels are already at a very high standard. Not at all, Director Su, you're too kind. Duan Mubo may have been modest in words, but the smile on his face couldn't hide his true feelings. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Su Xingji's expression grew slightly puzzled. Although Li Yunlong had good combat awareness, why didn't he seem like he had switched to the Shield Warrior class? Duan Mubo burst into laughter. Director Su, you have an eagle eye. He leaned close to Su Xingji's ear and whispered, once the climb up the Tower of Heaven is over, I'll give you a surprise. Li Tang couldn't hear the discussions outside the Tower of Heaven. He was overjoyed inside. After climbing this far, his experience had already increased significantly. What a blessing! This was much faster than when he and Su Jiao had to grind through dungeons to level up. The monsters were so densely packed that there was no need to actively seek them out. With the flame shield and the white jade ring, which restored 100 HP per second, Li Tang hadn't even touched a single health potion up to this point. He didn't care about his ranking, he just decided to climb as many floors as possible, at least reaching the 200th floor, and continue his free riding to the end. 150th floor Abyss Arena. Objective, defeat the level 25 boss Abyss Horned Demon Lord Chagrange. Countless floating emerald green fireflies illuminated a massive circular arena, the ground covered in dark red gravel, and the air filled with the pungent smell of blood and sulfur. Li Tang slung his hammer over his shoulder, curiously surveying his surroundings. To be honest, he had no idea where the school had managed to capture so many different kinds of magical beasts and monsters. It could only be said that the strength and resources of Hadong Industrial University were truly formidable. Even their entrance exam was on such a grand scale. Roar! A 3-meter-tall abyssal horned demon rose from the ground. Its body was covered in dark purple scales, its curved horns gleamed coldly, and it held a sawtooth greatsword blazing with black flames. The air around it was scorched and warped. It flapped its black bat-like wings, hovering mid-air, its gaze fixed on Li Tang as if looking down on an ant. A flying demonic creature. Li Tang curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. This was interesting. Though he had no experience fighting flying monsters, judging by its size, it must be a close combat specialist. If it were a pure mage-type monster, Li Tang would have no choice but to defend passively, but when it came to close combat, Li Tang had never backed down from anyone. Li Tang cracked his neck, making a cracking sound, and beckoned to the Abyss Horned Demon Lord in the air. Come on, come here. Although boss-level magical beasts possess decent intelligence, demonic creatures are renowned for their violent and unpredictable temperaments. Chagrange let out a low growl and dove straight down, his black flame-covered greatsword slicing through the air in a crescent-shaped trajectory, aiming straight for Li Tang. Good timing. Li Tang didn't flinch, raising the tyrant's hammer to meet the attack from below. Clang! The deafening clang of metal echoed through the air, and a visible shockwave spread out in all directions. The ground beneath Li Tang's feet cracked instantly, but his body remained motionless. Shag Langri, however, was sent flying backward by the immense recoil force, flapping his bat wings twice before regaining his balance. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. With such meager strength, you dare to call yourself a lord? I see that the power of your Abyss Horned Demon clan is nothing special. Li Tang snorted derisively, then suddenly bent his legs and leaped into the air. He leaped over 5 meters into the air, closing the distance between him and Shaglangri in an instant, and swung his hammer toward him with all his might. Shaglangri hurriedly flapped his bat wings to create distance, but saw Li Tang suddenly whip out a chain made of refined iron with his left hand. Clang! The chain wrapped tightly around Shaglangri's right leg, which was caught off guard. Li Tang used the momentum to pull himself upward, his body soaring once more. Take this hammer! The tyrant's hammer, blazing with intense flames, crashed into Shaglangri's chest, triggering the lava power effect. A massive fireball erupted in the air. Shaglangri screamed as he plummeted, crashing heavily into the center of the arena. Li Tang landed steadily on the ground, ready to press his advantage, but Shagrang suddenly let out a piercing screech. The ground of the entire arena began to writhe, and several abyss-horned demons emerged from the sand and stones. Though their size was about a third smaller than Shaglangri's, they moved at incredible speeds, surrounding Li Tang in an instant. They can actually summon minions? Li Tang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Let's deal with them all at once. Earth-shattering strike. Centered on the tyrant's hammer, a black shockwave suddenly spread out, causing the 8 abyssal horned demons' goat hooves to lose their balance, sending them tumbling in all directions. Wind and thunder shatter. The tyrant's hammer sliced through the air, leaving a trail of scorching fire. The 3 abyssal horned demons in the front row were struck directly, spitting blood and flying backward. Immediately afterward, Li Tang spun around abruptly, the hammerhead whistling through the air as it crashed toward the other side. Bang! Earth-shaking impact, flaming explosion power surge. 3 golden skill effects were triggered simultaneously. Under the immense force, the head of a deep abyss horned demon exploded like a watermelon, and the surrounding flames spread out in a shockwave, dealing splash damage to nearby targets. Sweep the 1,000 armies. Li Tang had entered a berserk slaughter state, with attack speed increased by 50% and attack power boosted by 50%. He charges like a tiger into a flock of sheep, each swing landing precisely on vital points. In less than 10 seconds, all the abyssal horned demons summoned by Shigranji are lying motionless on the ground. Now, it's time to send you on your way. Li Tang shook the black blood off his hammer, his gaze fixed on Shiglangri, who was just getting back to his feet. A flash of fear crossed Shiglangri's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by rage. It let out a furious roar and opened its mouth, spewing a ball of pitch-black energy. This was its innate skill, abyssal breath, possessing extreme corrosive properties. Everything it touched was corroded, emitting a sizzling sound. Li Tang's pupils contracted slightly as he raised his shield to block the attack. The purple-gold barrier emitted a purple glow, beginning to absorb the energy from the breath to store it. Not only that, the Shadow Devoured golden trait reflected 10 points of attack damage back at the attacker. Sizzle! Shiglangri never expected this and hurriedly dodged aside. The breath grazed its left arm, instantly corroding the dark purple scales into a large hole, from which black blood flowed out. Before it could even scream in pain, Li Tang pulled the iron chain in his left hand, dragging it to the ground, leaping forward, and swinging his right-hand hammer down with all his might. The poor Shiglangri hadn't even managed to stand up when it was knocked unconscious by destructive stomp, then fell into the lava mark state, and was trampled by Li Tang, who generated a burned earth zone that continuously burned it. Immediately after, a rain of hammer blows struck its head. 80. 80. 80. The relentless impact, like a piledriver, caused the onlookers at the base of the sky-piercing tower to flinch, their gasps echoing in the air. Holy crap, this is way too brutal. Chapter 138, Unspeakable. Unspeakable. 80. 80. 80. Li Tang's tyrant's hammer struck down relentlessly like a piledriver, each blow accompanied by the crisp sound of shattered bones. Shiglangri's head had already been deformed, and blackish-purple blood splattered the entire arena. Roar! The dying abyssal horned demon lord suddenly erupted into a final frenzy, its mangled bat wings spreading wide as its body burst into pitch-black demonic flames. Abyssal sacrifice. This was the self-destructive ability of the demon race when they were on the brink of death. However, the skill was activated just as it began, extinguished like a candle in a whirlwind. In Shiglangri's stunned gaze, Li Tang smiled cruelly, bringing his massive hammer crashing down, taking the last of its life. Li Tang straightened his back, took a deep breath, and looked at the white jade ring on his hand. Soul Siphon Gold. Attacks have an 18% chance to siphon the enemy's soul, causing them to continuously lose health over 5 seconds, totaling 50% of the attacker's attack power. During the siphoning effect, the enemy cannot use skills. Cooldown, 40 seconds. If this golden trait hadn't come into play at the critical moment, although Shiglangri's self-destruct skill wouldn't have harmed him, he would have been in a dire situation. The dying Shiglangri dropped 2 blue-quality rare equipment pieces and a dark attribute magic crystal for Li Tang. However, Li Tang didn't bother to look at them, storing the loot along with its corpse into his spatial ring before stepping into the teleportation array to the next layer. Demon bones, blood, horns, and such are also excellent materials for forging in alchemy. Challenge of the 150th layer completed. Time, 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Set a new record for this layer in the guide. What just happened? Someone in the audience gasped. How did the demon lord's self-destruction suddenly stop? Su Xingji narrowed his eyes. As a 6th-tier powerhouse, he naturally saw the details of the battle. Just as Shigranji was about to self-destruct, a blood-red light suddenly erupted from the ring on Li Tang's left hand, and a semi-transparent chain shot out, piercing directly into the demon lord's body. Immediately afterward, the demonic flames engulfing Shigranj died out as if their fuel had been drained. It's soul siphoning. A official sitting nearby whispered, "This golden text is extremely rare. There are few records of it in history. In the current Great Xia, I only know of it appearing on the treasure sword Starfall's fading rainbow of Wu Yixing, the commander of the Night Force." There was an uncontrollable sense of astonishment in his tone. After all, that piece of equipment was of white gold treasure quality, a rarity even nationwide. This young man. Su Xingji raised his hand to stop the official from continuing, glancing at Duan Mubo, who was stroking his beard and smiling beside him. Could it be? This golden text was the surprise he had mentioned? Li Tang successfully cleared the 150th floor and set a new record for that level, but Su Jiao encountered a bit of trouble. Though she moved swiftly and struck like lightning, she was wearing light armor, whose defensive capabilities couldn't compare to Li Tang's. Moreover, her equipment lacked the Soul Siphon Golden trait, which could interrupt the opponent's skills, leaving her utterly defeated by the final desperate self-destruction of the Abyss Horn Demon Lord. Put. Su Jiao scrambled to her feet, coughing up a mouthful of sand and dust. Though she managed to dodge most of the explosion's power thanks to her agile movements, the remaining force was blocked by the special item Li Tang had given her, Guardian Angel, but she was still in a sorry state. Su Jiao wiped the dust from her face and kicked the charred remains of Shiglangri's head in frustration. Damn it, I almost got caught off guard. She never expected that as soon as Shiglangri's health dropped below 30%, before the fatal blow effect could take effect, he had already bravely triggered his self-destruction. Shiglangri's self-destruction left only the magic crystal inside his skull intact, the rest was completely obliterated. At least she had made it past the 150th floor. The next challenge was the 151st floor. The boss on this floor is so abnormal. I wonder how Li Tang managed to get through it. Su Jiao extracted the magic crystal and stepped into the teleportation array. I need to step up my game. Challenge of the 150th floor completed. Time, 8 minutes and 25 seconds. Look! Li Yunlong's ranking has already surged to first place. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the spectators' seats outside the tower. On the big screen, Li Tang's name topped the leaderboard, with Su Jiao close behind. The third-place contender, Sherdali, was far behind, having only reached the 125th floor, with others closing in rapidly. After passing the 150th floor, the monsters guarding the gates changed to ordinary and elite levels, making the difficulty relatively easier. Li Tang continued to climb swiftly, steadily increasing the number of floors he had conquered. Challenge at the 160th floor completed. Time, 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Level 170 challenge cleared. Time, 9 minutes and 55 seconds. Level 180 challenge cleared. Time, 11 minutes and 31 seconds. Level 190 challenge cleared. Time, 14 minutes and 38 seconds. Li Tang's Tyrant's hammer struck the Frost Troll Elite with a dull thud, each blow causing the 3-meter-tall monster to let out an agonizing scream. The Frost Troll Elite attempted to block with its ice armor, but Li Tang's Lava Demon Bell armor set was almost entirely imbued with fire-based effects, making it the perfect counter to the Frost Troll Elite's defenses, rendering them useless and leaving it in agony. Crack! Li Tang shattered the Frost Giant Elite's kneecap with a single blow, and amid its piercing screams, the colossal creature crashed to its knees. Ha! Li Tang leaped into the air, and the Tyrant's hammer, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, struck the Frost Giant Elite's forehead, causing its brain matter to explode. The Ice Frost Giant Elite's screams abruptly ceased, and its body swayed twice before collapsing to the ground. Huff! Li Tang shook his slightly numb arms, took a few deep breaths, and downed a bottle of stamina recovery potion in one gulp. After over 10 hours of intense combat, even with his physical endurance, he began to feel a hint of fatigue. The next floor was the 200th floor, with a boss at level 30. It looked like another tough battle was in store. I wonder how far Ajiao has climbed. After collecting the equipment and materials dropped by a few frost giants, Li Tang stepped into the teleportation array. However, with her skills and the gear I provided, she should be able to keep up with me. Outside the Tower of Heaven, the crowd was already in a frenzy. The real-time rankings on the large screen had everyone holding their breath. Current rankings. 1 Li Yunlong level 27 199th floor. 2 Su Jiao level 27 198th floor. 3 Sherdali level 29 150th floor. 4 Li Shuya level 28 150th floor. 5 Lu Hongshui level 28 150th floor. 6 Lu Hongshuang class of 2028 150th floor. 7 Wu Jiang level 26 150th floor. 8 Han Lei level 26 150th floor. 9 Li Yonghui class of 2026 150th floor. 10 Xin Ming class of 2027 150th floor. 11 Shu Feiyue level 25 150th floor. Wow! We've already reached the 199th floor. In less than 11 hours, Li Yunlong and Su Jiao are both about to break through the 200th floor barrier. Goodness, this has broken the record of the Great Xia Kingdom in nearly 30 years. The unparalleled duo. They're truly the unparalleled duo. They're way ahead of the third-place competitors. That's right. Sherdali and Li Shuya are still struggling on the 150th floor. There are now fewer than 200 students left in the tower, all of them elite among the elite. But compared to Li Yunlong and Su Jiao, they still fall far short. Wow, their strength is truly terrifying. If they continue to grow smoothly, our human race will gain 2 more great generals. One is the dragon soaring into the clouds, the other is the heavenly princess. I wonder where Principal Duanmu found these 2 oddballs. Su Xingji stared at the screen, his fingers tapping rapidly on the desk. Li Yunlong and Su Jiao, both hailing from Kanglin City. He suddenly perked up and looked at Indu Bo. Principal Indu, tell me the truth. Is Li Yunlong the one rumored to be the legendary figure from a while back? Su Xingji was the education bureau chief of Tianfeng City, and as a high-ranking official, he naturally knew some insider information. Indumubo gave a mysterious smile and lowered his voice. Can't say. Can't say. Chapter 139 80. 80. 80. 200th floor, Eternal Frozen Wasteland. Objective, defeat the level 30 boss, the Frost Giant Chieftain Trangmong. On the permafrost wasteland, the biting cold wind howled, and the massive form of the ice frost troll Chieftain Trangmong stood out prominently. Standing over 4 meters tall, with exposed fangs, its pale blue scaled skin was covered in ice crystal armor. According to the Warcraft Encyclopedia, frost giants dwell in extremely cold regions, naturally affinity with frost, and possess exceptional regenerative abilities. As the leader of the Frost Giant clan, the chieftain typically possesses powerful abilities such as Frost Breath, Icy Blizzard, Bloodlust, and Frostbite. Upon sensing a small human entering its territory, Trangmong let out a deafening roar, causing the entire permafrost wastes to tremble. Frost energy surged around him, causing the air temperature to plummet. In an instant, a thin layer of frost formed on Li Tang's armor. Oh. Not bad. Li Tang grinned. This was the first time he had encountered a monster capable of harnessing its environment to unleash domain-like powers. However, this chill couldn't harm him. Lava Demon heavy armor. The lava patterns on it flickered, emanating scorching heat that instantly melted all the ice and frost around it. Seeing Li Tang unharmed, Trangmong roared and charged forward, wielding his massive ice crystal war axe. Before he even reached him, he opened his massive jaws, and frost breath erupted like a surging tidal wave. The frigid frosted left in its wake instantly froze the ground into thick layers of ice. Li Tang didn't flinch or dodge. The flame shield built into his armor activated instantly, withstanding the icy breath's assault. Boom! He suddenly charged forward, the ground exploding beneath his feet, propelling him like a cannonball straight toward Trangmong. The Frost Giant Chieftain clearly hadn't expected Li Tang to be able to withstand its frost breath head-on. In a panic, it swung its ice crystal war axe down. Clang! The battle axe collided with the giant hammer, sparks flying everywhere. The brutal force erupted at the point of impact, forming a shockwave that swept out in all directions. Trangmong was knocked back 2 steps by the immense force, a flash of horror crossing his eyes. He had never encountered a human who could match his strength. But Li Tang merely staggered slightly before charging forward again with a savage grin. Roar! Seeing the other's disdainful gaze, Trangmong was overcome with shame and anger. The icy frost energy surged wildly around him, and the frost storm was activated in an instant. Countless sharp ice crystals formed around it, sweeping toward Li Tang like a blizzard. However, these ice crystals couldn't break through the 8-sided flame shields surrounding Li Tang, instantly turning into white steam that enveloped the entire battlefield. Taking advantage of the ongoing duration of the flame shield, Li Tang charged forward, dodging the ice crystal battle axe swung down by Trangmong with agile movements. He circled around to its back and brought the tyrant's hammer crashing down on its spine. This attack triggered the flaming explosion combo golden trait attached to the grip of the earth gauntlet, unleashing a massive surge of flames from the hammerhead, instantly engulfing Trangmong's massive form. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering ice armor echoed clearly as Trangmong let out an agonizing roar, his flame-wrapped body stumbling forward. A cold mist surged from its body, quickly extinguishing the flames engulfing it. Trangmong turned around, gripping his ice crystal battle axe, his gaze fixed intently on Li Tang. Its body was shrouded in steam, and its back was charred black, the result of Li Tang's previous strike. However, its regenerative abilities were extraordinary, and new ice crystals quickly formed over the wounds, restoring it to its original state in no time. Interesting. Let's see if your regeneration is faster or my attacks are more powerful. Li Tang's eyes lit up as he swung the tyrant's hammer and charged forward once more. The tyrant's hammer struck like a storm, each blow targeting Trangmong's joints, knees, elbows, and other vital areas. Trangmong, less agile than Li Tang, could only defend himself awkwardly, retreating step by step. Crack! Crack! The ice crystal armor on his body shattered inch by inch under the terrifying destructive power of the tyrant's hammer. Trangmong let out a painful growl and, in desperation, was about to use his skilled bloodthirsty rage to fight Li Tang to the death. However, a translucent chain suddenly shot out from the ring on Li Tang's left hand, binding it tightly. The golden inscription Soul Siphon on the white jade ring was triggered. The bloodlust skill was instantly interrupted, and his health began to steadily deplete. Ha! Why can't I use my skill? Trangmong was completely baffled, having no idea what was happening. Li Tang didn't care about that. He seized the opportunity to leap into the air, raising his massive hammer and smashing it down with all his might. 80. 80. 80. Amidst Li Tang's battle cries, Trangmong struggled desperately in the storm of hammer blows. Soul Siphon. The chance to trigger this golden skill was as high as 18%. Every time he tried to release a skill to escape Li Tang's attacks, he felt an invisible chain binding his body, leaving him unable to move. Finally, after enduring dozens of heavy blows, Trangmong's regeneration rate began to lag behind the accumulation of injuries. Boom! Li Tang strikes down with a mighty blow, and Trangmong's head explodes like a watermelon, his massive body crashing to the ground. Ding! You have successfully defeated the level 30 boss, the Frost Giant Chieftain Trangmong, and obtained 6,660 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 28. Your 4 primary attributes are now 1 each, and you have 5 free attribute points. Challenge of the 200th floor completed. Time, 12 minutes and 47 seconds. Set a new record for this floor. I actually leveled up. Li Tang was overjoyed and quickly picked up the loot and stored it in his spatial ring. Tranmong had been constantly overwhelmed by Li Tang and died in a humiliating manner. In the end, he went all out and exploded. Ice Crystal War Axe Purple Excellent, Attack 174, Strength 72, Constitution 68, Agility 66, 12% chance to freeze enemies on attack. Requires level 31, Strength 175, Constitution 162. Frost Giant Chieftain Scales Purple Excellence, Defense 168, Strength 70, Constitution 78, Agility 71, 12% chance to freeze enemies on attack. Requires level 32, Strength 161, Constitution 152. Bloodthirsty Rage, C rank skill. Upon use, attack speed increases by 30, attack power by 50, critical hit rate by 20%, and defense is reduced by 20% for 120 seconds. In addition to magic crystals, other items like blue quality rare equipment, bones, blood, and frost devouring crystals also dropped in large quantities. 2 purple quality items, 3 blue quality items, and a C rank skill book. It can only be said that the Frost Giant Chieftain was generous. Li Tang nodded satisfactorily and stepped into the teleportation array leading to the next floor. Everyone outside the sky-piercing tower was stunned. A new record. Li Yunlong has broken through the 200th floor. Goodness, 12 minutes and 47 seconds. That's a level 30 boss. That's a full 17 minutes faster than the previous champion. This Li Yunlong isn't human. The Ice Frost Troll Chieftain is clearly much larger than him, yet he's been completely overwhelmed the entire time. Yeah. I wonder what skills he used. The boss couldn't even fight back. Basic skills are a joke. I seriously doubt he can solo the entire 999-floor sky-piercing tower. That's impossible. Even if he has some weird skills, with the level and equipment disadvantage, he'd only be able to climb another 10 or 20 floors at most. Wait, the boss still had nearly 30 HP left, yet Su Jiao one-shot him with a single strike. She must be wearing equipment with special attributes like one-hit kill. Wow, the strength of this generation of students is truly terrifying. There are now only around 100 students left climbing the Tower of Heaven, but no one is paying attention to the others. Everyone's eyes are fixed on Li Tang and Su Jiao. Yes, regardless of how many floors they can climb, these two have already made history. This is the consensus of everyone. The only question is where their limits lie? Can they break the record for newcomers climbing the Tower of Heaven? This thought couldn't help but cross everyone's mind. 201. 202. 203. All the spectators stood up excitedly, staring intently at the large screen. Every time Li Tang and Su Jiao passed a level, everyone cheered them on in unison. Chapter 140, The Heaven-Reaching Duo, a record-breaking gamble. Hardong University of Industry has been in existence for centuries, having nurtured countless brilliant students. While there have been a few freshmen who managed to climb over 200 floors of the sky-reaching tower during the entrance exam, it was still a rare feat. However, no one had ever achieved it in such a short time. And now, 2 have appeared at once. From the audience, Yudi glanced sideways at Lu Mang, who was sitting nearby, and sneered, "Lu Mang, are you sure you still want to make things difficult for Li Yunlong during the tower guard duty?" Yudi's voice was not loud, but it caused several students nearby to prick up their ears. Lu Mang's face turned pale, looking extremely grim. He was still stuck at level 30, unable to pass the 3rd-tier advancement quest. He believed he could defeat the Ice Frost Giant Chieftain boss on the 200th floor, but he was certain he couldn't win as easily as Li Tang had. Maybe he's wearing some special equipment, which is why he managed to break through the 200th floor by sheer luck. Lu Mang began to regret his earlier provocation toward Li Tang, but he still stubbornly said, once the floor level gets higher, level advantage can't be compensated for by equipment alone. Is that so? No wonder they call you the iron-blooded Mad Lion. Yudi sneered, want to make a bet? I bet Li Yunlong can break through the 250th floor. The stakes are. She deliberately dragged out her tone, how about that paralysis ring you dropped in the secret realm last time? Lu Mang's face grew even more grim. That ring was a purple quality exceptional equipment he had obtained at great cost, originally intended for his next 3 transformation advancement task. If he lost. What? Afraid? Yudi pressed on relentlessly. Earlier, hadn't she just said it was all about gear? Lu Mang, who had a short temper, was provoked into slamming his fist on the table. Fine, let's bet. I bet he can't make it past 250 floors. If he really reaches 250 floors, I'll give you that paralysis ring without hesitation. The surrounding students all sucked in their breath in shock. A purple quality equipment piece was worth at least $1 million, and Lu Mang had just blurted out a bet. Alright, that's bold. Yudi's eyes lit up, she gave a thumbs up and said, a gentleman's word is his bond. He urged his horse forward. Lu Mang clenched his teeth and accepted the challenge, coldly saying, but what if you lose? Yudi had seen Lu Mang's paralysis ring and had coveted it for a long time. Seeing the other party agree, she secretly rejoiced and said with a smile, I made the first demand. Now it's your turn. Lu Mang chuckled, your tiger tooth necklace looks pretty nice to me. Hiyuti's expression changed, and she hesitated. Her tiger tooth necklace was also a purple quality item, not only with exceptional attributes but also a 13% chance of triggering a frenzy effect, a rare and valuable item. She never expected that while she had her eye on Lu Mang's paralysis ring, he had his eye on her tiger tooth necklace. She glanced up at the large screen and saw that Li Tang was still climbing effortlessly, having already passed the 207th floor, which greatly boosted her confidence. Alright. Hiyuti clapped her hands decisively and said, if I lose, I'll give you the tiger tooth necklace. Alright. A hint of smugness flashed in Lu Mang's eyes. Let us see how far this guy can go. Everyone around them was stunned. You're using $1 million purple grade item for a bet? The other students are all witnesses. Don't try to back out if you lose. Hiyuti smiled sweetly and turned to Zhao Haotian beside her, teasingly asking, by the way, Zhao Ergongzi, how many floors did you climb up the sky-piercing tower back then? And how long did it take you? Given Li Yunlong's strength, do you have confidence in defending your tower master position during this tower defense event? Zhao Haotian bit his lip and didn't speak, but his eyebrows twitched violently, clearly unable to stay calm. Although he had transitioned to the SS-ranked profession of dragon speaker, he was still considered exceptionally talented. However, during the initial ascending the Heavenly Tower test, he was only at level 26 and, despite giving it his all, could only reach the 180th floor before being overwhelmed and defeated by several level 28 monsters. Now, Li Yunlong has broken through the 200th floor in just over 10 hours, surpassing the record set by Harbin Dong Industrial University. If we were on the same level, I'd have to admit I'm no match for you. However, I have already reached level 35 after 3 transformations, and I can easily take on a level 35 boss in a one-on-one fight. Dealing with you, a level 27 shield warrior, is a piece of cake. Zhao Haotian gave a sinister smile and muttered under his breath, the advantage of a tower guardian isn't something a newbie like you can even imagine. He slowly stood up, and a faint golden dragon energy surged around him, with the faint sound of dragon roars echoing in the air. The surrounding students involuntarily took a few steps back. Dragon's might. Senior Zhao has already mastered this skill. Someone exclaimed in shock. Hiyuti's pupils contracted slightly but quickly returned to normal. What? The second young master of the Zhao family has such a small heart? He can't even tolerate a freshman? Can't tolerate? Zhao Haotian shook his head disdainfully. I'm just stating a fact. The Tower of Heaven's Gate Guardian battle has always been about the weak challenging the strong. It's never been a fair fight. He looked at Hiyuti with a meaningful expression, a hint of lechery in his eyes. Why don't we make a bet? Let's bet on whether Li Yunlong can break through the tower level I'm defending. If you lose, you'll be my girlfriend. Hiyuti, though fiery-tempered, was stunningly beautiful, with a fiery figure and formidable strength, one of the school's 4 goddesses. Zhao Haotian had long lusted after her. Hiyuti's face flushed red. You're shameless. Zhao Haotian, though powerful and wealthy, was a notorious playboy at school, using his family's influence to toy with many female students. He was the last person Hiyuti could stand. Shameful? Zhao Haotian grinned lewdly and took a step forward. What? Afraid to bet? Looks like you don't have much confidence in that country bumpkin either. Hiyuti's chest rose and fell violently with anger, about to retort, when she suddenly heard cheers erupting around her. She turned to look at the big screen and saw that Li Tang had already climbed past the 210th floor. Zhao Haotian noticed the change in Hiyuti's expression and felt a surge of joy. He laughed heartily, don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. If this kid can break through the 250th floor today, I'll give you a purple quality jade belt. If he can defeat me in the tower assault mission, I'll give you a full set of purple quality Lin Chi Xian Gu gear. Lin Chi Xian Jesset? The temptation of a purple quality set isn't something just anyone can resist. Hiyuti's eyes lit up, hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted her teeth and agreed, alright. I'm going all in. This bet is on. As time passed, the vast majority of students participating in the test had already shattered their teleportation talismans and teleported out of the sky-piercing tower. Only Li Tang, Su Jiao, Sherdali, Yang Wenyao, and a few dozen others remained inside the tower, continuing to fight fiercely. When Li Tang and Su Jiao broke through the 240th floor, Sherdali and the others also gradually entered the 200th floor. However, the level 30 boss was too powerful. Sherdali and the others were mostly around level 27-29, and their equipment wasn't all purple quality. In the end, only about 10 people managed to kill the Frost Giant Chieftain with their powerful class skills and ample supply of high-grade potions, but they were all severely injured and had to rest and heal on the spot. War Puppet Master Wu Jiang fought fiercely for half a day, but all 3 steel rock puppets and 1 mechanical giant spider were shattered into pieces by the Ice Frost Giant Chieftain's axe. The makeshift mecha he had crafted by hand was also badly damaged and ultimately no match for the boss. In the end, he had no choice but to crush the forced teleportation scroll. When he emerged, he stumbled and nearly lost his balance. The priests waiting nearby rushed over, casting healing spell and restoration spell without hesitation. What's my turn? Wu Jiang regained a bit of strength, pushed away the priests surrounding him, and looked up at the nearest large screen. Hee hee, 13th. Not bad. He chuckled. Though he hadn't broken through the 200th layer, he still considered himself pretty impressive. If my mechanical golems had been more powerful, I could have definitely taken down that Ice Frost Demon Chieftain. The others might be stronger than me, but they probably aren't that much stronger. Breaking through the 210th layer would already be impressive. Let me see who's ahead of me in the rankings. Wu Zhong's eyes scanned the large screen, then suddenly widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, how is that possible? Sure enough, as he had expected, Sherdali and the others ahead of him were barely clinging to the 210th floor, but the first and second places on the rankings were clearly occupied by two names. Li Yunlong. Su Jiao. Chapter 141, The Vampire Count. Wu Jiang felt his resolve shatter. He had switched to the S-rank profession War Puppet Master, though classified as a support role. He believed himself to be no less powerful than the main combat classes. Especially with his extraordinary talent, after mastering mecha control, he believed he had secured a place at Hardong Industrial University. He admitted his low level and subpar gear put him behind others, but he never imagined the gap between him and Li Tang and Su Jiao would be so vast. I can't even defeat a level 30 boss, yet you guys are actually going after a level 35 boss. The priest beside him also looked at Wu Jian with a helpless expression. We all thought the same way at first. But even though you're all geniuses, those two aren't human, they're freaks. Although Li Tang and Su Jiao are ranked first and second, their point differences aren't that significant. Their equipment was all personally forged by Li Tang, and while Su Jiao's is slightly inferior, her S-rank class Gale Sword Saint's powerful skills largely make up for the equipment gap, allowing both of them to reach the 250th floor almost simultaneously. We're about to break the record. We're about to break the record. The crowd outside the sky-piercing tower erupted into cheers upon seeing this. In the hundreds of years since the founding of Hardong University of Industry, only Lin Sunxiang, the necromancer who had transferred to the SS rank profession Bone Plague, had ever reached the 245th floor during the freshman test. However, Lin Sunxiang had already reached level 30 while climbing the sky-piercing tower and had obtained the best quality purple tier equipment for a necromancer with the support of his entire family. He summoned an endless horde of undead creatures to clear the way, barely achieving this result. Meanwhile, Li Tang and Su Jiao, though they had also transferred to S-rank professions, were unremarkable at Hardong Industrial University, where a rank was commonplace and S-rank was nothing special. No one could have imagined that they would both break the record. Ha! The boss of this floor is actually a necromantic monster. Upon entering the 250th floor, Li Tang paused for a moment before curling the corners of his mouth into a smile. Not bad at all. The vampire count before him had features as sculpted as a statue, a high, straight nose, thin lips as red as blood, and eyes that burned like flames. He wore a black tailcoat trimmed with gold, silver cufflinks, and a blood-red rose brooch, exuding elegance, luxury, and decadence. However, according to the Monster Encyclopedia, vampire counts typically possess skills such as Bat Swarm, transform into a bat, Blood Drain, Bloody Claws, and Crimson Domain, and can gain regenerative abilities by absorbing their enemy's blood, making them extremely formidable undead monsters. Although vampires appear elegant in their movements, they are far from gentle in battle. As soon as Li Tang's figure appeared in the teleportation array, they let out a shriek, their hands suddenly glowing with an eerie red light, and they charged forward with bloodthirsty eyes. Holy crap, that's fast! Li Tang's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly raised his left shield in front of him, blocking the vampire count's bloody claws. Clang! The vampire count's claws collided with the shield, sparks flying in a blinding display. Li Tang used the momentum to step back 2 paces, a look of gravity flashing in his eyes. The vampire count's strength was even greater than he had anticipated. The vampire count's pale face twisted into a sinister smile as his speed surged, transforming into a blood-red afterimage and charging forward once more. Good timing. Li Tang remained calm, rolling sideways to dodge the claw strike, then swung his right-hand hammer directly at the vampire count. The vampire count didn't expect Li Tang's speed to match his own caught off guard. He was struck squarely by the tyrant's hammer. Crack! The clear sound of breaking bones echoed as the vampire count was sent flying by the hammer, crashing into the stone wall of the tower, causing the entire wall to crack like a spider web. The vampire count coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his elegant face finally contorting in horror, his crimson pupils filled with rage. Li Tang shook the hammer, grinning widely. Vampire bones aren't that hard after all. SSSS. The vampire count erupted in fury, his eyes turning blood red. He suddenly spread his arms wide, his black tailcoat fluttering without a breeze, and a pale red mist of blood instantly filled the entire space. Ding, you have entered the vampire count's crimson domain. All attributes are reduced by 5. The vampire count's blood-sucking effect is doubled, and you lose 100 HP per second. If injured, the HP lost per second is doubled again. Level 30 is a turning point. Monsters above level 30 have entered the realm of intermediate-level magical beasts, and bosses are definitely not to be messed with. Li Tang furrowed his brows. He felt his blood boiling, with signs of instability. However, Li Tang had several special items on him, and his health had already reached 30,000. The white jade ring on his hand alone restored 100 health points per second, so he wasn't afraid of this crimson domain. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he pulled out a bottle of advanced holy light potion from his spatial ring and downed it. A faint white glow enveloped his body, neutralizing part of the domain's effects. He. The vampire count laughed sinisterly, his body suddenly transforming into dozens of blood-red bats, swarming toward Li Tang from all directions. This was one of its signature skills, Bat Swarm Assault. This is exactly what he was waiting for. Li Tang's eyes flashed with determination. He suddenly pulled out a silver-colored object from his spatial ring and smashed it onto the ground. A blinding holy light erupted instantly. Under the scorching holy light, the blood-red bats let out piercing, agonizing screams, black smoke billowing from their bodies as they swayed precariously on the verge of collapse. The vampire count was forced to reform his body, his face filled with horror. His once elegant tailcoat was now in tatters, and his pale skin was covered in charred burns, making him look utterly disheveled. Li Tang smirked triumphantly, weighing the few remaining silver holy light bullets in his hand. These were specially prepared for you. Do you like them? Before climbing the sky-piercing tower, he had done his research. The tower was said to contain all manner of sealed monsters, so he had naturally prepared the necessary items to be prepared for any eventuality. Anyway, all these items were sent by Song Jingyu, the secretary of the Supreme Commander, and they were all paid for by the state. Why not make use of them? They're holy light bombs. Those with broad knowledge outside the Tower of Heaven immediately recognized what Li Tang had just thrown and shouted aloud. Holy light bomb is an intermediate level item, and only mechanical engineers above level 40 can craft it. How did Li Yunlong get his hands on it? Are you stupid? This thing costs 10,000 credits each on the market. Wouldn't he buy it? He's really rich. However, the vampire count is a level 35 boss, and the holy light bomb only deals limited damage to it. 10,000 yuan just went to waste for a loud bang. Enough with the talk. Don't stand there and criticize. Li Yunlong is only level 27. Surviving this long under level suppression is already impressive. Shoo, don't talk. Look at the big screen. The vampire count is enraged and charging again. The vampire count gritted his teeth and growled lowly, surrounded by a swirling mist of blood. The wounds he had just sustained began to heal rapidly. What incredible self-healing ability! Li Tang was still in shock when the vampire count transformed into a blood-red afterimage and charged toward him again. The vampire count was already on guard, so using the holy light bomb now would be pointless. Li Tang decided to swing the tyrant's hammer and purple gold barrier and engage in close combat with it. Though his agility had reached around 2,000 points, the vampire count was also renowned for his high agility and attack power. The two moved like lightning, clashing and entangling each other, instantly engaging in a fierce and intense battle. What an exhilarating battle! The crowd outside the Tower of Heaven was mesmerized by the spectacle, when suddenly someone shouted, "Look at Su Jiao's battle!" Everyone startled at the shout and hurriedly turned to look at the large screen beside them. Chapter 142, How can the gap between people be so huge? Su Jiao transformed into a blur, wielding her long sword as she engaged the vampire count in combat. She had transformed into the agility-focused Gale Sword Saint, and the Gale Snow boots she wore increased her movement speed by 15. Her attacks were as swift as lightning, and her movements as swift as the wind, constantly keeping the vampire count on the defensive. Whirlwind Shadow Slash. Su Jiao let out a battle cry and unleashed her signature move once more. Her body was instantly enveloped by a green energy flow, her speed surging sharply. The Koan Guang Han Yuan sword in her hands transformed into a series of sword shadows, accompanied by whistling sounds as they struck the vampire count like a storm. The vampire count couldn't dodge in time. Two black bat wings suddenly extended from his back, tightly wrapping his body as he braced himself against Su Jiao's attacks. 346. 373. 864. 356. Although there was a 7-level difference in their ranks, Li Tang's Koan Guang Han Yuan sword possessed overwhelming attack power and came with the sharpness prefix, making it effortless to break through the vampire count's defenses. With each swing, the Koan Guang Han Yuan sword sliced open a bloody wound on the vampire count's body. Although the damage per hit isn't significant, the vampire count's health bar drops rapidly under the relentless high-speed strikes. Additionally, the 10% critical hit rate causes the vampire count's health to drop in large bursts. After 12 consecutive strikes, the vampire count's body was covered in countless minor sword wounds, and his health had dropped by nearly 5,000 points. It spread its wings to shake off the blood droplets, its crimson eyes filled with hatred. Its form turned into a blur as it let out a low growl and charged toward Su Jiao. Unfortunately, Su Jiao had awakened her innate talent, Lingbo Weibu, and with a swift turn, she easily dodged the vampire count's bloody claws. She casually flicked out a sword beam, slicing open a wound on the vampire count's body. The vampire count turned to chase after her, but was once again dodged by Su Jiao's agile movements. No matter how furious he became, he couldn't even touch the hem of Su Jiao's robe. The vampire count roared furiously, suddenly spreading his arms and unleashing his signature skill, Crimson Domain. A pale red mist of blood instantly filled the entire space. Su Jiao's expression changed slightly. She lightly tapped her toes and retreated continuously, pulling out a bottle of advanced holy light potion and downing it in one gulp. With a flick of her left hand, a pet emanating a strong aura of light appeared beside her. The pet resembled a sheep, with curved horns on its head and a golden, sacred glow emanating from its body. It was Su Jiao's pet, the light holy sheep. Bah! It raised its head and bellowed, emitting a halo that instantly diluted the vampire count's crimson domain significantly. Not only that, but the golden light that fell on the vampire count caused black smoke to rise from his body, causing him to scream in pain. Light-based skills are indeed the natural enemies of undead creatures. The light holy sheep, hatched by Su Jiao, has been climbing the Tower of Heaven all the way, and despite only reaching level 18 so far, its skill light purification can actually exert some suppression on a level 35 boss. The vampire count was scorched by the light holy sheep's glow, and the crimson in its eyes grew even more intense. It suddenly opened its mouth and fired a blood-red beam of light, aiming straight for the light holy sheep. Su Jiao reacted swiftly, immediately recalling the light holy sheep into her pet space and using Gale Step to close in on the vampire count like a ghost, her long sword pointing directly at its throat. At the last possible moment, the vampire count activated bat transformation, transforming into a swarm of bats that scattered in all directions. Su Jiao swiftly shifted the blade of her sword, activating the already cooled down skill Sword Storm. A series of dazzling sword lights radiated outward from her center at an astonishing speed, forming a massive, rapidly spinning whirlwind in an instant, engulfing all the blood-red bats within its vortex. Countless sword beams darted through the air like agile silver snakes, wildly slicing everything in their path. Hordes of bats were shredded into a mist of blood. When the storm subsided, the vampire count's figure emerged, with black blood foam continuously trickling from the corners of his mouth. His originally pale face had grown even more ghastly, and his once elegant tailcoat was now riddled with holes, revealing the skin beneath, covered in crisscrossing wounds. Before the enraged vampire count could retaliate, Su Jiao's figure had already retreated like a butterfly, creating distance between them. Unable to strike or catch her, the vampire count was furious, but he could do nothing against Su Jiao. Who would have thought that Su Jiao's strength was so terrifying? She was single-handedly keeping a group of 35th level bosses at bay. Exactly. Other students couldn't even defeat a 30th level boss, and even if they managed to survive 200 layers, they'd be half dead. Yet she was toying with the vampire count like a puppet. And that sheep-like pet was a rare light-type creature, and despite its low level, it could already restrain the vampire count it must have hatched from a boss-level pet egg. But according to logic, Su Jiao shouldn't be that powerful. Exactly. Her 4 stat attributes far surpass those of other players at the same level. It's the equipment bonuses. Did you notice? All her gear is faintly glowing purple, all purple exceptional quality equipment. It might even be a set. But even if she's wearing top-tier purple gear, the stats shouldn't be this absurd. Exactly. Look at her sword, its attack power is utterly mind-boggling. She was slicing through monsters like cutting vegetables in lower levels, but now she's facing a level 35 boss and dealing hundreds or even thousands of damage. Not only that, but Su Jiao's attacks also have wind-based tornado effects. Oh my god. I'm going crazy. She's a swordsman, right? How does she know wind-based spells? It's a trait. It must be some kind of special trait at work. But purple quality equipment can only have prefixes, not entries. Then how do you explain Su Jiao's extraordinary strength? I did hear something, though. Su Jiao is from Kanglan City, where some special equipment recently appeared. It has 3 times the attributes of regular equipment and even comes with white and green traits. Is that even possible? 3 times the attributes and additional traits? That's impossible. I've only heard about it, I haven't seen it myself. Outside the Tower of Heaven, the onlookers were buzzing with speculation. Even Han Lei and Li Yonghui, who had just emerged from the tower, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. They had barely managed to pass the 210th floor before they could no longer continue, and had no choice but to crush their teleportation scrolls in frustration. Look at them, they're actually fighting a level 35 boss. The gap between people is just so huge. Su Jiao was well equipped, with her spatial ring filled with high-grade potions. Though she had a level advantage, her damage against the vampire count wasn't very high. But it was like a dull knife scraping flesh under her relentless attacks. The vampire count's health continued to drop. Half an hour later, the vampire count's health finally dropped below 30. Su Jiao secretly rejoiced, but she knew she was facing a boss-level monster. The slightest mistake could cost her everything, so she didn't dare to be careless. Instead, she attacked with even greater speed and ferocity. Soon after, Su Jiao finally triggered the execution golden trait on her sword. The vampire count's eyes filled with resentment and confusion as he let out an agonizing scream and collapsed to the ground. Su Jiao took a few deep breaths, pulled out a potion to restore her status, picked up the few pieces of equipment dropped by the vampire count, and stepped into the teleportation array leading to the next floor. On the podium, Su Xingji pondered for a moment before turning to Ndu Bo, the principal sitting beside him. Principal Ndu, what do you think of this girl named Su Jiao? Before Duanmu Bo could speak, Miao Zhuoran, sitting beside him, snorted coldly and said, "This girl has decent natural talent. However, she only managed to pass the 250th floor by relying on her equipment. If we were to judge her true ability, it's doubtful she could even pass the 200th floor. As the Education Bureau Chief of Tianfeng City, Su Xingji naturally recognized this old dean of the Sword Academy. He asked with some confusion, "Principal Su, what do you mean by that?" Miao Zhuoran sighed and replied, "Su Zhao's battle was like dancing on the edge of a knife. The slightest mistake would have been fatal. If it weren't for the Gale Sword Saint's agility far surpassing that of ordinary people and the top-tier purple gear with its bizarre attributes, she would have been torn to pieces by the vampire count countless times already." His gaze was sharp, and with his extensive experience, he could immediately discern the uniqueness of Su Zhao's equipment. Duan Mubo, however, stroked his beard and smiled as he countered, "Director Miao, doesn't this also perfectly illustrate the importance of equipment in real combat? Our school's motto is hide one's name and forge swords for the nation. Equipment is inherently part of one's strength. Why distinguish so sharply?" Miao Zhuoran still looked displeased. A blacksmith must first forge his own tools. No matter how good the equipment is, it's still an external tool. A true swordsman should use themselves as the sword, cutting through the heavens, the earth, and the void. Only through sufficient cultivation can one unleash the full potential of equipment. Once Su Zhao emerges from the Tower of Heaven, I will train her even harder. Sigh, it's that damn competitive spirit between combat-oriented and lifestyle-oriented professions again. This issue is like the sword-chi dispute between two sword sects in some old novel. Both sides stick to their own views, and there's never been a conclusive answer. Duan Mubo sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. He didn't want to dwell on this issue any further. "You're her master, do as you see fit." As they were talking, someone suddenly shouted from below, "Look!" Sherdali finally couldn't take it anymore and crushed the teleportation scroll to come out. Chapter 143, Li Yunlong, you must prove yourself. Sherdali ultimately stopped at the 220th floor, defeated by 632 level Stone Fist Ogre demons. Once magical beasts reach level 30, there is a qualitative leap in both intelligence and physical prowess. Even ordinary level monsters have mastered one or two skills, making them extremely tough to deal with. Under the assault of 5 ordinary monsters led by a Stone Fist Ogre elite, Sherdali held out for nearly 20 minutes and even killed 3 of them. This achievement was more than enough to be proud of. When he finally emerged from the tower, bleeding and stumbling, the priests who had been waiting outside rushed forward, casting healing spells without hesitation. "Damn, that was close. I almost died in the tower." Feeling his injuries gradually heal, Sherdali finally breathed a sigh of relief. His current appearance was pitiful, with shattered armor and wounds covering his body. He looked as miserable as could be. The Stone Fist cannibal demons were renowned for their high defense and high attack power, and they were skilled in coordinated combat. A small tribe dared to hunt beasts 5 or 6 levels higher than them, and Sherdali had suffered greatly at their hands this time. "What's my rank?" As soon as he felt a little better, Sherdali pushed away the priest who was treating him and looked up at the large screen. Sure enough. Seeing his name ranked 3rd, with Li Tang's name ahead of him, Sherdali felt a pang of disappointment. However, upon realizing he had staked everything on Li Tang and was about to make a fortune, his mood improved for no apparent reason. "Ha, I'm such a clever little devil. I stopped at the 220th floor. I wonder how far that freak Li Yunlong has climbed." But when Sherdali's gaze shifted upward again, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. "Ha, who is this Su Zhao? How did she end up in first place?" And both of them had already reached the 250th floor, leaving me so far behind. The sun was setting, and night was falling. After Sherdali came out, only Su Zhao and Li Tang were left struggling inside the Tower of Heaven. Zhang Wei had been eliminated at the 190th floor, securing 72nd place, and was injured quite badly. After receiving treatment, he was sitting on a nearby chair resting. Upon hearing this, he sneered at Sherdali, "You don't even recognize my older sister, Zhao Zhao? How did you manage to get into Harbin Institute of Technology?" Sherdali scratched his head, his eyes filled with confusion. "How would I know who she is? I've never even heard of her name. Su Zhao is different from Li Tang. She's extremely low-key. Since enrolling, she has only followed Miao Zoran in sword training every morning. The rest of the time, she studies and undergoes military training with ordinary students. At Harbin Dong Industrial University, where geniuses abound, she has remained completely unremarkable, which is why Sherdali doesn't recognize her." Zhang Wei snorted coldly. Zhao Zhao and the boss are both geniuses who were admitted from Kanglan City. When they applied, the school's administrative director, Lin Yu, personally handled the paperwork. Holy crap! This delicate-looking beauty has such a prestigious background? Sherdali was startled by the news. He had vaguely heard of it before, but had simply laughed it off at the time. Seeing Sherdali's shocked expression, Zhang Wei smirked triumphantly. "My Zhao sister is the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Kanglan City. She's the hottest commodity among all the top universities. However, for my boss, she turned down the guaranteed admission offers from the 3 top universities and chose to come to our Harbin Institute of Technology with him." After being scolded by Li Tang, Zhang Wei went to great lengths to gather information about him and Su Zhao. Kanglan City? The one where equipment with triple attributes and special traits appeared? Nonsense. Kanglan City is just a small town in the northwest. How could such game-breaking equipment exist there? Exactly. Such equipment is already considered divine. If it really exists, I'll live stream myself eating my own feces. There's no smoke without fire. Maybe they dug it up from some ancient ruins. Even if it exists, it would have been confiscated by the government long ago. How could it end up in someone's hands? Exactly. If I had that special equipment, I could easily break through the 250th layer. Stop bragging. A level 35 vampire count boss isn't that easy to handle. After the students who challenged the sky-piercing tower emerged, they all gathered in this area to rest. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, they all began to discuss it. Sherdali was also skeptical and countered, even if Su Jiao comes from a prestigious background and has powerful equipment, she shouldn't be able to challenge a 35th level boss by skipping 7 levels, right? The vampire count's Crimson Domain and blood-sucking regeneration abilities aren't something that can be easily broken. Zhang Wei scoffed. If my sister didn't have some real skills, how could Principal Duanmu have personally come to Kanglan City to recruit her? Now she's living in a standalone villa by Tsuiwei Lake with my boss, and she's been taken in as a disciple by Miaojuaran, the dean of the Sword Academy. The people around him heard this and immediately widened their eyes. What? Su Jiao was actually taken in as the last disciple by the old monster Miaojuaran. Su Jiao has already transferred to the S-rank profession Whirlwind Sword Saint, so being chosen by old Master Miao isn't that surprising, is it? Exactly. I was taken under the wing of the extermination dean of the Priest Academy. Did I brag about it? You don't understand. Master Miao is famous for being hard to please. If he took notice of her, Su Jiao must have some extraordinary skills. That's true. We all live in dorm rooms with 4 people to a room, but the 2 of them were assigned to a standalone villa by the Tsuiwei Lake. That alone says a lot. But Su Jiao seems pretty ordinary and doesn't stand out at all. She's just biding her time. With Miao Lao Gui training her every day, her sword skills must have improved by leaps and bounds. Besides, the first place in the Climbing the Heavenly Tower competition comes with a special reward, so she'd naturally want to give it her all. Exactly. Sherdali looked at the large screen. Su Jiao's body was surrounded by surging green light. The whirlwind shadow slash transformed into 12 afterimages, with the sword blades precisely piercing the vital points of the Centaur Scout. In an instant, the level 36 monster was knocked to the ground, and the time to clear the stage was less than 4 minutes. Holy crap! This girl is even more insane than Li Yunlong. He felt extremely frustrated. Are we really climbing the same Tower of Heaven? Sherdali suddenly remembered something and grabbed Zhang Wei. Wait. I think there was an option for Su Jiao in the bet? What were the odds again? Zhang Wei counted on his fingers and realized it was 1 to 65. But there were hardly any people betting on her. When I placed my bet, there were only a few scattered ones. Damn it! If only I had split the money and bet on Su Jiao to share the risk. Sherdali's head spun, and the veins on his temples throbbed. He had bet his entire fortune on Li Tang, but now Su Jiao was temporarily in first place. If Li Tang loses... Sherdali shuddered, unable to even imagine how miserable his life would be afterward. Seeing Sherdali's expression, Zhang Wei laughed maliciously. It's too late to regret now. I bet 1 million on Sister Jiao. This is a huge win. Sherdali felt as though his heart had been struck by a stone fist, stumbling back 2 steps, his pain so intense he felt like vomiting blood. He looked up at the big screen and saw Li Tang still struggling with the vampire count on the 250th floor. Unfortunately, our boss has switched to a shield warrior class. He prioritizes defense over offense. Zhang Wei looked disappointed. It seemed like the boss was going to lose to the boss's wife in this Tower of Heaven competition. No way. No way. Sherdali clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he stared at the screen. Li Yunlong, you must prove yourself and catch up quickly. At that moment, Li Tang let out a furious shout, seized the opportunity, and knocked the vampire count to the ground along with his shield, then pounced on it and delivered merciless hammer strikes. After a prolonged struggle, the vampire count was already on its last legs, and was further controlled by the golden text on the white jade ring, Soul Siphon, preventing it from releasing any skills. Amidst Li Tang's cries of 80, 80, 80, the vampire count didn't withstand a few heavy blows before meeting its end. Coconut fiber. Seeing Li Tang defeat the vampire count cleanly and efficiently, collect the loot, and enter the next level, Sherdali raised his fist and shouted. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. He never thought he would one day cheer for someone who had beaten him. What has this world come to? Oh, so I'd been blinded by money. Then it's all right. Chapter 144, you lost on purpose, didn't you? However, Sherdali's cheers lasted only a few seconds before abruptly stopping, because after Li Tang cleaned up the items dropped by the vampire count, he actually crushed the teleportation symbol and left the Tower of Heaven. What's going on? The cheers outside the Tower of Heaven abruptly ceased, and everyone looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what had just happened, murmuring among themselves. Zhao Haotian, He Yudi, and Lu Mang were also clueless, staring blankly at Li Tang's score frozen at the 250th floor. Although this achievement had already broken the freshman climbing record, Li Tang still looked as energetic as ever, with not a single scratch on him. He clearly had enough strength to continue climbing upward and even had a chance to secure first place and be immortalized in school history. Why did he suddenly stop? He Yudi's eyes darted around, and she extended her fair little hand toward Lu Mang with a smile, saying, "Lu Mang, you lost. Li Yunlong has broken through the 250th floor. Hurry up and give me the paralysis ring." Lu Mang hadn't expected this situation and stammered, but he only killed that vampire count and crushed the teleportation symbol to escape. He never entered the 251st floor. Trying to back out, are you? He Yudi sneered, just say he didn't break through the 250th floor, and that's that. She suddenly turned to the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, come judge this. How could there be such a cowardly loser who refuses to pay the bet after losing?" Seeing the strange glances from his classmates, Lu Mang's face turned bright red. "Stop shouting. The ring is yours." He didn't care about the equipment. He ripped a ring off his own hand and shoved it into He Yudi's palm, then pushed his way through the crowd and hurried away. Damn it. I never thought this guy actually broke through the 250th floor, making me lose face and giving away that precious purple quality equipment. Li Yunlong, you just wait. I won't rest until I avenge this. Thanks a lot. He Yudi happily slipped the purple quality exceptional equipment paralysis ring onto her own hand. Her goal had finally been achieved, and she now had one more chance to complete the third-tier advancement quest. She glanced at Zhao Haotian beside her and smiled sweetly, saying, "Mr. Zhao, you don't look too happy. Are you lacking confidence in defeating Li Yunlong during the tower defense phase and continuing your reign as the champion? Don't forget, we still have a bet to settle." Zhao Haotian's expression darkened. He never expected Li Yunlong's strength to be so formidable, sweeping through all the way to the 250th floor without even scratching the surface. It was completely beyond his expectations. Not only that, but this Li Yunlong clearly still had reserves left. Up until now, he hadn't even used a single Shield Warrior's signature skill, clearly holding back his true abilities. This guy has hidden his trump card so deeply that he hasn't revealed even a hint of it yet. He's truly cunning and calculating. Zhao Haotian grew increasingly wary, already regarding Li Tang as a formidable opponent. However, upon hearing He Yudi's teasing remarks, Zhao Haotian snorted coldly and said, "My dragon beast has evolved into the Sunflame Dragon Lizard. In the face of its world-ending flames, Li Yunlong is nothing but a mere puppet." He looked at He Yudi's alluring face and chuckled wickedly, "Just clean yourself up and wait to be my girlfriend." He Yudi's expression changed abruptly. She never expected that in such a short time, the dragon beast Zhao Haotian had contracted must have consumed some heavenly treasures to evolve all the way to the fourth stage. Could it be that Li Yunlong really lost during the tower defense? Why did you suddenly abandon the test? As Li Tang's figure emerged from the teleportation array, Sherdali charged forward like a raging lion, grabbing his collar and demanding angrily, "I feel like I've reached my limit and don't want to climb any higher. Is there a problem?" Li Tang scratched his head, feeling confused and unsure why Sherdali was so angry. "Damn it, this is bad. You suddenly stopped climbing? I'm going to lose a fortune." Sherdali shouted with red eyes, "I order you to return to the Tower of Heaven immediately and continue climbing upward." "What's wrong with you?" Li Tang roughly shook off Sherdali's hands, which were gripping his collar, and sneered, "Who do you think you are, talking to me like that?" Sherdali, still injured, couldn't withstand Li Tang's forceful shove and stumbled backward a few steps, being supported by his classmates behind him. At that moment, Zhang Wei pushed his way over, smirking, "Boss, this guy probably bet on you winning at the casino. Seeing you come out early, he's furious. Betting on me to win?" Li Tang was also taken aback. He turned to Sherdali, whose eyes were bloodshot and looked like a gambler who had lost everything, and couldn't help but laugh. "You've got some wild imagination. Knowing you're no match for me, you actually tried a reverse strategy. Who said that the natives of another world are stupid? The author should come out. I promise I won't beat you to death. Li Yunlong, you must have colluded with the casino to cheat us out of our money." Sherdali went wild, pointing at Li Tang and shouting, "That's why you deliberately lost at the 250th floor. Is that right or not?" Hearing this, many students behind him also wore hostile expressions. Among them were many who had bet heavily on Li Tang before the match, hoping he would win. Now that their dreams have been shattered, they naturally feel bitter. Li Tang crossed his arms, smirking as he looked at the crowd gathering around him. "Do I need to explain myself to you lot?" At this, the crowd grew even more outraged, and even Zhang Wei couldn't help but take a step back, inwardly cursing his luck. "Big brother, even if this is true, you can't just blurt everything out like that. Li Yunlong intentionally made us lose money. Brothers, let's all attack him and beat him up to vent our anger first." Sherdali, clearly overcome by anger, shouted loudly and charged forward. The others hesitated for a moment before following suit. "Anyway, the law doesn't punish the many, and the school won't be able to say anything if they try to punish us. The most important thing is that this Li Yunlong is just too infuriating. If we don't beat him up, we'll feel like our resolve is weak. Leader, should we avoid the heat and make a strategic retreat? Seeing dozens of people charging toward them, Jiang Wei was so scared his legs were shaking. He whispered to Li Tang. These stinking sweet potatoes and rotten eggs aren't worth my time. Li Tang snorted coldly, his aura surging, refusing to back down even an inch, choosing to confront them head-on. Forget it, the boss has been good to me, and he just let me win a big sum of money. If I'm going to get beaten up, I'll do it together with him. That'll at least fulfill my sense of loyalty. Jiang Wei sighed inwardly and abandoned his escape plan, standing beside Li Tang. Seeing that Jiang Wei hadn't backed down, Li Tang nodded approvingly in his heart. This kind of subordinate was worth cultivating. Are you guys getting too cocky, or has my blade lost its edge? It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten my 1 versus 17 battle record? A flash of ferocity crossed Li Tang's eyes as he prepared to teach these guys who tried to take advantage of him but failed a lesson. Stop! As the conflict was about to erupt, a stern voice suddenly rang out from outside the crowd. The principal is here. Everyone froze, halting their charging footsteps. Chapter 145, Because I'm willing. The onlookers automatically parted, and Duan Mubo led a group of officials toward the scene. He surveyed the scene and barked, the Tower of Heaven test has not yet concluded. How dare you gather here in public to engage in a brawl? What kind of behavior is this? Everyone knew they were in the wrong and dared not meet his gaze, lowering their heads. Only Sherdali remained defiant, muttering under his breath, Li Yunlong deliberately lost the match, so we had to. Lost the match? Do you think I don't know your little tricks? Duan Mubo blared at Sherdali, then turned to Li Tang and Li Yunlong. What's going on here? Why did you suddenly stop climbing the Tower of Heaven? To be honest, he was also very puzzled. Li Tang clearly still had enough strength left, so why did he suddenly give up climbing? Moreover, before the Heavenly Tower test, he had explicitly instructed him to aim for first place. Li Tang gave a light chuckle and didn't respond, instead asking in return, Principal Duanmu, what is the purpose of organizing us to climb the heaven-reaching tower? This kid. Seeing Li Tang's serious expression, Duanmu Bo couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. However, he paused for a moment before speaking solemnly, I made it clear before the test. The Tower of Heaven trial is not only to test your strength but also to temper your will and courage. Li Tang spread his hands in exasperation. Well, there you go. I've already climbed to the 250th floor, proving my strength. Why do I have to keep going? Sherdali couldn't help but jump in again, what about your willpower and courage? You made up a song during military training, saying, when two warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins, and talking about the spirit of drawing the sword. Now that it's your turn, you're backing down. Li Tang stepped forward, glaring at Sherdali with a smirk. Do you know why I wrote the Tao Te Ching? Sherdali froze, unsure. Li Tang sneered, because I chose to. I'm already the best, and I've broken the school record. Why bother going through all that trouble to climb so high? Besides, I'm just trying to save you some face. I don't want the gap between us to grow too wide, causing you to lose hope and break your resolve. Sherdali roared angrily, nonsense. Who would have their spiritual resolve shattered? You only managed to beat me by luck with a few top-tier items. Who knows who will reach the third transformation first? Besides, you weren't even first in the Tower of Heaven climb test this time. Su Jiao was. Li Tang shrugged indifferently. Su Jiao is my wife. Whether she comes first or I do, what's the difference? It's just an entrance exam. What's the big deal? Shouldn't I let her win? Otherwise, if she gets upset, she'll make me sleep on the floor, and that wouldn't be worth it, would it? What? Li Yunlong, the sky-piercing tower test is such a serious matter, and you're treating it like a joke? You're even letting Su Jiao win? Sherdali's eyes bulged, and his fingers trembled as he pointed at Li Tang. Do you know how much money I've lost because of you? Li Tang snorted, I'm just trying to make my wife happy. What's it to you? Why did you bet on me to win? You? Sherdali had already been beaten senseless by the Stone Fist cannibals and was still recovering from his internal injuries. Hearing Li Tang's words, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of black blood and nearly fainted from anger. Li Tang sneered, as the saying goes, small bets are for fun, but big bets are harmful to your health. Gambling is always a losing game. Gamblers never end well, and all-in bets harm both yourself and others. I never expected Brother Dolly to cough up over 10 tales of blood over a little money. I truly admire you. Is that just a little money? That was all my savings, plus the high-interest loans I took out. It's all over now, completely ruined. Sherdali's vision went black, and he finally fainted. That smooth-talking little rascal. Duanmu Bo couldn't help but press his hands to his forehead, speechless. He knew gambling was a bad thing and had always wanted to ban it completely. Unfortunately, the casinos were backed by the major factions of Tianfeng City. Although he was the president of Hideo University of Science and Technology, holding a high position and wielding great power, he couldn't make such decisions on his own. Su Xing stepped forward and spoke in a solemn tone. Li Yunlong, do you know? The reward for first place in the Sky Tower test is extremely generous. Not only will you gain the qualification to explore the secret realm of the White Mountain Heavenly Pool, but you will also receive 2 purple quality equipment pieces suitable for your profession, plus a specialized skill book for your profession. Whoa! All the surrounding students sucked in their breath in astonishment. They all knew that the rewards for climbing the Tower of Heaven were decent, but they never imagined that the first place reward would be so extravagant. Setting aside the qualification to explore the Dubai Mountain Heavenly Pool secret realm, 2 pieces of purple quality equipment, plus a specialized skill book, the market value of that alone would be at least 5 million. Li Tang glanced at Su Xingyi, finding him unfamiliar, and assumed he was a school official from another department. He spread his hands and said, second place also qualifies for the Dubai Shan secret realm training. As for the other trinkets, I don't care about them. Whoa! The students gasped in astonishment once more. Is this guy a tiger or does he have a mine at home? He actually says he doesn't care. After all, over 90% of the students in the entire school were still wearing blue quality rare equipment. I get it must be because Su Jiao needs this gear more, so Li Yunlong is saying this on purpose. What a wife-obsessed maniac. I'm going to cry myself to death. Exactly, that's the only reason I can think of. Exactly, they're a couple dozen tea. The reward for first place matter to either of them? What an enviable love story. Hearing the self-righteous comments from his classmates, Duan Mubo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Only he knew the truth. Li Tang was a blacksmith by trade, and any piece of equipment he crafted had triple stats and additional traits. He genuinely didn't care about the school's ordinary purple quality equipment. Moreover, Li Tang was currently playing the role of a shield warrior, so the reward's exclusive class skill book was useless to him. Duan Mubo stepped forward and said in a serious tone, enough. This matter is closed. Students are strictly prohibited from participating in gambling. However, since you've just climbed the sky-piercing tower and this is your first offense, I'll spare you this time. If it happens again, there will be severe consequences. He said sternly, now, everyone return to your seats immediately. From the moment you entered the school, you have become soldiers. Soldiers must act like soldiers. Duan Mubo pointed his right hand at the crowd below, his voice growing louder, let the people see your behavior, what will they think? The young, passionate students, hearing the principal scold them like this, felt ashamed and lowered their heads, returning to their seats to watch Su Jiao, the only one still climbing inside the Tower of Heaven. Seeing Li Tang still standing aside with a smirk, clearly not taking his words to heart, Duan Mubo grew furious and barked, Li Yunlong, you come here. Seeing how stern Duan Mubo spoke, Li Tang hesitated for a moment before reluctantly following him, muttering under his breath, fine, I'll go. Why be so mean? As he passed by Zhang Wei gave him a series of winks and silently mouthed. Big brother, it seems the principal is really angry. Please forgive me for not joining you this time. Chapter 146, A Desperate Record. Spit it out. What the hell are you planning? Duan Mubo led Li Tang to a room behind the stage, waved for everyone else to leave, and sat down on the sofa, asking. Li Tang glanced at Su Xingyi, who was still in the room, and hesitated to speak. It's fine. This is Su Xingyi, the Education Bureau Chief of Tianfeng City. He has the authority to know about your affairs. Seeing Li Tang hesitate, Duan Mubo explained softly. Tianfeng City is the most important city in the Northeast Province, and the Education Bureau Chief, who oversees student cultivation and resource allocation, is one of the most important officials there. He does indeed have the authority to know your secrets. Oh, it's Director Su. Pleased to meet you. Li Tang finally spread his hands and said with a wry smile, my equipment is indeed far superior to that of ordinary people, but the huge gap in levels is no joke. If I were to give it my all, climbing another few dozen levels wouldn't be a problem, but that would require revealing some of my trump cards, which goes against my original intentions. This current achievement breaks the school record, conceals my identity, and doesn't draw too much attention. Duan Mubo nodded in agreement. He knew Li Tang's true capabilities. The spatial ring he carried contained a host of secret weapons that hadn't even been revealed yet. Whether it's those high-tier talismans or the mechanical devices Li Tang crafted himself, any one of them could easily sweep through all 300 floors. What? Su Xingyi was utterly shocked and blurted out, so the strength you showed earlier wasn't even close to your limit? Li Tang shrugged. Even with the best equipment, it all depends on the user's ability. I'm just a blacksmith. Being able to reach the 250th floor by relying on equipment alone is already quite difficult. Plus, I only know 3 generic skills, lack specialized combat skills, and don't have the bonus from my innate talent, so I can't deal bonus damage. Comparing my damage output to main combat classes is just a joke. He glanced at the large screen and continued, the higher the floor of the Tower of Heaven, the stronger the comprehensive abilities of the magical beasts. Even Su Jiao would reach her limit after climbing another 10 or 20 floors. Duan Mubo and Su Xingyi followed Li Tang's gaze and saw that indeed, after climbing to over 260 floors, Su Jiao was already showing signs of fatigue. Her sword strikes were no longer as swift as before, and she was struggling to handle the monster's attacks. Su Xingyi furrowed his brows, tapping his fingers unconsciously on the table. So you were intentionally showing weakness? Do you realize that the results of this Tower of Heaven test will directly impact your future resource allocation? Li Tang chuckled, I already told you earlier, I don't care about those resources at all. This time, letting Su Jiao take first place is purely because I don't care about the equipment and skill books as rewards. You. Su Xingji was speechless. He had never encountered a student who spoke so boldly before. After all, the more talented someone is, the more resources they need to cultivate their potential. Duan Mubo stroked his beard and chuckled softly, Director Su, there's no need to worry. The state has already made all the necessary arrangements for Li Tang. How could I have forgotten that? Su Xingji finally snapped out of it and exclaimed, You're a special talent handpicked by the Supreme Commander, what do you need more resources for? Duan Mubo spoke meaningfully, Li Tang, but by doing this, you've really upset certain people. Li Tang raised his eyebrows, oh? Duan Mubo smiled wryly, sure Dali and many other students borrowed high-interest loans to bet on your victory. They'll probably spend the rest of their lives chasing after those debts. And that kid Zhao Ritian even bet his family heirloom, the Dragon Blood Jade Pendant, on the gamble. This time they lost everything, and they'll probably hate you even more. Li Tang shrugged. No big deal. A lot of fleas don't itch, and a lot of debts don't worry me. Besides, gambling is harmful. It's a good lesson for them. Su Xingji asked with a smile, so what are your plans now? Li Tang pondered for a moment before answering, after all this commotion, even if some people are suspicious, no one would ever guess that I've actually switched careers to become a blacksmith. This way, my identity will be perfectly concealed, saving me countless headaches. From now on, all I need to do is follow the plan, study, train, and gain experience, striving to improve my rank and skill proficiency. He smiled. After all, standing up to monsters head-on was something a rough-and-tumble guy like Shirdali should do. I'm just a blacksmith, I'm better off staying in the background handling logistics. In the end, Su Jiao's ascent of the sky-piercing tower stopped at the 270th floor. This was the result of her constantly downing various high-grade potions, risking her life to gain an advantage. There was no way around it. The monsters on the 270th floor were already level 37, nearly 10 levels higher than Su Jiao. Even with the purple grade armor crafted by Li Tang, which boosted her attributes by threefold, she couldn't withstand the onslaught of multiple monsters and was forced to retreat. New record! New record! Amazing! This is truly a great achievement. After hundreds of years, Su Jiao not only broke the record for new students at Hating University of Science and Technology in climbing the Sky Tower but also raised it to an utterly despairing height. That's right. Such a feat is truly unparalleled in history. Su Jiao is amazing. I will now be your loyal follower. Female warrior goddess. Female warrior goddess. Cheers and exclamations echoed through the air as everyone cheered and jumped for joy, overwhelmed by this miracle they had never imagined. Su Jiao, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, stood in the teleportation array, gasping for breath. The priests who had been waiting nearby rushed forward, continuously casting healing spell, restoration spell, purification spell, and rejuvenation spell on her. The wounds that had been bleeding began to heal, scab over, and fall off at a visible speed. Countless people cheered and rushed toward her. If it weren't for the city guards holding them back, Su Jiao would have been overwhelmed by the excited crowd. Amidst the cheers of everyone present, the climbing test for the freshmen of Hato Industrial University finally came to an end. The top 10 students who had climbed the sky-piercing tower were all invited to the podium, including Su Jiao, Li Tang, Shirdali, Li Shuya, and Yang Wenyao. The sky had grown pitch black, but countless magical lights illuminated the square, casting it in a brilliant glow. The deep voice of Principal Duan Mubo echoed through the microphone. Scholarship is measured by knowledge, and martial arts are tested by the sky-reaching tower. This year, our Harbin-Dong Industrial University has produced many talented students who achieved outstanding results in the climbing the Sky Tower test. Especially Li Yunlong, who transformed into a Titan Heavy Shield, and Su Jiao, who transformed into a Whirlwind Sword Saint. They broke the record of the 3 strongest necromancers, climbing to 245 floors during the freshman test. One reached 250 floors, and the other reached 270 floors. Especially Su Jiao, who created a miracle that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. Let's cheer! For the endless prosperity and continuous of our human race. The square erupted in thunderous applause, whistles, and cheers. The magical screens surrounding the area displayed the current rankings of this year's students climbing the Tower of Heaven, along with highlights of their battles, played in a loop. First place, Su Jiao level 28, 270th floor. Second place, Li Yunlong grade 28, 250th floor. Third place, Shirdali grade 29, 230th floor. Fourth place, Li Shuya class of 28, 229th floor. Fifth place, Lu Hongxue class of 2028, 227th floor. Sixth place, Lu Hongshuang class of 2028, 227th floor. Seventh place, Han Lei 26th grade 225th floor. Eighth place, Li Yonghui level 27 223rd floor. Ninth place, Jin Ming class of 2027 level 222. 10th place, Zhu Feiyue class of 2026, level 221. Duan Mubo raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down and continued, as per tradition, the top 10 students will receive special rewards. First place, Su Jiao, will receive the qualification to enter the Daibai Mountain Heavenly Pool Secret Realm, 2 purple quality exceptional equipment pieces, and a Swordmaster exclusive skill book. Staff members carried a treasure chest to Su Jiao, who smiled as she embraced it. She waved her right hand toward the audience, eliciting a burst of cheers. Second place goes to Li Yunlong, who also receives access to the secret realm, as well as Li Tang stood beside him, waiting boredly for Indubo to present him with his award. Suddenly, he noticed several cold, hostile glances fixed on him from below the stage, filled with malice. Chapter 147, Night Raid. Black Cat Liang Chu. Li Tang stiffened as the poisonous, menacing gaze pierced him, making him extremely uncomfortable. He quickly turned his head to try to identify the source, but all he saw was a sea of swaying heads. The malicious intent vanished like a receding tide, leaving no trace behind. It was likely Zhao Ritin and his ilk, who had lost their bets and were taking their anger out on him. Just a few broken-backed stray dogs. Li Tang sneered and paid no further attention. He accepted the award presented to him by Indubo with both hands and waved to the crowd below. As he listened to the thunderous cheers from the crowd below, Sherdali, standing beside him, glared at Li Tang with venom in his eyes. He had come in third place and received a purple quality equipment piece as a reward, but he couldn't bring himself to feel happy. This time, Sherdali had bet on Li Tang's victory and had almost lost 3 million. Just thinking about having to face those loan sharks who had lent him money at exorbitant rates made his head spin. That evening, a grand bonfire party was held on the square of Hideo University of Industry, with countless people still gathered there, cheering and celebrating. Many spectators were still buzzing with excitement, endlessly discussing the students' battles inside the Tower of Heaven. Some people uploaded the exciting videos they had recorded online, while others, skilled in video editing, added music some uplifting, others absurd to create viral hits that swept across the internet. These videos quickly gained traction online, reaching the trending charts of major platforms within just a few hours. Topics such as Su Jiao's 270 floor ascension to godhood, Li Yunlong's mid-battle withdrawal, and Li Yunlong, the wife-pampering madman, garnered over 10 million views, with netizens flooding the comment sections with remarks like, "A new record of 270 floors? Help! Is this even a freshman? She's both beautiful and fierce. I'll call Su Jiao the contemporary female warrior goddess. What's going on with Li Yunlong? He stopped at 250 floors. I feel like he's holding back his ultimate move. You don't understand. This is the true style of a domineering CEO. I love it. I love it." Sherdali may have lost, but he still fought bravely. The 230th level with the stone fist man-eating demon had me sweating bullets. Wu Jiang isn't bad either. At such a young age, he can already operate a mecha with his hands. He might just become Iron Man one day. Still, the twin sisters Lu Hongxue and Lu Hongshuang are the best. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall, they both switched careers to become S-rank professions, snow prison mages, exuding the aura of an ice queen. Midway through the evening, Li Tang pulled Su Jiao aside and slipped out quietly, returning to the villa. After spending the entire day battling in the Tower of Heaven, the two of them were already exhausted and had no interest in attending the bonfire party. In fact, not just the two of them, most of the students who participated in the Sky Tower test had already left early to rest. Duanmu Bo and the other leaders naturally understood the students' exhaustion and didn't try to stop them, letting them leave as they pleased. Upon returning to the villa, the two quickly washed up and retired to their respective rooms to rest. Just as the door was about to close, Su Jiao suddenly stopped. Her face flushed slightly as she bit her lip and said, "Hey, who told you to say on stage today that I'm your? What am I to you?" Li Tang froze and turned to ask, "What did you say I was to you?" Seeing Li Tang feigning ignorance, Su Jiao stomped her foot, turned around, and stormed into her room, slamming the door shut. "Ha ha, you're my Yulmei." Li Tang grinned and said, "No. I said you're my wife." A shy voice came from inside the room, "Who's your wife? You think you're so lucky? Did I agree? It's only a matter of time." Li Tang teased her, closed the door, lay down on the bed, yawned, and soon fell asleep. In the dead of night, moonlight poured like water onto the windowsill of the villa. A black cat was crouched there, dozing. Outside the villa, several shadowy figures moved silently among the tree shadows. Wow! I never expected the Great Xia Empire to have such deep roots, having cultivated two such geniuses. Exactly. One climbed to the 250th floor, and the other to the 27th floor, both breaking the record for the Sky Tower test. Their strength is truly terrifying. Compared to them, the so-called genius newcomers in our country are nothing but a pile of dog. We must not let them live. The Xia is geographically close to us. Once they grow stronger, they will pose a significant threat to our country. Hardong University of Industry really values these two students, going so far as to assign them their own villas. That's good. The bonfire party over there hasn't ended yet, and most of the city defense troops have been deployed there. There's no one around, making it the perfect opportunity for us to act. The few of them felt bold and confident, whispering to each other as they walked. "Enough! We're almost at the villa." "Shut up!" The leader of the black-clad men whispered. "Remember, once inside, eliminate the targets as quickly as possible and withdraw immediately." The person next to him didn't think much of it and said casually, "Boss, you're being too cautious. They're just two noobs under level 30. All 5 of us are at least 4th class professionals. Dealing with them will be a piece of cake. Kiko Allah. Even a lion must use all its strength to subdue a rabbit." The leader of the black-clad men growled softly. "Moreover, we're in enemy territory. If our identities are exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable." The other black-clad figures nodded in agreement, their movements as stealthy as ghosts as they approached the villa. However, just as they were scaling the wall, a massive black shadow suddenly lunged out. Trouble. It's the 6th-tier beast Liang Chu. We're no match for it. Retreat. Seeing its appearance, a fox-like creature with a white head and tiger claws, the leader's face turned pale. He immediately recognized its identity and turned to flee without hesitation. But it was too late. The black shadow was incredibly agile, opening its bloodthirsty maw and devouring the black-clad figures who couldn't dodge in time, one after another. Ah, no! The leader of the black-clad men also couldn't escape, letting out a brief, agonizing scream before disappearing into the black shadow's massive maw. Burp! This white-headed, raccoon-like beast belched, licked its paws with its tongue, and shifted its form, transforming back into a fat black cat. The black cat jumped onto the wall, leaped onto the windowsill along the branches inside the courtyard, and lay down with half-closed eyes, as if the bloody hunt that had just occurred had never happened. It seemed a bit noisy outside just now. Li Tang woke up groggily, listened for a moment, heard nothing else, yawned, and fell back into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Li Tang rubbed his sleepy eyes and stepped out of the villa, only to see Su Jiao crouched in the corner of the courtyard, frowning at several dark red bloodstains on the ground. "What's wrong?" Li Tang snapped awake and hurried over to ask. "I just came back from early practice with Professor Miao and suddenly noticed something was off here." Su Jiao pointed to several barely noticeable marks on the ground. "Look at these bloodstains and this claw mark. It seems like a fight took place here last night. No wonder I seemed to hear some noise last night." Li Tang knelt down to examine the area carefully but found nothing unusual. He stood up, his expression solemn, and said, "I'll report this to Principal Duanmu later." At that moment, the black cat stretched lazily, yawned toward the sky, jumped off the windowsill, and strolled lazily along the villa's walls before leaping into the arms of a beautiful woman with long, flowing hair outside. The woman glanced at Li Tang and Su Jiao through the villa's ornate gate, said nothing, stroked the black cat's smooth fur, and turned to leave. "Shi Yinan?" Li Tang recognized the youngest professor in the school, a 50th level SS-ranked professional shadow beast tamer. Su Jiao widened her eyes in surprise. "Professor Qi? What is she doing here?" "She's our neighbor. Her black cat often runs to the 3rd-floor window of the villa to sleep." Li Tang, however, seemed deep in thought and whispered, "Don't worry about that. Let's go find Principal Duanmu first." Chapter 148, A Pile of Love Letters. To his surprise, Principal Duanmu Bo didn't seem to care at all. He merely smiled dismissively and said, "Last night, someone indeed tried to harm you. However, it wasn't just one group, there were 3 separate groups. Fortunately, the teachers on guard nearby reacted quickly and stopped them all." Li Tang's eyes lit up as he recalled the black cat that always liked to sleep on his windowsill. He blurted out, "Was Professor Qi one of them?" Duanmu Bo nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. "That's correct. You're a talent being specially cultivated by the state. How could I not arrange for someone to protect you in secret? Not only Qi Yinan, but both openly and covertly, I've set up 7 layers of defenses." Li Tang sighed deeply, remarking, "No wonder I faintly heard the sounds of a fight last night. I never thought that even after I got into university, those people wouldn't leave me alone. And 3 waves came at once. What have I done to deserve such hatred?" Duanmu Bo stood up, hands behind his back, pacing back and forth in the office. "In truth, ever since you entered the school, certain individuals have never ceased their surveillance and testing of you. You simply were unaware of it. Your awakened talent is simply too unique. Not only are various factions coveting you, but even some organizations abroad have heard of you." He walked to the window and looked out into the distance, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. "Especially the Japanese spy, Koinichiro, who had previously escaped. He knows your secret, and this has caused us immense trouble. Although the state has strictly kept your identity information confidential, the world is unpredictable, and no one can guarantee absolute safety." Duanmu Bo turned around and smiled at Li Tang. "As the military strategy goes, when it is real, make it seem empty. When it is empty, make it seem real. That is why I asked you to wear a human skin mask, adopt the alias Li Yunlong, and enroll in the Shield Warrior program. So far, your identity has been concealed quite successfully. During the Tower of Heaven test, you and Su Jiao performed exceptionally well. But I doubt anyone would have guessed that the 2nd-rank Li Yunlong is actually a blacksmith who switched to a lifestyle profession." Li Tang couldn't help but burst into laughter. "It seems my acting was pretty convincing." After laughing, he composed himself and asked respectfully, "Master, what should I do next?" Duanmu Bo's expression grew serious as he said sternly, "The Tower of Heaven test has concluded. According to tradition, the top 10 students will challenge senior students. This is what is known as assaulting the tower and defending the tower. Those who succeed not only gain fame and enter the school's Hall of Fame but also receive preferential treatment in school resources. In this era of fierce competition, the school has not imposed many restrictions to encourage healthy competition. As he spoke, Duan Mubo changed the subject with a hint of teasing. By the way, when are you going to take on the challenge? I heard that Zhao Haotian and Lu Mang have been itching to show you what they're made of. Li Tang snorted disdainfully, his eyes brimming with confidence. I'm not bragging, but I'm unbeatable below level 30, and one-on-one above level 30. If you really push me to the limit, even if Zhao Haotian has reached level 35, I'll play all my cards and still make him beg for mercy. He changed the subject, though. But you know, I don't care about that kind of fame. This tower defense tournament? Let whoever wants to challenge me come at me. I'm not participating. Duan Mubo heard this and burst into laughter, then they'll be greatly disappointed. After a pause, Duan Mubo added, rest well these days and build up your strength. In 3 days, the training activity at the Tianqi Secret Realm of Debation will begin. At that time, the top 100 freshmen and some second-year students based on their rankings in the Heavenly Tower climbing competition will head there together. Though the Secret Realm is ranked silver, most monsters are between levels 25 and 35, but there are also bosses exceeding level 35 in the depths, posing a certain level of danger. However, rest assured, I will arrange for someone to secretly protect you. Your forging skill proficiency is now maxed out, and your understanding of forging techniques has reached an intermediate level. Your current task is to quickly level up to 30 and then proceed with the third-tier advancement. He said meaningfully, many senior figures are closely monitoring your growth. If it weren't for the risk of rushing things, they would have sent someone to help you reach level 30 long ago. You must understand that the nation needs a true master of forging, not a half-baked individual created by piling resources on top of each other. Li Tang nodded. Master, rest assured. I understand the nation's good intentions. Over the next few days, Li Tang stayed in the villa, forging equipment and crafting mechanisms, preparing for the upcoming trial in the White Mountain Heavenly Pool Secret Realm. During this time, Zhang Wei visited once, took a look at Li Tang's residence, and then left in a daze. In his words, why is there such a huge difference between people who have both transferred to S-rank professions? Li Tang burst into laughter and handed the skill book Chain Shield Strike awarded by the school to Zhang Wei. This subordinate had performed well last time he faced Sher Dali and his dozen men without backing down, standing firmly by his side. He was definitely worth nurturing. However, this gesture terrified Zhang Wei. The Chain Shield Strike skill book was a C-rank item, worth at least 1 million, and he dared not accept it no matter what. In the end, Li Tang explained that he had already mastered the skill, and keeping it was a waste. Zhang Wei finally accepted it with some skepticism. However, Zhang Wei firmly stated that once he obtained equipment or skill books of equal value in the Debaishan Tianqi Secret Realm, he would return them to Li Tang. Li Tang couldn't help but laugh and cry, and could only agree. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, Li Tang arrived at the staircase classroom with Su Jiao. The seats were all labeled with notes printed with each student's name. The classroom was already filled with students. Upon seeing Li Tang, the previously noisy chatter died down, and many turned to look at him with curious, reverent, or envious glances. Zhang Wei looked excited and pointed to a group of people, shouting, "Boss, your seat is over there." Li Tang nodded, took Su Jiao's hand, and walked confidently toward the seat with his name on it. Before he could sit down, he suddenly froze. On his desk was a breakfast spread, soy milk, buns, and fried dough sticks, all neatly arranged in a transparent plastic container. Under the plastic box was an envelope with a bright lit print on it, surrounded by pink hearts. Is this a love letter? When did I become so popular? Li Tang, who had never received a love letter in his entire life, felt a surge of excitement. He reached out to grab it, but suddenly remembered that Su Jiao was still standing beside him. He turned to look, and sure enough, Su Jiao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Su Jiao snorted coldly, shot Li Tang a sideways glance, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, you're quite the catch now, aren't you? You've only been in school for a short while, and already you have admirers sending you heart-shaped breakfasts and love letters. You're quite the charmer, aren't you?" Li Tang rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly. "Ah Jiao, this has nothing to do with me. You know I haven't even left the house in days." Su Jiao raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a half smile, and said, "This lip print is so meticulously drawn, and the little heart is also drawn so neatly. It's clearly something someone prepared with care." Li Tang detected the hint of jealousy in Su Jiao's tone and hurriedly picked up the plastic box, tossing it into the nearby trash can. He sat down, but in his haste, he accidentally knocked into the table. Clatter! A pile of envelopes fell out from the desk drawer, each one different in style. Some were folded into origami cranes, others had photos of themselves inside. Among them, there was even one made by a girl using green paper to fold into a little frog. Hey! Just use the envelopes normally. Who folds frogs to express their feelings? The classmates watching were all envious, their eyes red with jealousy. Li Tang's face turned dark. He never expected this to happen. Seeing Li Tang at a loss, Su Jiao giggled, "You don't need to explain. I understand. I was just teasing you earlier." Li Tang chuckled and pulled out a metal wrist guard from his spatial ring, handing it to Su Jiao. Here, I made this little trinket last night. Su Jiao took the bracelet and saw intricate patterns engraved on it, with a row of silver needles as thin as hair hidden on the inner side. This was the heavy rain and pear blossoms needles. Li Tang leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Press this mechanism and it can instantly fire 36 poison-coated silver needles. It can take down any monster below level 30. Use them sparingly, I only made 3. Su Jiao knew that Li Tang had also studied mechanical arts, so she didn't refuse and put it away. As soon as Li Tang sat down, he felt a sharp gaze piercing his back. He turned to look and saw Zhao Haotian sitting in the back row with several henchmen, glaring at him with a menacing expression. Ignore them. Su Jiao whispered, having heard that Zhao Haotian had specially assembled an elite squad just to cause trouble for him in the secret realm. Li Tang sneered disdainfully, with them? It's not that I look down on these few guys, but if they want to cause trouble for me, they're not even close. Oomph. What are you trying to prove? Sitting beside him, Sherdali deliberately spoke loudly, the White Mountain Heavenly Pool secret realm isn't like the Tower of Heaven. It's not something you can handle alone by playing the hero. It requires the entire team to work together. Li Tang turned his head, completely ignoring him, as if he were talking nonsense. Chapter 149, Li Yunlong, you sure know how to stir up trouble. At that moment, the classroom door was pushed open, and a burly man with a full beard strode in. He scanned the classroom and barked, "Everyone, quiet." The previously noisy classroom fell silent instantly, with all eyes fixed on the burly man. I am Lei Lai, the instructor leading this expedition to the Daibai Mountain Heavenly Pool secret realm. Lei Lai's booming voice echoed through the classroom. Now, I will explain the rules and precautions for this training session. Zhao Haotian and the others had already entered this secret realm multiple times and were yawning, half listening. Although Duan Mubo had said he would send someone to protect them, Li Tang still listened carefully. Better to rely on oneself than others. Among those participating in this training, there are several who harbor hostility toward me, so I must be vigilant. This training lasts 7 days, with the goal of improving practical combat skills and teamwork, allowing newcomers to get to know each other and quickly build chemistry. Teams will be formed through a mix of experienced members mentoring newcomers and free team selection. Participants may choose their teams based on their own circumstances. The final results will be determined by the total number and quality of monsters slain by each team. The entire secret realm exploration will be filmed by drones. Any cheating will result in immediate disqualification. Communication bracelets will be distributed to everyone later. In case of emergencies, life-threatening situations, or if you wish to withdraw from the competition, press the communication bracelet. Once the communication bracelet is pressed, the proctor will escort you out of the dungeon, terminate the competition, and record your test results. Lei Lai finished explaining the rules, scanned the classroom once, and continued, you are all the top students in the school, and many of you have participated in secret realm training before. However, I still want to remind everyone of one thing. Although the Tianqi secret realm is rated as silver tier, its depths harbor numerous magical beasts exceeding level 35, making its danger level no less than that of a gold tier secret realm. Be extremely cautious. For your own safety, do not venture into the depths of the secret realm. The buses are waiting outside. Alright, everyone, let's board the buses. The freshmen were all excited, eager to enter the secret realm and show off their skills, while the second-year students appeared much more composed and calm. Li Tang and Su Jiao boarded the specially designed bus together. Just as they sat down by the window, Zhao Haotian walked over with a few others. Li Yunlong, why aren't you participating in the challenge tournament and tower defense competition? Zhao Haotian looked down on them with a dark tone. All the freshmen who made it into the top 10 of the Sky Tower climb have signed up, except for you and Su Jiao. Li Tang didn't even look up, pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds, tore it open, grabbed a handful for himself, and handed the rest to Su Jiao. No interest. Not interested, or just too scared? Seeing Li Tang's casual attitude, Zhao Haotian's expression darkened. He stepped forward and sneered, are you afraid of looking weak and embarrassing yourself in front of the entire school? His followers laughed along, deliberately raising their voices. Someone must be trying to be a coward. Exactly. You're the second-place finisher in the Tower Challenge, yet you won't even participate in the Attack and Defend Tower Challenge? You've disgraced our Harbin East University of Technology. You boast about the brave win when paths cross, but you're just a coward. Haha, Li Yunlong, you might have a trick up your sleeve against monsters, but when your opponent is human, you chicken out. The carriage fell silent instantly, with everyone's gaze fixed on them. Su Jiao was about to explode, but Li Tang gently pressed her hand. He raised his head slowly, a faint smile on his lips. Zhao Haotian, the challenge tournament isn't mandatory for the school. Whether I want to participate or not is none of your business. Besides, the so-called challenge match is just a meaningless competition for fame. I don't care about being a campus celebrity. I'm not a fighter by profession, and I'm 7 or 8 levels below Zhao Haotian. If we actually step onto the stage, Su Jiao might fare better, but if I don't use my trump card, I'll probably get beaten to a pulp. Why would I want to make a fool of myself? What a humble response. Zhao Haotian, upon hearing this, laughed in anger. Li Yunlong, I've never seen such an arrogant freshman before. Do you think breaking the record in the Heavenly Tower test gives you the right to look down on everyone? Cough, spit. Li Tang spat the sunflower seed shells directly onto Zhao Haotian's body. Well, you've seen it today. Zhao Haotian's body stiffened suddenly. The sunflower seed shell landed precisely on his collar, dripping with saliva, standing out starkly against his black attire. His henchmen behind him erupted into chaos, shouting angrily and preparing to attack. Brother Zhao, this kid is way too arrogant. We need to teach him a lesson. Exactly. How dare he act so brazenly in front of you? We need to teach him a lesson so he knows his place. There are all our classmates around. How can we fight here? Zhao Haotian raised his hand to stop everyone, his face darkening so much it seemed like it could drip water. He glared at Li Tang with murder in his eyes. Li Yunlong, you're asking for trouble. Li Tang, however, showed no fear. He continued to sit cross-legged, casually cracking sunflower seeds. Go find some trouble in the bathroom. If you have the time, why not think about how to perform well in the secret realm? Don't end up being chased by monsters and crying for your parents, only to lose to me, a freshman, and make a complete fool of yourself. You. Zhao Hao was so enraged that his entire body trembled, with veins bulging on his neck. He glanced at the classmates around him who were watching the spectacle, forced himself to suppress his anger, and sneered, fine. Li Yunlong, you're pretty bold. Just wait and see. Fine, I'll wait. Li Tang tossed the bag of sunflower seeds onto the table, leaned back in his chair, and wore a smirk on his face. What did Zhao Sr. mean by that? Could he be planning to look out for me in the secret realm? After all, this training session is being filmed by drones the entire time. Zhao Haotian's expression changed slightly, then he laughed sinisterly. Drones? Ha ha. The signal interference in the secret realm is severe. Drones will inevitably have blind spots they can't capture. Besides, there are so many high-tier magical beasts deep in the secret realm. Accidents are bound to happen. But it's best to let this kid go alone. Then, Zhao Haotian turned to the students in the car and gave them a menacing smile, threatening, during this Daibai Mountain Heavenly Pool secret realm trial, anyone who dares to team up with Li Yunlong is declaring war on me, Zhao Haotian. He had already made up his mind to give this arrogant youngster a lesson in the secret realm. The others in the car felt a chill run down their spines. The Zhao family had deep-rooted influence in Tianfeng City, and Zhao Haotian was a prodigy under their careful cultivation. Though young, he was a renowned powerhouse on the campus rankings. Offending him was no wise move. The freshmen who had originally planned to team up with Li Tang all lowered their heads, and the car fell into complete silence. Su Jiao, seeing this, suddenly stood up and shouted in a soft voice, Zhao Haotian, don't threaten people here. Li Tang quickly grabbed her and shook his head gently. He scanned the carriage, his gaze lingering briefly on the cowering freshman. Suddenly, he smiled. Zhao Haotian, you're quite the big shot, aren't you? Threatening your own classmates. Li Tang slowly stood up. But you might have misunderstood one thing. I, Li Yunlong, don't need to team up with others to win this trial. What an arrogant fool. Zhao Haotian was about to say something else when Lei Lai's voice boomed through the car like a thunderclap. What are you all doing here? Are you looking for a fight? Zhao Haotian, you're a senior. Don't you know the rules of Heido Industrial University? If you dare to cause trouble here, I'll skin you alive. Get out of this car and get into another one. Lei Lai was the leader of this training mission, a powerful figure, and Zhao Haotian dared not defy him. He coldly snorted and stormed off the bus with his followers. However, as he was getting off, he paused for a moment, turned his head, and shot Li Tang a venomous glance. Su Jiao leaned close to Li Tang and whispered, Li Tang, you've really offended Zhao Haotian this time. He won't let this go easily. Once we enter the secret realm, he might team up with others to target us. Li Tang remained calm, unfazed. What's there to fear? We'll face whatever comes our way. With the teachers leading the group, he won't be able to scheme against us that easily. As the two were talking, Lei Lai walked over with a cold expression, sneering, Li Yunlong, you sure know how to stir up trouble. Chapter 150, Night Market in the Tianqi Secret Realm. Li Yunlong, you're quite the troublemaker. You just got on the car and already started arguing with Zhao Haotian? Seeing Lei Lai speak to him like that, Li Tang felt deeply wronged. Mr. Lei, the students all saw it. I was sitting here quietly, he came over looking for trouble. Lei Lai snorted coldly, I don't care what conflicts you have between yourselves. During my time leading the group, you'd better behave yourselves. He lowered his voice, the Zhao family has significant influence in Tianfeng City. You'd better be careful once you enter the secret realm. Seeing Lei Lai act this way, Li Tang immediately understood that this was someone arranged by Duan Mubo. He nodded in agreement. There was still a day's drive left to the Tianqi secret realm of Daibai Mountain. Don't just sit around. Think about who you should team up with and strategize your actions inside the secret realm. After speaking, Lei Lai turned and got off the bus. This time, there were as many as 10 vehicles heading to Daibai Mountain, all packed with young, impulsive college students. He had to personally inspect each one before he could feel at ease. As Lei Lai stepped off the bus, Zhang Wei boarded with a large backpack. He scanned the interior of the bus and, upon spotting Li Tang, hurried over, excitedly exclaiming, "Leader, I just ran into Zhao Haotian and the others." Each of them had a gloomy expression on their faces, as if they had encountered some trouble. Li Tang chuckled lightly, "It's nothing. They're just looking for trouble. They came here just to get scolded by me. It seems I missed a good show. What are they here for?" Zhang Wei felt a bit regretful he had been held back by other teachers and arrived a bit late. "No big deal. There'll be plenty more shows in the future." Li Tang said with a smile. "Zhao Haotian warned everyone not to team up with me." "What?" Zhang Wei's eyes widened in shock and he shouted angrily, "That idiot must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Does he really think Harbin Institute of Technology is run by the Zhang family?" He turned around and looked around, wondering if any of the students had actually heard him. The students who caught Zhang Wei's gaze couldn't help but lower their heads. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhang Wei immediately understood. He snorted coldly, "A bunch of cowards, scared out of their wits by Zhao Haotian's threats." The people in the car could all hear the contempt in his words and lowered their heads even further. A few students turned red-faced and stood up to shout back, "Zhang Wei, don't talk down to us. The Zhao family is a powerful clan in Tianfeng City, with many skilled fighters within their ranks. Zhao Haotian is also a renowned fighter at school. If we offend them, how will we survive in the city? You know very well that in yesterday's challenge match, Han Lei had already admitted defeat, yet Zhao Haotian still broke his leg. If it weren't for the school doctor's skill, Han Lei wouldn't even be able to participate in this secret realm training." "Exactly. Do you think everyone is as ignorant as you?" Zhang Wei slammed his backpack onto the seat, about to retort, but Li Tang reached out and stopped him. "Enough, keep your mouth shut. The Zhao family does have significant influence in Tianfeng City, so it's understandable that everyone is cautious. But did Zhao Haotian really break Han Lei's leg? Han Lei is someone he knows. He's AS rank class bloodthirsty berserker, ranked 7th in the Sky Tower tests. He's quite powerful." Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment before nodding. Han Lei hadn't lasted 10 moves against Zhao Haotian and was completely crushed by him. "Maybe it's because you didn't participate in the challenge tournament, so Zhao Haotian took out all his anger on Han Lei." Everyone was terrified by Zhao Haotian's brutality and no one dared to challenge him anymore. Su Jiao was so angry her face turned red. "You coward! If you're so tough, come cause trouble with us." Zhang Wei sat down next to Li Tang and comforted him. "Big brother, don't worry. I, Zhang Wei, will always stand by your side. It's just a team up. With me and Su Jiao here, no matter how powerful the Zhao family is, we won't let them get away with anything in the secret realm." Li Tang didn't respond, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of the seat, his narrowed eyes flashing a cold gleam. The bus convoy drove out of the towering gates of Tianfeng City, entering an endless wilderness and forest teeming with countless magical beasts and monsters. For anyone other than professionals or soldiers, leaving the city was practically a suicide mission. Hading Industrial University truly lived up to its reputation as a national key university, even their buses were custom-made, resembling armored vehicles, with various magical arrays meticulously carved onto their surfaces by array masters and enchanters. As they delved deeper into the Great White Mountains, the frequency of magical beasts increased, and occasionally they would chase and bite at the buses. However, aside from triggering waves of defensive white light, they couldn't even scratch the paint on the buses. This gave Li Ting a faint sense of déjà vu, as if he were back in his previous life, riding an especially designed vehicle through a zoo filled with ferocious beasts. The long journey was extremely boring, so Li Tang and Zhang Wei decided to team up and play a game on the bus, cursing and yelling at each other. "Damn it, Lu Ban on the other side, please get serious. Don't just play around with your feet. Bro, is that a tumor on your neck? You're even worse than a minion." After driving for over 8 hours on the rugged mountain roads, the bus finally arrived at the Daibai Mountain Heavenly Pool secret realm. Near the entrance, there were soldiers armed with rifles, and they had built fortifications and bunkers to prevent outsiders from entering freely. However, since the Tianqi Secret Valley is rich in rare spiritual materials like Qianjin and Wangsan, there are always treasure hunting teams coming and going on a daily basis. Additionally, with the city defense troops stationed here, the various magical beasts of the Daibai Mountains dare not approach, making the area relatively safe. Over time, a small town has formed here, with over 10,000 permanent residents and various facilities such as inns and taverns. Even the Professional Association has established a branch here. The convoy from Heido Industrial University had already reported their arrival in advance, so they passed through smoothly and stopped directly at the town square, attracting the attention of many treasure hunting teams. However, since Hardong University holds related training exercises every year, upon seeing the university's emblem on the buses, they shifted their gaze elsewhere. "Everyone, get off the buses and assemble." Lei Lai was the first to jump off the bus and shouted loudly. The students disembarked from the buses one after another. Li Tang stretched his arms and looked out from the mountain peak. Under the setting sun, the Tianqi Lake shimmered like a mirror, with mist rising from its surface, creating a hazy veil. Beside the lake, a portal resembling a shattered mirror stood tall, its surface flowing with water-like patterns. A powerful and profound spiritual energy fluctuated faintly, as if connecting to another unknown world. As the sky grew dark, the school arranged for the students to stay at a nearby hotel, with the assessments set to begin officially the next morning. However, the students are all young and full of energy, they couldn't possibly stay cooped up in a hotel. After dinner, they came out in small groups to stroll around and admire the town's night scenery. Li Tang and his friends were no exception. They chatted and laughed as they stepped out of the hotel. "Hey, it's so lively over there." Su Jiao noticed a street corner in the square where a crowd had gathered, forming a fairly large night market. As a girl, shopping was in her blood, and she excitedly pulled Li Tang's hand and said, "Li Tang Yunlong, let's go check it out. Maybe we can find something nice." "Alright." Li Tang had never seen such a scene before and was also intrigued by this spontaneously formed market, so he agreed immediately. The three of them headed toward the night market. Before they even got close, the loud hawking cries greeted them. Level 30 Boss Saber-Tooth Tiger's Penis. The ultimate tonic for kidney health and virility. Guaranteed results. 1 for 10,000, scan the code to pay and get 2 kidney tonics for free. Don't miss out. Freshly made blue quality rare equipment Gale Boots, increases speed by 15. Selling at a bargain price. Selling detailed maps and guides for the Tianqi Secret Realm, including the location of the 3rd tier spiritual herb Phantom Heartgrass. Perfect for both monster hunting and mining. Intermediate magic scrolls with the intermediate fire-based spell Blazing Wave, the ultimate tool for killing monsters and staying alive. Open and use immediately, fulfill your wizard dreams. 500,000, no haggling. Purple quality exceptional equipment Knight's Cross Sword with a 1% chance to ignore defense. Killing monsters is as easy as cutting vegetables, you absolutely deserve to own this. Selling magic crystals of various series and tiers, including gold, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, ice, poison, light, darkness, strength, spirit, support, and recovery. Come and get them. Instant 50% mana restoration potion, 66,666 coins per bottle, no haggling. Instantly eliminate the embarrassment of mana depletion. Selling antidote potions, essential supplies for exploring the Tianqi Secret Realm. The night market here is completely different from the one in the city. The streets are lined with stalls selling all sorts of odd and wonderful items, though the prices are sky high. The three of them wandered around in wonder, occasionally picking up some half-true, half-false information at certain stalls. Li Tang was browsing when Zhang Wei suddenly grabbed his arm and whispered, "Boss, look over there." Chapter 151, Secret Realm Map. Li Tang followed Zhang Wei's gaze and saw Sherdali leading a few people standing in front of a stall, haggling with the vendor until both sides were red-faced. The people beside him were also familiar to Li Tang, Li Shiya, Qin Ming, and the sisters Lu Hongxue and Lu Hongshuang. Especially the beautiful twin sisters Lu Hongxue and Lu Hongshuang, they're a real head-turner wherever they go. Oh, they're all gathered together. Li Tang narrowed his eyes, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These few individuals had all performed exceptionally well in the Tower of Heaven test, and now they were out shopping together, clearly having formed a group. At that moment, they were arguing over a crude hand-drawn map. "This map, I'll take it for 30,000, no haggling." Sherdali spoke in a loud voice, spitting droplets of saliva everywhere. The vendor was a lean middle-aged man, clearly a seasoned veteran of the area. He shook his head repeatedly. 30,000? You must be out of your mind. For this map, I sacrificed 2 of my companions. 50,000, not a penny less. Sherdali frowned. Make an exception. Let's call it a friendship deal. I'm a student at Harbin Dong Industrial University. We might have opportunities to collaborate in the future. The vendor sneered. Who wants to be friends with you? You poor students only come to Debation once a year during this time. The rest of the year, you're all cozy in Tianfeng City enjoying the good life. You have no idea how hard we work. If you want to buy, buy. If not, get out of my way. Don't block my business. Sherdali hesitated. Although he had achieved 3rd place in the Tongtian Tower test and been rewarded with a purple quality equipment piece, he had lost several million in gambling and was still being hounded by high-interest loan platforms. Asking him to shell out another 50,000 for a map was indeed a bit too much. But without a map to guide us through the secret realm, our efficiency would lag far behind. Lu Hongxue stepped forward and said in a sweet voice, "Uncle, just sell it to us at a discount. We'll sell you the loot when we come out." After saying that, she gave the vendor a flirtatious glance. Seeing the pretty female student flirting with him, the skinny stall owner flashed a lecherous glance, but he still said, "Your beauty ploy won't work on me. 50 million is 50 million. Not a single coin less." He crossed his arms and laughed coldly. "I'm the only one selling maps in this market. There's no other place to buy them. If you don't buy them, others will." Sherdali and the others exchanged glances, surprised that the vendor was so stubborn, and his words carried a hint of threat. "All right. We'll buy it." Sherdali clenched his teeth. To gain an advantage in the secret realm, he immediately transferred the money via mobile phone, handing over the cash and receiving the goods in exchange. Looking at the crude map in their hands, everyone beamed with joy. Getting the first move is crucial. Qin Ming gave a thumbs up. Joining Sherdali's team was the right choice. With this map, entering the secret realm will be much easier. Lu Hongshui and Lu Hongshuang also smiled broadly. We've formed a powerful alliance. With this map, we might even have a chance to aim for first place. Li Shiya chimed in, exactly. A step ahead means staying ahead. With this only map in our hands, the other teams have no chance of catching up. Put. Cheapskates. A bunch of losers. The vendor glanced at the group with disdain, then pulled out another map from his pocket and placed it on the stall, shouting loudly, for sale, detailed map of the Tianqi secret realm, monster activity range map, and safe zone checkpoints. 50,000 per copy. No haggling. Sherdali. Lei Shuya. Lu Hongshui. Lu Hongshuang. Qin Ming. Just now you said this map was the only copy, how come you're pulling out another one so quickly? Now even dishonest merchants don't keep their word anymore? They were about to argue with the vendor when they saw Sherdali and the others get the short end of the stick. Li Tang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing Li Tang's suppressed laughter, Sherdali and the others turned their heads and saw it was him, their faces turning green instantly. What are you doing? Sherdali asked with a dark expression, are you mocking us? I'm sorry. Li Tang forced himself to stop laughing and said seriously, we're all professionally trained. We don't usually laugh unless we can't help it. Sherdali was furious. Li Yunlong, stop rubbing salt in the wound. If you're so good, go get a map yourself instead of standing here watching the show. Li Tang crossed his arms, raised his eyebrows, and laughed, I don't have the spare cash to be a sucker. However, Sherdashi, you really wasted your money. Someone just mentioned it offhand, and you believe them? You. Sherdali was speechless, his face turning bright red. Lu Hongshuang, standing nearby, couldn't contain her anger. She stomped her foot and pouted, Li Yunlong, don't be so unreasonable. Even if there's more than one map, we wouldn't lose out by buying it. Having one is better than having none. Zhang Wei leaned close to Li Tang and whispered, that's right, boss. With the map, we'll save a lot of trouble once we enter the secret realm. The vendor still has another one. Should I go buy it? As he spoke, he started to move forward, but was stopped by Li Tang. Zhang Wei thought Li Tang wanted to compete with him to pay, so he laughed and said, boss, you can't do the bill from me this time. I followed your plan a few days ago and made a lot of money by betting on Zhao Jiao. After buying some equipment, I still have some left. The gaunt vendor over there heard this and laughed smugly, revealing his teeth yellowed from smoke. Detailed map of the Tianqi secret realm, 50,000 per copy, no haggling. Genuine and authentic, no cheating. These college students are so easy to fool, just draw a few crappy maps and you can make a fortune. But Li Tang shook his head and laughed, why waste the money? We already have maps. Saying this, he took out a stack of folded papers from his spatial ring, flipped them open with a rustling sound, and revealed a 32-page map densely marked with handwritten notes. Holy crap, it's a detailed guide map of the Tianqi secret realm. I just glanced at it, and it clearly marks safe zones, types and habits of dangerous beasts, supply points, and more. This map is so clear. Looking at the scale, it must be 1:5000. That's right. Not only does it detail the terrain and topography of the secret realm, but it even marks the gathering spots of the beasts with crystal clarity. Who is this person? How could they obtain such a detailed map? Whoever it is, big shot, will you sell this map? I'll pay $1 million. 1 million? Do you think they're stupid? The annotations on the map alone are worth $1 million. You're being so stingy. Someone snorted derisively and immediately raised the offer, I'll give $2 million. I'll offer 250,000. I'll offer $3 million. The price skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, the map was bid up to an astonishing 480,000. The vendors nearby were all seasoned veterans who had been around for years. They immediately recognized the map's value and surrounded Li Tang, asking questions. Among them, the skinny vendor was the most eager, his eyes gleaming with greed. Sherdali and the others were all stunned. They had just spent a fortune on a map, only to find out that Li Tang had pulled out an even more detailed manual. Looking at the paper they had bought for 50,000, it looked like a child's scribbles, with a few rough sketches and barely any annotations. One was a rough outline, the other a detailed explanation. There was no comparison at all. Zhang Wei was also stunned, his voice trembling as he whispered to Li Tang, boss, where did you get this thing? Li Tang put the map away with a mysterious smile, top secret. This notebook was naturally given to him by Duan Mubo, the president of Harbin Dong Industrial University. He wanted a detailed guide map of the Tianqi secret realm, and it was surprisingly easy to obtain. Duan Mubo is my master, giving me a map isn't too much to ask, is it? However, Su Jiao beside him seemed unfazed, showing no trace of surprise on her face. Watching Li Tang's map being fiercely bid on by the crowd, Sherdali's face turned as ugly as if he'd eaten something disgusting. Don't think that having the map will give you an advantage in the secret realm. We'll see about that. After speaking, he turned and left. He couldn't stay any longer, his face was completely lost. Lu Hongxue, however, didn't follow them out. She bit her lip, then suddenly pulled her sister forward and said to Li Yunlong, your team only has 3 people. My sister and I are pretty decent. Could we? You. Seeing that Lu Hongxue and her sister had openly betrayed him for the map, Sherdali grew even angrier. He stomped his feet and forced his way through the crowd. Qin Ming and Li Shuya exchanged glances, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed and followed after them. Oh? Facing Lu Hongshua's invitation, Li Tang looked at the twins in confusion. Zhao Haotian had made it clear that anyone who teamed up with him was declaring war on him. Aren't you two sisters afraid of offending the Zhao family? Damn it! How could I forget that? Lu Hongshue's expression froze, about to say something else, when suddenly the night market erupted into chaos. The crowd automatically parted to make way for Zhao Haotian, who was accompanied by several second-year university students, all looking menacing as they approached. Lu Hongshue's expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly pulled his sister back a few steps. Li Yunlong. Zhao Haotian grinned maliciously. I was just strolling through the night market and heard that a detailed map of the Tianqi secret realm had been found. I never expected it to be in your hands. He motioned with his fingers. Hand it over, and I might consider sparing you in the secret realm. Chapter 152, Top Secret Identity. Li Ting crossed his arms, a mocking smile curling his lips. Zhao Haotian, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Just because you say so, I'm supposed to hand over the map willingly? Zhao Haotian's expression darkened, and a flash of cruelty crossed his eyes. Li Yunlong, don't push your luck. In Tianfeng City, no one dares to disrespect the Zhao family. If you don't hand it over, once you enter the secret realm, you'll regret it. Li Tang shrugged indifferently. Oh, Mr. Zhao is threatening me again? I'm so scared. In broad daylight, you're forcibly taking your junior's belongings? You have no shame at all. It's already 9 o'clock at night. Where's the daylight? Zhang Wei couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. One of Zhao Haotian's henchmen stepped forward, pointing at Li Tang's nose and shouted, You little bastard, don't be so ungrateful. Zhao Xiao taking an interest in your map is your good fortune. Don't end up not even knowing how you died. Li Tang's eyes turned cold as he stared straight at the student. Who do you think you are, daring to give orders in front of me? If you dare to point your finger at me again, do you think I won't break it? The student was so frightened by Li Tang's gaze that he shivered and instinctively withdrew his hand. I knew Li Yunlong was arrogant, but I never expected him to be this arrogant. He actually dared to beat up an upperclassman in public. Zhao Haotian saw this and his expression grew even more grim. Li Yunlong, dare you touch my men? Go ahead and try. Li Tang also hardened his expression, flipping his palm to reveal the black, menacing tyrant's hammer in his hand. Su Jiao and Zhang Wei saw this and also drew their weapons, their eyes fixed intently on Zhao Haotian. You. Having been publicly challenged by Li Tang, Zhao Haotian found himself in a difficult position. If a fight broke out, the news would reach Lei Lai's ears, and even as a top student at Hadong University of Industry, he would face severe punishment. If he didn't act, this brat was so arrogant he couldn't possibly swallow his pride. Stop. Just as the two sides were on the verge of a showdown, a stern voice suddenly rang out. Lei Lai had appeared at the outskirts of the crowd without anyone noticing, coldly scanning the crowd. Tomorrow we're entering the secret realm. Why aren't you all going back to rest? Oomph. Seeing the team leader approach, Zhao Haotian glared at Li Tang with reluctance, but sighed in relief inwardly. He then led his men away grudgingly. This debt will be settled once we enter the secret realm. What are you still doing here? Hurry back to the hotel. Lei Lai glared at Li Tang, feeling a headache coming on. How could this kid always cause trouble wherever he went? I didn't start anything. It was that kid who tried to steal my secret realm map. As if he had read Lei Lai's mind, Li Tang smiled and replied, then put away his weapon. The teacher is here, we can't just ignore him, can we? Lei Lai ignored him, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Li Tang didn't think much of it and returned to the hotel with Su Jiao and Zhang Wei. Now, every vendor in the night market knew he had the detailed map to the secret realm. They looked at him like Piggy had seen the ginseng fruit, their eyes sparkling with greed. On the way back, Zhang Wei looked at Li Tang with admiration. Big brother, where did you get such a detailed map? Li Tang felt a surge of pride. My connections are pretty wild. Plus, I'm known as the Battlefield Reaper. Join my team, and you'll definitely benefit. Listening to Li Tang boast, Su Jiao covered her mouth and giggled, not saying a word in response. The next morning, all the participating students from Hadong University gathered outside the Tianqi secret realm. There were a total of 120 people, 100 first-year freshmen and 20 second-year seniors. Each person wore a communication bracelet on their wrist and stood in their respective teams. Remember, once inside the secret realm, safety comes first. The secret realm will remain open for 1 week. Regardless of your findings, you must return here to assemble within that time frame. If you encounter any life-threatening situations, crush the distress signal in your hand immediately. Military and university rescue teams will arrive on site as soon as possible. Lei Lai solemnly finished his instructions, waved his hand, and said, "All right, line up for security check." The students, some excited, some nervous, and some eager to try, began to move forward one by one. Zhao Haotian glanced at Li Tang and the others, a mocking smile curling his lips. Li Yunlong, I never thought anyone would actually agree to team up with you. His eyes flashed with malice. Su Jiao and Zhang Wei, right? Daring to oppose the Zhao family? I'll remember you. Damn it, you're not even bothering to act anymore, you're actually threatening them to their faces. Li Tang sneered and stepped in front of Su Jiao and Zhang Wei. Senior Zhao, so much anger this early in the morning? Do you need me to cool you down? He flipped his palm, and a bucket filled with ice-cold water appeared in his hand. He raised it and poured it out. Zhao Haotian didn't expect Li Tang to act so quickly. He was caught off guard and got drenched. He stumbled backward in disarray, about to erupt, but heard the security officer's stern shout, "Everyone, quiet. Prepare to enter the secret realm." Poof. Li Tang retrieved the bucket into his spatial ring, ignoring Zhao Haotian completely, and turned toward the entrance of the secret realm. Zhao Haotian wiped the water droplets from his face and glared at Li Tang's back with a menacing expression. "You little brat, just wait until we're inside the secret realm, I'll make you pay." With a ripple in space, the entrance to the Tianqi secret realm slowly opened. The students passed through the light barrier one by one, their figures disappearing one after another. Finally, when it was Li Tang and his two companions' turn, Li Tang pulled out his ID card and swiped it. No such person found. Hearing the sound from the security scanner, the soldiers armed with rifles nearby fixed their eagle-like gazes on Li Tang. Ha! Li Tang was also a bit confused. Could his ID card have demagnetized? He wasn't giving up and swiped it again on the machine. No such person found. Have I been expelled from the registry? Now it wasn't just Li Tang who was confused, Su Jiao and Zhang Wei were also baffled. What's going on? When others scanned, it displayed various professional information like occupation, talents, and level. Why does it say no such person found for Li Tang? In an instant, several soldiers armed with guns raised their black barrels and pointed them directly at Li Tang's forehead. Guys, I'm a good person. Li Tang helplessly raised his hands. Is your machine broken? Can you switch to another machine and let me try again? Yes. We can all vouch for him. Su Jiao and Zhang Wei also rushed forward to testify. Li Yunlong is a student at Harbindong Industrial University, a model citizen. Seeing the commotion, the students waiting in line behind them immediately started to stir. Sure, Dolly couldn't miss this opportunity and immediately mocked. Haha. No wonder it wouldn't work, you're an illegal user, aren't you? Lu Hongxue, who had been rejected by Li Tang's team yesterday and felt humiliated, snorted coldly upon seeing this. Some people seem so arrogant, yet they don't even have the qualifications to enter the secret realm. I wonder how the school screened applicants during enrollment. How did they let an undocumented person slip through? Zhao Haotian had already changed into clean clothes and was laughing maliciously. No such person exists? He scoffed, is it because he's not human? Li Yunlong, I suggest you go back to school while you still can. Don't make a fool of yourself here. The few henchmen around him burst into laughter upon hearing this. Yeah, how pitiful. Exactly, an undocumented immigrant dares to come to the secret realm to cause trouble? Doesn't he know his own place? Lu Hongshua's sister, Lu Hongshuan, rolled her eyes, covered her mouth with her hand, and feigned horror. Oh my god, could he be a spy sent by the enemy country? A spy? At those words, the surrounding students immediately tensed up as if facing an enemy, stepping back several paces and sizing up Li Tang with suspicious glances. Zhao Haotian saw this and secretly rejoiced, immediately adding fuel to the fire. That's right. Li Yunlong has a detailed map of the Tianqi secret realm on him. It might even be state secrets stolen from somewhere. Soldier, we can't let such a dangerous person into the secret realm. Everyone, quiet down. The security officer in charge of the checkpoint bellowed, his voice booming like thunder through the crowd, instantly quelling the commotion. He strode over, his face cold, and asked, what's going on? A soldier handed over Li Tang's ID card and replied, Captain, this guy's ID card isn't valid. The security scanner shows no record of this person. His gaze darted back and forth between Li Tang and the ID card in his hand, filled with confusion. This ID card looks fine, but why can't the information be scanned? The officer furrowed his brows, about to order Li Tang to be taken away for investigation, when a deep voice came from behind. His identity is verified. Li Tang turned his head and saw Lei Lai approaching. No issues? You, come with me over here. The officer suddenly seemed to remember something, pointing at Li Tang and gesturing for him to go to the nearby special security check area. Li Tang shrugged helplessly and followed the officer, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Su Jiao and Zhang Wei followed anxiously, wanting to go with him, but were stopped by soldiers. Stay here and don't move, the soldier said coldly. Upon arriving at the special security checkpoint, there was a machine similar to the previous security scanner, but it was red in color. Among the professionals entering the secret realm, there were always a few special individuals who were identified using this military-grade machine. As the officer placed Li Tang's ID card on the machine, a cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the area. Beep. Top secret identity file. Access restricted to officers of general major rank and above. Chapter 153, The Green Dragonfly. Sigh. A collective gasp echoed through the room as everyone's gaze shifted toward Li Tang. What's going on? Li Tang's ID card could only be scanned using a military-specific machine? And it was encrypted. Even officers below the rank of colonel weren't authorized to view it. How many general-level officers are there nationwide? The officers' eyes widened in shock, their faces betraying disbelief, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. What on earth is the identity of this young man before them? The officer stood at attention, saluted Li Tang with a military salute, and said solemnly, "All personnel, salute." The other soldiers hurriedly followed the officer's instructions, standing at attention and saluting as well. The silence was so thick it felt like death had descended, not even a pin could be heard dropping. Those who had just mocked Li Tang now dared not speak, instead shrinking into the crowd, fearing that Li Tang might notice them. "Can I go in now?" Li Tang retrieved his ID card and smiled at the officer. "Of course. Please go ahead." The officer hesitated for a moment before quickly letting him through, his tone involuntarily using a respectful title. Li Tang nodded, turned to Zhao Haotian and Sherdali with a smile, then led Su Jiao and Zhang Wei through the gates of the secret realm. Zhao Haotian felt a chill run down his spine from Li Tang's smile, his face darkening ominously. A subordinate beside him whispered to Zhao Haotian, "Young Master Zhao, this kid's identity is encrypted to this extent. Should we continue with our plan?" Zhao Haotian's mind raced, and after a long silence, he finally said, "We'll decide later." Over there, Sherdali and the others were also filled with doubt and confusion. Lu Hongxue and Lu Hongshuang, the two sisters, regretted their decision deeply. Li Tang's identity was below the rank of colonel, yet even he didn't have the qualifications to view it. How powerful must his background be? If they had insisted yesterday, they might have been able to join Li Tang's team. Could he have transferred to an SSS-ranked profession? No wonder he's so powerful. Lu Hongxue muttered to herself, as this was the only explanation she could think of. Those who had previously mocked Li Tang now looked at each other in disbelief. Oh no, we spoke so badly of him earlier. Will he hold a grudge? Who knows? But from what I know of Li Yunlong, he's not the type to hold a grudge. He paused deliberately. If he had a grudge, he would have settled it right there. As soon as those words left his mouth, many people turned pale with regret. If I had known Li Yunlong was so formidable, I would never have dared to provoke him. The officer remained at attention, saluting, until he was certain that Li Tang and the others had completely entered the secret realm, then slowly lowered his arms. He exchanged a glance with Lei Lai and addressed all the soldiers and students present with a serious expression. "What happened today must remain between us. Anyone who dares to leak a single word will be dealt with according to military law." Everyone's hearts sank, and they all responded in unison, "Yes." As soon as Li Tang stepped through the gates of the secret realm, a strong spatial fluctuation swept over him, revealing a lush forest before his eyes. Mountains stretched endlessly, vast and boundless, with snow still clinging to many peaks. Occasional muffled beastly roars echoed through the forest. Li Tang pulled out a map and glanced at it. 80 kilometers from here lay the gathering place of the iron-plated wild bulls. Their level was around 28, perfect for us to level up. Less dog. But when he turned around, he noticed Zhang Wei looking at him hesitantly, as if he had something to say but couldn't bring himself to speak. Curious, he asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Wei bit his lip before finally saying, "Boss, did you really switch to an SSS rank profession? How else could the security level be so high?" Li Tang laughed heartily and teased, "I dare say it, do you dare to hear?" Zhang Wei froze, shook his head vigorously like a metronome, and forced a smile. "I asked too much. Anyway, you're my boss. Whatever you say, I'll follow. I love your obedient little face." Li Tang smiled and patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. "Don't worry, follow me, and I'll make sure you live in luxury." Just as they were talking, the other students teleported in. Upon seeing Li Tang, they all instinctively moved away. After all, not everyone could remain calm in the face of such a background. The students formed teams, wielding their weapons, and charged toward their designated targets. Soon, the forest echoed with the shouts of the students and the roars of the beasts. Drones buzzed through the air, observing each squad's situation and broadcasting real-time footage of the secret realm to the outside world. Seeing the students charging forward, Zhang Wei grew anxious and urged, "Leader, let's hurry up. If we lag behind, we'll miss out on the magical beasts." Li Tang shot him a disapproving glance. "What's the rush? How slow are we going? The gathering place of the Ironhide Bulls is 80 kilometers away. How long would it take to get there on foot?" He pulled out a mechanical horse from his spatial ring and said, "Here, use this." As soon as the mechanical horse appeared, Zhang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Its wooden skeleton was covered in bronze scales, its body stretching from head to tail for about 10 feet, its hooves to spine standing 8 feet tall. Its eyes, embedded with crimson crystals, flickered with an eerie glow, and its entire body was devoid of any stray hairs, its fur as pure as burning charcoal. Name, Red Hair. Quality, Purple Excellence. Type, Vehicle. Level, 30. Health, 20,000. Attack, 544. Defense, 600. Energy, 10,000. Skills, Charge, Lightning Strike. Charge doubles movement speed and deals an additional 100 attack damage. Lightning Strike charges forward, channeling the power of lightning to propel itself, unleashing a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch, with a speed of 100. Description: galloping thousands of miles, sweeping away dust and debris. Crossing rivers and climbing mountains, purple mist clears the way. Snapping the reins, shaking the jade bit, a fire-breathing dragon descends from the heavens. Named after an ancient legendary horse, it safeguards its master's journey. Boss, this. Seeing the triple attributes of red hair, Jiang Wei was speechless, pointing at the mechanical horse and unable to speak coherently. Rumors had been circulating on campus that a special piece of equipment with triple attributes had appeared in Kanglan City. It was true. No wonder the boss managed to secure second place in the Heavenly Tower test. Shoo, keep it a secret. Li Tang and Su Jiao both pulled out their mechanical horses, jumped onto them, and followed suit. As they spoke, they pulled the reins, and Chitta reared up on its front legs, let out a loud neigh, and charged forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Su Jiao followed closely behind. This was because he didn't fully trust Jiang Wei and hadn't added any additional attributes to that mechanical horse. No wonder the leader's identity was kept so secret. It's only natural he'd have some special features others couldn't replicate. Boss, wait for me. Jiang Wei quickly figured out the situation and excitedly mounted the mechanical horse, chasing after the two. Holy crap! What are they riding? How fast are they going? Sherdali, who had just entered, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Those are mechanical horses. And they look high quality. Lu Hongshue's eyes flickered with envy. A mechanical horse that fast wasn't something you could just get your hands on easily. Sherdali clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn Li Yunlong, what kind of background does he have? How did Li Yunlong end up with so many good things in his hands? It seems he held back during his climb up the Tower of Heaven. Zhao Haotian, on the other hand, looked gloomy, his eyes fixed on Li Tang's departing figure. A subordinate approached him. Young Master Zhao, should we follow him? Follow? With what? Zhao Haotian shot him a disdainful glance. They have 4 legs, and we have 2. How can we catch up? The subordinate asked reluctantly, are we just going to let it go? How could we just let him get away? Zhao Haotian's eyes grew cold as he released an insect. I've already secretly placed the blood of a green cicada larva on Li Yunlong's body. They won't be able to escape. The insect, resembling a cicada but slightly larger, with green patterns on its body, buzzed in mid-air for a moment as if determining its direction, then flew straight toward the spot where Li Tang and the others had disappeared. The green cicada insect is a 4th-tier magical insect with little combat power, but it possesses a unique ability. If the larvae are killed and their blood is applied to the target, as long as the distance does not exceed 150 kilometers, the mother insect can sense it. Therefore, it is often used as a tracking tool. The other subordinates' expressions grew serious. Qingfu insects are difficult to cultivate, with a pair costing at least 10 million. They never expected Zhao Haotian to go to such great lengths to avenge Li Yunlong. Chapter 154, The Grand Finale. 3 mechanical horses darted through the mountains and forests, their speed so great that the surrounding trees and scenery blurred into streaks of light. Jiang Wei could only hear the wind whistling past his ears, a thrilling sensation unlike anything he had ever experienced before. He couldn't help but shout aloud, "Boss, this is too awesome. These mechanical horses are way more thrilling than any sports car." Li Tang burst into laughter. There'll be even more thrilling things than this in the future. Watch out. The iron-plated wild bull's territory is ahead. The 3 of them reined in their horses at the entrance of a mountain pass, where they found themselves facing a vast expanse of grassland. Dozens of massive ironclad bulls were leisurely grazing on the grass. These magical beasts were covered in metallic gray skin, with 2 curved horns on their heads gleaming coldly. Level 28 Ironhide wild bulls, thick-skinned, powerful, but slow, perfect for us. Li Tang put away the map, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Leader, you're kidding, right? Jiang Wei looked at the massive iron-skinned wild bulls and said with a grim expression, we're all warrior-class characters. Without a spellcaster to assist us, dealing with such a large group will be quite challenging. You reminded me. Li Tang pulled out 6 rocket towers and frost arrow towers from his spatial ring, placed them on the ground, and laughed, magic support is here. The Chitta mechanical horses were moving quickly, already deep into the secret realm. Not only were the students lagging behind, but even the drones hadn't followed. The area was swarming with magical beasts, and they didn't even care if others saw them. However, for security reasons, Li Tang set the attached notes to hidden, accessible only to himself. The rocket launchers were entirely crimson, with their tips flickering with dangerous flames. The frost arrow tower emitted a faint blue glow, with the surrounding air freezing into tiny ice crystals due to the extreme cold. Looking at the 6 arrow towers, each over 5 meters tall, arranged in a semicircular defensive formation, Jiang Wei was speechless. Holy crap, what a huge caliber, such powerful attacks, and it's even a combination of ice and fire. Su Jiao drew her Kuan Guang Han Yuan sword. I'll distract the monsters. Her figure darted forward like lightning, and the ice sword energy from her long sword struck the head of the lead iron-plated bull with precision. A piercing metallic screech echoed through the air. Despite the iron-plated barbarian bull's exceptional defensive capabilities, it couldn't withstand the sharpness of the Kuan Guang Han Yuan sword. A 3-inch long gash instantly appeared on its forehead, and fresh blood immediately obscured its eyes. Moo! The iron-plated wild bull leader was instantly enraged, its hooves digging into the ground as it led the herd toward the three of them. The ground trembled violently under the hooves of hundreds of iron-clad beasts, raising dust that obscured the sky. Here they come! Li Tang gave a light shout and activated the mechanical tower. The rocket towers fired dozens of flaming arrows, tracing scorching paths through the air. The frost arrow tower followed closely behind, releasing a bone-chilling mist that instantly enveloped the front, freezing and slowing down the leading bulls. Flames and frost intertwined, plunging the herd of wild bulls into chaos. The barbarian bulls, subjected to the dual assault of ice and fire, let out agonizing roars. Their skin, as hard as iron, cracked under the extreme heat and cold, revealing the raw flesh beneath. The iron-plated skin that the iron-skinned wild bulls pride themselves on is as fragile as paper under such extreme attacks. Too brutal. Jiang Wei was speechless, forgetting to swing his battle axe. Boss, your arrow tower is more powerful than the mage squad's AoE. The mage core isn't worth mentioning. Li Tang smirked triumphantly. If he hadn't been afraid of scaring his younger brother, he would have deployed all his mechanical towers. Over the past few days, he had crafted a total of 30 mechanical towers, each equipped with golden attributes, making them incredibly powerful. As the iron-plated bulls were being slaughtered by the 6 arrow towers, Jiang Wei could no longer hold back. He let out a low growl and charged forward with his weapon raised. Press the advantage and finish off the enemy. We can't let these bulls escape. Before long, the iron-plated wild bulls were slaughtered to the last by Jiang Wei and Su Jiao. Even the iron-plated bull leader met his end quickly under their joint assault. Li Tang did not lift a finger throughout the entire battle, instead retrieving all 6 mechanical arrow towers. Because the drones had arrived. Holy crap! How long have they been in the secret realm, and they've already killed so many ironclad savage bulls? Is that even possible for humans? As the drone's camera swept over the bodies of the ironclad beasts littering the ground, the teachers monitoring Li Tang's small team were all stunned. This is impossible. In the monitoring room, a mentor suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. Iron-plated barbarian bulls were 28th level magical beasts, and there were over 100 of them. The 3 of them were all melee class characters. They'd been out of the drone sight for less than 10 minutes. How could they have taken down so many iron-plated wild bulls so quickly? At the main control console, Lei Lai narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Don't worry about the details. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as these students aren't in life-threatening danger, we don't need to interfere. The scene was littered with traces of spell explosions, clearly indicating that Li Tang had used some methods they were unaware of. Seeing the team leader make such a decisive statement, the other teachers said nothing more and went back to their tasks. After all, there were over 100 students in the secret realm and it was impossible to focus all their attention on a single team. Li Tang and his 2 companions were unaware of the teacher's discussion in the monitoring room. They quickly cleared the battlefield and stripped the iron-plated bull of any valuable materials. Big brother, this hall is huge. We'll be able to trade for some great stuff once we get out of the secret realm. Jiang Wei grinned widely, unable to contain his excitement. Li Tang shook his head with a smile, pointing at the drone in the sky. Don't get too excited too soon. I'm not afraid of revealing my true capabilities, but I don't want others to notice either. We need to be more careful from now on. I won't use traps like the mechanical tower again, they're too easy to spot. Su Jiao nodded in agreement. You're right. We should keep a low profile and complete the training mission according to the plan. After packing up, the 3 of them mounted the mechanical horses once more and set off deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, they moved cautiously, avoiding other powerful magical beasts and targeting only those with relatively weaker strength to gain necessary experience points and materials. The 3 mechanical horses moved through the dense forest. Jiang Wei felt bored and couldn't help complaining. Leader, this is too frustrating. We have so many powerful weapons we can't use. Su Jiao shot him a disapproving glance, but before she could speak, Li Tang suddenly pulled the reins tight and whispered, "Someone's following us." Jiang Wei startled, could it be Zhao Haotian? Li Tang curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. If they want to die so badly, let's grant them their wish. Saying this, he pulled out a metal sphere from his chest and gently tossed it into the bushes behind them. A mechanical bomb. The super powerful kind. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, followed by screams as 5 shadowy figures were blown flying through the air. Li Yunlong! You have no honor in battle, how dare you ambush us? After all, they were 35th level professionals with decent gear, so Zhao Haotian and the others weren't killed by the trap bomb, but they were bleeding from their mouths and injured. He climbed to his feet, covered in dust and dirt, his eyes filled with hatred. Li Tang calmly put away the trap horse. Zhao Dashi, you followed us all this way, what are your true intentions? Zhao Haotian sneered and waved his hand, and several students surrounded them. You've offended the Zhao family. You won't be leaving this secret realm alive today. Jiang Wei gripped his battle axe tightly. Boss, they outnumber us. Before he could finish speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently. Amidst the deafening roar, a massive dragon beast over 4 meters tall burst through the trees, its eyes glowing red as it charged toward them. Li Tang's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but scream, "Dark Earth-splitting dragon!" Zhao Haotian burst into laughter. "That's right. That's the dragon beast I've contracted with." His expression changed abruptly, and he issued the order, "Dark Earth-splitting dragon. Kill him." Li Tang shouted loudly, "Zhao Haotian, you're crazy. There are drones watching from above." "Drones? Just shoot them down." Zhao Haotian let out a savage laugh. An archer behind him fired 2 arrows, shattering the drone in mid-air. Li Tang knew this couldn't end well, so he shouted, "Retreat." The Dark Earth-splitting dragon was a 50-plus level demon beast. Though he had countless treasures on him, he knew he wasn't a match for it. Just as the situation grew dire, Su Daoshan spotted a cave below a cliff not far from him. The three dared not linger and rushed backward, with Zhao Haotian and the others hot on their heels. "There's a cave over there." Zhang Wei, with his sharp eyes, pointed to a cave in the distance and said, "Go in." Li Tang didn't hesitate, leading the way forward. The flame shield on his body was already trembling under the breath of the Dark Earth-splitting dragon and couldn't hold out much longer. "Let's go." Li Tang grinned, flipping off the dragon, and led the two of them into the cave. The cave was deep and dark, but they didn't have time to notice. They sprinted inside with all their might. The Dark Earth-splitting dragon's massive body couldn't fit through the narrow cave entrance. It opened its massive jaws and spat out a torrent of scorching black dragon flames. The flames and heat instantly filled the narrow space. Li Tang felt an unprecedented wave of heat engulf him, his skin feeling as though it were being burned to a crisp. He dared not hesitate, gritting his teeth as he charged deeper into the cave. But after taking a few steps, Li Tang suddenly realized the cave was growing narrower and narrower, until his body was stuck inside, unable to move forward. It was a dead end. Sweat poured down Li Tang's forehead, but the dragon flames behind him grew closer and hotter. He had no choice but to embrace Su Jiao tightly and desperately maintain the flame shield. However, the Dark Earth-splitting dragon's rank was far too high, and its dragon flames were incredibly powerful. The shield held for less than 10 seconds before shattering like a bubble. Li Tang's vision went black and his mind was filled with a single thought. It's over. This is the end. The book ends here. Add me on WeChat MNY66618 for more popular novels and long-form stories, as well as short story collections on platforms like Jihu, Tushio, and Tomato.